The peerless female war god married a frail scholar, becoming the biggest joke in the entire capital. Even their 6-year-old daughter was mocked to the point of hanging her head in shame. All because the emperor feared her military achievements might overshadow his own, so he decreed her marriage to you, a seemingly useless scholar. Yet who could have guessed that in this martial arts-dominated world, you would leverage your past life's experience to directly embark on cultivation? Now, under the pavilion, you gaze at your daughter's confused eyes and sigh helplessly. Little Yuer, your mother is indeed the revered great general who protects the nation, but you can't use her to belittle scholars. Without reading, how can one understand truth or distinguish good from evil? Your lecture leaves Lu Yuer's little head buzzing. Daddy, I miss mommy. When will she come back? Her words plunge you into silence. Since their marriage, Lin Xiaoyan had been stationed at the border. Except for the year she was pregnant with Yuer, the two of you lived respectfully yet distantly, like strangers. The way you addressed each other as young Master Lu and Great General left the guards and maids utterly dumbfounded. At dawn the next day, an armored guard from the Duke's estate rushed in on horseback in a panic. In the main hall, the old Duke Lin Hong was meditating with his eyes closed when the guard hurried in and knelt. Urgent news from the front. The Great General has been poisoned with Hua Wusan, and the Liuli dynasty is amassing troops, planning to seize the southern sea pass once the poison takes effect. Lin Hong stood up abruptly. What? Just then, Steward Li hurried in from outside, waving for the guard to leave. Lin Hong stood frozen, trembling uncontrollably. My lord, it's not yet beyond saving. Let me lead the Black Dragon cavalry there, Steward Li pleaded without hesitation. Tears welling up, Lin Hong shook his head. No. Too many eyes at court are watching us. Mobilizing the Black Dragon cavalry rashly would invite trouble. Steward Li grew frantic. My lord, silence. No more on this matter, Lin Hong choked out, his eyes reddening. Old man, why didn't you come find me for chess today? You walked in casually from outside, teasing, and oldly, why are you kneeling there? Seeing you arrive, Lin Hong quickly suppressed his sorrowful emotions. Before he could even open his mouth to explain, Butler Li stepped forward first, choking back sobs as he said, Young master, Miss Yen was hit with the Hua Wusan at the southern sea pass. Suddenly, with a loud smack, Lin Hong slammed the table and angrily rebuked, Butler Li, the young master is a scholar, why are you telling him such things? Hua Wusan. You narrowed your eyes slightly upon hearing this, then casually remarked, is her life in danger? The moment these words left your lips, the furious Lin Hong froze in shock, and Butler Li also stared at you in astonishment. Seems like it won't be life-threatening, just a loss of all her martial arts cultivation, you murmured to yourself. Butler Li hurriedly added, Young master, Miss Yen is the great Xia dynasty's guardian general. With her proud temperament, how could she accept becoming an ordinary person? Not to mention, the enemy is still watching like a tiger eyeing its prey, who knows what they might. Lin Hong also wore a helpless expression upon hearing this. What could he do? Their young master was, after all, a scholar. Oldly, prepare a high-quality carriage for me, you said before turning and walking out of the hall. Only after you had gone far did Lin Hong snap out of his daze and ask, did that kid just say to prepare a carriage? Where is he going? Butler Li also shook his head in bewilderment. Perhaps he wants to go out. Over all these years, the young master has rarely left the estate. The next day, Steward Li arrived early with the carriage, waiting outside the main gate. In the front courtyard, Lin Hong looked slightly angry. This is absurd. You're just a scholar with no martial arts skills, how can you go to the front lines? That's a place where even 8th rank experts could lose their lives. You pressed your lips together, saying nothing, but your unwavering gaze had already given him the answer. Are you even listening, you brat? If you leave like this, what about your daughter? In the end, Lin Hong had no choice but to bring up little Yuer. To this, you were prepared. Calmly, you replied, yesterday, I had oldly sent word for Xiaoyan to return. She should already be on her way. Hearing this, Lin Hong was left speechless. He sighed bitterly and said, though you're just a scholar, you've grown on me these past years. This time, Xing Nu will escort you. As he spoke, a graceful figure approached from a distance, a long sword strapped to her back, clearly a heroine among women. Xing Nu greets the young master, she said, kneeling on one knee with utmost respect. Surprised, you guessed she might have come from the women's army, as no one else would show you such deference. Sure enough, Lin Hong explained, Xing Nu grew up with Xiaoyan. Her loyalty is beyond question. You nodded, slowly stepping behind Xing Nu, then without warning, drew the sword from her back and murmured, a fine blade. Then, with a cold gaze, he raised his head and looked towards the southeast direction, carrying his sword in his right hand, he faintly swung it, and a seemingly weak sword she slashed out. At this moment, in the eyes of the old man and the green woman, he was merely casually playing with his sword. At the same time, inside the great summer palace. Whoosh! 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 3 extremely fast silhouettes flickered and appeared on the walls of the palace in a hurry. Good strong sword Chi is rushing towards the palace. Daxia's sword pavilion, the current pavilion master Qin Haoren, a clean white long coat, immortal style Taoist appearance, standing in the air, frown locked out of speech. The remaining two figures, respectively, is the Martial Arts Academy, the Dean of Chenpanpan and the Palace Eunuch Xiaoyan. These three people represent the strongest fighting force of the Grand Xiao dynasty. Sword Immortal Xiaoyan, famous 30 years ago, a rotten iron sword, had killed a bloody road from 100,000 troops, thus proving the sword immortal way. Then there is Chen Pan Pan, single-handedly founded the Martial Arts Academy. His own cultivation has long reached the perfect innate realm. Xiaoyan, the eunuch of the Xia Emperor, grew up with him. Nowadays, he is in charge of all the internal affairs of the palace. Coming. On this one sword gas, already over 9 products on, I do not know which stage of the sword fairy out? Chen Pan Pan look horrified inexplicable, the heart has long been turned over. Above the 9th grade, the sword master will be called the sword fairy. And the sword immortal is divided into 4 stages: astonishing, absolute, absolute generation, absolute top. Qin Haoran's expression was unprecedentedly grave at the moment, and his voice trembled slightly as he said, "Above me." Upon smelling these words, both of them were shocked. This was an astonishing sword immortal perfection powerhouse. To be able to have sword skills above him. Absolute world. Swish. A white sword chi swept across the sky, and when the three of them saw this, they were shocked and hastily activated the power in their bodies and flew forward to fend it off. Who knows, just in a single glance, the three of them were sent flying out by the sword chi. Boom! 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 One after another, they hit the ground with a sound explosion. The sword chi still carried an invincible attitude, and went towards the Shun Tian temple. Click! A huge plaque with golden characters and mahogany bottom was just chopped into 2 halves by the sword chi right in the middle and fell to the ground. Your Majesty, be careful. For a time, the entire palace was incomparably agitated, and the guards quickly gathered. Chapter 3, Protectorate General Lin Xiaoyan. In the middle of the imperial palace. An extremely frightening news spread. The 3 people of the Great Summer Battle Ceiling actually suffered different degrees of injuries today. According to the people in the palace, it was a peerless sword immortal who struck out, and with just a single sword chi, he heavily injured the 3 experts. Shen Gui Gongfu. Lu Ziyan slowly collected the sword, then handed it to the green woman, smiling, said, "People, beautiful sword is good, thanks to the old master." Without any excuses, it was clear exactly why the old master had this intention. In order to reassure it, frankly accepting it is not a bad thing. Let's go! Let's go! Lin Hong's face was despondent as he raised his hand and waved it, then turned his head away, his body trembling. Unwilling to give up. Difficult to accept. These emotions were naturally there for him. However, deep down inside, he was more happy, feeling that this wrong marriage seemed to make his granddaughter find the right person. A scholar, without fear of life and death, had to go to the front line. That was a battlefield where even an 8th grade expert could lose his life at any time. He didn't even think about it, didn't even hesitate. He was so decisive and determined to go. The spirit of not being afraid of life and death was exactly what their Lin family aimed for. For the sake of Daxia, for the sake of the people of Daxia as well as the future, what was personal life and death? If a person's death was meaningful to the future development of the dynasty, then that person's death was definitely a worthy and valuable death. Lu Ziyan was very decisive, turned around and stepped out. Outside the royal capital city. A luxurious carriage sped along, dust and smoke rolling, and in a short while, disappeared at the end of the official road. Outside the Duke of Jin's mansion. Ta, ta, ta. A series of rapid hoofbeats came, followed by a valiant figure, wearing a silver armor and riding a blood-red horse. A touch of eagerness as well as anger surged out on that exquisite face carved out of powder and jade. The gate guard saw the person coming, quickly went up and respectfully, "Second miss. Get lost, don't mess with this lady." Lin Baoing rolled over and dismounted, angrily rebuked at the guards, and her figure hurriedly ran inside. In the front yard, housekeeper Li is ordering some subordinates to do things, at first glance. Seeing his own second young lady came in furious, quickly went forward, "Miss Ing, how is this kind of fidgety?" Lin Baoing grunted, pretty face slightly angry, "Grandpa Li, don't think I don't know you and poor scholar gang, small moon child, if something happens, I don't give you old face, directly beat the kid," said, while walking towards the lobby. Although the voice was not loud, it had already reached the ears of the old man who was drinking tea inside the lobby. "What poor scholar? How many times have I told you, that's your brother-in-law?" Before seeing the person coming, the old master was the first one to export his rebuke. For this little granddaughter, he had no choice. Back then, he was extremely opposed to His Majesty's bestowal of marriage, and several times he beat Lu Ziyan to the point of serious injury, lying in bed for half a month. It wasn't until the birth of little Yuer that Lin Baoing had tempered herself. "Brother-in-law? Tell him to beat me before he says, a weak scholar, not even talented in Wendao, girly, what kind of brother-in-law is he?" As her voice fell, her figure stepped right into the lobby, and all of a sudden the grandparents and grandchildren looked at each other. "Where is little Yuer? How is she?" Although Lin Baoing does not recognize Lu Ziyan as a brother-in-law, for her sister Lin Xiaoyan's daughter, she is absolutely good to the point of no second thoughts. The old man waved his hand, slowly took away the cup of tea, not slow sip, line. Xiaoyan let you come back, but it is just for himself to go out for a trip. What? Lin bowing, face full of incredulity, with the same expression as seeing a ghost. That weak scholar who has been at home with his daughter, teaching her to read, actually went out? Not right. Soon she realized that something was wrong. To make that guy go out, she was afraid that something had happened. Immediately, her expression was incomparably serious. Grandpa, is it possible that something happened to my sister? Hearing this, the old master and housekeeperly glanced at each other, both shocked that she was so intelligent that she instantly associated it with her sister. Lin Baoing had been paying attention to her grandfather's expression, and when she saw the eye contact between him and housekeeperly, her heart couldn't help but thump. She had guessed correctly. Oldly, you say? The old man put down his teacup, his face full of sorrow, as if he had aged a lot all of a sudden. 5 days later. South Sea Pass. The military camp south of the city. Inside the large tent. Sitting inside was a white armored woman, full of heroic spirit, with white skin, just like a heavenly fairy. She is the great Xia dynasty's great general Lin Xiaoyan. Miss, the poison on your body must not be delayed, or immediately return to the royal capital. Perhaps the old master will have a way. Jinshu was full of worry and wanted to persuade her own young lady. It's useless, this kind of poison so far, even the poisoner himself can't lift it. There is no antidote in the world at all. From the moment she was poisoned, she had already thought of many possibilities. A body of martial arts cultivation into nothingness, and then they will be subjected to many enemies' assassination, and ultimately die. But in front of her, her martial arts cultivation was still alive, so there were some things that she had to do, and she had to do them. Their Lin family was full of loyalists, and in order to guard the great Xia, they did not have enough to die. Nowadays, Liuli dynasty gathered a large army, raging, coupled with their own poisoning. You can imagine that this matter behind the involvement of a lot. Digging deeper, the people involved, I'm afraid I will dig into the people in the dynasty, and even one side of the vassals is not surprising. She doesn't want to care too much about the things that are involved in the fight. Right now, after the poisoning, the only wish is to do their own modest efforts to guard the South China Sea Pass. Do not allow the Liuli dynasty to break through. She raised her eyes, gazing at the Jinshu in front of her. This since childhood is her own personal maid, in the blink of an eye, have become the Women's Army Eastern Red, one of the 10 generals. Although the first into the 8 products not long, but also a long time in life and death battles. In the battle, killed in the rise of the 8th grade experts, by no means ordinary people or family children to cultivate this realm can be compared. The difference between heaven and earth. Miss, Wangdu's letter, yesterday has returned, just Jinshu some difficult to speak, do not know how to speak. Seeing this situation, Lin Xiaoyan looked slightly stunned, was a bit surprised to watch her. According to reason, this girl is never this kind of twisted nature. Could it be that something happened in the royal capital? At once, she hastily stood up. Jinshu looked at this appearance, immediately realized that his own young lady misunderstanding. Hurriedly explained, Miss, you can rest assured. It's not a big deal, it's just that Mr. Ant heard that you were poisoned, and has already set out to come here, and should be here in the next 2 days. Avoiding the miss thing, Jinshu can only harden the ant has come to the news set out. As an attendant since childhood, naturally able to observe the words and colors, just based on Lin Xiaoyan's every move, can easily understand its meaning. What? You say that again? She stared with wide eyes, her pretty face full of disbelief, obviously full of incredulity and hard to believe for this one result. The self-same ant is coming? No. Mr. Lu is just a scholar, without any martial arts cultivation. What is he doing here? There was also no derivative of the Wendao talent infused into his body, being categorized as a scholar outside of the martial Dao, the Wendao. In a flash, Lin Xiaoyan's mind had already surfaced the Luzian figure, and could not help but be stunned for a moment thinking. Miss, it's true, Auntie will arrive in the next 2 days. Jinshu explained extremely seriously, this time, finally made Lin Xiaoyan's whole body paralyzed with powerlessness. I'm sorry. I can't believe it's true. Nonsense. How could Grandpa be so nonsensical and allow Mr. Lu to be so capricious? Lin Xiaoyan came back from his disorientation and immediately slapped the table angrily. Letting a scholar come to the front line of the battlefield. No need to think much about what will happen. But Auntie is almost here. Jinshu spread his hands and explained hopelessly. By the way, miss, there is one more thing. Not long ago, our Xia offended a supreme sword Immortal, and those few were injured by a sword chi. This matter was rumored by the Dechu dynasty, so I'm afraid it won't be false. A great sword Immortal? Those people were seriously injured by a sword chi. Hiss. Lin Xiaoyan's gaze suddenly condensed, his expression incomparably grim. This matter was not simple. How was the response to this matter? Jinshu sighed and responded. The Liuli dynasty heard this news and has already joined forces with the Golden Horde royal court next to them and the Great Barbarian dynasty to discuss plans to attack Great Xia. Expected. For the surrounding dynasties to react, it is absolutely 8 or 9. Just so that she did not think of one thing is, the great summer dynasty for so many years, has been in the suffering. Growing up in adversity. Experienced the 8 dynasties invasion war, the territory of the war and so on. It is not easy to grow to today. When it really is the world is unpredictable. Chapter 4 Knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain, I will walk towards the tiger's mountain. Report. Outside the tent, an urgent voice came. Immediately after. A general hurriedly ran in, kneeling on the ground with a terrified voice. Report Great General, a quarter of an hour ago, traces of enemy troops were found outside the city 10 miles to the east. General Qin led the city guards out of the city in pursuit and was trapped in locked Dragon Ridge. Simple and concise, the general came in a few words, has been clear to the ins and outs of the road a clear. Hearing Lin Xiaoyan, Jinshu, 2 people frowned tightly, into contemplation. In the morning. Jinshu loudly and angrily, he Qin Feng counts for something? A mere vice-general of the city watch, he also dares to lead troops out of the city, simply nonsense to the extreme. To the thunderous Jinshu, Lin Xiaoyan appeared extremely calm. He kept his eyes on the general who came in to report. Fingers gently tapping on the desktop in front of him, making a thud. Dang. Thud. Sound. What kind of character Qin Feng had? She had been here for half a year and already knew it well. Arrogant, with no one in sight. Immediately, on second thought, her eyes flickered with cold light and a touch of hopelessness appeared on her face. Could one lure snakes out of their holes? The Liuli dynasty played this trick really smart. There was no need to say more. One only needed to think deeply to understand the reasoning behind it. The vice-general of the city guard simply didn't have that much power to be able to order all the city guards to leave the city. Obviously. This is all aimed at yourself. Miss, could it be that all this? Cutting the crap, Jinshu stays behind to guard this place, the rest of you follow me to the Dragon Lock Ridge. Lin Xiaoyan swished and stood up, commanding while striding out of the tent. Not long after. 8,000 generals were assembled. 1,000 of these generals were all made up of women, all from the most outstanding generals of Dongfang Hong. Dongfang Hong. A women's army created by Lin Xiaoyan 3 years ago, 50,000 6th and even 7th grade martial artists combined. Over the past 3 years, it has been invincible and has made great achievements for the Grand Xia. At the same time, this women's army has also become an existence that many dynasties are afraid of. Knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain, they will go towards the Tiger Mountain. Confidence. At this moment, she believed that no matter what conspiracy or trickery, in front of absolute power, there must be nothing to hide. Sigh. Da. The sound of horses' hooves flying. Soon, it disappeared again. Only leaving behind outside the tent, the both stunned and bewildered Jinshu, unable to return to her senses for a long time. Next to the tent. A petite figure dashed out, striding to Jinshu's body, angrily questioning, what's going on? Where is the great general? Su Luoling is extremely depressed and angry at the moment, as the most loyal member of the general's command. As one of the most loyal members of the general's command, he actually avoided himself when he went to the battlefield. Definitely not treating her as one of their own. Great General, you're so chilling. He has already left for Dragon Lock Ridge. Jinshu spread his hands, his face full of speechlessness plus sighs, as if to say that there is nothing I can do about it. Nonsense. Simply nonsense. General Jinshu, I need to tell you that the great general has been poisoned. How can you trust her to go out alone at such a critical moment? If something happens, what can we do? Su Luoling instantly shouted, accusing Jinshu of actually following the great general's orders in this matter. Completely joking with the great general's life. Jinshu helplessly rolled his eyes, and immediately explained, I stayed here, all because my aunt will be arriving soon, as well as some less obedient people. I am sure that at this time, they will definitely jump out to incite people's hearts, and at that time, the South Sea Pass will definitely be very lively. Hearing. Su Luoling's expression was slightly stunned, then her eyes widened as if she heard something incredible, exclaiming, are you saying that someone is behind all this? Or a mole? Inner ghost. As soon as this word left her mouth, she immediately realized something and hastily covered her mouth. Eyes swept around in a circle. Wait. Soon, Su Luoling realized something. Auntie? The great general's idle, unproductive, weak little scholar at home in the royal capital? With a small body like that, he could slap a dozen of them to death. That let the great general suffered a lot of jokes of the waste talent dare to come to the borderland? For a while, she seemed to hear what the world's funniest joke. A weak scholar. Nothing. Also dare to come to this dangerous and incomparable borderland. Do not want to die? Or is it too long to stay at home and be bored out of your mind? Shut up. Don't slander my aunt. Jinshu's face was extremely ugly, her eyes were furious, and she was staring at Su Luoling. There was a great tendency to fight. However, Su Luoling is not afraid of the other party's anger, not to mention ignoring that sharp-to-kill eyes. Clearly aware of Jinshu's diehard nature, he naturally didn't dare to be too reckless. 1 hour later. Urgent report. Urgent report. The great general is trapped in locked Dragon Ridge and is in critical condition. The great general is trapped at locked Dragon Ridge and is in critical condition. But he saw a general on horseback galloping into the military camp, shouting loudly along the way. Jinshu stepped out of the tent, looking at the surrounding panic-stricken generals, could not help but look slightly changed. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Damn, Chang Zijie, Jin Xian, two really good tactics. Earlier obstructed mist take over the South Sea city, now play this. Thinking of this, her face gradually became ugly as her anger rose. Not good. The next second, a flash of aura flashed across her heart, instantly causing her to come to a realization. Xin Feng was Qin Xian's son, and he was the vice general of the South Sea city's defense, so when she thought about it carefully, the so-called going out to chase the enemy, she was afraid that it was a trap. Sister Su, take this person and kill him on the spot. Originally, when she heard that the great general was trapped in the locked Dragon Ridge, Su Luoling was first dismayed, then shocked, and then incomparably angry. Before she could explode, she heard Jinshu's commanding tone. Good. With a promise, she immediately took a step and rushed out, holding a silver longsword in her hand, leapt up in the air and swung her sword at the general. Poof! His head flew away, blood gushed out, and the general fell on the spot. Suddenly the scene immediately let the surrounding noisy generals instantly quiet down. The next moment, murder was committed. General Su, under the Protector General's command, indiscriminately killing generals, really called for a chill. This was a general who had just returned from the front line to report a message. In a flash, several unknown generals secretly chanted at the same time. With just 2 short sentences, it was immediately like a 10-step hurricane blowing through the military camp. Indiscriminately killing the generals who came back from the front line to report. This alone was enough to bring Su Luoling to ruin. General Su, how can you be so reckless? This is a general who has just returned from the front. Don't you think this is excessive? A vice general took the lead in questioning, glaring angrily at Su Luoling with eyes that were itching to go up and kill her. In response, Su Luoling was filled with confusion and hurriedly turned back to Jinshu, sending a pleading look for help. After all, this person was the one that Jinshu had asked himself to grill, and out of trust in Jinshu, he did it without any half-hesitation at all. Now, thinking back carefully, he was indeed a bit impulsive. How is it possible in the barracks? No reason to kill the soldiers. Now I am afraid of jumping into the Yellow River cannot be washed. General Su, if you can't give a reasonable explanation today, we will not be convinced. Even if we sue to the king's capital, we must seek justice for our soldiers. Another vice general walked out, impassioned and loud, glaring angrily at Su Luoling. In all directions, tens of thousands of generals gathered around in unison. Chapter 5, Caught in a Dead End. South of the city. Chang Zijie's home. Over 100 years old, with gray hair, dressed in an aristocratic Chinese dress, squinting his eyes and leaning back in his chair. Below, the guards were reporting quickly. Master, everything is going according to General Qin's plan. General Su has already made his move to kill, and several vice generals have also snapped. At this time, the great general is trapped in the locked Dragon Ridge. General Jinshu will definitely transfer troops to support him, but once this reinforcement doesn't go, the great general is in danger. Hearing this, Chang Zijie, full of red face, laughing, good. This bureau, I and General Qin but planning for 2 months. Even if Lin Xiaoyan has heavenly skills, she will not be able to escape. In the eyes, shot out oozing cold light. For this time planning, have absolute confidence. After all, the involvement behind it is huge. Inform Vice Admiral Sure that no matter what, that girl Jinshu must be stopped this time. The guards responded in a hurry, yes. Master. Then slowly retreated. Outside the city. 50 miles to the east. Locked Dragon Ridge. The surrounding area was in a mess, filled with smoke, obviously left behind after the battle between the armies. Half an hour ago, Lin Xiaoyan led the 8,000 generals of the Eastern Red to arrive and saw Qin Feng as well as 20,000 generals under siege. Without saying a word, straight to the front, is a fight. Who knows? The 20,000 generals led by Qin Feng suddenly turned their guns and attacked them. Caught off guard. 8,000 generals, after the fight. Only a few hundred people were left, and almost every general was seriously injured to varying degrees. On the open lawn, the Protectorate General Lin Xiaoyan in white armor had already been dyed crimson with blood. Behind them were hundreds of female generals, none of whom showed a look of fatigue. Obviously, this battle had already brought them tremendous physical exertion. Great General, if this continues, I'm afraid we all have to be accounted for here. Dongfang Hong 10 vice generals of a Qijingsi opened, looking at the black pressure in front of the encirclement. Eyes, killing intent never retreat half a point. Beside her, there is a petite body, looking a lowly face, very playful and cute. This woman is also one of the 10 vice generals of Dongfang Hong, exhausted bamboo. She was also one of Lin Xiaoyan's accompanying maids. Since childhood, she grew up with Jinshu. Miss, don't worry, they want to hurt you unless they step over my dead body. A white armor, valiant. With a silver spear in her hand, she has a fierce will to fight. She looks proudly in front of her. Like locusts, the enemy army, densely packed, was closing in. On a chariot, the Liuli dynasty's main general this time, Tuoba Hao, was in high spirits, and behind him stood two black-robed men. Rumble! As the chariot pushed, the excitement in Tuoba Hao's eyes grew more and more enthusiastic, thinking that he would soon be able to put an end to Dasha's legendary protector general. He couldn't hold back the excitement that swirled within him. Dasha dynasty is really talented, even this kind of backstabbing thing can be done, when it is really heaven help me also. At the back of the chariot, the body of a young man was dragged forward. I have heard that the great Xia dynasty has a great land and people, and many top martial arts powerhouses have appeared. General Tuoba treats his allies in this way, and I am afraid that he will incur some dissatisfaction. One of the black-robed people wearing a silver ghost mask, his voice hoarse, cannot tell whether it is a man or a woman, slowly opened his mouth. The other black-robed man, with a handsome face, was a middle-aged man. Eyes like knives, slightly evil. Disgruntled? Joke, this guy collaborated with the enemy, death is not enough. This king is the king of the Liuli dynasty, but also the main general of the attack on Dasha. But there are dissatisfied with the voice, beheading is. Tuoba Hao smiled blandly, and did not put such a small matter in the heart. Right now. The most important thing is to surround and kill the great Xia's protector general. That is the most important thing. Soon. Tuoba Hao and Lin Xiaoyan were separated by 100 meters, looking at the figure that was so spirited in the past, killing the good sons of Liuli dynasty. At this moment. That valiant and able to fight, using the army like a god, the great Xia generation of the great general of the protectorate. He was surrounded by his own 60,000 huban. It's a pleasure. Incredibly painful So. He stood tall and shouted, General Lin, long time no see. Last time, when the king fled, he already said that in time, he would definitely make you suffer. I never thought that this day would come so quickly. Ha ha ha. Laughing wildly, this moment can be said to be a moment of pleasure. The hatred that has been pent up for a long time can finally be released openly and honestly. Tuoba Hao, a defeated general, also dare to say here, really eat this general not? Lin Xiaoyan asked with a sneer, his eyes were cold and stern like a knife, sweeping over the surrounding enemy troops. The situation is dead. Right now for them, is already a situation of certain death. Hate is Qin Feng, that guy, obviously as a member of the Grand Xia. However, he had secretly communicated with the enemy army, causing them to be in a dead-end situation. Looking at Lin Xiaoyan, who is still talking tough at the end of his life, Tuoba Hao is also interested. General Lin, you and I are already old acquaintances. There is no need to twist and turn, to be honest, you are indeed very outstanding, even if today in order to set up a situation to kill you. I still invited the third-ranked Yui Sanyang of the Dark Tower, and the ninth strongest disciple on earth, the first sword immortal. This deadlock, how should you crack? As an old rival for many years, he did not hide much, and bluntly said that the two top experts invited this time. Hearing Lin Xiaoyan, as well as the crowd of generals behind him, all of them had a huge change in color, and their eyes were filled with horror. Yu San Yang. One sword immortal. These two were both long famous ninth-grade experts. There were even rumors that the one sword immortal had already set foot in the sword immortal. Only sword Dao experts above the ninth grade could call themselves sword immortals. One sword immortal's strength, until now, is still a mystery. After all, the title of one sword immortal is enough to prove its strength. What is a sword immortal? It is that the world has never seen its second sword. That is why there is the title of one sword immortal. How can it be these two gods, great general, this time we are afraid to be accounted for here. Shi Jing Seahart is not willing, eyes dead staring at the front of the Tuoba Hao chariot behind the body of Qin Feng. If it were not for this guy secretly designing and hooking up with the enemy army. Just at this moment. Poof. Lin Xiaoyan violently threw his head back and spat out blood, a cloud of blood mist spraying out, his complexion gradually turning pale. Not good. Anxiety attacked his heart, causing the toxins in his body to strike early. Exhausted Bamboo's delicate lowly face was filled with worry and an anxious look. When I saw it, I felt sorry for her. Seeing this, Tuoba Hao pretended to be surprised. Oops, almost forgot that your great general was poisoned, or the extremely rare Huan Wusan. Shut up. Tuoba Hao, don't think that this general doesn't know, behind all of this, it must be you, the sinister villain, who is messing around. Exhausted Bamboo was furious beyond words, pointing straight at the other party's nose and roaring. Unexpectedly. Tuoba Hao did not half hide meaning, frankly out, yes. It is this king told someone to poison. This king is very like a idiom called foolproof, if you do not use some unseemly means, how can deal with you? Sons and daughters, in front of these pussy, caught, are yours. With a shout from him. Then. The pussies. A burst of chants responded, and the surrounding army, in an instant, was highly demoralized. Tuoba Hao was satisfied, even raised his hand, and suddenly there was silence all around. The situation in front of us must die. Since this is the case, Great General Lin, in the past, you repeatedly defeated me, in order to avenge the past shame. Today, the king gives you a chance to fight the 3 generals under his command. Win one and I'll give 10 of you the chance to leave alive, but not you. Do you dare? Hearing these words, Shi Jingxi, exhausted bamboo 2 people immediately furious, behind a group of female generals, but also clenched the hands of weapons. Knowing that the general's toxin attack, at this time if you are fighting with people, will definitely accelerate the time of the poison. They are forcing the great general to die. All the generals are clear about this, but the situation in front of us. This general took it. She stepped out, white armor on her body, bloodstained, that exquisite and stunning face was pale. Fearless. Carrying a silver lance, standing proudly in front of 60,000 enemy troops. Not a bit of retreat. There is a great momentum. Worthy of being the great Xia Protectorate General. At that moment, Tuobahao could not help but think in his heart. Chapter 6, No Martial Virtue, Secret Killer. Above the chariot. One sword Immortal, who has a handsome and incomparable face, saw this action of Tuobahao. Cannot help but coldly open, the king of the mountain, the enemy is weak and I am strong, this time should be in order, directly kill them. Do not give any spring breeze blowing again opportunity, if this kind of procrastination. When will it end? For his level of experts. If he can solve the battle in 1 second, he will definitely not wait for half a second more. Because the battlefield is ever changing, a blink of an eye may lead to changes. No harm done. Now that the situation is clear, with the king's 60,000 Huban in place, the remnants of the army are not enough to worry about. Hubris has always been the style of Tuobahao in front of this situation. If you do not properly humiliate some of the great Xia Protectorate General, and how to come out from the shadow of past defeats. What's more, the last person on this side of the king, naturally, is Mr. Hearing this, One Sword Immortal immediately snorted and couldn't help but look at Tuobahao twice more. How insidious. Lin Xiaoyan stepped forward, her beautiful eyes flashed a cold aura, and she carried a long spear dyed red. Come and fight. Prideful bones clanging, voice like thunder. That one delicate to the extreme figure stood there, straight and proud. Very good. Tuobahao couldn't help but praise a sentence and clapped his palms. Who will battle her? As soon as these words came out, among the army, a strong figure walked out. I'll do it. That person had a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks, but his body was extremely strong, and he walked forward with a dragon's stride. Thunder Fist Du Chong. Authentic 9th grade expert, once at the half step of the 9th grade, with the running Thunder Fist, he defeated a long famous 9th grade expert. Tuobahao, you are really brazen, actually finding a 9th rank expert. Exhausted Bamboo pointed at Tuobahao and roared in anger. Not speaking of martial virtues. The word bullying the small with the big was really utilized to the extreme by him. A 9th grade expert who was over half 100 years old and had been famous for more than 10 years. My own young lady's cultivation time is also more than 10 years. The gap on the surface, at a glance. Shameless? Ha ha ha. Miss, are you praising me? Duchong laughed wildly in the sky, very satisfied with the reaction of the exhausted Bamboo at this moment. And then look at those Eastern Red generals. Heart cannot help but cold grunt. Women, I have seen a lot, so powerful women, or the first time to see, but also once so many. I've seen a lot of women, but this is the first time I've seen so many. Lin Xiaoyan perceived Duchong that kind of extremely evil gaze, and immediately coldly shouted, how dare you covet these generals behind you who have given everything for the guardianship of Daxia? Damn! Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, a terrifying yellow air wave immediately rippled through his body. Chant! A sound of a dragon's roar accompanied the sound, and one could see 5 yellow dragon shadows of more than a zhang rise up from around her body. Yellow Quartz Scripture. One of the rare and extreme techniques, cultivating its technique, one could condense the yellow dragon's chi. Cultivated to the extreme, it could condense 9 yellow dragons to wrap around the body, almost invincible-like existence at the same level. Just at this time. On the chariot, the masked black-robed man, looking at the 5 yellow dragon silhouettes, his body slightly trembled, and his eyes flashed a trace of confusion. But very quickly. Deep in the bottom of his eyes, a flash of black light flickered, then returned to normal. The realm of the 5 dragons. What a demonic talent! If I let you grow further, I am afraid that you will surpass your family's old thing. Tuobahao was shocked beyond measure, then a cold light surged in his eyes, already moving to kill. So far, Lin Hong is the most outstanding representative among the people who practice Huangting Jing, the realm of 7 dragons. Once in the 9th grade. With his own strength, solo battle 13 of the same 9 products of martial arts powerhouse, and finally succeeded in killing 11, seriously injured a person, crippled a person. It can be seen that this Gong method is frighteningly powerful. However, even if it is powerful, it is not something that everyone can cultivate. One needs to be born with dragon chi to be able to cultivate this technique. So far, the only people in the Lin family were born with a trace of dragon chi. From this, Only people from the Lin family could cultivate the Yellow Court Sutra. The Yellow Court Sutra? The realm of the 5 dragons. Come on. Du Chon looked incredibly excited, waving both fists. His body was like a ghost, erratic, instantly flashing out. Running Thunder Fist. A low drink, immediately followed by, is the Sky Fist Shadow, rapid as Running Thunder General. Fist shadows that covered the sky, came face to face. The corner of her mouth rose, pulling out a cold smile as she looked indifferently at Du Chon, who was attacking this way. With this move, the Running Thunder Fist, an ordinary 9th grade martial arts cultivator would probably suffer defeat as a result. Break! The white and tender jade like small hand lifted, 5 dragon shadows instantly coalesced, boom! The two forces collided, creating a shocking explosion. Dust flew up. Lin Xiaoyan and Du Chon were separated by more than 10 meters, and a huge deep pit appeared in the middle. Obviously because of the power collision just now. Blocked? Du Chang's expression was stunned, somewhat incredulous. This move could be enough to kill a 9th grade martial arts cultivator. Actually can't take down the person in front of him? Tuahu Hao's eyes exploded with light, and he secretly thought to himself, it's really like this. Huang Tingjing can cross the level of challenge, this woman can't stay. Immediately. His eyes looked at a general behind him and nodded. The next moment. That general, understanding, took a step towards the front. Blocked. It's really blocked. Long live the great general. The great general is invincible. Shi Jingxi, exhausted bamboo, and those Eastern Red generals behind them shouted. A half step of the 9th grade against a 9th grade expert, and he easily resisted his opponent's attack. This can be seen. The strength of our own great general, powerful extraordinary, to take this game, in no way. Very well. Du Chang's eyes flashed a trace of haze, and immediately roared. His chi is like a mountain and river, and his fist is like running thunder. The aura of his body soared again, a powerful aura, already close to the 9th grade grand circle. Good strong. Lin Xiaoyan's heart secretly shocked a cry, but did not have the slightest intention to retreat. What this battle means, she is very clear. The death in front of her was already inevitable. Even if she had been through 100 battles and used the army like a god, at this moment, she also felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. Death. It seemed to be slowly approaching them all. 5 dragons gathered. The spear came out as a shocking dragon. The long spear in her hand crossed, and a dragon shadow flashed, finally offsetting some of the pressure from the other side. Realm-wise suppression. Suffer death. Just as everyone was concentrating on the two of them exchanging blows, a bellowing cry rang out. Whoosh! A black shadow flickered and came behind Lin Xiaoyan, carrying a long sword in his hand with a hideous and terrifying look as he quickly struck out and stabbed at her. Sneak attack. At such a juncture, someone actually made a sneak attack. Miss, be careful. Exhausted bamboo reacted at the first moment. His figure was like electricity, and he hurriedly swept out. In the twinkling of an eye. Came behind Lin Xiaoyan. When it was too late, the long sword had already arrived, with a harsh cold aura, chilling one's body. Poof! The long sword directly pierced through exhausted bamboo's heart, the tip of the sword revealing half of it from behind. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Exhausted bamboo Lin Xiaoyan turned back and looked at the body that had been pierced through by the long sword. His eyes instantly turned red and his body trembled. General exhausted bamboo. General exhausted bamboo. General exhausted bamboo. Those female generals, none of them were crying in pain and shouting General exhausted bamboo. On the other side. How did you kill this girl? Tuobaha was also surprised by this scene. One sword Immortal looked a bit regretful. What a beautiful girl, it is indeed a pity to die like this. The eyes of the masked black-robed man next to him fluctuated slightly for a moment, then fell into a daze, and finally returned to indifference. Matters do not concern themselves with a high attitude. Deceiving people, Tuobaha, you barbarians, are really deceiving people too much. Shi Jingxi's reddened eyes pointed angrily at Tuobaha. The sudden change of events immediately distracted Lin Xiaoyan. Turning back her head. Looking at that pale and delicate face, as well as the tip of the sword dripping with blood. Boom! In an instant, the brain went blank. Miss, be careful. Exhausted bamboo opened her mouth with difficulty, because behind Lin Xiaoyan, Du Chon, a 9th grade martial arts cultivator, was carrying a blazing killing machine and impacting. Fighting with me, still dare to be distracted, looking for death. Du Chon laughed coldly, quickly darting closer, followed by Running Thunder Fist. Boom! Huge power hits Lin Xiaoyan's back, poof! Blood mist billowed, his figure flew out more than 10 meters rapidly. Pump! Heavily smashed on the ground, to which she was oblivious, still with her beautiful red eyes, staring at the petite figure of the exhausted bamboo. This is both a maid of honor and a younger sister in general. But she is one of the closest people. Chapter 7 My aunt is an immortal. Sneak attack. Such a despicable and unsavory tactic, just so blatantly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Serbian barbarians, really insidious and cunning. Only a pity. Until this moment, they only came to their senses. The other party is not giving them a chance to live, just humiliating. Black-handed guest shameless man. Shi Jingxi couldn't help but exclaim in shock when she saw the appearance of the person who had sneaked up on her. Ha ha. Shameless man laughed maniacally as he drew back his long sword and grunted coldly, "It's an honor for you to die under my shameless man's shameless sword, ah." With sarcasm and cold mockery, these words completely enraged Shi Jingxi and the other Eastern Red generals. Put. Exhausted Bamboo once again spat out blood furiously, and his entire body appeared to be wilting. The breath on his body was also getting weaker and weaker, and it seemed like at any moment he might. "I'll fight with you guys." Shi Jingxi couldn't bear it and roared, about to charge up, and those generals behind him were also dumbfounded. Whoosh! A green long sword, carrying a sword light, flashing appeared in front of Shi Jingxi, blocking the way. "Watch well, it is not yet time for you." A cold snort rang out, and a sword immortal on the chariot was seen, eyeing them intently, watching their every move. As long as there is a next move, that green-colored long sword could blast them at any time. Protector General? That's all. After Du Chong blasted Lin Xiaoyan with his fist, he couldn't help but start to be arrogant, thinking that this whatsoever great general of the Protectorate was completely in vain. However, he does not realize that this action, so that the original already dying exhausted Bamboo heard. Instantly, she stood up, her gaze flashing with a certain persistence, as well as an incomparably strong will being supported. "Bullying my lady? What kind of thing are you?" Icy cold words, in an instant, swept through the surroundings, and at that moment, everyone gazed towards this person who was about to die. A sword through the heart, must die. How is it possible? Everyone looked at the exhausted Bamboo who stood up, they have exclaimed continuously, full of disbelief. The exhausted Bamboo Lin Xiaoyan raised her hand, wanting to go to grab the exhausted Bamboo in front of her, eyes, full of heartache, more sadness. She is very clear at this moment the exhausted Bamboo already will die, but by virtue of a strong willpower to support. One of the most important point, that is to protect themselves. Fearless of life and death, how loyal does that have to be? Still able to stand up? Tuobahao was stunned. Impossible. Shameless man's eyes were horrified, his expression was terrified, and he appeared unusually agitated. This situation was really too bizarre. It caused him, a 9th grade martial cultivator, to be fearful. Impossible? Exhausted Bamboo white as paper face, flashed a trace of ridicule, shook his head and sneered, "My aunt is an immortal, everything in the world is possible." The moment this statement was made, Lin Xiaoyan, Shi Jingxi, as well as the other members of the team, said. Lin Xiaoyan, Shi Jingxi, and the hundreds of Eastern Red generals who survived, all looked odd. After all, this was not the first day that exhausted Bamboo had said this. From the day she entered the military camp, every time she made a close friend, she would talk about the matter of her aunt being an immortal. Even this had been said quite a few times with Lin Xiaoyan. Everyone listened to her words as if they were stories. Lu Ziyan's reputation, the whole of Dixia, who knows, a scholar who can't even do the literary and martial arts. How could he be an immortal? Lin Xiaoyan explained several times in front of people, due to the exhaustion of Bamboo was still small, followed by their husband for several years, led to say some nonsense. Immortal? Tuobahao heard, look froze, then ha 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 laugh, ha ha ha. Laughing to death this king, this girl is so funny will joke, it will not be the heavenly comedian star down to earth, right? Even the corner of one sword immortal's mouth couldn't help but twitch twice. Shi Jingxi, Lin Xiaoyan both held their foreheads, their faces full of helplessness. Here we go again. This girl, day in and day out, she just knows how to say confusing things. Immortal? Du Chong is extremely disdainful, your family scholar who can't write or fight? Funny. Shut up. You are not allowed to slander my aunt. The exhausted Bamboo immediately shouted angrily. My aunt's image, or rely on her to maintain. She will never allow outsiders to say anything bad about him. Because he is an immortal. Cut it out. Nonsense, in this world, where is there any immortal? Shameless people also snorted and opened their mouths, the fear of the party disappeared all of a sudden. You and others deserve to die. Exhausted Bamboo reached out from the neck, took down a red rope, above which hung a small cylinder. Opening the cylinder, a rolled-up yellow talisman appeared in front of him. Does it matter whether you believe that your aunt is an immortal or not? Not important. In this world, as long as I believe that Master Auntie is an immortal, that's enough. As for you people, you're just clowns. She flicked open the yellow talisman, which was inscribed with complicated runes, only the center of which was clearly visible as a word of thunder like a dragon and snake. The word echoed in everyone's ears, causing everyone to wonder what her next move would be. It couldn't be helped. This was how people were, once their curiosity was aroused, then they couldn't help but seek knowledge. Hurrah! She turned around and smiled faintly at Lin Xiaoyan, and then she opened her mouth, borrow a drop of essence blood from Miss. Here. Lin Xiaoyan barely hesitated for half a second and raised her hand, a drop of bright red blood flew out. The blood flew into mid-air and stained the yellow talisman. In a split second, a shadow flashed and the yellow talisman was fixed in the air. Such a scene surprised and amazed everyone. Reported to the ant, today there is a dynasty and the people secretly communicate with the barbarians outside of the plug, resulting in heavy casualties among the generals. Miss was secretly calculated by the small and small, has already been dead. The lady in waiting has no choice but to die. I'd like to ask you to give me a way out of this situation. I beg your permission. Exhausted Bamboo looked exceptionally serious and focused towards the hovering yellow talisman kneeling down, reciting the words. See the situation. Ha ha. Tuoba, how hilarious, laughing to death this king, you see this little tiny cute. You see this little cutie, kneeling and worshipping at that thing. Still your aunt is an immortal, yuck. Very funny. All around, 60,000 Huban, all are a big laugh. For the exhausted Bamboo at this moment, as if the clown general behavior, unscrupulous in ridicule. However, she for all this, turned a deaf ear, after some talk. Eyes incomparably firm, slowly turned her head, looked at where Lin Xiaoyan was, loudly shouted, Miss. At this moment, Lin Xiaoyan understood the general, ghostly response, aloud. Thank you, aunt, for giving the law. Exhausted Bamboo respectfully bowed towards her and said something that confused everyone. Obviously Lin Xiaoyan was responding to her. Why was the object of her thanks the whoosh? With that sound of a promise ringing out, the yellow talisman transformed into a white light that flew towards the center of exhausted Bamboo's eyebrows and finally disappeared. In an instant, a lightning pattern appeared at her brow. Until this moment, exhausted Bamboo finally understood what the yellow talisman actually was. A lightning talisman. A talisman that could allow one to completely master the power of summoning lightning inside half an hour. So that's how it is, Auntie is worthy of being an immortal. Turning around, she looked at her own young Miss Lin Xiaoyan, her eyes turning red all of a sudden. Next she was going to leave this world forever. Leaving Miss forever, and those Eastern Red sisters. Puff. Exhausted Bamboo knelt down, her voice trembling. Miss, thank you for taking care of me all these years, letting exhausted Bamboo have a family. At this time, shameless person's figure retreated extremely fast, before the crowd could react. Has completely left. Ha ha ha. Exhausted Bamboo laughed out loud, and then her face was filled with ridicule. Each and every one of them were making fun of my aunt, not realizing that they were the clowns. Slowly standing up, she snorted at Tuoba Hao. Then locked his eyes on Du Chong, sneered, into the 9th grade can be called a master. You do not feel that you have already won? Do you think that my young lady will not be able to escape today? A group of clowns, today will let you and so on up a bit of insight. Ice cold and bone-piercing general coldness from her body diffused, only a moment, swept 100 miles around. Everyone could not help but feel a tremor in their hearts. Thunder comes. Rumble. In a split second, the wind and clouds surged, the sunlight was instantly obscured, black clouds rolled, and a silver-white thunder snake hovered high in the sky. Shocking to the hearts of the people. Ka-ching! An arm-thick thunderbolt descended from the 9 heavens above, appearing alive on the right hand of the exhausted Bamboo. Snort! Everyone was dumbfounded and stupefied when they saw this scene. The next second, that thunder and lightning transmitted a rigid to extreme aura, as if it could instantly destroy the heavens and the earth. It caused the hearts and minds of the crowd to tremble as a terrifying deathly aura struck them. This was stunned. Completely stunned by the scene in front of them, summoning thunder and lightning with their bare hands, and being able to hold it in their hands. What kind of incredible and terrifying thing was that? It just happened in front of him. How can one not be shocked? Exhausted Bamboo Lin Xiaoyan quickly stood up, that stunningly beautiful face full of disbelief. Summoning thunder and lightning, holding thunder in his bare hands. What kind of shocking tactic is this? Miss, your uncle is an immortal, he can do anything, he can't do anything. In her mind, she couldn't help but recall the phrase that exhausted Bamboo had said the most in the past, which had always been treated as a joke by her. Now it seems. Chapter 8, Sending Thunder to Kill the Enemy. Immortal? Could it be that what exhausted Bamboo said was true, and that Mr. Liu was not an immortal? No. It was too ridiculous to believe. Duke Liu has studied for many years and knows his way around. How could he possibly be associated with an immortal? I must be overthinking it. Lin Xiaoyan shook her head, feeling that she must be overthinking. General Exhausted Bamboo was so powerful that he could summon down thunder and lightning. Coincidence? The Eastern Red generals exclaimed in astonishment, staring intently at the petite figure, under the flashes of lightning. Appears incomparably taller. Du Chong, you dare to insult my lady, bullying the small with the big, granting you a lightning strike and death. Exhausted Bamboo raised his hand and waved. The lightning was like a dragon coming out of the world. Between the flash of lightning and fire, it had already struck on Du Chang's body. Looking at the lightning closer and closer, as well as that destroying the sky and earth like a violent power breath, Du Chong did not have the will to escape. Boom! The entire person exploded and blood and flesh flew everywhere. 9th grade expert Du Chong, killed in one blow. What? Tuoba Hao stared at the scene in front of him with wide eyes. His face was deathly gray, and a flash of deep fear appeared in the depths of his eyes. There was someone in the world who harnessed lightning to kill. It was simply unheard of. Terrifying as hell. General Exhausted Bamboo had really summoned thunder and lightning to kill the 9th grade expert Du Chong. General Exhausted Bamboo is so powerful and domineering, he's just too handsome. Is the scholar at the general's home really an immortal? It can't be. How could Mr. Liu be an immortal when he failed in literature and martial arts? It must be that it happened to be thundering just now, and General Bamboo used the power of thunder and lightning to kill people. Dongfang Hong, a group of generals are whispering, have begun to communicate. Obviously. For the matter of Liu Ziyan being an immortal, maintained an absolutely skeptical attitude. But Lin Xiaoyan's beautiful eyes flashed with a flash of lucidity, and at that moment, she had clarity in her heart and smiled faintly, like a spring breeze. Regardless of whether you are an immortal or not, you are your own husband of 10 years, little Yuer's father. This point alone is already enough. Exhausted Bamboo gazed around the circle, frowning. Shameless people actually ran away, really a pity. Immediately afterward, she directly locked onto the chariot, Tuo Bahao, Yusan Yang, and one sword immortal. Next. It's your turn. The corner of her mouth lifted up, with a bit of uninhibitedness and arrogance. At this moment, she was undoubtedly the same as a god. Thunder comes. Raising her hand once again, several more thunderbolts descended around her. Go! Reaching out with a push, the thunderbolts impacted out, carrying an unrelenting and terrifying aura. Just when everyone thought that the lightning would completely obliterate the 3 people, Tuo Bahao was also screaming in terror, thinking that it was impossible to escape. Snort! The next second. When those thunderbolts were about to hit the trio, they only saw a faint yellow chi emerge from Yusan Yang's body, which passed away in an instant. That was. Exhausted Bamboo stared wide-eyed for a long time, unable to return to his senses, that moment just now, as if he had seen something terrible. The lightning that General Exhausted Bamboo had attracted actually couldn't harm them, how could it? The Eastern Red generals were uncertain and were all puzzled. Miss, she. Boom! Exhausted Bamboo was just about to open her mouth to say something, when she suddenly felt the vitality in her body rapidly draining away. Not good. The time is coming. Sister Jingxi, take Miss back. Lei Lai. She turned into a white light and rushed up into the rolling black clouds, accompanied by a furious shout. In an instant, countless thunderbolts poured down. Boom! 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 At that moment, for 100 miles in a radius, the lightning flashed more than once, and there was constantly a thunder snake striking amongst the 60,000 troops led by Tuo Bahao. In an instant, woe and blood flowed into a river, and everywhere smelled of charcoal after the lightning struck. A deep black pit appeared. However, what was surprising was that Lin Xiaoyan, as well as the Dongfang Han generals standing behind him, none of them were bombarded by lightning. On the other side, Tuo Bahao was on the chariot. From time to time, a trace of light yellow gas flickered out and wrapped around, causing them not to be bombarded by lightning. Go! One sword immortal's eyes narrowed, and he made an instant decision to turn the chariot around and quickly flee. People, how could they be so powerful? A long time passed. The clouds opened up and the lightning dissipated. Scorched blackness all around, countless deep pits, thick smoke, corpses everywhere. We won? An Eastern Red general asked himself in a disbelieving whisper. This is all too unbelievable. Exhausted Bamboo. Lin Xiaoyan's eyes were red, in the haze, in the distant sky, as if she saw Exhausted Bamboo looking down on her with a smile. Echoing in her ears, Miss, the next Dasha, Exhausted Bamboo cannot accompany you to protect. Shi Jingxi pulled her hand, extremely calm. Great General, we must leave here as soon as possible. Tuo Bahao and the others are not dead yet, and will definitely make a comeback again. City Center. Qinfu Hall. Sitting in the upper seat of the Qinxian heard the report of the generals below, immediately angry beyond words, and then threw the hands of the teacup out, when the sound. Tea splashed everywhere. Wastes, a group of wastes, good Liuli dynasty, good one Tuo Bahao, even did not speak of military virtue, kill my son. Come on people. He shouted at the outside and quickly ran in a boy. Tell General Chang to proceed with the second step of the plan. Qinxian's eyes are brilliant, with a vicious and poisonous color. The matter has come to this. Just a son, dead then dead. For the sake of the grand plan, not to mention sacrificing a son, even if it is the entire South China Sea Pass a city of people to sacrifice, he would not hesitate. Less than half an hour. The entire South Sea Pass began to spread. The Protectorate General had secretly colluded with the Liuli dynasty and deliberately led the generals out of the city to meet the enemy, leading to the deaths of tens of thousands of generals. When this news came out, regardless of whether it was true or false, it immediately caused the entire South Sea Pass to be hotly debated. Among the hundreds of thousands of people, some people were skewed by this news, convinced. Some people firmly believe that the great general of the Protectorate will not do such things that jeopardize Daxia. Unfortunately, the families of those generals led by Qin Feng, as soon as they heard that their own men couldn't come back, and still died because of the Protectorate great general, indiscriminately, to help abuse, began to all sorts of incitement, denigrating the protection of the great general. Just half a day. The people of the entire South Sea Pass, unified that the protector of the country is a betrayal of Dixia spy, everyone must be executed. Inside the military camp, Jinshu, Su Luoling was surrounded by tens of thousands of generals. The incident is getting worse and worse, facing a variety of questioning suspicion voice. Not waiting for them to respond, Chang Zijie led 300 personal guards and walked in with great vigor. The Protector General is secretly communicating with the Liuli dynasty, causing tens of thousands of generals to lose their lives as a result, and his behavior is abhorrent to the extreme. This general has come here to arrest the deputy general beside the great General Lin, General Jinshu, General Su. You two take a trip. A come-in, full of justice, generous anger rebuke Lin Xiaoyan all kinds of nonsense. The great general is not you can slander. Su Luoling pointed at Cheng Zijie, ice-killing machine surging, as if to skin it to the bone. Protector General Lin Xiaoyan, that was the person she admired the most. How could he possibly do the thing of secretly communicating with the Liuli dynasty? Furthermore, Jingui Gongfu Lin family, full of loyalty, in order to protect the mountains and rivers of Xia, one by one not afraid of life and death, died in battle. And then Lin Xiaoyan, military horse for many years, countless times the edge of life and death, set up a great battle, in order to protect the daxia, do their best, do their duty. Cheng Zijie coldly smiled. Now, the entire South Sea Pass knows, you still want to resist death? Hearing Jinshu's color changed dramatically, then smiled bitterly. After all, you people are shameless. Things have come to this. Everything seems to be clear. Before Qin Feng led troops out of the city, it was already a trap. From that moment on, my lady has been in the game, or a dead end. Cutting the crap, General Qin is organizing the Accountable Forest General Assembly in the square, and has already invited the holy relic of the Academy of Letters, the Junzi Bamboo. The great general can't come back, and you guys just happen to be the target of accountability. Cheng Zijie finished, his eyes flashed with a cold light. This matter has been planned for a long time, and there will not be a single mistake. Jinshu, what's the point of talking so much nonsense with him? Kill him. Su Luoling waved the long sword in her hand and made a gesture to strike. However, Jinshu smiled, reached out and held her down. Since we invited Junzi Zhu, I would like to see how you can convict my lady. Jinshu. Shut up and go. Chapter 9 Accountability Assembly. The city square. Gathered the entire South Sea Pass people, hundreds of thousands of people. The center of the square. High platform. Qin Xian looked around and smiled in his heart. These people usually defended and worshipped the Protectorate General. After planning for so long, it's finally time to pull that woman off the altar. General Qin, this accountability of the Protectorate General, is it really true? Da Xiaoyan Yuan Zhu Ming, a Confucian temperament, quite a bit of immortal bones said. Behind Zhu Ming, followed by a woman and a man, respectively, his disciples Xiangxue, Bamboo Jun. When Dao has 9 realms. Childhood, heavenly descent when Qi, not Qi into the body, bright-eyed night vision. Shokai realm, ink does not stain the skin, words resonate. Candidate realm, the exit, tongue bloom spring thunder, heavenly flowers. Scholar realm, the words of the sword, the body of the literary Qi protection. Hanlin realm, body not stained with dust, step by step, lotus flower, empty space to generate words, kill the enemy in space. University scholar realm, full of wisdom, walking in the clouds, full of flavor, compounds with words. The realm of the great sages, the literary spirit is restrained, and the words are pearl-like. Great scholar realm, the sound of his voice surrounds the beams of his voice, his words and ink become bones, his pen falls to frighten the wind and rain, and his poem becomes a poem that weeps the ghosts and the gods. In the realm of the sages, the words of heaven are in their mouths, and the law follows their words. Mr. Zhu Ming, this matter is absolutely not false. My son and many generals, not long ago has followed the general out of the city to chase the enemy, did not expect Qin Shen body slightly shaking, a look of pain. What the hell is a great general of the protection of the country? I think it is a spy. Right. Pity my doggy, only 31 years old this year, has not yet married and had a child, he can still be a child If it wasn't for her secret communication with the Liuli dynasty, how could she have caused my son's death? She must give us an explanation today. Right. An explanation. Account. All around, the people's grievances grew deeper and deeper, gradually converging into a force of will. Buzz. Suddenly, a dark green bamboo at Zhu Ming's waist quickly flew out, transforming into 2 meters long and blossoming into a powerful and vastly righteous aura. Gentleman's bamboo. As the crowd watched the scene, they were all startled, and at the same time, they gradually began to become overwhelmed with anticipation. Come people. Bring up the 2 female demons under the great general's command. Not a moment later. Jinshu, Su Luoling and the 2 of them were brought to the high stage. Jun Zizhu. What are you doing here? Jinshu only took one look and immediately looked gloomy. No one knew better than her what exactly these people in front of her were going to do. The reason for inviting Jun Zizhu. I'm afraid that it's to sit on the fact that they are secretly communicating with the Liuli dynasty. Didn't General Jinshu see it? The corner of Qin Xian's mouth rose with a hint of smugness. Junzi bamboo is the most treasured holy relic of the Academy of Letters, possessing the ability to recognize good and evil, and to understand loyalty and righteousness. The great general has not yet returned due to secret communication with the enemy. I am afraid that she has already gone to the Liuli dynasty to eat and drink. As her accomplices, you will naturally be held accountable by the gentleman's bamboo, if you can resist the 12 questions. If you can resist the 12 questions, this matter will have nothing to do with you, and this general is willing to kneel down and kowtow to admit his mistake and cut himself on the spot. Hearing these words, Jinshu couldn't help but sneer and laugh. A good kowtow to admit fault, a good self-cancellation on the spot. Jun Zizhu 12 questions, so far, in addition to the last dean of the Academy of Arts and Letters. No one can resist the 12 questions, you are to put us to death. Stop. An angry shout, followed by Lin Xiaoyan, Qi Jingxi led hundreds of bloodstained generals, walked out from the crowd. The one who spoke up was Qi Jingxi, who took quick steps and rushed up to the high platform. Standing in front of the Jinshu duo, she laughed coldly. General Qin is so bold, actually dared to account for my Oriental Red General. However, Qin Xian did not bother to listen to what she said. His eyes were dead set on the figure of Lin Xiaoyan. Back alive? How is it possible? Unbelievable, all of this was just too unbelievable for him. Damn Tuobahao, actually couldn't even keep this woman. Although his heart was surprised that she was able to come back alive, but on second thought, nowadays, it was an accountability conference. If the protagonist didn't make an appearance, wouldn't it be uninteresting? At that moment, he hurriedly rebuked angrily, "Gentlemen, look at them, how did they have the face to come back alive? Must have made a deal with the Liuli dynasty to come back this unharmed. My poor son ah." A word out immediately caused the families of those generals who were let out by Qin Feng to question. "General, where is my doggy? Why hasn't my Sanlang come back? And my husband? My husband?" For a while, 7 mouths were talking, all asking questions loudly to Lin Xiaoyan. "Quiet." Qi Jingxi operated her martial qi and shouted as if it was a lion's roar, echoing around. In a split second, an unprecedented silence fell. All of your phallic husbands, sons, and family members had their lives cut short by Qin Xian, a son who was bent on his own way, arrogant and conceited. Impossible. General Qin said that you would frame his son. I didn't expect that to be true. That's right. You have disappointed the people too much. There was another flurry of group sentiment, biting out that it was because of them that those generals lost their lives. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoyan felt an immense pressure from the people's will. Great General, today, I was ordered by His Majesty to invite Jun Zizhu, with the will of the people, to hold you accountable. Do you accept or not? At this time, Zhu Ming walked out and spoke with a gentle and elegant demeanor. Between the conversation, it gives people a feeling like spring breeze. White gas surging around the body, instantly affecting the entire square around the people. Give people a kind of mind and tranquility. Slowly stepping out, every time he stepped out, a lotus flower bloomed underneath his feet. Every step creates a lotus flower, easily affecting other people's state of mind. Step by step, lotus flower, this is the Hanlin realm. Great General, listen to my words. Today Junzi Bamboo to come here has made clear the will of the people. If you are not subject to, I am afraid that it will really be the name of the spy on the back. Lin Xiaoyan shook his head and took a deep breath. The name of a spy? Beautiful eyes quickly scan a circle, looked at the people's eyes, resentment, sinister, hate to kill their eyes. For some reason, there is a hidden pain in the heart. This is the people of Daxia that he swore to die to protect. Just, why would they treat themselves like this? I have a clear conscience. As for the villainous, why fear? She walked over to the center of the platform and stood straight and proudly looked around her. In order to protect the mountains and rivers, to join the army, young and famous, made great achievements. For more than 10 years, through life and death, killed countless enemy troops. I never thought that today I would be held accountable by the people I protect. This is very good, then I will respectfully invite Jun Zizhu. Xu Ming arched his hand, bowed to her, and after saying that, he was about to ask Jun Zizhu to perform the punishment of accountability. Slowly, Shi Jingxi, Jinshu, Su Luoling, and a group of Dongfang Hong generals rushed forward to protect her. She is a great general of the protectorate, you can't treat her like this. Stand down. It is said that the gentleman's bamboo is a holy relic of the House of Wen and has been nourished by the vast and positive qi of the Sage of Wendao, so as long as you have a clear conscience, you won't be harmed by the vast and positive qi. Lin Xiaoyan patted Qi Jingxi's shoulder and signaled for them to step back. Great General. Miss. What? Don't you listen to me? Yes. The people retreated. Seeing this, Qin Xian was slightly disappointed. If these people had fought back, maybe he could have found an excuse to cause trouble again. It's a pity. The 12 questions of the gentleman's bamboo are the 12 rods. If you can withstand the 12 rods and remain unharmed, you will be able to prove your innocence. After Zhu Ming finished speaking, a white one qi surged from his body. Buzz. The Junzi bamboo began to tremble. Slowly. An untimely voice rang out, and an extremely handsome and extraordinary man dressed in green, with a face like a crown of jade, was seen striding out from the crowd. In front of him, the green woman was dressed in black with a veil, carrying that green-colored long sword on her back. With the green woman in front of him, she opened the way. "Accountable for my wife, have you all ever had my opinion?" Lu Ziyan came to the high platform, rushed to Lin Xiaoyan with a gentle smile, showing the elegance of a scholar. The stranger's face is like jade, and the gentleman's world is matchless. What a fluttering gentleman! The moment the crowd saw Lu Ziyan, they all marveled in their hearts. "Your Excellency is?" Xu Ming stopped, looking puzzled, while his mind began to think fast. Not a moment later, a name appeared in his mind and he couldn't help but be surprised. The aunt of the Duke of Jin Palace, Lu Ziyan? Not bad. It is precisely my family's aunt. Jinshu was full of joy and quickly walked behind Lu Ziyan. "Auntie, you finally came. You girl, you've grown a lot." He reached out and rubbed Jinshu's head, his eyes carried a hint of doting. After all, he had been by his side for several years. Qi Jingxi, Su Luoling saw him like this, his face showed displeasure. It was only that it was not good to snap at the moment. "Humph." Qin Xian coldly grunted, and then grimaced. They all said that the great general married a little scholar, a mediocre talent who can't do literature and can't do martial arts. At first this general also do not believe. Today I saw, indeed, at first glance, good guy, diaphragm people still have to be him. Chapter 10. A righteous song shocked everyone. Everyone's gazes were united on Lu Ziyan. The surrounding people began to talk. "This little white boy is so handsome, but it's a pity that he doesn't know how to do martial arts, and he doesn't know the way of literature and talent. It's a pity that a great general with such a stunningly beautiful face should have this husband, a stain. This kid is nothing but handsome, unrivaled in looks and outstanding in temperament, nothing, no highlights. Dude, are you sure? Should be, could be, maybe, right? Cut." Lin Xiaoyan's tender white stunning little face was surprised, not expecting his arrival. "Mr. Lu, why are you here?" Lu Ziyan went forward, came to her, reached out and slowly removed that white armor. "Qing female," called out to the green lady. The latter hurriedly took on a white tunic. "Haven't been home for a long time, little Yuer misses you." Lin Xiaoyan froze for a moment, not knowing how to reply, letting Lu Ziyan put on her outerwear. Looking at the gentle and elegant man in front of her, she was silent. After all, the marriage between the two was given by His Majesty. How the intention is, everyone knows. Only, many years down to get along, plus have a daughter. Emotions between each other is also become subtle. Qin Xian is not accustomed to this scene, quickly strange. "So love, or Lu Gongzi to the general line gentleman accountability how?" Xu Ming heard, immediately looked serious. "No, wanna catalyze the gentleman's bamboo, not a gentleman cannot. The person who is noble and upright, and who is harboring righteousness, can catalyze it. Those who have a righteous heart and have never done anything wrong, who are not ashamed of the world and heaven and earth, can also catalyze it. The last one is those who have achieved something in the way of literature and borrowed the vast and righteous qi to catalyze it." Hearing this, Qin Xian immediately came to interest. "Oh? There is also this statement, this general see Mr. Lu should be feasible. You do not know, in addition to the above, other people, even if the 9th grade on the masters want to catalyze will suffer backlash. Light body scars, heavy body death." After listening to Xu Ming's some explanation, Qi Jingxi and other people finally understand. Qin Xian, this old fox, is afraid to let the ant make a joke. Knowing that he does not cultivate martial arts, not Wen Dao. But also twice and thrice let him come to perform gentleman accountability, how the intention, clearly revealed. "Good." Lu Ziyan turned his head, agreed. "If you do not come with the will of the people, this as death is not enough." Just that moment, he moved to kill. Not only to Qin Xian alone, but the entire square crowd. Even if it was hundreds of thousands of people, he wanted to kill them with one sword. "Auntie, how could you?" Jinshu spoke out in panic, wanting to stop, but Lu Ziyan shook his head. "Just follow Mr. Lu." Lin Xiaoyan waved his hand, signaling Qi Jingxi and the others to retreat. Xu Ming was about to go forward to persuade him, when Qin Xian pulled him back and whispered, "Mr. Zhu, did you forget the agreement with my lord?" A sentence that made him silent, allowing Lu Ziyan to walk to the front of the Junzi bamboo. In the depths of Lu Ziyan's eyes, golden light was surging, and an incomparably terrifying force of will coalesced in front of him. Even someone like him could not interfere with this will. The will of the 10,000 peoples. No wonder these people were emboldened to organize the accountability conference. It was this that they relied on. Similarly, how could he not be aware of what the people in the shadows were thinking? In that case, Jun Zizhu. He raised his hand and boom. A powerful force rushed into the sky, and the flashy light flowed in such a way that one could not look directly at it. Immediately following, that cut of dark green bamboo was just grasped in his hand. What? Xu Ming's pupils dilated violently, shocked. This person was able to not be revolted by the Junzi bamboo. Could it be that? Only to see Lu Ziyan's body similarly blossomed with a white light, echoing that Junzi bamboo. A high wind, a righteousness, and a vast and upright aura protecting his body. After surveying for a while, Zhu Ming finally snapped back from his shock, and at the same time issued an explanation for that white light on Lu Xian's body. In response, Lu Xian couldn't help but roll his eyes. What's with that? It's just some small means. As an immortal cultivator, or a Jin Dan great perfection. District Junzi Bamboo, minutes to take, not a difficult thing. Heaven and earth have positive qi, miscellaneous endowed flow form. The lower is the river and mountain, the upper is the sun and star. In the people said that the vastness, Pei Hua Sei Pang Wei. The royal road when the Qingyi contain and spit Ming Ting. The time poor section is to see, one by one hanging Dan Qing. Boom! An incomparably strong and powerful and righteous qi rises up to the sky, and in an instant, shrouds the entire high platform. In the depths of the dome of the sky, a huge vortex formed, as if it was a bottomless pit, bizarre, mysterious and unpredictable. This vast and righteous aura, how was it possible? Xu Ming felt a wave of heaven and earth, incomparably pure vastness qi, and was once again deeply shocked. Even the vast and righteous qi on the dean's body couldn't compare to this moment. How could a small scholar produce such a terrifying vast expanse of qi? Not right. This vast and righteous aura was not from him, but was bestowed by heaven and earth. That poem just now. Heaven and earth have righteousness, good heaven and earth have righteousness, great talent. Xu Ming savored it and was immediately surprised and praised. No wonder heaven and earth bestowed such a surging horror of righteousness, so it was all because of this poetry. This. Lin Xiaoyan, for a moment, her head was blank, looking at the figure that was bathed under the vast and righteous qi, like an exiled immortal. She was actually a bit dumbfounded. Behind her, Shi Jingxi, Su Luoling and Jin Shu were also dumbfounded, having never seen such an extraordinary person. However, not waiting for the crowd to react, Lu Xian looked solemn, his voice was like a lion's roar, echoing around. The first question, you young man left home, joined the army, ignoring the pain of family miss, only to kill the enemy in the sand, can you have a shame? This statement, the language shocked the 4 seats, so that all people did not expect. The first question of the accountability conference will be this. Qin Xian froze, all the dismay, doubt, puzzled. Said that the responsibility to blame her for secretly communicating with the Liuli dynasty, leading to the death of a number of generals. Cannot let him ask this way, otherwise our purpose will not be achieved. Qin Xian quickly reacted and immediately cast a glance at Zhu Ming. The latter smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. It's too late, once the Junzi Bamboo has started, there is no way it can be stopped in the middle. If you want to force a stop, the only external force, as far as I know, even the once popular sword Immortal powerhouse, it is difficult to stop, but also suffered from the Hazan Jingqi backlash, and ultimately fell. Everything can only go with the flow. Hearing this, Qin Xian was silent for a moment. After all, even the sword Immortal powerhouse couldn't stop it. Right now I'm afraid that something is going to change. Guilty. Lin Xiaoyan responded without thinking. Phew. A stern air-breaking sound rang out. Lu Xian raised his hand and Jun Zizhu emitted a white light that bombarded her. The huge power impact caused her to stifle a mouthful of blood. Poof. Blood mist flew horizontally, and that stunning face instantly paled a few points. Great General. Miss. Everyone could not bear to look at this scene, especially Jin Shu, who was filled with heartache. My own young lady had paid so much for Xia, she shouldn't be treated like this. Second question, family and country. You choose to protect the country and abandon your family. Do you feel guilty? Yes. The third question, you have been married for 10 years, but less and less away from each other, said a desertion is not too much, can have a guilty conscience? Yes. Fourthly, your grandpa is old, but you can't enjoy the happiness of your family. Do you feel guilty? Yes. Fifthly, I've been in the military for more than 10 years, but I don't know who I am, and I've been poisoned by Wamu-san. Is that a fault? Yes. At that time. The fifth question, all the people, generals and soldiers all of a sudden fell silent. Until this moment. People realized that single-mindedly protect the country, for the country to abandon the small family of the great general of the protection of the country, has been poisoned. Even so, when the enemy attacked, he still charged into battle at the first opportunity without complaint. Can such a person really be a spy? Could he be a spy? Many people began to secretly doubt it. The sixth question, for the great summer faith and dedication, and even give his life, can ever have regret? If faith has a color must belong to the red of the East, that a touch of red is the faith of our generation. Fight for the rise of Daxia, fight for peace, die without regret. Whoosh! With her incomparably firm reply, the Junzi Bamboo swung once more. Bang! Terrifying power blasted at her, poof! Another spray of blood flew, and that one white garment had already been stained with blood. Auntie, stop it, if this continues, Miss will die. Jin Shu cried out in pain, wanting to rush up, but was stopped by Qi Jingxi on the side. Once Jun Zizhu started, there was no such thing as stopping in the middle. Regardless of the outcome, she would have to suffer on her own. Lu Xian, if the great general dies, I will be the first to kill you. Su Luoling's eyes were red and her expression was hideous as she roared. Chapter 11 Signs of a Future Death, can't live more than 7 days. As soon as the sixth question came out, Zhu Ming gradually began to realize that something was wrong. Where was this accountability? This one piece is clearly in the counting of the great general's past. One by one, it is an ordinary person who has worked hard all his life. I'm afraid that he cannot do things. And then there is unswerving will to protect the country, protect the faith of the mountains and rivers of Daxia. These alone should not be held accountable. The eighth question is, have you ever secretly communicated with the enemy and mutilated a Daxia general? No. She violently raised her head, that a stunning and overwhelming face, because of the extra color of pallor, one could not speak of the wind in splendor. At this time, Lu Xian's Hanjunzi bamboo suddenly bloomed an incomparably powerful and righteous qi, instantly shrouded in Lin Xiaoyan's body. The next second, the righteous qi disappeared, and when Lu Xian waved the Junzi bamboo, there wasn't the slightest surge of white light. There wasn't the slightest bit of white light surging. At this moment, all the people, the generals and soldiers had realized. Jun Zizhu asked her heart, that is to say that the so-called dark communication Liuli dynasty is simply a false thing. Xu Ming for a moment, his mind was a bit out of control, and his body's Wen Qi was gradually disorganized. Ninth question. The 10th question. 11th question. Mr. Liu, this last question is very powerful, so let's stop here. Qin Xian threw a look to Zhu Ming, who hurriedly walked out. When Jin Shu, Qi Jingxi and the others heard this, they hurriedly asked, can we stop? Zhu Ming's eyes flowed with white light as he looked at the sky above, where the will of the 10,000 people coalesced into that tens of feet gigantic scaly dragon silhouette. As these 11 questions came down, that will-augured dragon gradually became somewhat illusory. From being almost like substance at the beginning, to this situation right now. He was also aware that he was afraid that this will was rapidly dissipating. Since this was the case, stopping it was not impossible. Normally, it cannot be stopped. If the people request it together, then I will have a way to stop it. There is no need for that. Lu Ziyan faintly swept a glance at him and placed his gaze on that will-augured dragon again. Lu Ziyan, who are you to make decisions for the great general? Su Luoling was instantly upset in his heart and shouted angrily. Lin Xiaoyan endured a full 10 rods, his body's martial qi was chaotic and incomparable, his body was extremely weak and shaky, and he could collapse at any time. Faced with Lu Ziyan's insistence at this moment, she did not ask the reason, softly spoke, according to Lu Gongzi, even if it is death, I have no regrets. Qin Xian looked a little anxious, and asked Xu Ming in a low voice, are you sure that there is a palace imperial physician who came with the imperial decree? Although I would like her to die under the Junzi bamboo, but this is not good for the adult plan. Don't worry, even if you suffer the last stick, with the current condition of the great general, at most the loss of cultivation, life should be unharmed. Zhu Ming distracted opening, I do not know why, always feel that the immediate state of affairs beyond the expected. The 12th question, the people here misunderstand you, slander you, do not trust you, is it really worth guarding? Everyone did not expect that the last question, Lu Ziyan would ask such a question. For a moment, everyone placed their gazes on her in unison, all waiting with anticipation for an answer. Lin Xiaoyan closed her eyes and pondered for a while, as long as they are the people of Daxia, they are all worth it, as for them, if I have the ability, I will protect them, if I can't do anything about it, all of you seek your own happiness. This moment. Countless people were shocked by this answer. Good. Lu Ziyan did not give the crowd time to regain their senses, wielding the Junzi bamboo, a blow was blasted at her. Boom. An incomparably terrifying force rushed straight through. Boom. Powerful martial qi raged, and in an instant, the 5 yellow dragon silhouettes let out a mournful roar and dissipated immediately afterward. Wow! Another mouthful of blood was spat out, and Lin Xiaoyan's entire person appeared depressed. A martial arts cultivation had been reduced to nothing, his tendons and veins were broken, and his heart veins were ruptured. Impossible! On the other side, as Jun Zizhu landed the final blow, Xu Ming's heart and mind violently shook, followed by his Wen Qi storming out, as if he had suffered some kind of heavy blow. Blood continued to spill out from the corners of his mouth. Reversal. It was actually the Hao Ran Zhang Qi that backfired. Wrong. This is all wrong. Teacher. Xian Xuan and Zhu Jun rushed forward to support Xu Ming. I'm fine. Just then, the holy decree has arrived. A feminine voice came and gradually began to separate amongst the crowd. Lu Ziyan picked up Lin Xiaoyan. Puff. In a flash, a large swath of people knelt down in unison, except on the high platform. Lu Ziyan just held her like this. Eunuch Chen, who was holding the imperial decree, looked at this scene and immediately became furious, coldly grunting, what's wrong? Great general still not quickly kneel down to receive the decree? Lin Xiaoyan bitter, Eunuch Chen is laughing, only because I am seriously injured, I am afraid that my days are numbered, forgive me for being difficult to accept this imperial decree. In fact, how can she not be clear, at this moment, the arrival of the holy decree, in the end what it means? First, the accountability conference, the will of the people to account for their own, and then the arrival of the imperial decree. If one were to say that behind all of this, there was no meaning from the one in the royal capital, who would believe it? What? Eunuch Chen's expression changed, somewhat incredulous, and he shot a glance at an old man in his 60s beside him. The latter hurriedly stepped forward. 9 officials have met the great general. The old man in Chinese clothes, with a head full of silver hair and eyes of God, rushed Lin Xiaoyan to bow respectfully. Palace Grand Imperial Dr. 9 officials, I didn't expect even you to come. At that instant, she was incredibly depressed in her heart, as if some belief was suffering destruction. Raising her hand out, the 9 officials saw this and hurriedly took her pulse. As soon as she touched the pulse, the pupils of the 9 officials suddenly enlarged several times, and her expression changed drastically, exclaiming, the tendons and veins are all destroyed, and the heart veins are ruptured, which is a sign that she will be dead. In this state, the general will not live more than 7 days. What? The surrounding people were stunned. Eunuch Chen and the others were also at a loss. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, you quack, nonsense. Su Luoling was instantly anxious, rushed up, grabbed the collar of the 9th official and roared in hysterical rage. Shi Jingxi, Jinshu, and the 2 of them rushed forward, shedding tears, just looking at her. Great General, the Liuli dynasty, the Golden Horde, and the Great Barbarian dynasty are 3 great kingdoms that have assembled millions of troops to commit a crime. His Majesty's imperial decree came here, that is to ask the Great General to die to defend the South Sea Pass. Reinforcements still have some time to arrive. Eunuch Chen blurted out some words, immediately caused a large area of agitation. Millions of troops to come. South China Sea Pass, afraid to suffer. General, you must protect us. Yes, sir. It's said that the Great General's army is like a god. He'll be able to defend the South Sea Pass. Many people are beginning to think of the Great General's reputation. Great General, as the protector of the realm, now that the enemy is coming to attack, shouldn't you lead the generals to defend the pass? Qin Shan jumped out at this time, pointing at Lin Xiaoyan with a pained look. Defend to the death? Lu Ziyan coldly swept him a glance. Haven't you gotten the result you wanted? What? She only has 7 days left, can't accompany her husband? Can't go back to see her family? Protector of the country general, protect you for so long, but also have to bear the name of a secret enemy spies. Some words said, so that all people are speechless, a time do not know where to speak. Right now. The 3 kingdoms have gathered millions of troops to invade the South Sea Pass, and I'm afraid it's in danger. Jinshu, prepare a carriage to leave the South Sea Pass, anyone who blocks the way, kill. Lu Ziyan hugged Lin Xiaoyan, striding down the high platform, in front of the Green Lady, Jinshu, Shi Jingxi, and other people to open the way. Oriental Red generals were protecting them. The surrounding people, Eunuch Qin, Qin Xian, Zhu Mingyi, and the others were all at their wits' end. The situation in front of them was far beyond their expectations. General Qin, Mr. Zhu Ming, what should we do now? Eunuch Chen looked anxious, pacing back and forth with the imperial decree in his hand, obviously at a loss. Qin Xian, Zhu Ming, and the 2 of them looked at each other, similarly revealing helplessness. In the original plan, even if the great general was hit by the Junzi bamboo 12 times, only the cultivation is exhausted, and it is impossible to jeopardize the life. At that time, he would be cured by the imperial Dr. 9 officials, and then he would be allowed to defend the South Sea Pass by imperial decree. There are 300,000 vanguard armies of the 3 great royal dynasties, and at present, the entire South Sea Pass has a combined strength of at least about 120,000 soldiers. If there is a great General Lin here to defend, at least he can hold out for 7 days. Qin Shan deliberately raised his voice, so that the surrounding people also clearly heard these words. Great General Lin, you still want to leave like this? He laughed coldly in his heart. Moral kidnapping has not been used yet. How can you easily let her go? The big guys go and beg the great general. She will definitely not disregard us people. As the great general of the protectorate, it is to protect us people. Even if her martial arts cultivation is gone, the big deal is that we won't let her go into battle. It's fine to line up the troops. Such a voice rang out from the crowd. In a split second. It caused the crowd to resonate, and one by one, they began to talk to each other and started to find all kinds of reasons to convince themselves. His Majesty gave her the position of Great General of the Protectorate, but let her guard our people. In the daytime, she is powerful and lofty, but she can't just hide and not dare to face the battle whenever there is a war. The big guys go to her, she must be allowed to stay and guard this place. This is our home. We must not let the Great General go. Chapter 12 asks the Great General to stay. South of the city. Densely packed, a large black mass of heads, hundreds of thousands of people crowded together. High walls, rooftops, both sides of the streets. The entrance to the city. Eunuch Chen, Qin Xian, Chang Zijie, and Zhu Ming stood here. At this time. On the street in front, a carriage drove slowly. Behind the carriage, hundreds of clear white armor Oriental Red generals followed. A blood-red flag flew in the air. Shi Jingxi, Su Luoling rode a warhorse and drove in front. Jinshu drove the carriage. Inside the carriage, Lin Xiaoyan was dressed in a clean white shirt, just like an untainted fairy, with a little more pallor on her stunning face. The whole person is slightly fatigued, relying on Lu Ziyan's lap, quiet, sleeping. Looking at the person in front of him, he couldn't help but feel some emotion in his heart. These years has been outside to run around the sand field to kill the enemy, maintain the mountains and rivers. In the end, but forgot about her husband as well as her daughter at home. Nowadays, even more so, he was slandered. As a person who cultivates immortality, he does not understand such a dynasty, but also guard it for what? Those who do not know the right and wrong people, those who collude with the officials in the dynasty. This kind of dynasty has long been corrupt to the extreme, they should be left to fend for themselves. Suddenly, the carriage stopped. Originally sleeping Lin Xiaoyan, embroidered eyebrows slightly moved, tightly opened beautiful eyes. What happened? She was a bit puzzled and confused. The three great royal dynasties are united, millions of troops are assembled, and 300,000 troops will come to violate the country in the next few days. The South Sea Pass is an important pass for Xia, so please ask the great general to stay and guard the city. Eunuch Chen's body was surging with martial energy, and his voice sounded like thunder, echoing between heaven and earth. Please stay and defend the city. Please stay and defend the city. Please stay and defend the city. All around the people have to kneel down, a time, shouting in the sky. It seems that even the clouds were broken by this shouting. Long echoed, like the sound of thunder. Deafening. Hundreds of thousands of people, on both sides of the street, above the city wall, above the roof, all of them knelt down in unison. That moment. Extremely shocking. Jinshu, Shi Jingxi, Su Luoling, three people look at this scene, is also in the heart was greatly shocked. Stopped there, no longer advancing half a step. The green woman coldly watched, for these things, as if she did not care. Dongfang Hong, those generals, heard the people shouting, cannot help but tighten the hands of weapons. They are very clear, the great general has always been to guard the security of the great summer first. Now the three great king dynasties come to violate. According to the general's nature, even if he dies in battle, it is impossible to retreat half a step. Inside the carriage, Lin Xiaoyan's brows were tightly locked, his body couldn't help but tremble, and his eyes gradually became firm. Stay? She stared at Lu Ziyan and tentatively opened her mouth. However, Lu Ziyan did not answer. Instead, he rushed outside and shouted at Jinshu, go back to Lingzhou city, those who stop will be cut off. Yes. Auntie. In the face of such an order, while the others were still entangled and hesitant, Jinshu was already the first to rush ahead. My aunt is going back to Lingzhou city, if you and the others block, kill without pardon. Riding a horse and carrying a long sword in his hand, his expression was ice cold, and his body's 8th grade aura was released. The team slowly walked towards the city gates. Great General Lin, do you really not intend to stay? The Lin family is full of loyalty. Over the years, only those who died in battle, not those who retreated. Could it be that Great General wants to be a shrinking violet? Eunuch Chen was furious and couldn't help but point angrily at the carriage and cursed. When Qin Xian and Chang Zijie saw this, the corners of their mouths couldn't help but rise at the same time as they glanced at each other. Although things did not develop as expected. However, in front of them, Lu Ziyan's actions did not disappoint them. It was just a pity for the people of the South Sea Pass. A king is a success, a general is a failure. If you've accomplished something great, why do you care? Jinshu, kill him. Light words came from inside the carriage, and at that instant, everyone froze. Eunuch Chen is here on behalf of the royal family. Carrying an imperial decree in his hand is the face of the royal family, and killing him at this juncture is definitely not a wise thing to do. It is definitely not a wise thing to kill him at this juncture. When Shi Jingxi, Su Luoling heard the command, the first thought in their minds was that Lu Ziyan was crazy. Even people who represented the royal family dared to kill, that was to be labeled as a rebel at any time. Then, something that shocked them even more happened. Jinshu turned back and arched his hand at the carriage. Yes, Auntie. Immediately, the entire person turned into a stream of light and rushed Eunuch Chen to kill him. Plop! A sword chopped through, the head flew up, and a column of blood gushed out. After Jinshu beheaded Eunuch Chen with a sword, as if nothing had happened, he flew back to his steed. The few attendants around Eunuch Chen, for a moment, did not know what to do. They were all looking at me and me at you. Go! Jinshu took the brunt and was the first to walk out of the city gates. After a long time, Qin Xian, Chang Zijie, and Xu Ming looked at the back of Lu Ziyan and their departing team from afar. After all, they are still young and impulsive. This place will soon be invaded by an army, so we'd better leave quickly. One day later, Lingzhou City. At the entrance of the city, City Lord 800 miles, 80 years old, with a thin figure, full of white hair, wearing a blue tunic, looking extremely elegant. Like a teacher. He brought along several of the city's main generals, as well as the entire city's people here to greet him. The Protector General is returning here to recuperate from his injuries. Such an important matter. It can't be ignored. Master, how much longer until the great general arrives? We've been waiting here for over 2 hours. General Wang's son, one of the three main generals, has thick eyebrows and a stout body, showing his bravado. After waiting for 2 hours, he couldn't help but complain a bit. Another main general chasing the wind, very handsome, a modest gentleman look, stroked his chin. According to reason, from the time we received the news until now, the great general should have arrived here. Could it be that there was some accident on the road? What accidents can there be? I think you guys are just blindly worried. A gentle voice interrupted the words of chasing the wind. Among the 3 main generals, the only female general, Yuchio, on the discussion of a few people, snorted with laughter. Jade Bridge is right, you guys are. You guys are just blindly worried. There are many experts around the great general. What accidents can happen? 800 Miles stroked his chin beard and said with a smile. At this time, a team appeared in the distance, a blood-red flag flying. Coming. Quickly, get ready to greet. 800 Miles' eyes lit up, his old face filled with joy and excitement. On the other side, Jinshu saw from afar that the entrance to the city was filled with people, as well as above the city wall, a dense crowd. It's really different, ah. In the South Sea Pass, when has my lady ever had this kind of treatment? How ironic. In the South Sea Pass, those people can listen to the wind and slander at will. In front of the Lingzhou city, people have not yet come. There has been a whole city of people waiting to meet. Sure enough. A city of the people's hearts. How human nature. In the final analysis, it still depends on the dominant. South China Sea Pass, more special some, no city master. For many years are the 3 main generals to dominate all affairs. Moreover, it involves the people of the court. I welcome the general to Lingzhou City with all the people of the city. Welcome the great general to Lingzhou City. Welcome, great general. Welcome the great general. The shouts were heavenly, deafening, and so impactful that Jinshu and the other generals couldn't help but feel proud of themselves. As under the great general's command, the people loved as well as embraced the great general. Inside the carriage, Lu Ziyan gently patted Lin Xiaoyan's shoulder. Exhausted bamboo will be watching over us from the sky. As for the word immortal, does the great general believe in it? On the way, she had already told Lu Ziyan about the death of exhausted bamboo. Speaking of this girl, he could not help but show a touch of regret. In the Xinguo Gongfu all these years, from the beginning, constantly reading, condensing the literary qi, expanding the literary palace in the body, continuously strengthening himself through cultivation. Since he had Lu Yuer, in addition to reading and cultivating, he spent more time teaching his daughter to read and literate, to understand reason. Inside that time, it happens to be exhausted bamboo. Jinshu 2 girls are not very old, a 12-year-old, a 13-year-old. Followed by his side to read and write, as well as practicing martial arts. 4.5 years. Both of them were very competitive, both entered into the 6th grade martial artist. Then they were taken away by Lin Xiaoyan and threw themselves into the army, and in just 1.5 years, they were promoted to become one of the main generals of Dongfanghong. If there really were immortals in the world, how could the exhausted bamboo have died? Chapter 13 City Lord 800 Miles. Lingzhou City. On both sides of the street, there was a bustle of people standing around. A carriage was traveling slowly. Lin Xiaoyan lifted the curtain and looked at the people outside who were overflowing with surprise, excitement, and happy looks. Mr. Lu, I have a matter I want to discuss with you. Lu Ziyan was also sizing up the people outside, and when he heard this, he did not hesitate. There is no need to discuss. This time you have lost all your martial arts cultivation, so feel free to go back to the royal capital with me. Little Yuer is still waiting at home. But my current physical condition. Her voice slightly paused, and then she became bitter. Her tendons and veins are broken, her heart veins are broken. It is already a sign that she will die. Even the imperial doctor's 9 officials have already come to a conclusion. She could not live for more than 7 days. With such a short period of time, I am afraid that there is not even enough time to go back to the royal capital. Regret? What? If I hadn't been holding the gentleman's bamboo, perhaps that last stick wouldn't have fallen, and you wouldn't have lost your martial arts cultivation. Lu Ziyan put his arm around her shoulder and gently patted her. I am in the body of the transformation of the martial arts scattered. Turned his head instantly, directly met Lu Ziyan like a stargaze. Even if there is not that stick, after 5 days, the same as also the cultivation is gone. You do this, is also heartache me, in order to not let me endure the pain of the chemical weapon dispersal again. While saying that, the head cannot help but lean towards his shoulder. This moment of their own, finally have a dependence, and still their husband. The military horse more than 10 years. Today this feeling, really good. Mr. Lu, I'm afraid I don't have much time left. Can you help me take care of my grandfather as well as my little sister? And little Yuer, our daughter. Suddenly, her nose turned sour and her eyes turned slightly red, because in that instant, she realized that she still had loved ones waiting for her to return to take care of them. It was only a pity. For so many years, it had been all about guarding the Grand Xia. Shame on the loved ones who loved him, as well as the people he loved. Lu Ziyan's complexion did not change in the slightest, as if he was not at all anxious about what his wife said, much less half sad. First get your body better and then say. But I. Just when she wanted to continue to say more, Lu Ziyan rubbed her head. Everything still has me. The short sentence made her very warm. Mr. Lu, I'm happy that you can have this kind of mindset, even if I'm not around one day. I also don't want to see a crying you. City Lord's Mansion. Doorway. Great General, it's here. 800 miles old face was full of benevolent colors, like a kind little old man. Behind them, the three generals, Wang Sun, Chasing Wind, and Jade Bridge, looked at the carriage with anticipation. All of them were waiting for the Protectorate General to get off the carriage. 800 miles of the City Lord has the heart. Nowadays, I have lost my martial arts cultivation, but I am just an ordinary person. Between words, Lin Xiaoyan got down from the carriage. 800 miles of red eyes, very sad choking. Great General, your thing, the next official has heard, the South China Sea passed those white-eyed wolves. Even because of some small things misunderstanding, slander Great General. Great General, you are my idol, the woman is not a man. Jade Bridge finally saw the idol of the heart. For many years, the most worshipful person, at this moment is standing in front of the living. While excited, there is also a lot of nervousness. This is Mr. Lu, right? His eyes are like stars, his face is like a crown of jade, he is gentle and elegant, he is a talented person. The first time 800 miles looked at Lu Ziyan, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Wang Sun skimmed his mouth, his face full of disdain. The little scholar who can't do anything in literature or martial arts, is not just good-looking, not worthy of a great general at all. Xi Jingxi, Su Luoling both looked at each other, and quickly gave Wang Sun a thumbs up, high opinion. 800 miles saw this and immediately grunted with a cold face. General Wang Sun, the matter between Mr. Lu and the great general is not something you can discuss. Get lost and go back to reflect. Yes. City Lord. Wang Sun somewhat reluctantly retreated. Next. Lin Xiaoyan and his group were arranged to live in the backyard of the City Lord's mansion. 3 days later. Backyard. In the center of the small pavilion, Lin Xiaoyan sat at the stone table, scrutinizing the medicine in the bowl in front of her. Her delicate little face collapsed. Duke Lu, what kind of medicine is this? It's too bitter, and every time I drink it, I get sleepy. For these 3 days. She had been drinking the medicine that Lu Ziyan had personally boiled. Every time she drank it, she became sleepy and then fell asleep without realizing it. Good medicine tastes bitter, hurry up and drink it. Lu Ziyan dotingly patted her shoulder. These individual medicinal herbs can be extremely precious. Collecting herbs for 5 years, I had planned to refine a foundation building dam, convenient for Lin Xiaoyan to build her foundation in the future. I'm not sure if I can find a suitable furnace, but I'm not sure if I can find a suitable furnace. And met the matter of her poisoning, as early as in the South China Sea Pass, he had already thought well, completely remove her that a martial arts cultivation. Then use these medicinal herbs to help her enter the path of immortal cultivation. In this world where the martial arts path is honored and the literary path is supplemented, the cultivation of immortality definitely belongs to a different category. The path of immortal cultivation definitely belonged to an alien category. Lin Xiaoyan bitterly hardened her head and drank it down. Not long after, familiar with sleepiness came, directly relying on his shoulder to fall asleep in the past. Then, Lu Ziyan placed his palm on her back. A golden spiritual energy quickly entered the other party's body through his palm. It began to continuously nourish the strange meridians and veins, and even though those tendons were broken, they also coalesced through the spiritual energy at this time. Becoming tinged with light golden tendons, the 8 meridians at this moment, even an innate above the 9th grade would find it difficult to detect the slightest abnormality. In the eyes of outsiders, she was still in a situation where her tendons and veins were still broken. At the entrance of the courtyard. 800 miles just happened to pass by, looked at the two people snuggling together from afar, and could not help but have tears in their eyes. The great general's whole life has been paying for Daxia, and it is a good thing to have this husband to take care of it. It's a pity that you can't. When I think of Lu Ziyan, who is just a young scholar, I can't help but sigh. Even if he was only a scholar, it would be better. At least he could enter the court as an official, and a future position as a minister would be possible. Half an hour later. In front of the main hall. City Lord, the 300,000 vanguard army of the 3 great kingdoms has already marched to the South Sea Pass, and at the moment, I'm afraid that they will be able to kill us in Lingzhou City in less than 2 days. Wang Sun looked panicked, jogging in quickly from the outside, having just received an urgent report from the front line. Do not dare to have any delay, the first time rushed over. 800 miles in a blue suit, showing all the elegant style, but there are a few immortal style look. Pick up a cup of tea, eyebrows locked together, sip. 2 days ago, I have made Yuqiu arrangements for the evacuation of the people. What about you? City Lord. This old bone of mine was born in Lingzhou, laboring for half a lifetime, and still in Lingzhou. Perhaps this is the place where I will finally return. Da. A burst of rapid footsteps, chasing the wind looked panicked to come. City Master Bad, the 3 great dynasties gathered army has long broken through the South China Sea Pass. At most a day later will be to Lingzhou City. What? A day later to Lingzhou City? Dang Lang. 800 miles hand teacup fell to the ground, tea splash, full of disbelief. This news is too shocking and unexpected. South Sea Pass, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Even if there are only more than 100,000 generals, it is enough to resist for 10 days or so. If there is a general who knows how to organize his troops, defending it for half a month will not be a problem. How can it be so fast? Scum! A group of useless talents, all they know is to cheat all day long, and they are so useless in the face of the incoming enemy. He was so angry that he was trembling, his eyes were murderous, if those useless people were his subordinates. Certainly a sword to chop. A powerful breath spread out. Wang Sun, chasing the wind, looked at each other, are in shock. 9th grade Great Circle breath. The city lord is truly extraordinary. Wind Chaser, go and see how the evacuation of the people is progressing. Make sure to evacuate the people as much as possible in a short period of time. Yes, sir. City lord. Wang Sun, gather all the generals at once. I will go to the great general to report this matter. The end of the road, this battle is inevitable. Chapter 14, Soldiers in the City. Backyard. The center of the pavilion. Lu Ziyan gently stroked Lin Xiaoyan's back as a golden spiritual energy continuously surged into her body. It nourished her strange meridians. Half an hour later. She woke up leisurely. I fell asleep again? Even though she already knew that she would fall into a stupor every time she drank the medicine, she still couldn't help but ask. I slept for a little while. Mr. Lu, in fact, you don't have to do this. Because I may end up dying. A few words let her hesitate to say, eyes full of apologies looking at him. All these years, I have been traveling outside. For the daughter care, even more incompetent. Lu Ziyan did not answer, but instead stood up and looked into the distant sky. Softly whispered, I am a person who has always believed in only one sentence, and that is that all possibilities are born in the midst of impossibilities. Hearing. The petite body was shaken, and the beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Unexpectedly he was able to say these words. Everything possible was born out of the impossible. What a good adversity to find a turnaround, turning the impossible into the possible. Because my existence is itself an impossibility. As soon as the words were finished. Then from outside came a rush of sound. Great General, it is bad, something big is wrong. 800 miles of 3 steps into 1 step, looking worried ran in. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jinshu, Xi Jingxi, 2 people flashed out. They stood in front of the pavilion. Obviously, they had been hiding in the shadows before. What's the matter? Lin Xiaoyan raised his eyes and looked. At this moment, the 800 miles of the city lord, no longer half of the immortal style, looked panicked and worried, such as a helpless old man. Frontline scouts report that the South Sea Pass has been lost. The army will arrive at Lingzhou City in a day at most. Xi Jingxi heard this, suddenly some anger cannot be said, rushed up, grabbed each other collar. Old man, this will respect you or a city of the Lord. If it is nonsense, will blame this will beat you. Jinshu saw this situation, rushed forward to pull Xi Jingxi. Let go first, have a good conversation. For this girl's temperament, it is really too clear. She belongs to the master who will strike at the drop of a hat. Even when facing a party of princes, still dare to wield a sword against each other. Behind such a hot temper, there is an extremely powerful and deep background. His grandfather Qi Sangming, the Daxia dynasty protector of the state. Father Qi Sanglong, the great general of Jinbei. It is said that her aunt is married to a great sword immortal. Uncle is a step into the sword immortal's top heavenly pride. Jingxi let go. Lin Xiaoyan held his forehead, quite speechless at this little ninny, her nature is just too impulsive, too fiery. Yes. Great general. Xi Jingxi reluctantly let go of her hand. This scene, but the 800 miles shocked and dumbfounded. This lord's reputation is not something you've heard much about. 2 years ago. In the royal capital, from the royal prince, princess, down to the noble people, which one of them had not suffered from its poisonous hands? Not to mention that even the king of Yangzhou, Xiaoyan, was beaten up by her on the street. That is the king who has hundreds of thousands of troops in his hands. How noble is his status? After being beaten up, the matter was left unsettled. From this, it could be seen that there had to be a background behind the sightlessness. Then, 800 Li's gaze focused on Lin Xiaoyan, worthy of being a great general, even this one can be suppressed. City lord, don't be offended, this girl is a bit wild, it's inevitable that she's a bit impulsive. It's not a problem. The loss of the South Sea Pass is absolutely true. I have ordered the people of the city to evacuate as soon as possible. There's not enough time for all the people to evacuate. Not enough? Lin Xiaoyan's embroidered brows knit tightly, her face filled with worry. There is simply not enough time for the people to evacuate. There are still many people who are unwilling to leave, and they are all outside begging to see the great general. 800 Miles struggled with his thoughts for a few times, and finally managed to voice out the requests of the people who were unwilling to leave. In fact, in his opinion, the general has paid too much for the dynasty. The matter of the South Sea Pass. And how can not see, those courtrooms, certain people in the suppression of the great general. The depth of the involvement behind the scenes, dare not imagine. Today, Lin Xiaoyan has lost his martial arts cultivation, and his days are numbered. This kind of situation. 800 Miles also couldn't bear to trouble her anymore. Lu Ziyan swept a glance at him and said thoughtfully, "You are planning to die defending Lingzhou City, and even more so, you want the great general to die with you, is that so?" One said. The old face reddened, being directly punctured through his mind. He was a bit at a loss for words for a moment. "Old man, do you really think so?" Shi Jingxi's fiery temperament immediately could not hold back to rush up to beat him. Jinshu quickly pulled back. "Not good, Miss will have their own judgment, why do we need to be anxious?" So said, she gradually calmed down. Lin Xiaoyan was quite surprised to see Lu Ziyan actually able to break through the 800 miles of the city lord's mind in a single word. Ordinary people can't do that. That was a 9th grade great perfection martial artist. Exhausted Bamboo had said that he was an immortal. Could it be true? It can't be. It must be that I'm overthinking it. Secretly shaking his head, he shook off the unreal thoughts. "Mr. Lu, I want to go out and take a look." With a pleading general tone, she carefully inquired about Lu Ziyan's meaning. A few people took a look at the scene. Shi Jingxi's fists couldn't help but tighten. Jinshu was not surprised and looked at her own young lady with an aunt's smile. 800 miles back and forth on the two, slowly into deep thought. "As you wish, it is too noisy outside, I will not go." Lu Ziyan stood up, picked up the medicine bowl, and stepped out of the courtyard. "Cut." Shi Jingxi snorted, thinking that he was being a wimp, not daring to show his face. That's right, a person as dazzling as the great general, how can he be surrounded by a little scholar? After seeing Lu Ziyan out of the courtyard, Lin Xiaoyan turned back to 800 miles and said, "Let's go out." Outside the city lord's mansion. On the streets, dense heads of people were surging as far as the eye could see. These individual people were all unwilling to leave, wanting to stay and die defending Lingzhou City. Creak. The gate opened and Lin Xiaoyan walked out under the gaze of all the people. "The great general has come out. I beg the great general to stay and fight the enemy with us. I beg the great general to stay. I beg the great general to stay." The sound is like thunder, and it rushes into the sky. Swish. 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 More than 100,000 people knelt down in unison, pleading for her to stay and fight the enemy together. The deafening chants echoed in her ears for a long time. Lin Xiaoyan's eyes were slightly red, some tears. Until this moment, she felt that everything she had paid for Xia was worth it. The scene of more than 100,000 people kneeling down, how spectacular, how shocking. Just at this moment. Report. The army has arrived outside the city. What? 800 miles figure flashed and appeared in front of that general, his pupils wide with disbelief. Not long ago, the scouts had sent back news that the army would not arrive at Lingzhou City for at least another day. In less than an hour, the army was already under the city. How ironic. Lin Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed, his expression was solemn and cold, and he shouted, "Follow me." The crowd immediately made way for a passage. The crowd walked towards the city wall. Outside the city, a large black crowd, like locusts, densely packed with human heads. This was the 300,000 troops assembled by the three great royal dynasties. It was less than 5 miles away from Lingzhou City. Standing on the city wall, looking ahead at the large army, the people's complexion was incomparably grave. However, at an unknown time, not far to the right of Lin Xiaoyan, a young figure suddenly appeared, standing at the head of the city wall with his hands in the air, his long hair like ink, flying without wind, his feet stepping on silver-rimmed boots with white soles, and his waist wrapped in a superb white jade belt. Smiling with a spring breeze, he was as handsome as an exiled immortal. "General Lin, how do you solve the situation when the soldiers are under the city?" Youth voice is not big, but like thunder, shaking everyone's heart. The crowd looked for the sound. To their eyes, there was that lonely, arrogant, extraordinary figure. This person is not ordinary. When everyone saw him for the first time, they couldn't help but think this way deep inside their hearts. Chapter 15 Sword Dao Topli Bai. Lin Xiaoyan had already concluded that the person in front of him was not ordinary with just one glance. Especially that transcendent aura on his body. I'm afraid that even the innate realm powerhouses. I'm afraid that not even the strongest person in the innate realm possesses such a terrifying aura. Who are you? Not important. The young man did not answer her question, instead, he was interested. "I was promised by an old friend that I would come here to kill you." What? What? The crowd was shocked, while one looked at him angrily. Unbridled. What kind of person are you to try to kill our great general? Shi Jingxi's eyes flared up with anger, and he made a move to charge up and fight for his life. 800 miles, chasing the wind, Jade Bridge, and the generals in the city behind him were all like gunpowder being lit. As if the gunpowder had been lit, they all looked angry and stared at that person with a fierce and vicious look. Lin Xiaoyan pressed down on Shi Jingxi, who was about to move, and asked with a smile, "Although I have lost my martial arts cultivation, I can still feel that you are very strong. If you want to make a move, I think no one here will be your opponent." Hearing, the white-clothed youth nodded with a look of satisfaction. Not bad. What? The crowd was again shocked that the person in front of them was this terrifying. To know, 800 miles was a solid 9th grade great perfection, and the remaining few were also 8th grade perfections. Jinshu, Su Luoling, and Shi Jingxi were also late 8th grade. So many 8th grade experts, plus the city lord of the 9th grade Great Circle. But they were no match for the person in front of them. How could this be possible? If someone else had said this, they would have been laughing. But the person who said this was Great General Lin Xiaoyan. Then there's no need to doubt his credibility. Try moving her. Suddenly, an extremely domineering to the extreme voice rang out, even though the person had yet to arrive. City wall steps, wearing a green shirt, holding a scroll in his hand, his eyes reveal a transcendent world peace in depth, gentle and elegant. Chest hidden literature in ink virtual like bone, belly with poetry from the Hua. With the breath of a book on his body, he steps on the ladder. I'm not sure if I'm a good person, but I'm a good person. Mr. Lu, why did you come? On Lin Xiaoyan's exquisite face, a touch of surprise appeared. Why did Mr. Lu come? Didn't you say you don't like noise? 800 Miles was a bit puzzled, and the others were also at a loss. Jinshu happily smiled and rushed at Lu Ziyan respectfully. You're here, Auntie. He nodded blandly and smiled gently, giving people a spring breeze feeling. A white dress on the earth, waist-wrapped jade sword to break 10,000 enemies, feet on the silver pattern flowing cloud boots, the absolute top of the sword rode Li Bai. Mr. Li, you are here. Li Bai. In an instant. Everyone's pupils dilated violently, as if they had seen a ghost-like expression. The person in front of them was actually the world-famous, the third strongest on earth, the absolute peak realm sword Immortal Li Bai, Mr. Li. Hiss. The crowd could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. Hearing the other party break his identity in a single word, Li Bai couldn't help but be moved and was quite surprised. You can actually recognize me? Truly. Eunuch Lu was really right. The other party was really the supreme sword Immortal Li Bai. That existence that was known as the absolute peak of the sword Dao for 200 years. Lu Ziyan smiled, handed the volume of books in his hand to Jinshu, and then spoke without being overbearing. I originally came here to wait for you. Waiting for me? How is it possible? Since my marriage, I have been reading in the Jingui Gongfu, all kinds of secret scrolls, strange articles and magazines, etc., have been reading. From the secret books of martial arts, down to the folktune miscellaneous essays, read more books, naturally know more than others. Closed door does not mean do not know anything, more does not mean ignorance and less insight. Some words down, Li Bai said. What's more, it caused 800 Miles and the others to secretly admire that Duke Lu had read so many books. Cut. What's the use of reading even more books? Shi Jingxi and Su Luoling, two girls, disdained in unison. Walking slowly to Lin Xiaoyan's side, he reached out and patted her shoulder, giving her a reassuring look. When Mr. Li was young, he had an affair with the princess of the Liu Li dynasty. This time, he came here for her. He casually mentioned it. Li Bai was immediately taken aback, not expecting the other party to even be clear about this. Is it really from reading many books? Not bad. He nodded his head and did not deny it, then his body was filled with sword chi, swish. In a flash, a huge sword wheel surged behind him. In a split second. As the sword wheels appeared, a vast, domineering sword aura quickly swept through. Buzz. For 100 miles in a radius, the long swords, knives, guns, mace, axes, and other weapons in everyone's hands sent out a tremor, as if they had encountered their supreme king. Puff. 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 A figure couldn't help but start kneeling, being pressurized by the powerful sword chi. Looking behind Li Bai, huge sword wheels surged up, and under the fine count, there were 15 sword wheels in total. The sword light was like the sun, dazzling, one did not dare to look directly at it. 15 sword wheels. 800 Miles half kneeled, forcibly enduring the feeling of oppression, raised his head and glanced. This glance. It really scared him. It was rumored that the Sword Immortal series was 4 stages: Astonishing, Absolute, Absolute Generation, and Absolute Peak. 3 of these sword wheels were 1 stage. 12 sword wheels of the absolute top sword Immortal was already the limit of the world's cognition. Moreover, so far, never heard anyone say that someone can reach the 12 Dao sword wheel level. And Lu Ziyan side of Lin Xiaoyan, Jinshu, 2 people. However, they were not affected by it. Lin Xiaoyan turned back and glanced at the people behind him, more than 100,000 people as well as generals, all kneeling on the ground. And then looked outside the city. 300,000 enemy troops, also because of that vast sword chi as well as the influence of sword intent, all kneeled on the ground. Why am I? She snapped her head up, her beautiful eyes looking at Lu Ziyan with doubt. Her husband was actually able to fight against Li Bai, the absolute top of the sword Dao. How could he? Shi Jingxi knelt on the ground, looking at Lu Ziyan in horror, her heart extremely shocked thought. How could a poor scholar? Su Luoling was also shocked, kneeling on the ground, trembling. If he is considered a wasted talent, then what are you and the others? They are not even as good as a waste of talent. The 2 girls thought secretly in their hearts. Facing the strongest third on earth like Li Bai, he was able to stand in front of them without ever bending his knees. Whoosh! Li Bai raised his hand and waved it. The sword will behind him disappeared into thin air, and the crowd felt that the huge mountain pressing down on them disappeared into thin air. Their bodies lightened up and returned to normal. Jinghua Gongfu Aunt Lu Zian, rumor has it that you were just a wasted talent who was not able to write and not able to do martial arts. After you got married, you've been studying at home because you're ashamed of yourself. The rumors are wrong. Even I'm not sure I can beat you. It looks like you guessed I'd be here. No wonder you're here after almost 10 years of not leaving the house. At this moment, he seemed to understand why Lu Zian came here, must have already expected all this today. So it seems. This person is really terrifying to the extreme. Lu Zian eyes inside all his doting look at Lin Xiaoyan, big general poisoning, I will have guessed today's thing, so from the king to this. Originally thought that the South China Sea Pass, you will show up, I did not think it was just today. Lu Gongzi, I Lin Xiaoyan a time, do not know what to say, eyes gradually red, he came here from the royal capital, actually to protect themselves. What's more, he actually has the strength that even the third strongest on earth, Li Bai, is afraid of. What kind of strength was that? No wonder the two girls, Jinshu and Suizu, kept saying that he was an immortal. With this performance, even if he's not an immortal, I'm afraid he's not far away. Li Bai is a person who has been famous for 100 years. No one knows how deep his strength is. Very well. Li Bai shrugged his shoulders, then looked out of the city. General Lin can't be killed, but the army is arriving today. Mr. Lu might be able to stay out of it, but your wife is the protectorate general. If these 100,000 plus people as well as the generals die, only you and General Lin survived. What will happen in the future? I think you know better than me. At this moment, everyone is like a dream. Li Bai actually regressed. That's the top of the sword path. Chapter 16. With this sun, the way of literature will flourish. Li Bai was at the top of the sword Dao, the third strongest on earth. To actually give in just like that? In addition to the crowd being incredulous, it was more unbelievable. Are you kidding me? Li Bai is a character full of legends. Born with a sword body, cultivated at the age of 5. At the age of 11, he surprised the world with his sword and achieved the world-shattering sword Immortal. At the age of 30, he was invincible. Achievement of a peerless sword Immortal. At the age of 60, on top of the Zhanghaiming Sea, he killed the previous third strongest person on earth and became the third strongest person on earth in one fell swoop. At the age of 120, in the southern prefecture, in the sky above Tiannan City, he fought with the second strongest mountain monarch on earth, relying on this battle to achieve the highest sword path. Because in that battle, he realized a sword named Fengchun. It means that a withered tree springs to life. Because of this sword, since then, the world has only seen Li Bai in his early 20s. It was rumored that the sword Fengchun restored his qi and blood to his youth. To this day, Li Bai has not responded to such rumors. Duke Lu, can you really beat Mr. Li? Lin Xiaoyan's voice was trembling when she asked these words. It was unbelievable. She hadn't heard much about the legend of Li Bai, the top of the sword Dao. Or rather, she had already heard about it since she was a child. Such a legendary existence had long been hailed by the world as immortal-like. He is alive because he has no intention of killing you. Lu Zian didn't think twice and didn't even look at Li Bai when he said this. The latter sniffed. He could only shake his head and smile bitterly. After all, in his perception, the person in front of him was absolutely dangerous. Even when he was facing the strongest second mountain monarch on earth, he didn't have this kind of palpitation. When Lin Xiaoyan heard this, his face darkened. He always felt that Duke Lu was talking big, that belonged to a legendary figure. It's hard to believe that you can still kill him? It wasn't just her, the 800 miles, Xi Jingxi and the others on the side thought the same. But there is one thing, his courage is definitely admired by the crowd. Facing the third strongest person on earth, Li Bai, he still dared to speak out like this. Definitely the first person. Brother Lu, I have to remind you that the display of my sword will just now was a signal for them to successfully kill General Lin. If nothing else, the army will attack in half an hour. At that time, how will you respond? This Brother Lu's name directly straightened out the crowd, who had already been shocked beyond compare. Lu Zian indifferently swept a glance at him, and then said, there is me, there will be no obstacle. At this moment, he felt that in the Dantian, the magnificent atmosphere of the civil official, tightly closed two doors, but is slightly trembling, a share of the vastness of the civil chi overflowing from the inside. In an instant, a hint of enlightenment flashed across the heart. Looking at the black pressurized enemy army in front of him, in the underworld, there seems to be a certain kind of correlation that is happening. Turning back his head, giving Lin Xiaoyan a reassuring look, immediately, raising his hand, a white light surged into Jinshu's brow. Jinshu, beat the drum. With a loud shout, the latter's body instantly shook, immediately dodging in front of the war drum. Dang! Dang! Dong dong! Dong dong dong! Stirring, surging, mind-blowing drums sounded. The city is about to be destroyed by black clouds, and the armor light opens to the sun with golden scales. The The sound of horns filled the sky with autumn colors, and the swallows on the plugged-in hill condensed the night purple. The red flag is half rolled up on the easy water, and the frosty drums do not sound cold. I would like to report to you the intention of the golden platform, and carry the jade dragon to die for you. With the sound of the drums, Lu Ziyan looked up at the sky and took a step, and a white lotus flower was immediately born in the void under his feet. Step by step, a lotus flower was born. When he chanted out the first line of black clouds pressing down on the city, the originally bright sky immediately dimmed, seemingly with the momentum of dark clouds pressing down on it. The sound of the war drums, from light and slow, gradually entered into radical and fast. Especially after a verse. In an instant, the day turned into night, completely confirming the sentence of black clouds pressing down on the city. Everyone was deeply shocked by this scene. The pen falls to frighten the wind and rain, the poem comes out to weep the ghosts and gods. This kind of ability can only be achieved by a great Confucian realm. Is it possible that this person is already a great Confucian realm? Impossible. There was no trace of literary aura on his body, which was really strange. Li Bai savored a bit, but could not help but brighten his eyes, exclaiming, "Good poem, ah!" The next second, seeing the heaven and earth produce such anomalies, but also the pupils contracted violently, shocked. A poem, causing the sky to fall phenomena, this great talent of people, how can it be obscure? Growing on, the future of the literary way saints can be expected. Exiting the mouth, the sky is full of flowers, and can produce lotus flowers step by step, and even more visions are produced, hiss. It's strange. An old man with a white head appeared beside 800 miles, tutaying at this scene. Chasing the wind, the Jade Bridge. Several people see the old man arrived, have respectfully bent over, see Mr. sitting hidden. There is no need for this, I am just an ordinary person now, if not for the enemy army. I want to do a small part of the effort, before I came here. Sitting hidden old god, stroking the chin beard, looking at the distance, already walking in mid-air Lu Ziyan. Especially the other party's feet that a lotus flower, never fake. Being able to walk with a lotus flower, but not having half a bit of Wen Qi to protect his body. Lin Xiaoyan smiled and nodded, see you, sir. Even Li Bai also crossed his sword fingers across his chest and bowed slightly in salute, see you, Mr. Sitting Hidden. To this, the crowd was secretly taken aback. I didn't expect even the third strongest on earth to be this respectful to Mr. Sitting Een. You kid, back in the day, let you follow the old man from the literature, but do not want to, had to take the sword road. Sitting hidden old face has a few points of helplessness, regret. Li Bai face a black, cannot help but shrugged, then incomparable serious, when I was young and vigorous, the sword heart is not stable, thanks to Mr. Months of care, before I stabilize the sword heart. This favor, Li Bai has never dared to forget. It's not an exaggeration to say. If it were not for the care of Mr. Sitting Een, there would be no legend of Li Bai at the top of the sword Dao in the world. I just didn't expect Mr. Sitting Hidden to live here. I'm sorry. I don't have to. Sitting Hidden hastily waved his hand to refuse, even if at the beginning of his care favor. The old man is now curious about what this son is going to do. Lu Ziyan along with the war drums, step by step, a poem under the lotus in the air. The heavenly phenomenon has managed to draw the attention of Sitting Hidden. I am also looking forward to it. Li Bai touched his nose, his eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment and uncertainty, and he was ultimately curious. The person in front of him was not at all the same thing as that wasted talent scholar in the rumors. With this movement alone, he was afraid that he could kill a bunch of literary Dao experts in seconds. What exactly was that majesty of the Grand Xia dynasty thinking? Looking at Lu Ziyan again, his green shirt was fluttering without any wind, and his long, pitch-black hair, flying recklessly, stood in the air with his arms crossed. The moon in Qin time is bright and the Han time is closed, the long march of 10,000 miles has not yet returned. But make the Dragon City flying generals in, do not teach Huma Duin Shan. The words of bravado rushed to the sky, along with the war drums, roaring more than. Sitting heard this poem. Trembling body, cloudy eyes shot out a road light. With this sun, the literary way should be greatly prosperous. On the other side, Liuli Dynasty King Tuobahao, Golden Horde Royal Court General Jin Guan, Great Barbarian Dynasty General Han Yun. The three of them were all sitting on the chariot. Looking away, not far away, at Lingzhou City. Jin Guan is a golden armor, stout, eyes like eagle eyes, hidden sinister meaning, careless opening. Brother Tuoba is really a good state of mind, the more frustrated, the more courageous. I heard that not long ago just led 60,000 troops to siege General Lin, more than 10,000 people, and finally fled. Pulled out what the immortal in the world, unarmed call thunder such ridiculous things to. Chapter 17 Ing Ling Revival. In the middle of the army. On the chariot. As the golden official's sneer unfolded, Tuobahao's complexion became more and more gloomy. Last time, he himself witnessed the girl summoning thunder to kill. In the end, even the 60,000 Huban were killed by lightning. There was absolutely no mistake in this matter. This time, if it were not for the millions of troops, he would not dare to come again. They are all allies, Jin Guan brother will say a few words. With only a tiger skin wrapped around his body, the dark-skinned, brutally muscular Han Yun eyed the distant Lingzhou city. Soon. Then he saw the horrifying image of 15 sword wheels rising. Immediately excitedly shouted that as Mr. Li succeeded, generals, charge. An order was given. Kill. Charge. Rondo Dong Dong. Rong Dong Dong. The 300,000-strong army launches an attack, with the sound of chariots advancing. The moon of Qin is bright and the moon of Han is clear. The long march of 10,000 miles has not yet returned. But the flying generals of Dragon City are here, and they don't teach their horses to cross the Yinshan mountain. Long sound, with some kind of magic. In an instant. It resounded throughout the sky, echoing in people's ears for a long time. But make the Dragon City fly will be, not teach Humadu Yinshan. Immediately. There seemed to be tens of thousands of people chanting these 2 lines of poetry. Swish. Deep in the sky, a beam of white light swung down and shone at the entrance of Lingzhou City. Wind. A gale was rising. The white light shines on the place. Sigh. Sigh. Ta-da. Ta-da. Da. The sound of neatly organized footsteps, like an army of 1,000. They are coming out from inside the white light. A general dressed as a general with eyes glowing with ghostly light, riding a ghostly blue warhorse, stepped out. On the city wall. Sitting in saw the white light coming out of the figure and immediately exclaimed, the first person in all of history, General Huo Lixian, the first person to seal Wolf Jushu. Huo Lixi. That's one of the great Xia's most famous generals of all time. Immediately after. Another figure rode out on horseback. The most loyal of all, Yu Xiaofei, General Yu. Sitting voice trembled up, as a person who has seen a lot. Just a glance. He recognized the identity of the person who stepped out of the white light. However, where that beam of white light shines, continues to walk out of the figure. Backwards. One silhouette after another appeared, all of them shocking the world. Xiang Duoyu, who was known as the Overlord. Soldier Immortal Han lost faith. The soldier's sage, Sun Dao. Zhao Ritian, who took the head of an enemy general in the midst of 10,000 soldiers. The god of killers, Bai Tuki. Mr. Su, Mr. Li, Mr. Wang, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Guan, Mr. Guan Yun, Mr. Su, Mr. Li, Mr. Wang. With Mr. sitting hidden, a cry of surprise. These are the famous generals of our Grand Xia who once died in battle, each one a glorious epic. How could their heroic spirits come here? Many people began to wonder. Li Bai raised his head, his gaze locked on Lu Ziyan. His mouth murmured, but make the Dragon City flying generals, don't teach Humada reaching Shan. The next second. He seemed to have some clarity. These famous generals and heroes were afraid that they did not choose to revive in order to guard the great summer. The latter, for what reason are they summoned? A deep and distant, slightly hoarse sound spread throughout the entire heaven and earth. It was as if it was not the voice of a single person. Rather, it was the sound of millions of people shouting at the same time. Shaking the heavens. Shaking the earth. Taking in the hearts of the people. It echoed for a long time and was slow to dissipate. Only to see Lin Xiaoyan rushing forward, arching his body, his voice like a bell. Today, there are foreign barbarians with an army of 300,000 coming to invade. Lingzhou City is shaking. I implore you seniors to help us to defend against the foreign enemy. In mid-air. Lu Ziyan stood with his arms folded, his body's green shirt, unable to automate itself, his long hair fluttering wildly. With a hint of approval in his eyes, he looked at Lin Xiaoyan. Jin Shu. He lightly called out, the latter immediately understood, and immediately beat the war drum once again. Dang dang. Drunkenly picking the lamp and watching the sword, dreaming of blowing the horns back to the camp. 800 miles to divide the banners and scorch them, 50 strings to turn over the sound of the plug, and the sands to count the troops in the fall. Swish. 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 Those heroes were immediately solemn, neatly organized, standing proudly between heaven and earth. Looking high above the city walls. Lin Xiaoyan quickly took a flag from one of the generals that belonged to Daxia. Where are the Eastern Red Generals? In. A roar responded, and immediately after, several hundred people quickly built a high platform with each other that was 30 meters high. These individual generals were well aware of the great general's intentions at this moment. Therefore, the heart understood the general, and built out by virtue of themselves, a high platform composed entirely of people. She, holding the demonic red flag, came to the very top of the high platform. Qi Jingxi stood at the highest point of all the generals. Great general, come on. The words were spoken. With one hand, Lin Xiaoyan was held high above his head. Immediately following, a splash of red fluttered high in the sky, resembling a dancing flame. More like a touch of blood flowing. In the gale, it swayed randomly. Hunting sound. This splash of red belonged solely to the faith of the great Xia generals. Below, Huo Lixi's spirits quickly half-kneeled. Huo Lixi with 200,000 general spirits revived, will definitely fight for the last battle for the Grand Xia. The faith of my generation. Born in Dixia, loyal to Dixia. If there is a war, the call will come to be able to fight, the war will be won. I wish to use our bodies to build a high wall to protect Daxia. 200,000 heroes looked up to the sky and shouted, the voice shook the sky and shook the earth. Even with the dark clouds above the 9 heavens, were instantly washed away in general. On the city wall, 800 miles as well as the people of Lingzhou City, generals and soldiers, all of them heard the blood boiling. Lin Xiaoyan was high in the sky, looking down on those famous generals and spirits below. This oath completely shocked her and could not calm down for a long time. As a great general of the Protectorate, originally, I thought that my own faith was already remarkable. But at this moment, compared to these famous generals, far from enough. In an instant, she couldn't help but shout, my faith. Born in Daxia, loyal to Daxia. If there is a war, the call will come to be able to fight, and the war will be won. I wish to use my body to build a high wall to protect the Grand Xia. Long live Daxia. Behind the city generals, the people also similarly shouted. The cries shook the sky. On the other side, Han Yun, who had just launched the order to attack, suddenly heard such a huge commotion. He hurriedly turned his head to look at Tuoba Hao and Jin Guan. If this battle failed to overthrow the Grand Xia, the situation in the 9 states would change drastically. In the dark, he seemed to see a long-sleeping oriental dragon is slowly reviving. The golden official's expression was also very grave, and he nodded with approval. Such a bloodthirsty nature, even if he died in battle for many years, he can still reflect today. Especially that person, only with a poem, caused the recovery of the spirit of the hero. Daxia is truly full of talents. I can't help but begin to believe Brother Tuoba's words not long ago. Until this moment. Only then did he recall that the 60,000-strong army led by Tuoba Hao earlier was blown away by a person summoning thunder. When he first heard it, it was unheard of and naturally treated as a joke. In terms of the matter in front of him, when he thought about it carefully, a poem led to the revival of 200,000 spirits. Between the two things, it seems that there is a fundamental impossibility. Tuoba Hao's forehead appeared a cold sweat. The mind clearly recalled my aunt is immortal. The sentence shouted out by that petite figure. If one was not mistaken, that person, it seemed to be Great General Lin's husband, Lu Ziyan. No matter what, our purpose this time is to overthrow the Great Xia. Don't forget that there are still 700,000 troops coming behind us. Even if he is more powerful, what can he do to revive 200,000 spirits? Since we've already died once, what's the harm in asking them to die once more? Han Yun's gaze flickered with a hint of madness as he spoke coldly. The appearance of 200,000 Yingling was unexpected. However, this gathering of an army to attack Grand Xia was a must for the 3 great royal dynasties. Regardless of any obstacles appearing on the road ahead. Going forward and pushing across everything. Chapter 18, Wen Dao bestows blessings. The sound of war drums urged for advancement, and flags hunted as they embarked on the journey. Accompanied by the sound of war drums. Generals, blood boiling. They can't wait to go up and charge into battle, killing the enemy without leaving a single piece of armor. Huolai Si draws his sword and raises a finger. Charge! In an instant. Shouting to the heavens, 200,000 heroes rushed forward. They collide with 300,000 enemy troops. The battle unfolded. Jin Shu. Lu Ziyan spoke out again, and the latter immediately understood. The sound of the war drums began to change. Jin Shu, at this time, even beat the drums for the battle, and the drums became more and more urgent, as if a mountain torrent was erupting, calling the hearts of the people to be excited, blood boiling to the extreme. Looking at the scene of the 2 armies fighting, Lu Ziyan's eyes flashed a hint of hesitation, immediately opened his mouth, angry hair, by the fence, dashing rain. Lift up your eyes, look up to the sky, long whistling, magnificent. 30 years of fame and dust and earth, 8,000 miles of clouds and the moon. Don't wait to see what happens when you're a young man, you'll be sad and unhappy. The shame of Jinkang has not yet been averted. When will the hatred of the subjects be extinguished? I will drive a long car and break the Helan mountain. I will eat the flesh of the captives and drink the blood of the Huns. I will pack up the old mountains and rivers and head for the heavenly palace from the beginning. I don't know why. Looking at those resurrected spirits in front of him, he could not help but recite the song Man Jiang Hong. Immediately. Swish above the sky, a white wenchi sprinkled down, is fighting on the battlefield spirits. All of them were enveloped by the white qi, and in an instant, those spirits seemed to have been pumped with chicken blood. They became unusually excited and agitated. Their strength also soared exponentially. What is this? Sitting Yin's eyes stared, his expression first froze slightly, then excitedly shouted, the Wen Dao bestows blessings. This is the once-in-a-century Wen Dao bestowal of blessings. This poem is definitely a rare encounter in the ancient times, can attract the Wen Dao vision, bestow blessings, deserves to be a great poem. Not far away. Li Baiyi's expression was stunned as he looked at Lu Ziyan's back in mid-air. At this moment, that single figure gradually began to grow taller, as if it was a peak that could not be crossed. Hiss! He sucked in a mouthful of cool air. A poem had led to the revival of 200,000 Ing spirits. Now another poem had caused the window to bestow blessings, causing those Ing spirits to increase in strength and morale. What kind of demon are you? For a long time, his expression was bitter, and he couldn't calm down inwardly for a long time. As the absolute pinnacle of the sword Tao, the third strongest on earth. Thinking that he had seen many extraordinary things. Unfortunately, today, the things that happened one after another were all unheard of, much less seen for a word. Kill. Generals, charge. A mere foreign state, but a rabble, not much of a problem. On the battlefield, Huo Laishan shouted in excitement after he killed 2 8th-grade consummate enemy generals. Lin Xiaoyan raised her flag high, her beautiful eyes rippling with excitement as she looked at those charging heroes below. Especially the image of Lu Ziyan's poem that drew blessings. It immediately made her surprised, but more than that, she was happy and excited. Eunuch Lu, you have really opened my eyes. The hands that were tightly gripping the flag couldn't help but tremble from excitement. Duke Lu is 800 miles trembled, this scene in front of him, so shocked that he could not even say a complete sentence. Unbelievable? No. More than that, it was unbelievable. Su Luoling, Shi Jingxi's 2 daughters, were shocked like never before. All along, they had all decided that Lu Ziyan was just a poor scholar who was not worthy of the great general. Once upon a time, countless times, they wanted to secretly resolve him in secret. However, the Lu Ziyan they saw today gave them an illusion. Was he still that scholar? It was already remarkable for a person to face the third strongest on earth alone and not back down. Right now, using poetry to revive the Ing spirit, fighting against 300,000 enemy troops in order to guard Lingzhou city. This kind of thing, how can I think of it, is not real. But it was actually happening right now. There were constant sounds of killing, screams, wails, and bodies flying. The battle situation is very tragic. However, the word grueling can only be said about the enemy army. On the other hand, on the side of the Grand Xia, are some dead spirits. To put it bluntly, that is to fight with you, killing is not human. How can you cope? Originally, the number of people, the advantage, 300,000 troops against 200,000. No doubt about it. Definitely belongs to the crushing game. Mom! These guys can't be beaten. He's only a 7th grade, how can he defeat a 7th grade? Giving him a knife and still being able to return it with a grin, what the hell? On the battlefield, the armies assembled by the 3 kingdoms were getting more and more shocked. The more they fought, the more confused they became. Resulting in a 300,000 strong army being pressed by 200,000 Yingling. In less than half an hour. Half of them had already fallen, leaving only more than 100,000 enemy troops resisting. Simply can't win the fight, run. Finally, someone couldn't resist the fear inside and turned their head to run. Immediately after, many people saw this situation. One after another began to throw away their armor and ran. Rear. On the chariot, the 3 main generals who were always watching every move on the battlefield. Unbridled. How can you and the others be deserters? Kill back for this general. Han Yun indignantly drew his sword and went forward to kill the fleeing generals. I'm sorry. Fear of death is one thing and 2 things. More than 100,000 generals fled. With the 3 of them, they can't stop them at all. Forget it. Let's get out of here. Those guys aren't human. How can you let the generals fight? Tuobahao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice trembled slightly, as if he had palpitations in his heart. Da Xia. It is really mysterious, even with the long-dead generals, can be revived. It looks like this time to go back. Have to properly talk to the King Lord about the situation. Is it necessary to retreat to the Great Xia, so as not to suffer in the future? On the city wall, 800 Miles looked at the fleeing enemy troops and shouted excitedly, we won. We have won. Definitely win. Definitely win. Da Xiao will win. Generals, the people cannot help but shout. Lin Xiaoyan's entire body was frozen like a wooden chicken, lost in thought as he looked at the battlefield below. Fearless will to fight, unyielding will. Until this moment, only then did he realize that the oath, not just a simple oath. Along with the responsibility. Defend, guard the responsibility of Da Xia. If there is a war, the call will come to be able to fight, the war will be won. The true meaning of this sentence, at this moment by the eyes of the Yingling army, embodied to the fullest. Fight for the integrity of the dynasty. Fight for the tranquility of the dynasty. Fight for the rise of the dynasty. Fight for the future of the dynasty. This was what it meant to be a general for the Grand Xia. After thinking about this, the light in her eyes became brighter and brighter, and a certain seed within her heart became more deeply rooted. Lu Ziyan turned back, just in time to see Lin Xiaoyan's faith in her heart become unshakable. He couldn't help but bitterly shake his head. It looks like wanting to bring her back to the royal capital. It is already an unrealistic thing. Mr. Lu thanked all the seniors. He headed towards the group of Ing spirits and bowed slightly. The battle was settled. 200,000 Ing spirits came to the city gates, neatly organized, with Hua Laixiang at the head. He was slow to leave. After a long time. I have a favor to ask of you, sir. I have a favor to ask, sir. I have a favor to ask, sir. Puff. All the Ing spirits half kneeled in unison and shouted at Lu Ziyan. The sound was deafening and monstrous. In the city, those generals, the people, all came back from their joy. Looking at the Yingling who fell on their knees. A time. Do not know what to do. Even more so, they did not know why they were like this. Eyes were unified to look in the direction where Lu Ziyan was. Why would the Yingling revive and plead with him after the great battle? Such doubts could not help but appear in everyone's minds. After Lin Xiaoyan landed on the ground, she handed the flag to a side general, her beautiful eyes flashing with a touch of doubt. Gazing at that figure, her mind became complicated. Chapter 19, The Requests of the Ying Spirits. This battle, won. As a member of the Grand Xia, no one would be unhappy. It was just that. The image of 200,000 Ying spirits kneeling down in unison to plead with Lu Ziyan. It caused everyone to be astonished, incredulous, dismayed, and confused. Lu Ziyan was also frowning with a puzzled expression. What is the matter with all of you? My wife is the Great Summer Protectorate General. If what you all are asking for is within my power, I will certainly go to the fire. Thinking for a moment, he responded loudly, a crowd of Yingling, suddenly overjoyed. Thank you, sir. After the words, a huge force of intent quickly attacked Lu Ziyan. In an instant, the ins and outs were clear. We take our leave. Those Ying spirits turned towards the white light, and in the next second, one by one, they disappeared. Only Lu Ziyan froze in place. For a long time, he could not come back to his senses. That force of intention just now had completely shown the Ying spirits' demands clearly. De Xia dynasty. On the surface, it appeared to be prosperous, but in reality, it was corrupt. The children and grandchildren of those Yingling's descendants had been oppressed, beaten, and killed. Some of them have been poor all their lives. Some have been slaves and maidservants all their lives. Their forefathers, those were the generals who rushed to the forefront for the sake of Daxia. Even at the cost of their own lives, they had to fight for a peaceful future. Really gave me a good problem, ah. Lu Ziyan sighed, extremely helpless. I thought that in this life, I would just cultivate my own immortality and achieve the future great Tao. Whoever thought? He didn't want to get into the game, but now he's already in the game. You are not afraid that I will not be able to finish? Lu Ziyan is very clear about one thing, those spirits must be able to see their own abnormalities. Otherwise, how could they beg him? Turning back, and looking at Li Bai's location, it has long been empty. Running really fast. I can't help but spit out a sentence. Lu Gongzi, those spirits. Lin Xiaoyan walked quickly, and was very concerned about the requests of the spirits. That can fall as once for Daxia born and died of the forefathers. Even after death, can still be revived because of faith. For these heroes, no matter what kind of request should be completed for them is. This matter has nothing to do with you, since I promised them, I will definitely complete it. Rubbing his nose, he was slightly helpless. I wanted to get up and cultivate a good immortal. Now. The request of 200,000 Ying spirits. Lu Ziyan had a premonition that if he did not accept the request of these Yingling, I am afraid that his conscience would be uneasy in this life. It would lead to an unstable state of mind. From then on, the path of immortal cultivation would only permanently remain in the realm of Jindan perfection. Immediately, his gaze was placed on Lin Xiaoyan, and after a moment, he laughed wildly with impunity. Ha ha. An extremely crazy idea was brewing in his heart. Ever since cultivating to Jindan perfection, over the years, there had been a delay in breaking through to the next realm. The Wen Palace has been closed since the Wen Qi consummation. This current state, if it didn't go and change, I'm afraid that it will continue until an unknown time. Since this is the case, she has identified in order to guard, defend Daxia as the only, so strong faith, is also her dream. That day you lost all your cultivation, then this body of cultivation will be given to you, or let me feel at ease to go north. Eyes flashed through a glimmer, Lu Ziyan thought with determination. Because of the request of the spirits, the matter of going north is imperative. Because of today's incident, Lin Xiaoyan's heart became incomparably determined. I'm afraid that even if I die, I will have to die in escorting Daxia. The bright moon hangs high. Night color is hazy. City Lord's mansion, backyard. Pavilion. Lu Ziyan sat at the stone table, drinking tea. In front of him, a general held a crystal clear spirit stone and handed it to the stone table. Mr. Lu, this is what Lord Qian ordered me to deliver. The general bowed, then quickly retreated. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoyan, who was sitting on the side, was quite interested and carefully examined it, then spoke, Isn't this a glazed stone? Glazed stone? Lu Ziyan looked slightly stunned, immediately cheerful, not what glazed stone, but a rare treasure. What to say at the moment, you will not understand, later you will know. Pick up the spirit stone, above the aura overflowing. Finally found the spirit stone. It looks like that guy, Shen didn't let himself down. He couldn't help but think inwardly. Shen, once a teacher in the Duke of Jin's mansion. 6 years ago, the old master sent him to the backyard to teach Lu Ziyan. Unexpectedly, Lu Ziyan took out a set of formation book, as well as some knowledge of science and technology above the blue star to conquer. Since then, followed by his Sai for half a year, is also Lu Ziyan teach the first contact cultivation immortal people. Finally, he left the royal capital and traveled to Tongzhou. Once gone, it was 6 years. Don't know how this guy is doing. Lu Ziyan picked up the spirit stone and a spiritual energy was infused. Swish! At once, a white light rose from above the spirit stone. Then a shadow appeared. Immediately after, an incomparably clear silhouette appeared in front of him. Seeing this, he immediately exclaimed, "Projection?" Next to him, Lin Xiaoyan covered her small mouth in surprise, and within her eyes, shocking colors flickered non-stop. Good guy. This put was completely shocking him. Auntie, when you see this, it proves that the spirit stone is already in your hands. My subordinate has lived up to his responsibilities and has come to Tongzhou for 6 long years. During this period, I have been constantly researching formations, and 5 years ago, I realized the Heavenly Palace planned to realize a formation terminal above 100,000 meters in the sky. During the 5 years, 5 Heavenly Palace stars were sent up to the sky, building an incomparably stable array terminal. And, through the placement of the formations, it has now covered half of the 9 states. It was also possible to localize through the connection between these individual formations. I believe that in less than a year's time, the entire 9 states will be covered. I gave this terminal a name, Tianqing, all because it is far up in the sky and resembles a star. When Lu Ziyan heard this, his entire body went numb. The Heavenly Palace program? Heavenly Star? This is not one boredom to this kid about the past of the blue star. Listening to the story is listening to the story. You damn also move the story into reality. 3 years ago, we successfully refined steel, and gunpowder manufacturing are very successful. The grade of refined steel has been greatly improved through array inscription. We're currently working on the next step, the East Wind project. East Wind program? Lu Ziyan's expression froze, then fought back. Remember a certain day once said that if the great summer is to rise, relying on martial artists alone is far from enough. If one has a powerful sharp weapon that can change the battlefield in an instant, definitely belongs to the exotic. More so, it was the key to being able to speak amongst the major dynasties. So, he talked about the once East Wind Express. Who knows? Shen, this kid, really had ideas in this regard. Even so, have been successfully carried out. Think carefully. If Heavenly Star succeeded and the East Wind program was completed, at that time, wouldn't there be no more rivals in the 9 states? He can talk? Lin Xiaoyan retreated a few steps back, looking at the shadow in panic and screaming in horror. The sky is the limit. A silhouette appeared above a rock and could speak. Unprecedented. Chapter 20. The old minister thanks your majesty for not killing him. Wang Du. Shun Tian Palace. Your majesty, the protectorate general has gone too far this time, not even accepting the imperial decree. If she hadn't retreated, the South Sea Pass would not have been lost. Hundreds of thousands of people, just slaughtered. In a matter of days, they will arrive at Lingzhou City, and at this rate, even the king's capital may be in jeopardy. The great general is bent on having her own way. I implore your majesty to condemn her. Yes, your majesty. If she is not punished, it will not be enough to calm the people's anger. Inside the hall, it's as noisy as a food market. Lin Hong stood in front, squinting his eyes as if he was asleep. Above, Xiao Wuji's expression was cold, his gaze like a knife, sharp. Listening to the clamor of the group of ministers below, did not choose to speak out to stop them. Instead, he cast his gaze on Lin Hong. He was waiting for the other party to take the initiative to speak. After all, this matter involved his granddaughter. Xiao Wuji did not believe that he could be indifferent, letting these ministers go about planting charges. However, at this moment, Lin Hong, who kept his mouth shut, was also waiting for his majesty to take the initiative to speak. There were some things that, as a minister, the moment one jumped the gun, the difference would essentially occur. Another long time passed. Seeing that Lin Hong did not have the slightest intention to open his mouth, Xiao Wuji finally raised his hand, and there was silence below. Qin Guigong has something to say? The moment he opened his mouth, he was directly asking the other party how they viewed the opinions of the 100 officials. Hearing the words, the crowd swept their gazes on Lin Hong. The old minister would like to ask all of you, if you lose all your martial arts cultivation and only have 7 days left, would you accept the decree and then die defending the South Sea Pass? He did not choose to answer directly. By asking this way, everyone was stumped. Although the Protector General resisted the decree, remembering that his grandfather, Duke Shen, had worked hard for Daxia, he took back the title of Protector General. She was demoted to Lingzhou City, hoping that she will think about it in the future. Unexpectedly, His Majesty directly withdraws the title of the protector of the country, not to mention the position of general. He also demoted her to a city general. Before she was demoted, she was a second-ranking general in the court. A partial general in the city, that is not even a 6th-grade general. Lin Hong trembled, his lips moved slightly, wanting to speak, but he realized that Xiao Wuji had been watching himself from above. To the edge of the mouth words, because of this action. I can only stop here. I thank your majesty for not killing me. See this. The 100 officials understood, all clearly understood that today, His Majesty seems to have some abnormalities. One by one, they fell into silence, thinking in secret. Soon, several ministers realized that the ones who usually stood at the front. Today, actually none of them came. The protector of the state, the left minister, the right minister, and other people's positions are empty. Things out of the ordinary must be evil. Some old foxes have smelled the unusual flavor. Prepare the holy decree. Xiao Wuji waved his hand, signaling the big eunuch Wei who was holding a duster. Lone heard that Duke Lin's ancestry is in Yunzhou, and in half a month, it will be the custom of the Yunzhou area, ancestor worship activities. You have been fighting with me for many years and have been staying in the royal capital. These 2 days, then go back to pay homage to the ancestors. Seemingly concerned words, listening to Lin Hong goosebumps all over his body. First, he took back his granddaughter's title of Great General of the Protectorate. Then he was told to leave the royal capital and go back to Yunzhou. Hiss. Finally came. Inside secretly bitter, accompanied by the king is accompanied by a tiger. This sentence has long been heard 1,000 times. To this day, I can't help but feel a little sad. Still can't help but feel a little sad that His Majesty has finally come to this. Jinghua Order, Black Dragon Rider. Even so, do not have to guess, already understand Xiao Wuji this purpose. At first, after experiencing the period when the feudal lords dominated and the 8 dynasties suppressed, he and Xiao Wuji, 2 people, hardly fought a newborn dynasty. If at that time Lin Hong had the intention of becoming an emperor, then Daxiao would have been a situation of 1 dynasty and 2 emperors. It was his righteousness. Xiao Wuji was so moved that he gave the order of Jinghua. The front side depicts the presence of a lone person, and the back side depicts a public township. This order is unique. Back then, in order to stabilize people's hearts, he announced to the world, holding this order can be the emperor, 10,000 troops are from, otherwise the military order execution. The Black Dragon Riders are the best regiment in Xia. Every soldier is brave and capable of fighting, and their strength is amazing. They were once able to fight off millions of soldiers. You should know that the Black Dragon Riders only had 50,000 men at that time. Xiao Wuji stared straight at Lin Hong. His patience was gradually draining away. Impatient. Could it be that Duke Lin is unwilling? 100 officials were shocked, and quickly spoke up. His Majesty is so concerned about Duke Lin, do not be ungrateful. Don't be ungrateful. He inwardly sneered more than once. Why is His Majesty so this time? It was already clear as day. In the past, I thought that His Majesty would use all sorts of plots and tricks to take back the Jinghua order. Never thought. Will be so simple and rough and direct targeting. It seems that the aunt of the Duke of Lin family is still in Lingzhou City. You say that if a scholar has an accident, how is it good? Xiao Wuji finally lost his patience. His right hand clenched his fist a little, pretending to be concerned about Lu Ziyan. As soon as I heard this, Lin Hong, who was originally still thinking about it again and again, suddenly had a tight heart, his eyes relaxed, and his face was full of despondency, saying, the old minister thanked His Majesty for his concern, and tomorrow he will depart for Yunzhou. After the words, the surrounding ministers were secretly shocked in their hearts. His Majesty is forcing Duke Lin to leave the royal capital. What is his intention? Imperial study room. Xiao Wuji turned his back to a dark shadow and commanded, tell them that Lin Hong is leaving the royal capital tomorrow. Yes. The black shadow respectfully agreed and exited the imperial study. Duke of Jin Mansion. Dan Gang. A vase flew out and smashed hard on the ground, breaking in pieces. Damn it, I told you that poor scholar is of no use at all, and he even made Grandpa threatened by His Majesty. Lin Baoying's expression was shaken with anger. The vase in the square was her doing. Lin Hong, who was sitting at the top of the hall, with a face of lost soul, he supported himself on the table with one hand inside darkly. Butler Li hurriedly came forward and knelt down, respectfully said, Master, His Majesty is targeting us like this, it is really chilling, why don't we kill our way out of the royal capital? When Lin Baoying, who was in the midst of anger, heard this, her anger completely disappeared, and then worries emerged. Cautiously asked, Grandpa Li, this is not good, right? After all, our Lin family has always been loyal. Second miss, what do you know, His Majesty is trying to put his lordship to death. Steward Li was a bit furious, and his mouth was so full of words that his head was hot, and he said it all. What? His Majesty is trying to deal with Grandpa? Using the aunt to threaten his lordship to leave the royal capital, it's a long way to Yunzhou, once his lordship is assassinated. At that time, the Black Dragon Riders, the Jinhua Order, will be taken back by His Majesty. For so many years, His Majesty has been making small moves in secret, and this time it has come out in the open. Housekeeper Li was extremely distressed, old tears streaming down his face, in unworthy for Lin Hong. Single-mindedly pay for Xia. In the end, but in return for such a result. Enough! Lin Hong angrily rebuked, his body sitting upright all of a sudden, angrily glaring at Housekeeper Li, as if he was scolding him for talking nonsense. Lin Baoying's petite body shook violently, her beautiful eyes were shocked and horrified, and her mind went blank. A certain belief seemed to be collapsing. It was difficult to accept. Really, really? She clenched her silver teeth, as if using all her strength to ask. Chapter 21, Thousand-Year Legend, Black Jiao Transition. The color of the moon was hazy. Lingzhou City. City Lord's Mansion, West Courtyard. Inside the chamber, the candlelight was bright. The duo of 800 miles and sitting hidden, sipping tea, looking out into the night color from time to time. For a long time. It was already approaching the third hour, why was there still no movement? 800 Li cloudy eyes flashed a touch of doubt. The two had waited for several hours. Only for a legend. According to legend. Outside the Lingzhou city, 10 miles to the east, there is a river, the Black Dragon River. Historical records. The reason why this river is called the Black Dragon River. Completely because there is a black scaly dragon hidden in it. Evolved from a python. 100 years into the auger, 1,000 years into the dragon. Now the legend says that the 1,000-year period has arrived. If it were usual, they would have scoffed at such a legend. But Li Bai, the third strongest on earth, the absolute peak of the sword path, appeared here. A superlative sword immortal with 15 sword wheels. Really simply came here to kill the great general? And so it was. Sitting hidden through some clues, after analyzing the cocoon. He was shocked to find that Li Bai came to Lingzhou City for this purpose. Extremely likely to be the Black Dragon River that a black auger. 15 sword wheels, I'm afraid that is already the limit of the sword road. Want to go further? You need a strange thing between heaven and earth to help it. That black auger so far has become auger 1,000 years. It will turn into a dragon in a matter of days. Such a strange beast is definitely a great opportunity. Don't worry, tonight is the once-in-a-century moon swallowing, and it is also the 1,000-year anniversary of the Black Jiao. It will surely transform into a dragon at this time. A beast that has existed for 1,000 years is bound to cause anomalies in heaven and earth. At that time, we only need to trace the place where the vision is located, we will be able to find Li Bai. Sitting picked up the steaming teacup in front of him, savored a sip, then put it down. Getting up, he slowly walked to the entrance of the compartment. Looking at the bright white moon, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. What I am most worried about is that Li Bai is not willing to come out of the sword. The words just fell. Rumble. In the distant sky, a thunderbolt flashed through. Immediately following. The moon was swallowed by a black shadow. Rumble. 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 Thunder continued to roll from the sky. Slap. Rain slapped on the ground. 800 miles rushed out, and when he saw the vision in the distance, he immediately revealed a look of surprise. Southeast direction. Go! The duo quickly stepped into the air and flew, and in an instant, their figures disappeared into the darkness of the night. He Longjiang. On the edge. A white-clothed figure, standing there proudly, as if a sharp sword. Sharpness is revealed. Overbearing to the extreme. On the surface of the river, a tens of feet huge-bodied black jiao, on top of its head, 2 tiny fleshy horns. It, glaring angrily at the sky above, where a streak of lightning was brewing. Dragon transformation tribulation. If the augur wanted to transform into a dragon, it had to cross the tribulation. 39 Jiao Dragon Tribulation. 69 True Dragon Tribulation. 99 Golden Dragon Robberies. 1,000-year-old Black Jiao, if I can get its inner Dan, I can definitely upgrade to 16 sword wheels. At that time, I could call myself invincible in the world. Li Bai looked out at the distant figure of the gigantic black scaly dragon, and inadvertently showed a touch of excitement. Stuck in this realm for a little too long. Some days ago, but a sudden thought occurred to him, wanting to verify the legend. Really? The legend was surprisingly true. Suddenly, the Black Jiao's head slightly inclined, and its gaze was right on Li Bai. A human? It flashed a trace of doubt, never imagining that at such a time. There was even a human who appeared here. Ignorant human, quickly give this father to retreat, otherwise the corpse will not survive. Underneath the huge body, there was actually a charming imperial sister's voice that was full of charm. Spit out human speech, really is already psychic rare beasts, inner Dan matter, proper. Li Bai's eyes surged with a touch of excitement, excitedly whispered to himself. Spiritual exotic beasts, generally only exist in legends. Rumble. The thunderclouds in the air rolled crazily, and immediately after, an arm-thick thunderbolt blasted down. The first robbing thunderbolt had come. The Black Jiao had no time to care about Li Bai, and quickly looked up to the sky and roared. Opening its bloody mouth wide, it roared into the sky. A black light flashed and turned into a pillar of light, impacting towards the robbing thunder. Boom! A huge explosion wave, like a shocking wave, surged out towards the surroundings. One ripple after another rippled around the space. Thud! The terrifying power tore through space, and black cracks continuously appeared. Rumble! 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 Inside the calamity cloud, it was once again boiling, seemingly dissatisfied that the black scaly dragon below was able to withstand the first calamity thunder. Crazy brewing the second terrifying calamity thunder. Come on! The huge pupils of the black scaly dragon flashed with the color of madness, riveted enough strength and soared into the sky. Boom! The robbery's thunderbolt carried a thunderous momentum and descended. The black Jiao rushed forward and charged up. Immediately following, the bloody mouth opened and spewed out a cloud of white cold ice, bubbling with a gust of cold air. Rumble! The two forces collided with each other, and in an instant, the ground shook, and on the river, 100 feet of huge waves rolled up. In a radius of 1,000 miles, thunder continued to roar and heavy rain poured down. For the average person, tonight was nothing more than a night of thunderstorms. City Lord's mansion. Backyard. Pavilion. Lucian put away the spirit stone, gently patted Lin Xiaoyan's shoulder, pacifying, nothing, just some small tactics of the Gui Dao. Gui Dao? She immediately froze, then suddenly realized that she had heard a lot about the Guile Dao. Rumble! A thunderous sound came from the distance, and thunder descended from the sky. Lucian quickly raised his head to gaze over, and deep within his eyes, a golden light flowed. Great General, I have something to go out, you go back and rest first. After the words were spoken, he stepped out, stepping into the air, and like raindrops, half a meter away from his circumference, he evaporated and dissipated. Looking at the distant back, Lin Xiaoyan's beautiful eyes, colorful. If this skill of yours is used to protect Daxia, how good would it be? Black Dragon River. In the sky above, Black Jiao, with his own strength, resisted the second lightning bolt. The third robbery thunderbolt followed closely. Rumble! Bull-thick lightning coalesced, resembling a furious thunder dragon, looking down on the Black Jiao from above. Click! The lightning flashed down. It rushed up, carrying a terrifying aura of destroying everything. The Black Jiao sensed the power of the last lightning bolt. A hint of despair flashed in its eyes. In its opinion, this power was terrifying enough to destroy itself in an instant. Since this was the case, it would fight. Between thoughts, it was too late to think, opened its mouth towards the sky, and an egg-sized golden dan was spat out from its huge mouth. It turned into a golden light rushing towards the lightning. Boom! It shook the sky and shook the earth, as if it was going to engulf a 10-mile radius of the sky. Berserk power swept around, causing the river to roll up 10,000 feet of huge waves, lapping towards the surroundings. The mountains and jungles were all submerged. A long time. The sky and earth returned to calm, and the black clouds in the air retreated. The river returned to tranquility. If it wasn't for the submerged mountains and jungles all around, it would be impossible to see the scene. Successful? Li Bai curiously looked out. That huge body was rapidly descending. The rumble smashed hard inside the river, and another huge wave rolled over. Chapter 22 District Sword Immortal, not yet worthy of dying in my hands. Riverside. Li Bai had been paying attention. Delayedly, he chose to make a move. Being able to survive for 1,000 years, the strength of this Black Jiao had long been unfathomable. Especially since Feng had chosen to use his inner Dan to fight against the last lightning at the last moment of the tribulation. The current situation. It should have successfully passed the thunderbolt. As expected, a deep dragon's roar rang out, and immediately after, a 100-foot scaly dragon with two black ink-like dragon horns on top of its head appeared, particularly eye-catching. Not a moment later, the large body changed into a size of only about 3 meters. The breadth of the body was extremely chaotic. The black scaly dragon slowly ascended to the sky above the river, turning its head to look at Li Bai. This human, long before it crossed the threshold, had already appeared here. Earlier. In order to single-mindedly transmigrate the tribulation, it was kindly persuaded to leave. The other party did not seem to appreciate it. It looked like it was coming from a bad place. Looking from afar, that white figure was like an overwhelming divine sword standing in the heavens and earth, connected to the sky above and grounded below. The huge sword chi seemed to be destroying mountains and breaking streams. With just a glance, it seemed to be locked by a supreme rigid and strong sword intent. Suddenly, he moved, taking a step into the air. A white sword chi coalesced under his feet, becoming ladder steps that continuously extended out towards the front. Behind him, Miso, 15 sword wheels, resembling a giant wheel of light. Inside each wheel of light, countless long swords were spinning. The powerful sword light was as blinding as the sun, causing people to not dare to look directly at it. A white dress, untainted by dust, as if an earthly immortal. At this time, not far from the jungle, 800 miles, sitting hidden, 2 figures flashed rapidly. A moment has already come to the riverside. Raising their eyes, they saw a shocking scene in front of them. 15 sword wheels emerged behind them, terrifying sword chi as well as sword intent, constantly tearing the surrounding space. Terrifying. Terrifying. Shocking. He was indeed here. 800 Miles was pleasantly surprised and then shouted at Li Bai, "Mr. Li, 800 Miles, Lord of Lingzhou City, implore you to save the great general's life." Saying that, quickly kneeled down on one knee. Li Bai, who was strolling in mid-air, heard these words, his body lurched and slowly turned his head, his gaze resembling a sharp sword. Scanned 800 Li from afar. With just this glance, 800 Li's body shook, and in an instant, it seemed like there were millions of sharp swords surrounding him. At any moment, they were going to cut him into 1,000 pieces. Snapped. On his forehead, cold sweat flowed and dripped onto the ground. "I originally came here to kill her, and you guys are actually so delusional that you want me to save her?" Li Bai snorted, disdainful of the 800 Miles. Finally, his gaze rested on sitting hidden. Seems to be in consideration of the other party's kindness to himself in the past. Suddenly his tone became a little more moderate. "Not slow, I am not a doctor, cannot save your family's great general. Sick, have to go to see a doctor, help the dead and wounded, that is the responsibility of the doctor. And I will only use the sword to kill." Finished. No longer pay attention to the two, continue to step out. "Li Bai, I heard that you have a sword, called Fengchun, can make the withered wood spring." Sitting stood with his arms folded, his right hand stroked his chin beard, hesitated for a moment, and finally could not help but open his mouth. In a split second, Li Bai's figure paused once again. Only this time, he did not turn back. "Mr. Sitting need not say more, the sword, I cannot come out." Decisive, resolute, without any room for discussion. "Just one sword, for you, Mr. Li, is it not just a matter of lifting your hand? Why don't you want to do it?" 800 Miles of red eyes, cannot help but angrily roar. Lin Xiaoyan's current situation, not many days left. If there is anyone in the world who can still save her, I'm afraid that the only person left in the world who can save her is Li Bai, who is at the top of the sword Dao in front of me. But he was reluctant to make a move. At that instant, 800 Miles finally couldn't hold it together, associating it with the great general's dedication to Daxia over the years. "I came here only for the Jiaolong Inner Dan, a mere 9th grade, is not worthy to die under my sword." Li Bai, a white coat, with the gale, hunting. As a 9th grade great circle of 800 Miles, at this moment, was subjected to incomparable humiliation. Yet, he did not dare to attack. All because the other party was the third strongest Li Bai on earth. Only. If the other party could not be allowed to make a move, that would mean that the last chance of the great general being alive was gone. "Jiaolong Inner Dan? You are also worthy? Shasta." A gentle voice rang out. Before the silhouette arrived, the voice had already come. The crowd sought the source of the voice to look over. They saw Lu Ziyan, who was dressed in a green shirt that showed off his elegant demeanor, similarly stepping and walking high in the sky. The rainwater automatically evaporated and dissipated at a distance of less than half a meter. "Mr. Lu? Why are you here?" 800 Miles stood up in surprise, his expression frozen. Sitting made a thought, secretly thinking, could it be that he also came here to beg Li Bai to make a sword? Just this appearance attitude, I'm afraid that it gives people an extremely bad impression. Li Bai sniffed, and after seeing the visitor again, he could only smile lightly. "Brother Lu came here, I think it must also be for the matter of your wife. A sword is just a sword, when I get the Jiaolong Inner Dan, I will go with you." For this person, Lu Ziyan, he was very scrupulous. Even though he was an absolute peak sword immortal with 15 sword wheels, he still couldn't see through the person in front of him. And then he associated it with the scene in the sky above Lingzhou City earlier. A poem that awakened 200,000 spirits. "Why does my wife need you?" Lu Ziyan's expression was indifferent, not even looking at him. Then he raised his hand and a golden power blasted out. Suddenly, an unprecedented cohesion appeared on Li Bai's cloudy expression. Because in that instant, the threat of death was felt. How could it be? The first thing that surfaced in his mind was disbelief. The other party just raised his hand and struck. How could he produce a threat of death? The next second. Not good. Caught off guard, there was no time to react. I'm afraid that the force blasted on his chest. Poof. A mouthful of blood was spat out, and the whole person flew backwards a dozen meters towards his back. What? Sitting was shocked and alarmed. His right hand couldn't help but exert a force, directly tearing off a handful of beard. 800 Miles completely dumbfounded. The expression is as dumb as a wooden chicken, a long time to react. The strongest third on earth, 15 sword wheel of the absolute peak of the sword immortal, almost invincible existence. How could he be injured by a wave of Lord Lu's hand? Fake, right? A mere sword immortal, you're not worthy to die by my hand. Without turning his head back, Lu Ziyan continued past towards the black scaly dragon, his light words echoing between heaven and earth. At that moment, 800 Miles, the sitting hidden duo completely returned to their senses, and at the same time, their hearts boiled. Hearing these words, Li Bai's body shook, and his eyes looked incredulously at that green shirk back.
Madness. Unbridled madness. Overbearing. Hegemony that leaves no room for error.
Thinking back to what he did just now, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Compared to the one in front of him, it was as if the series of actions he had just taken was a clown's behavior.
Chapter 23. What are you looking at? Collecting you is coming. Over the river. Gusty wind, fine rain. Lucian stepped, walking in the void, a golden ripple continuously emerging under his feet.
Without looking back, he passed towards the direction of the black scaly dragon.
Edge.
800 miles was completely and deeply shocked by that lofty to the extreme back shadow.
Only one move.
He flew away the topmost sword Immortal Li Bai, a legendary level expert.
It's extraordinary. It's amazing. Is that man really the great general's son, Mr. Liu?
Sitting Yin reacted only after a long time, with a tone of skepticism.
It's incredible. In that moment, there was no fluctuation in the literary aura. In other words, when Li Bai flew away, the means used was not Wen Dao at all.
Hiss. Neither was it martial qi.
Then what kind of power was it that was so terrifying? Strange.
This power did not belong to the way of literature, one of the martial ways, yet it was extremely overbearing and overpowering. How could it be like this? Li Bai's jaw dropped as he realized it afterward. Watching from afar, that back figure gradually began to rise infinitely. In the end, it formed a huge peak that could not be climbed.
At this moment,
he lowered his head and smiled bitterly. The world is so big that there is truly a heaven beyond the heavens and people beyond the people.
Who could imagine?
Being as powerful as he was, there was actually a day when he was defeated by someone with a single move.
On the other side, Lucian came to the front of the black scaly dragon, the corner of his mouth tugged, coldly said, "What are you looking at?" "Collecting you came. I know that you are already psychic and can understand human speech. Follow me and you can live. If you insist on not obeying, you will die."
Obviously the voice was not loud, but it made the black ogre dragon feel deafening. Especially that last word death made it tremble and chill all over its body.
"I will go with you."
Without the slightest hesitation, cleanly agreed. Just now that human with a sword, already let it have a kind of like falling into a cold pool, the feeling of death enveloped.
Even that kind of person were a move second. Hearing. Lucian nodded with satisfaction, turned his head back to 800 miles, sitting hidden in front of the two. "The night is late, go back to rest early." After speaking, ignoring the odd reaction of the two, he stepped into the air and left.
From the beginning to the end.
Did not pay any more attention to Li Bai.
The latter, quickly coming over from his frustration, looked at the other parties departing back, fists clenched, and whispered, "This world, finally, is not so boring, and you have managed to catch my attention."
City Lord's mansion. The backyard. Inside the compartment. Lin Xiaoyan tossed and turned, unable to sleep.
In her mind, she kept recalling the figure of Lucian when he left earlier. The strength that was displayed definitely belonged above the 9th rank. Since he had never seen him make a move, he had always been cognizant of his realm of strength.
"I've always had an incomplete knowledge of his realm of strength. How should I open my mouth to make him agree?"
Her head was in turmoil and she couldn't settle down at all.
Learning that her time is running out,
she thought about whether or not she could let Lucian replace her and continue to guard the Grand Xia dynasty, as well as her own family. But for a moment, she didn't know where to open her mouth to convince him. Creak! The sound of pushing the door rang out. Lin Xiaoyan immediately closed her eyes tightly, not daring to look in the direction of the doorway. Nervous as if a child who had done something bad.
Shortness. Uneasy. "Great General, asleep?"
After Lu Ziyan came in, he carefully opened his mouth. His voice was gentle and subtle, as if he was afraid of disturbing the other party. Before Lin Xiaoyan could subconsciously open his mouth, whirled around and sat up. "That's good, give you a good thing." He walked to the edge of the bed, then grabbed her right hand. Swish, a black shadow flashed. Immediately following, the black ogre dragon transformed into a black snake with a stark black body, only half a meter and the size of a thumb. On the small head, there were still 2 small horns.
"Ah!"
Lin Xiaoyan was startled by the sudden small black snake and hurriedly screamed.
"Don't be afraid."
Lu Ziyan grabbed the black snake in his hand and laughed softly at her. "This is a rare spiritual snake that is already psychic and can understand human speech. I gave it a very nice name, called Black Girl." Said, gently scratched, a golden light flashed, Lin Xiaoyan's finger appeared a blood seal, then a drop of blood dropped on the top of the black snake's head. White light flashed and a strange rune surged.
In an instant,
she felt that there was some sort of connection between herself and the black snake. "This is the recognition of master. From now on, the black girl will guard you instead of me." Lucian smiled brightly, rubbing her head with a face full of favor. Upon hearing this, she instantly became a little anxious and couldn't wait to say, "Guarding me instead of you? What does that mean?" Couldn't figure it out. Obviously it was his own time was running out. How did he make it seem like he was the one who was about to die? "I know you have always wanted me to guard Daxia, but this matter is not negotiable. That is your faith and your hope. In the future, it is still due to you to guard it. Saying that, Lu Ziyan directly struck her with a hand slash, knocking her out.
Go out and guard the law.
Instructing the black girl, the latter quickly turned into a black light and disappeared inside the room.
Liang Long.
Lu Ziyan's eyes gradually became stern as he reached out and waved his hand. A golden light surged through his body.
Immediately afterward,
the entire person stood up upside down, head to head with the seated Lin Xiaoyan.
The next second,
a vast surge of spiritual energy continuously surged into Lin Xiaoyan's body.
Spiritual energy infusion.
This was a decision he made after some deep thought. At the time of agreeing to the plea of 200,000 Yingling,
underworld,
it had already made him realize one thing. In this world, if one went to rely on cultivation, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to progress any further. Obedience to the will of heaven with the way of literature. Perhaps it is possible to walk out of an extraordinary path.
In that case,
his own Jindan cultivation will be given to his wife, Lin Xiaoyan. Previously, Jun Zizhu removed her cultivation, but her days are numbered. With this cultivation plus,
do not worry about that at all.
After the spiritual power enchantment lasted for several hours, Lu Ziyan quickly changed his posture, and the two of them touched their lips together. Very quickly,
a golden elixir flew out of his mouth and finally entered Lin Xiaoyan's mouth. Near the moment of dawn,
Lu Ziyan's face was pale, his body weakly stood by the bedside, raised his hand to point at his eyebrow, then quickly dotted at Lin Xiaoyan's eyebrow.
After absorbing the spiritual energy, he will properly comprehend the Nine Heavens Thunder skill.
Jindan stage cultivation, coupled with the Nine Heavens Thunder skill, and the black girl, it's enough to make you invincible in the world.
Finished speaking, he staggered out of the room. Outside the room,
Jin Shu, Shi Jingxi, and Su Luoling came here early. Creak! The door to the room opened, and the three of them looked over in unison. Only to see Lu Ziyan's complexion as white as paper, very weakly holding the door and walking out.
Auntie? What's wrong with you?
Jin Shu saw that it was his own aunt, and quickly went forward to assist him. I'm fine, guard this door, anyone who comes near, kill without pardon.
Lu Ziyan waved his hand and commanded Jin Shu with utmost seriousness.
I'm sorry. Jin Shu hurriedly nodded his head in response. He staggered towards the outside. At this time, behind him came Su Luoling's tiny voice, a poor scholar's body just can't work, it's only one night and he's been tossed around by the great general like this, he's not competitive.
Puff!
A stagger, Lu Ziyan directly fell to the ground, really shocked by the other party's words.
Qingnu, help me back. You see, you still need someone else to help you, definitely your kidneys can't do it. Chapter 24 Auntie has orders. Outside Lingzhou City. On the official road. A gorgeous carriage sped away. Just as the sunrise broke. The shadows are lengthening.
Very beautiful.
On the city wall.
Sitting in stared at the direction where the carriage disappeared inside softly, Duke Lu just left. The armies gathered by the three kingdoms are afraid that they will come back.
The great general again. Aside. 800 miles, Jade Bridge, chasing the wind, Wang Sun several people. Hearing these words.
What a Wendao Immortal, just a coward, sneaking away by himself.
Wang Sun swung his fist in anger, boom.
A fist smashed into the wall, huge force, immediately smashed out a dent.
Obviously.
He was extremely displeased with Lu Ziyan leaving early in the morning, not even saying a goodbye. Yu Chao slightly propped up his forehead, also secretly sighed, great general such a good person, but found such a husband, life is bitter ah.
It's all right.
800 miles hurriedly voiced to stop, fearing that these guys will still say what bad words. In his mind, he recalled last night, the strength shown by Mr. Lu.
Even Li Baiyi was easily defeated. With this kind of strong strength, why would he leave? Furthermore, didn't he come for the great general? Go back to the city lord's mansion. Suddenly, 800 miles' eyes flashed with a glimmer as he quickly flew back.
Sitting Kane's expression was stunned, then it dawned on him and he also followed him over. The remaining three people, Jade Bridge, looked at each other in disbelief, completely puzzled. Outside the chamber, Jin Shu stood in front, holding a long sword in his hand, pointing it horizontally at Shi Jingxi, Su Luoling's two daughters. My aunt has orders, before the great general comes out, no one is allowed to approach, or else they will be killed without pardon. The delicate face was filled with seriousness, and the eyes were even more determined. Jin Shu, you have crossed the line. Su Luoling immediately became furious, pointing at Jin Shu, making a gesture to rush up. Shi Jingxi frowned tightly and slowly said, get out of the way, I want to go in and take a look at the great general.
Just now.
The three women called Lin Xiaoyan several times, but they did not get a response. Therefore, the two of them had the idea of going in to find out what was going on.
Nay.
Jin Shu held a sword in front of them, not allowing them to go in at all. Swish! Swish! 800 miles, sitting hidden two people flew to the door in front. General Qi, General Su, General Jin Shu, where is the great general?
As soon as they arrived, 800 miles looked eager and couldn't wait to ask. After all,
At this point, he wanted to confirm a suspicion within his heart. That is, the great general has. Otherwise, Duke Lu could never have left in such a hurry. I'm afraid that he had gone for revenge. It had to be said that he had an extremely rich imagination and had already associated it to this level. If Lu Ziyan knew that he thought this way, he would definitely be furious and give him another talent na. Sitting Yin's gaze tightly stared at the compartment door with a complex expression. Such a bizarre scene immediately attracted the attention of Su Luoling, immediately loudly questioned, "What do you two mean?" Several generals, the great general Shi, may say, 800 miles voice gradually choked up, full of grief and anger, tearful eyes. What do you mean? Shi Jingxi was first stunned, then recalled that only before the imperial physician Zhou Guan had taken the pulse of the great general and asserted that he could not live more than 7 days. A careful calculation. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Her body shook and her eyes went black, almost falling straight down, her mouth muttering continuously. Jinshu waved his sword and pointed at 800 miles, and said angrily, "Less demonic talk here, there is absolutely no way that anything can happen to my young lady. Why did that Lu Gongzi leave early, toward the southwest? That is where the Liuli dynasty is located. What else could it be if not to take revenge?" Outside the courtyard, Wang Sun walked in furiously. Before the person arrived, his voice had already arrived. "He's gone?" Shi Jingxi, Su Luoling looked puzzled, glancing at each other, both shocked by this news. Right now at this kind of time. Lu Ziyan left alone, and just now, they had been calling out to the great general without getting a response. Can it be that? Jinshu gazed at the crowd with a cold gaze, and his tone was once again icy cold. "Auntie has orders, no one is allowed to approach, and if you want to go in, unless you step over my dead body." Devilish, completely devilish, that dead scholar, in the end gave you what enchanted Su, now even the great generals are disregarded. Su Luoling completely to this girl dead brain to the whole speechless, really want to rush up to pry open her head, to see what is loaded inside. "General Jinshu, you just back off. We also want to see whether the great general is sitting hidden," said at the end, somehow, the remaining still alive a few words, but can no longer speak. "Do not retreat." The attitude is incomparably strong, making the crowd for a moment, also do not know what to do. Could it be that they really want to make a move against her? 800 miles was a 9th grade great perfection, dealing with Jinshu was just a matter of raising his hand. But he couldn't do it that way. Jinshu wasn't just one of the Eastern Red's main generals, she was also the great general's personal maid. In terms of loyalty, I'm afraid that no one in the room was more loyal to the great general than her. Inside the room, Lin Xiaoyan was sitting on the bed, golden light surged around her body, and between her eyebrows, there was some kind of power that was rapidly fusing. This Tao of mine is called Immortal Cultivation. It does not belong to the way of literature or the way of martial arts, but is above these two ways. In his mind, images of Lu Ziyan's preaching flashed continuously. For a long time. Thoroughly absorbing the cultivation knowledge, he also thoroughly comprehended the first 6 levels of the 9 heavens thunder skill. Opening his eyes, 2 thunderbolts flashed in the depths of his eyes. The surrounding golden light quickly converged back into the body. In that instant, returning to an ordinary human state. Duke Lu, so this is your strength, she clenched her fist, crackling powerful force directly pinched the air, producing a loud sound. In fact, Lin Xiaoyan didn't completely absorb the power of the Jindan stage at all. It was only 1/3 absorbed. The time was too short, plus there was too much to digest. Even with the help of Lu Ziyan, he had only absorbed 1/3. The remaining power coalesced in the Jindan within his body. 6th Foundation Establishment. Feeling the power within her body, Lin Xiaoyan nodded in satisfaction. "You gave me all your cultivation and renewed my life for me, what about you?" Shoo! A black light flashed, and Black Girl transformed into a miniature little black snake and appeared on her shoulder. "Black Nui, so you're a spirit beast." With the immortal cultivation knowledge passed on by Lu Ziyan, the moment she saw the black girl, she had already come to her senses. "Right, aren't you able to spit out human words?" Since she recognized her master, Lin Xiaoyan instantly felt that it was friendly and couldn't help but ask curiously. A white light flashed out of the black girl's head and flew into her brow. At once, she suddenly realized. It turned out that it had just finished a robbery and had suffered a heavy blow, and was now in a weakened stage, unable to spit out human words. The voice of Jinshu confronting the crowd came from her ears. "At this time, you chose to leave, did?" Lin Xiaoyan's eyes flashed through a fine light, as if he already knew what Lu Ziyan intended to do with this move. Outside the compartment, while the crowd was arguing, "Jinshu, come in." Suddenly, Lin Xiaoyan's voice rang out. In an instant, the crowd immediately quieted down. "Yes, miss." Jinshu put away his long sword and pushed the door in. Chapter 25 Heartcold. With Lin Xiaoyan's voice ringing in everyone's ears. In an instant, everyone immediately quieted down. The 800 Li who had some expressions of grief and indignation before. At this moment, the expression was all of a sudden excited and joyful. The great general is fine. Qi Jingxi glared at 800 miles, killing intent revealed, clearly blaming him for his nonsense just now.
If it wasn't for his nonsense, how could one possibly think the wrong way?
Sitting burst into a frown and smiled, learning that the great general was fine, the gloom in his heart dispersed at once.
Inside the compartment, Jinshu walked in. "Miss, are you okay?"
As a matter of fact, earlier outside, she heard those people speculate. She also had no bottom inside.
Nay, the aunt's order, and cannot be disobeyed. "Silly girl, what can I do? Don't you trust Auntie?" Lin Xiaoyan sat down and poured herself a cup of tea.
"I believe you, but the 9 officials say that Miss will not live for more than 7 days.
Who is Jiu Guan?
He is the only one who has entered the world, and he is the only one who has passed on from the Divine Doctor Valley. His medical skills are so good, no one else is as good as him.
Since 30 years ago.
Has been circulating a sentence 9 officials say you die 3 nights, Hades do not dare to stay until the 5th night. This shows the horror of these words."
"Really all right?"
Jinshu still a little not quite dare to believe. Lin Xiaoyan smiled helplessly and spoke at her, "Attack with your full strength."
"Ah,
this." Jinshu immediately had a dumbfounded expression, wondering if she had heard it wrong. For better or worse.
He himself is also an 8th grade martial arts cultivator. A full force attack that destroys gold and shatters rocks is not even a matter of concern.
What's the point of dawdling? Why don't you quickly strike? With the sound of urging, Jinshu could only harden his head, his body's martial energy condensed. His figure rushed out, his whole body's strength condensed into a fist.
Seeing this,
Lin Xiaoyan had already seen her concern and raised his hand. A golden light flashed.
Boom!
Jinshu, who had just rushed out a few steps, was jerked out by a huge force. It ruthlessly crashed into a side pillar. This. Ignoring the pain on her body, her pupils dilated several times, her expression shocked.
"Miss, you."
"Shoo." Lin Xiaoyan hurriedly made a silencing gesture towards her. "Eunuch Liu has already infused all his cultivation into me to renew my life." For Jinshu, this girl. She did not choose to hide it.
"Cultivation infusion?"
"Miss, I have read in an ancient book, this kind of cultivation infusion thing, which is very dangerous, the slightest carelessness, may suffer backlash. If you are not careful, you may suffer a backlash. If you are not careful, you may suffer a backlash. If you are not careful, you may suffer a backlash." Jinshu covered his mouth, eyes full of shock and admiration.
Auntie is really a real man.
In order to renew Mrs. Life, he even disregarded his own life. Lin Xiaoyan felt the same way. Duke Liu was just too good to himself.
"Mr. Liu has left?"
Already left, what next?"
Jinshu looked a little agitated.
"Do not act rashly for the time being, spread the word, say that Duke Liu begged for an immortal elixir from the Divine Healer Valley and renewed my life for a month. Remember, make sure to let them know that the elixir only renewed my life and that I am still an ordinary person.
In that case, I believe many people will come here to kill me.
Maybe even the Black Hand of the dynasty can be lured out in one fell swoop."
In fact,
the moment she woke up, she already had this opportunity.
To take advantage of this incident to lure those enemies one by one. At that time, with her cultivation, she can definitely get them all.
"Yes, miss."
Jinshu quickly comprehended what her own miss meant. At this time, the city lord's mansion. At the entrance,
a eunuch, with a few golden armored guards, walked in quickly.
Not long after,
appeared outside the doorway of the compartment where Lin Xiaoyan was.
800 miles saw the visitor and hurriedly went forward and politely said, "Eunuch Li this is?"
That eunuch Li looked indifferent and did not even look at him. Instead, he smiled at Qi Jingxi and said, "General Qi, I don't know where the great general is.
Please come out to receive the decree." This kind of worshipful behavior made Wang Sun, Jade Bridge, and Wind Chaser very unhappy. However, the other party was representing His Majesty. "I'm coming."
Lin Xiaoyan was dressed in white, like a dusty fairy, due to becoming an immortal cultivator.
There was an extra air of transcendence on her body. As soon as he came out, Eunuch Li opened the holy decree and hurriedly recited it.
"Here is the protection of the State General Lin Xiaoyan, reckless disregard for the people's lives in the South China Sea Pass, not from the imperial order.
Read his grandfather Xin Guigong great achievements, therefore. Withdraw his position as the great general of the protectorate, demoted to the Lingzhou city general. I hope he will do his best for Xia in the future. I admire this." After the imperial decree was read, the crowd froze in place. Jinshu was the first to react, and immediately became furious. How could His Majesty do this?
"I'm not convinced. The great general has always done her best for Xia, if not for her this time.
I'm afraid that Lingzhou city would have already fallen."
Qi Jingxi immediately stood out and pointed at Eunuch Li and angrily rebuked. "General Qi, when His Majesty made such a decision, Duke Xin was also present." Eunuch Li wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, fearing that the other party would suddenly strike, to give himself and the others a violent beating. After all, people's names in trees' shadows. In the middle of the royal capital, who didn't know the great name of the little witch Qi Jingxi? If it wasn't for being brought into the army by Lin Xiaoyan. I'm afraid that today, I don't know how many people in the royal capital will suffer.
The Duke of Jin was there? Hearing.
The crowd looked a bit incredulous. If Lin Hong was present, how could he possibly allow His Majesty to remove the position of the Protectorate General? General Lin, since you're already fine, I'll take my leave first. Sitting in observed Lin Xiaoyan for a while and felt that the other party's qi and blood were extremely vigorous. He didn't look like a person with a short life expectancy at all. It must be that Mr. Liu has already found a way to renew his life. In that case, there was no need for him to stay here. The affairs of the court have nothing to do with him.
Sir, take your time. Lin Xiaoyan nodded and smiled at him as an apology. At this moment,
to be able to appear here, one would think that it was all for the purpose of finding a method to renew his life for himself. Plus, through the connection between her and Black Girl, it made it clear what happened last night. Jinshu, take out the Protectorate General's token as well as the official seal and official uniform. Soon, everything that belonged to the Protectorate Great General was all handed over to Eunuch Li.
Several people came and went in a hurry. In the end,
only Lin Xiaoyan, Jinshu, Shi Jingxi, and the others remained.
Great General, what's the best thing to do now?
800 Miles is extremely unwilling, feeling that the Great General has always been bent on doing this for the sake of Daxia.
For so many years, he has been working hard. Now gets such a result. It is really chilling.
Don't call me a Great General, now that His Majesty has demoted me to the rank of Partial General. Please be careful with your words in the future. Lin Xiaoyan was quick to accept this result.
Even if she didn't accept it, what could she do?
Putting it before, I'm afraid she would still feel bad for a while.
It was a pity. Now she had already accepted Lu Xian's immortal cultivation. To the worldly people,
she is the immortal general existence.
The rights of these things, at their fingertips. However,
Lin Xiaoyan's dream is very simple, guarding the Grand Xia, guarding the people of the Grand Xia.
That's all. Chapter 26, Intercepted Halfway. The Royal Capital. Imperial Study Room.
A black-robed man knelt in front of Xiao Wuji.
Your Majesty, Duke Lin has left the royal capital.
The black-robed man's voice was hoarse and his head was lowered.
Informed them?
He stood up and turned his back, a huge scroll with the 4 big words Great Exhibition clearly written on it. The black-robed man responded in a hurry, they have been notified. The other party responded, the person who intercepted the kill is on the way.
Satisfied nodded, waved his hand, signaling the other party to retreat. A long time. Inside the Imperial study.
Xiao Wuji was the only one left, looking forlorn, lost in thought as he looked at those 4 big words.
Once upon a time, he and Lin Hong could be described as brothers in arms, comrades in arms. Unfortunately, long lived in the emperor's position. Everything has changed.
The power of speech in Daxia can only be in the hands of the emperor. When the sun was setting in the west, on the old sheep's intestine road, a carriage was traveling slowly. In front of the carriage, Steward Li was concentrating on driving the horse.
Inside the carriage,
Lin Hong squinted his eyes, pretending to look asleep. Lin Baoying was holding Lu Yuer, teasing her from time to time. Little Yuer, there are many delicious snacks in Yunzhou, fragrant scallion pancakes, scallion chicken.
As if she was counting her family's treasures, she kept counting the Yunzhou delicacies.
Little Yuer was so happy to hear that her mouth was watering.
Auntie, I want to eat, I want to eat.
Don't look at her being only 6 years old, but she is also a snacker. For delicious food, there was even less resistance.
All of this.
It was all because Lin Baoying was too spoiled. From the time little Yuer was 4.5 years old, she had been bringing her back all kinds of delicious food.
Gradually, she was raised to be a foodie by nature. Twilight Land.
Whoosh! A sharp sword broke through the air and arrived, carrying the momentum of destroying mountains.
Be careful.
Steward Li reached out and a long dark spear appeared in his hand. Raising his hand, the spear came out like a dragon, traveling like a cloud and flowing like water, leaping up and striking a sweeping blow. Surging martial energy surged out. It collided with the air-breaking long sword. Boom! The two forces exploded apart, flying sand and stones. The raging power transformed into a terrifying gale. It blew the surrounding trees, uprooting them. Lin Hong fiercely opened his eyes, a cold aura flickered at the bottom of his eyes. Take care of little Yuer. With a command, he lifted the curtain of the car and walked out. Swish! 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 3 silhouettes, from far and near, appeared in front of them in an instant. After seeing the comers, Steward Li secretly surprised, dark building killer Yusan Yang, the strongest ninth on Earth's personal disciple of a sword fairy. Then look at the person at the head. Full head of white hair, but has a face of horizontal meat, blue robes, in addition to the stout body some, but also show flat.
Li in the Liuli dynasty thunderbolt double old man.
With just one glance, but Butler Li was shocked. How could he not have imagined that it would be this one who would come?
When they set out from the royal capital, they had long anticipated that this trip would definitely attract many people's thoughts.
especially the one from the royal palace.
Never expected.
The one who appeared here would be one of the 2 C-pins of the Liuli dynasty.
To know.
Thunderbolt double old man, Lei Li, Fengxing 2 people, but the entire dynasty in the only 2 innate realm powerhouses.
Cultivating a thunderbolt combining art.
Able to combine with each other through the 2 people to form a terrifying technique that doubles their combat power.
It is for this reason.
It was only because of this that they were able to gain a foothold amongst the ascended realm powerhouses in one fell swoop. This place is only tens of miles away from the royal capital, and Lei Li appeared here, Your Majesty.
I can't wait.
Tears welled up in Lin Hong's eyes, filled with grief and disappointment. He didn't understand that he had been loyal to Xia all his life, but he had ended up in such a situation where the emperor was jealous of him. A blue-robed Lei Li, full of smiles, rushed at Lin Hong. Lin Guogong did not expect it. 30 years ago, when you killed my son with your own hands, you should have thought. One day, I will personally take your life.
Unfortunately, the timing is just right. Inside the carriage,
Lin Baoying covered little Yuer's ears, just listening to the commotion coming from outside. It had already shocked her to the point where she was a little disoriented. Yu San Yang, the 2 one-sword immortals. They were already first-class experts who had become famous in the world in the past 10 years.
As for Lei Li,
it was even more remarkable. Among the innate realm experts of the major dynasties, it was also ranked in the top 10.
This point alone, already quite remarkable.
Under the innate, a gun in the hand, dare to say invincible King Gunli, who unexpectedly disappeared for many years, you actually will give Lin Guigong as a housekeeper. Lei Li's eyes sized up stewardly for a while.
Then, a sudden realization dawned on him. Grandpa Li is actually the overlord Gunli, who, an existence that dares to be called invincible under the innate.
Lin Baoying's pretty face was astonished and surprised for a moment, and she was not at all clear about Steward Li's identity.
Not at all clear at all. Only no. From the beginning of remembering, Grandpa Li was the family's housekeeper. In the past, I thought that he was just an ordinary housekeeper. Now it seems so. I'm not going to talk about it, but you guys came here to kill me.
Lin Hong stepped forward and looked at the 3 people with an arrogant expression.
For them to come here purpose. I know exactly.
As for behind all this, who was manipulating?
Doesn't matter.
Although he was also in the innate realm, but due to the war that year, he had fallen into some after effects.
The result is that his cultivation has regressed a bit. Nowadays, can only be considered above the 9th grade, below the innate. Half-step innate.
If not for the master 3 or 4 times to prevent me from convening the Black Dragon Rider, with the 3 of you, also dare to come here to show off. Butler Lee regretted that if he had notified the Black Dragon Riders earlier, it would have been impossible for this halfway kill to happen.
Lin War God, let me meet you.
One sword immortal, raising his hand, a long sword flew out in the air.
Whoosh!
There was a sharp sound that broke through the air, carrying a terrifying sword chi that tore everything apart.
Straight to Lin Hong.
Sword 9's sword control technique, no wonder he could be called a one-sword immortal, this hand of sword control skill. Under the 9th rank, no one can compare, under the innate, there are very few who can dodge it. Lin Hong recognized at a glance that what the other party was performing was precisely the strongest 9th on earth, the Sword 9's imperial sword skill. The figure flashed rapidly, transforming into a white light.
In a flash,
it had already retreated tens of meters.
Clang!
The long sword stabbed it where Lin Hong had just been, and a deep pit immediately appeared in the ground. The art of the imperial sword was divine.
Even innate realm experts had to treat it with caution. Yu San Yang, it's your turn.
Lei Li smiled contemptuously, his gaze was grim as he commanded to the Yu San Yang by his side.
The next second,
within the beautiful eyes of Yu San Yang, who was wearing a silver ghost mask, a flash of intense killing intent flashed through her eyes. Elder Lei, this time, although you're the one leading the charge, but I'm not one of your men, it seems like you can't order me yet. Not giving him the slightest bit of face, his hoarse voice carried a strong dissatisfaction.
Obviously. As a dark building killer, there are rules of conduct that are uniquely their own. Pretending.
Seeing that the other party did not follow his orders, Lei Li could only say something back in a conspiratorial manner. Attention was focused on One Sword Immortal and Lin Hong. At this time, Steward Li was holding a dark lance and guarding in front of the carriage.
Chapter 27 Stop.
Lin Hong dodged past it in a hurry. 7 yellow dragon silhouettes of more than one zhang rose up around his body violently. Huang Tingjing, the realm of the 7 dragons. Lei Li's eyes narrowed, his fists had tightened. Back then, if it wasn't for this yellow court scripture of the other party,
the battle in the southern domain,
the 2 of them, the brothers, would have already killed him. Standing with his arms folded, the gold-trimmed black robe on his body, windless, crisscrossed with dragon shadows.
Terrifying martial chi quickly swept around. Half-step innate.
Lei Li snorted, immediately had a victory. You really have dropped in realm, once amid innate, TSK. Just thinking about it made him feel excited. Hidden in the heart of 30 years of hate for killing his son.
To this day.
Finally, we can kill the murderer in Daxia. Let's go together, don't give him a chance to catch his breath. Familiar with the power of the Huang Tingjing as well as its terrifying nature, Lei Li hurriedly spoke out to urge Yusan Yang. This time, the reason why the three of them would come. Naturally, it was for the sake of being foolproof.
At this moment,
underneath the mask of the Yusan Yang, that pair of beautiful eyes, when they saw the 7 yellow dragon shadows rising, it panicked for a moment and immediately fell into a daze before finally returning to normal under Lei Li's urging. Good. Subconsciously agreeing, his figure gradually turned into nothingness.
Phantom 100 steps.
Yusan Yang's famous martial art was able to conceal her figure within 100 paces. Even if a martial artist is 1 grade higher than her, it was extremely difficult to spy on her figure. She was once in the 8th grade. With this technique, she had assassinated 6 9th grade beginners, 9 9th grade mediums, 13 9th grades, and 1 9th grade Great Circle expert. It was because of these battle records. It allowed her to become the 3rd assassin of the Dark Tower in one fell swoop. On the opposite side, when Lin Hong saw his opponent perform the illusory 100 steps, his entire body froze in place.
Xiao Shu.
Eyes reddened, a touch of sadness appeared on the old face.
Old thing, how dare you get distracted, looking for death.
Seeing this, the one-sword Immortal hurriedly directed his sword, and the long sword in the air quickly transformed into a stream of light. Once again, it swept towards Lin Hong.
Ha ha ha. Sure enough, you're still thinking about her, give me death.
In an instant, Lei Li had already appeared behind Lin Hong, his innate perfect aura erupting. Coalescing on top of a fist, he quickly rushed his back and smashed it over.
The momentum was like a cracker, an unrelenting and terrifying punch. Snort, snort, snort. The terrifying power tore apart the surrounding space, rubbing out loud sounds that resembled sonic booms. Obviously.
For all this, early has been in Lei Li calculations, why should Yusan Yang hands first? Naturally, because of the special features of her technique.
Lin Hong eldest daughter-in-law, Chen Wangshu will be this technique, is said to be its mother's family ancestral technique. As for her maternal family, so far, is still a mystery. No one knows. Boom!
A mountain-destroying force blasted at Lin Hong's back, instantly causing him to fly out tens of meters as if he were a kite with broken strings.
However, before he could land, whoosh! The long sword with a sharp and cold flickering aura arrived silently, not knowing when.
Appeared in front of him, poof! A sword broke the 7 yellow dragons and directly pierced through the shoulder. Poof! Pillars of blood sprayed out, his expression quickly paled, but he still looked lost in thought.
Our Lin family is sorry for you, Xiao Shu. Back then, when the eldest son was killed, it was when Chen Wangshu gave birth to Lin Baoying. It coincided with the time of war.
Lin Hong led 30,000 Black Dragon riders to arrive. Chen Wangshu, as well as his newborn granddaughter Lin Baoying, were captured by the enemy forces as a bargaining chip to make him retreat to a city. As a great summer god of war, for the sake of the people of a city, he resolutely chose to stand firm, thus giving up Chen Wangshu mother and daughter. Afterwards,
the enemy army asked him to choose between Chen Wangshu and his little granddaughter. In the end,
he chose his youngest granddaughter, Lin Baoying. This led to Chen Wangshu's death, and because of this incident, it has been the most traumatic pain in his heart all these years.
Master, you have bullied people too much.
Steward Li kicked the dark lance in his hand and his figure transformed into a white light as he madly rushed towards Lei Li. Boom! Dust and smoke rolled out, and the violent force stirred and scattered.
Fixed his eyes on it.
Steward Li was holding a long spear, bursting down in the air, but was easily caught by Lei Li's 2 fingers on the tip of the spear. The power scattered in all directions. Rippling waves were raised. In response, Lei Li did not move, clamped the tip of the gun, revealing a touch of contemptuous smile. They say that you are invincible under the innate. Coincidentally, I am a real innate. Today, no one can stop me from taking revenge. After the words, with a flick, a terrifying force was seen, blasting Steward Li out. Bang! Accompanied by a loud sound, ruthlessly smashed into a tree. The huge tree was broken by the impact. Wow!
With a sweetness in his throat, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Between raising his hand and throwing his feet, easily defeated Steward Li.
Stop! Suddenly, a tender voice filled with anger shouted. It was Lu Yuer's petite figure that appeared outside the carriage, and Lin Baoying looked panicked as she chased out.
Fong Kai.
In her haste, the little girl directly bit on the other party's wrist. Lin Baoying, who had been focusing on the outside, was caught off guard and let go of the hand covering Lu Yuer,
giving her the opportunity to run out.
Oh! Lei Li turned his head in surprise and saw a little girl who actually dared to run out and call for a stop.
Couldn't help but have a burst of scorn. Let go of my great-grandfather, you bad people.
Lu Yuer, in the middle of several people's stunned gazes, quickly rushed towards Lin Hong. In the end, her small hands caressed his face.
Tai grandpa, why are you spitting up blood? Is it hard? Little Yuer will touch you, it will soon be fine. Hearing The original 6 godless, lost soul like Lin Hong, suddenly eyes shot out to light. Little you error, how did you come out? At this point, he realized that he still had more important people to guard. Layli saw this situation and immediately became interested. What a cute little girl, so pink, I didn't expect it to be your Xian granddaughter. Ah. Very good. Great. The pain of losing his son once was fresh in his mind. When you killed my son, today I will kill your granddaughter. How about returning the favor? Knowing that the other party also has a granddaughter present, he was so excited. There was nothing more painful than losing a loved one. It was too cheap to let Lin Hong die so simply. He must be made to witness the death of his loved ones. That would be a painful revenge. Elder Lei, make it quick, settle them and let's hurry up and leave Daxia. One-sword Immortal reminded with a gloomy expression. Nowadays. They were in Daxia, and if anything changed, I was afraid that it would be too late. Swish. The figure of Yu Sanyang gradually revealed itself and was already beside Lin Baoying. Holding a sharp dagger in her hand, she pressed it against her neck, but she was hesitant to lay her hands on her. Instead, lost in thought, she looked at that face of Lin Baoying. Missing. Stewardly struggled to get up from the ground, and this cry immediately drew the attention of Lin Hong, One-sword Immortal, and Layli. There is another one. One-sword Immortal, rather unexpectedly stared at Lin Baoying. The royal capital. Shun Tian Hall. Your Majesty, urgent report from the front. The 300,000 troops assembled by the 3 great royal dynasties were summoned by the aunt of the state princess family alone to summon 200,000 spirits of the great Xiao's thousands of valiant generals outside of Lingzhou city. They fought the enemy outside the city and finally won. Nowadays, everyone is rumoring that Prince Lu is a window immortal on earth. Within the entire hall, except for the voice of that front general, it was terribly quiet. Above the dragon chair, Xiao Wuji pressed his right hand on the armrest and couldn't help but use force, especially when he heard the end. Couldn't help but stand up and angrily asked, "What? The armies of the 3 great king dynasties have been defeated? Unbelievable." Inside the hall, the 100 officials, none of them were shocked and unbelievable. Chapter 28, Lu Yuer, Showdown, No More Pretending. Sheep's Intestines Ancient Road. Lin Baoying was held by Yu Sanyang with a dagger on her neck. A bloodstain appeared on her white neck. As a result, a touch of despair welled up inside her. The other party was from the top assassin of the Dark Tower. Closing her eyes, she waited for death to come. A few breaths of time. As long as a century. Lin Baoying's heart rose a touch of surprise, has not yet made a move? Finally gathered enough courage to open her eyes. But saw the other party's pair of lost soul-like eyes, staring straight at themselves. Soon. Inside the eyes appeared joy, helplessness, pain, and finally gradually helpless up. Extremely complex. It caused Lin Baoying to have an illusion, the other party was feeling guilty. But she had no interaction with this person, so why would she suddenly show such a change in her emotions? Coincidentally at this time, Lu Yuer turned her little head and saw her sister-in-law being treated like this by Yu Sanyang. Instantly, her eyes turned red and she roared, "Let go of my sister-in-law." Small fists clenched together, hesitation appeared on her small face, as if she was afraid of something. In the end, as if he had made up his mind about something, a seriousness and coldness that should not be present at this age appeared on his little face. Lin Hong by his side sensed the change in his Xin granddaughter and immediately panicked. "Little Yuer, what's wrong with you? Don't scare Grandpa." Little Yuer, in response, as if she hadn't heard, raised her small hand, pointing at Yu Sanyang, her tender voice filled with a terrifying dominance. "Let go of my sister-in-law." Obviously just a 6-year-old girl uttered words. However, it caused everyone's hearts to tremble. It seemed that something terrible was about to happen. "Listen, don't you understand, do you?" Word by word, full of coldness, a terrifying force shot out from her fingers. Whoosh! Golden light suddenly appeared, like an electric flash, fleeting. In an instant. Bang! A black shadow was sent flying out by the golden light, the silver mask turning into countless fragments, followed by a fine and stunning face appearing in front of everyone. Yu Sanyang didn't even react. The next second, Lu Yuer's figure suddenly disappeared, transforming into a golden bolt of lightning and attacking straight at Yu Sanyang. As fast as lightning. Extremely fast. Stop! Lin Hong yelled hysterically as that extremely fast golden lightning bolt, a second before it was about to touch Yu Sanyang. It quickly turned around and came back. In the twinkling of an eye. Appearing beside Lin Hong, his little face was filled with doubt. "Tai Grandpa, why don't you kill her?" "Kill? No. Wait, how could Xian granddaughter be so powerful?" Until this moment. Only then did he react, his pale old face filled with horror, more confusion, puzzlement and other emotions. Butlerly, Lin Baoying and the two of them were dumbfounded, completely stunned by the scene in front of them. This. A sword Immortal was dumbfounded, causing the longsword that flew out to lose control, and finally hit a big tree on the side. Boom! A huge sound was produced.
The sneer on Lei Li's face had not yet receded, seeing the terror displayed by Lu Yuer. That old face immediately changed into dead gray, his expression stagnant. For a long time, he did not speak. Who would dare to believe that a 6-year-old girl, in the twinkling of an eye feats, would send a 9th-grade great perfection expert flying?
Tai grandpa?
Little Yuer helplessly reached out her little hand and patted Lin Hong's old face. This time, she was torn for a long time, if it wasn't for her sister-in-law who loved her the most. I'm afraid that she couldn't even be allowed to show her hand. After all, Dad but let her absolutely cannot show their own strength in front of people. Wait a minute. Little Yuer, what's going on with you? Lin Hong's deathly white face, a flash of agitated redness appeared as he quickly supported his body and asked. After Lin Baoing was out of danger, she also hurriedly ran to her side with a deep shock. Little Yuer, how are you? Just as everyone's attention was on Lu Yuer, Lei Li came back to his senses, his eyes shot out deep hatred. Wind Thunderhand. With a furious shout, accompanied by a sound of wind and thunder, his attack came roaring behind Lin Hong. Revenge! At this moment, he only had one thought in his heart. That was to avenge his son. Be careful! Little Yuer's figure flickered and appeared behind Lin Hong, then she raised her hand and waved her hand. Thunder came. With a click, an arm-thick silver-colored thunderbolt in the air. In a flash of lightning, it had appeared above her small hand. Go! With one finger, the lightning went straight towards Lei Li. The terrifying lightning, carrying a terrifying aura like destroying the sky and earth, swept towards Lei Li. Boom! With a bang, the lightning struck and instantly turned into nothing. An innate realm powerhouse was killed by lightning so lightly. Everyone's brains went blank. For a long time, they could not say anything. Bad guys are bad, they like sneak attacks. Clapping his small hands, he had a face that despised this kind of behavior. Following that, she turned her gaze to the stunned, dumbfounded one-sword Immortal. Your turn. Snap. A small ringing finger and boom. Another thunderbolt descended from the sky. It bombarded the one-sword Immortal. Ashes flew away. Few people again kept their brains dead. In the end, only one Yusan Yang was left, lying unconscious with serious injuries. It was evident that the power of that strike just now. If Lin Hong hadn't bellowed in the nick of time, she, at this moment, would have absolutely perished. Father will not let me fight, but it is not that I will not. Lu Yuer muttered softly in a voice that only she could hear. Turning back her head. Seeing the dumbfounded looks of great-grandpa, little auntie, and butler Li one by one, she couldn't help but feel a burst of pride, taking small steps and carrying her small hands in an old-fashioned manner. No, wait. Lin Baoing shook off her head and stepped forward to grab little Yuer's shoulder. How could you be so powerful? Lin Hong on the side, stewardly also had the same inquisitive expression. Just staring straight at her. I'm not sure if I can do it, but I'm going to do it. You guys know, no more pretending, I'll show my cards. Little Yuer shrugged her shoulders with a helpless and arrogant little expression, taking it to death. In fact, I know how to fight, my father also knows how to fight, but he has never allowed me to fight. Hearing the words, the three were all shaken, and then their pupils dilated violently, and at the same time they shouted in horror, Auntie will be a martial artist? Xiaoyan has cultivation? A wasted scholar can cultivate? Little Yuer heard her sister-in-law call her father a wasted scholar, and was instantly displeased, grunting, as far as trash-like sister-in-law is concerned, my father can slap a whole bunch of them to death. Of course, I am not targeting little aunt alone, but everyone present is trash. Finished speaking. Oh, she let out a clear and penetrating laugh. Lin Hong. Stewardly. Shuang fell into speechlessness, not realizing that she had been mistakenly injured. Luckily it was their own granddaughter, luckily it was the little ancestor, both thought at the same time in their hearts. No! I don't believe it. Lin Baoing covered her ears and yelled almost like she was crazy. The brother-in-law who had always been regarded as a waste by her. Suddenly one day, someone told himself that that guy was an expert. Who believed that? Who would believe it? It wasn't martial qi, it wasn't cultural qi, the power in Xiao Yuer's body was completely unlike the above two, yet it was frighteningly powerful. Lin Hong pondered for a moment and couldn't get a result. Creepy. Little Yuer, you're saying that Auntie is very powerful? How about compared to you? Stewardly stepped forward and couldn't help but ask in surprise. Mrs. Grandpa Li, you're just a big idiot, my skills are all taught by my father, so my father must be more powerful than me. Little Yuer was a bit reluctant to take him on, this kind of question that only big idiots ask. Ha ha. Lin Hong laughed out loud, and then agreed, right. Only big idiots ask this kind of question. After affirming Lu Ziyan's strength, he was in an incredibly happy mood. Then, Miss Yan. Housekeeper Li was just about to say something when Lin Hong shook his head at him, signaling that he must not speak about it here. Chapter 29 Youngsters being bullied. The crowd was shocked that Lu Yuer was strong. They again cast their eyes on Yusan Yang. At this moment, she finally got a good look at the other party's true face. Sister? That astonishing and overwhelming face caused it to be unable to help itself and blurt out.
Not right. How is she even younger than her sister? Could it be that we have another sister?
Stewardly, Lin Hong saw that face that was just like Lin Xiaoyan. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, tears welling up inside his eyes. Because this likeness had been deeply engraved in the depths of their minds.
Forever unforgettable. Xiao Shu. Xiao Shu? Chen Wangshu? Mother?
Lin Baoing suddenly realized that, for their own mother things, although they do not know much, but also know a little, that is, Grandpa every time in front of the mother's spirit card will be guarded for a long time. Until he got drunk.
I'm not sure if I can do it.
Stewardly hesitated for a moment, a little not quite dare to believe. A person who should be in his 50s, how could he maintain a young look of around 20?
If he didn't clearly know that this was Chen Wangshu's youthful appearance,
he wouldn't have been shocked. It's 100% Xiao Shu, although I don't know what she went through and why she became a killer. But there is no way I can recognize her wrongly. Lin Hong's decisive tone was enough to make one thing clear, and that was that this Yu Sanyang in front of him was the eldest daughter-in-law, Chen Wangshu.
Obviously, she was taken away by the enemy forces back then.
Why after so many years and appeared here, and the appearance changed back to just to the State Duke House look?
Unbelievable. Really? Grandpa, are you sure she is my mother?
Lin Baoing is quite excited, for so many years, has longed for a mother to love and care. I thought that I would never have the chance to experience a mother's love in this life.
She never expected it.
Her mother was still alive in this world. Just looking at the appearance that was almost as young as herself, it confused her for a moment.
This is my grandmother?
Little Yuer pointed to the unconscious Chen Wangshu, the small face and is stunned, to Grandpa, although I am young, but you cannot lie to children. Oh. She looks about the same size as her sister-in-law.
I'm not going to be able to do that.
Fiercely, Lu Yuer recalled the cultivation knowledge taught by her father. It seems that there is a kind of elixir called the Face of the Dan.
It can't be that, can it?
There will be no mistake. Lin Hong's eyes were firm and he nodded his head with confidence.
Oh. Then Grandma must have eaten the elixir.
This statement immediately induced a shock in Lin Hong's body, and immediately he and Housekeeper Li glanced at each other.
Divine Dr. Valley.
The two of them spoke in unison, and both had obviously guessed why Chen Wangshu maintained this appearance. This place is not suitable to stay for a long time, we should leave first.
Half an hour later.
A dark shadow appeared on the old sheep's intestine road, horrifiedly surveying the scene in front of him. Lightning struck the deep pit, a smell of fragrant meat being burnt echoed around. Then he looked at the one-sword Immortal leaving behind his famous sword, Remnant Sun, as well as a black and gold token with the word Thunder engraved on it. Hiss. Seeing this, the man in black sucked in a sharp breath of cold air. Flashback. Suddenly, he reached out and the Remnant Sun sword was gripped tightly in his hand, followed by a few nods of his sword fingers. It was wiped away over his eyes, and his eyes surged with a white light.
The next moment,
an extremely blurred portrait appeared in front of the eyes, and saw a sword Immortal looking up at the sky in terror. Boom.
A lightning bolt struck down, and it instantly went up in smoke.
Put. Blood was spat out furiously, and the picture came to an abrupt end.
It was the power of lightning, how could it be?
The man in black staggered out 2 steps, his voice revealing disbelief.
Finally, he disappeared. Winning state. The entrance to the city.
A carriage stayed, surrounded by people coming and going. The green woman maintained a high level of coolness, wearing a black veil and carrying an ancient sword case. Auntie, winning state has arrived.
Inside the carriage.
Lucian slowly opened his eyes, stretched his waist, lifted the curtain and looked outside. Immediately, he saw above the city gate in the distance
the 3 large, lifelike characters of Winning State City. However,
the surrounding scene, but some strange. It looked like people were coming and going, but everyone had a worried look on their face.
And many people walked towards the entrance of the city. Not a moment later.
And then turned back the same way.
At this time. Get lost. Without money, what are you living for? If you don't work hard, you'll have to rely on your parents. If your parents don't work hard, you'll have to rely on your ancestors. If your ancestors can't do anything about it, you're wasted, kid. You're ruined. Completely ruined.
Sharp voices came, and there were quite a few people gathered around.
Lucian was instantly interested and couldn't help but ask, what happened? Want to go and see? Auntie?
The green woman waited for the command.
Go. Soon.
The carriage arrived in the middle of the crowd, and when the people saw the noble carriage,
they seemed to make way. I have to say, when you go out, it's all about grandeur.
The aunt has arrived, and it is a rich boy who is oppressing the people. The green lady swept a glance and was brief and concise.
Oppressing the people?
Lucian stepped out of the carriage and in an instant caused the surrounding people to stare.
Who is this person? Why haven't I seen him before? Look at this carriage, he must be the son of a rich family, right? Che, you look like you've never seen the world.
This carriage must cost at least $1,000.
What? $1,000? $1,000?
No wonder he dares to show up in front of young Master Lu.
The people around them began to whisper and discuss Lu Xian's origin. Right in front of them,
Lu Hao, brocade-clad and extremely arrogant, bent over, contemptuously looking at a 15 or 16-year-old teenager in front of him, his right hand gently slapping the teenager's face.
Obviously, the words that Lu Xian had heard earlier were precisely what he had said while humiliating the teenager. Little beggar, do you know what the greatest sorrow of a human being is?
That is that the life you desperately try to have is just the daily routine of young Master Me.
Do you think it's infuriating? Ha ha ha.
He kicked away the teenager in front of him, and with a few household servants, he was about to leave. My name is Huo Leidong, my grandfather's name is Huo Qing. He joined the army at the age of 15, guarded the border for 20 years, and finally died in battle. My father, Huo Shan, 14 years old into the army, for the great summer to throw their heads into the blood, 3 years ago was promoted to protect the great general side of vice general. A year ago, to protect the general, died in the West Sea. If there is no my father, my grandfather such as generals, you, by virtue of what have now this kind of peaceful life?
And what makes you qualified to mock me?
Junior Huo Leidong slowly stood up, although the voice is small, but powerful, staccato, show the manhood.
At that moment,
his eyes, tears in the spinning, if he has his grandfather, father's shelter.
How could he be reduced to this?
If, that day, the general rewarded 1,000 gold he did not use to save those homeless people. And why did he end up here? Lu Hao, who had just taken a few steps out, heard this, and his body froze for a moment. The surrounding people were even more astonished. Anyone who did not think, before the eyes of this beggar-like dress of the young man. But the head is so powerful.
Chapter 30 begged the ant to return me to a fair. That thin body, standing there. Just a short introduction.
It has already caused many people to empathize. Months ago, you Lu Hao led people to rob my compound, ordered people to waste my cultivation.
I have been reduced to this. Your father and son are worse than dogs and pigs, and you do these things for the people.
One day, someone will do justice and kill you father and son.
Fearless.
Putting life and death aside, he looked around.
Before the crowd could react,
from his bosom, he pulled out a red flag, as bright red as blood. In the past, the great general gifted my father with this dasha flag as the last reward for his death on the battlefield. In the future, no matter what happens, as long as you pick up this flag, no one shall injure me, and anyone must fear me. As the bright red flag spread out and flew in mid-air, in the upper left corner, a star embroidered on with gold thread was particularly conspicuous. However, when he finished this speech, Lu Hao immediately hilariously laughed and pointed at him.
Ha! Laughing at young Master Me, little beggar, I'm afraid you don't know yet.
The Protector General was removed by His Majesty a few days ago and demoted to a city general.
If that woman is still a great general, you have some ability in this flag. Now,
he sneered, and his eyes were full of disdain.
He didn't give a damn about the Protectorate General. The mountain is high and the Emperor is far away.
As the son of Lu Chengfeng, one of the 3 main generals of Winzhou City, he has been bullying men and women, killing and looting, and harvesting the people's hard-earned money over the years. Winning State City, named after the word winning state, is also the most prosperous city in the entire winning state.
12 cities in one state. Unfortunately,
due to the distance from the royal capital, coupled with the fact that Lu Chengfeng has the support of a certain big shot in the dynasty behind him,
his own even has a 9th grade great circle strength. On weekdays, acting arrogant.
In just a few years, directly forced the city lord did not dare to show his face. The other 2 main generals are also returned to the mountains and forests.
He is the only one who is dominant. Nowadays, the whole city of Winzhou is under the rule of Lu Chengfeng. He is a proper emperor of the land.
Once a man has power, his ambition grows.
Come on. Go up and break his legs.
Lu Hao's eyes shot out 2 fierce cold light, signaling those domestic servants beside him.
The 4 tiger-backed hulks all possessed 6th grade martial cultivation.
When they heard their young master speak, immediately, they quickly rushed up and pressed down on Huo Leidong, cracking and snapping as they gave him a furious beating.
Ka-ching! Immediately following,
his right leg was broken by a kick, and the intense pain came from him, causing him to grit his teeth and half kneel on the ground, his right hand still holding that flag aloft. Can someone be willing to step in and punish this evil thief who is full of evil deeds and bullies men and women? The pain of the broken leg did not make him cry out, but instead gritted his teeth and roared with hatred.
The people around
cannot help but step back a few steps, pulling away a certain distance.
The attitude is already obvious.
In Winning State City, going against the young master of the Lu family.
Undoubtedly looking for death.
Even if he was an 8th or even 9th grade expert. Regardless of whether they were a river dragon or a mountain tiger, when they came here, they had to be neatly coiled.
Yoo-hoo!
Hearing that the other party still dared to clamor, Lu Hao became more and more interested, pointing at the people around him and drinking. Come on. This young master is standing here.
Who dares to come up?
These years, your young master I have been eating crabs, so I like to walk sideways.
What can you guys do to me? Arrogant. Unbridled arrogance. In response,
everyone, none of them dared to make a sound, let alone deal with Lu Hao. Huoleiden's eyes gradually began to become sad, and then, within his pupils, an extremely ornate carriage appeared.
At that moment,
he already had a death wish, and a strong hope surged up.
The reason why so?
All because on that carriage, there is clearly visible Jingguo 2 words. Other people may not know the origin of this carriage. But he knew exactly. When his father was a vice general beside the great general, he had taken himself to the Jingguo residence. And had the honor of seeing this carriage. According to his father, there is only one such carriage in the whole of Dixia. Huoleidong, son of Huashan, is being oppressed by the evil thief Lu Hao today, so I'd like to ask the Duke of Jin to punish him.
I have a flag from the great general himself.
Puff. He excitedly knelt down and kowtowed in the direction of the carriage, completely forgetting the pain of his broken leg just now. Beside him, a few household servants who were waving their fists and smashing at him with tigerish wind. Unanimously frozen in place, they slowly turned their heads and looked in the direction of Huoleidong's kowtow.
Until this moment,
the crowd was surprised to find that at some point, there was already a luxury carriage like this here. The green woman in front of her indifferently scanned the surroundings. That high and mighty look immediately caught Lu Hao's attention. Oh! A cry of surprise, followed by excitement. When did a woman with such a delicate figure come? Look at the young master's egg is fixed, the chicken is also moving.
The surrounding people heard, at first did not react.
Until they saw his crotch. They all cursed in their hearts, shameless. And cast pity-like gazes at the green woman. After all, so far, none of the women who were looked upon by Lu Hao, the evil young man, could escape his poisonous hand.
Begging for the Duke of Jingguo to take action,
Huoleidong ripped out his voice and shouted once again. Earlier, the surrounding people as well as Lu Hao hadn't heard what he was shouting.
This moment,
the incomparably clear sentence of Duke of Jin caused everyone's scalp to go numb for a moment.
In a split second,
everyone's eyes were horrified, gazing at the carriage with fear and trepidation. Was it really that great Xia legend, the once popular god of war, Duplin? If this person came here,
wouldn't the people of Winzhou City be saved? Many people began to think excitedly inside their hearts.
Lord Jin, Lord Jin? Lu Hao was so frightened that his voice trembled a little, clearly terrified of the legendary figure. Before he could be scared out of his wits, the green woman's voice is cold and proud. My uncle is not the Duke of Jin, you begged the wrong person.
Not Jingguo Gong Ah.
Phew. Lu Hao, as if relieved, exhaled a long breath. Those people who were still a little excited. In an instant, the faces of all of them were ashen. Despair. But Huoleidong was not discouraged, and once again spoke out, but the Jingguo mansion on the ant? I have a banner given by the great general, I beg you to return me to a fair.
Auntie?
Oh. It turned out to be the scholarly ant from the Jingguo mansion. I didn't expect him to come all the way here from the royal capital.
At this moment,
whether it's Lu Hao or the surrounding people, it was finally clear that the identity of the one sitting inside the carriage. The head is really huge.
Only, can that scholarly ant deal with the Lu family?
Or does he dare to go against the Lu family? The depth of involvement in the dynasty is not something a young scholar can get involved in.
A flag given by my wife herself?
Lu Ziyan said, and came out from inside the carriage. He was dressed in a green shirt, and his body was full of elegance. Yes, Auntie. With one hand holding the flag aloft and one hand supporting the ground, he slowly crawled. Very quickly. Coming in front of Lu Ziyan, he raised the flag in his hand high.
Chapter 31, I will behead him today.
Lu Ziyan stood there with his hands folded. Looking at the red flag in front of him, softly said, You want what, justice? Even if you are new to the city, from the surrounding people's scornful attitude. Enough to see. This rich kid in front of me, I am afraid that the background is not simple. Otherwise, how dare you in broad daylight, so oppress the weak? What's more, from what Huoleidong said just now, his grandfather and father are all paying for Daxia. Generally speaking, father made such a huge contribution to the stability of the Grand Xia, everyone is in awe, care is right. Chopped this evil thief. Gnashing teeth words, listening to many people around the bottom of the heart straight cold, body a jolt. Beast-like ferocious gaze, dead staring at Lu Hao. He wanted the other party to die. Xing Nu, take back the flag. Lu Ziyan hadn't even glanced at Lu Hao from start to finish, and his attention had been on Huoleidong. Since Lin Xiaoyan could bestow one of the flags, it was proof that his father's dedication to the Grand Xia was worth the flag. The purpose of this trip north was in addition to taking a trip to the far north. More than that, it was the request of those Yingling. Today's Daxia, seemingly prosperous, actually a bunch of moths. Not to clean up these worms one by one. The people simply cannot live the so-called good life. This trip, he will thoroughly sweep the interior of Daxia. Return the people a clear sky. Xing Nu went forward and carefully folded the flag. On the other side, Lu Hao's expression was stunned, and soon heard that the other party actually dared to take over the flag. Immediately furious, Lu Gongzi, although you are a member of the Jingui Gongfu, don't forget that the great general has been surrendered.
And you are just a small scholar, really want to make trouble for me in the city of Winzhou?
A few servants quickly returned to him, looking like they were waiting for their young master's order. As long as the young master gave the order, even if the other party was the Duke of Jingui, they would dare to go forward and fight.
It couldn't be helped.
It was mainly because Lu Hao was giving them too much that they had to.
Report your name.
Lu Ziyan stepped forward, the surrounding people quickly dispersed, and the Qing woman carried her sword case, her gaze coldly watching every move around her.
Right now this situation.
If there are any ungrateful people who dare to come forward, she will certainly be the first to strike and kill. Lu Hao of Winning State City, my father, Lu Chengfeng, is the lord of Winning State City.
Lu Hao pushed aside the family servant in front of him and just looked straight at Lu Ziyan. This is his Lu family's territory. Lu Ziyan turned his head and looked at Hua Leidong and asked suspiciously, the city lord's surname is Lu?
No. He hurriedly shook his head like a rattledrum and followed up with, the city lord is called Si Kongming, and there are two main generals who care about Lan, Tong Yuping, and the two of them. A few years ago, Bai Lu Chengfeng rely on their own profound cultivation plus deep background in the dynasty. The city lord, General Guan, General Tang, three people were forced to retreat in the Taihang mountain. Speaking of this matter, he looked like he hated the iron, indignation. Especially for the city master as well as the two main generals' behavior is extremely shameful. As a general, even if you die in battle, you will never retreat.
Cheng female.
Lu Ziyan lightly called out, and the latter immediately understood, her figure rushing out rapidly.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Those few household servants immediately flew out in response.
You dare to make a move.
Lu Hao pointed at Lu Ziyan in horror. Years of comfort had made him forget what it was like to be beaten up a long time ago.
Never in a million years did he expect it.
The other party was completely unafraid of the Lu family.
Could it be that he didn't understand clearly what the Lu family represented in Winning State City? That must be the case.
As things stood, he could only find such a reason for Lu Ziyan.
Otherwise it wouldn't make sense. Snap.
The green woman slapped him across the face, and immediately 5 fingerprints surfaced.
Roll over and kowtow to your aunt.
Intense killing intent flashed through her beautiful eyes, causing Lu Hao's body to chill all over.
Whoosh!
Between the flashes of lightning and fire, a sword flashing with cold light appeared behind Lu Ziyan.
Seek death.
The green woman instantly realized, whispered a sentence, a flash of the figure, has leapt to the sword before. Reaching out, she took down the sword box behind her. Against that sharp sword attack, clank! Sword pierced the sword box, immediately sparks flying, huge power to make the green woman's figure constantly backward. Finally fell back a full 5 meters, before stabilizing the body. At this distance, it stopped exactly half a meter in front of Lu Ziyan.
Looking at him again.
He still looks like a cloud of lightness, there is no trace of fear, panic and other emotions after being sneak attacked.
West Mountain Bashu Chulian land, came a little brother. Shame on you, I've seen Lu Xiao.
Black Hand Client Shameless Man, the 9th-ranked killer in the dark building, a long black coat, slightly stout body, thick eyebrows and big eyes, is cheaply saluting towards Lu Hao.
This way.
Lu Hao saw that Shameless Man made a sneak attack, and did not succeed in a single strike.
A hint of disappointment flashed across his face. Brother Shameless Man, didn't you say that under the 9th grade, there were only 5 people who could block your sneak attack? He was a little depressed, for the past, every time he made a sneak attack, he was able to succeed 100%. Shameless Man. The chain fell off at the critical moment.
Shameless Person awkwardly scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. Lu Xiao, this one in front of me is exactly one of the 5. 8th grade Great Circle, carrying the Chaos Sword Box, among the younger generation, she can definitely enter the top 5. The eyes stared straight at the sword box that was erected horizontally in front of the body by the green woman.
Chaos Sword Box.
It was built by the strongest 9th master on earth. When the sword box was molded, the wind and clouds changed and thunder fell from the sky. For a time, it attracted countless sword immortals to covet it. Even Li Baiyi had obtained this sword box, researched for several months, under countless attempts, still cannot open. Finally had no choice but to return the sword box.
Rumor has it.
Inside this sword box, in addition to a chaos sword, there are 3,000 swords hidden in it.
Only a pity.
From the time it was created until now, the chaos sword box has never been opened by the world.
Suddenly, Lu Ziyan looked slightly surprised, carefully measuring a moment sword box. Curious question, before how did not see you with it?
Green woman heard, eyes dark, response, Master said, this is my mother left me the only relics. Previously, it has been placed by the side of the young lady. Speaking of this, he had fully understood.
Can you beat him?
Without pursuing too much on the matter of the sword box, he glanced at Shameless Man and asked in a low voice. Without having fought head-on, I don't know, I heard that this person is good at sneak attack techniques.
Able to briefly conceal his figure and not be noticed by his opponents.
Ingji's usher stepped forward, put the sword case aside, and raised his hand. Underneath the carriage, a green-colored long sword appeared and was held tightly in her hand. The sword pointed at Shameless Man in a cold voice, "A battle." The latter sniffed. Immediately shrugged his shoulders and said extremely shamelessly, "Che, I'm specialized in sneak attacks, you want me to fight you fair and square?" Earth Cane. Eyes shot out two streams of refined light. As the word Earth Hidden was spat out, the shameless person's figure disappeared at the speed of light. The surrounding people were startled and hurriedly retreated out. Not a moment later, 20 meters around the green woman, only Lu Ziyan and Lu Hao were present. "Shameless brother, kill that kid, I'll give you 50,000 gold." Lu Hao shouted excitedly, money can make the devil grind. Over the years, Shameless Man had always had deals with him. In the past, it was only 1,000 gold for a single strike. Lu Ziyan came to Huo Leidong and said in an undeniable tone, "Today, he must be chopped." Puff. "Thank you, Auntie." His eyes were red and his voice trembled with excitement. Chapter 32 Boar Taoist. Behead me? Lu Hao's expression was stunned, then he violently pointed at Lu Ziyan, giving face, "This young master would like to see. How will you, the aunt of the state duke's house, behead me?" After the words, threw out his sleeves, coldly and angrily said, "Stool." A few house servants were very knowledgeable and quickly moved a stool from a tea store in the distance. Seeing this, Lu Ziyan did not respond with a voice and softly instructed Huo Leidong, "Know what to do?" The eyes glanced at the distant tea store. "Have to say that this kid has eyesight." Just said so. Even with a broken leg, but also extremely sharp, a moment of effort, one hand holding up a table, above in addition to chairs A. There are also melon seeds, peanuts, and a pot of tea. TSK. Able to endure. This alone immediately made Lu Ziyan's eyes light up and secretly exclaimed, "A makeable talent ah. Auntie, the tea is here." On the other side, Lu Hao looked at the cold bench he was sitting on, and then saw Lu Ziyan's side, another table, another chair, and tea. The most infuriating thing was still behind. He was actually high on melon seeds, looking like he was watching the show. Rubbish! He was so angry that he stood up and kicked the family servant beside him. In the distance, on the official road, a four-legged, 1-meter tall boar, covered in black, bared its teeth and two tusks that were half a meter long. Huffing and puffing. Huffing and puffing. Huffing. The boar let out a burst of low sounds. With a 6-parent pace, it walked in the direction of the city gates. The line of sight was drawn. On the boar's back, there was actually a person lying, no. To be precise, it was an old man, unkempt and unkempt. That head of white hair was just like a chicken's nest. Lying on his back, he was holding an ancient wooden sword in his arms. A wine gourd was wrapped around his waist. Huffing and puffing, constantly drooling, must be doing a spring dream among spring dreams. The little beauty, come. Master take you to the grove to see the big bird hee. Suddenly, around a commotion up. Wow. Hurry up and watch a boar so big it can't be stewed in one pot. Wait a minute. There's a man lying on the boar's back? It's an old man, no. It's an old beggar. How does it carry a beggar old man? For a while, murmuring voices rang out. Many people were curious about this sudden intrusion of a man and a pig. Lu Ziyan picked up his teacup, and before he had time to drink, he saw a magical scene. The wild boar carrying an old man just blatantly came in front of the crowd. "Grandpa will take you to the grove to see the big bird." These words clearly reached everyone's ears. It caused many people to fall into a burst of memories. "It was when I was young and still studying inside the Academy of Letters." Remember, the grove in the back of the mountain was really the memories of countless students. It was full of youthful memories. In particular, although the woods are small, the birds are different sizes, depending on the person. This sentence once made a lot of school sisters, schoolgirls blush. Huo Leidong flashed clear bright eyes. A curious inquisitive asked, "Auntie, what does this mean?" "The first thing I'd like to say is that I'm not sure what I'm talking about." He looked back, a time actually do not know how to explain. After all, this kind of thing can only be understood. I'm not sure how to explain it. After all, this kind of thing can only be understood. Just at this time, the figure of Shameless People suddenly appeared in the southwest, about 5 meters away from the green woman. He was laughing with his belly, holding that shameless sword in one hand, bending over with laughter. Eh? Now everyone looked at him, somewhat confused. "What's the situation? Shameless brother, what's your situation?" Lu Hao hurriedly voiced a reminder. "Numbnuts, thinking of happy things, I couldn't help myself for a moment." Shameless Man came back to his senses, looked around for a moment, and cursed. "Blame it on when I went to assassinate a mentor. I heard that teacher at the edge of the grove. Your bird is really fine and delicate, small and skillful." To this day, every time he thought about it, he couldn't help but smile. Delicate, small, and skillful. Calm and ah. Bore on the back of the scruffy old man, shocked to sit up, hastily thumbs up and marveled. Although a dress ragged, unkempt, but the hands of the wooden sword is particularly clean. To describe it as spotless is not an exaggeration at all. "Who are you?" Lu Hao looked at the visitor and inquired with a frown. From the back of the boar, the scruffy old man took a gentle leap and steadily soared to the ground. His muddy eyes, narrowed together, said, "Old man, wild boar Taoist is also."
Wild boar Taoist? It couldn't be that strange martial arts cultivator who practiced Tonling Gong and possessed the ability to commune with all beasts.
Back then, he was just one step away from cultivating the Tonling Gong to its grand completion and entering the innate series.
It was only a pity.
Just when he was about to succeed, a wild boar appeared and changed his life from then on. As he remembered, it was a season full of spring, and he was leisurely preparing to break through the last layer of Tonling Gong.
Suddenly,
the wild boar dashed through the mountains and forests and came to him. With a front arch and half-meter-long tusks, it directly blasted him out, to cause confusion in his martial energy, almost going off the deep end.
Immediately following,
before he could land on the ground, the boar tusks, which were flashing with a cold aura, had already appeared.
Snort! Ouch! The half-meter-long tusks, just ignoring his wailing, ignoring his death, ruthlessly pushed against his buttocks. That image couldn't bear to look at.
As he screamed, half of the martial energy in his body was lost. Turning into a ball of white light, he was about to dissipate between heaven and earth. The boar made a leap and quickly swallowed it in one bite.
Just like that. That wild boar possessed half of the wild boar Taoist's Tonling Gong cultivation,
resulting in it opening half of its spiritual wisdom. It almost possessed the equivalent intelligence of a 6-year-old child.
Huffing. Huffing.
Immediately after the wild boar Taoist introduced himself, the wild boar next to him gasped and stomped its front feet continuously. Of course, there was also Lao Fu's little friend. The Jianghu people sent roasted suckling pig incorrectly, white-cut pig, also incorrect. Rather, it is the flying little piggy man. After the introduction, but also do not forget, reach out and clap clap clap. Even with this introduction, the scene was once awkward.
Dang Jang.
Lu Ziyan, who was holding up his teacup and preparing to drink tea, was so shocked by the scene in front of him that his hand shook and the teacup fell to the ground. Lu Hao pointed at the boar and shouted excitedly, "This pig, this young man has his eye on it, come on people. Take it." A few household servants around him, without saying a word, immediately rushed up.
Huffing and puffing.
The wild boar gasped for air, its figure swayed, and it charged out in an extremely fast flying lunge.
An arch of tusks. Immediately, several domestic servants were ruthlessly arched and flew out. After packing up a few household servants, the wild boar returned to the boar Taoist with a small arrogant face. Inadvertently, it rubbed against him, as if showing off what the party had done. What a fast speed. Even if I were to catch a bird with my bare hands for 20 years, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to match it. Shameless man was just about to draw his sword, but he was surprised by the speed of the boar's flash. This statement came out. Again shocked the 4 seats, some people who comprehended the meaning of it. One after another could not help but laugh out loud.
Catch a bird with your bare hands?
Auntie, is there such an idiom?
Well, laid on again to listen to confusion, how to feel these words are strange.
Lu Ziyan.
Completely speechless, or these people will.
If it wasn't for my own comprehension skills, I'm afraid I wouldn't understand these hidden words.
Should be that a flirty level, boring very advanced sentence contains the truth.
Chapter 33 When the old man pro-disciple Hao? Tai Hong Mountain. Halfway up the mountainside. Bamboo forest, shabby small courtyard. The courtyard is surrounded by bamboo.
A vegetable patch, a few wooden stools, plus a table. Si Kongming was wearing a plain dress, nearly 80 years old, full of white hair. His figure was on the thinner side. Sitting in front of the wooden table, holding a teacup in his hand.
On one side,
concerned about Lan, beautiful and moving, just over 40 years of age, full-bodied, convex and curvaceous, placed among young women, when it is the very best. Deng Yuping was tall and had a righteous-looking face.
Outside the courtyard, a general hurriedly ran in.
"My lord," Lu Shao was blocked, and did not lay a harsh hand on Hua Leidong.
"Oh?"
Si Kongming looked surprised, put down the cup of tea in his hand, and came to ask with interest, "Who blocked?"
Immediately after, another general ran in.
"My lord, it is the people from the king's capital, or the ant on the Jinghua Gongfu, as well as a follower to escort the woman. That guard's strength is in the 8th grade Great Circle."
"Ant of the Duke of Jin Mansion?" Lu Ziyan.
Hiss.
Si Kongming was a bit puzzled all of a sudden. What was that scholar doing here for good reason?
"Lord City Lord, since the other party is the husband of the great general, then our plan concerned." Lan's smile is full of flirtation, delicate look. Si Tang Yuping cannot help but swallow saliva.
A special thing. Flamboyant, yet not too flirtatious and charming. It is really a young man who doesn't know what's good for him. No way.
He shook his head and looked grave, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. They had held back for so long. Duplu was just a scholar, and the guards around him are only 8th grade Great Circle. If we want to shake Lu Qingfeng's position, at the very least, we must have one more peak 9th grade, or even a Great Circle, before we can do so.
After pondering for a moment, he then narrated, analyzing their current situation step by step. Even if the 3 of them could secretly contact some of the city's minions, Another general comes in. Aunt Lu has stood up for Hualedong.
The words are not yet finished.
Another general comes in at the door. Aunt Lu promises to behead young Master Lu in public. As the last general came in, Si Kongming stood up with a face full of shock. What? Unbelievable. Aunt Lu is just a scholar, how dare he want to behead young Master Lu? Lord City Lord. Go! Perhaps our chance has come. This moment.
Without half a moment's hesitation, he quickly returned inside the house, and soon dressed in a golden armor, he walked down the mountain in a dragon's stride.
The entrance to the city. More and more people converged here. Many of the people were holding a spectator mentality. After all,
in Winning State City, there was no one who could go against the Lu family. The Xingua Gongfu sounded like it came from a very big place.
Unfortunately,
the person who came here was not the Xingua Gong. Of course, there were also many people with eyes that flashed with hopeful light and expectations. Expecting Lu Ziyan to be true to his word and really behead Lu Hao, the #1 villain of Winning State City. In the middle of the field, the appearance of the wild boar Daoist. It caused the shameless man to completely reveal himself, and at the same time, it also brought a terrifying pressure to the Green Lady. No one knew why he had arrived here. Therefore, a moment and a half. Neither chose to act rashly. Lu Hao rushed towards the boar Taoist and shouted, "Senior, help the young master to chop that kid, and from now on, you will be the guest of honor of my Lu family. In addition, I will send you a luxurious courtyard in the city, 10 beautiful women, plus 100,000 gold." Once such generous conditions were offered, "Wow!" immediately caused a large clamor. Good guy. Those people's blood boiled as they listened, and each one of them almost wanted to rush up. Too much. The offer was simply too much. I believe that no one would refuse such generous conditions unless that person was a little cutie. After Daoist Boar heard these conditions, that wrinkled old face didn't have the slightest fluctuation of emotions. The cloudy eyes were staring at Lu Ziyan and sizing him up. For a good while. "Little brother, people want the old man to kill you, what do you say?" Lu Ziyan, as if nothing had happened, slowly poured tea again. Sitting down on his own, he took a sip of tea, nodded with satisfaction, and picked up the melon seeds in front of him again. "My aunt, this is nothing to say, you love it." Hualedong quickly transformed into a mouth substitute, and responded with a fervor. "Ha ha ha." In response, the boar Daoist was not angry but happy, and his eyes flashed with a hint of satisfaction. Then, whoosh! The figure transformed into a white light and directly appeared opposite Lu Ziyan and sat down. That extreme speed, no one noticed the abnormality. "Good personality, kid, how about you become the old man's personal disciple?" As soon as he sat down, the boar Taoist opened the door. "A personal disciple? No. The boar actually came here to collect disciples. Taoist, you should consider me." "Get lost. Consider me, I can go up, I can go down, and most importantly, I can do both. Look at Lu Xiao's face, it's turning into a pig's liver color. The people around us are talking, they are all talking to each other. Never thought of that. Take that guy down first, then say it." Lu Ziyan did not voice his refusal, but instead pointed at the shameless man with interest. When the wild boar Daoist heard this, he felt, there's a chance. Immediately, he cheerfully whistled towards the wild boar not far away. Thud, thud, thud. The wild boar was seen stepping continuously with one pair of hind feet, seemingly preparing for something. Shameless people were bored staring at the moment, suddenly feel a cold back, then, cannot help, tighten the chrysanthemum. Many people saw this scene. Immediately, they revealed an impish smile, as well as a look of pity. I have always heard that the wild boar of the wild boar Daoist possesses a strength comparable to a half-step 9th grade. How is it that even a half-step 9th grade like me, when encountering it, feels that it has no chance of winning? Just now, at that instant, he detected an extremely strong pressure coming from the boar. As a killer, naturally, he does not fight battles that he has no chance of winning. Earth hidden. With a whisper, shameless man's figure disappeared rapidly. Huffing. The boar turned his head violently, staring in the southwest direction, whoosh. The figure transformed into a white lightning bolt. In an instant, it had rushed out. Bang! In the originally empty midair, a figure was knocked out by the boar. Not waiting for him to land, while still in midair. Long tusks, steeply raised, rushed towards the sky. Right on the shameless man's asshole. Ouch! The chrysanthemums were mutilated, and the ground was full of injuries. Seeing this scene, all people cannot help but cover their own behind, afraid of being this boar arch so a little. This side. Wild boar Taoist look arrogant rushed Lu Ziyan asked, "How is it?" "Very good." He gave a thumbs up and gave the other party an affirmative praise. "Too outstanding." The green woman kept her sight on Lu Hao. The moment the shameless man was arched up by the boar, she quickly rushed towards Lu Hao and flew through the air with a sweeping strike. Directly kicking him down to the ground, ignoring the other party's screams, she lifted him up as if she were lifting a small chicken. Easy and stress-free. At this time,
Lu Ziyan stood up and slowly walked over to the green woman. Lu Ziyan, quickly let go of me, or else. Put.
Before the words could be finished, Lu Ziyan snatched the long sword from the Qing female's hand.
Directly chopped with a sword.
The head flew away and a column of blood gushed out. Lu Hao couldn't believe it until he died that the other party was so clean, without even bringing a moment of hesitation.
De. A team of dozens of people ran over at a fast pace.
At the head of the group was none other than City Lord Xikongming, followed by Concern Lan, Tang Yuping, and dozens of generals.
Lu Hao, let go of Aunt Lu.
Before he finished shouting, he saw Lu Hao's head, which scared him. This. The three of them looked at each other, and in each other's eyes, they were all horrified.
Chapter 34 came to kill you.
Xikongming led the two main generals, as well as dozens of generals.
He arrived late. Seeing Lu Hao dead on the side, he was greatly shocked. At this very moment,
a tiny figure ran towards Lu Ziyan.
Uncle. Nyo gives you a big flower.
A 5 or 6-year-old little girl with a small, powder-carved face, delicate and beautiful.
Big watery eyes, very endearing.
Holding a sunflower in her small hands, she ran to him with such gusto. Raised high, the little face, full of joy, happy. He lowered his head and looked at the sunflower in the little girl's hand. Immediately a hand to pick her up, received the flowers, has not yet voiced a response. My lord, I'm sorry, my little daughter is reckless, rushed to the lord, but also please spare my life. About 40 or so women, cloaked and flustered, rushed out.
The first time she knelt in front of Lu Ziyan, constantly kowtowing.
Nyonya, this uncle is a good person, he killed that big bad guy.
The big bad guy left Nyo without a father, uncle avenged Nyo.
So I want to send him flowers. With the exceptionally serious words of the little girl in her arms, no one was unmoved. Even the always high and mighty green lady's eyes flashed with a hint of pity. After Xikongming, several people heard this, they all couldn't help but, clenching their fists, and in the depths of their eyes, they all flashed a touch of hatred.
Your name is Nyo, right?
Yes, uncle. Very good, this flower is very beautiful, uncle likes it very much, in the future, don't walk around alone.
Go back to mother's place. Lu Ziyan smiled gently, then gently put her down. Woo-ah!
Little Nyonya directly kissed the side of his face, for a split second, causing him to somewhat miss his own daughter, little Yuer. Reaching out, he dotingly rubbed her little head.
Go back. There won't be a big bad egg in the future. Suddenly,
the wild boar Taoist who had been not far behind Lu Ziyan, took advantage of his relaxation.
With a fierce blow, boom!
A strong sword chi erupted, 3 sword wheels behind him, rose up, and the wooden sword in his hand turned into a white light.
It stabbed straight at Lu Ziyan's chest. Terrifying sword chi was like waves, spreading towards the surroundings, caught off guard.
Quite a few people were forced out by this sword chi. Even Xikongming, a 9th grade expert, was also scared to the point that he retreated tens of meters and pulled away for a distance.
Auntie, be careful.
Qingnu rushed up at the first opportunity, wanting to block the sword for Lu Ziyan.
Unfortunately, it was instantaneous.
This all happened too fast, not giving anyone a chance to react. The opponent was another astonishing sword Immortal with 3 sword wheels. The sword that carried supreme killing intent seemed to destroy everything around it. It stabbed towards Lu Ziyan in a forward motion. Eyesight. It was about to be stabbed on. Phew! Seeing his silhouette sway, it was like a ghost, dissipating in place. Boom! A sword stabbed Auntie and struck the ground, immediately appearing as a several meters deep crater.
Where is the person? How could he have dodged through? The old man looked left and right in horror, searching for traces of the other party. You are not boar Taoist, who are you?
The green woman secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then pointed her sword at the boar Taoist and questioned.
Ha ha ha!
The old man laughed up to the sky and raised his hand to blast his sword at the boar.
Boom!
It immediately turned into a cloud of blood mist and dissipated in front of everyone's eyes. In a flash of white light, the worn-out clothes on his body instantly transformed into a long gray coat. The unkempt image was no longer there, but instead changed into an old man with quite a bit of immortal style.
Thick eyebrows and starry eyes, not angry and authoritative.
His stance was upright, and his sword aura was overwhelming. Standing there, it was as if a sharp sword was sheathed. Sword Immortal's unique temperament.
The 9th strongest person on earth is the old man's master.
He reached out his hand and the white light transformed into a wooden sword that flew around him.
Intent to control the sword. This is the art of sword control.
The 9th strongest on earth, the eldest disciple Changmu, I heard that you have 16 wooden swords in your hands. All of them were taken from the branches of the tongue tree where your master realized the strongest sword intent, and built. And with their own sword chi, sword intent to contain nearly 100 years. Your wooden sword has already become an indestructible sword. Xikongming's eyes were full of scorn, and his expression was extremely grave as he said.
In this way, the crowd only then realized that the original What Boar Taoist would actually be this one. Not bad.
Chengmu stood with his arms folded, nodded to him, casting praise. There is still someone who can recognize the old man at a glance. On top of that, even he was quite surprised. Oh? With the sound of oh, the crowd searched for the sound and looked. Before the carriage is located. Lu Ziyan, at some point, was already standing there. Calmly, without a trace. Just so elegant and modest smile, like a modest gentleman, standing there. How did you discover the old man? Chengmu looked at Lu Ziyan's unassuming appearance, very puzzled as to where exactly he had revealed his flaws. Thinking that he has been seamlessly disguised. Striving to kill with a single blow. Lu Ziyan shook his head and sighed. There are always some people who think they are very smart. As far as I know, that Bortawas, 3 years ago. He had already died in the Lioli dynasty. Along with his psychic technique, he also completely lost track of it. Earlier, I did not know who you were, but I knew that you must be targeting me. Lu Hao made an offer that not many people could refuse. If he was really the wild Bordawas, that fellow was notorious for his love of money and his greed for sex. And how could he not accept? Noble? In front of reality, what's the point of being noble? If there is a break, it should be the refusal of that Lu Young conditions. After a moment's deep thought, he replied in a serious manner. This is it. I really believe it. Aoki also really believed this statement. What a handsome stance, even the old man can't detect his breath. At this point, he began to pay attention to the stance that Lu Ziyan had performed just now. It was silent. The speed was even more heaven-defying in general. The terrifying speed of disappearing in an instant, even he was a little red-eyed. Chengmu swept around, Si Kongming and the others hid to the side, not daring to act rashly. Finally, the line of sight was placed on the green female, sneering, "You female child, but loyal, but unfortunately, you cannot stop the old man." The words finished. Raise a hand, whoosh, 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 just so brightly appeared 8 identical wooden sword. Suspended in front of him, like a spirit, suddenly up and down, left and right, constantly changing position. Against you, 2 should be enough. Said, the finger gently flicked, 2 wooden swords quickly turned into 2 white light, toward the green female rushed to attack over. In a flash. The stern sword aura came to her face, causing her to have to swing her sword to defend herself. The 8th grade great perfection aura instantly erupted out, forming a wave of air that protected her surroundings. Then she fought to resist the wooden sword attack. Clang, clang, clang. Every time the wooden sword attacked, it was quickly blocked by the green woman, emitting a metallic clash sound all the time, along with flashes of sparks. "Aunt Lu, we are here to help you," Si Kongming just wanted to go up. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 wooden swords seemed like poisonous snakes as they flew and stared at him, a combined sword formation attack. 9th grade Great Circle, it is a little tricky, only to trap you for a moment, or not a big problem. Followed closely. Chengmu's attention was placed on Concern Lan, Tang Yuping 2 people. The root is average, barely the peak of the 8th product, also send you 2. Slightly underestimated, with a hint of mockery, when the words were finished. Also flicked his fingers a few times, and 2 more wooden swords shot out. Stopping the possibility of the 2 of them going up to help Lu Ziyan. In the end. Of the 8 wooden swords, 7 had already been used, leaving only 1 wooden sword hanging in the air in front of Chengmu. Until this moment. Only then did he place his gaze on Lu Ziyan. When Dao Immortal Lu Gongzi, truth be told, for you as a person, I have some admiration for you. It is only a pity that between you and me, we each have our own masters, and killing you is only carried out for the sake of the 3 great royal dynasties overthrowing the great Xia. It is rumored that one of your poems can summon 200,000 spirits to help. Precisely, even an amazing sword immortal with 3 sword wheels such as Lao Fu would have to use an assassination move. Unfortunately. Speaking of which, he was slightly disappointed that the timing was so good before. A sword that was almost at full strength. It was still given to the other party to dodge over. Chapter 35 Aoki left. Pity? Lu Ziyan smiled contemptuously, extremely disdainful of Chengmu's disappointment at this moment. Not to mention that it was only a mere district Chengmu. Even if the other party's master, the 9th strongest on earth, came here, it would be a fool's errand to try to kill him, Lu Ziyan. Even though all of his cultivation had been poured into his wife, Lin Xiaoyan. Suffered a not-so-light backlash, causing many tendons and veins in his body to break. These does not affect him to perform his unique stance Yen Flash 100 meters. This stance is his full deduction for several years. Only then could he successfully create it. Without the need for any martial arts chi, cultural chi, spiritual energy. It can still be performed. The stance created by an immortal cultivator could not be understood by a cultivator of martial arts. The main reason why it was called Yen Flash 100 meters was because although this stance could be performed without relying on spiritual energy. However, it also had a fatal point. That is the distance. After the show, the body is as light as a swallow, dodging like electricity. However, it is limited to 100 meters. Further distance simply cannot do. With this stance in place, not to mention just Chengmu, the 9th strongest great disciple on earth. Even if the other party is personally present.
In a moment, it would be impossible to kill himself. Nay. If the other party could discover the shortcomings of his identity and directly bombard him with sword chi within 100 meters, I'm afraid that he would still be able to. However, in front of him, Chengmu does not know this at all, just eyes flashing with interest light, obviously has been Lu Ziyan earlier to avoid a fatal blow. Interesting, this sword, I would like to see how you dodge. The wooden sword in front of him had already completely locked Lu Ziyan. Behind the three huge sword wheel, like a dazzling sun. Inside the sword wheels, there seemed to be countless long swords, constantly rotating. Sword chi, like giant waves, stirred up. It impacted the surrounding space. Snort, snort, snort. Bursts of sounds similar to sonic booms spread out. Go! Changmu confidently waved his hand, and the swishing wood sword broke through the air, transforming into a white stream of light. It came straight at Lu Ziyan. Just when the wooden sword was about to reach his eyes, Yen Flash was executed, and in an instant, it disappeared into a puff of shadow. Even though Changmu, who had been fully focused and deadlocked on this side, was still unable to capture the speed of the other party's movement. It was still unable to capture the opponent's movement speed break. Extreme. Weird. Such a weird body technique, unheard of, never seen before. That's not true. As a Wendo immortal who could summon 200,000 spirits, how could he possibly be suppressed by himself without the ability to fight back? Could it be that he was just summoned by coincidence last time? At this thought, his eyes flashed with a dawning look, and he immediately sent out a message to a hidden scout in the distance. The great Xiaoyan Dao immortals are nonsense, and the events of that day were purely coincidental. A short sentence caused the secret agent to be shocked beyond measure. Immediately thereafter, the figure disappeared rapidly. Where is the person? Chengmu was shocked to discover that at this moment, Lu Ziyan was nowhere to be found, and there was simply no scent of him around. Twilight Land. The city gate. Ta, ta, ta. A team of 1,000 people, riding on horses, quickly arrived. Chengmu frowned and looked at the team scornfully. Duke Lu, this time, count yourself lucky. Leaving such a sentence, quickly flashed away towards the distant official road. Between breaths, that figure had already appeared 1,000 meters away. Finally disappeared. The 8 wooden swords also disappeared with it. As Chengmu left, Xikong Ming and the others, after losing the restrictions of the wooden swords, immediately regained their freedom. However, after he saw the person who came, his expression became very grave. Who killed my young master Lu? At the head of the group was an old man of about 60 years of age, with black hair, fierce-looking, riding a horse, and angrily sweeping his eyes at the people around him. Behind him followed 1,000 people, all wearing armor. Master C? Why are you guys here? The black-haired old man saw Xikong Ming and the others and immediately issued a questioning voice. Even if the other party was the lord of a city. Unfortunately, nowadays, the entire winning state city is dominated by the Lu family. Patriarch Lu, the Duke of Jingua's aunt is here. Isn't it normal for me to receive her? Aunt of the Duke of Jin? Lu Tianhao's eyes shot out 2 regal rays of light, just staring straight at Xikong Ming. Someone from the royal capital. Hiss. This matter was afraid that it would not be simple. The Lu family had indeed been arrogant and domineering in winning state city lately. It looks like the family members should be informed. This period of time, properly restrained, lest they confront the Duke of Jingua. Lu Tianhao was calculating inwardly. Not long after, when he noticed Lu Hao's corpse, he immediately shouted in violent anger, Who killed Lu Hao? Round them up for me. The team behind him quickly surrounded Xikong Ming and the others. Even the surrounding people who were watching were not spared. The sky has collapsed. The sky of winning state. Lu Hao, as Lu Qingfeng's favorite son, is also the only son. On weekdays, even he, the patriarch, obeyed Lu Hao. It can't be helped. Who let his father become the only person in charge of winning state city now? Patriarch Lu, what are you doing? Xikong Ming hurriedly spoke out angrily, wanting the other party to stop this behavior. But unfortunately, things have already come to this. Do what? Lu Tianhao gazed at him coldly, not giving the slightest bit of face, and said, City Lord C, Lu Hao is the son that child, multiplying wind, cares about the most, speaking here. He drew out a long sword and pointed it at Xikong Ming. Very well. You guys dare to touch him, it looks like you are ready to tear your face off with our Lu family. What a bull and Jinhua Gong. All of this must be that guy Xikong Ming's attempt to regain control of winning state city, thus directing a play. Only a moment's effort. Lu Tianhao thought he had guessed what happened. Where is Aunt Lu? Xikong Ming looked left and right, but he couldn't find any traces of Lu Ziyan. The green woman came back to the carriage. Be careful, there is something odd about this person. Lu Ziyan's voice came out from inside the carriage. Hearing the words, Xingnu finally secretly settled down. Odd? She curiously looked at Lu Tianhao. Even with her full concentration, she failed to find out anything odd about the other person's body. Auntie, what should we do now? See how they respond.
Sitting inside the carriage, she couldn't help but feel bitter. If one's cultivation is still intact, there are only a few clowns in the area, so it's just a matter of killing them.
Winning State. Main city. State Lord's mansion. Inside the hall.
A general rushed in a panic. State Lord Liu, it's bad, news has come from Winning State City, young Master Liu Hao has been killed. As soon as the words were spoken, Liu Yiming, who was sitting above, had big eyes and thick eyebrows, a country face, and quite some righteousness. Below, Liu Changfeng heard the words, when the hands of the teacup fell to the ground, panic and roar, what did you say? General Liu, young Master Liu was killed, it is said to be someone from the king's capital.
The king's capital people?
The two brothers looked at each other. Big brother, you have contacts with the dynasty, have any big names left the royal capital recently? Liu Changfeng forced down his inner anger. Taking the lead, he inquired to his elder brother, Liu Yiming.
It shouldn't be.
Although the Duke of Jin left the royal capital, he could not have appeared in Winning State. If the other adults left the capital, I would have received the news. You should go back first and see what kind of saint dares to touch the Liu family. As the lord of a state, he is so powerful that there is the Liu family of Winzhou City under his protection.
Even a second-ranking general in the dynasty wouldn't dare to act rashly. Chapter 36 Pretending to be a god. Lingzhou City. For a few days, there had been winds and clouds. It seemed like something big was about to happen. A few days ago, Lin Xiaoyan was fortunate enough to receive the Immortal pill from the divine Immortal Valley, and the news of renewing her life for a month spread. At once. Not only shocked the entire Daxia dynasty.
Even with the foolishness of the Golden Horde Imperial Court, the Great Barbarian Dynasty, the Liuli Dynasty has also sent countless scouts to Lingzhou City to inquire about the news.
It is said,
in the royal capital, that His Majesty, the anger cannot be described, for several consecutive days do not go to the morning court.
Similarly, he sent a group of experts to Lingzhou City. All in all, in the past 2 days,
one after another, some new faces began to appear in the city.
City Lord's mansion. Backyard.
Lin Xiaoyan was wearing a long, white, flawless coat, which set off her exquisite figure, as well as her peerless face.
The absolute beauty of the human race.
Well deserved. She sat in the center of the pavilion like a fairy, with a transcendent temperament, beautiful to the extreme.
Jin Shu quickly walked in from outside.
Miss, in the past 2 days, a large number of experts of unknown origin have appeared in the city again. Among them, there are no less than hundreds of them in the 8th grade, after the 8th grade, and at the peak of the 8th grade. If this continues, I'm afraid that 9th grade martial arts cultivators will also come. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. As her own young lady's beloved maid, she was like a sister.
Before, did not see miss this move will be a big deal, after all, Auntie cultivation under the infusion. Even if the innate realm, I am afraid that it may not necessarily be miss opponent.
Therefore, for this kind of fishing plan, she did not say much.
Until this moment. She panicked a little, things seemed to be beyond their imagination.
In these 2 days alone, the experts of unknown origins have surpassed the number of hundreds.
Almost all of them were experts of the 8th rank or above.
Such a situation immediately made her realize that it was not good. At this rate, it was feared that the 9th grade, and even the innate realm would come down to participate.
At that time, how were they going to cope?
Lin Xiaoyan slowly got up, took 2 steps, looked at the small lake in front of her, raised her hand and grabbed a handful of fish material and sprinkled it in.
Just saw those fish in the lake cheerfully gathering over.
With this side of the movement, even those fish on the edge of the lake were also startled, quickly swimming towards this side.
See this.
She smiled and pointed to the lake and said, look, as long as there is bait, even more fish, you can easily attract.
Hearing this,
Jinshu couldn't help but burst into a bitter laugh, extremely helpless. Miss, I'm afraid that there are too many fish, we can't fight them. The 800-mile city lord, the several generals of Jade Bridge, were all keeping an eye on those people. At this time, Lin Xiaoyan suddenly turned around, looked at the fence not far away, and let out a light laugh. Come all the way, still hiding why? As soon as the words were said, Jinshu immediately stood in front of her as if she were an enemy, quickly standing in front of her.
Who dares to come here to act recklessly? All around, quiet, not to mention half a bit of movement. However, the next second,
Lin Xiaoyan once again turned back, gazebo round table side, do not know when is sat a masked man. A pitch-black dress, his figure was on the thin side, only revealing a pair of eagle eyes, just staring straight at her. Good strong perception, even my gods and ghosts are detected by you, no wonder so many people regard you as a thorn in their side. The masked man's voice was hoarse and gloomy, revealing a few shocks. Who? Jinshu hurriedly turned around and saw that at some point, a masked man had appeared. Immediately, his back chilled, his eyes stared at the other party with incomparable scorn. Being able to remain undetected by himself, easily approaching here. The distance between each other is only 2 meters. If the other party wants to make a move, I am afraid that I would have already been a corpse.
Wait a minute.
The other party's words silenced her, God's ghost?
You are the master of the Golden Horde, the pretending god among the pretending gods?
Speaking here, her voice unconsciously rose much higher. Oh. The masked man revealed a hint of surprise, never expected, just appeared, was recognized at once. Or such a young girl. Good eyesight, the young girl's knowledge is quite broad, even the old man's name is known. On the side. Lin Xiaoyan sat down as if nothing had happened, and when she heard this, she couldn't help but roll her eyes.
Nonsense. Wasn't it you who announced yourself? Gods and ghosts.
Nowadays, the only people in the world who know this body technique are the two state masters of the Golden Horde Imperial Court.
It's funny to say.
The names of the two masters are actually pretending to be gods and devils, or twin brothers. The elder brother is called pretending to be a god, the younger brother is called a ghost.
150 years ago.
The two were just country bumpkins from a small village in the Golden Horde Imperial Court.
They didn't even know what martial arts was.
Later, by chance, they met the last state master of the Imperial Court, who was approaching the end of his life. That master of state see two people pity, will be a martial arts cultivation will be taught them.
In just 10 years.
They not only became the 8th grade of the Great Circle, but also practiced the previous master of state left behind the top grade of the body, God's Ghost, as well as Phantom Ghost Step 2 kinds of body.
In the beginning, the names of the duo were only called Big Mao and Little Mao.
Ever since they became martial arts masters of small accomplishment, they decided to cut themselves off from the past, and thus, they took up pretending to be gods and ghosts. Later, the duo became famous for challenging various experts in the Imperial Court.
In just 30 years, they stepped into the 9th grade of martial arts cultivation.
What's more, by virtue of the weirdness of the body, sweeping all the 9th grade experts at that time, because of the famous too big, caused the attention of His Majesty the Imperial Court, and finally even gave the two of them the post of state master.
Until 50 years ago.
Daxia is at war, the major dynasty's target, several attacks.
One of them.
Golden Horde Royal Court is playing God. Two people led hundreds of thousands of troops to violate,
burning and looting. Wherever they passed, not an inch of grass.
Especially pretend to be God. Two people, means extremely cruel, let their subordinates persecution of women. Later, according to incomplete statistics, died in the hands of the two brothers people, no less than 300,000. Therefore, pretending to be a ghost has become the people of Daxia devil general existence.
Hell is empty, the devil on earth.
This is also why Jin Shu guessed the identity of the other side, cannot help but backbone cold. Everything is because I have not heard less about the two people who play God. The cruelty of the means, the arrogance of the action.
Little girl, you seem to be very afraid of the old man, ah? Pretending God to Jinshu's reaction, very satisfied. After all, for so many years, Daxia had been circulating his fierce reputation
in this matter, but he had always been proud of it. It was because of these deeds that the two brothers were able to make their reputation in the Golden Horde Imperial Court rise for a time, almost reaching His Majesty.
You devil, what are you doing here?
Jinshu forced back his inner fear and angrily pointed at the pretending god. Suddenly, he was surprised to find that Lin Xiaoyan, in regards to himself, was not only not half afraid, but also not the slightest bit surprised. He was still slowly pouring tea for himself. Worthy of being the great Xia's great general of the protectorate, even at this point, she can still not change her color.
Do you know that you are approaching the end of your days and do not intend to fight back unnecessarily?
The pretending god was very confident and felt that Lin Xiaoyan's intentions at this moment had been made clear. Don't worry, you are such a colorful and strange woman, I will definitely let you die in a dignified manner. That's respect for a strong person. Even though Lin Xiaoyan is beautiful, at his age. No matter how beautiful she was just a skin. 100 years old, what other scenes have he not seen? There is a knife at the head of the colorful character. This truth will not understand.
Chapter 37 is all together. The backyard.
It was plunged into tranquility. The appearance of the god of installation did not bring any emotional fluctuations to Lin Xiaoyan. On that peerless face, it was all blandness and indifference. Poured herself a cup of tea. Slowly picked it up and sucked.
Took a sip and gently put it down again. Miss, people are going to kill you, why are you still so calm?
Jinshu's pretty face was flustered for a while, to the strength of her own young lady.
Conservative estimate. Should be around the 9th grade.
Better.
Should be close to the innate realm.
Pretending God has been famous for too long, a martial arts cultivation, but also stepped into the innate realm for many years.
In this case, can't really find a reason not to panic. Snap. Pa.
Suddenly, there was a burst of applause, followed by the sound of an old voice, worthy of being the great summer protector general. A flash of green light, extremely fast flash, and arrived, a green shirt old man. Sword eyebrows and tiger eyes, all majestic. Strong body, giving a sense of oppression. Great savage dynasties Tammy, I didn't expect that even you would be startled this time. When the god of installation saw the visitor, his expression was slightly stunned, and he was even surprised.
Ha ha. Old man Tammy, brother pretending god, little brother did not come late, right?
Blue light flickered, accompanied by a bright laugh, and one saw a thin, thieving old man, swaying his body and appearing.
Liuli Dynasty Supreme Emperor Luli?
Hearing the name of the person who came, Tammy, the two of them who were pretending to be gods hurriedly turned their heads.
They fixed their eyes on it. After seeing the visitor clearly, they couldn't help but let out a gasp.
Then they looked at Jinshu.
People were numb.
The three that appeared, any one of them was an innate realm powerhouse that had been famous for almost 100 years.
The most important point.
So far, in the eyes of the outsiders, the young lady should be an ordinary person who has lost all her martial arts cultivation.
An ordinary person.
And yet, she called the three great royal dynasties and raised such a large number of people.
On second thought.
Between the dynasties, involved with each other, all have their own secret agents lurking.
The innate realm strong man definitely belongs to the dynasty's heritage.
Any one of them is quite important. Especially like Tammy, the god of pretending, Luli three people. Belonging to the top fighting forces of the royal families of the major dynasties, their every move represented an unpredictable trend.
Therefore, between the major dynasties, there are secret agents watching their every move. And
also at the border of the dynasty, there is the same innate realm strong man to guard one side.
According to reason,
three innate realm powerhouses at the same time into the great summer. This situation is absolutely impossible to happen.
They're all here?
Lin Xiaoyan ignored Jinshu, who was already trembling with fear. His voice was not loud, but it was like a thunderclap, roaring in the ears of several people.
Aha! All three of them were frozen for a few seconds, somewhat unable to react. Luli grinned and said leisurely, "You're an invalid with no martial arts cultivation, how dare you make a sound? Alright, let's kill you first, you two don't have any opinions, right?" To this, Tammy, pretending god, didn't make a sound, obviously acquiescing. "Scrappy? Kill me?"
Lin Xiaoyan smiled, smiling like a flower, more like a spring breeze, giving people a pleasant feeling of mind and soul.
Originally it was a fishing game.
Never thought that the people from the royal capital side hadn't arrived yet. Just one after another, the top three battle masters in the three royal dynasties appeared.
How dare you laugh? Come and die.
Luli's eyes flashed with killing intent as he raised his hand, and with a palm, a huge suction force was about to suck and pull Lin Xiaoyan over.
Suddenly,
Lin Xiaoyan's expression condensed, her eyes gazed at him icily, and she softly said, "Peak innate realm, very good."
Said. Without slowing down, he reached out his hand and said in a stern voice, "Thunder to come." Rumble.
On a clear day, a thunderclap sounded at first, causing the hearts of the crowd to be startled.
Ka-ching.
Thunder resembled a raw thunder snake, descending down from the 9 heavens. It was suspended in Lin Xiaoyan's hand.
Thunder, and lightning? Invoking thunder with his bare hands?
The three were shocked as if they had seen a ghost, dumbfounded in place.
Whoosh! A black light shot out from Lin Xiaoyan's shoulder, seemingly fleeing. Seeing this,
her expression was slightly stagnant, then she bitterly smiled and whispered, "Forget that you are afraid of thunder. As the owner of the little black girl, naturally, I am clear about some of its past. That one thunderbolt, leaving it with a very deep shadow.
Resulting in the moment it sees lightning now, its first thought is to run away. Miss, you, what are you doing?"
Jinshu was confused, his little face staring stupidly at his own miss, even his speech became stuttering.
Auntie's little tactics are not worth mentioning. Go!
As he spoke, he raised his hand and waved it, and the thunderbolt shot out, like a wild horse in a stampede, crazy and violent.
Boom!
In the blink of an eye, the lightning struck Luli, and in an instant, it exploded into a scene of blood and flesh, leaving only a scorched flavor. Tammy, the god of pretending duo, no longer have the arrogance and calmness before. Looking at each other, the first thought, run. It's too scary. Summoning lightning. This kind of surpasses the perception of martial arts practitioners, it is simply an immortal.
Fighting with an immortal? This is not too long to live. Can you run away?
Lin Xiaoyan smiled indifferently, beckoned again, and 2 more thunderbolts descended,
blasting the two into pieces. Things are moving too fast.
Jinshu was almost not even clear about what had happened, and it was already over.
In the middle of the morning,
she exclaimed, "That was lightning.
That's 3 innate realm powerhouses. Ta.
There was a rush of footsteps as Qi Jingxi, Su Luoling, 800 miles and the others hurriedly appeared.
"Great General, there was thunder over here just now, what happened?"
Qi Jingxi walked to Lin Xiaoyan's body in the first place and took a closer look. Only after seeing that the great general didn't have anything going on did she secretly let out a sigh of relief. It was just a thunderbolt from a clear sky. She responded without a care in the world and pressed one hand on Jinshu's shoulder, who immediately calmed down. The excitement of the party was also able to calm down. However, Su Luoling still pursued the question. Lin Xiaoyan smiled lightly and shook her head slightly. "Any martial cultivator above the 8th grade that has lurked in over the last 3 days, kill them on sight."
Hearing the words, The crowd's bodies shook, immediately revealing a flash of excitement, echoing in unison, yes. On the Yunzhou Road. Forest path. Giddy up. Hiya. Butler Li drove the carriage. Inside the carriage, Lin Baoying, Lu Yuer, and Lin Hong were staring at the unconscious Chen Wangshu in front of them. How long before he wakes up? Lin Baoying was the first to question. More than an hour had passed. There are no signs of waking up. I don't know. Lu Yuer supported her chin with her small hand and responded absent-mindedly. Lin Hong reached out and placed his hand on her wrist, frowning tightly. A moment later, sighed, I just blocked her martial arts chi. It is estimated that the injuries sustained earlier were a bit severe. It caused her to delay waking up. The moment he helped Chen Wangshu onto the carriage, he had already blocked her martial chi. No one could imagine when the other party would wake up. Before figuring out why she was still alive. Before why she had become a Dark Tower assassin, Lin Hong had to be careful in his response. Even if he knew that Xiao Yuer was incredibly strong. Is she really my grandmother? Lu Yuer's eyes darted around, and she didn't know what she was thinking about. Naturally, this matter cannot be faked. Lin Hong answered firmly, in this matter. It was impossible for himself to recognize the wrong person. She was his own eldest daughter-in-law, Chen Wangshu. Chapter 38 Awakening. A small path in the forest. The carriage was traveling forward. Inside the carriage. Chen Wangshu let out a whisper, then slowly opened his eyes. However, what entered his eyes were three somewhat familiar faces. The reason why she felt familiar. Mainly because this time, her assassination target was precisely the three people in front of her. Grandma, you're awake? Lu Yuer was the first to shout in excitement. Grandma? What a horrible curse. The beautiful eyes gazed tightly at the small pink face, with a hint of arrogance in the playfulness. It was very endearing. Such a cute little fellow, it was a pity that he opened his mouth. Still calling himself grandma, definitely being sarcastic about being old. Grandmother! Lin Baoying let out a soft cry. Chen Wangshu's body immediately shook, completely petrified in place. Mother? Girl, want to listen to what words you're saying yourself? I am at most 2 or 3 years older than you. This girl is 22 years old this year now. What makes you a grandmother and a mother? Only. For the newly awakened her, for a moment, she didn't know how to speak. Xiao Shua. Lin Hong's eyes were brimming with tears, and his old face was filled with excitement. Who is it? Old man. Chen Wangshu had just regained his senses from being petrified, and hearing this kind of intimate address from Lin Hong, he was extremely speechless inwardly. Very quickly. She quickly reacted that the other party must have recognized the wrong person. Could it be that Duke Lin still had a little-known love interest? Hiss. If that was really the case, it would be better to use this as a trick to recognize this layer of identity and find an opportunity to complete the assassination mission again. His mind was like electricity, quickly thinking about countermeasures. In just a few breaths. She had already figured out that she would first admit her identity and then find the right time to strike. That, I am? Deliberately pretending to be confused and wanting to speak again, she was hoping that the other party would take the initiative to burst out what identity she belonged to. In this way, it would facilitate how she would play that role next. Lin Hong hurriedly opened his mouth to explain, Xiao Shua. You're my eldest daughter-in-law Chen Wangshu, the biological mother of Baoying and Xiaoyan. Could it be that you have forgotten all this? Eldest daughter-in-law? Hearing this, Chen Wangshu immediately had a hidden light appear in her eyes. It was a realization. It turned out to be this layer of identity. It just so happened that when I accepted the mission to assassinate Lin Hong, I consulted his family's information. Chen Wangshu's information, although not much, at least had a certain cognizance. Couldn't remember. With a bewildered and puzzled look on her face, she shook her head, giving the impression that she had completely forgotten the past. Forgotten? Lin Baoying, Lu Yuer spoke in unison, both somewhat incredulous. Well, it must be the loss of past memories. Forget or not, as long as you are still alive, everything is already enough. Lin Hong heart that blocked a long-time boulder, this moment finally put down. Guilt for so many years, to today, is a relief. In a flash. The whole person looks incomparably relaxed, a refreshing look. Leads Chen Wangshu tsk wonder, in the end what is the matter, let him a moment, as if a newborn general. Without realizing it. She saw Lu Yuer's side, her own dark moon dagger, quietly lying there. Very good. They didn't throw away their weapon. This dagger, which was made from a meteorite from beyond the heavens, was incomparably sharp. Indestructible. As long as they got back the dark moon, at that time, even if the other party was in the innate realm. Simply take advantage of him being asleep and kill him with a single strike. My cultivation Chen Wangshu pretended to be unaware of the situation and tentatively opened his mouth to ask. Blocked, until you remember everything, just follow us as an ordinary person. After getting along for a long time, it might be able to remind you of some of the past. Lin Hong used a hammering attitude to directly tell her that there would be no need to think much about the matter of martial cultivation. inside this period of time in the future. There was no intention of unraveling it at all. The one who had lost her past memories was merely the dark building assassin Yusun Yang. Under such circumstances, how could she dare to unlock her cultivation? Okay. Chen Wanshu nodded and did not get angry about it, in her opinion. Currently, she herself was just a captive, an existence to be decided by the other party to live or die at any time. Since this was the case, then one could only resign oneself to seeking a certain day, with the right time to strike. Completely killed a few people in front of me. Grandma, can I call you like this? Lu Yuer's eyes glowed with excitement as she once again shouted out that name that caused Chen Wanshu to be completely petrified. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he hurriedly waved his hand and said, I don't remember you guys at all. After being rejected. Inside the little girl's eyes, the bright light that had just risen, immediately dimmed. Okay. The tender voice carried a hint of hurt, making people listen with some intolerance. Chen Wanshu see this appearance, the heart cannot bear, for some reason, see the little girl unhappy appearance. Let her have a kind of empty feeling. You, like to call it. A few times thought fight down, plus see the little guy lost appearance, she finally still soft heart. Getting such a response. Little Yuer immediately smiled and happily called out, Grandmother, I finally have a grandmother. As soon as the words were said, one pounced into the other's arms. The little guy was too enthusiastic, this time to her whole will not. After all, one up, directly as a grandmother, this identity is a little too difficult to adapt to it. Under the helplessness, she could only harden her head and reach out to hug the little one, but her gaze stayed on the dagger. In her heart, she was also calculating, right now, they are very defensive towards me. If I want to get back the dark moon, I'm afraid it will take some days before I can do it. Lin Baoying looked at little Yuer with an envious face. She also wanted to be hugged by her mother in this manner. Noticing her longing gaze, Chen Wanshu thought for a moment and opened his mouth to explain, give me some time to properly digest this information. Little Yuer, being young and looking so cute, is what made her accept it for the time being. As for Lin Baoying, there's no way. A moment and a half. It was really hard for her to accept that a girl of a similar age called her mother. Xiaoyan, give her some time, in the future, she will spend a lot of time together, and one day, she will recognize each other. Lin Hong patted her shoulder and comforted her. Chen Wanshu could only throw her an apologetic look. Night. Hazy moonlight. On the edge of a small stream in the forest. The carriage was parked next to a tree. Next to the bonfire, Lin Hong, stewardly, and the two of them were sitting opposite each other. Inside the carriage, Lin Baoying and Lu Yuer were both asleep. Only Chen Wanshu was left sitting alone, using the dim light of a night pearl hanging above. His eyes stayed on the dagger. Inside, he was filled with entanglement and struggle. At this moment, out of killer instinct, there was an urge to pick up the dagger and directly end Lin Baoying and Lu Yuer. Outside, there were still two other existences that were comparable to fierce tigers that were watching intently. As long as they made a move, I'm afraid, it would be difficult to escape with one's life. However, they were so relieved to have themselves here. Chen Wanshu struggled with his thoughts for a few times, his right hand eventually reached out. One touched the dagger. Turning around, he wielded the dagger and stabbed it directly towards Lin Baoying, due to being blocked from all cultivation. Therefore, the speed at which he swung the dagger was not very fast. Eyes were about to stab. Who would have thought that Lin Baoying, at this critical moment, twisted her body a bit and completely dodged the dagger attack. This. Chen Wanshu was petrified on the spot, this luck, it was heaven-defying. Chapter 39 Matching Performance. Inside the carriage. The space was not large. Adding to the fact that Lin Baoying was lying down asleep again, there was little Yuer on the side. Therefore, the space was slightly crowded. It was in this way that after the dagger stabbed down in Chen Wanshu's hand, it was magically dodged by her. A chance failure did not discourage her. Waving the dagger in her hand again. Aiming at Lin Baoying's heart position, striving for a fatal blow. Aha! Little Yuer stretched out her small hand and slapped it on Lin Baoying's face. Seeing this situation, frightened, Chen Wanshu hurriedly put away his dagger and stepped back to the side, quickly closing his eyes. Little Yuer. She woke up with a huff of anger. That look of exasperation was clearly a normal reaction displayed by her beautiful dream being disturbed. In fact, just now, the moment she got the dagger, Lin Baoying had already awakened from her deep sleep. However, she couldn't face her directly for fear of scaring her mother. At the same time, she was also very clear about the power of that dark moon dagger. She didn't dare to take a hit easily. The earlier twisting of her body was all a result of sensing her movements before reacting, thus dodging that blow. With Lu Yuer's timely slap, it directly made her secretly give a thumbs up. Almost tempted to praise it. What's wrong? Little Auntie? Little Yuer looked sleepy and scratched her head, asking in a milky voice. Chen Wanshu pretended to open his eyes blankly and asked with slight curiosity, what's wrong with you guys? Auntie should be sleepy and confused, I'd better go out and look for great-grandpa.
Saying that, the small body got off the carriage in a puff of smoke. Leaving Lin Baoying alone, she faced Chen Wangshu alone. Just as she also wanted to voice out that she had to go outside as well.
Aren't you going to accompany me?
This sentence, spoken very softly, very gently, heard Lin Baoying's eyes redden.
Inwardly extremely complex.
Such a warm sentence, in normal times, must have made her feel very happy. The problem was, at a time like this in front of her, Mother had no semblance of past memories and was still a top assassin.
From the actions just now,
the intention was already very obvious, that is, to lay a black hand. Accompany you in your voice, a hint of trembling was revealed.
Chen Wangshu was a bit unclear, very curious. You are afraid? No. Absolutely no fear. Not afraid, what are you shaking? Sleeping for a long time, feet numb. Numb feet? Your hands are shaking too.
Chen Wangshu pointed to her hands.
This kind of bull, who would believe it when you say it?
But it didn't arouse too much suspicion either. Persimmon, just now I dropped something very important, help me look for it. With her right hand behind her back, holding the dagger tightly, on the surface, she revealed a warm smile,
giving off the appearance of a gentle mother.
Lin Baoying smiled awkwardly, and in her heart, she cried out, not good.
Here it comes again. My mother, why do you have to come at me? I'm the only scourge, aren't you tired?
Inside the crazy cry, on the surface, but can only show more ugly than crying smile. I am playing along with the show, you'd better turn a blind eye.
Don't try to stab me in the heart with a dagger. That moment.
She had a lot of thoughts, but in the end, she could only pretend to slowly turn around,
creating an opportunity for the other party to strike. Who let her be the mother-in-law? One's own mother-in-law can only be favored by oneself. Come on.
Accepting it openly was also a kind of courage.
As expected.
When she turned around, Chen Wangshu hastily waved his dagger and struck once more.
A flash of cold aura flickered on the dagger, a flash that was chilling. The next second, decisively stabbing down. Ouch, not here.
Lin Baoying felt a coldness behind her back and immediately voiced out, her body hurriedly moving away some. Just so a distance between the fingers, the dagger flashed with a cold light, stabbing straight down. Chen Wangshu was stunned, somewhat dismayed, more incredulous.
Dodged it again?
In his mind, such a thought flashed.
It was too late to think about it.
The opponent revealed his fatal weakness again, his back.
The dagger swung again. Not here either.
Facing the dagger that stabbed over again, Lin Baoying didn't half panic and once again repeated the same trick. Pretending not to find it, then turned around sharply. Again, it was a finger short of the distance. The successive failures made her, the famous assassin of the Dark Tower, completely lose her mind. More still, it was anger. To kill such a little girl, actually 3 times 4 times failed. Persis na, in fact, you do not need to be anxious, slowly find, carefully some find.
Chen Wangshu kindly persuaded.
When the latter heard, his back was cold sweat. Also slowly find, carefully find.
Almost to the heart. Who dares to be slow? Okay.
Pretending to agree, but still keeping his ears in a state of constant attention to every move behind him. The dagger once again quickly stabbed. This time, Lin Baoying did not want to endure, deliberately screamed, there are rats. With a scream, the entire person quickly backed up, and without paying attention, bumped into Chen Wangshu.
Whirlwind. She quickly dodged the dagger trajectory.
In order to cause Chen Wangshu to be caught off guard, the dagger stabbed in his thigh. Ah! Before she could scream halfway out, she hurriedly covered her own mouth.
Egu, what happened to you?
Lin Baoying pretended to be dumbfounded and was about to come forward to help.
Don't move. I can do it myself, don't move.
Seeing the other party's movements, Chen Wangshu quickly spoke out to stop, lest the other party hurt himself again. I don't care if I miss 3 times.
In the end, something like this happened.
It really made this top assassin of hers have a bad reputation. If word got out, it would probably make her peers laugh their heads off.
What? You're telling me you went out to assassinate a little girl and missed 3 times? And ends up injuring herself?
By then, she'll be a joke to the entire assassin community.
And bleeding. Do you want me to help?
Upon hearing this, Chen Wangshu, who had already planned to call it quits, brightened up. If he took advantage of the other party to help bandage the wound, wouldn't he be able to kill him with a single blow?
Good. She agreed with alacrity, huh?
With one hand, she drew out her dagger and held it tightly in her hand. Lin Baoying saw the moment she decisively drew her dagger. The whole person was petrified on the spot.
Numb. Completely stunned to the point of numbness. My mother. Why is your killing heart so heavy? Helpless.
One can only be hardened by the words one utters.
Should I ask Grandpa to take a look?
Lin Baoying had already gotten a cut of white cloth and deliberately opened her mouth to inquire.
No need. A little accidental injury, no need to alarm his old man. Chen Wangshu's heart tightened and immediately explained. Such a scene.
If the other party comes, it will certainly be clear at a glance. Therefore, she would not dare to take the risk. All right. Saying that, she began to bandage Chen Wangshu. Seeing her lowering her head and earnestly bandaging herself, for a moment, the killing intent resurfaced. Holding the dagger high, she aimed at its head and smashed it down fiercely. Right. It is to smash it with all your might. Aha. Forgot to put medicine. Lin Baoying turned her head, and the dagger whistled and slid down from her ear. Snort. Once again, it stabbed at Chen Wangshu's left leg. Almost with all her strength, this time, it was a deeper stab than the one just now. The entire dagger blade had sunk in completely. What are you doing? Stabbing yourself again? Lin Baoying turned back, pretending to be puzzled. Chan Wangshu. Chapter 40 is soft-hearted. The two looked at each other. Listening to what Lin Baoying asked, it almost didn't make her spit out blood. Why did you zap yourself? Do people talk? However, for that matter, did not dare to make too much noise. Strongly endure the stinging pain, bitterly explain, hand slip, a moment did not cover this dagger. Hand slip? Lin Baoying's small expression was stunned, inwardly secretly gave a thumbs up, really wanted to give her a best in show. Pay attention to it. Don't hold the dagger. Without giving her a chance to retort, as soon as she took out the dagger, she hurriedly took out the medicinal powder and poured it on. Then carefully bandaged it. Losing the dagger, Chen Wangshu finally settled down. Do not dare to act rashly. A day later, they came to a small town. At a guest-like inn, they asked for 2 upper rooms. Among them, Chen Wangshu, Lin Baoying, and Lu Yuer lived inside a room. Hearing this news, but it made her unable to hold back her excitement for a while. After all, the night was definitely an excellent time to strike. However, without martial arts cultivation, wanting to lay hands on the 2 of them was not an easy task. Inside the guest room, Chen Wangshu looked around and was thinking about the night's countermeasures. Last time, being dodged by Lin Baoying 3 times, and also allowing himself to be mistakenly injured twice. Luckily, he had the finest golden sore medicine. After only 1 day, it had already healed a lot. Does not affect the action. In the end, after thinking about it, it finally occurred to me that there must be a kitchen knife in the inn's kitchen. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Hong's several people are still eating. She quietly and silently came to the back kitchen of the inn. After some careful selection, choosing a thick kitchen knife weighing more than 10 pounds, she carried the knife with satisfaction. Returned inside the guest room, quietly waiting for the night to fall. Creak. The door of the room opens and Lu Yuer walks in from outside. Grandma, it's getting dark, I'm going to sleep and sleep. While saying that, she walked to the bed. Without saying a word, as soon as she burrowed in, she pulled over the quilt. Chen Wangshu saw her so skillfully walk up to the bed, pulled the quilt, and began to sleep on her own. I don't know why. Inexplicably some heartache in the heart. The little girl knows too much. Generally at this age, little girls have to be coaxed to sleep by their parents. Thinking about this for what? She shook her head hard to prevent herself from thinking, as a qualified killer. As a qualified assassin, how could she feel sympathy and heartache? Ha! Then, looking left and right, did not find Lin Baoying figure. On second thought, if it's just a little girl, it's a pity to kill her. Inwardly, although this thought, but action, but did not hesitate to take out that heavy kitchen knife from the side. Slowly walking to the bed. Staring intently at the little girl in front of him, he finally turned his head, raised the cleaver high, and slashed down hard on the little neck. Thunk! The kitchen knife chopped on the pillow and hit the bed couch, making a low sound. Not right. She heard the sound was not right and immediately turned back, taking a look. The little girl didn't know when, had already rolled over and hugged a pillow, skillfully avoiding the knife just now. Seeing the situation, a wave of uneasiness welled up inside Chen Wangshu, and her mind couldn't help but recall the encounter a day ago. Can it be that? These people already knew that they were pretending? So they are deliberately playing with me? Shouldn't be. Yesterday, Lin Baoying matter, although some odd, but also not too big problem. Just now as my intolerance, specially turned his head, maybe at that time, she rolled over. Things have come to this point, she does not believe that Lin Hong and others are playing her. According to the information she has, this Da Xiaojin Guigong, the most precious is the 2 granddaughters. Yesterday's situation. According to Lin Hong's nature, it's absolutely impossible for him to let his granddaughters risk their lives in order to fool me. Thinking about this point, there is no more doubt. Raised kitchen knife, flashing cold light, toward the little moon child tender white neck cut down. Grandmother milky voice called out a grandmother, kitchen knife just reached mid-air, Chen Wangshu hard stop. The petite body was shaken, and her eyes gazed straight at that little face. This grandma's voice seemed to have some kind of magic power, making it difficult for her to do anything anymore. Deep inside, a certain emotion was triggered. It was subtle, yet it was impossible to say. Winning State City. In the city lord's mansion. In the main hall, Lu Ziyan slowly poured himself a cup of tea, while the green girl on the side thoughtfully served a plate of dessert. Opposite. Si Kongming, Concerned Lan, and Tang Yuping, the three of them, were worried.
Not long after, Concerned Lan saw Lu Xian's relaxed and easygoing demeanor and immediately became furious. Hurriedly walked forward, pointing at him and questioned, "You still have the mood to drink tea? Yesterday, if you hadn't insisted on taking the lead in beheading Lu Xiao, how could we be surrounded here?" In fact, yesterday, outside the city, because he was new to the city, plus Wu Leidong had a flag given to him by Lin Xiaoyan, he chose to strike without hesitation and beheaded the evil young man Lu Hao. Later, he was surrounded by the patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Tianhao, with his men, until Si Kongming deliberately revealed Lu Xian's identity. Lu Tianhao, for a moment, did not dare to make a decision without authorization, and could only wait for Lu Chengfeng to return before making a decision. The green woman took a step forward, blocking Concerned Lan from continuing her pace. Seeing this, Si Kongming hurriedly angrily rebuked, "General Guan, and Lu's matter is not something that you and I can discuss presumptuously. Do not go back yet." Then, he piled on the false smile again and arched his hand and cupped his fist towards Lu Xian. "General Guan is also straight talking, please don't take it to heart, Aunt Lu." As soon as Tang Yuping heard that Guan Guanlan was being reprimanded, his face instantly grimaced. "City Lord, if Aunt Lu is really that powerful, how could she bring only one guard? Besides, it's not Xinlan's fault, why are you being mean to her?" The moment these words came out, everyone present completely froze, turning their heads in unison to look at him. There was a situation. Even Xinlan herself was dumbfounded at this moment. "See this meaning, General Tang likes me?" Lu Xian quickly came back to his senses, snorted, and slightly shook his head. "City Lord C, put away your set of calculations. If I'm not mistaken, the reason why Wu Leidong was bullied by Lu Xiao, one of them is inevitably your handiwork." Putting down the teacup in his hand, he reached out to straighten his clothes and opened his mouth without slowing down. With a few words, Si Kongming was directly stunned in place. How did he know? In his heart, he just thought this way and immediately turned his gaze towards Concerned Lan, Tang Yuping, and the two of them. The latter hurriedly shook their heads, indicating that they did not know either. This matter, done extremely secretly, there were simply not many people who knew. Moreover, the plan was implemented several months ago. Until today's situation, it was completely unknown where it was going. For example, Lu Xian's arrival, he could only use unexpected to describe his mood. But the other party is nearly 2 or 3 years, the only one Wangdu to people. Plus the identity was even that of an aunt on the Xinhua mansion. "Aunt Lu, what are you saying? How come I can't understand some of it?" Si Kongming's smile stalled, pretending not to understand the situation. Chapter 41, Wu Leidong is dead. Can't understand? Lu Xian shook his head. Really can't understand? They are all human beings. To be able to show up at the city gates in the first place. To be so supportive of himself. If it wasn't for the Xinhua Gongfu behind himself, how could he have attracted such attention from the other side? Da. The guards walked in at a hurried pace, looking flustered. "Lord of the city, Hua family that." His voice is trembling and broken, as if he is afraid of something. But there is no harm in speaking. Si Kongming stole a glance at Lu Xian, signaling him to speak directly and plainly. The young master of the Hua family was killed. As if he had used up all his strength, after he finished speaking, his entire body was somewhat deflated. "What?" Lu Xian quickly stood up, his gaze flickering through a hint of anger. When Si Kongming saw this, in the depths of his eyes, a flash of joy flashed past. Turning to, revealing an angry face, he drank. How could it be? "Xing female, go." Directly ignoring Si Kongming several people, Lu Xian threw out his sleeves and walked out in big strides. With the duo's silhouette walking out. Concerned Orchid stepped forward with a worried face. "If we do this, will it really not cause him to retaliate?" Somehow, the glance she received from the other party just now caused her to have the feeling of being stared at by a terrifying beast. The whole body is cold. Things have come to this point, say more is useless. If you cannot completely pull out the Lu family, the entire Wind State City people do not know how long to be brutalized. Those who achieve great things will do whatever it takes. Si Kongming clenched his fists, thinking back to that year, was forced to leave here in a mess. He watched the Lu family dominate and oppress the people. Looting, burning, killing, etc., despicable means, endless. "Aunt Lu, this time let's see how your anger, even your." The latter words he did not continue to say. But the two main generals beside him have already guessed, immediately full of incredulity. Too crazy. This time, the city lord had even hit the Duke of Jin and the protector of the nation general on the two of them. The slightest carelessness, that could be the end of a broken body. Si Kongming seemed to understand the scruples in the hearts of the two, and secretly sighed, "If it really comes to that time, everything will be borne by me." As soon as Lu Xian left the city lord's mansion, all around, rapidly walked out of a large group, wearing armor generals, thousands of people. "Lu Xian, I am the city general Lu Long, ordered to guard here, please do not call us difficult." A bearded-faced middle-aged, dragon-walking, stepped forward to block Lu Zi and two people go. Obviously. This is to trap them inside the small city lord's mansion.
May not go out and then wait for Lu Chengfeng to return.
And then dispose of them. Beat out. Lu Ziyan didn't have any nonsense and spoke lightly. The green woman's figure transformed into a burst of shadows, boom. Boom. Boom.
Strong martial chi surged, and in an instant, it lifted off a dozen generals.
The next second.
The long sword in hand, the heroic posture, like a ghost dancing. Sword flower flashes, then see someone fall to the ground. These generals in front of them, although they were martial arts cultivators, they were only around the 5th and 6th grade. Even the biased General Lu Long's cultivation level was only at the peak of the 7th grade.
In the blink of an eye,
the green woman had already killed hundreds of blocking generals, the long sword in her hand, flowing with bright red blood. The killing continued. She did not choose to stop until she received an order from her aunt.
"Mr. Lu, what are you doing?"
Lu Long angrily pointed at him and rebuked, watching one general fall. A fire of anger burned in his heart.
"Where is Hua Leidong?
Take me there, or else, kill them all." In his opinion, all truths are based on the hardness of the fist.
Therefore, to come up here is to let the green woman make a move, only to beat people into submission and be afraid of them.
The other party can seriously communicate with you properly. Lu Long gritted his teeth and responded, "I will take you there." Thousands of brothers, all of a sudden sharply reduced to 200 or 300 people, how to let him not heartache? Those are his own soldiers.
Send someone to inform the patriarch.
Lu Long lowered his head and muttered to a general beside him.
Afterwards, reluctantly, he led Lu Ziyan towards the city gates. Not long after,
at the city gates, there was a mournful cry, whimpering,
"My Nyonya, my Nyonya, my Nyonya."
At the sound of the words, Lu Ziyan looked over from afar and saw a cloaked woman, sitting on her knees, holding a little girl in her arms. The little girl's chest was pierced directly through by a long sword. The tragic appearance covered in blood caused his heart to be complicated.
Not long ago,
this little girl called Nyo Nyo had even given herself flowers. You know, sunflowers, but they symbolize hope, sunshine. But right now, it suffered a poisonous death and died so tragically. However, right next to the woman, less than 3 meters away, a teenage body quietly lying there, in front of a large pool of blood. Seeing this, the green woman quickly ran up. After a check, turned back and shook her head at Lu Ziyan, dead.
Shasta. Like a thunderbolt, the whole brain went blank.
In the ear came a burst of people's speech. "Hey, I told you not to offend the Lu family. Look at General Hua's family's child, the death is really tragic." That's right, in Winzhou City, even the city lord doesn't dare to mess with the Lu family. Wang Du came to the people, and what is the use, but not to put their own little life.
Until this moment,
Lu Ziyan deeply realized that, if it were not for himself, I am afraid that Hua Leidong and that little girl called Nyo Nyo would not have died at all. Suddenly, the woman who was crying in pain saw Lu Ziyan and immediately rushed up with her daughter in her arms. Kneeling down in front of him, "My lord, I beg you to do the right thing for my Nyo Nyo, she's so young, she's still just a little kid. Just because send a flower to adults, that Lu family people brutally killed. You must do something for my Nyonya." Looking at the woman in front of her, who was crying and begging for help, and then seeing the little girl in her arms, who was already dead, the heart somehow became a little hard all of a sudden. "Good. This lord, I'll do it." His eyes narrowed, a flash of coldness flickered in the bottom of his eyes, seeing that what was happening in front of him.
It had completely angered him. Go to the Lu family."
Turning around, he took a step onto the street.
Suddenly,
hearing such bold words, it immediately caused many people to look at the situation.
The Lu family, that was the sky of Winning State City.
How dare someone threaten to find trouble with the Lu family? Regardless of the outcome of the matter, just this situation in front of us. It's worth clapping for many people. The largest and most luxurious residence in the city, the Lu family. At this time, Patriarch Lu Tianhao heard his subordinates report and learned that Lu Ziyan led the guards and went straight in the direction of the city gate. Confused, "Who told you to move Hua Leidong and that little girl?" He was so angry that he directly slapped the table, angry beyond words, glaring, gazing at the Lu family members in the lobby. Lu Ziyan, no matter what, is also the aunt of the Duke of Jin, the husband of the former protector of the state general. Such a status, noble, we in the city of Win State, can still be a blessing, once involved with the king. Once we get involved with the royal capital, I'm afraid that our good days will come to an end.
As the head of the clan, he naturally needs to consider things in a more comprehensive manner. In addition,
Lu Ziyan identity behind a lot of involvement, everything must wait until Lu Chengfeng back, can only make a decision. Who knows? Someone took the liberty of killing Hua Leidong, as well as the little flower girl.
Chapter 42 In front of the Lu mansion. Accompanied by Lu Ziyan's cry of going to the Lu family.
Immediately, it caused quite a commotion. Many of the people, with the mindset of watching the show, closely trailed them over.
On the way to the Lu mansion,
Qingnu walked ahead to open the way, carrying the Chaos Sword box, noticing more and more people following behind her.
Auntie, should we dismiss them?
Lu Ziyan didn't wait for her to finish, his voice was icy cold. They are all the people here. For many years, they have been bullied by the Lu family. They have always dared to be angry, and now they see that someone is looking for trouble with the Lu family. Regardless of the outcome, they all want to take a look. After all, people will always hold a trace of luck. For those who follow the people around, what they are thinking inside,
it's clear as day.
Stay in the darkness for a long time, suddenly saw a flash of light, is a person will not hesitate to go forward. All because, that is extremely likely to be their chance to see the light again. On the other side, Si Kongming brought concerned Lan and Tan Yuping with him, and they arrived late.
They happened to meet up with Lu Ziyan, who came back. Ran.
Lu Ziyan was expressionless, his eyes revealed a coldness, and he swept a glance at him with a bit of killing intent.
Only one glance.
Immediately, it gave Si Kongming a feeling like falling into an ice cellar and chilling his body. This aunt is afraid that she already holds a grudge against me. Tell someone to collect Huo Lidong's corpse, and that little girl's family, make sure to place them properly. He ordered Tang Yuping in a low voice, and from that glance at each other just now, it was already clear that one point. That is, this Aunt Lu, after looking for the Lu family trouble,
will definitely look for trouble with himself.
Yes, City Lord. Responding, he turned around and led a few generals, leaving at a fast pace. Let's go. Let's see what the aunt of the Duke of Jin really has in store for him. Until this moment, he was still more or less apprehensive inside, because he didn't understand just how much energy Lu Ziyan could have. Or rather, his weight in the Duke of Jin's residence. Could he support this confrontation against the Lu family? If not, I'm afraid that even he himself will have to be shattered. Only a pity.
Once the game started, there is no turning back.
Either win big, or lose everything.
Lu Mansion.
In front of the gate, a dozen guards
suddenly
saw in the distance a raging crowd quickly gathered together.
What kind of people dare to gather in front of the Lu residence like this? Do not want to die?
The leader of the guards, usually with the Lu family, arrogant and domineering habits, and opening is an angry rebuke. People who don't know thought he had a certain status in the Lu family. Green woman stepped forward, coldly drank. Less nonsense, call you can talk about the people out, or die. Swish. Her body's 8th grade great perfection chi was released, forming a wave of air that tumbled. It directly blasted that guard 3 meters out.
Ha ha ha.
Aunt Lu, I didn't want to cross paths with you too early, and thought that everything should wait until that child, ride the wind, came back. But you so do not put the Lu family in the eyes, not to look down on some people. Before people arrived, the voice came first, followed by Lu Tianhao's figure appeared in front of the crowd. Behind him, followed by a crowd of Lu family members.
In response to this,
Lu Ziyan did not give face at all, indifferently opened, hand over the murderer. Our smart people do not need me to remind again. Such a tough attitude, but it caused everyone in the Lu family to look slightly angry. Lu Tianhao's eyes slightly narrowed, deep in the eyes, visible killing intent surging, voice flat response. Lu family too unintelligent younger generation, today on the street murder, indeed some excessive. As the patriarch of the Lu family, the old man extremely does not tolerate this kind of thing to happen.
Have already taught them a hard lesson. Scanning around, in the crowd of people.
Hurts to see Si Kongming figure.
Seeing the situation,
he immediately realized that this matter had nothing to do with him. This Si Kongming, he is not small in guts, how dare he try to go against the Lu family? If he had known this, he shouldn't have let him live in the first place, even if he was His Majesty's hand-picked city lord.
Thinking of this, his fists couldn't help but tighten in regret. Qingnu, fight your way in.
Lu Ziyan slowly moved a stool from the side, then sat down and lightly instructed Qing daughter.
Calling in?
How dare he, knowing that this is the Lu family? Those people around, their brains buzzed, completely shocked. I didn't expect Lu Ziyan to be this clean, not even bothering to say more nonsense.
If you don't hand over the murderer, you will directly fight in. Overbearing. Bullying. How dare you? Lu Tianhao rebuked loudly and looked at him angrily. Patriarch Lu, right.
Don't worry, after she beats the Lu family to death, I will teach her a good lesson on behalf of those who died.
Lu Ziyan spoke in a fervent and serious manner. The crowd listened. Good guy. Is it reasonable to beat someone to death and then teach them a lesson? Not reasonable. But the Lu family's people were doing it this way.
Right now, Lu Ziyan is called treating others the way they treat you.
Twilight Land. Who wants to beat my Lu family to death?
A thick voice rang out from the crowd, followed by crowd toward the two sides scattered. A few armored generals quickly opened the way. You can see a middle-aged figure, wearing a brocade suit, waist wrapped in jade belt, highlighting the nobility, national character face, a pair of tiger eyes, showing ferocious.
This person was none other than Lu Chengfeng.
He had just returned from the main city of Winning State. Seeing the Lu family surrounded by so many people made his heart furious, and he could not wait to blast all these individuals to death here. Lest such things happen again in the future.
Multiplying wind, you're finally back. Lu Tianhao secretly breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly excitedly went up to greet him. Those Lu family members, each and every one of them greeted each other with a smiling face, constantly saying complimentary words. Obviously, Lu Chengfeng is the backbone of the entire Lu family. The status is so high that even the patriarch can't compare. I've only been out for a few days, my son has been killed, and the Lu family is under siege. It looks like they don't put me in their eyes. Very well. He didn't bother with the compliments of the Lu family, instead, his gaze ferociously swept the surroundings. Those people who were gazed at hastily backed away. Not a moment later, all had backed up to 100 meters away. The only ones left were Si Kongming, concerned Lan, who stood behind Lu Ziyan in plain sight. Is City Lord Si planning to make a move against me? Lu Chengfeng spoke in a nonchalant, arrogant manner. Nowadays, the entire city of Winzhou is under his control. 60,000 soldiers are in his hands. Si Kongming, in his opinion, is just a clown. For many years, he didn't kill him because he was appointed by His Majesty. Lu Chengfeng, in front of you is the aunt from the Xinhua Gongfu, the husband of the Protectorate General. If you are more sensible, hurry up and hand over the murderer, or else. Si Kongming shouted at the top of his voice, with a look of righteousness. The people around him were somewhat impressed. Lu Ziyan stared at him meaningfully, without saying anything more. Chapter 43 Dark One appeared, Si Kongming excited. Si Kongming this voice directly called the surrounding people to follow suit and shouted, hand over the murderer. Hand over the murderer. Hand over the murderer. The law is not responsible for the masses, so at this juncture, those people are also bold. They even shouted in unison. Of course. Naturally, Si Kongming ordered people to fan the flames. Shut up. Lu Chengfeng roared angrily, his body's ninth-grade great perfection chi instantly erupted out. Wrapped around his body, dark red martial arts chi. Forming a wave of chi, it continuously rippled out. In an instant, within 100 meters, the crowd only felt a huge pressure, like a mountain pressing down on them. Even Si Kongming, an expert of the same rank, he was also forced to take 2 steps back. With a horrified expression, your cultivation has actually refined again. Unbelievable. More than that, it is still unbelievable. Unexpectedly, Lu Chengfeng's martial arts cultivation was actually a few points stronger than last time. The green woman was like a spear, standing straight and proud in front of Lu Ziyan. Carrying the other party's chi oppression, she did not move. On her forehead, beads of sweat appeared, but she still did not retreat for half a step. Her body's green and blue martial arts chi alternated, forming a body protector that enveloped herself as well as the ant behind her. Immovable as a mountain. Lu Tianhao looked at the fluctuation of the green woman's martial arts chi and immediately spoke out in surprise. Lu Chengfeng froze for a moment, then disdained, no wonder with only an 8th grade great circle, she dared to carry my chi impact. It turns out that you have practiced the immovable mountain technique, which is rumored to be among the top 5 defensive techniques in the world. But the difference in strength is too great, even if your gong method is good again. Killing heart together, the body of the chi once again surged a few points. This side. Green female forehead has appeared cold sweat, face gradually white, body has been shaky. Auntie, the green lady may not be able to support it anymore. The voice revealed a hint of weakness and apologies, simply because she was about to run out of stamina. For the situation at hand, Lu Ziyan was not slow and turned his head, his gaze seemed to be searching for something amongst the crowd. The next second, he shouted, it's already this time, don't you still want to show yourself? It's not a good thing for the aunt of the Xinhua Gongfu to be beaten and killed. The crowd sniffed. All of them looked complicated. What happened to this Aunt Lu? Could it still be hiding a backhand? When Si Kongming heard this, he immediately brightened up, as if he had seen hope. The other side of the story is not a good one, but it is a good one. Lu Chengfeng was puzzled by the other party's move and scanned the surroundings in disbelief. Swish! A dark shadow, flickering, appeared beside the green woman and patted her shoulder. Leave the rest to me. Thank you, Dark One. The green woman saw the person who came, although the body was wrapped in black clothes, wearing a cloak, completely unable to see the appearance. As a former member of the Dark Guards, she naturally understood who the person was. Dark One. Xinhua Public and Private Dark Guards group leader, had followed Lin Hong to fight in the 4 directions. He was also one of the few innate realm powerhouses back then. Because of a battle, he was surrounded by 2 half-steps of the innate realm, as well as several 9th grade grandmasters. This led to his cultivation regressing and falling to half-step innate. Later, Lin Hong moved him to the rear in order to prevent him from going into battle again. He became the head of a unit of Dark Guards of the Xinhua Gongfu. Over the years, not only did he cultivate many Dark Guard experts, even the Green Lady was also one of his former undercover guards. How did the ant know that his subordinates were following in the dark? Between the Dark One raising his hand, he directly suppressed Lu Chengfeng's aura back. Si Kongming, as well as the surrounding people, immediately felt a wave of relief. Guess, the old master cannot just give a green woman, right? Lu Ziyan explained perfunctorily he could not tell the other party.
In fact, after coming out from the royal capital, his presence had already been detected.
Otherwise, when he was in Lingzhou City, he wouldn't dare to directly give his entire cultivation to Lin Xiaoyan.
Lu Tianhao hurriedly stepped forward with a grave expression and a serious voice, multiplying wind. This person's blood qi surges like the sea, and his martial qi is overbearing to the extreme.
I'm afraid it's above me.
In just a moment, he had already sensed that the visitor was not bad.
I know.
Lu Chengfeng also responded with a gloomy expression. This black-clothed man in front of him, giving him pressure, is not generally great. Si Kongming was so excited that he almost wanted to go up and kowtow to Lu Ziyan.
Waiting. Finally waited. Lu Ziyan was the chance to turn the tide that they were waiting for. We are willing to help Aunt Lu and eradicate the tumor that is the Lu family. The time to show loyalty and brush up on goodwill has come.
Si Kongming transformed from his face being ashen a moment ago to his current radiant glow.
To live. Lu Ziyan didn't bother with Si Kongming and commanded Dark One forcefully.
Yes, sir.
Auntie.
Dark One transformed into a ghostly shadow and quickly dashed up, instantly fighting with Lu Chengfeng and Lu Tianhao. Martial qi swept across, the ground was bombarded with deep craters. The fight was earth-shattering. At one time, they flashed into mid-air, at another time, they flashed to the roof of the house.
In a quarter of an hour.
The three of them had already exchanged no less than hundreds of rounds. Due to the fact that both of them, Lu Chengfeng, were both 9th grade great perfection, for a moment, Dark One simply couldn't take the two of them.
If it was one-on-one, hundreds of rounds would be enough for him to take down one of them. Is City Lord C going to watch the show? Lu Ziyan saw Dark One's current situation at a glance.
He couldn't help but raise his voice to remind Si Kongming next to him.
Auntie, why don't I go up and help Lord Dark One?
Qingnu volunteered, placing her sword case beside Lu Ziyan, and was about to rush up.
I don't think so.
You'd better stay here honestly.
Go up and help? It's good that you don't cause any trouble.
It's a battle between a 9th grade great perfection and a half-step innate.
You're an 8th grade master, not even a 9th grade. If you go up there, you'll still be given a second.
General Guan immediately mobilized all the dark lines in the city and quickly took control of the city guards without giving them the slightest reaction.
It is imperative to do a thunderous strike.
Si Kongming excitedly instructed Guan Guanlan to say a few words before turning into a shadow and rushing up.
He joined the battle.
In the beginning, 2 against 1, it did make Dark One a bit overwhelmed, unable to help the other two.
However,
with Si Kongming joining in, also a 9th grade great perfection expert, it pulled Lu Tianhao. Giving Dark One enough time, dozens of moves were exchanged. Boom! A silhouette was seen being ruthlessly smashed into the ground, smashing out a deep pit. Dust and smoke filled the air.
In the middle of the day,
the crowd took a look. Inside the deep pit, Lu Chengfeng was covered in blood, gasping for air, half kneeling there.
Blood was still spilling from the corners of his mouth.
His eyes were filled with horror, a look of fear appeared on his face, and his voice trembled, half-step innate.
Until this moment,
finally realized the real strength of the man in black in front of him.
Fong just fought with the two of them, only revealed out of the 9th grade Great Circle strength. The Dark One did not pay attention to Lu Chengfeng shocked.
Once again, he transformed into a burst of shadows and rushed up to surround Lu Tianhao.
Snap!
After a few moves, even Lu Tianhao was knocked to the ground. The breath on his body was incomparably weak.
Auntie, the two of them have been ambushed.
Dark One returned to Lu Ziyan's body, arched his hand and bowed respectfully.
Chapter 44, An Unknown Scandal. Lu Mansion.
In front of the main gate, a group of people from the Lu family saw Lu Chengfeng, as well as Patriarch Lu Tianhao being subdued on the ground. At that instant, their expressions changed drastically, and many of them had already begun to show a look of fear.
After all, the two of them, they were the C-pin of the entire Lu family.
Lu Ziyan raised his eyes, sizing up the Dark One in front of him, and said with a light smile, following all the way, hard work.
There is nothing to do, subordinate will first retire.
The Dark One's voice's clear and cold response, as a Dark Guard, the duty is to secretly escort the master.
Go!
In this regard, he did not block. The Green Lady hesitated for a moment, but finally could not help but explain, Your Excellency, Dark One is the longest-serving secret guard beside the Duke of China. His style of behavior may be a bit aloof, and he doesn't like to communicate, so I hope you'll forgive him.
I hope you'll forgive me.
The duty of a secret guard is to guard in the shadows, so why should I blame him?
Lu Ziyan stood up and patted her shoulder. Then, steps to Lu Chengfeng's side, squatted down, whispered, You are the current head of the Lu family, Lu Chengfeng?
Lu Hao, that arrogant and domineering scum who oppressed the people, is your son. I heard that over the years, your Lu family has not only suppressed the people, but also forcibly robbed the people's women. Even General Hua's residence was robbed by you.
At this time, Si Kongming walked up quickly.
He gritted his teeth and stared at Lu Chengfeng as if he wanted to swallow him alive. His eyes were red, just like a crazy beast.
Lu Chengfeng, where is my sewer? And my son and daughter? Speak. Where did you lock them up? Hearing. Lu Ziyan also couldn't help but be surprised, never thought that there were such some things involved. Ha ha ha. Lu Chengfeng laughed wildly, then said with a face full of disdain, "Your wife is very good, it's just a pity that back then, she only played for a few days. She couldn't stand the humiliation and chose to end herself, a pity." While saying that, seems to be reminiscing about something, face shows a few points such as the devil-like maniacal smile. People look, shudder. You. Hearing these explosive news, directly let him pain, originally thought, the other party has been using his wife as well as his children as a threat. Forced himself to leave the city lord's mansion. Didn't expect. His favorite sewer was actually so brutalized by the other party. If he had known this, he should not have promised the other party to leave in the first place, he should have fought him. Your son and daughter are not bad, the day they were caught, they committed suicide inside the dungeon. Otherwise, how could I force you away instead of killing you directly? Lu Qingfeng's eyes flashed ferociously, and when he mentioned the other party's sons and daughters, he somewhat admired their decisiveness. What? Si Kongming immediately hugged his head and cried, the whole person paled a dozen years old. Naive. I was too naive, thinking that the other party would take into account his status as a city lord. He didn't dare to target his wife and children too much. At most, he would use them to threaten himself. Snap. Slap. He fiercely gave himself 2 slaps, it's all my fault. If I had been more decisive, I'm afraid things wouldn't even have gotten to this point. Seeing him crying in pain, Lu Chengfeng coldly laughed and said, what kind of deep feelings are you pretending to have? Back then, I only took a few of their personal belongings and forced you to leave. Si Kongming, you are a little cute. Si Kongming, are you a cutie? After so many years of not being able to find any trace of them, it never occurred to you that they are all dead? When Si Kongming heard this, his body shook and he immediately reacted. Yes. For so many years, even though he had turned the entire winning state city upside down to look for them, there was still no trace of them and no news of them. He had always thought that Lu Chengfeng had hidden Jin well. But he never suspected that they were no longer in this world. Foolish. All around the people, hearing these words, are successively into deep thought. I didn't expect that there was such an unknown reason hidden within it. It turned out that City Lord left back then, but he also had no choice and was forced to do so. In fact, City Lord C was quite pitiful. Who says otherwise? Wife, children all gone. Things can actually be like this. Then I won't scold him from now on. We won't scold either. Some of the people whispered, all exchanging low voices. Obviously these were the people who hadn't rarely cursed Si Kongming in secret before. At this moment, Si Kongming is like a mad lion, his eyes are red and full of hostility. Lu Chengfeng, I will kill you. He said, I will kill you. He said, I will kill you. He said, I will kill you. Stop. The green lady came out at the first time and blocked his way. Seeing that the other party is Lu Ziyan's bodyguard, he roared, Aunt Lu, this man brutally murdered my wife and my children, can't I take revenge? Such an action immediately caused many people around him to resonate. However, Lu Ziyan said nonchalantly, if you really want to take revenge, you would have done it yourself long ago, why wait until now? Late deep love is cheaper than grass, people are gone, pretend to whom? Some words down, as if they had a stick, directly to the crowd to knock awake. Si Kongming, as the lord of a city, is also a 9th grade Great Circle expert. Aunt Lu, what do you mean by that? He, with an exasperated look, pointed at Lu Ziyan with some incredulity, feeling that the other party was mocking him. Could it be that he didn't hear clearly what Lu Chengfeng said? His own wife and children, they were all captured by the other party as a way to threaten him to quit winning state city. Because of this, he was able to take the identity of the main general to perform the affairs of the city lord for many years. What do I mean? You know very well in your own heart. Lu Ziyan gave him a very disgusted look. A person who would do anything to achieve his goal, how could he be a person of deep love? In addition, just now, when he mentioned his wife's sewer, his eyes were deep and a touch of venom flashed, even if it was only for a moment. It was still keenly captured by Lu Ziyan. At this time, Lu Tianhao slowly climbed up, gasping for breath, sitting on the ground, his body's martial qi in disarray. Don't think that old me doesn't know that you can't be humane, and the so-called children are not your seed at all. The reason why you agreed to quit so painfully back then was simply because you wanted to borrow my Lu family's hand. Get rid of the woman who gave you a hat, as well as those 2 wild seeds. This statement came out. Wow! It was definitely explosive news, causing a commotion around the area. Shocking all the people to the point that they were dumbfounded. Even the Lu Ziyan and Qing female duo were shocked by this kind of news. Nonsense, looking for death. With a black face, Si Kongming retorted loudly, and with a flash of his figure, he had appeared in front of Lu Tianhao. With a face full of hostility, his gaze surging with killing intent, he raised his hand and slapped it down. Bang! The 9th grade Great Perfection's full strength strike contained a terrifying force. Immediately, blood and flesh flew horizontally. Matriarch! Patriarch!
When the crowd of Lu family members saw this, they immediately called out in panic.
Lu Chengfeng clenched his fists, veins rippling, incomparably angry. Si Kongming, you're looking for death.
Dare to touch my Lu family members, don't forget that State Lord Lu Yiming is my elder brother. When Si Kongming heard these words, his body stagnated and froze in place. Eating melon is almost done. The green woman brought him to the city square, and that murderer of Huo Lidan.
None of them can be spared. Chapter 45, A Crossing Change. Lu Ziyan just gave the order.
To have the green lady bring them to the city square. To publicly dispose of these people from the Lu family in front of all the people.
Stop.
A loud shout was followed by a youthful figure, wearing a golden armor, with a handsome appearance and a dragon's stride. Behind him, there are thousands of generals.
In an instant,
thousands of generals quickly surrounded Lu Ziyan, Qingnu, and Si Kongming. I am Lu Zilong, His Majesty's personally appointed 5th grade general. I hold the post of the general of Winning State City.
I am in charge of 5,000 city guards.
He, stepping forward, came with great force, not waiting for the crowd to react. He had already come to Lu Chengfeng's side and helped him up. Gazing at the crowd with a cold gaze, he said coldly, Lu Chengfeng, the 4th rank, the city's main general. You Lu Ziyan is only a scholar, or no merit in the body kind. What qualifications do you have to dispose of the officials in the court? Resounding words, the sound of the ground, immediately caused many people secretly began to pinch a sweat for Lu Ziyan.
No matter what, Lu Xiangfeng is also one of the top 4 officials in the court.
Lu Chengfeng is also a 4th-ranked military general in the dynasty, and over the years, he has done a lot of evil. Then it had to be handed over to the state lord for disposal, or brought back to the royal capital to wait for His Majesty's punishment.
And not, like now, wanting to lynch someone.
Lu Zilong's voice was loud and clear, speaking again, I tell you, this son maliciously harmed the officials in the court. Do you think he should be killed or not? If you don't think he should be killed, all of you will be treated as accomplices. At that time, not to mention that there is no place for you and others in the city of Winzhou, even if the entire Winzhou will be a dead end. I would like to advise you all to think carefully, should this son die? As these threatening words finished, the surrounding people were immediately scared to death. No one would doubt their truthfulness, because brother Lu Chengfeng, that was the state lord of the winning state.
Offending them is undoubtedly asking for death. Damn! Damn! Kill him!
Along with the first hesitant opening of his mouth, in no time, all the people chanted.
Lu Zilong walked up to Lu Ziyan and said with a confident face, Mr. Lu, if you are more sensible, this matter will end here. Leave Si Kongming and the others behind, and you'll pretend that you don't know anything about it. How about that? Otherwise, even if you have a half-step innate expert protecting you, do you think you can survive in the face of the people of the last city?
It had to be said that the other party was indeed a rare talent. In such a short period of time, he was able to utilize his lack of official status to make a statement.
Inside a city of people, are in fear and anxiety. That way, against himself, will be the only way out for these people. Even
also dared to his face this kind of unscrupulous threat.
Terrific ah!
Si Kongming's face was ashen, because he saw that amongst the crowd, Deng Yuping, Concern Lan, as well as a group of beloved generals were all escorted out. They were all escorted out.
Failure! After years of planning, at this moment, I have finally missed.
Gentlemen, Lord Si went crazy after drinking and slaughtered his wife and children, as well as more than 100 lives in the Lord's mansion. I witnessed the whole process, and then Lord Lu made a righteous move.
Will Division City Lord forced out of the city for many years? Everyone said yes or no?
Lu Zilong shouted aloud, his voice carried in every ear. It was heard loud and clear. By the way, everyone, in a few days, the Lord of the State will come with his troops to inspect Winning State City. I very much hope that at that time, everyone will be able to have a family reunion and eat together. Previously, those people were still a bit hesitant, not quite able to accept his words. With the addition of those 2 sentences later.
That's right. Back then, my family's black dog passed by the city lord's mansion and witnessed the whole process with his own eyes, just like what Lord Lu said, this is no two ways about it. Ah! To actually kill his own wife and children. Brother, there's something wrong with you. What do you mean by his own wife? Cough, cough.
A time of anger, said Ron, don't care about these details. Around them, there was a flood of abuse, even though they were oppressed by the Lu family. Also had to at this point, stand out and agree with each other. Although Lu Ziyan was very powerful and had experts following him around. It was only a pity. No matter how powerful he was, it was impossible for him to execute everyone in the Lu family at once. Lu Yiming was also the state lord and would be coming to Winning State City again in the near future. Which is more important? They naturally knew exactly. What's more, it's all just about staying alive. You guys went so far as to make Si Kongming's eyes go black, only feeling that his chest was blocked by something, and he was so angry that his face turned blue. Half the time, he couldn't even utter a single word skillfully. Poof! In the end, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood.
Lu Qingfeng's face was full of admiration as he stared at this family scion in front of him. Do not be alarmed by the situation, do not panic in the face of danger. What if I say I must dispose of them? Lu Ziyan's words were like a thunderbolt from the ground. It quickly spread around. Instantly. Slipped into a terrifying silence, deathly silence. Even the sound of breathing amongst each other could be easily heard. Those people cast over to him, puzzled, perplexed, bewildered, angry, helpless, and compassionate. Lu Zilong sniffed, paused for a moment, and snickered immediately afterward. If Mr. Lu is bent on having his own way, it is still unknown whether he can leave here or not. Of course, our Lu family will definitely not move you. But once something happens to our family head, the state lord will come here, and I am afraid that he will slaughter the city. To avenge his only brother. What? Slaughter the city? In an instant, everyone was stunned. Never would have thought that things would actually evolve to this point. Obviously, the people, had only come over to watch the fun. Unexpectedly, the fire ended up burning on themselves. Lord Lu, Aunt Lu, Master Lu, dear father, you must not be reckless anymore. Lord Lu, I beg you, let's just forget about it. Yes, sir. If the lord of the state gets up, he'll take revenge on us. I beg you to give us a way out. Please give us a way out. In a flash. All around, the people knelt down in unison. At a glance, tens of thousands of people were pleading with him not to pursue this matter. No one can bear the consequences. Lu Zilong, you guys are shameless. Si Kongming was furious and once again pointed at the other party and cursed angrily. Years of planning had come to nothing, not to mention. Right now, there was clearly an opportunity to completely kill Lu Zhanfeng, the culprit. Instead, Lu Zilong, this guy, in just a few words, made all the people fall to the Lu family, not to mention. He even presumed to dispose of himself. Lu Ziyan looked around the circle and couldn't help but feel a burst of amusement. People's hearts, indeed, are all selfish and self-interested. And yet, they are greedy and afraid of death. Perhaps they have been kneeling for a long time and have forgotten how to stand up. Dark One. As soon as Lu Ziyan's voice came out, swish. With a swish, Dark One's silhouette had already appeared. Take down. The latter immediately understood, and with a flash of his figure, he directly grabbed Lu Chengfeng, and a sharp sword was placed on the other party's neck. Lu Ziyan, what are you going to do? Do you really disregard the deaths of the people of a city? Lu Zilong's expression changed slightly, then he questioned loudly. Expecting to use the lives of the people of a city to threaten Lu Ziyan. You can't control the life and death of the people of a city? Chapter 46 has no official status. The people of a city can't be killed by a single general. Even if the lord of a state just dare to make a massacre. Those people who are being oppressed by them cannot figure out, he still cannot figure out. What's more, Lu Ziyan didn't just clean up the Lu family. There is also Lu Yiming, who is far away from the main city of the winning state. Also do not intend to let go. A hill of raccoons, certainly not good people. However, what made him the most curious was how this kind of person, who was so corrupted to the extreme, became the lord of a state. In the middle of the Grand Xia. If everyone was like Lu Yiming, sheltering his own family and acting as a bully on one side, how can the people live in peace and happiness? His wife tried her best to protect the summer, but it has already become a breeding ground for moths. 1,000 holes. In that case, I'm afraid this trip to the north is going to be a big one. Lu Ziyan, you, a scholar with no merit at all, have no authority to dispose of Lord General Lu. Lu Zilong spoke again to remind Lu Ziyan. Even if you have an expert guarding you, so what if you hold Lu Chengfeng hostage? Wantonly beating and killing an official of the court is a capital offense. Seeing that Lu Ziyan didn't take it seriously, he thought quickly in his head and, finally, he thought of a rule, that is, if you maliciously hurt a court official, even if you have made some progress in the way of literature, that is also a capital offense. Lu Ziyan's expression froze slightly, turned his head, looked at the green woman and asked, is there this article? There is. But if you want to do it, just go ahead and do it, but the big deal is that afterward, Jing daughter will have a life for a life. In the law of Dixia, the intentional killing of officials in the court, but they do not have their own official position in the person, a life for a life. Xingdao's response is somewhat unexpected. At the same time, he was a little complicated inside. The secret guard arranged by the old master was really different. However, this kind of one life against one life. In his case, it didn't exist at all. Aunt Lu, you can't back down. Si Kongming saw him asking such a question and thought that the heart had the intention to retreat. I've come to the point where there's no way out. There is no way out. Retreat? Lu Ziyan grunted and escorted away. Signaling Dark One to escort Lu Chengfeng, he moved towards the city square. One incense stick later. Around the square, the people were gathered, a sea of people. However, this time, those people did not come here to watch the fun. On the contrary, all of them came here, begging Lu Ziyan to release the Lu family, including Lu Zilong, leading thousands of city guard generals, surrounding the high platform. At the same time,
On the Lu family's side, they also pushed out the murderer of Huo Leidong as well as that little girl. After all, Lu Ziyan had said that if he didn't hand over the murderer, then he would tie up all of the Lu family. Forcing those few murderers, they had to come out and admit it themselves. It was midday. The sun was blazing in the sky. Despite this, the Lu family's murderers who killed Huo Leidong did not feel the heat at all. Instead, they felt cold. Lu Chengfeng had a straight face. Even though he was held against his neck by Dark One's sword, he was still relaxed. Lu Ziyan sat in front of the case, leaning against the eunuch chair, waiting until it was almost time. City Lord C, if I remember correctly, in this city, besides the city lord as well as a few main generals, there should also be 2 generals, right? On top of that, there must be more than a dozen county ministers down below. When the crowd heard this, they were all a bit confused. Good reason. Why is he mentioning these things? Aunt Lu, that is indeed the case, except that the senatorial generals are mostly civil officials, responsible for logistics as well as handling some day-to-day matters. Si Kongming was also a little confused, but still answered truthfully. Within half an hour, I want to see all the officials in the city, otherwise, beheading. Lu Ziyan leaned back in his chair, his legs laying on the tablet in front of him, squinting his eyes and lightly fluttering a sentence, but full of harsh killing intent. If there are those who do not come, kill. Si Kongming walked into the crowd and explained a few words. Lu Chengfeng was a little confused as to what kind of operation the other party was doing. For no reason at all, those generals and county ministers are looking for what to do. Half an hour passed. The city officials arrived one after another. The 2 generals, all of them are old men of letters, all of them have a righteous demeanor. Despite not knowing why they were summoned here. But see Lu Ziyan sitting in a high position, so licentious and uninhibited, no one in sight sitting posture. Then looking at the drawn-out Lu Zilong and those city guards around him. Finally, he also noticed that City Lord C, who had disappeared for a long time, was also there. But he was just standing, not even qualified to sit down. Then when they realized that the main general Lu Chengfeng was there, it directly startled them. That was a figure who only had a hand in winning Prefecture City. He was actually held at the neck by a man in black with a sword. Fake, right? Those officials hastily rubbed their eyes and snapped. Then they smacked themselves hard. They thought they were dreaming in broad daylight. However, the 2 senators were still knowledgeable and broad-minded in the end, and quickly noticed the seated Lu Ziyan. The duo, who were about to become human experts, guessed a generalization in an instant. My humble servant Zhang Lingqiu, he has met your excellency. Those county ministers who came later, one by one, were a bit at a loss for words, and many of them wanted to salute Lu Ziyanfang. But the other party was being held hostage. The situation was a bit confusing for a moment, so they could only stand there awkwardly. Lu Ziyan posture correct, quite a bit of surprise to survey Zhanling, Qiu, and 2 people. Have not yet had time to speak. Lu Zilong snatched the first cold hum. Zhang generals, Qiu generals, this son is just a no-official body of the scholar, you 2 officials in the dynasty. You 2 court officials are saluting such a scholar. What kind of behavior is it to spread the word? Along with this questioning voice rang out. The 2 of them glanced at each other, both with frozen expressions. No official status? How could that be possible? Unexpected, how could they have guessed? A scholar without official status, yet he dared to summon a group of officials with such fanfare. He even took the city's main general Lu Chengfeng hostage. Don't be afraid, although Mr. Lu has no official status, he is the aunt of the Duke of Jin and the husband of the Protector General. What the Lu family did in the past has long been the wrath of God. If we cannot take this to get rid of them, in the future, you will only be able to live a life of darkness. Si Kongming stood out and tried to persuade them. Enough! Si City Lord Lu Zilong tried to stop him from continuing. He was afraid that those wallflower people would change their minds as a result. Senator Zhang, Senator Qiu, I summoned you here for one thing. In 1 hour, list out Lu Qingfeng's crimes over the years. If he's guilty, I'll behead him. If he's innocent, I'll let him go. This is your only chance, so do as you see fit. Lu Ziyan did not talk nonsense, simple and clear, at the same time cast a meaningful look to Si Kongming. The latter immediately comprehended it and started pulling the 2 to the side to persuade them. All right, the people have all arrived. He walked out from inside the case and slowly approached the 3 murderers who killed Huo Leidong. The 3 young men, with dull eyes and frivolous steps, needless to say, were the dude standard. One snatched the long sword from the hands of the green woman and walked in front of the 3. Which hand hit? What? One of the dude, scared face white, directly kneel on the ground. The 2 next to him were also backing up, panicked. Which hand hit Huo Leidong? Lu Ziyan's icy voice resounded once more, comparing to before. This time, it seemed a bit impatient. Chapter 47 Strong. Someone is blocking again? The city square. On the high platform. The 3 Lu family dilettantes were trembling, looking flustered and fearful. Lu Chengfeng saw this situation. Even though he was already being held hostage with a sword, he still loudly rebuked, Lu Ziyan, what do you want to do?
I'm warning you, if anything happens to them, I will kill. Hearing these words, Lu Ziyan turned his head, smiled gently, and shook his head to himself. The next second, raising his hand was a wave, the longsword turned into a cold light, slashing through a dude's right hand. Snort! With a sound, the arm flew away. Ah! My hand is broken. Those children of the Lu family cried out in pain, with a look of despair. A sudden scene. It directly caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Really did it. No scruples, how dare they? Gulp! Many people gulped nervously, staring daggers at that Lu family's son. Lu Ziyan, you passed. Lu Zilong clanked, directly drew his sword and was about to charge up. The green woman stood horizontally in front of her, her body's 8th grade great circle aura rippling out. Ran. Lu Ziyan didn't even bother to care about that. Speaking to himself, Wei Dong, whether it is his father or grandfather, has made great contributions to the Great Summer. In the past, it was fine for you to oppress him and humiliate him. But why did you have to kill him? How old is that little girl? What did she do to you? Why don't you even spare a little girl like that? Are you still alone? Saying that, he lifted his sword once again and chopped over at his other arm with another sword. Ah! My arm is broken again, it hurts me to death. Family master, help! That son of the Lu family cried out in pain and rolled around on the ground continuously. Among the crowd, the little girl's mother, seeing this scene, was also crying in pain. And kneeling down, she kept kowtowing towards Lu Ziyan. If it wasn't for the other party, I'm afraid that in this lifetime, it would be impossible for her to avenge her daughter's death. On the high platform, the other 2 Lu family children were completely scared to the point of wetting their pants. They were as white as paper, trembling all over, and inside their mouths they kept explaining, "It's none of my business, please let me go." Lu Ziyan was carrying his sword, the tip of the sword was still dripping blood. You're up. After the words. Ignoring their wailing, a few more swords went down, cutting off both of their arms. Ah! My arm, it's gone, help! Father, mother, I'm in pain. The cries and shouts shook the sky, causing the people around them to not be able to help but feel a sense of fear and trepidation. However, they were punished in such a way, yet none of them sympathized. On weekdays, the Lu family were almost always the masters of oppressing the people. Even the guards of the house flaunt their power outside and collect asylum fees. Stop it. Lu Ziyan, you're good. You've successfully challenged my bottom line. If you don't dare to kill me today, the people of this city will die because of you. Even if you kill me, when my big brother comes, all of you will die. Lu Zhanfeng's eyes were red, like a lion that was furious to the extreme, roaring at Lu Ziyan. Lu Zilong, get on me and kill them. Finally, he roared angrily at Lu Zilong, no longer wanting to care about that much at all. Thousands of city guards were here. He could still let him humiliate the Lu family like this. Lu Zilong had also long been red-eyed, drawing his matching sword and going up. Chop them up. This time, the surrounding city guards surrounded the area. A swarm of them rushed up to the high platform and were about to break Lu Ziyan into pieces. Protect and Lu. Sikong Ming was the first to step forward, his body's 9th grade great perfection aura erupting. Raising his hand, he slapped hundreds of people away. We're coming. Zhang Ling, Xiao He and the 2 of them, one in front of the other, guarded around Lu Ziyan. The literary chi on their bodies flared out. The white cultural chi wrapped around the 2 of them, moving up and down in a rhythmic manner. It seemed to form a protective shield. One chi protecting the body. This was a trait that could only be possessed by those who were in the Jinshi realm of the Tao of literature. Ha! Lu Ziyan let out a shocked deep, but he did not expect that the 2 of them were actually Jinshi realm literary Tao cultivators. Gentleman's words, if an official is unkind, all of them can be killed. Zhang Ling casually chanted out a sentence, the white literary chi around his body quickly became more dense and was no longer a single literary chi. Instead, it is composed of countless white words, like a white snake, constantly winding, circling, moving up and down in rhythm. Kong Sheng once said, "My literary way can withstand all kinds of weapons." Raising his hand, those literary chi that were like white snakes flying around immediately changed into a huge shield. Those who rushed up to the generals before they had time to strike. With a push of his large hand, the shield quickly suppressed them. Boom! In one fell swoop, it crashed through dozens of 5th and 6th grade generals. A gentleman's words, for the sake of great justice, one can kill all enemies. Xiao He was not willing to lag behind. And as soon as his words fell, he beckoned for a condensation. A giant sword made of words was seen appearing in front of him. Get out of the way. With a violent shout, the giant sword flew across the room and in an instant, sent hundreds of generals flying. The moment the 2 struck out at the same time. It was really an eye-opening moment for Lu Ziyan. Other people fighting, exchanging blows, shouting are all feats, moves. They are good, actually not moving is the gentleman's words, whole holy words. As if they don't shout so many sentences, they can't do anything. The whole platform, into a chaos. However, no one was able to get close to Lu Ziyan's side. This chaos lasted for half an hour.
Until the thousands of city guards were all knocked to the ground, and even more than half of them couldn't get up from their heavy injuries. From this, a large area of fallen generals in front of them wailed and moaned in pain.
Lu Zilong was grabbed by Si Kongming, sealing his martial cultivation, and was escorted by Concern Lan.
Lu Ziyan carried his sword, his face expressionless, and walked over to those 3 Lu family sons who already had their arms broken. Then he smiled contemptuously at Lu Chengfeng. Swinging his sword, he chopped down. Then he saw a head fly out.
You really dare?
Lu Chengfeng's pupils dilated violently, his face filled with incredulity. I didn't expect the other party to be so bold, completely disregarding the life and death of the people of a city.
Directly move.
Why don't you dare? Another sword, once again taking away a Lu family disciple. One sword at a time, without any hesitation, watching the surrounding people fall silent for a while.
Lu Zilong's threat earlier was still ringing in their ears.
Darkly seal his cultivation and bring him over. The corners of Lu Ziyan's mouth rose as he stared at him without looking away.
No.
You can't kill him, you really can't kill him. Lu Zilong was anxious, could not hold it down any longer, and kept struggling, wanting to break free from Concern Lan's bondage.
Unfortunately,
at this moment, his cultivation was blocked. He was just an ordinary person. How could he be a match for Guan Jianlan?
Among the crowd,
a few old men with white hair, holding their walking sticks, came out trembling.
Mr. Lu, stop.
There was no other way. The people, seeing that they couldn't stop Lu Ziyan, had to find a few old and prestigious Wendao masters. There were 5 of them in total. All of them were about to be buried up to their chests. Perhaps the 5 people's literary Dao cultivation was not very high. The tallest of them was only in the lifted person realm. The remaining 4 were all in the Shokai realm. By the time they reached the year of the fall, they had not refined themselves by half again. Therefore, can only live out their lives in peace and happiness. Muold, you quickly stop him, cannot kill the master of the family, otherwise you a city people. Lu Zilong saw the person who came, immediately called out urgently. The old man at the head, with cloudy eyes, was disgusted. Chapter 48. The crimes are many, and they should be beheaded. The old man, Mu Renjong. He had held the position of seneschal in the city for more than 10 years. In the city of Winning State, he had some reputation. Even Lu Chengfeng, who was an unscrupulous man, would call him Elder Mu when he saw him. Even Lu Chengfeng, who is an unscrupulous man, calls him Elder Mu, provided that he doesn't violate his interests.
Quickly stop.
Elder Mu walked up to the platform with his cane, looking agitated and trembling. Panting, a look of over-exercise, really worried about him, will not be immortal.
This gentleman, no matter how evil he is, for the sake of the peace of the people of a city, you cannot move him off.
As soon as he arrived in front of Lu Ziyan, he began to persuade him.
Ha ha ha.
Lu Chengfeng laughed wildly and opened his mouth with eyes full of contempt. Even if you have a half-step innate realm powerhouse, so what? So what if you catch me?
Lu Ziyan, now it's not just my son's revenge, the patriarch's revenge.
Between you and me, there will be no end to death. Saying this, his gaze was cold and stern, and he gritted his teeth as if he wanted to tear Lu Ziyan apart.
From this moment onwards, regardless of whether it was Lu Ziyan or the people of Winning State City,
all of them had been completely hated by him.
Come on.
You can kill me with your own hands.
Lu Chengfeng was almost crazy and shouted at Lu Ziyan, what's the matter? You don't dare to do it?
He used provocative language to stimulate him. With the presence of Mu Renjong and a few old men of high moral standing, he could be sure that Lu Ziyan would be able to kill him. He could be certain that it would never be possible for Lu Ziyan to decapitate himself. General Lu, just cut the crap and stop irritating Mr. Lu. Mu Renjong was extremely disgusted as he rushed at Lu Chengfeng to persuade him, his old face filled with helplessness. Yet he didn't dare to let Lu Ziyan kill him with his hands. That was a person who was tied to the people of the entire Winning State City. If he died, the people of the city would meet their doom. Oh? Lu Ziyan's eyes were filled with killing intent, not hiding it at all, just watching him jumping up and down with interest.
Do you really want me to chop you up?
Hearing this, Lu Chengfeng first froze for a moment, and then immediately laughed wildly.
Don't bluff, you don't dare to kill me. They won't let you kill me either.
Be smart and let him release me immediately, otherwise all of you you all have to die.
What?
Everyone's bodies jolted in shock and horror. When Mu Renjong heard this, he trembled and his body shook, almost falling to the ground.
At that moment,
no longer having the slightest hesitation, he hurriedly knelt down to Lu Ziyan, his voice trembling as he cried out, Sir Lu, no, how about you just let him go? Swish! As he knelt down like this, the people once again knelt down in unison.
Mr. Lu, let General Lu go.
I beg Mr. Lu to let General Lu go. The sound was so loud that it shook the sky and the earth. Everyone wants him to spare Lu Xinfeng.
Good. Good. The scene in front of him is really chilling. Ha ha ha. Lu Chengfeng laughed triumphantly, as if he was mocking Lu Ziyan's inability to do anything about it. Old man Mu, you're good at what you do. After this, I'll leave your family alive. There's also a few of you, you've all performed well. Even though he was being held by Dark One's long sword across his neck, he remained calm and collected, not caring in the least about his situation. With so many people pleading for him, even Mu Renjong, a man of such high moral standing, all began to take the lead. Steady. Ran. At this point, Lu Ziyan was too lazy to bother with Mu Renjong and the others. Senator Zhang, what I asked you to do just now, was it done? Before, let Zhang Ling and the others go to search and list out Lu Chengfeng crimes. If the crimes are unforgivable, he will not be spared. Zhang Ling wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, holding a thick book in his hand, his voice tensed and said, These are the crimes committed by General Lu in the past few years. Duke Lu read it. In fact, when he checked these just now, he was very tormented inside. In the end. Still, reason overcame fear, and likewise knew one thing, the situation in Winning State City, if it keeps going on like this, in less than 10 years. In less than 10 years. Will be hell on earth. By that time, will certainly also attract the attention of the dynasty. At that time, even if the matter has nothing to do with him, it will be hard to escape death. Both so. Zhang Ling chose to go out now, bet his life also have to stand on the side of Lu Ziyan. Give back a clear sky to Win State City. Lu Ziyan, you are not a court official, what qualifications do you have to tell people to investigate General Lu? Lu Zilong was the first to jump out and express his defiance. Because he knew one thing very well. General Lu simply couldn't stand to be investigated, nor could he be investigated. Over the years, the crimes committed, any one of them, I'm afraid, is a capital offense. Can't be investigated? Lu Ziyan's complexion was cold as he walked forward and took the book in Zhang Ling's hand. Immediately. Began to flip page by page, with a paragraph of text into the eyes. Look at him gnashing his teeth. Invading other people's mansions, forcibly possessing other people's wives, forcibly robbing good women, so far. Lu Chengfeng snatched 132 women as his own harem. Wantonly beating and killing thousands of people without any reason, the only explanation is that the other party is blocking his way. The most rampant time. In the street, encountered a beggar were kicked by him, and ended up with a half body. As well as the passing wild dog, just because of barking, was also brutally killed by him. Ruthless man. This is definitely a ruthless man. Even wild dogs are not spared. Recorded above a pile, a piece, see Lu Ziyan blood pressure directly soared, burning with anger. Never seen such a lawless person. Especially CA, more than 10 days ago, Lu Chengfeng out, see a funeral procession, see the procession, there is a beauty over the woman. Directly up to rob people. Poor Wang Yangzi, just dead husband, was snatched to his house, tortured for several days, and finally died of hatred. The incident caused quite a stir, but was eventually suppressed by him due to his status and strength. There is no bottom line. Lu Ziyan only saw half of it and gave such a comment. At the same time, inwardly, he also gave the answer to dispose of him. Behead. He must be beheaded. Such a scum, if he is not beheaded, the future of Winning Prefecture City might turn into a hell of a place. Just think about his wife Lin Xiaoyan, who fought desperately in the front, guarding Daxia. But there is such a scum in the back. Dark One, escort him here. Lu Ziyan threw the book in his hand as if he was about to gnash his teeth. The crowd saw this. There was another burst of crying and begging. Eunuch Lu, have mercy on me. With an old man on top and a young man in the middle, and a little dainty wife, such a happy and fulfilling family, can you really bear to see us die because of General Lu? Although I don't have a happy family, but the ants still have the idea of stealing life, let alone this waste of food and waiting for death. Let him go. We don't want to die yet. Mr. Lu, let him go. For a while, the cries rushed to the sky, crying more earnestly than when their father died. But, for all this, Lu Ziyan turned a blind eye. Dark One escorted Lu Chengfeng to the center of the high platform and pressed him to the ground, kneeling down towards the people in front of him. You guys dare to humiliate me like this? Lu Chengfeng, who had been forcibly beaten into kneeling, stared at Lu Ziyan with a face full of anger. Humiliate you? Carrying his sword, he walked to the front and raised his hand, signaling the people to be quiet. I won't let go. After the words. Swinging his sword and chopping it down directly, poof, a column of blood spurted out, and he saw Lu Chengfeng's head, with a face full of incredulity, as well as intense shock. General Lu, you. Lu Zilong roared in hysterical rage, constantly wanting to rush forward. It was only a pity that he was being held down on the ground by death. Thud. The head smashed on the ground. At that moment, the entire square was silent, falling into a weird silence. It was as if everyone had been frozen in an instant. Their pupils first widened, revealing an unacceptable, unbelievable look. Immediately after, they were hopeless, desperate to the extreme. Chapter 49. What's not to like? Tick. Tick-tock. In the middle of the square, it was frighteningly quiet. Even the sound of blood dripping onto the ground. It was all heard with incomparable clarity. Lu Chengfeng was dead. Just like that, he was beheaded by Lu Ziyan with a single sword. Confused, Mu Rinzhong came back to his senses from the shock and despair, continuously slapping the ground with all his might as he cried out with tears in his eyes. Confused? Lu Ziyan didn't even bother to pay attention to these stubborn old men. Facing such an unforgivable person, it was hard not to kill him with a sword. Finished? All of you are finished. Lord Lu will soon arrive in Winning State City, and none of you will escape. Lu Zilong, red-eyed, shouted with abandon, even with a bit of madness. These words resounded in the ears of every single citizen. They caused their bodies to shake involuntarily. Emotions such as fear, worry, and despair surged on the faces of every single citizen. Obviously, in the view of these people, once Lu Changfeng died, then his elder brother, Lu Yiming, would definitely take revenge on them. At that time, I'm afraid that, as Lu Zilong said, the other side will slaughter a city of people to avenge his brother. Can't run away? Lu Ziyan handed the long sword to the green girl, slowly came to Lu Zilong's front, who said, "I want to run." The moment these words came out, many people felt a lightning in their eyes. Some of the stoic ones were already pondering the meaning of these words, thinking that if he had dared to behead Lu Zilong in public, would he also dare to behead State Lord Lu Yiming? If he really did that, then wouldn't they, the people, not have to die? Anyway, the situation in front of them. Because of Lu Qingfeng's death, they have been completely missed by Lu Yiming. They will die either way. What if this man, Lu Ziyan, on a whim, beheads all the state lords? How wonderful! You're not leaving? Lu Zilong's expression froze, a little less sure, and he inquired once more. Do you know why I came from the royal capital? And why did you go north from Lingzhou City? Lu Ziyan's voice echoed in the ears of every single human citizen around the square. That's because I came for the people, to clean up you Xia moths. If I don't clean up you scum, I won't stop until I die. A few short sentences, as if it was an oath, were just uttered. Rumble. The clear sky suddenly resounded with a clap of thunder. Immediately after, he then felt the civil officials in his body, seemingly sensing something. A trace of golden civil chi surged out from the gap in the gate. The heart felt something. As expected, after Lu Ziyan sensed that trace of golden wen chi, he secretly thought. On the path of the way of literature. In addition to reading texts and writings, there was also the one of pleading for the people. Even so, he could sense that the reason why the path of the way of literature was incomplete was perhaps because those individual literature Dao cultivators. It was too one-dimensional, only wanting to rely on poetry and literature to improve themselves. In fact, martial arts can set the world in order, and literature should secure the world. What? You're still obsessed with beheading the state lord? Lu Zilong seemed to have heard some heavenly joke and simply did not believe it. The surrounding people were also in an uproar, and simply could not imagine that Lu Ziyan's guts were so huge. Beheading the main general of a city was not to mention. He even hit on the lord of a state. Crazy. Insane. It's too crazy. If he has a clear conscience, I'll honor him. If he's a fish and chip away at the people, I'll kill him. Why not? Lu Ziyan's face was calm, and his words were spoken calmly. However, it gave everyone a shock like turning a river. As well as disbelief. How could someone be so righteous as to stand up for the people? Mr. Lu really want to stand up for the people? Zhang Ling thought that he had heard wrong, and could not help but ask again. After all, from the day he became a senator general, he also had this lofty ambition in his heart. Had also thought of contributing to the people's peace and happiness. Only a pity. The reality is, with Lu Changfeng, relying on his own strong strength, as well as a state master big brother, then they will be unscrupulous to oppress the people. Lu Ziyan walked to him, patted his shoulder. You are a good official, cannot be afraid of the threat of the Lu family, but also to publicize the crime. Subsequently, he then placed his gaze on Si Kongming, and inside his eyes, a killing intent flashed. Dark One, kill him. Suddenly, Dark One directly struck, and before Si Kongming could even react, he blasted him to death with a few moves. Lord City Lord. Concerned Lan, Tong Yuping, the two main generals, hurriedly rushed up and hugged Si Kongming and called out in panic. This time, it directly confused everyone. Before, City Lord Si was clearly so supportive of Lord Lu, why was he killed? Duke Lu this? Zhang Ling was a bit at a loss for words. This way of the other party killing someone for no reason shocked him at once. I am not a person who kills indiscriminately. The moment he dared to use Hua Leidong to count me. The outcome was already predetermined. What? General Hua's offspring was used by Lord Si's city to count on Prince Lu? Those people around us are all surprised beyond belief at this news. Mr. Lu, this matter is none of our business. It was all plotted by Lord Si himself. And we also know many scandalous things about him. Concerned Orchid looked terrified and hurriedly knelt on the ground to beg for forgiveness. It's all right. I'll leave this matter to you, and the rest of those people from the Lu family. General Guan knows how to go about it?
As Lu Ziyan passed by concerned Orchid, he patted her shoulder with force, the corner of his mouth rising slightly.
No. The next day, Lu Ziyan leisurely woke up from the city lord's mansion compartment. Soon, Qingnu walked in holding a bowl of rice porridge and a few buns. Auntie, wash up, breakfast is ready.
After arranging the breakfast, she thoughtfully brought a basin of water to her heel.
To this,
he could only say helplessly, "How many times have I said, these small things do not need your hands?
Just find a maid to come over and do it."
These things are done by the subordinate personally, in order to rest assured that the aunt is safe.
Winning state. State lord's mansion. Study room.
Lu Yiming was dressed in a blue shirt, holding a brush in his hand as he was writing something.
Not long after, outside, a guard hurriedly ran in.
"Lord State Master, news has come from Winning State City, General Lu has been beheaded." As soon as the guard came in, Lu Yiming's movement stalled and he stopped writing. Instead, his tiger's eyes showed a fierce light and he just stared at the guard.
"What?"
Fiercely, his figure flashed, directly came to that guard, reached out and grabbed. He directly grabbed the other party's neck and stared at him with a face full of hostile ferocity.
State Lord, spare his life."
Crying for mercy, his body trembled.
Lu Yiming to this, turn a blind eye, force a twist, click. A sound, the guard directly wide-eyed, severed breath.
Casually throw the body out, stride out of the study. Immediately, a few guards came forward and disposed of the dead guard. Chen Shang, transfer 50,000 generals and quickly follow the state lord to Winning State City. Lu Yiming arrived at the entrance of the state lord's mansion, and a middle-aged general, with a grave expression, respectfully came to him.
"Lu Yiming. My lord state lord."
Promising, Chen Shang hurriedly began to mobilize his troops.
Half an hour later,
the 50,000-strong army had set off towards Winning State City in great numbers.
Chapter 50 The Stolen City Lord's Order. Royal Capital. Shun Tian Palace.
The Xia Emperor sat on the upper seat with a slightly angry expression as he swept his eyes over the group of officials below.
Not long ago, news came in one after another. It caused the entire courtroom to fall into silence. A large number of unfamiliar martial artists had appeared in Lingzhou City, and there were even innate realm experts. What's more, several innate realm powerhouses had fallen. 5 9th-grade experts, dozens of 8th-grade great perfections, and hundreds of 8th-grade martial artists
were killed by a group of generals organized by Lin Xiaoyan. "Your Majesty, General Lin's ability, even though he no longer has any martial cultivation in his body, he still leads his generals and soldiers by virtue of his prestige, killing so many foreign enemies." An official stood out, arched his hand, and spoke in a clear voice. "What Lord Wang said is very true. After General Lin lost his cultivation, he still has the ability to strategize. After General Lin lost his cultivation, he still has the ability to strategize and plan, and I'm afraid that there are very few people who can compare to him in this regard."
Another official chimed in.
Some of the officials who were good with the Zhenghua bus began to speak out. Inside and outside the words, are hinting that the Xia Emperor descending Lin Xiaoyan position is a wrong decision.
Unfortunately,
what the Xia Emperor had in mind was not these at all. The power controlled by the Lin family was too great, so great that it made a generation of emperors wary.
As when he was alive, he could still be suppressed. And now,
he is old, his body is getting worse every day, and the crown prince is too young. There was simply no ability to suppress the Lin family.
It is for this reason Xiao Wuji had to swing the butcher's knife at his former old brother. The emperor's suspicion of the emperor's high merit.
It wasn't just talk. The Lin family controls the Black Dragon Riders and has a secret guard. Your Majesty, the latest notification is that the aunt of the Duke of Jin's house is in the city of Winzhou at the moment, disregarding the law and brutally murdering officials in the court. The king of Winning State, Summeryu, stood out with an arched hand and shouted loudly. A green 3-clawed python robe, extremely distinguished, black and white mixed long hair, lowered his head, the depths of his eyes flashed intense killing machine.
What? Lu Ziyan, a scholar, actually killed an official of the court. Deadly offense.
Quite a few officials had a huge shock within their hearts. They hadn't expected that the scholarly aunt on the Duke of Jin's residence. He left the royal capital. And also killed officials in the city of Winzhou, which was 108,000 miles away. The Xia Emperor's expression froze slightly, and for a moment, he was somewhat unable to react.
As far as he knew, Lu Ziyan ran to the front line, the South Sea Pass. Before.
Several times when the front line sent back news, there was no mention of him. I thought that Lu Ziyan had already died in the South China Sea Pass. Your Majesty, Lu Ziyan is a scholar, so impulsive to kill court officials.
I'm afraid that General Lin's instigation and Duke Lin's indulgence are behind it.
With that official only finished speaking. Xia Emperor's face was gloomy to the extreme, trying to find ways to completely suppress the Lin family. 3 or 4 times there was a change of heart not to mention.
What's more,
right now, even a scholar dared to kill a court official.
Good. Bang. Lifting his hand and slapping it fiercely and angrily, the whole person stood up and laughed in anger. Good.
Even a scholar dares to kill the lone official.
Come on, people. Pass loan decree, Luzian district scholar, intentionally kill the officials in the dynasty, should be killed without amnesty. The king of Winzhou, Summeryu, is ordered to go back to Winzhou immediately and kill this Fang at all costs.
I obey.
Winning State City. On the city lord's residence.
Zhang Ling, Xiao He and the two of them hurriedly ran in.
When they saw Luzian squinting his eyes and sitting on the eunuch chair, they couldn't help but burst into bitter laughter.
Auntie ah. There is already news coming back that the state lord, personally leading an army of 50,000 men. He's pointing his sword at the city of Winzhou.
At that time, I'm afraid that the people will be devastated.
The green lady stands guard, like a straight spear. Aunt Lu, something bad has happened. News has come back that the state lord has already brought his troops to Winning State City. Zhang Ling's face is bitter and sad, with a look that says we're about to be finished.
I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do that.
You open your eyes, look at his Zhang Ling, speechless. Zhang sir, you anxious and panicked, and what is the use? Xiaoyan hurriedly opened his mouth to persuade, Aunt, we still hurry to run. Lu Yiming that guy, this time, but led 50,000 soldiers, a little careless, we will have to lose our lives ah.
It's very simple.
The two of them are in such a hurry to come to the door, is to remind Lu Ziyan.
We have to make plans before it's too late. Run away.
For now, running may be the best way out for them.
Run? Lu Ziyan really didn't expect that these two people would actually let themselves run. What about you guys? What about us?
Zhang Ling two people looked at each other, and then said, we two people as a city generals, only war death, no retreat essay. At that moment, the people of the city, there have been many have temporarily left. The rest, are some cannot leave, as well as some too old. As of now, most of the people in the city have already chosen to avoid the front line and choose to leave.
There is no way. Lu Chengfeng's death would definitely cause State Lord Lu Yiming to retaliate.
That was the lord of a state. Controlling more than 100,000 troops, his own cultivation level was also a 9th grade great perfection.
If not for that,
Lu Chengfeng, a mere lord general, how could he have bullied his way above the city lord?
Scourge a party. In that case, the people of the city, there are very few? Lu Ziyan came to be interested and asked rather unexpectedly. This point, when really was never expected. Only.
From this, it can be seen that the existence of the Lu family has been terrorized to such an extent. Just purging some moths caused such a big stir, and even more so that the people had to leave the city to avoid trouble.
Thinking about this, Lu Ziyan suddenly felt that the request of the Ying spirit seemed to be somewhat uncomplicated. In the underworld,
it seems to be guiding him to walk a different path. Aunt Lu, Lu Zilong and their threats made people panic. Naturally many of the people left.
Zhang Ling was somewhat helpless, if not for his own role as a city general. I'm afraid that even he was tempted to run away. There is no way out.
Grilla Talpa still have the idea of stealing life, not to mention that he is still a person.
Where are the city guards? Lu Ziyan suddenly realized an extremely important thing, and that was the city guards.
In a city, even the most backward city had 80,000 city guards.
Compared to the population of 1 million,
80,000 city guards was not a big number. Zhang Ling is a little embarrassed and scratched his head, embarrassed to say, that what, the city guards only listen to the order of the city lord, even if the landlord general rampaged so many years. Without the order of the city lord, he can't order the city guards. We can only retrain some new city guards. With this explanation, Lu Ziyan was finally clearer. Lu Ziyan also finally became clear, no wonder yesterday in the square, Lu Zilong only brought thousands of generals. It turned out that those were the city guards that were formed later.
What about the city lord's order?
He was slightly curious, but at the same time, he was 100% sure that no matter whether it was Lu Chengfeng or Si Kongming, there was no way that the two of them would have the city lord's order.
Neither of them could have the city lord's order on them.
Otherwise, Si Kongming was afraid that he would be able to deal with Lu Chengfeng by virtue of mobilizing 80,000 city guards.
I don't know.
In the past, I did hear a rumor that the city lord order was stolen by one of city lord Si's wives. Xiaoyan thought for a moment and finally said some of the things he had heard.
The rumor was,
Si Kongming had a lady who stole the city lord's order not long after she married him. After that, she disappeared.
That was why when Lu Chengfeng descended on Winning State City.
One of the reasons why he dared to brazenly arm wrestle with him.
For many years,
many people suspected that the person who stole the city lord's order was more or less connected to Lu Chengfeng.
Or rather the person behind it. Stolen?
Lu Ziyan was stunned for a moment, but quickly came back to his senses, and had a complete explanation as to why Si Kongming was such a loser.
Not long ago.
Still guessing, Si Kongming was at least a 9th grade great perfection expert.
He is also the lord of a city.
Palm 80,000 city guards, how can be a main general suppressed, even if the other party is also the 9th grade great circle?
I see.
Without the city lord's order, the city guard side is out of the question.
Zhang Ling was self-aware.
Military order is like a mountain. If there is no city lord order, even if the city lord himself is present, he cannot mobilize a single soldier.
Until this moment, some doubts in Lu Xian's heart were finally explained.
No wonder the Xia Emperor was so scornful of the Lin family. I'm afraid it was because of the Jingguo order.
Chapter 51. How are you worthy of being a general? For many years, the reason why Lu Xian has been hiding in the mansion did not go out.
In addition to the dark go-up cultivation, there is also a large part of the reason. It is clear that the Xia Emperor to the Lin family, afraid that there is not good intentions. From what everyone respect, has a great war heroes of the country's great generals, married to him so a useless scholar.
This already has a deep meaning. Very worth thinking about. Because of this, he slowly also found something different. Just the past has not been out. Many things have not been answered. Until this moment. The city lord's order actually possesses such great power that it can cause 80,000 city guards to recognize only one order. This can be seen.
Jingguo order of the terrible place.
Undoubtedly equal to the general existence of the holy decree.
Since ancient times, emperors have many suspicions. The summer emperor is already old, soon to support, then he must be thinking about the crown prince on the throne. However, with a new emperor on the throne, the foundation is unstable, so I'm afraid that it will be easy to get into trouble. Plus, everyone in the Lin family was like a dragon, almost all of them were military generals, controlling most of the military power in Xia.
Hiss.
Thinking about it, I'm afraid that my own father-in-law and the others, I'm afraid that it's not as simple as dying in battle.
Aunt Lu, what are you thinking?
Zhang Ling see him for a while froze in place, a long time no sound, then waved his hand, interrupting him to continue to think on.
Nothing.
Shaking his head, he responded to them with a gentle smile.
Next.
It was also very calm. Those people who had left the city, although they secretly had some complaints about Lu Xian.
However, they did not dare to show it openly. To know.
This is the man who beheaded Lu Chengfeng, as well as a number of Lu family members. Even if the state lord brought his troops, he was fearless.
The next day. Early morning. Outside the city gate.
Day.
A sharp sound of horse hooves rang out and the earth trembled.
A team of tens of thousands of generals was seen appearing in front. They were none other than Lu Yiming, who had rushed here from the main city, Dusty, as well as the 50,000 generals under his command.
Upon seeing the three big words of winning state city, Lu Yiming's expression was cold, and he asked Chen Shang at his side eagerly, "Is the murderer still in the city?"
The reason why he rushed here in such a hurry was to prevent the murderer from escaping.
Right now. City gate, empty, even in and out of the people are missing one or two.
Even the city guards cannot see a person. Fear is that they have long received their own troops to come here news. Chen Shang riding a horse, eyes like a knife, scanning the surrounding, the tone of affirmative response, "State Lord, the murderer has not yet left the city." In the city lord's mansion, Zhang Ling, Xiao, and the two of them have not left either. Inside the city there are only a few women and old people left, the rest of the people have already left early. Lu Yiming listening, face cannot help but appear a touch of gloom, no matter how, are not expected. A city of people, actually ran 7 or 8. Passed down the order, after entering the city, a killing spree. The heart of the anger is difficult to eliminate, learned that his brother's death, he has long been born to slaughter the city revenge idea.
Only a pity. At present, there are not many people left in the city.
When Chen Shang heard this, his body trembled, his eyes were somewhat intolerant, and he opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Once he came into contact with Lu Yiming's gaze, everything he wanted to say was swallowed back. He could only answer the order and lead the generals to rush in. If you dare to touch the younger brother of the lord of this state, then you will have to pay the price in blood.
The streets of the city.
Mu Renzhong brought a few close friends and was about to buy groceries.
These 2 days. Due to the matter of Lu Chengfeng, the people in the city have left.
Of the remaining ones, many had gone into hiding or had chosen not to go out.
However, there are some lonely people, usually plant some small vegetables, take out to sell. Unexpectedly. At this moment.
At the city gates, densely packed generals rushed in. Chen Shang led his troops into the city and happened to see Mu Renzhong and the others. At that instant, a trace of intolerance appeared in his eyes, but unfortunately, he had no choice but to draw the sword at his waist. Kill. This side. When Mu Renzhong and the others sensed the killing intent of the other party, their faces immediately changed drastically, and they shouted in panic, "Quickly go!" Even urging the Wen Qi in their bodies, they were about to counterattack.
Nai he.
These old men, all of them are already too old, and the Wen Qi in their bodies, also because of their age, only the slightest bit is left. They don't even spare us old men.
How are you worthy of being a general?
Mu Renzhong burst into a rage, furious roar, this one, but is full of gas.
Noisy. Chen Shang's figure is like electricity, flickering and arriving, waving his sword and chopping.
Plop. A white Wen Qi had just emerged from Mu Renzhong's body when his head was chopped off by a sword.
Elder Mu.
The crowd immediately became furious at the sight, and in the next second, those old men were all beheaded one by one. The matter quickly spread to the city lord's mansion. "Aunt Lu, hurry up!" Zhang Ling ran in from outside in a panic and saw Lu Ziyan slowly eating his breakfast. Rushing forward, he grabbed his hand. Lord Luzhou had already brought his troops into the city, and all of them, the old man Mu, were killed. These people have gone completely crazy, killing anyone they see without even asking the reason. While speaking, he pulled him up. Outside, Xiao He was waiting with concern Lan, Tong Yuping, and dozens of generals. Lu Ziyan was just pulled out. "Duke Lu, things are in a hurry. Lord Luzhou has many people and no less than 50,000 soldiers this time. Let General Guan and General Deng escort you out of the city with their men. Old Zhang and I will stay behind and fend them off for you." Xiao He was brief and concise, arranging it calmly. If it was before, they might have planned to rely on Lu Ziyan to deal with Lu Yiming, the state lord. Everything presupposed. It was that the other party did not kill innocent people indiscriminately. Right now. On the contrary, Lu Yiming brought his troops into the city and started slaughtering, completely a mad dog that had lost its mind. Lu Ziyan was their only hope to bring down Lu Yiming. Therefore, that's why this arrangement was made. "Aunt Lu, I hope that you are true to your word and really purge the people of those moth-eaten scum." Zhang Ling has already held a certain death mentality, the last command. People inherently have a death, or lighter than a feather, or heavier than Auntie. If the people for the future in die, it is certainly worth it. Lu Yiming came? And killed old man Mu and the others? Lu Ziyan reacted, grabbed Zhang Ling and asked loudly. Seeing the other nodded, affirming things. "Go!" Lu Ziyan shouted at the green girl and stepped out of the city lord's mansion. "Duke Lu, do not act out of anger. It is better to leave quickly with General Guan." Xiao He still wanted to go forward and persuade a few words. Who knows that people simply do not care about him. The green woman carried her sword case, carried her long sword, and quickly chased after her. The city square. Lu Yiming was sitting on the upper seat, and some of the remaining Lu family members from before had begun to cry in various ways. Below, thousands of people were escorted by the generals, kneeling on the ground, waiting to be sentenced. So, the patriarch is dead, the multiplying wind is dead, and even Xiao Hao has been killed. The more Lu Yiming listened, his face grew colder and colder, and deep in his eyes, there seemed to be a blazing fire, burning. That was the blaze of hatred. Chapter 52. All died because of you. Lu Yiming stood tall and just listened to the Lu family cry. Finally, the cold voice, as if from the 9 specters, made it chilling to hear. "Since they are all dead, why are you still alive?" A short sentence made those Lu family people scalp numb. One by one, their faces were filled with fear, as if they had thought of something terrible. Yiming ah. What do you mean by that?" A clan elder, forcibly holding back his inner fear, his mouth dry, his voice panicked, asked. It was obvious. It could be seen from the fact that the clan elder was so nervous, his heart was about to jump out. He had already understood the meaning of Lu Yiming's words. Only, he didn't dare to think in that direction. Things had come to a head. Some memories recalled in the depths of their minds. A long-awaited title, the Lu Lunatic. People called the protector brother crazy. The reason for such a title was entirely because of how good Lu Yiming was to his younger brother. It was simply heaven-defying. Indulgent, submissive. Back then, when the two brothers were only in their teens, Lu Yiming had been bullied by some of the children of the big families, At that time, the Lu family was still just a small, unknown family. Therefore, there was no one who dared to stand up for Lu Chengfeng. After this matter was known by Lu Yiming. At the first time, he struck out and beat up the younger generation disciples in the family, questioning why they didn't fight back with their brother. Next, taking advantage of the night, he drugged the elders of the family, and even the two of his parents could not escape a beating from him. And finally, he quickly worshipped under a 9th grade master and practiced for just over a month. Immediately took the master to avenge that family that oppressed his brother. Directly will that family, up and down hundreds of people, chickens and dogs are not left behind. It is because of this incident. Achievement of his Lu Crazy title. After that, in order for his brother to join the master, he pleaded with the master several times. Even if Lu Qingfeng's talent is average. In just a few decades, he had also achieved the 9th grade Grand Circle. The one who paid the most was not himself. Rather, it was Lu Yiming as the older brother. All kinds of precious medicines, all kinds of top techniques, all of them were given to him. With such terrifying resources, only then could such a 9th grade great perfection be forged. According to Lu Yiming, master had said, those heavenly spirit and earthly treasure resources has long been enough to pile out a peak in 8-realm strong man. But hard to give him use to assist his brother. Visible brothers in the end, how good feelings. It can also be seen that Lu Yiming cares about such a younger brother. Yiming, we are all relatives, family. Someone trembled and opened his voice, fearing that if he didn't beg for forgiveness, he wouldn't have a chance. Family? Family? Lu Yiming stood up and walked in front of them.
Condescending, looking down on them, contemptuously laughed. Without my brother, how can there be any Lu family? Do I need the Lu family? No. I just want to ride the wind and be happy. It's a pity. You guys can't see through this after all. Then go down and accompany him. After speaking, he waved his hand at Chen Sheng to the side. Lu Yiming, you are one, not even sparing your own relatives. White-eyed wolf, I already knew he was a white-eyed wolf, I should have killed him back then. Vertical sun, you shall not die. The angry curses continued, but could not salvage the situation, as one by one, the Lu family fell. Below the high platform, those people, faces like ashes, eyes desperate. Ruthless. Too ruthless. Even their own family relatives cannot hesitate to kill. Then these people who have nothing to do with them. There is no way of life to speak of. Lord Lu, as the head of a state, aren't you afraid that His Majesty will blame you for killing the people? At the brink of death, some of the people were no longer afraid and questioned him. Lu Yiming's face was ice cold, staring at the man with a gaze like an idiot, slowly said, "You are all dead, how could His Majesty know? The mountains are high and the Emperor is far away, in the entire winning state, this state lord is the greatest." The extremely domineering words shocked all the people below. Is that so? A furious question echoed over the square, and Lu Ziyan was seen walking in with large strides. The people turned their heads back. Seeing that green-colored figure, gentle and elegant, at this time carrying a murderous aura. "Mr. Lu, help! Quickly save us and others." When the surrounding people saw him arrive, it was as if they had seen a life-saving straw. They opened their mouths to beg for help. "Are you Lu Ziyan?" Lu Yiming, from the high platform, just curiously sized up the visitor and asked in surprise. Lu Ziyan similarly sized him up. "You are Lu Yiming?" In a flash, the two of them stared at each other, and there was a spark collision aura. "Since you're here, let's ask you to see a good show." Lu Yiming sat back in his seat and waved his hand, signaling Chen Sheng, "You can kill. I. State Lord." Chen Sheng promised and raised his sword, and with a swing, a citizen beside him was decapitated. Immediately after, those individual generals, one after another, swung their swords and chopped them down. "Stop!" Zhang Ling arrived late, and when he saw such a tragic situation, he immediately roared loudly. Green Lady, Concerned Lon, and the others didn't care how many people were on the other side, they just rushed up and fought with those generals. Only Lu Ziyan stood in front, his eyes scanning the surrounding people who fell one by one. Until this moment, the calm state of mind finally had some changes. People are not grass and trees, who can have no mercy. Mr. Lu, take a good look at these people, all died because of you. If not for your arrogance in killing my brother, these people would not have had to die. Lu Yiming laughed loudly, his voice like a bell, echoing around. Some of the people who hadn't been killed yet, when they heard this, they all threw over their resentful gazes at Lu Ziyan. "Lord Lu, you're so high and mighty that you don't understand the life and death of the people, please don't stand up for us." Someone knelt on the ground and begged bitterly at him. "What are you pretending for? Without which ability, you know to pretend, if you directly killed Lu Hao at the beginning. Then directly destroy the Lu family, well Lei Dong will not have to die, send you flowers of the little girl, even more do not have to die. And where do you differ from Lu Yiming?" Someone who had taken a sword to the body but hadn't yet broken, accused Lu Ziyan. "Ha ha ha. And where are you worse than this state lord?" Lu Yiming laughed wildly. Buzz. Twilight Land, the civil official gate in his body, trembled for a moment, and then a trace of golden civil chi surged out. "It turns out that I was the one who fell for it." As a one chi appeared in his dantian, it instantly made him understand. Always thinking about punishing the culprits and standing up for the people. But forgetting that guarding the people is also, of course, the reason why he cared so little about the lives of the people earlier. The main reason is that it has nothing to do with his immortal cultivation character, plus the fact that those people at the South Sea Pass backstabbed their wives. Caused him to be more or less prejudiced against the people. As the saying goes, prejudice is a mountain that cannot be crossed. Even if you try 10,000 times harder, in front of prejudice, that big mountain, not worth mentioning. You are wrong, although I have no good feelings towards them, I will not take the initiative to deprive them of their right to live. In the past, perhaps it was my prejudice that led to the killing of certain people. But their justice, I will get it back for them. The words of righteousness heard Lu Yiming have a seizure generally ha 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 ha. Laughing maniacally. Zhang Ling, Xiao He and the others looked at Lu Ziyan with a face full of disappointment. Never thought he was actually like this. Sure enough, those who are high up in the world don't care what happens to ordinary, common ants. On their lips, they say that they will seek justice for you, stand up for the people, and purge the moths. In reality, the people's life and death, he does not care at all, so act, really call people's heart cold. Chapter 53 Chaosi Swordbox Horror Power. Lu Ziyan quickly noticed that those people around him had different eyes. Especially Zhang Lingnam. Inside their eyes, the color of disgust had appeared. Obviously. They also thought that there were indeed many things wrong with what he had done. Including in the matter of dealing with the Lu family.
If from the moment he came here, he directly tore his face off with the Lu family, he would have killed Lu Hao, Lu Chengfeng, and some of the villains of the Lu family. It wouldn't have led to Huo Lidong's tragic death. Much less would things have developed to this point. Humph. I've never said that I'm a good person, let alone the first time I've stood up for you guys. Things inevitably lack some consideration. Lu Ziyan smiled lightly and spoke gently and calmly, without any hint of anger or other mood swings. Such a reaction called Lu Yiming secretly surprised. Furthermore, from the time I first came here, you watched General Hua's offspring suffer from Lu Hao's bullying. None of you came forward, since you all preferred to remain indifferent. Then why is it so hard to accept when things happen to you? This statement was made. It directly dumbfounded everyone. Even Lu Yiming was convinced by these words. It was too reasonable. Strong words. Shouldn't a scholar take as the foundation of his life the establishment of a heart for heaven and earth, the establishment of a life for the people, the succession of great learning for the saints of the past, and the establishment of peace for the ages? Some people directly moved out of the horizontal canal 4 sentences, questioned Lu Ziyan. Think he is a scholar, must be people-oriented, for the people to ask for help is the right way. That is the 4 sacred words of the Wendao, is not even the words of the saints, you have not read? Some people accused him, thinking that as a scholar, if he had not even read the words of the sages, then his cultivation of the way of literature was nothing. Then the way of literature that he cultivated was nothing. Who knows? At this time, Lu Ziyan had a scornful face, scrutinizing everyone. From time to time, there were screams ringing out around him, scenes of blood and flesh flying around. It did not affect him in the slightest. I am just a reader, not a cultivator of the literary path, what saintly words are I pulling? The 4 sentences here in my place are only, live for the sake of living, fight for the family reunion, pass on the ancestors, and start a branch for the future generation. After carefully thinking about it, he directly disliked it. After all, as far as he was concerned, what was taken into consideration more was still the fact that people don't take care of themselves. If he hadn't stepped out of the royal capital, as well as his wife Lin Xiaoyan's unwavering spirit of guarding Daxia, infected him. Coupled with the promise of those spirits' request. Make a vow. I'm afraid that according to his nature, I do what I want, only for myself. He doesn't even care about Huo Lidong's business, much less what the Lu family does. I have to say, a person's metamorphosis is a process. For example, in front of Lu Ziyan, although it has begun to gradually change its state of mind. But before those things, pressure is not half care. Old age, sickness, and death, the darkness of the world is the true picture of the world of immortal cultivation, such as the darkness of the world, the darkness of the world, the darkness of the world, the darkness of the world. Therefore, for the death of many people, remain indifferent. It wasn't that the individual was cold-blooded, but he hadn't yet begun to embrace the glimmer of passion for selflessness. Transformation. Growth. All need time to witness. Bang! 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 Soon, the Qing woman, Zhang Ling, and the others, were all besieged and flew backwards back to Lu Ziyan's feet. One by one, their bodies were streaked with blood and their faces were pale. Auntie, there are too many people. Qing female climbed up with difficulty, gasping for breath. Even the hand holding the sword was trembling a little. It was evident that this battle had consumed a great deal of physical strength. However, the 50,000 generals led by Lu Yiming did not want to let them go just like that. They quickly surrounded them. Genus came down. Dark One flashed and appeared, carrying an unstoppable stream of martial energy, as if it were a river turning over. It rolled over towards the surroundings. In a flash, thousands of generals were directly blown away by the power that erupted from this half-step innate realm. Half-step ascended realm, you have finally appeared. Lu Yiming had been waiting for the other party to make a move, and from the mouths of the Lu family, he had already learned that. Lu Ziyan was followed by a half-step innate realm powerhouse. It could easily defeat Lu Xianfeng. It was for this reason. Only then did his own brother die tragically. Chen Shang, they must be killed. Lu Yiming commanded, and his entire body transformed into a green light, heading straight for Dark One. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted out, and immediately after, the energy of the half-step innate realm began to wildly impact. He is also a half-step innate realm? Zhang Ling swallowed his saliva, his face filled with nervousness and panicked out. It can't be wrong, this aura is much more terrifying than the 9th grade great perfection. Concerned Lan's face was pale, due to the fact that she often followed Xikong Ming around. Therefore, she was also extremely familiar with the aura of a 9th grade great perfection. The power that Lu Yiming was displaying right now as well as the aura that had erupted was definitely more than a 9th grade great perfection. In that case, it could be firmly established that he was a half-step innate realm without a doubt. Kill them. With a wave of his sword, Chen Shang pointed at Lu Ziyan's side and gave the order. Auntie, what should we do? There are too many people to fight. Underneath the green woman's veil, that pretty face was filled with worry. Facing a siege of 50,000 generals, I'm afraid it's impossible to escape. What else can we do? Fight them. Zhang frantically condensed his body's wenqi, transforming it into a giant sword, hanging in mid-air.
Next to him,
Xiaoyan was also rapidly mobilizing his wenqi, forming a shield to protect the crowd.
Lu Ziyan scanned the circle and realized that they were all fighting to the death. Immediately,
a hand took down the Chao Si sword box on the Qing woman's back.
Auntie, Yushi was a bit bewildered, not knowing why Auntie was suddenly taking the sword case.
Some uncertainty inquired, however, not waiting for her to finish asking. She saw a scene that she would never forget. Lu Ziyan took over the sword box, eyes a golden light flashed, and then force a clap sword box.
Thud! The entire sword box hit the ground hard and stood upright in front of it.
Quickly condensing into a sword finger, that hint of golden wenqi in his body was urged. Above the sword finger, golden light was entwined.
Open! As he whispered, the sword box quickly opened. Boom!
An incomparably strong white light, as dazzling and blinding as the sun. The violent, terrifying sword qi seemed to tear apart everything around it. It contained an extremely domineering sword intent.
When it erupted, it was like a terrifying giant wave, rolling and rippling, sweeping around in an instant.
Wherever it passed, the overpowering sword qi directly obliterated those generals with low cultivation. Those below the 7th grade were all fatally swept away by the sword qi, and the 7th grade martial cultivators, all of them fell to the ground with heavy injuries. Even the 8th grade martial arts cultivators were caught off guard by the sword qi and sent flying tens of meters, spitting out blood, looking half dead. The sword qi erupted very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared. Looking at the sword box in Lu Ziyan's hand, it was as intact as it was just now. If it wasn't for the surrounding, the image of tens of thousands of generals dying horribly, with their corpses strewn all over the place, everyone would have felt that nothing had happened. This. Lu Yiming, Dark and the two who were still exchanging blows were also shocked by the sword qi that was so huge to the extreme. Unexpectedly stopping their hands, they looked towards the place where the sword qi had erupted.
It was only a pity.
The light that was as blinding as the sun simply made it difficult to open one's eyes and look straight at it. Therefore, no one can see clearly what is inside the sword box, only know that the sword box opened for a moment, only a blinding white light. As well as incomparable terrible, horrible sword gas.
I saw an unrivaled sword.
Lu Yiming secretly smacked his lips. I saw countless sword qi vertical and horizontal, like 10,000 swords flying together. Dark One was greatly shocked that there was such a terrifying sword move in the world. The green woman's eyes were hazy as she whispered, "What a beautiful piece of sword qi." Shen Shang was in a sorry state, with his armor in tatters, his hair fluffy, and his face miserable, reciting, "I saw a sky full of sword qi, endless and solemn." Chapter 54, Xiao Chui of the House of 10,000 Flowers.
Around the square. A piece of silence. It was almost as if even the sound of breathing could be clearly heard amongst each other. Everyone looked shocked, locking straight in front of Lu Ziyan, the chaos sword box. At the same time, they could also hear the people around them, exclaiming the sword qi as well as the sword intent that erupted from the sword box just now. To everyone's surprise, the sight that everyone saw was actually completely different. What some people saw was just a terrifying sword qi. What some people saw was the image of thousands of sword qi. Some people even saw, endless, like a sea of swords, rolling in the air. Why do you and I see will be different? Green female this, feel very puzzled, the world is so bizarre things. Is it because the sword box inside, not only a sword? Rumor has it that inside the chaos sword box, there are 3,000 swords in addition to one chaos sword. Hiss. Could it be that there were 3,000 sword qi hidden within it? That scene just now was the sight produced by the 3,000 sword qi. Zhang Ling stroked his chin and fell into deep thought for a while before coming up with such an explanation. When the crowd heard this, they all felt that it made perfect sense and nodded their heads in agreement. Only Lu Ziyan, the whole person froze in place, in his eyes, there was a look of shock. It was as if he was shocked by something. The scene inside the sword box was glimpsed by him, and it was this glimpse of the full picture. He was also shocked to the core. Right at the moment the sword box was opened, a long sword with a turquoise blue body was covered with a greenish blue light. Secondly, on both sides of the turquoise blue long sword, there were layers of small partitions, and above each layer of small partitions, there was a sword that was as big as a silver needle lying quietly. Enough 3,000 silver needle-sized sword, each sword body, contains an incomparable domineering sword qi, as well as the vastness of the sword intent. It was no exaggeration to say that the sword qi covering each of the small swords was comparable to an astonishing sword immortal. There were 3,000 such terrifying small swords. No wonder such a terrifying power erupted the moment it was opened. As for why those people saw a different sight, mostly because some people just see chaos sword reflected sword qi. Some people saw the sword qi that erupted from the 3,000 silver needle sword, because this sword qi coalesced together, naturally become endless, like a sea of ocean. It had to be said that the person who created the chaos sword box was definitely a marvelous sword immortal, and even more so, a supreme sword casting genius. But these weren't what shocked Lu Ziyan the most. Silver needle sword.
The sword that was the size of 3,000 silver needles was what made him feel the most shocked and at the same time have some fear. Because those silver needle swords, if he didn't perceive it wrongly, should be a normal long sword. It was only being used with some kind of secret technique, shrinking into the size of a silver needle. It could be big or small, that was something that only flying swords in the immortal cultivation world could do. So it seems. I'm afraid that the person who created the 3,000 silver needle sword is more than just a martial arts cultivator. Auntie, you were actually able to open the sword box? The green woman came back to her senses and rushed up excitedly, and for a while, she was a bit incoherent and her hands were scrambling. It was too much of a surprise. For so many years, the world had already unknown how many strong people had tried to open the Chaos Sword Box. Unfortunately, so far, no one has succeeded, thus causing many people to suspect that this sword box wants to open. I'm afraid that only the builder will be able to do. Accidentally. Lu Ziyan shrugged his shoulders, extremely suppressing his inner surprise and shock, pretending that it was an accident. After all, the terrifying power displayed by the Chaos Sword Box was enough to cause an earthquake in the entire Kyushu. Just by opening the sword box for a moment, it killed nearly 50,000 troops in seconds. With such power, it was inevitable that it wouldn't cause people to miss it up. Accident, my ass. I didn't see it coming. You just opened it. A half-dead general, crying, got up from the ground, covered in blood, and shouted indignantly. Green Lady. Lu Ziyan glanced at the man and casually called out. The next moment, Green Lady quickly stepped forward and ended the other person's life with a sword. Above, Lu Yiming hurriedly threw a look over to Qin Shang, who immediately turned around and fled. There wasn't a single moment of hesitation. Because what was happening in front of him had to be transmitted to the king of Winning State at the first opportunity. Chaos Sword Box, there is actually someone who can open it. Such powerful news, I'm afraid that it will change the entire Desya skyward. Aunt Lu, he ran away? Zheng Ling and the others were filled with disbelief at Qin Shang's sudden turn and run. Not good. This guy is trying to spread the word about what happened here. Xiaoyan's cloudy eyes flashed with a hint of wisdom and immediately shouted. Obviously guessing the other party's intentions. Ha ha. It's already too late to realize it now. Lu Yiming smugly laughed, and then turned his gaze to Lu Ziyan, full of surprises, saying, I didn't expect that you would be able to open the Chaos Sword Box. However, it won't take 3 days for the news to spread throughout Grand Xia, and even the 9 states. At that time, you'll be waiting to die. Regardless of whether it was by accident or chance, someone was able to open this sword box that no one had opened since it was built. It definitely attracts attention and will be missed even more. Catch him. Lu Ziyan commanded a word to Dark One, and the two of them quickly exchanged blows together. Also as half-step innate realm. The two fought with great difficulty, and for a while, no one could help each other. The surrounding martial arts chi stirred, shaking the surrounding, sending out crackling bursts of sonic booms. A short moment. They have already exchanged no less than hundreds of rounds. In the end, a trace of purple power finally erupted from their bodies, and as this purple power appeared, snort, snort, snort. Even the air seemed to be frozen. Innate purple chi. Was this the purple martial chi that could only be transformed into when one cultivated to the innate realm? The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air and secretly exclaimed in shock. Purple martial chi was a powerful martial chi that was born after a martial arts cultivator broke through the 9th grade. It was a powerful martial chi that was born after a martial cultivator broke through the 9th grade. It is commonly known as the innate purple chi. It belongs exclusively to the innate realm. Martial cultivators, the innate realm is a watershed for martial cultivators. It is a step towards becoming a true martial arts powerhouse. Because to reach the innate realm cultivator, not only can step in the air to fly, kill the enemy in the air, but also can martial arts chi into things. Purple martial chi, indestructible, transformed into a variety of forms as a means of attack, especially powerful. Winning State. The main city, Qin City. In front of the gate of the State Lord's mansion, a middle-aged man dressed in expensive silk, with a fat and round body, like a ball, and a fat head, with dozens of guards, appeared here. Deputy State Lord, I really don't know the movements of the State Lord, please don't make things difficult for me. Butler Old Huang, thin, a mouthful of big yellow teeth, sharp mouth, bitter face to explain. Deputy State Advocate Qian, green beans-like eyes, just staring at the housekeeper Old Yellow, contemptuous smile, Old Yellow ah. We are old acquaintances. When Lu Yiming saved you, I carried you back from Tiger Ridge. You can't do something ungrateful. Saying that, he patted his skinny shoulder with a meaningful smile, causing Old Huang's forehead to drip with cold sweat. Good boy. This formation of the Deputy State Lord, I'm afraid that he's not going to fight for the position of State Lord and put a hit on Lu Yiming, right? Eyes dribbling, his mind quickly thought about how to respond. Zhang Chen looked at Old Huang's thieving look and knew that he must be thinking about dealing with himself, and immediately said, Old Huang, tell me where Lu Yiming is. How about $1,000? I cannot do that kind of betrayal of the master.
How about 10,000 gold?
It is not a question of money or not, the main thing is that I am loyal, old Huang. Xiao Chui from the House of 10,000 Flowers. Lord Lu Yiming led 50,000 generals to Winzhou City not long ago. Old Huang explained all the bottom of Lu Yiming directly in one breath. There is no way who let people threaten themselves with their lives. The little Chui of 10,000 Flowers house, that is his life. Ha ha ha. Zhang Qian nodded with great satisfaction, then pressed old Huang's shoulder and whispered, Xiao Chui will wait for you tonight on the second floor of the East Street Inn. Upon hearing this, the old yellow excited eyebrows, that mouthful of big yellow teeth, but also smiled to close. For the sake of justice, my old Huang is duty-bound. Chapter 55. The background is monstrous. Xi'an City. In front of the State Lord's mansion. Vice State Lord Shang Xian, having gotten the desired answer, was satisfied. He then waved his hand to one of the guards beside him, signaling that person to come forward. Is the news from the winning state city side accurate? The guard replied respectfully, the Lu family has been completely beheaded by Aunt Lu. After receiving affirmation. Lu Yiming, Lu Yiming, you are so impulsive to lead the army away without authorization. Then I have no choice but to become the acting State Lord.
Zhang Qian has been coveting the position of State Lord for more than a day or two. Acting State Lord?
Old Huang had an expression that looked as if it was so, and foolishly compensated for the smile. Old Huang, as a beloved member of State Lord Lu, you must know where the State Lord's order is.
Zhang Qian smiled cheekily with an expression of I know you must know. It caused old Huang to look at him with a wave of goosebumps. At the same time, he could only scratch his head and carefully said, I don't know.
Finished, Xiao Chui is not available tonight, I guess I have to be in another man's room, begging. This set of threatening people, but by Zhang Qian to play clearly. Against the old yellow, this soft and hard guy, there is only one thing, and that is a woman. It is worth saying. Old Huang followed in Lu Yiming's side, has been 20 years, greedy this shortcoming, even Lu Yiming did not know. But Zhang Qian had to go through a lot of trouble to learn this point.
Alas! It looks like Xiao Chui and I, after all, are destined for each other. Involved in the matter of the State Master Order, even if you like Xiao Chui again. I don't dare to be sloppy in this matter. To know. The City Lord Order that can easily command the existence of a state army.
Xi'an City alone has more than 100,000 troops.
There were 12 cities in a state, and excluding winning state city, there were 11 cities left. Each city had more than 80,000 troops. The large armies possessed by a single state were already close to 1 million. In this regard, Zhang Qian was not in a hurry. Zhang Qian wasn't in a hurry, instead, he continued with interest, it's a pity. Originally, I was thinking of having Lu Yiming's young wife Xiaoyan. Not waiting for him to finish, old Huang immediately became furious and said in an anxious tone, what are you going to do to Zhen? Xiaoyan?
Zhang Qian round face slightly stunned, slightly dumbfounded, by the old Huang this sentence to the whole will not.
I don't think so. Can it be that old Huang, this shameless guy, has a leg up with Lu Yiming's little wife? Unbelievable.
Remember, that Xiaoyan was a cute little beauty with a delicate and lovely figure. It's hard to imagine having an affair with someone like old Huang.
You had an affair with Xiaoyan?
After Zhang Qian was completely stunned, he was still a bit incredulous and asked with a skeptical attitude. Old Huang suddenly looked shy and twisted his mouth. Remember that it was a night without stars.
Speak to the point, who let you brag about the process?
Zhang Qian fiercely smoked his own mouth, slightly a few sad.
After all,
Xiaoyan, once was also his dream girl, did not expect
unexpected. Actually have a leg up with old Huang. Blind? I've seen her portrait many times in the quiet of the night. Zhang Qian, who was reminiscing, suddenly saw old Huang's yellow teeth and immediately vomited. Vice State Master, what are you doing? Are you sick? Vomit. I ate something bad. Vomit. Turn away, don't let me see your face.
Zhang Qian scolded angrily and the latter turned his head in a hurry.
Deputy State Lord, Jin is already pregnant with my child, and the State Lord order is under that wigwam in the backyard.
Old Huang fought with his thoughts a few times, and in the end, beauty overcame his conscience.
Winning State City. Square.
Lu Yiming exhausted all his skills and fought with Dark One for thousands of rounds. In the end, he was still defeated under his hands.
It couldn't be helped.
Dark One had fallen from the innate realm to the half-step innate realm. Therefore, no matter if it was combat experience or the use of martial chi, it was too much better than Lu Yiming. However, as a latecomer, being able to fight Dark One for so long,
it was enough to show that his talent was extraordinary.
If given a few more years, he would definitely be able to break through to the innate realm.
After Lu Yiming lost,
after he was defeated, he had his martial arts chi restrained by Dark One and was escorted to Lu Xian's front. Lu Xian, don't be confused, Lu Yiming is the head of a state, the only one who can deal with him is the king of winning state or his majesty. You don't have an official position on your side, and killing the lord of Lu City is already a mortal sin. However, Duke Lin as well as General Lin's past achievements should be able to save your life. When Zhang Ling calmed down, he began to persuade Lu Ziyan.
Not long ago, he was looking forward to the fact that Lu Ziyan would be able to behead Lu Yiming. Right now, gradually calming down, he remembered that the other party was the Lord of a State. The official rank was terrifyingly large, and it wasn't just anyone who could move him. Even if he committed a heavenly mistake, he would have to be escorted back to the royal capital to be disposed of by His Majesty. The green woman also spoke with a grave expression. Auntie, this person cannot be killed. Even if the great general came here, he wouldn't dare to behead him privately. Duke Lu, if you have the ability, kill this state lord, or this state lord will definitely get you killed. Shen Shang has already gone back to inform. It won't be long before you realize what a terrifying existence you have incurred. Lu Yiming's eyes showed a fierce light as he stared viciously at Lu Ziyan and screamed. As the lord of a state, he wasn't afraid that the other party would dare to lay his hands on him. Unless, he is not afraid to implicate the Jingua Gongfu family, just a small scholar in the district. He saw that Lu Ziyan looked indifferent. Unable to help it, he hurriedly walked over and lowered his voice. This Lu Yiming is the person of the king of winning state. Some are you. Killing a city lord, Duke Lin can still protect you, if you move him. I'm afraid that even the state duke's office will be implicated. Things have come to this. There's something he has to warn you about. Is that so? Lu Ziyan reached out, took the long sword in the hands of the green woman, and stepped towards Lu Yiming. Seeing this, the crowd quickly became alarmed. Aunt Lu, you can't do that. Are you certain that I don't dare to kill you? He placed the long sword on Lu Yiming's neck and opened his mouth coldly. Such a move scared the crowd to the point where their hearts were about to reach their throats. Auntie, you can't be so confused that you really do it. When the time comes, even the Duke of State won't be able to save you. Ha ha. Lu Yiming laughed maniacally, then fearlessly said, I am the sixth righteous son of the King of Winning State, His Majesty's personal appointment of the third grade of military generals, the noble lord of a state. My master Qin Tianwu, the lord of Shuzhou, is a real innate realm. Even the Duke of Lin would have to give him the benefit of the doubt, so what makes you think you can kill me? How dare you kill me? As his words came out, the crowd was even more shocked and dumbfounded. Even Xiaoyan, who has seen a lot, did not know that Lu Yiming had such a huge energy behind him. The prince's righteous son, and his master was the lord of Shuzhou, an innate realm powerhouse. Hiss. On the basis of one layer of identity alone, he was already able to run amok in addition to the royal capital. Not to mention, he also possessed so many layers of identity. It was justifiable to be arrogant. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead while secretly thinking. Come on. Kill me if you have the ability. Lu Yiming could not help but feel a burst of moody pleasure when he saw the terrified looks of the crowd, so he opened his mouth to call out. For a moment, Lu Ziyan was also in silence. Because he also didn't expect that Lu Yiming came from such a big place. Chapter 56, As a lone man in person, a public township. Scene. Slipped into an eerie silence. Only Lu Yiming's voice, constantly echoing. In terms of him blowing up these identities, I'm afraid that even a prince is here. Want to move him? Have to weigh their own wrist is not hard enough. Otherwise, I'm afraid that if I move him, I'll be held accountable by His Majesty. The King of Yingzhou, the Lord of Qin in Shuzhou. These two are no joke. Both are in control of the real power of the Lord. A wave of the hand, in a moment, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of sons and daughters, and immediately flatten everything. At that moment, everyone is very smart to keep silent. What should be said has been said. The persuasion has also been persuaded. As the saying goes, good words are hard to persuade the dead ghost. No wonder the Lu family can dominate and oppress the people. The original rely on is this layer of relations behind you. Some are you, King of Winning State, and Qin Tianwu, Lord of Shuzhou. Good. It's very good. Lu Ziyan's expression was calm, and although his voice was calm, it revealed a strong killing intent. Anyone could hear it. In the past, I have been in the house, familiar with all kinds of strange and miscellaneous books, bent on cultivating their own way, originally thought in this world, will not have too much entanglement. Even after the birth of my daughter, let me have a sense of home in this world. At that time, I was only thinking of protecting the family. He slowly put down the long sword in his hand and spoke softly, seemingly pouring out his heart, but also as if stating a fact. 10 years ago. I only want to be stable, to live for 100 years, until after the Lin family is no longer there. Then go out and look for a way to leave this side of the world. For an immortal cultivator. Naturally understand that outside of the 9 states, there are other worlds that exist. Later, because of the birth of his daughter, he had some changes in his state of mind. He gradually began to care about his wife, Lin Xiaoyan. But there is no deep love. The combination between the two was only a means for Emperor Xia to suppress the Lin family. Until a month ago. Lin Xiaoyan poisoning matter completely made him out of the royal capital. At that time, he only wanted to protect her, did not want to do what saved her, not to mention what for the people to stand up and so on. Until the Battle of Lingzhou City.
After seeing his wife's determination to protect Daxia, he also saw the will of 200,000 heroes to protect the mountains and rivers.
Invisible. Indirectly affect his state of mind. People, living in the world, always have to be for something. For example, those spirits, just for the Daxia mountains and rivers. Lin Xiaoyan, in order to defend the territorial integrity of Daxia from foreign enemies. Want to create a peaceful and prosperous world. Some, for fame and fortune, some for power. Some people yearn for freedom, some people long for the love that cannot be loved. All in all, life, always have to for the world, do something, in order to leave a strong color. Seen in order to eat 3 meals a day, willing to be cattle and horses. I have seen the rules of self-interest, selfishness, strength first immortal cultivation. It is precisely because of these kinds of things that I have seen. Only let him in the Jingguo Gongfu 10 years do not come out. Unfortunately, the appearance of his daughter, his wife's insistence for Daxia, finally changed his original intention. Then into the world of cultivation. Follow your heart, the way of nature. My generation of cultivators, fearless. Lu Yiming listened to the clouds, and hastily interrupted him. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Lu Ziyan pondered for a moment, and smiled warmly. I just want to tell you, when a person wants to start to change after, then all obstacles will cease to exist. For example, right now, those identities that you are talking about, in my opinion, are laughable to the extreme. You don't even need to look at the day to kill you. Now, everyone understood, so he had pulled a lot of crap. In the end, he still had to move Lu Yiming. Come, Lu Yiming smiled contemptuously, but unfortunately, the words were not finished. Lu Ziyan decisively chopped over with a sword. Plop! The head flew away, and a column of blood gushed out until the head rolled down to the ground a few meters away. That pair of eyes still remained, in a wide-eyed state, with a face of disbelief. To death, Lu Yiming could not figure out how the other party dared to kill him. You see, how simple things, a sword is finished. Lu Ziyan handed the long sword, which was still dripping with blood, to the green woman and shrugged his shoulders, saying with a look of disbelief. The moment he killed Lu Yiming. Inside the body of the Wen Palace, the gate trembled twice, and another trace of golden when she appeared in the Dantian. Sure enough. The path of the way of literature is to follow the will of heaven and the will of the people. Zhengling, it is over. Xiaoyan powerless paralyzed on the ground, forehead beads of sweat dripping, constantly shaking his head. Come on, white persuasion, ultimately killed. Okay, isn't it just beheading a state lord? What are you guys so scared of? Green woman, dark one, take this token to integrate all the city guards. As he spoke, he took out a black and gold colored token from his bosom and handed it to Qingyan. When Zhang Ling and the others heard his words, they were all stunned and thought that he was being whimsical. The city guards, that was only mobilized by the city lord's order. The next second, when their gazes gazed upon the black and gold colored token, which was clearly inscribed with Rulon person, they all inhaled a deep breath of cool air. Next. Then when they saw the other side, the words Wen Gong Jinghua. Shun, Jinguai order. Zheng order, Xiao, and in unison, voice trembling said. Simply did not expect, Lu Ziyan at this time, actually took out the Jinguai order. Not. Aunt Lu, if you have this order, take it out earlier, afraid of yourself and others worrying so much. If before, they thought that Lu Ziyan beheading a city lord, a state lord, was already a certain death. Then at this moment, with the Jinguai order in hand, not to mention the lord of a state, even if it was a party of princes, beheading it was still beheading it. The 8 big words engraved on it are not simple. As lone in person. A public township. Seeing this token is like seeing the two of them. General Zhang, I wonder if I have the power to kill them now. Lu Ziyan pulled the corner of his mouth and smiled faintly. Before leaving the royal capital, the old master had personally handed over this token to him. It was for this reason. After Lingzhou City, he had the idea to go north, not just for the request of the Ying spirits. There was also a truth that needed to be peeled away. Naturally, there was, holding the Jinghua order would naturally cause the city guards to listen. Just kidding. In the entire Great Xia, this was the only piece that was feared by even the Xia Emperor. After all, with the order of the township, even after you occupy a state, you will have to share the world equally with the Xia Emperor. Since this is the case, then you quickly integrate the city guards. In the next few days, the army will be sent to Qin City. The next moment, Lu Ziyan's words were like a bomb that exploded deafeningly in their ears. Soldiering to Qin City. What was he going to do? Could it be that he was planning to attack Qin City? Wasn't the lord of the first state, Lu Yiming, killed by him? Wait a minute. He's not going to attack the king of winning state, is he? A frightening and terrifying thought flashed through their minds, scaring a few people into a cold sweat. It looks like you all guessed it. Lu Ziyan gave them an affirmative response when he saw the terrified looks of each of them. Really? Actually really want to move a party of princes to make a move? Crazy. Who said that Lord Lu was a scholar? This is something that a scholar in the middle of the world would dare to do?
killing the state lord, integrating the city guards, and moving against the king. To put it in a non-exaggerated way, there's no difference between him and a rebellion.
Chapter 57, Righteous Father? Qin City. State Lord's Mansion.
After Zhang Qian obtained the state lord's order, he quickly ordered his men to surround the state lord's mansion.
At the same time, utilizing the state lord's order, he transferred Qin City's city guards to the next 2 miles of the city overnight, resulting in only one of his 1,000-man city guards left patrolling the city.
Without stopping his hooves, Chen Shang hurried into the city and without saying a word, went straight to the state lord's mansion.
Arriving at the entrance,
he found a large number of generals wearing the armor of the city guards, surrounding the mansion. Immediately drew his anger, drew his sword, rushed up and shouted angrily, "Who gave you the bare heart and leopard gall, dare to surround the state master's residence?
You don't want to live?" One of the generals came out, saw Chen Shang, quickly greeted, "General Chen, you're back. Where is the state master? Why don't you see him with you?"
He looked left and right and realized that the other party was the only one. His eyes showed a touch of disappointment.
"Heard." Chen angrily said, "Juiba, you better give me an explanation where there is only a way to die. Bringing troops to surround the state lord's mansion, who gave you the guts? I gave it to you, so what?"
Inside the mansion, a fat figure slowly walked out.
Vice Governor Shang Qian?
Seeing the person who came, he looked stunned, immediately suppressed the anger, as calm as possible and asked, "I do not know what is the meaning of the vice state lord of this action."
"Rebellion. Can't you see?"
"I have to say, Zhang Qian's head is also iron, there is no half a point to beat around the bush. Come up and confess directly, I just want to rebel, intend to be the state lord, how about it?"
"What?"
Chen Shang was dumbfounded, frozen in place, and only after a long time passed did he come back to his senses.
Vice State Lord, do you know what you're saying?"
His voice became a bit hurried and his face began to look unnatural. If the other party truly intended to replace the state lord's position, then his entire former state lord's inner circle, I'm afraid that it will be a disaster. However, the most important reason for him to come back this time was to bring a message to the king of winning state.
To say what? We are all smart people, so don't pretend to be confused.
It's time for the sky of winning state to change.
What's more, didn't Lu Yiming do the same thing back then to be able to sit as the state lord? Zhang Qian had a fat face and was constantly trembling with laughter. Seeing this look on his face,
Chen Sheng secretly said in his heart, "It's over."
Wait.
Right, there is still a chance, if I remember correctly. Lord State Master once said that the king was coming to Qin City in the next 2 days.
The moment he thought of this,
he even eagerly opened his voice, "Deputy State Master, you cannot kill me." The king immediately come to Qin City. The State Master is the king's son, if he knows what you have done. Point to point, our smart people naturally do not need to say anything more.
As expected.
As soon as he heard this, Zhang Qian's face full of fat meat immediately revealed a touch of panic, whispering to Zhuiba at his side, "Quickly go and call old Huang out."
This moment,
he was a bit disorganized. The king of winning state was coming to Qin City.
How come he didn't receive any news before? No way.
What he had done must not be known to the king. Otherwise, I'm afraid that there is only one way to end up, and that is to die without a burial place.
A few moments later,
old Huang was holding a sugar cane in his hand, gnawing on it while being pulled out by Zhuiba with a look of reluctance.
"Brother, don't be in a hurry. I haven't coaxed Precious yet. 2 big men, what's the point of pulling and tugging?"
Saying that, when his eyes met Zhang Qian's eyes, he immediately had a jolt. He hurriedly spat out the slag in his mouth, replaced it with a smile, and cheerfully said, "Your Honor, what are your orders?" At this time, old Huang had already noticed that Chen Shang was also there, so he didn't even dare to address the deputy state lord.
Directly came a lord. "Old Huang, don't pretend, you are now the one who is on our side." Zhuiba was not the least bit used to his little mind. Not long ago,
in order to curry favor with Zhang Qian, he was calling him lord of the state.
Now,
seeing Lu Yiming's beloved Chen Shang here, and deliberately converging, such a posture, I am afraid that it is not intended to be a wallflower.
Chen Shang couldn't believe his ears. What did he hear? Old Huang betrayed the state master?
Old Huang, you, he incredibly pointed at old Huang, for a moment, not knowing what to ask. A beloved one who had followed the state lord for more than 10 years. Even more so, he was the steward of the state lord's residence.
"Hi. General Chen, what a coincidence. Why are you here?"
Old Huang awkwardly waved the sugarcane in his hand, his eyes dodging, a show of weakness. Seeing this, Chen Shang looked left and right, and indeed there was no one paying attention to this side after. Immediately, rushed to Zhang Qian, kneeled down, loudly called out, "Great, righteous father, the child can finally return to your side in name only." This righteous father, except for Zhang Qian.
Everyone felt deafening, just like a bolt from the blue. Righteous father?
Old Huang was so shocked that even the sugar cane in his hand directly fell to the ground, his mouth opened wide, clearly visible, that mouthful of big yellow teeth. Even Zhuiba was startled by the sudden sound of righteous father.
Thought he heard wrong.
Therefore, After looking back and forth at the two of them for a while, he finally realized that he had not heard wrongly. Zhang Qian had a long-time reunion expression, stretched out his hands, his eyes floated up some tears, his voice trembled and said, "Good child." Just about to go forward to hug Qin Shang. Suddenly, he woke up with a start, not right, very much 12 points wrong. Hurriedly put away emotions, hesitant to speak, Lu Yiming? Righteous father, don't worry, the one in Winning State City is the aunt of the Duke of Lin, Lu Zian, and is followed by the guards of the 8th grade of the Great Circle, as well as a half-step and 8-realm expert. This time, I'm afraid that the Lord of Luzhou will be in dire straits, as long as we join forces with Aunt Lu to get rid of him before the king comes here. Qin Shang said, with fierce eyes, making a neck-wiping motion. No, didn't you just say that the king is coming? If he knows that Zhang Qian is a bit scornful, he quickly denied his suggestion. Wait. Old Yellow jumped into the middle of the two, looking at Zhang Qian on the left and Qin Shang on the right. Inside his small eyes, there were endless questions. Something was not right. Things were too wrong, making it a little difficult for him to accept. Shouldn't Qin Shang be Lu Yiming's beloved, loyalist? How did he become Zhang Qian's righteous son? Old Huang turned back and raised an eyebrow at Zhuiba and asked, "You know?" "Do not know, ah." Zhuiba shrugged his shoulders with a speechless and helpless look, enough to say. This matter even he did not know. Must know. He is a die-hard loyalist of Zhang Qian, and is the right-hand man. Old Huang, Xiaoshang's matter, even if you think about it, you can't possibly think about it, Zhang Qian said with a haughty face. At the same time, the heart is also secretly sighing, everything is destiny. Qin Shang was the son of a late friend of his Zhang Qian, and then that late friend went to the battlefield and died for Xia, leaving him and his mother two people. Unfortunately, his mother is a vain woman, since his father left. Not more than 2 months, directly left Qin Shang alone. Followed a rich old man, ran away. Good thing. At that time, Zhang Qian found him and adopted him as his righteous son. Until Qin Shang was 9 years old. He was accepted as a registered disciple by Qin Tianwu, who was passing through Qin City. Ever since then, he followed Qin Tianwu and stayed at his side for 10 years or so. Everything is the will of heaven. Zhang Qian secretly sighed at the coincidences created by the gears of fate. Otherwise, how could Qin Shang have gained Lu Yiming's trust? What? He is Qin Tianwu's disciple? Old Huang's jaw completely dropped in shock now. I didn't expect it. I never thought that this Qin Shang kid would hide so deeply. No wonder even Lu Yiming didn't realize it. Cowardly ah. I've been fooled for so many years, and before that, General Chen even brought people to trouble you 3 or 4 times. And so on. So, behind every time General Chen went to trouble you, it was just to tip you off? In a flash. Dead memories began to frantically retrace in the mind, many things in the past that were difficult to explain. Until this moment. Finally got the perfect explanation. Righteous father, old Huang is the person that Lord Luzhou saved. It is reasonable to say that he should not be bought so easily. Should I try his loyalty? Qin Shang had a skeptical look on his face, deadlocking old Huang, and said in a very unkind manner. He is having an affair with Lu Yiming's young wife. What? Ah, Zhen? Qin Shang was emotional and immediately yelled with a face that was hard to accept. Chapter 58, Old Huang's Dream. Ah, Zhen? Old Huang's eyes widened with a ghostly expression as he stared at Qin Shang dead in the face. At the same time, Zhang Qian was also confused. It can't be. It can't be. It's hard to believe that his own righteous son. General Chen, what do you mean? Old Huang was so agitated that he stepped forward and grabbed his arm. It's not possible that you're interested in Jin too, is it? That's what he said. Qin Shang was dumbfounded. Zhuiba on the side looked left and right, and his brain was blank. Who am I? Where am I? Powerful explosion. This news is just too explosive. Lord Lu's little wife, not only is she having an affair with old Huang, but now even General Chen is involved. Wait. The look on the Deputy State Lord's face, it's not right. Does it mean he's also? Oh, exempt. Just thinking about it made him feel irritated beyond belief. Interesting too? What's the situation? Is it hard to believe that there are others? Qin Shang asked as he snapped back from his stupor, his mind a mess. Old Huang shifted his angry gaze to Zhang Qian. Righteous father? You. Hey. Little Shang ah. Righteous father is just in love with Jin, but there's nothing out of line. Zhang Qian pretended to be serious, but in fact, he was in agony inside. Pity my goddess. I was planning to marry Precious as my wife after I became the state lord. It doesn't look like it's going to work. Zhang Qian, good. You are really thinking about Precious. I felt something was wrong last time. Old Huang reacted by pointing his nose at him and cursing him. Think of his old Huang, alone for decades, lonely and empty, cold for so long. In the past. Seeking flowers and willows 1,000 times, not as good as seeing her once. Back then, the moment Lu Yiming married Xiaoyan, he saw a glance from afar and felt that he was in love. That wonderful feeling, people have a kind of spring breeze like refreshing, but also have a kind of nirvana rebirth like joy. Love at first sight, 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 love at first sight. As if one's whole life is to live for her appearance. How many times, in the midnight dream, just to be with her for a long time. Finally. 2 years ago. An accident, Xiaoyan drank some small wine, in the door of the compartment alone crying for a long time. It just so happened that he passed by and went up to try to comfort him. Who knows, the other side even mistook him for Lu Yiming, pulling him into the compartment. That night, the clouds and rain, the battle was extremely intense, all the way until dawn. Even in the morning. Old Huang also had to marvel at himself, the sword is not old. For this reason, also secretly proud of some days it. Jin is my old Huang, and she is pregnant with my child. Old Huang warned Qin Shang and Zhang Qian with red eyes. Upon hearing this, Qin Shang was not happy, immediately retorted, "Bull, the child in the belly of Jin is mine." What? The moment he said that, Old Huang, Zhang Qian, and Shuiba were shocked and stunned, staring at him in unison. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. It could actually be such a situation. Wait a minute. Both of you had sex with Precious? Zhang Qian calmed down for a while and thought it wasn't right. How come even his own righteous son is entangled with Precious? That's natural. That's natural. The two of them spoke in unison, and both spoke extremely seriously, thinking that the child inside Precious' belly was their own. Impossible. General Chen, you are always away, you don't have much chance to be with Precious. And I, but off in contact with Ajin, half a year ago, we also went to Wushan together, again turned the clouds and rain it. Old Huang was very proud, straightened his chest, biting, the child must be himself. I'm not going to be able to do that. Say as if I did not, just 5 months ago. Qin Shang snorted, very disdainful. Shuiba, at this time, raised his right hand and walked out. Both of you, listen to me, if I remember correctly, this Precious is 7 months pregnant, right? Could it be that both of you don't know? With these 2 words out. Silence. The scene was plunged into an eerie silence. The crowd was looking at me and me at you. Silence. Speechless. More importantly, everyone was embarrassed. After all, the time didn't match up. Whether it was Qin Shang or Old Huang's time. All of them were completely out of sync with the time when Precious got pregnant. Then there was only one thing that could be said here. It's that this child can't possibly belong to the two of them. Master Lu Zhou's? Qin Shang and Old Huang were embarrassed and whispered this question at the same time. No, wait, we should not be concerned about this matter now, the most important thing in front of us is still to find a way to deal with the arrival of the king. Zhang Qian run numb, almost completely led by them. Even the most important thing, are left behind. Sure enough, beauty is a great evil, even you can't escape. Righteous father, this is not a small matter, it doesn't matter whose child is inside Precious's belly, the child is willing to accept it. Qin Shang thought deeply for a moment and made a decision that went against his ancestors. Since he deeply loved Precious, he should accept even her child. It was exactly what should be said, if I love you, I should accept everything about you, your past, present, and even the child inside your belly. Snap. Zhang Qian stepped forward as a slap, smacked in the face of Qin Shang, hatred and anger. Bastard thing, is not just a woman? How can a great man, because of a woman, disrupt your fighting spirit? The old yellow herd, immediately unhappy, no good temper, I do not have any great ambitions, the only dream is to marry white tender wife. This year, I am 85 old yellow, and then do not find a woman, there is no chance. Finally, also did not forget to glare at Qin Shang. Young, not bad looking, just do not learn, do not know to respect the old and love the young. General Chen, young and talented, such an age, want what kind of women do not have, there is no need to rob with the old man me, right? I. Qin Shang was momentarily disliked and speechless. Next to him, Zhang Qian pulled him down and whispered, look at this old Huang, what kind of goods, I know that Jin is indeed very good. But she can even be with this kind of person, you do not diaphragm? Fruity. After listening to the persuasion, Qin Shang mind immediately came up with a thought, white, tender, delicate Xiaoyan, full of shyness snuggled in the old Huang's arms. Then old Huang smiled broadly with a smug face and that mouthful of big yellow teeth. Vomit. Thinking of this, there was an immediate urge to vomit. Righteous father, but Precious. Ajin doesn't even love Ah Chang, do you think she will still love you? Zhang Qian angrily slapped him on the head. It's already this time and you're still thinking about women. Once you have accomplished your great task, what kind of women will you need? This righteous son of mine, he is so short-sighted that he even snatched a woman from a little punk like old Huang. He's no good. Who is Kung? I don't know, I'm just talking off the top of my head. After finishing his speech, Zhang Qian flung his sleeve and walked into the mansion. What for? To kill Xiaoyan. He did not look back, even if he was as obese as a ball, he was able to walk out with a big stride. Old Huang lowered his head, his hands could not help but clench together, cloudy eyes, a flash of cold light in the depths. Lord Zhang, cannot be messed up Quickly catching up, as he crossed the threshold, he kicked with his foot, and a 2-meter-long, dark red wooden box appeared. Old Huang ignored the surprised gazes of Chen Shang and Zhu Yiba behind him. Holding the wooden box, he quickly rushed up.
Chapter 59, Old Huang is an expert? Backyard.
A small bridge in water, among the lake, a lotus flower in full bloom, inside the small pavilion.
A man and a woman, sitting relative to each other, eye to eye, implied love.
The woman looks very beautiful, willow-waist lotus face, figure curvaceous, concave and convex, white teeth and bright eyes, snow-white skin, wearing a white long shirt. The man is unkempt, a grey plain clothes, all over the body is debauchery random dirty.
This dress alone is comparable to a roadside beggar. A Jin cousin. The man is full of fondness, pulsing with love, a deep emotion shouted. Ah Chan cousin.
The woman grasped each other's hands tightly, the same affectionate response. Xiaoyan, Lu Yiming's youngest wife, is also the woman that Old Huang has his heart set on marrying. As for the man, it is Xiaoyan's cousin, but also the white moonlight in childhood, called Zhu Enhanced.
Back then, if not Lu Yiming robbed her back as a wife.
The two have already been lovers. It is worth saying. The two of them are not people from Qin City, but people from Early City. Since Xiaoyan was robbed,
Shu Enhancement sneaked to Qin City, secretly cultivating while working in the iron store next to the State Master's mansion. Suffered from cold eyes and ridicule. Until a year ago.
Xiaoyan went out once and happened to meet him. Then, between the two of them, there was some contact, until Xiaoyan had a time with Old Huang.
Then he secretly snared a very useful piece of information from Old Huang. There is a dog hole over in the west courtyard of the State Master's mansion. So it was. Zhu Enhancement lived the days of drilling the dog hole and meeting Xiaoyan in private. True love. Absolutely true love. As the saying goes, if a man does not even want dignity for you, it must be true love. Today, Shu Enhancement purposely took leave from the iron store and came over to have a secret private meeting with Xiaoyan. Because he knows that Lu Yiming has been away for a long time. Just when the two people are in love. Zhang Qian rushed angrily, walked in, saw the two people in the pavilion from afar, and was furious. What are you doing? Suddenly, he was furious. What are you doing? Causing the two people to get up in a panic, and hurriedly each straightened their clothes. At this time, Old Huang has rushed in, and inside his mouth, he also shouted, Lord Zhang, you cannot hurt precious weight. Who is he? The moment he saw Zhu Enhancement, a damn sense of destiny made him a little hostile to him. Xiaoyan was scared, a little overwhelmed, little face white, half a day cannot say a word. Who are you again? I am her cousin Zhu Enhanced. Pig really strong?
Zhu Yiba, who came in behind, Chen Shang shouted in unison.
This name is too interesting. For a moment, a few people couldn't help but laugh.
Ajin, give me an explanation. Old Huang held the wooden box, a hint of coldness flowed inside his eyes, and he just stared at Zhu Enhancement in deaf. Xiaoyan, for a time, was so anxious that she didn't know how to open her mouth at all. After all, between her and Old Huang, it was originally just a misunderstanding, and then because he kept pestering. Plus the other party was also the housekeeper of the mansion. Since Lu Yiming married her back, he was greedy for a moment of freshness, and then he had never taken care of her. If you want to live well in this mansion, you naturally have to deal with the housekeeper Old Huang from time to time. Originally, there was still some indignation. Chen Shang saw such a sure scene. Decisively choose to eat melon. Who let himself is still young it, let it be true that when the heart feeds the dog, after all, I am still the one who bears all.
Explanation? I grew up with Precious, if it wasn't for Lord Luzhou back then. She would have been my wife. Also, the child inside her belly is mine. Shu Enhanced a brain, directly confessed his origin. What? The crowd was shocked, could not imagine, Xiaoyan belly inside the child. Actually will be the person in front of me. Not Lu Yiming's. At that instant, Zhang Qian was in a somewhat better mood, and Chen Shang felt incredibly smooth. The only one who was left was Old Huang, covering his chest with a look of wanting to cry. Old Huang, don't worry, as long as I kill him, everything will be fine. Zhang Qian waved his hand, signaling Zhu Yiba to come forward to deal with Zhu Enhancement. Kill me? Zhu Enhanced's complexion changed dramatically, and he hurriedly exploded his body's aura. A peak 8th grade aura was revealed. His body was surrounded by a light yellow-colored martial qi. Just at this critical moment, Xiaoyan trembled and came to Old Huang's body and fluttered, directly kneeling down. Huang, Butler Huang, please, let him live, I can promise you anything, she cried, her eyes and choked. Cousin Precious, you don't have to beg him, I'll take you away. Take her away, just by you? Zhang Qian snorted coldly. Zhu Yiba had already comprehended the meaning and drew out his matching sword, his body's aura erupting with the same body as the peak of the 8th grade, leaving a residual shadow in place. The next second, a sword light, straight to Zhu Enhancement. Let him go. In the nick of time, Old Huang's voice revealed an incomparable aura of solemnity that resounded in everyone's ears. In a flash. Regardless of whether it was the martial aura on Zhu Yiba or Zhu Enhanced. All of them after this sentence couldn't help but converge back into their bodies. It was suppressed. The duo looked up at old Huang in shock. Chen Shang was also staring at him with a face full of incredulity, incredulously saying, "Old Huang, you actually have cultivation in your body?" However, Zhang Qian, on the other hand, had an expression that said it all, not the least bit surprised that the other party possessed cultivation. For so many years, old Huang, the housekeeper, had shown himself to be an ordinary person without any cultivation. "Mr. Zhang, you are not surprised?" Old Huang did not have the kind of slackness and laziness that he used to have. Instead, he had the style of a high-ranking person. Slowly walked to Xiaoyan, and under her face full of surprise and unbelievable expression, helped her up. Look at Zhu enhanced a burst of anger, fists clenched, nails have been sunk into the meat inside. "How can it be an accident, just to test whether you are an expert or not? I didn't even want to kill Xiaoyan." Zhang Qian laughed with a fat knee trembling, very proudly said, "I have long felt that the old yellow this person is not simple, passed several times to see him in the 9th grade martial arts cultivator under the pressure of the aura. He had seen him under the pressure of a 9th grade martial arts cultivator's aura several times in the past, and he was still able to maintain a calm demeanor. It had already made Zhang Qian suspicious for a long time. This time, with the help of Xiaoyan's case. This time, with the help of Xiaoyan's matter, I will try to find out his details." "I didn't expect to find out. That's not right. Why can't I feel the slightest fluctuation of martial arts energy in old Huang's body?" Chen Shang asked the inner doubt, even at this time, still cannot detect the other side of the slightest fluctuations in martial arts. "It's not normal. Even if it is the innate realm, it can't be done to hide a body's martial arts chi so well, right? Lord Zhang, I know what you're thinking, it's nothing more than wanting to have an extra helping hand so that you can sit in the position of state lord. Let me marry Jin so that I can fight for you once." Old Huang's eyes stayed on Xiaoyan. "No way. I don't agree." Zhu Enhancement was the first to stand out and oppose, an old man, actually thinking about his own woman. "Cousin Jin can't possibly like you, just you are a bad old man, old and ugly." In the face of such skepticism, old Huang was not the least bit flustered. Reaching out and pinching Xiaoyan's chin, he asked in a small and gentle voice, "Do you want him to die? Do you want him to die? Please let him go." Xiaoyan's eyes were flustered, not knowing what to do, and hurriedly pleaded. Old Huang grinned, "Marry me, he left alive. Don't promise him, dead old man, you shall not die." Zhu Enhanced is about to go crazy, did not expect the other party to be so shameless, actually threatened. The others, with an expression of drama, watched with great interest. The words are not as interesting as this scene. The most important thing is the age of old Huang and Xiaoyan. It's true that true love crosses everything, including age. "I'll marry." Xiaoyan cried in a small voice, and then shook her head at Zhu Enhancement, a helpless look, that was called "I see pity." "Good." Old Huang shouted excitedly. "Come on, throw this person out, don't hurt his life." Zhang Qian called for people to throw Zhu Enhanced out. Lobby. Zhang Qian was full of distress, pacing back and forth, and occasionally letting out a sigh, alas. "Righteous father, my child has a piece of news that may be able to divert the wrath of the king." Chen Sheng thought of the fact that Lu Zian had opened the Chaos Sword box. If this news was told to the king, it might be able to divert the hatred. "What news?" Chen Sheng quickly walked to his ear and began to speak in a low voice. "Ha ha ha. Good. Do it like this." Zhang Qian sniffed and was overjoyed, and along with that, he was nervous just now, and his worries were swept away. Chapter 60, Seeking Rain. Tongzhou Boundary. All the way. For Lin Hong and the others, it was a lot of torture. In the middle of the road. After several twists and turns, under Chen Wangshu several assassinations. Cannot help but, so that the crowd a burst of helplessness. Especially Lin Baoying. Every time, in the face of their own mother's assassination, can be said to be well-intentioned. In addition to dodging the other party's assassination, it was also necessary for her to not be half aware of it. On the official road. The carriage sped. Inside the carriage, Chen Wangshu frowned tightly, nervously sizing up Lin Baoying, Lin Hong, and Lu Yuer. Not long ago, she secretly found an opportunity to spend time with Lu Yuer. There was no need to say much. Definitely at the first moment, the thought of killing was moved. Just as she struck out without any bottom line, coincidentally, Lin Baoying walked in from outside. Remembering that dagger, it was directly inserted in her own thigh. No one asked for help when they wanted to cry. After so many days together. For a moment, Chen Wangshu thought that he had already integrated into Lin Hong's family. But wait until she was late at night. The moment she started to secretly lay her hands on the killer. And found that the situation is not right. Because every time, just when she strikes, always be the other side easily avoided. Once is a fluke, twice, 3 times? Slowly, Chen Wangshu gradually began to doubt if there was something wrong with her plan. However, every time he checked himself, he couldn't find half a reason. Wrong, 10 points inside 12 points wrong. As a top assassin of the Dark Tower, how can you miss 3 times 4 times, once may be the result of an accident? What if it happens 3 or 4 times? Inside the carriage, Lu Yuer, lying in the arms of Lin Baoying, whispered, "Auntie, we are like this to grandmother, really good?"
Lin Baoying had a helpless look on her face, raised her head, and sized up Chen Wangshu, who was sitting across from her.
Cannot help but sigh for a while. After all, it's your mother's mother.
Even if she is no longer unreasonable, the family can't watch her go on like this.
So, no matter what the other party becomes, as long as she is still a mother, then she will not turn back.
Grandpa had said that this matter would be like this for the time being. Lin Baoying, why don't you want to be good to your mother with all your heart?
Nay. Along the way,
several times, encountered their own mother, secretly killed.
Even if she doesn't have any memory. Tongzhou. Border, Mulang City.
The carriage was already tired after traveling all the way.
However,
everything that happened in Mulang City made it somewhat difficult for them to move. The reason for everything was because Mulang City, for many years, had been caught in a drought.
Especially this year. The drought that has lasted for half a year.
The people have no harvest, and the land can't grow any crops. If this situation continues, in a few more months,
I'm afraid that the people of Mulang City will starve to death. The hot temperatures are making them irritable. Tai Grandpa, why is it getting hotter and hotter?
Little Yuera was sweating profusely, always feeling that the temperature outside was abnormal.
Butler Lee was driving the carriage while explaining, "Master, Tongzhou is an arid area all year round. We must have entered the Tongzhou area, that's why it's so hot." Tongzhou area?
Chen Wangshu, as a top assassin. As a top assassin, Chen Wangshu naturally has some knowledge of the different parts of Xia. Especially the Tongzhou area, perennial drought, not to mention the people, long ago belonged to the people do not want to live.
Never thought. He actually followed Lin Han's family and ran to such a less ghost place. City Square.
Xu Xingnan, the city lord, led a group of people in the city, was begging for rain. Since it never rains here, some so-called rainmasters have been born. Every year, the city would invite a top rainmaster. Open the altar to do magic, so as to pray for rain, hoping that the city can wind in rain.
It's a pity.
This kind of ceremony has lasted for several years.
Still no progress. In the center of the square, above a high platform, an old man wearing a yellow Taoist robe, holding a yellow talisman, reciting words, and then picked up a bamboo pole, which is also engraved with the words of obedience to the will of heaven. Below, many people are praying sincerely.
You spear me, I spear you, you spear me, I spear you, you won me, I'll be you. A complicated and difficult to understand incantation, as that old man recited it. Those people around, although they do not understand, but always feel that these incantations, not what good words. Only when a person reaches a place of despair will he seek God and worship Buddha.
Obviously.
In front of these people, seemingly sincere prayers, but one by one, the expression shows a hint of despair.
From this, it can be seen. For them, begging for rain was just a kind of helplessness. The carriage entered to the edge of the square. Butler Lee controlled the carriage to stop and somewhat puzzledly surveyed those people and curiously said, "I can't imagine that these people would actually go and plead with a master for rain. What's going on?" Inside the carriage, Lin Baoying was a little curious, lifted the curtain and saw that outside there was a sea of people, all waiting for the spectacle of that one master pleading for rain. Hiss! Such a complicated and difficult to understand rain-begging incantation was truly incomprehensible. Only, listening to the ears of the crowd, it always felt like these incantations were not good words. Lin Hong noticed the situation outside, could not help but shake his head and sigh, "Alas, I have long heard that the Tongzhou area, perennial drought. The people, moreover, can't even plant crops." The moment he thought of this, his heart was extremely difficult. "Grandpa, this matter is the will of heaven, we are mortals, how can we interfere with the will of God?" Lin Baoying noticed his grandfather's mood swings and hurriedly opened his mouth to comfort him. "They are just newcomers. Merely passing through. Alas! It's just hard to see that there are still so many areas in Grand Xia that are affected by drought. The people are in a state of starvation, and in this environment, how many people should die because of this?" Lin Hong, heart of the people, cannot see those people because of drought starvation. All the way over. By the roadside, there have been an unknown number of people, because there is no food, there is no water, starved to death on the side of the road. People have their own destiny, life and death by God, if they therefore cannot live, prove that they do not have the life of the living. How much more do you blame yourself, what's the use? Chen Wangshu's mood was a little complicated, on the surface, maintaining a look of disbelief. Hearing these words, Lin Hong, just disappointed, looked at her for a while, bitter. People live, not just for themselves. People don't live for themselves, if we all live for others. Then what is the meaning of life? Lin Hong was dumbfounded and opened his mouth, but he didn't know what he should say. Because the other party's words were not without reason. Tai Grandpa, how come they can't beg for rain for half a day? Lu Yuer supported her chin with her right hand and looked for half a day, but she couldn't see half a bit of rain. Hearing
Everyone just thought she was a child who didn't know any better and didn't explain too much.
Seeking rain is not as simple as that.
How can it be so simple, and it's not like the gods are here?
How can you ask for rain? It's just a matter of seeking a little bit of inner comfort. Chapter 61 Master Ma. The blazing sun was in the sky.
It was the middle of the afternoon. All around the square, the people were surrounded by people whose faces were either expectant, prayerful, or bewildered.
The matter of seeking rain.
I don't know how many times it has been done, but unfortunately, it has failed time and time again. Some of the people's hearts felt as if they were dead.
Most importantly,
every time you ask for rain, Zhu Zinan, the city lord, asks the people to contribute money and strength. They also had to follow the master here, under the scorching sun, with their mouths dry. Even though many of the people possessed good cultivation skills. Just one stop would take several hours, or even half a day.
It's been 7 consecutive days.
The rain ceremony has been held for 7 days.
Not even a drop of rain has been seen. The people have begun to give up. Alas! It's hard. I guess there's no hope for this month.
The weather is not favorable, a drought lasts for half a year, I do not know how many people will die. Who says it is not? Yesterday old man Chen, Li widow they are because of the long-term lack of water, lost their lives. Last month's Master Lei, and the Master Hao before that, were all frauds, cheating us out of tens of thousands of gold, and then running away.
Do you think this Master Ma is also a fraud? I hope not. We can only pin our hopes on Master Ma now.
Some of the people shook their heads and sighed. They were no longer praying for rain at this moment. Instead, more people were hoping that Master Ma wasn't a fraud.
Because 8,000 gold if he were to be a liar again. Back. The entire city wouldn't be able to come up with that much money. At this time.
Above the altar, Master Ma was dressed in a yellow Taoist robe, with a horse face, goatee, and a body that was on the thin side, so he didn't look like a Taoist master in any way. While reciting words in his mouth, he squinted his eyes and secretly paid attention to the movements of the people below. From time to time, he looked towards the sky again. Inside the actual panic then, behind the 2 disciples, Armor 5, Armor 6 sweating, motionless standing there to protect the law. At the edge of the altar, Zhu Zingnan, tiger back and waist, 1 meter 8 tall, country face, all righteousness. With a martial arts cultivation of only the peak of the 8th grade, he became the lord of a city. Since taking office, the drought happened. Making him these days, tea and rice, cannot sleep at night, very painful. Especially after experiencing those charlatan masters in front of him.
City Lord, how come there is still no half reaction?
Behind the main general Luo Yang, constantly wiping the forehead sweat, some impatient.
Enough to stand here, 3 hours, half a bit of rain is not seen. Look at the sky, there is no sign of rain. Let's wait.
We have no other way at all but to trust Master Ma right now. Zhu Zingnan, as an 8th grade master, is still sweating profusely. Not to mention others.
I know it's not realistic to ask for rain, but if we don't do it, I'm afraid the people won't even have a hope. I'm afraid that the people, not even the final bit of hope, I'm afraid that something big will happen. As a matter of fact, for him as the city lord, why don't you know that the matter of begging for rain is a bit of nonsense? People, how can they call for rain? If that was the case, it would not be considered a mortal, but an immortal. However, if we don't ask for rain, how can we give people a ray of hope? A ray of hope to live, this is the most important. Soon. Standing at the edge of the altar, when Zhu Zingnan's tiger eyes scanned the bottom, he noticed the carriage that appeared at the edge. Ha! He let out a cry of surprise and noticed that the carriage was extremely ornately decorated, immediately realizing that the other party must not be a local of Mulang City. You guys watch here. Commanding, behind him, Luo Yang then quickly walked towards the carriage. A few moments of effort.
Already arrived in front of the carriage, with a question arching his hand and asked, "Your Excellency looks very strange, I do not know where you came from?" Lin Hong lifted the curtain, and in a flash, the moment Zhu Zingnan saw him, he was immediately shocked and knelt down and shouted, "My official Zhu Zingnan has met the Duke of Lin."
You recognize me?
I have the honor of meeting the Duke of Lin a few times, thanks to the face of my father.
Your father?
Xu Xingshou had followed the Duke of Lin for a period of time, so I had the honor to go to the royal capital. Xu Xingnan suppressed the shock in his heart and explained. I just don't know why this Xinhua Gong, who is far away from the royal capital, will appear here.
Pig really thin? What is the name?
Little Yuer muttered her little mouth and said with a mouthful, immediately causing the expressions of the crowd to stutter.
Little Yuer, you must not be rude.
Lin Hong immediately changed his face and drank extremely sternly. Xu Xingnan, on the other hand, looked embarrassed, scratched his head, and hurriedly waved his hand. No problem, I think this is the great general's daughter, Lu Yuer. If it was an ordinary person who dared to flirt with his father's name like this, he would have rushed forward to fight for his life. Nay. The other party is the granddaughter of the Duke of Xinhua, the daughter of the great general of the protectorate. In addition, children's words are reckless, children.
Naive some, is also excusable. So you are the son of that kid, young and already the head of a city, very good ah.
Lin Hong got off the carriage, came to him, full of smiles and said, I am grateful that Duke Lin still remembers my father, it is indeed my father's honor. With a happy face, he quickly bowed and saluted. Lin Baoying, Chen Wangshu, and Lu Yuer got off the carriage one after another.
Feeling the scorching heat, everyone couldn't help but frown.
Seeing this, Zhu Xingnan immediately explained, the environment of Mulang City is a bit special, resulting in a drought for most of the year, and the people have also been suffering from a drought. In the end, he was a little unable to speak.
Natural and man-made disasters, these can't be blamed on you, but that up there?
Lin Hong is a little curious, looking at the altar above, jumping and jumping, again reciting the words of Master Ma. Lu Yuer constantly applauded, cheerfully called, to Grandpa, look over there, someone is playing monkey.
Playing monkey?
Zhu Xingnan was almost spitting blood from anger, that was the rain-seeking master that he had spent $8,000 to hire. Now he is performing the rain ritual.
How come she turned into a monkey in her mouth? Auntie, that guy is so funny. Grandma, look, isn't it funny?
Lu Yuer was totally watching the fun, not minding the big deal, pulling Lin Baoying while pulling Chen Wangshu. As these words were said, even Lin Hong felt that his old face was a little embarrassed. Butler Lee pretended to be serious, but in reality, the corners of his mouth could not be suppressed long ago, forcing a smile. Inwardly, he added, I am strictly trained, no matter how funny it is, I won't laugh unless I can help it.
Ha ha. Miss Yuer, what a naive humor, cute. Lovely ah.
Zhu Xingnan wanted to cry and explain himself. Why don't a few of you go to the city lord and rest first? The rain-seeking ceremony is still going on, for a while, and can't spare the time to receive them. It is fine, you first go to work on your things, we stay here, see what can help. Lin Hong looked at the blazing sun, his heart was also extremely difficult. In such a situation, it was not even known how many people would suffer. However, Zhu Xingnan greeted Lin Hong in this scene, which happened to be seen by Master Ma on the altar. And then saw that one gorgeous carriage. A bold plan is brewing in his heart. 8,000 gold, just the limit of these people, is not the limit of Master Ma's greed. Earlier. It's because the people of the city can only take out so much money. Currently. The arrival of Lin Hong and the others caused Master Ma to smell a whiff of money. Everyone, listened to the poor Taoist. Master Ma stopped, shouted loudly, in the middle of the air look, eyes gleaming. With those below, breathless people, compared to each other. The difference is really not generally big. Just now the poor Taoist appealed to the immortals of the 9 heavens, begging for rain, but unfortunately the immortals sent down their will. Said our sincerity is not enough, have to use 10,000 gold prayer, only to be able to drop a rain. Master Ma pretended to be sorry, as if to say, I have already contacted the immortal. The immortal means to prepare 10,000 gold to pray again, and then naturally rain will fall. One word stirred up 1,000 waves. The people below were in an uproar. What? 10,000 gold? Where is there any 10,000 gold? We've been cheated out of all our money by the previous masters. What can we do? If there's no gold, then the immortals won't make it rain? Master Ma, can you tell the immortals that we owe them money for now, and we'll make it up to them in the coming year? The people, you and I kept shouting. Chapter 62 Snubs. 10,000 gold? You have to use 10,000 gold to beg for a rain. What reasoning? When Lin Hong heard this, his complexion darkened to the naked eye. Mulang City had suffered such a disaster. How dare someone take advantage of it and make a fortune? The old master is very angry? Chen Wangshu noticed the change in his mood, and on her beautiful face, she was full of mockery. Because, in her opinion, there is no excuse for taking money for doing something. Although she didn't think that what master could successfully seek rain. If not with such a master appeared, I'm afraid that a city people has already been scared alive by fear. Naturally angry, these masters, do they all fall into the eye of money inside gone? So many people suffer, actually still want to collect money, not like words. The tone of voice was agitated and loud, with a hint of indignation. Hearing Chen Wangshu snort a laugh, shaking his head repeatedly, feeling that this thought of his was really too naive. Isn't it? Old master, I just want to ask you, in today's world, if there is no semblance of profit to be gained, who would be willing to be some kind of savior? I know that you old man has made great achievements for Dasha, and also willing to give for Dasha free of charge. But they are just some small people at the bottom. They care about nothing more than 3 meals a day and a small profit, if they can't even satisfy that. If you cannot even meet this point, why call people to pay it? Chen Wanshu hit the nail on the head. What kind of people do what kind of things? If you live at the bottom, you should abide by the rules of the bottom. The beginning of human nature is good, the beginning of human nature is evil. All people are greedy. This is the reality of the world. There is no such thing as an obligation to pay, there is only an exchange of price. Every noble person, are after the food and clothing, idle out. She contemptuously laughed, such a simple truth, even his own killer is clear. As the Da Xia Jin Gui Gong, and would not be unclear. Only a long time in a high position used to, even the direction of thinking, have begun to change. This.
Lin Hong was struck by lightning and froze in place.
Such words, but to him caused a small impact.
Grandma, how long before it rains?
Little Yuer, with a bitter little face, came to Chun Wangshu's body, hugged her thighs, and asked pitifully. Lin Baoing kept wiping her forehead sweat. No good temper, rain or not, still have to wait for the master to do the law.
The master of the law?
The crowd rushed to look up and look. At this moment the Ma master has stopped the ceremony, a look of powerlessness, as if to explain everything.
10,000 gold. The only way to impress the immortals and send down a mana was to take out enough money. However, everyone had this doubt: what did the immortal need 10,000 gold for? It was hard to believe that the high and mighty immortal would still need to use money. Xu Xingnan quickly walked to the front of Master Ma, carefully asked, Master Ma, we did not say that 8,000 gold can be? Where are we going to find 10,000 gold right now? Lord of the city, the will of the immortals, how can I and other mortals speculate? 8,000 gold, just to make the poor Taoist and the immortals have a connection. As for the immortal to be moved, descending mana, that is another price. Master Ma explains, anyway, at the moment, in addition to him, can no longer find a second person who can beg for rain. Plus, he himself is a liar, there is no way to ask for rain. He came here just for the money. A month ago.
I heard that several imposter masters, the one with the least amount of money, had cheated as much as 10,000 gold. So, he was born from the guts, and came up with an extremely audacious idea. He led 2 disciples and came directly to Mulang City. Through the 2-handed blindfold method, bluffed some of the people in a daze, and eventually attracted the attention of Xu Xingnan. Now the situation in Mulang City, precarious. If it does not rain, I am afraid that many people will have to die again.
Under no circumstances. Only then did I believe Master Ma. Shu City Master, what are those people?
Master Ma's eyes, dribbling around, is playing some kind of mind. At the sound of his words, Xu Xingnan looked over in the direction Master Ma was pointing, and happened to see Duke Lin and the others. Not to hide it from City Lord Zhu, when poor Taoist communicated with the immortal just now, he understood that there will be a noble person passing by here today. The person who can be prompted by the immortal must be a person of great wealth. After saying that, he pretended to look like a high-ranking person and kept pinching his fingers, as if he was calculating something. Xu Xingnan was a little confused for a moment, and in his heart, he naturally did not believe these words from the other side. However, seeing him speak with a nose and eyes, does not seem to be false, coupled with the history of the Duke of Lin. It is not as simple as being rich and wealthy.
Can it be that there really is an immortal?
Otherwise it was simply impossible to explain Master Ma's words, and gradually, he began to believe it.
I don't know.
As a liar, recognizing people is a basic skill, but also the ability of the liars to eat.
After all, a qualified liar, the first thing you need to know is to recognize people, recognize the rich.
That is to say, hit from the front of the walk, must distinguish at a glance whether the other party is rich. There is no worth being their own value of the fraud. Therefore,
this is a kung fu, is to recognize people kung fu. Obviously.
Master Ma's knowledge of people's kung fu, very good, just based on a carriage has Lin Hong and his entourage, defined as a big waterfish. As the saying goes, the liar's greed has no size, only the amount of money on your body to define their degree of greed. The poor Taoist observes that person, all wrapped in purple qi, must be a nobleman. If you have his help, the matter of manna from heaven should be tomorrow at noon. Master Ma directly came to a hard work, will rainfall time, clearly informed Xu Xingnan.
What? Really?
He was full of excitement, some like a dream, the past those masters, no one can be so sure of the rain time.
Right now.
First, regardless of true or false, my master actually can say out, as long as there are 10,000 gold in.
Tomorrow at noon is when it will rain. How could he not be excited, how could he be calm?
Such a long time has been spent in the midst of disappointment over and over again. The poor Taoist is never presumptuous. As for whether or not he can get the help of a noble person, it is up to Lord Zhu City.
Reaching out and picking up the duster on the desk, he patted Xu Xingnan on the shoulder and gave him an affirmative look. It seemed to be saying, go ahead. With the immortals blessing you, you will definitely be able to persuade them successfully. Then I will try.
As expected, when Xu Xingnan heard this, he immediately felt confident and took big steps down the altar.
Go!
My Lord City Master, my poor Taoist's wealth and freedom for the next 50 years depends on you, don't disappoint my poor Taoist. My master in her cunning thought have already begun to think of the next 50 years of clothing, food, clothing and jade life. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but start to rise, almost wanting to laugh out loud. A 5, a 6, 2 people went forward. Master, these people are too good to cheat, right? How do you feel that each and every one of them are not very smart? A 5 proudly whispered. A 6 nodded his head in agreement, yes. This Shu City Lord is really like his name, pig like City Lord. Hush. Do not make a sound, after this vote, we will close, later enough to live a retirement life.
Master Ma hurriedly made a silencing gesture, signaling the duo not to be too arrogant. But his heart was already proud. If this 10,000 gold was successful, together with the 8,000 gold from before, it would be 18,000 gold. Master Ma, what are you laughing at? Some of the people close to the altar couldn't help but ask this question. Master Ma, you're looking at it wrong, the poor Taoist doesn't usually smile. No, Master Ma, the corners of your mouth are up, clearly smiling. Master Ma, twitching, this is called twitching the corners of the mouth, not smiling. Then what are they laughing at? Someone pointed at the two disciples behind Master Ma and questioned them. Master Ma, their wives have given birth, happy, this is happy. Is their wife the same person? Master Ma, no doubt about it. The people were speechless for a while. Master Ma, cough, cough, undoubtedly impossible, just the same day to give birth. Then why weren't they with their wives when they gave birth? Mr. A5, Mr. A6, in order to seek manna from heaven, it is incumbent upon us to do so. Mr. Righteousness. The people chanted. Chapter 63 Run away with the money? Pretty words can be said by anyone. Especially for crooks. Edge. Xu Xingnan gathered all his courage and came to Lin Hong. He told Master Ma's mention of the immortal tip just now. City Master Zhu, why do I feel like there's something strange about that? It can't be a lie, right? Lin Baoying was filled with suspicion, stroking her chin and pretending to be deep. Chen Wangshu bent down and held Lu Yuer in his arms. Her eyes were filled with sarcasm, because she had already seen that the so-called Master Ma on the stage must be a liar. So, she asked expressionlessly, what is his name? Ma Bianzi, as for the matter of liar, I have also suspected. But a few days ago, he did make the air dark clouds, lightning and thunder, just short of rain. Such ability, if not the real thing, simply cannot do. Dark clouds? Thunder and lightning? Chen Wangshu's embroidered eyebrows were locked, quite surprised. Unexpectedly, these few crooks, their ability is not small. Even City Lord Zhu, who was at the peak of the 8th grade, was easily fooled. Right. Rumor has it that in the Liuli dynasty, there is a soul-lost grass that can create an illusion for people. I think the other party is using this grass to make incense, and then lit in the surrounding area, so that nearly 100,000 people all have hallucinations. Such a skill, naturally, people will not suspect their identity. Just now, Chen Wangshu has already observed the surrounding environment, found many places, have left half of the incense signs. Naturally, he was able to make a rough guess of Master Ma's means. Many people saw his means? Lin Hong followed up with a question. That is natural, half of the people in the city have seen Master Ma means. Lin Hong nodded, but also believed that the other party was a real master. After all, so many of the people had seen his skills, there was no doubt about the real thing. Since this was the case, then this Master Ma really did have some skills. Lin Baoying dispelled his suspicions and immediately replaced it with a face of admiration. However, Lu Yuer, who was held in Chen Wangshu's arms, rolled her small white eyes and muttered, I can do it too. After saying that, she yawned and lay on her shoulder, closing her eyes. Grandma, I'm hot. Chen Wangshu was helpless, walked to the front of the carriage, sat down, and kept fanning her. As for Master Ma's matter, press did not want to interfere. She herself was not a savior, and whether the people died or lived had nothing to do with her. Furthermore, they were just passing through here, it wasn't like they were settling here for the long term. Looking at the little moon child in her arms gradually asleep, her cool gaze gradually became some tenderness. Thinking about their own dark building top killer. Now, holding a little girl, coaxing her to sleep. Passed out, absolutely become a joke in the killer world, not to mention, will also be ruthlessly hit on the pillar of shame. However, through these days, she also found that something is not right, no matter how the Black Hand. It seems that they were able to escape unharmed. Once or twice, it could be said to be luck. 3 times, it could be said to be one's bad luck. The problem was, if it was like that all the time, it could only mean that all her actions were exposed. And these people couldn't bear to let themselves know. Therefore, only then would they have been accompanying themselves to act. Also, a martial arts cultivation is sealed, for them, is an ordinary person. By the looks of it, it had to be done slowly. Chen Wangshu secretly sighed, his own current situation, extremely unfavorable. Duke Lin, I don't know. Zhu Xingnan was a little overwhelmed for a moment, opening his mouth as 10,000 gold, not a normal small amount. Lin Hong sighed, and his eyes looked at housekeeperly. How much money did we bring with us this time out? Steward Li heard, immediately comprehended the meaning of the master, and hastily took out a pile of gold tickets from his bosom, and then said, about 20,000 gold, of which there are also some silver tickets, copper tickets. Among the 9 states, transactions are utilizing the gold made of tickets. The face value of the gold tickets were 1 gold, 10 gold, 100 gold, and 1,000 gold. Silver tickets face value, 1 silver, 10 silver, 100 silver, 1,000 silver. Copper tickets, 1 copper, 10 copper, 100 copper, 1,000 copper. 1 gold is equal to 1,000 silver and 1,000 copper.
A gold ticket is only half a finger in length and width, and a 10 gold ticket is a finger long. The largest 1,000 gold, the ticket is the size of a palm. No matter whether it was a gold or silver ticket, the words common to the 9 states were engraved on it. The people have a need, so let's give him the 10,000 gold. Lin Hong thought about it and didn't hesitate for half a second. What is taken from the people is used for the people. Nowadays, they are all waiting for rain. If 10,000 gold can make it rain in Malong City, definitely worth it. Butlerly reluctantly began to count the golden tickets, 1,000 denomination of golden tickets, fully counted 10. Then he handed them to Zhu Zhengnan. Very quickly. After Master Ma got the 10 golden tickets, he immediately shouted, "Today is the end of the day, tomorrow at noon, get all the offerings ready." Poor Taoist will naturally be able to ask the Immortal to send down mana. The night color is fascinating. Hazy. Water bamboo moonlight. City Master's mansion. Backyard dog cave, Master Ma wearing a nightclothes, leading 2 disciples. Sneaking around, he came to the dog hole. "Master, why don't we climb the wall and get out?" When F5 saw the dog hole, he was extremely tormented inwardly and was somewhat reluctant. A 6 skimmed his mouth, extremely speechless. "Brother, these days, money is hard to earn, is hard to eat, if even this awareness is not. You will stay here and wait for death." After saying that, directly drilled head first. Your senior brother is right, there are many guards in the mansion. If we reveal our martial arts, we are bound to attract attention. Right now, the best way to leave this place is to drill a dog hole. Today, I will teach you another life principle. Wanna be a man, first be a dog. Words. Rolled up his sleeves and pushed out the bag with the golden ticket through the dog hole first. Immediately. Drill head first. Just then. Master evening good elegant actually drilling a dog hole. A clear and cold voice rang out, and the 3 of them were immediately startled and hurriedly raised their heads to look over. It was under the moonlight that they saw an extremely delicate figure, slowly walking over. What a beautiful fairy. The first time the 3 saw the visitor, their hearts simultaneously exclaimed in secret. It just so happened that at this time, Master Ma had not yet drilled through, stuck in the dog hole. Chen Wanshu stood on the wall, condescending to survey the 3, if any faint smile, extraordinary. People cannot help but get lost in that smile. A moment. Master Ma immediately came back to his senses and quickly explained, "The girl is joking, who would drill a dog hole in a good end." "Then you are?" Not to hide the girl, just now we encountered a small thief, stole the golden ticket, so we dig 3 feet, must be the thief to find out. Don't you see that I am digging 3 feet into the ground? I have to say, his ability to die without admitting it, as well as the ability of a dead pig not being afraid of boiling water, is impressive. It has come to this point. Can still be so brazen, really is a rare talent. A 5 quickly understood, reached out and pulled Master Ma out. "Master, is the thief inside?" Ma Master face serious, shook his head and sighed, "Alas. Count on that thief to run fast, or else this master will definitely split him into 5 horse corpses." "Okay. Since the thief is missing, then we better go back to sleep first." The 3 of them sing in unison, to go back to sleep. Chen Wanshu hands around, just staring at the 3 of them, with 3 little cute. The same. Acting. Continue to play well. It is said that the liar has no face. Today I see, on this psychological quality, powerful and terrible Then I'll go and tell Lord Zhu to send someone to catch the little thief. Chen Wanshu smiled and said so. Punt. The 3 of them knelt down in unison, and Master Ma even had a wailing face. "Miss, spare your life A 5 hesitant, "Master, she would not know that we are going to run away with the money, right?" Thud. Master Ma raised his hand to his head as knocking, "Hate iron cannot not steal," scolded, "Little cute. I don't think it's obvious. Girl, why don't we split it 50-50? Chen Wanshu did not say, just so look at him. 64? 73? 8 or 2? Continuously compared a few numbers, the other party is still indifferent, which now makes the Ma Master not calm. Pulling high voice, the will not want a 9-1 right? I'm not interested in money, just want to tell you, run away, don't think, honestly go back, tomorrow seek rain. Chen Wanshu contemptuous smile, depending on the appearance of money as dirt, look at the 3 people for a while to gnash their teeth. Threat. A clear-cut threat. Chapter 64 Illusion. The next day. Before noon. The city square. Against the blazing sun, a crowd of people, looking excited and full of anticipation. A change from the previous bewilderment and disappointment. After all, yesterday, Master Ma has been very clear that today at noon, certainly manna will fall from the sky. Endured up to half a year of drought, regardless of men and women, dark skin, dry cracked. A city people, all gathered here. There are many more than yesterday. They all wanted to witness the rainfall. At the side of the altar, dressed in a yellow Taoist robe, Master Ma was sweating profusely, his face full of panic, and no longer had the calm demeanor of yesterday. After being caught drilling a dog hole last night, the 3 of them were as good as dead. They couldn't run away. Master, what to do?
A 5 take a look around, a sea of people, if they cannot beg for rain. I'm afraid, the next second, these people will just crush them into pieces. How do I know? Master Ma didn't respond in a good mood, and by this moment, he was panicking inside. A 6 is to appear much more calm, whispered, Master don't worry, Lost Soul incense has been lit, just too many people, I don't know if it can achieve the expected effect. Obviously. They are going to repeat the same trick, intending to create an illusion with the help of the Lost Soul incense. While everyone is caught in the illusion. And then leave without a word. Master, that woman is looking at us. A 5 pointed to the other side of the altar, under a large shed, where Chen Wangshu was sitting. It just so happens. At this moment, Chen Wangshu was staring straight at the three of them, seemingly smiling, causing them to shudder. This woman is definitely not simple, and seems to have seen through that we are frauds from the very beginning. Master Ma had an intuition that if the three of them planted themselves here, would definitely be because of this person. Lost strategy, should have known that cheating 8,000 gold should stop. At this point in time, Master Ma has some regrets that he got into such a situation because of his impulsiveness. Master, it's your turn to go on stage. Under the 10,000 eyes of the people. Master Ma walked up to the altar step by step, duster in hand. Master Ma, what are you shaking? Some of the people looked at the trembling Master Ma with puzzled faces. Master Ma, I got up early and overdosed on my morning exercise, resulting in some leg weakness. It doesn't affect seeking rain. Why is your face so ugly? Could it be that you are not feeling well? The people close to the altar pointed out. Master Ma was embarrassed. As the poor Taoist said earlier, the morning exercise is excessive. Not only are your legs weak, but you are also a bit uncomfortable. Not excessive, right? It's not excessive, it's just that Master Ma, you're wearing your Taoist robe backwards, didn't you notice? Some sharp-eyed people, pointing at him, shouted. Ma Masters looked down, it is true, immediately explained, as Poor Road previously said, morning exercise overdose, resulting in a moment of blurred vision, should also be reasonable, right? Reasonable is reasonable, then what are they shaking? The crowd pointed at the two disciples behind him and questioned. Master Ma turned back, cursed a bastard, then explained, shaking? No. These two disciples are not shaking, but entering the state of performing magic. Should have heard of jumping gods, right? That's right. They are that kind of state, just the amplitude is a bit small, causing everyone to misunderstand. Oh. The crowd was dazed for a while, so they didn't ask too many more questions. Okay. Next, the poor Taoist is going to start performing the spell, so all of you should still be quiet. With a wave of his hand, he signaled the crowd to be quiet, and in an instant, the entire square was silent. He first put the duster on the table, then picked up a handful of glutinous rice, to the wax table a sprinkle, puff. A pillar of fire rushed out, like a spiritual fire dragon. Extremely shocking effect. Next. Pick up a yellow talisman, close your eyes tightly, and begin to recite the words, you guarantee to you will win every bet, the spear on the 3 public mahjong, all open smoothly. Obscure incantations, listening to many people froze. Although I do not understand, but always feel very powerful. As the yellow talisman burned out, he snapped his eyes open, picked up a bowl of wine, and took a sip. Again, he sprayed it angrily at the wax table. Puff! Another fire dragon danced out and disappeared in a moment. Today, there are the people of Mulang City pleading to the immortals of the 9 heavens for the grace of rain. After the words, he once again picked up a yellow talisman, and after igniting it, he began to recite again, you spear me, I spear you, as soon as you spear me, I spear you, as soon as you spear me, I spear you, as soon as you spear me, I spear you, as soon as you spear me, I spear you. As soon as the incantation was finished, Master Ma's entire body began to shake, and every now and then he shivered for a moment. Then, he pretended to be deep and his voice was high and cold, I am the immortal of the 9 heavens, the rain curtain immortal, and I have heard that there is a drought on earth. Special descending will, for you and other mortals, heavenly manna. At this time should be alternating wind and clouds. Whistling. In the twinkling of an eye. The crowd only felt a trance, and saw the 9 heavens above, I do not know when his dark clouds. Thunder rumbles. Rumble. 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 Among the dark clouds, there seems to be a road of thunder snake shuttle, ringing a burst of lightning and thunder. Such a situation seems to be a prelude to a violent storm. The sky and the earth are dark, and from time to time there is a thunderous fury that resonates through the heavens and the earth. The people, one by one, howled with excitement. It seemed to them that it should rain. By the altar, under the shed. Lin Hon, Lin Baoing, and Steward Li were also horrified, raising their heads to look into the air. This was the first time they had seen such a phenomenon. In this world, there were actually people who could achieve the terrifying situation of words following the law. Chen Wangshu was holding little Yuer in his arms, and was noticing a trance in front of his eyes, when his heart cried out, not good. Immediately. A tender voice rang in his ears, Grandma, why isn't it raining yet? In a flash. As if the sound of heaven, pulling her back from the trance. And then look in front of her. The sun was still blazing in the sky, but the people were all madly dancing and howling. This scene.
It made her realize that these people, all of them, had been hit by the soul loss incense and had fallen into an illusion. What shocked her the most was that a cultivator like Lin Hong. He was also caught in an illusion. What a clever tactic, almost catching herself as well. However, she lowered her head and looked at Lu Yuer in her arms. If it wasn't for her cry of grandmother, waking herself up, I'm afraid that I would have fallen into an illusion. Little Yuer, what did you see? Seeing little Yuer's eyes clear, she inquired in shock. Seeing them go crazy, Grandma, what happened to them? The innocent eyes, the little face full of questions, finally made her realize one thing. That was that for the illusions created by the soul loss incense, it had no effect on her. How could it? Even if one was in the innate realm, as long as they smelled the soul loss incense, they would be trapped. The current situation. Out of 10 points, 12 points were not right. Lu Yuer wrapped her arms around her neck and cheerfully said, Grandma, it's so hot. Said, she raised her hand, a golden light surged, then on the table in front of her, the empty bowl, I don't know when it has been filled with a bowl of water. Grandma, do you want some water? She reached out her small hand, picked up the bowl, and handed it to Chen Wangshu. At this moment, Chen Wangshu as a whole, stared at the bowl with wide eyes in shock. Inwardly shaken to the core, turning water out of thin air? This. Terror. It's really too terrifying, it's like seeing a ghost. Little Yuer, Chen Wangshu pointed at the bowl. Lu Yuer remorsefully slapped her own little head. Cheeky, Grandma, just now did not see anything, right? Almost forgot, one cannot expose one's strength. Otherwise Daddy will beat his little butt. Chan Wangshu rolled his eyes and said in a bad mood, really think I'm blind, but how did you do it? Don't know. She hurriedly picked up the bowl and drank to herself. The cool and sweet water in her mouth made her not so hot all of a sudden. Chapter 65 is not, you come for real? Once the illusion was complete, Master Ma secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Let's go. These people won't be able to come to their senses for a while, so it's just that we have enough time to run away. Words are being said, began to pack things, intending to leave. What are you doing? How many of you? Of course I'm running. Master Ma subconsciously responded and then realized something was wrong. A woman's voice? How could there be a woman's voice? Following the voice, once he turned around, he saw Chen Wangshu holding Lu Yuer, standing in front of him. You guys are fine? The three of them had an expression of having seen a ghost. Why was it her again? If it wasn't for this girl last night, the three of them would have run away successfully. Then they would still be here, being roasted on the fire. Grandpa, why haven't you guys had rain yet? Lu Yuer's big innocent eyes, with big questions, asked with great curiosity. It's raining? Master Ma's face was full of bitterness. He himself also wanted to rain. The key was not having that ability. If you can really call the wind and rain, why do you need to run out to be a liar to maintain life? Miss, do people leave a line, day later? Good to see how? He had been paying attention to Chen Wangshu. There was no martial chi fluctuation in his body. In this situation, either he was an ordinary person or his cultivation was higher than his own. According to the situation in front of him, it should be the latter. At this time, Lu Yuer smiled and rushed at Chen Wangshu. Grandma, this old grandpa doesn't know how to make it rain. What should we do? Should I not let little Yuer rain? The moment these words came out, Master Ma, a 5, a 6, Chen Wangshu, all four of them, their 8 eyes swiped their gazes on her. A moment passed. Master Ma's trio immediately hilariously laughed. Ha! Little girl, what are you talking about? Obviously. A few people felt that Lu Yuer was making a big deal out of it. How could something like begging for rain be something that a young lad could do? Little girl, seeing as you are so young, you like to brag, not a good thing. A 5 was full of sarcasm. That look seemed to say, if you can beg for rain, I can even go to heaven. Without a doubt, all dismissed her as bragging. And Chen Wangshu's mind all of a sudden thought back to the party, Lu Yuer's ability to change water out of thin air. Hiss. This cheap little granddaughter, it couldn't really be able to beg for rain, could it? For a while, her heart was in turmoil, somewhat less sure, according to these days' contact down. Although the little girl is young, but also I have a say. Just at this time, Lin Hong, stewardly 2 people, the first to wake up from the illusion. Seeing that the people all around were shouting frantically, then their bodies' martial chi shook, and a yellow martial chi rippled out. In an instant, covering the entire square, soon those people all woke up. Where was the rain? Wasn't it already about to rain just now? How come it's still so hot? Miss, what are you doing? Disturbing Master Ma's magic? Those people discussed it, and there were also those who questioned Chen Wangshu's appearance on the altar. Xu Xingnan was sweating profusely as he quickly stepped forward. Master Ma was afraid that the other party would jump the gun and reveal the fact that he was a fraud. And so, before Chen Wangshu had a chance to speak, he hurriedly went up and pulled Xu Xingnan by the hand. Shu City Master, originally seeking rain this matter, eyes are about to succeed, but it is a pity. After saying that, he looked towards Chen Wangshu and the two of them if he had a point. Hearing this, whether it was Zhu Xingnan or the people below the altar, immediately realized what he meant. It was because these two people went up to the stage to interrupt the spell that the rain did not fall successfully. In a flash, all the people stared at Chen Wanshu and Lu Yuer with a look of hatred. After so many times of disappointment and despair, finally, when they were about to wait for the rain to arrive. However, someone had disturbed the master in performing the spell, and this behavior had caused them to not share the same fate. Seeing this, Lin Hong and the others rushed forward and defended them.
Gentlemen, is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding can there be? It must be that they can't see us doing well.
I suggest that we beat them to death.
Beat them to death? Isn't it too cruel to have children?
Beat that adult to death first, and raise the little one for a few years first, and then beat him to death when he's older. The people howled in agitation. Everyone, listen to me, this matter, they should not be intentional. Zhu Xingnan, under great pressure, pressed his hand, and the people were instantly quiet. Little Yuer beeped, extremely indignant. Fool, you group of big fools, that old grandfather will not reign at all.
Hearing. Everyone's expression froze, the original noisy square, all of a sudden silent. It won't rain? It shouldn't be.
Just now, there were clearly dark clouds covering the roof, not to mention the thunder rolling. Slander, absolute slander, little brat, don't think that just because you are young, you can just slander people. If it wasn't for the fact that you're small, the poor Taoist wouldn't be bothered with you, otherwise, it would have to attract thunder and punish you. Grandmaster Ma excitedly pointed at Lu Yuer and shouted, his inner heart panicked to the core. Finished. Finished. This kind of situation, for them, extremely unfavorable.
Aha! That's not right. Didn't they just say they would beg for rain? Think about it.
Everyone listened to the poor road to say a word. Just now these two big talk said what they will also beg for rain. Therefore, the poor Taoist stopped, but to see how they actually beg for rain. As Master Ma finished his speech, Chen Wanshu and Lu Yuer instantly became the targets.
Girl, are you sure you can beg for rain?
Look at your delicate skin, you're as beautiful as a heavenly fairy, you're gorgeous and have an outstanding temperament, you can't lie to us.
So what if it doesn't rain? We'll all have to fly up in the sun. Miss, why don't you prove it? That's right, let's ask for rain and try it out. If not, let Master Ma come. Hundreds of people, you talk and I talk, hustle and bustle, so lively. However,
they also do not pursue the interruption of the rain. Xiaoshu, you Lin Hong some disappointment, opened his mouth, want to persuade, but in the face of so many people, also do not know how to speak.
Stewardly, when did Mrs. Xu know how to beg for rain? Lin Baoing, isn't begging for rain something that only masters can do? When did Madame Xu know how to do this?
Zhu Xingnan looked at Master Ma and then Chen Wanshu, always feeling that the situation in front of him was somewhat unexpected. Lu Yuer stood out, arrogantly looked at Master Ma, old bad guy, don't want to bully my grandmother, I'll make it rain. Small children, don't fool around, hurry down. A five said that he was going to go forward to drive the other party off the stage.
Chen Wanshu coldly gazed at them, and originally wanted to directly expose a few of them. Nay.
The other party was simply too shrewd, and instantly shifted all the attention of the crowd to himself.
Eyes.
For the people, it didn't matter who was the liar. What mattered was the success of being able to beg for rain. She, squatting down, gently grabbed Lu Yuer's shoulders, and asked in a small gentle voice, little fellow, you really can beg for rain? Thinking of all the things that happened before, can't help but somewhat believe.
Naturally, I can be powerful. Lu Yuer playful, with a hint of pride. After speaking,
the small body took 2 steps forward, raised her head, and looked at the blazing sun above. A pair of small hands quickly formed a seal, and as a few complex legal seals were formed. Golden light surged all over his body, as if a fairy child was on the ground. Quickly came to the front of the desk, picked up 3 incense, lit, and then inserted. The small face is full of seriousness, gravity. Futu, day auspicious time good, heaven and earth open, burning incense on the ground, the smoke rises, straight to the dome of the sky Sherlone. Grace in all directions, so that the ghosts and gods sing together, I wish the wind and rain, all things well. The smoke reaches up to the 9 heavens.
Young voice, chanting a mantra that the crowd could not understand. It resounded through the entire square, echoing in heaven and earth. In an instant, the golden light around Lu Yuer's body flourished, and a terrifying chanting power went straight up to the 9 heavens. The wind rose.
Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in the surroundings, a gust of coolness that caused everyone to be startled.
Not. Kid, are you for real?
Master Ma Person Num originally also wanted to let the 2 of them become the target of the crowd, in the crowd's mouth, and then sneak away.
Never expected that. The little kid was really good at it. However, Lu Yuer didn't care to focus on anything else and continued to chant, cloud surge.
In the sky, suddenly dark clouds covered the top, constantly churning, like a pot of boiling water.
Thunder. As soon as the words fell. Rumble. Rumble. Rumble.
In the dark cloud vortex, the thunder continued to roar and the electricity flickered unceasingly. The blazing sun retreated, and the entire earth fell into a dimness. Master Ma finished, other people's kids are real kids, you're even a bigot. Master, she a 6 shocked, pointing at the dark clouds, lightning and thunder in the sky, half a day cannot say a complete sentence. Chen Wangshu's beautiful eyes rippled with shock, her heart had already been shaken to the core. The little guy is actually so powerful, really begging for rain to come.
Lin Hong, is it really my Xian granddaughter?
Lu Yue raised her little head, reached out and pointed to the sky, and snapped, rain comes.
Snap. Snap.
A drop of bean-sized rainwater slapped on the ground, snorting. A puff of white smoke rose.
Between breaths.
Heavy rain pours down.
It's raining, it's really pouring.
Some of the people were dancing and shouting with excitement.
Woo-hoo-hoo. We are saved. Chapter 66 King of Winning State, Summer You.
The sky was darkened with thunder and lightning.
Heavy rain poured down.
Such a sight lasted for a full half hour. Lu Yue stood on the altar, her body covered in golden light surging out, looking like a little fairy child. With the golden light covering her, the rain couldn't even get close to her. Such a weird scene. Seeing the crowd, a burst of fear and trepidation. Ma Master fixed his eyes, see her so look, scared, and trembled uneasily. Hastily kneeling down, he shouted, "Little fairy, spare my life." In his opinion, the abilities displayed by Lu Yue were by no means something a mortal could do.
Possessing this kind of ability to call the wind and rain.
Immortals without a doubt. When the people heard Master Ma's words, they also looked respectful and knelt down.
Thank you, Little Immortal. Little Immortal is awesome. Even, there were a few more people roaring, others throw cold water at me, I take cold water and make it rain, others throw mud at me, I take mud and rub it ooh. Bang!
Behind someone directly a bench shot up, cursed, oh, your mother's head les coolly kunky.
A moment. Dark clouds disperse, the wind stops raining. Bright sky, the sun reappeared.
Lu Yue trotted to Chen Wangshu in front of him, smilingly said, "Grandma, I'm great." Chen Wangshu, who was still in shock, even though she had already been drenched by the heavy rain, she didn't even realize it.
Until this moment.
As if waking up from a dream, she reached out and touched little Yuer's head, responding as if she was lost in thought, "Awesome."
Little Yuer, how can you be so awesome?
Lin Baoing went crazy and rushed up, hugging her. In addition to shock, there was also envy.
Calling the wind and the rain That was a skill that only immortals could possess, right? His own niece actually had this kind of ability. Awesome. Shocked. Finally envious.
With a face of excitement that was hard to suppress, Zhu Xingnan stepped forward and respectfully said, "Little Immortal, great kindness, unforgettable forever."
However,
Lu Yue pulled Chen Wangshu's hand and came to Lin Hong's body, pouting, "To Grandpa, if today's matter is known by Father, you and Grandma must protect me. Otherwise Daddy will beat my little butt." When Lin Hong heard, he immediately laughed and cheerfully said, "Good.
Great-grandpa will definitely protect you. What about Grandma?"
She turned her head and looked at Chen Wangshu pitifully.
"I will also protect you." Getting an affirmative response, she hurriedly danced around, "Oh yeah. Lord Zhu, these 3 people are not good people."
Chen Wangshu pointed at Master Ma's trio.
Royal Capital. Imperial Palace, Royal Study Room.
Emperor Xia was sitting on the dragon chair, holding a letter in his hands as he looked at it. The more he read it, the more gloomy his face became.
In front of him,
there stood a black-robed man.
A moment.
The Xia Emperor angrily slapped the table and cursed, "Waste, a bunch of waste."
So many experts were deployed, but they couldn't even help her.
Lin Xiaoyan, why are you so hard to kill? The black-robed man below bent his waist and respectfully said, "The armies gathered by the 3 great king dynasties are delayed. I'm afraid that they have ulterior motives.
If we rush to cooperate with them again, I'm afraid that." Hearing.
The Xia Emperor was also helpless. "I also know that it is a group of jackals, tigers and leopards, but the Jingguo order is not recovered for a day. Royal power cannot be centralized. In the future, Ming's throne will not be able to sit steadily. Xia Ziming, the dynasty's crown prince, the future great Xia Emperor.
Nowadays,
the Xia Emperor is doing everything but paving the way for his ascension to the throne." But the black-robed man still wanted to persuade something.
The Xia Emperor waved his hand and sighed, "If you choose to seek skin with a tiger, you have to think about the preparation of being bitten, or even cut off from the tiger's mouth. What I am worried about now is that unknown sword immortal that was able to injure Weian and the 3 of them with a single sword. His strength is unfathomable. Continue to check this person's details. Also, issue a decree to recall Lin Xiaoyan back to the royal capital. If you can't kill him outside, I don't believe you can't kill him back in the capital." The black-robed man responded respectfully, "Yes. Leave us. Xi'an City. State Lord's Mansion." At this time, an uninvited guest was welcomed. The King of Winning State, Summer Yu. Above the hall, Summer Yu was sitting high on the throne, looking like an old god. Below, Zheng Qian stood there in a cold sweat, standing respectfully. At the back stood Qin Shang and Juiba. Liang Long. So, Ming'er had gone to Winning State City and had confronted the one from the State Duke's house. The other party was followed by a half-step innate expert, and now his life and death were uncertain? Summer Yu's right hand gently tapped the desktop. His face was expressionless, not salty, and asked. Indeed. Zhang Qian wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and responded with fear and trepidation. Immediately after, Summer Yu stood up, gazed at Qin Shang, slowly said, This king remembered that you were Ming child beloved. He left Qin City, did not bring you? Hearing. Qin Shang hurriedly stood out, then knelt down and said, Back to the king. My subordinate also followed the state master to go. Only because of the discovery of a secret, the state master let my subordinate is bound to escape back. Inform your majesty of the secret. Facing this person in front of him, he did not dare to lie at all. After all, the other party was the sky of the winning state. The eyes covered in it were pervasive. So, confessing is the best choice. Oh. Xiaoyan all of a sudden came to be interested, to be able to make Lu Yiming send someone to inform him of his secret. I'm afraid it's not simple. Qin Shang went on to say, Your Highness, that Lu Ziyan has the Chaos Sword Box in his hands. No surprise, Chaos Sword Box has been in the hands of General Lin. To his hands, nothing strange. Xiaoyan did not think so and felt a little disappointed. But that guy Lu Ziyan can open the sword box. What? Summer Yu exclaimed, having been shocked. Quickly stepped forward, dead staring at Qin Shang, afraid that he heard wrong. 1,000 true. Received a positive reply. Summer Yu, after a short shock, immediately laughed maniacally. Ha! That Shaoxi sword box, which was known as an absolute divine weapon, was actually opened by someone. Qin Shang hastened to add a fire said, Subordinate had the honor of witnessing. Lu Ziyan opened the sword box instantly. 50,000 generals perished in an instant. Is it really so powerful? Summer Yu heard this, wide-eyed, incredulous. 50,000 generals, only by opening the sword she killed. Such a sharp weapon. If it can be used for this king, maybe that position of the king's capital, it is not inevitable that it cannot be sat on. Following that, he turned around, walked to Zhang Qian, patted his shoulder and said, This king knows that little bit of your mind, but want to sit in the state lord position. The state lord order is on you. Immediately transfer the city guards back. As long as you can get the sword box for the king, capture Lu Ziyan alive. The position of the state master will be rightfully yours. When these words came out, Zhang Qian only felt a chill on his back, simply did not expect the other party to even know that the state master's order was on his body. The most frightening point. Even he intentionally transferred the city guards away from the Qin city matter is also clear. Terrifying. Simply terrifying. Summer Yu saw that he was slow to speak out and knew that he was frightened. So comforted, Don't worry, just a righteous son, this king is not on the heart, but you better not harbor other thoughts. Otherwise. The eyes were cold, like a sharp sword, as if to cut him into 1,000 pieces. Frightened Zhang Qian hurriedly knelt down to show his loyalty. Your Majesty, don't worry, I will definitely live up to my responsibilities. In that case, go down. Chapter 67 The king has an imperial decree. A cup of wine for 10,000 feet of red dust, a pot of tea for 1,000 years. Though there are 10,000 lights, there is not a single light for me. On the way to Qin City, He rode on the back of a horse and secretly spoke to himself. At this moment, he felt absurd and ridiculous, could not imagine himself a city general, but one day with people on the road against a party of princes. Behind him, vast 80,000 troops, slowly advancing. In front, the carriage gently crushed through, leaving 2 deep imprints. At this time, several hours had passed since Lu Ziyan gathered the army of Winning State City and set off. Zhang Ling, Concerned Lan, and the others chose to stay behind, managing his city. Only He was the only one who followed Lu Ziyan to Qin City to crusade against a party of princes. As big as the dream is, the stage is as big as the stage. As long as you act like a demon, you must die quickly. Giddy up. He hastily accelerated and came to walk side by side with the carriage. Lu Ziyan lifted the curtain and said with a smile, Regret? Xiaoyan heard, immediately face embarrassed, No Fong, just some emotion, let this know. Immediately shook his head and said, A great man stands in heaven and earth, it is necessary to roar, drink the most intense wine, soak the most wild girls, when the real man also. So full of truth words, even the green woman cannot help but throw over to him, impressed gaze. Little old man, quite rebellious. Old man Xiao, according to reason, you people in the literary way, should not be rigid, stick to the rules? This trip is undoubtedly tantamount to rebellion, aren't you afraid of being stigmatized for years to come? Lu Ziyan is a little curious, a good man of letters, its most important should be the reputation. Furthermore, these people, generally self-acclaimed gentlemen. Xiaoyan snorted, boldly said, Man to death as a young man, I also have a rebellious, and not for the world to bind, red and fiery heart. Once upon a time, my dream was to go to the end of the world with a sword. Sword fighting? The little old man is quite a tosser. I just don't know why he became a civil official and a city senator. Managing the people's daily life.
Speaking here, Xiaoyan full of memories, stroking the chin hair white beard said, a person, a sword, a horse.
A wine, a poem, a woman. The ultimate dream of the prodigal son.
Xingnu rolled her eyes, speechless. Lu Ziyan was stunned at first, then it dawned on him that it was still the literati who could have fun. Not only do they have interest, but they also have love interests, and most importantly, they also have fun.
Xiao Lao, why are there still women?
The green woman is a little puzzled. It is not the same as those prodigal sons' hearts above the talking books that she has seen in the past. Xiaoyi saw her clear and serious eyes, for a moment, some not too good to explain. Of course it is a man's pleasure, at midnight, to carry out a billion microbial release movement.
Commonly known as tired and happy. Lu Ziyan flirted. What do you mean?
Xing female, Zhou and full of puzzlement, asked in unison.
2 days later. Xin City.
The army led by Lu Ziyan had already arrived at the city.
At the same time,
Zhang Qian had already transferred back nearly 100,000 city guards a day ago.
Above the city walls,
Summer Yu was dressed in a three-clawed python robe embroidered with gold edges, with his hair tied up in a golden crown, standing with his arms folded, with a posture of having the whole situation under control.
Behind him,
a silver-haired old man, hunched over, his right hand holding a dark walking stick, supporting his body, a shaky look. That old face, full of wrinkles of the years, looked extremely scary.
Further back, it was Zhang Qian, Chen Shang, Juiba and the others. Duke Lu, you are here.
Summer Yu's voice was like a bell, resounding and echoing, with a superior posture, proudly looking at the distant Lu Ziyan.
Because,
at this time, Lu Ziyan came out of the carriage and stood there, a scholarly aura revealed, elegant to the extreme.
Winning State King Summer Yu? Lu Ziyan hesitated for a moment, somewhat surprised.
Looking at the situation in front of him, the other party seems to have known that he would come. Or he came with a large army. It seems that it is not as simple as one imagines. Precisely this king, Aunt Lu really is a talented person, not to be missed. Xiaoyu did not mince words of praise, no wonder the great general had looked at him earlier. These days, if you are handsome, you have more doors to eat.
It is not blowing.
Lu Ziyan responded confidently, the king is also a handsome weapon, especially the neck, especially beautiful. See, I cannot bear to get off the sword a little. The pretense of regret caused Zhang Qian and others to be shocked. This kid is really crazy. Actually really want to behead the king, who gave the bear heart and leopard gall. To this, Xiaoyu was not surprised and was very frank, this king is right here, waiting for you to come. The conversation between the two, directly to Zhang Qian, several people will not be whole. What's the matter, are you guys familiar? Your Highness, the other party is the enemy who killed your righteous son, and you still put aside here to chat. It's not appropriate. And then there's Auntie Lu, you want to take down the king of a party with just a few soldiers.
Is it a game? Or is it a joke?
Then, Summer Yu stretched out his right hand, index finger hooked, the corner of his mouth pulled up, contemptuously shouted, you, come over. That look of being in need of a beating, looking at Zhang Qian, several people all had a burst of teeth itching to rush up and beat him up. Then he shrugged his shoulders and said to everyone, never in my life have I heard of someone who would have this kind of request. Of course. This kind of idea, also just in the hearts of the crowd to think about it. Lu Ziyan smiled at this and said nothing. The side of the Chiu he saw the situation. He quickly opened his voice to suggest, Lu Aunt, we take out the Jingui order, can order all the generals of Daxia, directly let them open the city gate. We can then rush in and capture the king of Winning State alive, how about that? Utilizing the Jingui order to call on the generals in the city is a good way. After all, the entire Xia on this piece, that is comparable to the existence of the Xia emperor. However, Lu Ziyan on such a suggestion did not adopt because he knew very clearly. Summer Yu appeared here, waiting for himself, which everywhere revealed a hint of untouchable intrigue. As far as he knew, the other party, as a party of princes, controlled the land of 3 states, Winning State, Yun State, and Hao State. Among them, his royal residence is located in Cloud City, the main city of Cloud State. It was a few days away from Qin City. From the time he beheaded Lu Yiming to now, but 3 days, even if someone hoofed it back to ventilate the message. Also need time. One back and forth, the bottom must be about 7 or 8 days. Nowadays. But 2 days, he appeared here. I'm afraid that he already has plans for himself. Jingui order. It claims to represent the other half of the imperial power. I'm afraid Xiaoyu is here for this. Just, how is he sure that the Jingui order will be on his body? However, Summer Yu on the city wall saw that he was in deep thought, so he spoke again, the Jingui order is on you, right? Otherwise, just you hide in the mansion for 10 years, no official status, how can you make the army follow? To tell you the truth, this king is here for the Jingui order in your hand. After speaking, he took out a roll of imperial decree and laughed, in my hand is His Majesty's imperial decree, the protector general made a big mistake and was demoted to a city general. The Duke of Jingui has been relegated from the royal capital, therefore, His Majesty specially ordered this king to come to retrieve the order of Jingui. Such a posture obviously already expected Lu Zianhan's Jingui order.
The first voice to take over. Directly take out the holy decree, pressing the Jingui order head on. In this way, even if he took out the Jingui order, he would not be able to order the party with the holy decree. Holy decree? Xiao He was so scared that he almost fell off his horse, and in his heart, he cried out, "It's over. My life is over." And Jingui Gong was relegated away from the king's capital. How did not receive news? Even behind those city guards, for a time, is also some fear. Don't know who to listen to. On the one hand, there is His Majesty's holy decree, and on the other hand, there is His Majesty's Jingui order. The key duo is also hostile. Snap. Snap. Pa. Lu Zian applauded while exclaiming, "Your Majesty's hand, it's really good. Not only can it disrupt the hearts of the generals on my side, but it can also prove that his master is famous. Just that you all must not forget that back then, when His Majesty created the Jingui order, he stated one thing. With this order, you can represent half of the royal power." After hearing this, the soldiers gradually began to quiet down. Even His Majesty himself couldn't retrieve half of the imperial power, but you think you can do it with just an imperial decree? Chapter 68, Battle Only. Lingzhou City. Backyard. Inside the compartment. Jin Shu, Shi Jingxi, and Su Luoling looked serious. Lin Xiaoyan was dressed in a long snow-white coat with an extraordinary temperament. Sitting there, she was like a mortal fairy, beautiful beyond words. On her shoulder, a small snake as black as ink, the size of a chopstick, lay quietly. It is the black girl. What is strange is that, even if the black girl is lying on the shoulder, a few people are unaware of it. Next, I will be in seclusion for a period of time. No matter what, I can't let anyone come near this room. Remember, no matter who it is, no one can come near. She instructed the crowd exceptionally seriously, because next, she needed to completely absorb the cultivation left behind by Lu Zian. If it was successful, one would completely shed their bones and become a Jindan stage immortal cultivator. At that time, in the 9 states, there were only a few who could compare themselves to her, I'm afraid. The 3 of them promised and then withdrew. Inside the room, she was the only one left. Reaching out and gently touching the black girl, she whispered, "Remember the protector, but you can't let outsiders in." Saying, that black girl turned into a shadow and flew to the door position. After doing all this, Lin Xiaoyan returned to the bed and sat down. Her body was immediately wrapped in a golden light. The place where the armies of the 3 great royal dynasties had gathered. The outskirts. In the middle of the jungle. One by one, towering tents, the most central tent. Inside, standing in 2 rows of generals, in the center, sat an old man, full of white hair, gaze like a sword, stern, terrifying. A gray robe, chest, embroidered with an auspicious cloud. This person, it is the Lioli dynasty on the bright side, the sea god Pin General Fengxing. He scanned a circle of people, his eyes finally rested on Tuobahao, slowly opened his voice, "There is still no news back?" Words. Tuobahao, sweating, looked terrified, back to the wind. Old day, seems to have missed. A short sentence, as if all the strength of the body. What? Windlang anger stood up, looked cold, face like frost, clenched fists indignantly said, Xiao Huang said? No, that's right, even the people who went to Ridge State City, also lost. The crowd heard this. All of them were caught in shock and could not come back to their senses for a long time. There were so many experts, including several in the innate realm. Such a terrifying force, actually all of them were lost. Rubbish. I have already said that the Summer Emperor cannot be trusted, can leave Big Brother them, I'm afraid that some old monster's out. Pass the order down, immediately rush towards Lingzhou City. I don't believe that the 800,000 troops assembled by the 3 kingdoms will not be able to destroy a single city. Fengxing gritted his teeth and ordered with extreme anger. Elder Feng. Tuobahao promised and walked out in a panic. Half an hour later, the army advanced towards Lingzhou City. 1 day later, outside Lingzhou City, the vast army appeared as if locusts were crossing the city. In the city Lord 800 miles, leading General Jade Bridge, came to the backyard in a panic. General Jin Shu, quickly report to the great general, something bad has happened, the 3 great king dynasties' armies have come again. And this time, there are 800,000 troops. Panicked and anxious eyes, to such a situation, Lingzhou City is afraid to hang on. The most important point. So far, the dynasty has never been seen sending any reinforcements to come. Just then, Holy Decree 2. An eunuch held the imperial decree in his hand, and with a few guards, he walked in quickly. Seeing this, the crowd hurriedly knelt down to receive the decree. The eunuch's eyes searched for a circle, found no Lin Xiaoyan figure, immediately pulled his voice and said, "Where is General Lin? We are here for General Lin, why don't you quickly call her to come and receive the decree?" Jin Shu looked calm, raised his head and said, "My lady has got a high person to leave a potion to renew her life, is absorbing the medicinal power. Within a short period of time, cannot come out, the eunuch to the imperial decree can be handed over to the next. Watertight words, so that Shi Jingxi, Su Luoling two people repeatedly give a thumbs up. It is also Jinshu, the reaction is fast enough, no wonder it has always been the great general's beloved. Once the eunuch heard this, he didn't count too much. Because for the matter of Lin Xiaoyan's poisoning, it was known to everyone, there would be no suspicion. So he spread out the holy decree and read it out. When the crowd heard the contents of the holy decree, all of them froze in place because the holy decree was summoning Lin Xiaoyan back to the court. General Jinshu, the holy decree has been conveyed. Please General Lin quickly return to the king's capital with us to resume our duties. The eunuch handed the holy decree to Jinshu. On the side, 800 Miles said bitterly, I'm afraid I can't go back. The armies of the three great royal dynasties have already arrived at the city and will be killing their way in the next few days. What? The eunuch shouted in horror, and a few guards behind him were also terrified. Let's go with us to take a look. Obviously, he did not choose to believe the words of 800 Miles. Half a day ago, when they entered the city, they had not heard anything about the arrival of the army. Several generals, what should we do now? Yu Qiao eagerly inquired to the three Jinshu. Shi Jingxi, Su Luoling responded in unison, fight to the death. Gather all those who can fight in the city. Jinshu stays behind to guard General Lin, we'll go with you. Even when she heard that 800,000 troops were coming, she had no choice but to face them head-on. General Dongfenghong, we will only fight and not retreat. Because behind us is our home. Su Luoling's eyes are incomparably firm, and the faith in her heart has never changed in the slightest. Several people hurriedly walked out, almost to the door of the courtyard. Jinshu said with extreme gravity, come back alive. Shi Jingxi and the other people's bodies lurched, and then drank, to die in battle is an honor for us. After the words, without hesitation stepped out. On the city wall. As soon as the eunuchs arrived, they saw the black pressurized army in front of them. It was over. Instantly, a few people were so frightened that their legs went weak and their faces turned white as they fell to the ground. Immediately following, Shi Jingxi and the others arrived, full of ridicule, glanced at a few people, and said in a clear and cold voice, if you are afraid of death, find a place to hide, and if you are lucky, you will still be able to see the sun tomorrow. A few people heard, rolled, and crawled to run down the city wall, must have gone to hide. Just at this time. Who? A melodious low horn blowing sound, loud and clear, ear-piercing, cut through the sky, to Lingzhou City, everyone's ears. The horn of the charge has been blown. 100,000 troops took the lead in launching the attack. Only to be seen as fan-shaped formations quickly charging in. General Qi, the other party is so decisive in launching the attack, I am afraid that the 800 Miles did not expect it at all. Do not give them a little time to react. The sound of horse hooves, deafening. The earth seemed to be trembling as if it was trembling, as the 100,000-strong army came galloping in at a rapid pace. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Something that surprised everyone happened. The city gates actually slowly opened as the army rushed over. On the city wall, a general ran in panic and knelt in front of 800 Miles, covered in blood, panting, City Lord, it's not good, someone opened the city gates, to let the enemy in. What? The crowd's face changed dramatically, never thought that at such a critical moment, there are people who do such disobedient things. What kind of person is so bold? 800 Miles of anger. Looking at it, the army has already arrived in front of them. Below, we saw a man with dozens of guards, rushing out of the city, shouting, your own people. I am Chang Zijie. Chang Zijie. When 800 Miles and the others saw him, they immediately wanted to tear him apart. The main general of the South Sea Pass, why is he here? It's too late, meet the battle. Without saying a word, Shi Jingxi flew down and came to the outside of the city, holding a longsword and flying at breakneck speed. Rushing towards Chang Zijie. Shi Zijie dared to smuggle in enemy troops, open the city gates without authorization, and disregard the people of a city. To be honest, at this moment, she was completely on top of her head. The source of everything is because of Chang Zijie's bottomless behavior. General Chang, a woman is catching up. The guards turned their heads back and happened to run into Shi Jingxi's icy gaze. It scared them out of their wits. Run quickly. Chang Zijie was also running at breakneck speed, not daring to turn back in the slightest. He was well aware of what kind of reaction this behavior of his would cause, but couldn't care less. In the blink of an eye, Chang Zijie converged with the army. Kill. The army surrounded Shi Jingxi at once. Immediately started fighting. At the rear entrance of the city, there was a constant stream of generals rushing out to fight with the enemy. When the city is alive, people are alive. When the city is broken, people are dead. Kill. 800 Miles Marshal Qi was released and he flew through the air, arriving at Shi Jingxi's side in a few moments. With a wave of his hand, his thick martial energy blasted away hundreds of people. Chapter 69 Windwalker strikes with an arrow. Dust and smoke rolled out, and there were shouts of murder. The three king dynasties, the vanguard army. Hurricane Shi Jingxi, 800 Miles and the two of them were surrounded.
Su Luoling, Yu Qiao and the others saw this. They quickly led their teams and rushed out, wanting to rescue them.
This side. After being surrounded,
Qi Jingxi's eyes surged with a gleam of blue light and roared, "Great underworld kingdom!" The martial qi in his body quickly revolved, and in an instant, his body was covered in green light. Behind him rose up a huge cyan-colored shadow.
Sharp mouth and fangs, 3 heads and 6 arms, like a huge monster. Rising up from the ground. Between breaths.
This green shadow, a full 8 feet tall, almost materialized. The Qi family's great underworld kung fu, with a body of martial energy to condense a huge dharma body, invulnerable. Seeing this, 800 Miles let out a cry of shock, and at the same time, he knew that Qi Jingxi was determined at this moment
to fight to the death. After all,
when the Qi family casts the underworld dharma body, it will definitely be a matter of death for you and death for me.
The knife came.
Not willing to lag behind, 800 Miles reached out and waved his hand, and above the entrance to the city, several stone bricks vibrated violently. Buzz! A saber sound spread out, accompanied by terrifying saber intent. Boom! The stone bricks exploded, and a large dark blade quickly transformed into a stream of light, flying straight towards 800 Miles.
The old man is coming.
On the city wall, Sitting Yin appeared at an unknown time, his right hand sleeve flung out, his body's literary qi blossomed, as dazzling as the sun. He was seen walking towards the air step by step, and a white lotus flower appeared under his feet, holding him up. The book is not enough when it comes to use. A single word was uttered, containing a terrifying when she's surging and transforming into a single large character. Transform sword. Sitting Yin raised his hand and pointed, and those words instantly transformed into a huge sword,
blasting towards the enemy army.
Boom! 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 The sword energy smashed into the ground and quickly exploded, and in an instant, it blasted hundreds of enemy troops. On the side of the 3 great kings dynasty, Fengxing stood on the chariot and saw the moment Sitting struck. Eyes gradually began to become cold and incomparable. To the side of Tuoba, how lowly said, "Will be the old man vigorously bow invited, when Dao everyone, today let you see the old man an arrow to break all the laws."
Yes. Feng Lao. He quickly walked down. Not a moment later.
2 7th-grade generals, sweating profusely, carried a large bow, 3 meters long, dark gold all over, with a faint golden light flowing from it. Rear. There were also a few generals, carrying 10 arrows over. At first glance, those arrows were similar to a lance. Each arrow, weighing over 100 pounds, was completely made of black gold. Especially that longbow, the weight of 10,000 pounds, is a weapon master of the 9 states, has a late in life to build.
This is the only one in the world. It is said.
This bow was made by O Daiyu in order to deal with a strong person above the innate realm. He used all his skills to build it. Unfortunately, when the bow was completed, it happened to be a thunderstorm day, and a thunderbolt came down. It struck him to death. At the same time, it also struck the powerful bow, precisely because of this. So that the body of the bow has been sublimated, thus becoming extremely mysterious.
The bow came.
He raised his hand and beckoned, as if the power bow possessed a spirit, it quickly flew to his hand. Regardless of whether you are in the Great Confucian realm or not, with the arrows of the old me, even if it is in the realm of the self-realized human immortal, one would have to retreat. Picking up an arrow, bending the bow and striking the arrow, all in one go. Then, covered in blue martial energy, slowly draw the bow. The third of wind walks 7 arrows, 100 steps through yang. After drawing the bow to full capacity, Fengxing whispered and then let go. Whoosh! An ear-piercing air-breaking sound exploded, and the arrow was like a meteor, cutting through the sky.
The arrowhead seemed to have sparks emerging as it shot out.
When it came to the air, it turned into countless arrow shadows, seemingly real or fake, terrifying to the extreme. At this time, Sitting Yin, who was walking in the air, seemed to notice something and looked up. He saw that a large arrow shadow appeared in front of him. Not good. There was a cry in his heart, but unfortunately, it was too late. Poof! The sound, a black and gold arrow, directly through his heart position, until this moment. Only then did the arrow shadow disappear. Wind arrow technique. Lowering his head, severe pain came, and his eyes gradually began to become blurred. The 1 qi on his body gradually dissipated, and his body fell to the ground. Bang! Mr. Sitting Yin. When the crowd saw this, they immediately cried out in pain, never expecting that even Mr. Sitting was killed by an arrow. 800 Miles waved the greatsword in his hand, and a gust of blade energy swept out. A large number of enemy corpses fell in front of them. Mr. Sitting. It was too late to think about it, and his figure darted over in a hurry. Not a moment later, appeared beside Mr. Sitting Yin. Into the eyes is Sitting Yin. Death is not close to the eyes of the appearance, chest completely by the long arrow pierced through and through. His body was covered in a large bloodstain, and the corner of his mouth was also overflowing with blood. The army led by Su Luoling killed here and protected Sitting. Quickly bring Mr. Corpse back. 800 Miles commanded and once again waved his sword and charged up, his eyes red, like a mad lion. Shi Jingxi urged his Dharma body and slapped his big hand. Hundreds of enemy troops were blown away.
At this moment,
It was like a giant, slaughtering some short ordinary people.
a single slap could kill hundreds, if not hundreds of enemies.
A few breaths later, her breathing gradually became ragged, and her pretty face gradually turned white.
After all,
Performing the great underworld skill extremely consumed martial energy as well as physical strength. The chaotic battlefield was filled with killing. Corpses were piled up like mountains, wailing continuously, all sorts of feats, and martial chi crisscrossed the battlefield.
from time to time, people would fall.
It was incomparably tragic.
On the other side, on the chariot,
After Feng Xing killed Sitting Yin with an arrow, he didn't stop. Once again, he bent his bow and strung an arrow. His eyes were on Shi Jingxi, who had condensed a huge Dharma body.
great underworld Dharma body? Old me will break it with one arrow.
The bowstring was drawn full, he smiled coldly and loosened it once again.
Whoosh!
Extreme speed, accompanied by ear-piercing air-breaking sounds, rushed out once again. Seeing this, Tuobahao immediately ordered the second batch of 100,000 troops to charge over again.
To crush the opponent with absolute numerical superiority. Make sure to take Lingzhou City today. At this time,
Shi Jingxi's body was almost drained of martial energy, bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down, but she still relied on her strong willpower and struggled to hold on. Facing the pounce of the enemies around her, if she stopped, there was only one outcome.
that was death.
800 miles returned to her senses and looked towards the sky as long arrow shadows appeared in the sky. General Qi, be careful. Just as he spoke out a reminder, he realized that the arrow shadow had already appeared in front of him.
Wind-chasing blade, go!
The large knife in his hand was thrown out by him with force, and in an instant, 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 4.
Not a moment later,
He saw tens of thousands of knife shadows appearing in front of him. Shi Jingxi also felt an aura of death approaching at this time, and looked up violently.
a long arrow, similar to a lance, arrived with a bang. Boom!
Just when she felt that she couldn't dodge it, a high wall formed entirely by the shadow of a sword appeared in front of her. It blocked the path of the long arrow. A terrifying energy fluctuation erupted and fire shot out in all directions. In the next second, a high wall formed by blade shadows was seen to start showing signs of rupture.
Obviously,
Relying on this high wall alone, it was feared that it would not be able to withstand the long arrow attack.
800 miles dodged and arrived.
Martial chi surged from his body and ruthlessly struck out a martial chi on the wall of blades. With the addition of this martial energy, it immediately blossomed with 2 types of intense white and golden light. General Qi, quickly retreat, I can't hold on much longer. Even though he had already used his full strength to support that wall of blades. However, the power of this arrow is far beyond what one would expect, and one would not be able to block it at all with all one's strength.
Shi Jingxi sniffed.
Not being able to care about himself, he roared out, Wrath of the Underworld King. A burst of green light rose around his body once again, and above his Dharma body, the green light flourished, and his giant hand quickly launched out.
Want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability. Poof!
While speaking, she violently spat out blood furiously, her face was as white as paper, her head was beginning to resemble mush, almost losing consciousness. General Qi, you are crazy to overdraw your life force like this. 800 miles could see at a glance that she was using her own life force as a cost to burst out her martial energy once again. But this way, even if you can survive after the great battle, I am afraid that it will be difficult to make progress in the future in the path of martial arts. Dead old man, it is hard to say if you can go back alive, but still care about these what to do? Shi Jingxi smiled blandly, seems to have already looked down on his own life and death. In the face of such a large army, Lingzhou City will sooner or later be broken. But,
As a member of Dongfanghong, a Daxia general,
faith in her heart, so that she can only die in battle. She will not take a step back. Those enemies around her, looking at her full concentration to deal with that long arrow. Even with the protection of the Dharma body. A group of enemy soldiers were also desperate to rush up, and all kinds of weapons began to bombard her Dharma body.
poof! Each blast of the enemy's Dharma body was able to produce a backlash-like damage to her.
She was spitting out blood furiously, her face was getting whiter and whiter, and the green light covering her Dharma body also started to gradually become a little dimmer.
Chapter 7800 Miles of Battle Death. On the chariot, Feng Xing looked at the distant battlefield.
The image of 800 miles, Shi Jingxi and the two of them, struggling to resist the long arrows, was reflected in his eyes. Beside him, Tuobahao couldn't help but brag, Wind old man really lives up to his name, this arrow, I'm afraid that even the self-realized human immortal can't block it. A mere 9th grade great circle, not even close. The generals of the other 2 major dynasties complimented one after another.
The person in front of me.
That is an innate realm powerhouse, but also the explicit foundation of the Liuli dynasty. Less complimentary words, it is said that they also have a Wendao immortal who can summon the spirits with poetry.
Why the delay? Fengxing's real goal in coming here is to resolve the great Xiaoyan Dao Immortal. Otherwise,
how could he even bring the power bow directly?
The purpose is to kill the great Xiaoyan Dao Immortal with a single blow.
His Wind 7 arrows has long been cultivated to the point of pure perfection, even if the innate realm Great Circle would not dare to easily receive their own arrow. According to the news returned by the scouts, that person had already left Lingzhou City. Only, why don't they see that girl of the Protectorate General?
Tuobahao said, some doubts in the battlefield, looking up.
The person's silhouette was not found late. Out of so many experts, cannot take the Lin family that girl. I'm afraid that a certain old man in Xia is sitting here. On Fengxing's old face, a trace of scorn appeared.
Other people may not be clear, between the major dynasties, the real bottom line is not the innate realm at all.
Especially those dynasties that have existed for a long time.
The depth of existence is far beyond what anyone can imagine. The three people from the great Xia royal capital are not injured? Tuobahao was somewhat perplexed, not understanding what his words meant. In response,
Fengxing snorted,
you guess why the major dynasties know that their three are injured, but still do not dare to act rashly?
Take our three major royal dynasties for example. One dynasty sends out two innate realm, directly kills the great Xia royal capital. And then take out the Xia emperor. Could the entire great Xia be plunged into a place of no return? Upon hearing this, Tuobahao's expression was stunned for a moment, then he immediately came back to his senses and said, right.
Why don't we do it like this? Fengxing rolled his eyes, I'll look at the little cute
eyes, then said, Xia Emperor established the Daxia dynasty. Time is not long, but you know, Daxia's martial arts civilization, but the inheritance of 5,000 years long. Is the 9 states, the existence of the longest martial arts heritage.
Even when the 8 dynasties jointly attacked, they couldn't destroy it.
When it comes to the martial arts heritage of the Grand Xia dynasty, it is definitely the existence that all the dynasties in the 9 states are afraid of. It is precisely for this reason that there have been countless invasions of the Grand Xia dynasty in the past, none of which ended in failure. Especially after the invasion of the 8 dynasties. Xiaoyan, Lin Hong, 2 people came out of nowhere, with thousands of people, hard to the fragmented Daxia, recohesion.
In just a few decades.
Beat the major dynasties, fear, do not dare to act rashly.
This time.
If not with the Xia Emperor and their cooperation, meaning, it is simply impossible to appear the 3 major Qing dynasty joint attack things.
The most important point, you think that the great Summer dynasty inheritance for so long, there is not some innate realm above the old things?
Even if our Liuli dynasty has only existed for 200 years, the last royal lord has already successfully stepped into the self-realization human immortal. Fengxing's words to Tuobahao refreshed the cognition of Daxia. Similarly, there was also the perception of the path of martial arts. All along, he thought that the ultimate peak of the martial way was the innate realm. In all the major dynasties, there are more or less such strong people. Therefore, it is known as the Sea God Pin general existence.
Now what to do?
Tuobahao for a moment, some do not know how to command. It turns out that they are the so-called 3 major Qing dynasties united. Secretly, also need the consent of the Xia Emperor.
Not. Then this Xia Emperor is sick? To unite outsiders to invade his own dynasty, what is the figure? Fengxing seemed to see what was on his mind and sighed, it's just a deal.
The Xia Emperor had given half of his power to that old man Lin Hong, which led to the lack of centralization of the Xia Emperor's power. Currently, he is afraid that the end is near, naturally want to completely get rid of Lin Hong family. And then take back the other half of the imperial power. Among them, the deal with their 3 major royal dynasties was that regardless of success or failure, they would hand over a state's land for them to divide up. Otherwise, how could they have taken the South Sea Pass so easily? Even with the large army pressing down on the city in front of them. Other state armies, delayed support, many reasons, are the Xia Emperor is secretly operating. A state of 12 cities, the Summer Emperor, this is to let out 12 cities to us to share? After hearing this, Tuobahao people numb, the first time is thinking, Xia Emperor must be a little cute.
Too crazy. To take such a risk just for the centralization of imperial power, what if we play it off? On the battlefield.
800 Miles was still using all of his martial energy to fend off that long arrow. The wall of swords constantly erupted with a terrifying sword intent. Even with Qi Jingxi's Dharma body joining in and resisting at the same time. The long arrow still maintained a forward stance, with no intention of slowing down at all. However, Qi Jingxi's martial qi, which had already exploded through her life force, still couldn't be of much use.
With those enemies around them, they continued to send out their martial qi blasts. Ka-ching! The next second,
the huge Dharma body began to fragment and dissipate into the air.
Puff!
A mouthful of blood was spat out and he half kneeled on the ground, panting violently.
At this time,
behind him, a long spear stabbed over, and several long swords on the left and right sides carried a stern killing intent.
Tired.
At that moment, she completely gave up resisting. There was no way, there was very little martial energy left in her body. There was no way to dodge these attacks.
Damn it, General Qi, go.
When it was too late, 800 miles couldn't care less about fending off the long arrow attack and chose to fly in front of Qi Jingxi. He grabbed her and then threw her out towards the city gates with all his might. Bared! The long black golden arrow without a doubt directly pierced his belly, nailing him hard to the ground. Wow! Fresh blood was spat out furiously, and his face gradually turned white.
Fengxing's arrow, it really lived up to its name.
Unable to hold back a sigh of praise, the martial energy around his body once again shook and swept away. Those enemies who had surrounded and attacked, all of them bounced out. Hands to support up, then reached out and grabbed the long arrow, force a pull, poof.
It was taken out directly.
Fresh blood continued to flow out. He was oblivious to it. Instead, he infused his entire body's martial energy into the long arrow, and pointed it in the direction of Windwalk and the others in the distance. Give me death! With a hysterical roar and a forceful throw, the long arrow quickly shot out. Turning into a stream of light, it cut through the void and headed straight past the chariot. When Fengxing saw this, he couldn't help but rise a wave of admiration, quickly reaching out to fetch a long arrow, bending his bow and stringing his arrow in a single motion. Once again, he shot an arrow. Boom! The two long arrows collided together, exploding out a terrifying air wave that quickly swept around.
In an instant,
within 100 meters, thousands of enemies were blasted to death by this terrifying air wave. On the other side, Qi Jingxi, who was thrown flying, just happened to see the tragic scene in front of her.
"Dead old man, why did you save me?"
She cried out in pain, especially the moment she saw him pull out his arrow. Tears continued to flow out of her, who had never shed tears easily. The other party was in such a situation because he was trying to save himself. Those generals around her continuously surrounded and attacked up. Soon, 800 miles was constantly hacked by the swords and knives because of his physical strength.
In just a few breaths of time,
being in 9th grade great perfection, he was just hacked to death there. City Lord! Lord City Lord! Kill!
Avenge the City Lord!
The generals led by Jade Bridge and the others witnessed the scene of 800 Li's tragic death. One by one, they were red-eyed, disregarding themselves, all attacking like mad. Even if they were stabbed by the enemy, they didn't hesitate to swing their swords at each other.
This kind of attacked in an almost suicidal manner. It beat the enemy back. Chapter 71, The Great General is Coming. Bang!
Qi Jingxi lost her mind and slammed hard on the ground. Su Luoling rushed up at the first opportunity, protecting at her side. Facing the enemies rushing forward around her, the long sword in her hand waved, sword chi streaking across. Sister Jingxi, right now is not the time to grieve. The 800-mile city lord chose to do this.
You can't fail him. Things have come to this.
Also had to speak out to comfort.
Bastard, I must take revenge for him.
Qi Jingxi hurriedly gathered her emotions and quickly left the battlefield under the support of a few generals. Buzz! In the air. That big dark sword suddenly turned into a stream of light and flew back to 800 miles with a bang. Boom! A terrifying blade aura erupted out, and quite a few 6th grade and 7th grade martial cultivators were forced out by this blade aura.
In the distance, seeing this scene, Fengxing once again gave the order. The entire army pressed over, a quick battle. Immediately after, the remaining army once again launched an attack.
Lingzhou City was in danger.
City Lord's mansion. Backyard.
Jinshu stood guard outside the doorway. Walking back and forth, her pretty face filled with eagerness, she looked at the door of the room from time to time. Even if she did not go to the battlefield, there were also generals that informed the battle ahead from time to time. Especially in the square. Learned that Mr. Sitting In, 800-mile city lord, 2 people died in battle. Called her very incredible. This is only how long passed. How long has it been since then? Even the 9th grade Great Circle, as well as experts like Mr. Sitting In. All of them died in battle one after another.
I'm afraid that Lingzhou City will not be able to hold on. At this time, inside the compartment,
Lin Xiaoyan's body was surrounded by golden light, and a terrifying aura was continuously diffusing.
The next moment,
she violently opened her eyes, and a golden light flickered under her eyes, resembling thunder.
Immediately following,
the surrounding golden light slowly converged back into her body. This was the Jin Dan stage. Feeling the power of her Dantian surging like the sea, she was filled with incredulity. At this moment, she felt terrifyingly powerful. With a sway of her figure, she directly appeared at the doorway. Then turning back and looking at the position on the square bed, she was surprised to realize her own speed actually reached the terrifying point of instantaneous movement. Creak!
With a wave of her hand, the door of the room automatically opened. A black shadow quickly flew onto her shoulder.
Hard work! Lin Xiaoyan whispered to the black girl. As the door to the room opened, Jinshu was ecstatic to see her own young lady walk out.
Immediately hurriedly went forward.
Miss, it's not good. Not long ago the armies of the 3 great king dynasties came to violate again. Mr. Sitting In, the 800 miles of the city lord were all killed in battle.
I'm afraid
Jinshu explained with extreme urgency. In her opinion, on the battlefield, things change rapidly.
There are fewer strong men like 800 miles. I'm afraid that the front line won't be able to support them for long. What?
Lin Xiaoyan's cool face, a rare trace of anger appeared, did not expect to close a closed door. I didn't expect that I would close my eyes for a while, and then the armies of the three great kingdoms would already be here.
I will go over first.
After saying that, his figure gradually became illusory, and a golden stream of light flew out of the city lord's mansion. Jinshu was shocked when he saw this. This young lady's strength is terrifying again. A few breaths of time passed.
Above the city wall,
Lin Xiaoyan was dressed in a white long shirt, falling in a graceful manner, showing off her peerless posture. Standing there, she was like a fairy in the mortal world. The transcendent aura of her body caused people to cast gazes. Below, in the chaotic battlefield, someone saw her standing on the city wall, looking down at the battlefield.
Look, the great general has come.
Our great general of the protectorate has finally arrived. Brothers, with the great general here, them. Kill. Charge. For a while, morale soared. The generals were as excited as if they had shot chicken blood. They were so excited that they wielded their weapons much more forcefully.
It just so happened.
The remaining 600,000 troops of the three kingdoms launched their final attack.
Looking at the densely packed, locust-like enemy army, it was frantically running over to this side.
Black girl? She inclined her head and glanced at the black girl on her shoulder, then lightly called out.
The latter immediately understood what she meant.
It quickly flew into the air and rose against the wind, in just a few breaths of time.
From the original chopstick-sized black snake, in an instant, turned into a dozen feet long behemoth.
With a small mountain-like head, there are two sharp horns.
A terrifying dragon roar resounded between heaven and earth.
The huge body directly covered the battlefield, and those below who were in the middle of the melee. It only felt like, in an instant, the sky was dimmed. When they raised their heads, they saw a behemoth that covered the sky and the sun.
Jiao dragon.
Quite a few people who had seen a lot of things instantly recognized what the behemoth in front of them actually was. On the other side, the 600,000 generals, riding their horses in a murderous rage, kept on running.
In the blink of an eye,
they saw such a huge thing suddenly appear above the city wall. They were so scared that they hastily stopped advancing. Each and every one of them showed dismay, horror, trepidation, and fear as they stared at the Jiaolong.
On the chariot,
Fengxing saw the scaly dragon rising high in the sky. Impossible, the world actually existed a scaly dragon. He was lost in thought and muttered, obviously only hearing about that kind of strange beast.
Tuobaha was directly paralyzed by this scene. Monster. What a big monster.
So scared that even his voice trembled as he spoke. The rest of the generals from the two major dynasties were also at a loss for words. What to do? How can we attack when a monster appears? People, for unknown things, always carry a sense of awe. Fengxing was also an innate realm powerhouse. His state of mind was still strong enough, and his acceptance ability was particularly strong. After a short period of shock, he recovered as usual. He quickly bent his bow and slung an arrow at the Jiaolong, and shouted, "The seventh of Fengxing's 7 arrows, an arrow that shatters the void." All of the martial energy around his body was infused into the long arrow. Whoosh! The arrow came out like a terrifying dragon, cutting through the void at great speed, carrying a terrifying aura.
It went forward. The next second, the black golden long arrow quickly transformed into a golden dragon, soaring in the air.
The terrifying oppressive force caused those martial artists below to feel a chill in their hearts. Looking at the augur dragon again, it was as if it didn't have this in its sights. On its huge head, at some point, there was already an additional white-clothed figure. The crowd looked. Quickly look, that's the great general. Really, this scaly dragon was actually invited by the great general. Many people shouted in surprise after recognizing Lin Xiaoyan. Lin Xiaoyan stood above the head of the scaly dragon, looking down as if a god had descended. Facing Fengxing's long black and gold arrows, she raised her hand unhurriedly, and the next moment, chant! Only heard a reluctant dragon roar, then the golden dragon illusion retreated. A black and gold long arrow was just lightly caught in her hand. Without half a bit of martial energy fluctuation, you reached out and grabbed it? You're the one who killed Mr. Sitting In and 800 miles. This level of power was indeed enough to shoot the two of them. Feeling the power covering the long arrow, she immediately guessed that the death of 800 miles, Mr. Sitting In and the two of them. It was most likely because of this arrow. Other than that, I'm afraid that there was nothing that could, in an instant, blast a 9th grade great perfection expert to death. Black girl, go! The dragon soared in the air and flew towards the other party's 600,000 strong army. Not a moment later. Already arrived in the sky above the army, covering the sky like a body, but they were scared to tremble. Along with those horses, all prostrate on the ground, motionless.
Chapter 72, Those who come to violate Daxia will be executed.
The dragon was overpowering the sky, covering the sky and the sun. Facing such a huge thing, Half of the 600,000 enemy troops had already fallen to the ground in fear. Especially when the dragon opened its bloody mouth from time to time, showing its teeth. It looked especially ferocious. They never dreamed that they would actually face such a monster one day. How to fight? The monster in front of them looked at themselves and others, not as if they usually look down on the ground ants in general. Still fight with it, can have the courage to stand up, are already quite good. Look again. Windline using the strongest arrow, even if the innate realm Great Circle received this arrow, I am afraid that all have to be injured. That man caught it with his hand. Is he a human being? Or an ordinary person? A group of enemy generals, this kind of thought kept coming up in their minds. Scary to come and feel horrible, horrible to come and feel desperate. Finished. What kind of bull celebration banquet cannot drink? Eating is almost the same. There is a companion on the road to the Yellow Springs, this sentence is reflected in reality. According to the current situation, there is more than just a companion. Rather, there are a lot of friends on the road together. Talk about loneliness, talk about emptiness, not to mention the word cold. It is estimated that when they get to Yama, they cannot believe that they are a martial arts boy who has been cultivating diligently for decades. In an attack on the Great Summer War, we were killed by a monster. Listen. Just such a resume, put to Yama's, are quite explosive. However, at this time, Lin Xiaoyan threw the long arrow followed by a golden light around his body. In an instant. Golden light like the sun, dazzling and blinding. People do not dare to look directly. You and other small people, repeatedly come to violate, really think that Dacia is a soft persimmon, want a pinch on the pinch? Some words, under the spiritual power, sound like thunder, exploded in the air. Echoing between heaven and earth, for a long time could not be dispersed. When Feng Xing heard the words, his old face was shocked and paralyzed, muttering, could she have already entered that level? Self-existent human immortal realm. Lin Xiaoyan, who had a golden light wrapped around her, stood at the head of the augur dragon, not resembling a mortal at all. Solemn, sacred, inviolable. An immortal amongst men, I walk at my own pace. It must be the self-existent human immortal. With just one glance, Feng Xing was quite certain that the other party must have reached this level. In the beginning. After the last Imperial Lord broke through to the realm of the self-existent human immortal, it was generally the same as what Lin Xiaoyan showed in front of him. The ears clearly echoed with the Imperial Lord's exclamation, the realm of the human immortal is not a match for the ability of an extraordinary person. From this, it could be seen that after reaching this level, no matter if it was in terms of power or personal perception, it would change drastically. The reason why Feng Xing was so sure that Lin Xiaoyan was at the human immortal realm. In the end, the reason was in the spiritual power that erupted from her body. Mysterious, overbearing, and incomparably strong and terrifying. It was exactly the same as the immortal force he had felt on the Imperial Lord. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wasn't this girl poisoned? It's a miracle to be alive. How could she still become a human immortal? Tuobahao roared like mad, not believing at all that the person who was on the verge of death not long ago. All of a sudden, she stepped into that ethereal and shadowless human immortal realm. Furthermore, how old is she? Full count, is also close to 30. Good. Even if she started cultivating from her mother's womb, it would only be 30 years. What's more, anyone can really start cultivating from their mother's womb, don't be ridiculous. So to speak. 20 years, the achievement of even a genius martial arts cultivator, 100 years, or even 200 years, or even more so, a lifetime could not reach the heights. Although everyone is free to speak, but you cannot blatantly bragging pena. Accept it. The aura that was revealed on her body was exactly the same as the aura on the previous Imperial Lord. I'm afraid that this time, Emperor Xiao's plan is going to go down the drain. Feng Xing collapsed helplessly on the chariot, his eyes were empty and lifeless, and he had long since lost the fighting spirit of the party. A strong desire for survival rose into Obahao, and he hurriedly rolled and crawled to Feng Xing's side. Wind old man, isn't your aeroplane to be able to avoid even the immortals? Get up and take the arrow to shoot her off. The face is full of eagerness to urge, wishing that he is the wind old man, directly bending the bow and arrow. Cut. Idiot, that's a claim, not real. We are mere mortals, wait for death. Feng Xing did not even bother to struggle to resist, no one knows better than himself if the other party strikes. Definitely the first time to kill themselves. This point, there is no doubt. High in the sky. Lin Xiaoyan looked down at the bottom, those who were shivering and even wetting their pants. The golden light on his body was strong, like an exiled immortal. Since he chose to come to commit a crime, he must be prepared to die. Thunder came. She raised her hand, and above the sky, there were immediately dark clouds. In the blink of an eye. It seemed like there were thousands of thunder snakes intertwining and weaving. With the thunder. Immediately, there were several wrist-thick thunderbolts that descended from the 9 heavens. In a split second. The lightning hovered above Lin Xiaoyan's right hand. Electricity flickered, reflecting on her stunning face, looking extremely beautiful and terrifying at the same time. grasping lightning with her bare hands.
What kind of operation is this? Is it something that people do? Below, everyone was in a stupor, their mouths so wide open that they could stuff down an egg. Uniformly raising their heads, their eyes were terrified, staring in despair at the immortal-like figure in the air. At this moment, Tuobahao jumped up in fright and screamed strangely in panic, "Thunder, thunder, thunder and lightning again."
A look of having seen a ghost was enough to prove how much fear and despair was inside at this moment.
Last time,
the picture of the 300,000-strong army being destroyed by the terrifying thunder was still fresh in his mind.
To this day, this happened again. He panicked. He was afraid.
He was fearful and despaired.
God, what kind of sin did I create? Why do you want to catch me alone 3 times?
Although the wind line is also inside the panic, the same as also by the thunder and lightning appeared to scare people or numb in place.
The heart is secretly thinking, this is not the human immortal realm that I know of. With this stance, isn't it proper to follow the law with words and rub thunder with bare hands? Even a human immortal wouldn't dare to do this. What kind of monster is this girl? It's a dragon and a thunderbolt. Anyone who comes to violate Daxiao will be executed.
Lin Xiaoyan waved his hand, and the thunderbolt quickly blasted towards the chariot where Windwalk was.
Boom! In an instant,
it exploded, and even the person with the chariot was blown into slag.
Even Tuobahao did not escape. Next it was time for Air et al.
With an expressionless face, she beckoned again, and thousands of thunder, as if they didn't need any money, slammed down.
Crazy bombardment in the middle of the crowd. A time. Miserable screams, wailing continuously.
On the earth, a deep pit appeared, and a thick smoke rose. The smell of coke spread.
Jiaolon's large body, shivering, for the thunder has a deep shadow.
Luckily, Lin Xiaoyan was there to calm it down. I am here, no need to panic.
10 minutes. Countless thunderbolts descended and swept away the army assembled by the 3 great dynasties.
All that was left were countless charred craters and various weapon fragments.
Those who come to violate the Great Xiao will be executed.
The people of Lingzhou City and the generals chanted in unison.
Chapter 73, the Second Holy Decree. Originally the precarious Lingzhou City. Because of Lin Xiaoyan's arrival. With only his own strength.
Completely reversing the battle, even destroying an army of 800,000.
If last time, Lu Ziyan summoned 200,000 heroic spirits to retreat from the enemy and was hailed as a Wendo immortal. Then this time,
she stepped on a dozen feet of augur dragon, spoke her words, summoned thunder, and annihilated 800,000 enemy troops.
The divine appearance was deeply remembered by all. Therefore, it was soon rumored that Lin Xiaoyan was an exiled immortal being from the 9 heavens.
Due to making some mistakes, it resulted in her descending to earth in Daxia. It so happened that not long ago, she was hit by the transformation martial scatter, causing her immortal orifices to be forced open, and she became an exiled immortal once again. Those people, talking with a nose, just like the real thing.
Of course. In addition to that,
there were also people who were rumoring that Lin Xiaoyan was, in fact, a peak powerhouse of the self-reliant human immortal realm who had lived for 200 years. Cultivating some kind of face-residing technique, in order to maintain a youthful and beautiful appearance.
All in all, after this time,
some people in the shadows finally reacted to the fact that she hadn't lost all her cultivation at all due to the martial transformation scatter.
Instead, she had become even more frightening and terrifying.
In the past, Lin Xiaoyan was at most close to a 9th-grade martial cultivator.
Nowadays,
unfathomable, completely different from the past.
If in the past she could still be immortal, nowadays she could no longer be considered immortal.
It would not be an exaggeration to say that she is an immortal. What kind of person can summon thunder, not to mention, can also rub thunder and lightning with their bare hands, as if they were playing? Ordinary people can do these things, and there is even a dragon and other terrifying beasts, can be driven.
City Lord's Mansion. Lobby.
Lin Xiaoyan was high up in the upper seat, and in the center of the lobby, there were 4 corpses, and next to them stood Yu Qiao, Su Luoling, Qi Jingxi and the others.
At this moment,
Qi Jingxi was biting her lower lip, her eyes were red, her fists were clenched, and she was slow to speak. But anyone could feel a wave of sadness in her body.
A long time.
Yu Qiao stood out, looked grave and said, "Great General, Mr. Sitting Yin, 800 miles of the city lord, General Wang's son, chasing the wind general they. Covered with white cloth 4 corpses, it is the 4 of them. With the jade bridge one by one." Lin Xiaoyan realized that it was not only the city lord who died in battle. Along with the 2 main generals, they also died one after another. On top of that, there were more than 40,000 generals, as well as more than 20,000 people who all sacrificed their lives in this battle. Jade Bridge looked very sorrowful and spoke in a hoarse voice. When everyone heard this number, their bodies trembled, and all of them looked towards Lin Xiaoyan in unison. Heartbroken for those fallen generals and soldiers at the same time, they were also thankful that Lin Xiaoyan appeared in time.
If not for this, even Lingzhou City would not have been saved.
Just as the crowd was plunged into grief and sorrow,
the holy decree arrived.
A shrill and piercing voice came, and we saw an eunuch with 4 or 5 guards, running in a panic.
Holy decree?
Lin Xiaoyan's fists unconsciously clenched. Hearing that it was an imperial decree, the crowd in the lobby quickly knelt down to greet it. Only Lin Xiaoyan quietly sat on the upper seat and just looked at that eunuch expressionlessly.
Lin, General Lin, are you not going to accept the decree?
That eunuch gulped nervously. This was the second holy decree that His Majesty had sent down, urging Lin Xiaoyan to go back to the royal capital. Therefore, he only entered the city half an hour ago, so for that tragic scene outside the city, he naturally witnessed it. Plus, after entering the city, he had also heard a lot about Lin Xiaoyan's deeds. The last batch of the team that passed on the holy decree had only left less than half an hour ago. Another holy decree arrived. Jinshu hurriedly went to Lin Xiaoyan's ear and whispered a few words. Oh! Only then did she realize that this was not the first holy decree in front of her, urging herself to go back to the royal capital. Could it be that the mountains are so high and far away that it's not good to make a move, wanting to transfer herself back to the royal capital?
Then do it again?
Things have developed so far, how can she still not figure out that behind all of this, it is His Majesty's authorization and acquiescence?
Read it.
Not even bothering to get up, she just coldly glanced at that eunuch. Ah! The eunuch was instantly confused, somewhat at a loss for words.
Never thought.
There was actually someone who didn't even kneel down to receive the imperial decree. Most importantly, that person was also a former great general of the Protectorate.
Didn't he say that she was loyal to Grand Xia and His Majesty? How could this happen?
The eunuch, for a moment, was a bit confused. Jinshu also did not bother to talk nonsense. After seeing the lady's power, without saying a word, directly stepped forward, a hand grabbed over the imperial decree.
You can roll back. In the end, the eunuch could only retreat helplessly.
Jinshu opened the imperial decree and saw that, as expected, it was another imperial decree urging Lin Xiaoyan to return to the royal capital.
Miss, why does His Majesty have to make you go back to the royal capital?
When these words came out, the crowd was also filled with curiosity. However, Lin Xiaoyan's eyes flashed with brilliance and she smiled bitterly. I'm afraid that Grandpa has already left the royal capital.
Is a mere token really so important?
She somewhat lost her soul, all these years, single-mindedly paying for Great Xia.
Walked to today. But also by His Majesty backstabbing, heart-cold ah. Report. A general outside rushed in, holding an envelope. Jinshu hurriedly took the envelope. Stand down. The guard retreated. Miss, an envelope from Winning State.
Jinshu took it out and looked at it.
Then, she once again opened her mouth and spoke out the content on it.
Miss, Auntie beheaded the city lord of Winzhou City, and also relied on the Jinguo order to lead the army against the king of Winzhou.
After hearing that,
Lin Xiaoyan had an expression of unsure that's the case, and at the same time, she was also looking at that holy decree.
His Majesty's move is really Sima Zhou's heart.
Miss, I'm afraid that your aunt being so reckless will cause His Majesty to be suspicious. Jinshu tightly frowned, feeling that Lu Ziyan acted too impulsively and recklessly. After all, his identity, but very sensitive, once by some people in the dynasty vilification Jinggui Gongfu, crowned with a charge of rebellion. At that time, I am afraid that there will be constant trouble ah. The conversation between the two did not deliberately hide from Qi Jingxi and the others. As soon as they heard that Lu Ziyan had left Lingzhou City, he actually ran to Winning Prefecture to cause trouble, and even dared to behead the lord of a city, and now he is even more defiant. He dared to go against the king of one party. I'm afraid I'm going to the toilet in the middle of the night with a lantern to look for. Jealousy? Lin Xiaoyan stood up, stared at the corpses on the ground, and whispered, His Majesty has not been suspicious of our Lin family over the years. Otherwise, how would your aunt have gone north? Until this moment. Even if she was stupid, she had already guessed something. Grandpa can give the Jinguo order to Lu Ziyan on this matter, it already reveals the weirdness everywhere. In the entire Grand Xia, there was only this one piece. Even if you were his own granddaughter, it would be difficult to even take it out to have a look at it. Something as valuable as that. Giving it directly to Lu Ziyan, the things involved in it. Could it be that Jinshu suddenly woke up with a start and seemed to have guessed something? Shu. Lin Xiaoyan made a silencing motion to her. There are some things, before there is a result.
Can't talk nonsense, otherwise it will invite the trouble of killing.
General Yuqiao, arrange for them to be buried in a good place, in the ground.
Chapter 74, Are we going to rebel? 2 days later. City Lord's Mansion. Backyard.
Lin Xiaoyan was sitting in the center of the pavilion. Jinshu stood at the side, inside his hand, holding a note. Miss, the old master was persuaded by His Majesty to leave the royal capital and return to his hometown to pay homage to his ancestors. They had just left the royal capital when they were intercepted by Lei Li and others from the Liu Li dynasty. Soon. She finished reading the top of the note and read it out. Obviously. This was a message from a close friend who stayed in the royal capital. Pressing on. Lin Xiaoyan sipped her tea while bitterly shaking her head. The Lin family had always been loyal to the dynasty.
For His Majesty, it was all loyal. There has never been an insubordination. Nay, the Emperor's suspicions have been unchanging for ages. Miss, does it mean that His Majesty doesn't want to endure anymore?
Jinshu was a bit surprised. Such a move, those ministers in the dynasty.
Wouldn't they feel chilled?
Diligent decades, a family, for the dynasty to pay, but also be treated so.
Daxia dynasty can stabilize to today. Lin family credit absolutely belonged to the first.
Lin Xiaoyan eyes flashed a cold light, cold and incomparable, humming. I'm afraid that his death will come, the prince, and cannot take his position. Naturally, he is trying to find ways to centralize the royal power, and at the same time, he is also clearing all obstacles for the crown prince. Even if it's a mistake to kill a loyal official, it's still not worth it. Jinshu was a bit angry after hearing this, then the old masters and them. Not waiting for her to finish, Lin Xiaoyan continued, do you really think that my fathers and their deaths were accidents? When it comes to this, Jinshu was stunned for a moment, followed by a shock.
Not an accident?
Naturally not. From the time I joined the army, all the way, have already found out some of the clues of the year.
Only after having a frown, Grandpa stopped it.
Mentioning this matter, she possessed a great dissatisfaction within her heart. This matter was too deeply involved, and for the sake of Daxia's peace and stability, the old man would rather endure the pain of having his white hair sent to his black hair.
Suddenly,
Lin Xiaoyan faintly laughed. Why do you think His Majesty chose this time to completely tear his face off with Grandpa? There is also the matter of how my position as the Protectorate General could be removed at this time. Everything is because, she walked all the way, hand control of power, more and more big. People, this is the way, when you have strong enough ability. Some of the past things. Naturally, to find a truth. Because of this, she has just found clues that the real reason for the deaths of her parents and her two uncles in the war that year was that the prince in the north had nothing to do with it. There are even clues pointing out that the reason why that prince did this is to get the meaning of His Majesty. All of this is in less than half a month after she just found the relevant clues. First, they were neutralized. Then Chang Zijie and Qin Xian designed to discredit themselves.
Now can't wait to call me back. I'm afraid it's because Grandpa left the capital. As soon as I return to the capital, I'm afraid I'll be surrounded by several innate realm experts.
Lin Xiaoyan's heart was like a mirror. She had already guessed why Emperor Xia was so eager to recall her to the royal capital.
Despicable and shameless. Jinshu couldn't help but curse angrily. Everything was just because the emperor was suspicious. It was nearing noon. City Lord's mansion. Doorway.
3 teams of a dozen or so people came hurrying. The leaders were all dressed as eunuchs. In the hands of the 3 eunuchs, all of them were holding a roll of imperial decree. When they arrived at the door, the 3 looked at each other, their faces full of helplessness.
Eunuch E, Eunuch Mu, why are you 2 here as well?
Eunuch Shen was sweating profusely, obviously caused by the fact that he had rushed all the way here without stopping his hooves.
At this moment,
Eunuch E, Eunuch Mu sighed to each other. It's not because of His Majesty's imperial decree to summon General Lin back to the royal capital.
Finished speaking. All of them fell into silence. After all,
this kind of thing, so far in the Great Xia dynasty, was the first time it had happened. If you add the previous 2 holy decrees,
the 5th holy decree was summoned. Let's go. Let's hope that General Lin will go back with us.
From what the 2 previous eunuchs who summoned the decree said, General Lin doesn't seem to have any intention of going back to the royal capital.
That's defying the decree. The first person ever in the history of the dynasty. Soon,
the 3 eunuchs came to the backyard. Qi Jingxi led them to Lin Xiaoyan's face. Several of you are here to deliver His Majesty's decree, right?
Hasn't General Su already returned to the royal capital?
She was a little curious. Clearly a day ago, Lin Xiaoyan had ordered Su Luoling to go back to the royal capital. Eunuch E had a tearless expression. General Qi, please don't make things difficult for me. His Majesty's will, is it not something that I can speculate on?
At this time, Lin Xiaoyan stood up, walked out of the pavilion, and swept an expressionless glance at the 3 eunuchs.
The holy decree stays, you guys get lost.
This. The 3 eunuchs, you look at me, I look at you, after a good few moments. Only after a few moments did Eunuch E carefully open his mouth. General Lin, won't you go back with me? No.
Simple and clear, incomparably domineering response to 2 words, directly to the 3 people will not be confused.
Not. General Lin, you so brave?
Even the imperial decree do not take. Qi Jingxi eyes glowing, a face of worship looking at Lin Xiaoyan, heart secretly, I also want to become a great general, this kind of person. Even His Majesty doesn't give a damn, too powerful. Jinshu walked up and brought over the 3 holy edicts, opening them and taking a look. Finding that the contents on them were no different from the previous 2. That little eunuch he wanted to say more, when the long sword in Jinshu's hand flashed and a cold aura lit up. The shadow moved, and in the next moment, eunuch only felt a pain in his neck. A blood-red line appeared on it, and Jinshu returned to his original position. On the tip of the sword, there was still a smear of blood dripping. Go back and tell His Majesty that when I want to go back, I will naturally go back. As for the imperial decree, do not take it. Lin Xiaoyan coldly spoke out, clearly already not putting the imperial decree in her eyes. The reason why it was like this. It was entirely because of Lin Hong's departure from the royal capital and Lu Xian's journey north. Even with a notable cultivation, she was not confident enough to be invincible in the world. In the middle of the royal capital, it was like a dragon's lair, so if one stepped into it easily, they were afraid that they would be doomed. Moreover, His Majesty was in such a hurry to summon herself back and surround herself, fearing that it was only one of the purposes. Once she appeared in the royal capital on the front foot. In the back foot, His Majesty Xia used herself as blackmail and sent people back and forth to deal with Lin Hong and Lu Xian. Lin, General Lin, you killed Eunuch Yi? Eunuch Chen nervously gulped and stammered. Can't understand my words? Lin Xiaoyan's brows tightened and a touch of impatience appeared. Seeing this, Eunuch Chen immediately responded respectfully, I will go back. Rolling and crawling, he left the backyard. Qi Jingxi, full of adoration, smilingly came to her, excitedly said, Great General, are we going to rebel? Jinshu slapped his forehead, a burst of sweat, for this guy completely speechless. Nonsense. Lin Xiaoyan gave her a blank look, once again returned to the pavilion and sat down. Isn't it planning to rebel? Qi Jingxi is a bit puzzled, has already disobeyed the decree, and even killed a decree-carrying eunuch. It's already equivalent to a rebellion. My lady doesn't want to be a king, what are you talking about? Jinshu came to her side, shaking her head in a sighing manner, as if she was lamenting that she was a little cutie. Chapter 75 Wang Daoyuan. Xi'an City. The blazing sun was in the sky. The king of Winning State held the holy decree and stood tall, looking down on Lu Xian. His voice was like a bell, sternly rebuking, Lu Xian, you are just a mere scholar, even if you possess the Jingui order. In the face of His Majesty's holy decree, not quickly captured, do you still want the king to order? Do you want me to order the tens of thousands of generals who came with you to die? Under the martial Qi enhancement, these words echoed in everyone's ears. Obviously, he was trying to stand in front of righteousness, standing above imperial power. To give Lu Xian some advice. Beside him, the silver-haired, hunchbacked old man seemed to be smiling, holding onto his cane. His wrinkled face, coupled with such a strange smile, was truly frightening. A moment. The old man spoke out, Your Highness, why don't you let the old slave take a direct shot? At the back, when Zhang Qian and the three of them heard this, their spirits were immediately shaken, and they all cast an astonished and uncertain gaze at the old man. This person had been following the king of Winning State since he had appeared, and even though his body was covered with a trace of martial arts aura, he had never revealed it. However, the crowd did not dare to belittle the other party in the slightest. Even if they were already walking with their crutches, just by looking at their appearance, they couldn't have anything to do with a strong person. Let's go. It's just right to take a look at Lu Xian's side, whether there are any other experts. Xiaoyu did not refuse the old man's hand and nodded, putting the holy decree away. The next second, the silver-haired old man standing beside him suddenly disappeared. Zhang Qian and the three of them thought they were hallucinating, and hurriedly rubbed their eyes in shock. Where did it go? Disappeared out of thin air? It couldn't be. Such a living, breathing person disappeared in front of the few of them. Spooky. In the blink of an eye. In front of Lu Xian and the others, a trembling figure, relying on a walking stick, limped and walked out slowly. No one saw how he appeared. As if it was there out of thin air. Very bizarre. Just at this time, the hidden Dark One quickly revealed his figure and stood in front of the carriage. His eyes were cautious and scrupulously watched the old man coming. Auntie, am I blinking? The green woman stared at the silver-haired old man in dismay, rubbing her eyes vigorously, suspecting that she had misread the situation. In front of the empty front, a person just changed out. It was really a bit strange and terrifying. You didn't blink. This should be the long-lost 1 instant 100 meters, being able to move to any place 100 meters away in a split second. This stance only appeared in one person, that is the strongest 11th on earth, Wang Daoyuan. When Dark One mentioned this person, even his voice trembled a little. The opponent's stance was extremely bizarre, allowing him to move in an instant, silently. What? Xiaoyan, face full of shock, some accidentally looked at the old man walking with a limp, and then exclaimed, He is Wang Daoyuan, the one who almost entered the strongest top 10 on earth. Relying on his stance, he was able to dodge the sword of Li Bai, the third strongest man on earth and the pinnacle of the sword Dao. What kind of character is Li Bai? His sword was enough to destroy mountains and break the sea, even a strong person of the same level. It's difficult for them to defend themselves. Of course. The reason why Wang Daoyuan is known to the world is because he was at the time when Li Bai had not yet accomplished the amazing sword Immortal. There was a battle between the two of them. At that time, he was able to use his body skills to instantly reach 100 meters in a flash. It could be said that he fought back and forth with Li Bai. Later, after Li Bai achieved the sword Immortal, the two had another battle, said to be because of a woman.
That battle. The fight was well known and extremely intense.
It ended with Wang Daoyuan having his right leg chopped off by a sword.
Because of this,
he was the one who needed to rely on crutches to walk. This old fellow was already over 100 years old, God knows how strong he really was.
He was a bit bitter for a while.
Unexpectedly, the other party would actually allow such a person to deal with them.
It was dangerous.
Lu Ziyan quickly recalled in his mind for Wang Daoyuan's deeds, but he had also read about it inside some of the celebrity deeds. This person's most well-known deed. I'm afraid that he had robbed a woman with Li Bai.
And he succeeded.
Most importantly, Li Bai actually let him go because of that woman.
So it was this guy. Lu Ziyan drifted off, the expression on his face didn't change much. In a flash,
Wang Daoyuan had already arrived at a distance of 20 meters in front of Lu Ziyan holding his walking stick. That wrinkled old face revealed a smile that was worse than crying.
Mr. Lu, hand over the Zhenghua order and live. If you don't, you die.
He slowly said, lifting his walking stick and pointing it at Lu Ziyan, the threatening meaning of which was already clearly visible. Dark One's nerves were taut, always watching the other party's every move, ready to strike at any time.
However, looking at the Dark One who was like an enemy, Wang Daoyuan just faintly laughed. You are not my opponent. How do you know if you don't try?
Dark One's silhouette dissipated extremely fast. The next second, a flashing cold light dagger has appeared in the left side of Wang Daoyuan, less than half a meter away from his head.
He was about to stab him in the head. Dang lang.
With a bang, that walking stick had appeared at some point, resisting the dagger's attack. Even though a trace of purple martial energy had already erupted from Dark One's body to add to it. When the cane resisted the dagger, along with the aura of that innate purple chi, it came to an abrupt end.
Wang Daoyuan spat out his words unhurriedly. Having said that, you are not my opponent, why don't you listen to the lecture? You people just like to think you are. Don't you know the saying, don't listen to the old man's words, and suffer before your eyes?
It seems to be an education, but in fact the words are full of sarcasm.
Again. Dark One's figure disappeared again. The next second.
Appeared above his head, purple martial energy surged again, dagger flash stabbed down.
Dang. The walking stick once again appeared silently and resisted the dagger attack. Then,
Dark One began to constantly flash his figure, sometimes appearing before and after, sometimes appearing left and right.
Dang. Dang. Dang.
No matter how he attacked, that walking stick was as if it had a spirit. Every time, it was able to precisely block his attacks. Even if every time, Dark One went all out with his attack. Not only did Wang Daoyuan easily defuse it, but most importantly, so far, he hadn't even revealed a trace of martial arts chi on his body, completely relying only on his walking stick to swing. He easily played Dark One, a half-step innate realm, in the palm of his hand.
Dark One attacked for half an hour.
Still couldn't help the other party in the slightest.
Phew.
Phew. Breathing heavily, he dodged and appeared in front of the carriage, his eyes filled with horror. Auntie, his strength is unfathomable, my subordinate is no match at all.
Dark One's face was full of vigilance as he reminded Lu Ziyan. Currently speaking,
he was the strongest guard beside Lu Ziyan, if he was not even an opponent.
This trip, I'm afraid it's not favorable. What's the matter? Tired so soon? Wang Daoyuan grinned, happily looking at Dark One, those cloudy eyes filled with a teasing look. This scene, completely watched by the army behind Lu Ziyan. For a moment,
people were in fear, and many people were beating the drum of retreat in their hearts.
Chapter 76 opened the wrong way?
The Wang Daoyuan in front of him had unfathomable strength.
Even in the face of Dark One's stormy attack, it was still easily defused. Even said, by now, he hadn't even revealed his martial energy. With just a walking stick, he crushed Dark One's half-step innate realm. I heard that Mr. Lu was able to open the Chaos Sword Box?
Wang Daoyuan appeared to be unconcerned, but in reality, he had been secretly watching the sword box carried by the green woman,
as well as Lu Ziyan's every move.
Given the power of the sword box, so far, very little was known about it. Chen Sheng's description made him a little tempted to catch a glimpse of the sword box. A martial arts expert who had reached his level. The only pursuit is to become stronger, constantly become stronger, in order to make their own chi and blood to break the limit, so as to live a little longer. Even if other people say great, but also not as good as their own eyes to see to be true.
You want me to open?
Lu Ziyan looked at him with interest, quite a few surprises, the power of Chaosi sword box.
Even if you haven't seen it, I'm afraid you've heard of it. Under such circumstances,
the other party still dared to let him open the sword box. From this point, it is enough to prove that Wang Daoyuan's confidence in his own strength. Simply wanting to witness the divine weapon that had been rumored for decades, what kind of elegance was it? He nodded non-committally, a flash of anticipation appearing on his old face. The reason why he chose to delay making a move was because he was waiting for Lu Ziyan to open the sword box. Of course. Not only was he waiting, the king of winning state behind him was also waiting. Both wanted to see the sword box power. Was it really as Chen Sheng had said?
The terrifying power of destroying tens of thousands of troops in an instant. Lu Ziyan spread out his hands and said with feigned helplessness, "In that case, then I can only satisfy you." The green woman was very sensible to take down the sword case and hand it over. At the same time, under the veil, that exquisite face was expectant. After experiencing the last time, when the sword box was opened, it erupted with terrifying might. At this moment, she could not help but feel anticipation and a great curiosity. This time, when the sword box was opened again, what kind of scene would it be? With the moment the sword box was taken into Lu Ziyan's hands, Wang Daoyuan was fully focused and his spirit began to tense up. The next second, Lu Ziyan urged the trace of golden Wen Qi in his body and reached out to slap the sword box. Click! The large sword box quickly opened towards both sides, and immediately after, there was a long, turquoise blue sword with a greenish blue light covering its body. Then, is the long sword on both sides, appeared a layer of small partitions, each layer of partitions, quietly lying as thin as a silver needle like a small sword. Ha! Qing female surprised a sound, because at this time compared to the last time, very different. There is no outbreak of dazzling light, not to mention the vastness of the sword like the sea. What's going on? Xiaoyan is also curious. Close to some look at, found that in addition to that kind of body turquoise blue long sword covered with green blue light outside, other those fine as silver needle small sword. Looks just like a silver needle quietly lying there. There is nothing stunningly special. At this time Wang Daoyuan, in the sword box opened that moment, the body of martial arts Qi began to mobilize. But saw this scene. All of a sudden called him frozen on the spot, dumbfounded staring at the sword box in front of him. This? Said the sword Qi vertical and horizontal, sword intent rampant above the city wall. Summer Yu's originally excited expression was directly dumbfounded in place after seeing this scene. It was not only him. There was also Zhang Qian and the others as well. Of course. The most dumbfounded among them was Chen Shang. The last time when the sword box was opened, the scene he saw was clearly not like this. Fake, right? Chen Shang for a while entertained such skeptical thoughts. However, the Chaos Sword Box, rare in the world, was the only one of its kind. Could it be that it was opened the wrong way? Xiaoyan was so angry that his face turned blue as he looked back at Zhang Qian angrily. This is it? You're saying that thing can instantly blast tens of thousands of generals? These words caused Zhang Qian to blush for a while, unable to find any words to refute. Puff! Chen Sheng hurriedly fell to his knees and said in fear, back to His Majesty, "My subordinate's words are true and I don't dare to be false. As for why this is so, my subordinate doesn't know." Summer Yu suddenly woke up. If this person did not say false, it is difficult to open the sword box before and after 2 times. The scene is really different. Really so then? Could it be that the first time you open it is different from the second time you open it? In his heart, he was a little doubtful. Your Majesty, perhaps this sword box has not been opened for too long, causing it to harbor a powerful sword chi, which is normal. Zhang Qian hurriedly relieved Qin Shang. It's true. Hearing this explanation, Xiaoyan nodded with some approval, feeling that it was extremely possible. However, in that case, then this sword box would not be of much use. He looked at the sword box with some disappointment. Just in front of him, it was as plain and uninteresting as this. Wang Daoyuan stared at the open sword box for a long time. He did not see anything strange. Of course. Those small swords that were as fine as silver needles, but it caused curiosity in his heart. There are people who can create such a delicate sword. I am afraid that it is the only one that exists in the world. It is a bit ingenious, just why do not see thousands of sword chi vertical and horizontal? Wang Daoyuan observed for a while and asked this question. However, the sight in front of him, even Lu Ziyan was somewhat confused. However, it was quickly understood what was going on. The ultimate reason was still because after opening it last time, it caused the sword chi, the sword accident, to leak out. It was only then that a scene like that was formed. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the silver needle small sword or that chaos sword, the sword chi had already been internalized. Auntie, what's going on? Could this be a fake sword box? The green woman rubbed her eyes vigorously and began to doubt herself. It's not right. There were 12 things wrong in 10. This is the right sword box. Xiaoyan came forward a bit, carefully surveyed for a moment, extremely sure. Dark One is always concerned about Wang Daoyuan's every move, vigilant. If it is just such a sword box, Mr. Lu should go on his way without fear. After the disappointment, Wang Daoyuan finally had to choose to strike. The walking stick in his hand, slowly raised. With just this one action, Dark One immediately felt a huge pressure like a titanic mountain pressing down on him, pressing over. Lu Ziyan's right hand was presented as a sword finger, and a flash of golden light surged onto the finger. Seeing that he gently scratched the partition inside the sword box, whoosh, a white light flashed and flew out. Looking at the partition again, a small silver needle sword was missing. Boom! As that small sword flew out, instantly an incomparably vast sword chi rolled over, as if it was turning a river. Towards Wang Daoyuan, it pressed over. What?
He was so shocked that he retreated out tens of meters in a row. Whoosh! A stern breaking sound spread out, and Wang Daoyuan was silenced as he hurriedly dodged to avoid it. Giggling. With a sound, on his right arm, a blood scar appeared and a splash of blood flowed out. What is this? Wang Daoyuan looked at the bloodstain in horror, his brain recalling the thrilling moment just now. Just now, a lightning-fast sword chi appeared, almost hitting his heart directly. Fortunately, he reacted in time and instinctively dodged the fatal blow. Whoosh! The silver needle sword quickly flew back in front of Lu Ziyan and hovered in the air. How was it? Its elegance, have you seen it? Lu Ziyan's smiling but not laughing words directly made Wang Daoyuan's old face blush, and at the same time, he also looked clearly at the silver needle sword that was hovering. Fong Kai. It was that little sword that almost took his old life. Chapter 77, If I want to, I can be invincible in the world. A silver needle thin sword that had such power. The crowd watched in a daze. However, what shocked Wang Daoyuan was that Lu Ziyan was only a scholar. Just now, there was clearly no fluctuation of martial chi or even sword chi. How did he catalyze the sword box to open? Not only was he curious about this, Summer Yu and the others were also stunned, their faces full of puzzlement. As far as I know, Mr. Lu doesn't know martial arts, he doesn't specialize in literature, and he doesn't even cultivate the sword path. How did you manage to open the sword box and still control the sword against the enemy? Until this moment, Wang Daoyuan inquired with palpitations. As we all know, if you want to control the sword, you must cultivate the sword road through the sword chi to sense the sword, and even drive the sword. Other than that, it was martial chi and literary chi that could do it. These powers had never appeared in Lu Ziyan's body. And what kind of power was that flash of golden light? He was not blind, and clearly saw the flash of golden light on Lu Ziyan's sword finger. The eyes of the Green Lady, Xiaoyan, and Dark One were also curious to the extreme, all staring at him, hoping to receive a response. Unheard of. Of course, they also saw that flash of golden light, they could just see it, but they could not feel what kind of power it was at all. Lu Ziyan put away his sword finger and stood with his arms folded, his body's elegant temperament was revealed, and he smiled gently, just like the spring breeze. Calm, transcendent. Give people a kind of modest gentleman, gentle and elegant. Can't you control the sword without practicing the sword path? Lu Ziyan directly came to a rhetorical question, and then smiled faintly and shook his head. If I cultivate the sword, the world is invincible. If I enter the literature, the world is invincible. If I practice martial arts, the world is invincible. The crowd was shocked to the core when he said, I'll be invincible if I practice sword. Hubris. Arrogant. Arrogant. Such a domineering words, directly to all the whole will not. I asked why you can control the sword, you do not respond positively even if. Also put aside this bragging pen. Even the world's invincible are blowing on, even now the strongest first on earth, do not dare to call themselves invincible. The Green Woman, Dark One, Xiaoyan all fell into a burst of petrification, completely speechless. Wang Daoyuan was first stagnant for a moment. Then he burst out laughing. Ha, Lu kid, you say good serious ah. I almost believed it, but do you know what invincibility in the world represents? The world is huge, within the 9 states, who dares to say invincible? Who dares to claim invincibility in the martial arts? Even on the distant city wall, Summer Yu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Too ridiculous. Scholar is a scholar, what the world has not seen, sitting in the well to watch the sky, the frog in the bottom of the well. Originally thought it was a character. Unexpectedly, just this? Ready? Summer Yu had also did not return, the back of the Zhang Qian quickly and respectfully responded, Your Majesty, everything is ready. Already from the south city gate, the north city gate out, not half an hour, we'll be able to surround them. Obviously. All this is just an illusion, Summer Yu has already arranged the army out of the city. A south, a north have 50,000 troops out of the city. Plus Wang Daoyuan brought 100,000 troops a few days ago, is waiting in the city. Then this time. Once Lu Ziyan's army is surrounded by 200,000 troops, the situation will be overwhelming. The battle situation is one-sided suppression and killing. Let them quickly be sure to half an hour later, will this guy bragging people caught. Summer you can't stand Lu Ziyan's bragging words. Yes. With a promise, he quickly walked down. Bragging? Lu Ziyan had no explanation for this, because he knew one thing very well. That is, those who are ignorant will be pitiful. Old man, it's time to hit the road. His light words caused Wang Daoyuan's scalp to tingle. What do you mean? Time to go on the road? Couldn't be talking about himself? No, what kind of crazy talk is this? Do you really think that a fool's dream can come true? I'm not finished yet. Whoosh! An extreme white light traveled, like electricity, and faded away with a flash. Puffing. The white light silently cut through Wang Daoyuan's throat, a smear of blood marks appeared. Oh. Intense pain came, his eyes widened in horror, reaching out to cover his neck, blood continued to flow, like running water. Stammering for half a day, but could not say a complete sentence. Puffing. Until the moment he collapsed, all the people were shocked to realize he dead. Back. Lu Ziyan softly recited, whoosh, that silver needle thin sword quickly flew back inside the sword box. Then, sword box closed up, he glanced at the Dark One, as if nothing happened, said, "This is it? Boring to the extreme. Eh?" A few people's foreheads burst with black lines, almost getting pissed off. Auntie, how did you do it?" Xingnu was dumbfounded. When did Auntie become so powerful and terrifying? Even a long-established expert like Wang Daoyuan was so unbeatable. "You're not dreaming, are you?" She fiercely pinched her cheeks, and a pain came before she realized that she wasn't dreaming at all. "If I want to, I can be invincible," he said with a feeling in his heart, and as soon as he finished speaking, the huge Wen palace in his body trembled slightly, followed by a trace of golden Wen qi continuously surging out of his dantian. This moment, he felt that some of his previously damaged tendons and veins gradually began to be repaired. Following one's heart is also a kind of cultivation. After all, it was still his past self that was obsessed. Holy! Even he couldn't help but burst out, it was too unbelievable. "It's not. Auntie Lu, are you serious? I thought you were just saying that." The people went numb and were completely shocked. Dark One's eyes flashed with a burst of unidentified essence, and then his figure quickly retreated among the army. Obviously, is suffered some kind of blow. Then again, which kind of Dao is Aunt Lu cultivating? It doesn't look like martial arts, nor does it look like literature, let alone the kind of killing that is so extreme in the way of the sword. He was greatly curious about this, but he could be sure of one thing: it was a power that even he had never seen before. It was mysterious and powerful. However, Lu Ziyan didn't answer this question. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Summeryu in the distance. With just one glance, looking at Xiaoyu had the feeling of falling into an ice cellar and chilling his body all over. It was also not until this moment. It was only then that he woke up to the fact that perhaps he had been tricked. No! Not only himself, but everyone else was deceived. This Aunt Lu was not some bull scholar at all, but a great master. He hid his clumsiness. Bravo! Protector General Lin Xiaoyan, Duke of Jinguo Lin Hong, you're all so good. How dare you hide so deeply? When the marriage was granted, everyone was looking at her as a joke. I didn't expect it. To this day, it turns out that they are the ones who are watching the jokes, and they are the last clowns. Ridiculous. Pathetic. Your Highness, you are next. Lu Ziyan tapped the sword case. The voice was not loud, but it still echoed in Xiaoyu's ears. Rubbing. He was so startled that he took a few consecutive steps back, even at such a long distance apart. It was still startled. There was no way. Even an expert like Wang Daoyuan was silently killed. If the other party only targeted him alone, it would be dangerous. Chen Shang, immediately lead people to kill out. That Lu Ziyan guy is no longer useful. Kill him. After saying that, he panicked and walked down the city wall, and in his mind, there was only one thought. Hurry up and leave this place of wrongdoing. The power displayed by Lu Ziyan was too terrifying. One must go back to Cloud City as soon as possible before making the next step. Chapter 78: Manifesting Sainthood in Front of People. The breeze was light. The sun was shining. Twilight Land. Lu Ziyan and the others, on the left and right sides, a large number of black pressurized armies quickly appeared. In an encircling form, they were closing in towards them. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The city gates suddenly opened, and a team darted out from inside. Seeing the situation, on his old face, he shouted in shock, "Not good. They are trying to wrap us up in dumplings." Not a moment later, Zheng Qian had already led an army of over 100,000 troops and surrounded Lu Ziyan's side. "Auntie, what should we do?" The green woman's embroidered eyebrows were locked, her voice was clear and cold, inquiring, but she did not have the slightest intention of retreating. What should we do? Faced with such a large army surrounding them, what else can be done? Normally, there is only one way left. There was only one method left, and that was to fight. However, whether it's Qin Cheng's army, or these generals led by myself, they are all Daxia generals. Luant, in fact, we punish the culprit is, those soldiers, but also just innocent people. Showing some intolerance, as far as he is concerned. In front of him, these people are all Daxia generals, protect the peace of the people. Lu Ziyan helplessly held his forehead. Naturally, he was also clear about a truth. Once the war is fought, the people who are hurt are still the people at the bottom. What's more, all being Daxia generals, killing each other was not necessarily a good thing. Furthermore, the Qin city army had a huge advantage in terms of numbers. In such a battle, there can only be a one-sided suppression situation. Old man Xiao, what are you thinking? Lu Ziyan shook his head, doubly speechless. He had never thought of letting their own people fight their own people. The reason why he chose to transfer so many generals from winning state city, in a big way, to come here. It was only to let certain people know that the Jinguo order was now in his hands. Thus, attracting the firepower from the royal capital side.
allowing some people to completely focus on himself. In this way,
Lin Xiaoyan, Lin Hong, and the others would be temporarily ignored.
What did Aunt Lu mean by that? Xiaohe is a bit confused. It's already at this point, can't you still make the other side stop? It can't be. Just watch. After the words, Lu Ziyan stretched his waist and casually chanted, even though there is a great wind pulling up from the ground. In an instant, a whirlwind lined him up and came directly above mid-air. Is it coming again?
The green woman's eyes were filled with excitement. She had seen it once before when she was in Lingzhou City, and her own aunt had shown her great power. Xiaohe and those generals of winning state city behind him. Looking at the scene in front of them, they were immediately stunned.
I'm in a groove.
Sparing the bookish Xiaohe, he couldn't help but burst out, it was too surprising.
Just this act, I'm afraid it's enough to make countless people look up to it. The Qin City Army.
With their own eyes, they witnessed Lu Ziyan summoning a whirlwind with a single word, and also rising into mid-air with the help of the wind. They were astonished. To be able to use the wind to rise up with a single word of poetry, I'm afraid it can only be done by a flatfoot in the Grandmaster realm.
Flying. What the hell? How did he get into the sky? Where did the strange wind come from to blow someone up? Wait a minute. What is he doing?
The generals on this side of Qin City talked and started discussing. Zhang Xian rubbed his eyes vigorously, thought he had misread. Good reason, you fly to the sky for what?
Immediately after.
Gentlemen, as the same daxia generals, we should not kill each other. I would like to advise you all.
Be smart and get out of the way. Otherwise, I will not show any mercy.
Lu Ziyan's voice was like a thunderbolt, exploding across the entire field, causing everyone to thunder in their ears. Of course. If one wanted to persuade the army to yield with just such a sentence, it was naturally impractical. However, right now, the thing he needed to do was deterrence. Absolute strength deterrence. Only then can it play a truly persuasive role. I'm sure you all have heard a little bit about the matter of the three great kingdoms gathering their armies to violate Lingzhou City not long ago. But do you know, in my own strength once retreated 300,000 enemies, by the people worshipped as the immortal of the literary way.
Lu Ziyan's words left everyone dumbfounded. What? One's own strength to retreat 300,000 enemies, bragging about it. Wendo Immortal? Wait a minute. It seems like there is such a thing. Is it possible that what he said is true?
Not only the Qin City army, but also the generals on the winning state side. All of them were beginning to be somewhat half-hearted.
More or less, they had all heard about what happened in Lingzhou City. Only that it was too heavenly, causing many people to not put much thought into it. It wasn't. It's not. Are people nowadays so thick-skinned? If you're an immortal, why are you still here with us for half a day? If you were an immortal, why are you still here with us? Why don't you brag that you're our long-lost ancestor? That's right, it must be bragging.
My mother said that no good-looking man is good-looking.
Hey.
This brother, words over ha, not with personal attacks, after all, I am also handsome without bounds.
All of a sudden,
both sides of the generals have begun to issue such doubts.
People's bias is a big mountain, never see others than their own good. After all, obviously, everyone is ordinary and fine, you have to brag that you are an immortal. Sorry.
I don't believe it. There is no other reason, purely because of careful eyes.
If careful eye is also a kind of disease, I guess we have to be very sick.
Lu Ziyan listened to the voices of questioning, skepticism, contempt and so on that kept coming from his ears. With a faint smile, he shouted, "Is it true? Try it and you will not know." With that, his right-hand sword finger waved, the sword box quickly flew to him.
Gently embellish a click. The sword box quickly opened.
The great river sword will come from the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword box trembled for a moment, followed by a streak of white light shooting out into the sky.
The next second. Buzz.
There was more than just a burst of sword roars as countless sword chi streaked across the 9 heavens, a terrifying white sword chi. As if it was like ocean waves rolling up, it quickly converged to become a large river that was a full 100 feet in size.
At that time,
the entire sky was covered with densely packed white sword chi, with no end in sight.
In the blink of an eye,
that one sword chi converged into a 100 feet large river, suddenly poured down.
On the ground. Those generals, feeling the horrifying sword chi pressure coming at them.
One by one, they were startled and panicked.
Almost all of them fell to their knees. I groove.
There was only such a vivid and spiritual word echoing in everyone's mind. The scene before them was definitely the most terrifying scene they had ever seen. The image of a 100-foot sword river standing horizontally in the sky and pouring down. It continuously impacted their brains.
People, can they really do this? Cannot do. Not humanly possible. Falling.
Lu Ziyan slightly turned his head and looked towards a towering mountain peak in the distance, thousands of meters above sea level. Looking from afar, there was an illusion of going straight into the clouds. As his voice fell, the river of swords rushed straight into that mountain peak.
Rumble. Rumble. Rumble.
Endless, ocean-like sword chi swiftly impacted the mountain peak.
In an instant, dust and smoke filled the air more than once. Back. Lu Ziyan once again lowly heated, a white light flashed back into the sword box. After a long time,
dust and smoke dissipated, the crowd looked up again.
That mountain peak certainly disappeared.
The crowd only felt drenched in sweat, silent, as if waking up from a dream.
Even there was an illusion of rebirth after the robbery. Chapter 79 Greeting Immortal Lu. It was like a new life.
It was the most genuine feeling for everyone present. A huge river of swords, carrying a terrifying pressure,
almost
caused them to suffocate. Experiencing such a scene, no one dared to question Lu Ziyan's words anymore.
Even if he wasn't a window immortal.
Such a terrifying means could never be performed by a mortal.
Still not retreating quickly, Lu Ziyan shouted sternly, and immediately after, those encircling Qin City's army were very sensible and all retreated away. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Welcome Immortal Lu into the city.
It must be said that Zhang Qian is a person who can come to things. After this experience,
he immediately reacted.
Quickly signaling the army to back off, he rode his horse, sweating profusely, and galloped to the front of the carriage. Green Lady, Xiao, and they were dumbfounded by the scene just now, also looked dumbfounded.
Was this something a human could do?
This kind of tactic, it would not be an exaggeration to call it an immortal.
Immortal Lu, little Zhang is here.
Zhang Qian's fat head and ears, shouting at the top of his voice, that warhorse seemed to be pressed by his obese figure, showing his teeth and gasping for air.
Rear.
Chen Shang, Zhu Ba and the two of them, looked at each other, inwardly shocked. There was a time when Zhang Qian, who was the deputy state lord, would have such a low-profile moment. Rarely seen. No. I should say, unseen. Vice State Lord, wait for me. Righteous Father, be at ease. The two of them also rode their horses and chased after them in the rear.
The State Lord's mansion. A few moments ago. The front yard.
Old Huang was holding a broom, humming a little song and sweeping the ground with incomparable comfort. Zhang, sister, you sit on the bow of the boat, brother walks on the shore.
The next moment,
he stopped sweeping the ground, his expression was incomparably solemn, and he looked up to the outside of the city.
This Aunt Lu is not simple.
Since this is the case, let's give him a little meet and greet gift. After speaking, the figure gradually became illusory and finally disappeared completely in place.
North City Gate.
Summer Yu rode a warhorse and galloped out.
Not a moment later.
Flying on the pipeline, he said with a face of indignation, damn, had I known that this king should have brought more experts to follow him. After all, it was still this king who underestimated that aunt of the Lin family. I thought that having Wang Daoyuan alone would be enough to deal with the guards around him. As soon as he thought of this, there was some regret and missteps. If it wasn't for the fact that time was too tight, he could have mobilized a large number of experts up from Cloud City.
It was only a pity.
Having only rushed all the way back from the royal capital, there was only one expert like Wang Daoyuan by his side.
Just as he was thinking bitterly. Whoosh!
A green-colored sword chi broke through the air from behind him, and the sudden scene caused him to be startled.
He hastily dodged the sword chi with a flying body. Bang!
The green-colored sword chi struck the warhorse, and blood and flesh immediately flew everywhere.
What kind of person?
Summer Yu leapt to the side of the pipeline and hurriedly looked around with a vigilant face.
Looking left, right, and then to the back.
The surroundings were quiet, except for the occasional breeze, there was no other special features. However, the more so, the more abnormal he felt.
Your Excellency is rushing towards this king, right?
This king is curious if Your Excellency is from the Lin family, or if His Majesty is. He was fully concentrated, not daring to be careless, and sweat had already begun to flow from his forehead, until this moment. Until now, I haven't seen anything unusual. If it wasn't for the puddle of flesh and blood that the warhorse had turned into there. Summer Yu suspected that he had hallucinations, just experienced everything is false.
Your Highness, don't be in a hurry to leave. A
voice filled with flirtation and a bit of laziness rang out.
The next second, he saw that in the distance, a black dot was constantly moving towards his side. The speed was extremely fast. It was like a shooting star, a flickering sensation. In a few breaths, that person had already appeared in front of Summer Yu, and as this person appeared, he said with some surprise, You are the housekeeper, old Juan? After seeing the person coming, he was a bit incredulous, sizing him up for a while before speaking out to inquire. Unbelievable. For the housekeeper Lao Huang on the State Lord's residence, he was no stranger. In the past 5 years, every time he traveled to the State Lord's mansion to visit his righteous son Lu Yiming, it was the person in front of him who received him. Your Highness, isn't it just me, old Huang? He spread his hands with a helpless face, looking as if old acquaintances had met without the slightest hint of being out of the ordinary. Summer Yu instantly looked angry up, rebuked, Old Huang, what are you stopping this king?
Your Majesty, at this time, the first question you should ask is why Old Yellow Eye of cultivation is right. The Old Yellow was not a tight posture, slowly shaking his head and saying.
Everything seemed to be expected. Hearing the words.
Summeryu also had a huge change in his face and was secretly shocked inwardly.
Almost forgetting.
Old Huang, the housekeeper, he had seen many times and had never heard that the other party possessed cultivation. In his impression, Old Huang had always been an ordinary person. Not even a trace of martial chi was ever revealed on his body. Many times he had led the innate realm guards and had tested him. The only answer they received was that he was an ordinary person.
Old Huang, you are clearly an ordinary person. How could you possess strength that even this king cannot see through?
No matter what, he was also a martial cultivator who had stepped into the 9th grade for many years. Can let himself this 9th grade martial arts cultivator also cannot detect the slightest fluctuation of martial arts chi, the other party strength. I am afraid that it is unfathomable. In view of the sword chi of the party, at least equivalent to the peak of the 8th grade. At least equivalent to the peak of the 8th grade full power strike power.
Could it be that you are practicing the way of the sword? No. Not right.
Even at the innate realm, or the sword immortal level, when you activate your stance, there will be an aura that is revealed.
You didn't.
Suddenly, he realized something extremely terrifying. When the other party was moving at that extreme speed just now.
Actually, no breath revealed.
As if like a ghost, you can only see a shadow moving at high speed.
But could not feel the slightest fluctuation of breath. It's not normal.
Say more useless, Old Yellow Eye, come here, only to take you back. The Old Yellow said, raised his hand. A green light hit Summeryu. The latter immediately felt that the martial energy in his body was sealed by some kind of power.
What have you done to this king?
He was shocked and shouted, full of panic, hastily urged the body's martial energy, but unfortunately tried several times.
He couldn't feel the slightest fluctuation of martial energy. Your Majesty does not need to know.
Old Huang's expression condensed as he reached out and grabbed Summeryu's shoulder, and in the next second, the two began to move at an extreme speed.
Finally disappearing. Greetings to Immortal Lu. Greeting Immortal Lu. Welcome, Immortal Lu.
On both sides of the street, the people were kneeling and chanting.
Lu Xian's carriage slowly traveled in the middle of the street. In front,
Zhang Qian rode his horse and kept signaling the surrounding people with both hands.
Obviously,
such a scene was all arranged by him. Xiaoyan had a godly look on his face, raising his head and chest, looking around in a very arrogant manner. The old face was full of false smiles, nodding his head to the surroundings from time to time, and waving his hand constantly. Without knowing it, one would think that he was the main character.
Xiao Lao, what are you doing?
The green woman was a little curious, not knowing why Xiao he was like this. Xiao he took a deep breath, there were tears in his eyes, sobbing a little, he said, I am also from Qin City. Back then, in order to make some fame, I chose to leave my hometown. By chance, I became a general of Winzhou City, but I have never been back here. Now, seeing this bustling Qin City and the familiar streets, I have the feeling that I'm returning home with my clothes on my back. Xingnu rolled her eyes and quickly spoke out, stop, they are welcoming your aunt into the city, not you. I know, just adapting to adapt in advance, in case it comes to the old man me one day. Xiaoyan smiling response, but also kept waving toward the surrounding people.
Chapter 80, Don't Pretend. The streets of Qin City.
The carriage traveled slowly.
It went straight to the State Lord's mansion.
On both sides of the street, it was filled with kneeling people. Under Zhang Qian's deliberate arrangement, these people, for Lu Xian, the Immortal, worshipped. Soon, they arrived in front of the State Lord's mansion. In front of them, a bound figure appeared. Zhang Qian walked in front of them, and when he saw a python robe, he was immediately covered in sweat. He was so scared that he was immediately sweating profusely.
Wang, Your Highness?
You, why are you here? Nervous and panting, he trotted to Summeryu.
At the same time,
inside the carriage, Lu Xian walked out. A trace of surprise appeared in his eyes, this king, actually being tied up here with 5 flowers. Quickly surveying the surrounding circle.
Regardless of whether it was Zhang Qian or the surrounding people, they all looked stunned, bewildered, and unaware. Obviously,
this matter had nothing to do with these people.
Come. My subordinate will untie you.
Zhang Qian trembling, hastily untie him, in his heart secretly thought, who is so bold, actually dare to tie a party of the king.
Do not want to die this is.
Humph. Summeryu was extremely indignant, and his eyes were filled with anger. Eyes through the gate of the State Master's mansion, came to the front yard. Old Huang lowered his head, silently sweeping the ground. Lu Xian followed his eyes to look over, into the eyes is just a mediocre old man, low head sweeping the ground. When he fixed his eyes on it, that person was like a giant sword, standing there, all over, revealing an incomparably strong aura.
Interesting.
The corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a touch of surprise, this person's sword Dao achievement, in addition to Li Bai.
Currently encountering a person with the highest cultivation level. Your Highness, hello again. Lu Xian walked in front of him and smiled blandly, not overbearing.
Xiaoyan straightened his clothes and coldly swept a glance at him.
How does Mr. Lu plan to deal with this king? Is it going to be like dealing with Yiming?
As a party prince, even though he has lost the momentum, the current situation is extremely unfavorable for him. But having been in a high position for a long time, he naturally could not bow down to Lu Ziyan. I heard that Lu Yiming is the king's righteous son, and for so many years, he has been committing crimes in the winning state, and has brutalized countless people. Xiao He, bring out the evidence.
Lu Ziyan didn't talk nonsense and directly asked Xiao He to take out a stack of thick account books,
as well as several books recording the crimes Lu Yiming as well as the Lu family had committed over the years. Summer Yu gazed dead on him, then took over a book, casually flipped a few times, unimpressed. Yiming is already dead. Lu family has also been driven to extinction by you.
What's the matter? Still want to take these to convict this king? Beside,
Zhang Qian and others have long been trembling, nervous, for Lu Ziyan this move, secretly pinch a sweat.
What to do? On one side was Aunt Lu, who was suspected to be an immortal, and on the other side was the king, who was defending the side. How to take sides? At this time,
inside the front yard, old Huang, who was sweeping the floor with his head lowered, raised his head sharply, and a green light flashed in his eyes.
The next moment, whoosh! A green-colored sword chi appeared in front of Summer Yu, giggling. The sword chi cut across his neck, and his head flew out directly. The sword chi appeared silently, the crowd could not feel it at all. Until the moment Summer Yu collapsed. Wow! The surroundings were in an uproar, shocked. The king! The king!
Zhang Qian jumped in shock and screamed in horror at the sight of the dead eyes as he dropped his head to the ground,
still glaring.
Well, Lu Ziyan looked up and hurriedly looked over towards the front yard of the State Master's mansion, and found that the old man who was originally standing there cleaning, at some point, had completely lost track of him. The green woman was incomparably shocked and opened her mouth. Auntie, you.
Obviously.
In her opinion, to be able to so silently kill Summer Yu's people, I'm afraid that only his own aunt.
Zhang Qian opened his voice in nervousness. Immortal Lu, this is? In an instant,
everyone's eyes were all on him, and they all felt that it was him who made the move to kill Xiaoyan.
Thank you, Immortal Lu, for ridding the people of harm.
Numerous people knelt down in excitement, chanting in succession.
Until this moment,
Xiaoyan's body softened and collapsed helplessly to the ground, muttering, Auntie, confused.
Impulsive. Really too impulsive.
In full view of the public, in front of so many people, so kill a prince. If this matter is passed back to the court,
I'm afraid it will be criticized. Even. It is very likely to be labeled as a rebel. Immortal Lu is righteous. To rid the people of evil.
Among the crowd, as a voice rang out, followed by countless people shouting.
Lu Ziyan quickly looked over towards the crowd. Without realizing it,
he saw the old man who was sweeping the floor and said to himself, interesting.
Borrowing a knife to kill.
In his mind, the first time such a thought flashed out, but in this situation in front of him,
explanation is of no use.
Because these people had already decided that it was their own hands that killed Summer Yu. Thinking back, just now that an extreme sword chi, even though there was no one present, no one perceived it, but he clearly perceived that it was the sword that came out from the front yard of the mansion. Only, why did the other party do this?
To frame himself?
Lu Ziyan was a little puzzled, so much trouble, just to frame.
What is the purpose of framing?
He was a bit confused. A prince is just a prince, if he dies, he dies. Lu Ziyan didn't even look at Xiaoyan's corpse, and walked into the State Master's mansion as if nothing had happened.
What? A prince? Mr. Lu, do you want to hear what you're saying? Righteous father, do we need to report this matter to the royal capital?
Chen Sheng is a bit lost in thought and asked if the matter is of great importance.
In the future,
I am afraid that this matter will be implicated in their people, and then it is the crime of executing the family. Reported, must be reported, the consequences are too great, we cannot afford.
Zhang Qian thought for a while and resolved to report it immediately. Then, Immortal Lu's side?
Shen Sheng hesitated, thinking that if Lu Ziyan knew that they had reported it, would he hold a grudge against them for it? Don't worry, I'll go and pacify him. Zhang Qianyi finished, wiped a few forehead sweat, and hurriedly switched to a smiling face rushed forward. Lu Immortal, what orders? Feel free to command Xiao Zhang. That lowly mouth, humble posture, eye-opening.
After stepping into the front yard of the State Master's mansion,
Zhang Qian immediately shouted, Old Huang, hurry up and get out.
Not a moment later,
Old Huang, languidly holding a broom, slowly walked out, a look of not waking up.
Here it comes, Mr. Zhang. The moment Old Huang walked out,
Lu Ziyan's gaze immediately locked onto him, recognizing with a glance that the person who had just made a move to kill Summer Yu was none other than this person. Old Huang, this is Immortal Lu. Earlier outside the city, Zhang Qianhan danced and explained to Old Huang.
A good while. The old yellow pretended to be surprised, and then the pupils violently shrink, horrified. Immortal? There are actually immortals in the world. That look of pretense, Lu Ziyan saw it at a glance.
He pressed not half a bit of surprise. The depths of the turbid eyes, ancient wells, seems to not feel the slightest shock at this.
Don't pretend, tell me. Why do you want to frame me?
Lu Ziyan was not interested in his pretense, and after asking, he walked inside the lobby with no expression on his face. The crowd followed closely behind.
Chapter 81 Prejudice. Lobby.
The upper seat, Lu Ziyan sat down, lifted the teapot and poured himself full. Taking the teacup, he took a small sip.
Immediately after,
Zhang Xian, Old Huang, Green Lady, Zhou He and the others walked in one after another.
At this moment,
other than Old Huang, the rest of the people were all a bit confused by what Lu Ziyan said just now.
Graft? What graft? What does this sentence mean?
The crowd was a bit puzzled and confused.
What does it mean, Mr. Lu? How come I don't understand?
Curious plus surprised, the green woman was the first one to choose to ask. The others looked at him, waiting for an explanation. Old Huang also pretended to look stunned, naively scratched his head, a naive look, smiled and said, "Lords, why don't I go and prepare the meal for you first, Old Huang?" Seeing Lu Ziyan's unsuspecting gaze, he planned to hurry to find a reason to leave.
Ironically, cannot stay too long. Wicked.
This Av Lu was really a little evil. After a short distance contact, also secretly observe a moment. After a short distance contact and a few moments of covert observation, he was completely unable to see through the other party.
Hiss. So strange, too evil nah.
From this, he can only first bugger say.
Unbeknownst to him, Lu Ziyan put down his teacup, swept an expressionless glance at him, and faintly said, "Do you want me to do it?" Hearing.
The crowd was stunned again. You looked at me, I looked at you, all not knowing who he was talking about. But there was one thing. They knew one thing clearly, and that was that someone was secretly framing Aunt Lu. Who? Who is the person who is so capable and dares to do so? Old Huang raised his head and realized that the other party's gaze had been resting on him, so he hurriedly said in embarrassment, "What the hell?
Aunt Lu cannot be talking about me, right?"
Uncertain, self-doubt pointed to his nose, his old face was full of innocence. As if he had been wrongly accused, the crowd was a bit confused. Zhang Xian quickly stood out to speak for him. "Immortal Lu, Old Huang, this guy, I know many years, has been in the state main house as a steward.
Dedicated and hardworking, not a scheming person."
Xiaoyan, the green woman, fell into contemplation, very unexpectedly sizing up Old Huang.
Only.
From his body, he could not feel half a bit of martial chi in the slightest. He should not be some kind of martial cultivator. An ordinary person, how could he attract such attention from his aunt?
Lu Ziyan didn't want to pull too much with him and smiled contemptuously. "Oh?
Since that's the case, Green Lady beat him to death."
The moment these words came out, everyone was dumbfounded and froze in place.
To beat someone to death at the drop of a hat, this was a bit too much.
Furthermore,
he is just an old man, so old, and he has to be beaten to death. It's not appropriate, right?
Wait, no. Mr. Lu, what are you doing? Why are you beating me to death?
Old Huang pretended to be scared and hurriedly wiped the sweat from his forehead with a terrified expression. The details were very well put together.
None of the people present could detect that he was pretending.
Of course. Lu Ziyan was different, with the Wen Gong overflowing with those golden Wen Qi, the damaged tendons in his body were repaired, no matter whether it was in terms of eyesight or insight. At a glance, he could see that Old Huang was different. The body was deliberately suppressed, as vast as the sea of sword Qi. Even if it's hidden, it can't escape his eyes. The green woman was a bit torn, hesitant. "Auntie, for no reason, killed an old man, not too appropriate, right?" Xiaoyan concurred, "This person is ugly and does owe a few beatings, but we have to be reasonable, don't we?"
As for Zhang Qian, Shen Shang and the others, they were completely confused. Old Huang and Immortal Lu used to know each other? And he has a grudge? It's not right.
Looking at the age of Immortal Lu, most likely in his early 30s, it is impossible to have any interaction with Old Huang. Moreover, Old Huang had been working as a steward in the state lord's mansion, and was usually lazy, delicious, unkempt, and hard to hear.
Other than these shortcomings, there didn't seem to be anything too great. Right. There is also good color. It couldn't be that Immortal Lu knew that he used to go to drink flowery wine and look for women, right?
Especially on the matter of hooking up with Precious. However, if Old Huang was killed, wouldn't Ajin be left with no one to turn to, and at that time, maybe I'm. Zhang Qian cocked his head and fell into contemplation. Rationally, it was not in favor of Old Huang being beaten to death, but emotionally, he wanted to do it all by himself. As soon as Old Huang heard them talk about themselves in this way, he was not happy and quickly said angrily, "Prejudice, you people are just prejudiced against my looks."
Lu Ziyan's tone was cold. "Don't make a move yet."
The green woman was jolted, and only then did she come back to her senses, stepping forward, her martial arts chi exuding from around her body. "Old man, sorry." After the words, waved his fist towards the old yellow smashed over.
"No, really hands."
There was no breath fluctuation on the old yellow body, in the form of a ghost, instantly dodging away. A fist fell short.
Green woman incredibly looked at her fist, surprised, dodged. Zhang Qian first froze, then full of incredulity pointing at him, stuttering, Old Huang? You, how could you? Others were also stunned. Just now, only seeing a shadow swaying, Old Huang dodged a blow from the 8th grade expert of the Green Lady. Wait a minute, little girl, you're no match for Old Huang me. He spread his hands, his old face hung helpless, stopping the idea of the Green Lady striking again. Immediately afterward, he placed his gaze on Lu Ziyan and nodded with secret satisfaction. Aunt Lu really hides deeply, and even saw through Old Huang me at a glance. That's right. I killed the king of Winning State. Admit it? Zhang Wanwan never thought that Old Huang would actually admit it so easily. Wait a minute. Old Huang killed the king. How? Could it be that? The thought of that scene outside the doorway earlier. Hiss. Old Huang, you are the one who hides the deepest. Take a step and walk forward. Coming next to Lu Ziyan, he sat down with a big horse, picked up the teapot, poured a cup of tea, and took a sip. Doesn't Aunt Lu want to kill him? I'm just doing a smooth ride. If I want to kill him, why do you need to do it? Lu Ziyan seemed to smile, staring straight at him. When the latter heard this, his body shook and his expression stuttered. Why kill in front of me? Old Huang met his star-like eyes, deep, like an infinite abyss, terrifying. That is simply not a normal person can have. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. I still underestimated this Aunt Lu. In fact, I have an unbreakable grudge with that Summeryu guy. Saying that back then, Old Huang sighed secretly, and then began a long detailed account of the past. Nothing more than that, he was the head of a large family in Cloud City, painstakingly managed the family for decades, and then met Xiaoyan sealing the king. When he traveled to Cloud City, the first time they suppressed their family, hundreds of clansmen were killed. He was the only one left who was abolished in all cultivation and escaped. Later, he met Lu Yiming and was saved. Over the years, he has been biding his time, and has opened up another path to recultivate, and has finally achieved something. Just in time, he came across Lu Ziyan coming, in order to avoid himself attracting the attention of the royal capital side, only to kill Xiaoyan in full view of the public. Transferring all this to him. Things went through roughly like this. In the final analysis, Old Yellow, I am also a poor man. Old Huang's eyes were tearful and gently wiped them away in a pitiful manner. Immediately caused these people present to resonate. Just at this moment, Lu Ziyan yawned, stretched his waist, stood up, and faintly said, Shou Lao, go check the truth. Chapter 82 Running Away? Wang Du. Shun Tian Hall. The Xia Emperor was sitting on the upper throne, looking furious as he looked around at the crowd of 100 officials below. A mere scholar dared to massacre the lord of a city and make such a big deal. No one can actually suppress it. Words. The body's martial chi was revealed, a pekinate aura erupted out. Below. Hundreds of officials, silent, sweating. Your Majesty, this Fang is extremely arrogant, and it is also in the King of Winning State lot. My official believes that when appropriate, a large army can be sent to suppress it. An official stepped forward and suggested. Thinking that this matter happened in the Winning State and is under the administration of the King of Winning State. If we were to surround it with a large army from a state, we would certainly be able to take it down. I second the motion. For a while, many ministers came forward, all favoring this suggestion. They all thought it was feasible. Your Majesty, I suggest we send our experts to intercept that guy. Meng Lon, the great general of Xinbian, stepped forward at the first time, and said in an upright and clear voice. Meng Lon. Third-grade military general, on the battlefield, second only to Lin Xiaoyan. It is also the strongest competitor of Lin Xiaoyan to be appointed as the Protectorate General. Today, learning that Lu Ziyan has no official status, he dares to kill the lord of a city. He, angry beyond words, chose to stand out. The Xia Emperor did not say anything, gazed at Meng Long for a moment, softly and gently said, Come on, give the decree. General Meng led 50,000 troops, with the will of the orphan, to go to the Winning State. Behead Lu Ziyan. And on the matter of General Lin, issue another decree summoning her back to the royal capital. If you do not obey, kill without pardon. When the 100 officials heard the words, some were happy and some were sad. Those who rejoiced were the officials who were against the Lin family. As for those officials who were worried, they were naturally those who were close to the Lin family. Xi'an City. State Lord's Mansion. Old Huang gave an explanation that Lu Ziyan didn't believe at all. Let Xiao He go and explore. Then, he, getting up, came to the green woman's side and reached out to touch the sword case. Open. With a low chant, the sword case quickly opened. Raising his hand. With a gentle flick, a white thin sword quickly flew out. Whoosh. Extreme speed, like a bolt of lightning, in an instant, it attacked towards Old Yellow. Terrifying sword chi instantly filled the entire lobby. There was no sign. Everyone was startled by the sudden scene. Seeing this, Old Huan looked horrified and hastily retreated, his figure swaying and appearing at the entrance position. Aunt Lu, why don't you talk about martial virtues? The moment he exited, he immediately screamed in alarm, his figure in a flash, rushed out to the front yard. Behind him,
White thin sword followed closely behind, instantly, turned into a sea of swords.
Seemingly endless sword chi, converging together. Like waves rolling over. Towards old yellow pouncing over. Inside the lobby.
Xingnu, Zhang Qian, and the others were completely dumbfounded. The moment the terrifying sword chi appeared, it made them feel a sense of suffocation. It was as if they were being pinched by the neck, completely unable to breathe. The aura of death enveloped their surroundings. Without a word, Lu Zi raised his hand and waved it. The sword box quickly flew out. The figure followed the sword box out. Came to the front yard. Again, the sword finger flicked. Two thin swords once again flew out from the sword box,
turning into two streams of light. Deception is too much.
Old Huang immediately shouted when he felt the two extreme sword auras coming at him. There was no other reason. It was all because it was not anticipated that the other party would suddenly strike.
Caught off guard. Completely unprepared by half. Aunt Lu, the explanation, I've already explained. Why are you still laying down your deadly hands? He really couldn't figure out why the other party would suddenly strike. Even if he put the assassination of the king on his head. But, hadn't he already explained it himself?
Lu Ziyan pressed his sword case with one hand and smiled, wanting me to take the blame. The consequences will have to be borne by you.
Duh.
Zhang Qian and the others rushed out at a quick pace and saw Old Huang facing sword attacks from all sides.
It was still swimming with ease, constantly dodging. Completely dumbfounded. Old Huang? How can he be so powerful?
Zhang Qian stared at Old Huang's figure with his jaws agape, unable to recover from the shock for a long time.
Unbelievable. The person in front of him, is he still the Old Huang that he knows that usually smiles and laughs in addition to being horny?
At this moment, he showed his strength. Not to mention the 9th grade.
Even an innate realm expert can't do this. Aunt Lu, I'll see you later.
Old Huang's figure turned into a green light and flashed out towards the outside of the mansion.
In an instant. Disappeared without a trace.
The three thin swords were completely unable to find a target to attack and quickly flew back to the sword box.
Surely not to be underestimated. Lu Ziyan put away the sword box, revealing a touch of deep thought. Just now was just a test. Did not use full strength. But,
with the three fine swords attack, ordinary innate realm cannot resist.
Yet,
the other party was able to leave peacefully in such a situation.
As soon as Old Huang left,
Zhang Qian and several people hurriedly knelt down and said in fear, Immortal Lu, we don't know that guy, he is to blame. Fearing that he would be implicated, he naturally wanted to absolve himself.
There is no harm. Lu Ziyan waved his hand, unimpressed. Winning state border. Luoyang town.
A thin figure, wearing ruptured linen clothes, aged 15 or 16. Looking pale, he walked in the center of the street. His footsteps were weak and frivolous. On both sides of the street, ragged and tattered, there were quite a few men and women lying in disheveled clothes, and none of these people had dry and cracked lips, and their eyes were lifeless.
Giddy up. Hiya. Ride.
A young man rode a horse and galloped in the middle of the street.
He met the young man head on. Bastard, get out of my way.
The young man was full of hostility, shouting loudly, but without the slightest intention of slowing down.
This young master Zhang Jinshan, which unruly person dares to block the road? Soon.
The horse's hooves flew and directly kicked the youngster out.
Bang!
The huge impact directly caused him to fly out 5 or 6 meters backwards.
Finally, he laid down on the ground. 7 orifices bleeding. Surrounding.
Those lying people, at this, see no strange, no one to pay attention, no one to care about that teenager dead or alive. It seems that everything that happens in front of them has nothing to do with them. What the hell, also dare to stop this young master's way? Zhang Jinshan dismounted from his horse, furiously rushed to the front of the dying teenager, and brought a stick from the side. Directly on the hand, to the teenager began to chaotic smash up.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Seems to vent the dissatisfaction in the heart.
After a long time.
Until that teenager was completely out of breath, he was satisfied and closed his hand.
Bah!
Spitting a mouthful of water at the teenager, he threw the stick away and cursed, bad luck.
Then,
he mounted his horse again and sped towards the other end of the street. From the beginning to the end, those surrounding people turned a blind eye to this scene.
Next to him, an old man with a full head of white hair witnessed what happened, and in the end, he could only shake his head and bitterly said, the weak are the strong, and the strong are unchanging throughout the ages. Soon, he then lay down on a cool mat, inclined his head over, and fell into a deep sleep. Completely elucidate a truth. It is not a matter of concern. Chapter 83 Luoyang Town, you family? The next day. Outside the city gates.
The carriage traveled slowly, leaving behind Xiaoyan, Zhang Qian and the others.
On the city wall,
Old Huang watched the departing carriage from afar as a green-colored sword wheel gradually rose up behind him.
A careful count. 12 sword wheels, in a circular state, constantly rotating.
Holding a letter in his hand, he looked grave and whispered, "Old General, you really didn't guess wrong. This ant is really extraordinary. After all, it is us old guys who are old. Soon, the sword will slowly converged and the letter paper in his hand turned into nothingness."
The next moment,
The old yellow figure appeared in front of the state master's mansion.
"Ajin, I am back."
He revealed a mouthful of large yellow teeth and smiled cheaply.
Luoyang Town. Night fell.
In the middle of a large mansion,
Inside the lobby,
an old man with a head full of white hair, holding a walking stick, sat on the throne. In the center, a corpse was covered with a white cloth.
on both sides,
Standing 3 pairs of men and women, looks cohesive. For a time, the atmosphere of the lobby into an extremely depressing state. The white-haired old man was the Yu family's old man, Yu Zhong. The rest of those were his sons and daughters-in-law. The eldest son, Yu Hong, the second son, Yu Jianshu, and the third son, Yu Inhu. The first son, Yu Hong, the second son, Yu Jianshu, and the third son, Yu Inhu. Yu Hong was the first to open his mouth. "Father, the only grandson of the second uncle's family was killed on the street by that kid from the Zheng family. Do we not care?"
The words came out.
Yu Jianshu immediately panicked rebuttal. "Big brother, this messy water, our family cannot be involved.
What kind of existence is the Zhang family? That is the Luoyang Township big family.
It is also said to have a lot of relations with the town officials. If we get involved, our family will suffer." After that, the crowd fell into a silence.
The crowd fell into a moment of silence.
The second daughter-in-law Chan's long a sour look, also agreed. "Big brother, not that we do not want to care, but cannot care.
Previously, their family land was robbed, the second uncle and his family was killed, we did not intervene? What's wrong with that? Today, there is that need to be a good person?"
Daughter-in-law Li, with a face of national peace and security, "There is intolerance in the eyes." Second brother, second daughter-in-law, "Words cannot be said.
Today small can be killed in the street, that tomorrow is not allowed, our family that junior can also be killed by the Zheng family."
Words. The old man, the upper force will be crutches hit the ground hard. Thud. "Okay." Elder Yu slowly stood up, and inside his eyes, there were tears rolling around. Mortaring his cane, he walked over to the corpse. Choking back tears, he said, "The Zhang family is indeed a big clan, and they have hooked up with the town officials, and they also have dealings with the group of robbers from Wangyu Mountain. This old bone of mine is indeed old, and our Yu family may not be able to fight them. The daughter-in-law of the old family is right. If they can beat Xiao Kai to death today, our descendants may also be beaten to death tomorrow. The world is going downhill and people's hearts are cold. People are the only ones who can do things. Someone has to do something." "Father, what do you mean by that?" Yu Jianshu sensed something in the old man's words and hurriedly asked nervously. Shen's eyes turned a few times, hesitated for a moment to speak. "Father, I can still pregnant. If you have to go to offend the Zhang family, for safety reasons, I have to go back to my mother's home for a while." The old master's gaze gleamed at her, and Shen lowered her head in a fit of weakness. "Humph." With a cold snort, he followed up with, "Lao daughter-in-law, don't think I don't know what you're playing at. Today put words here, this justice must be taken back. As for you want to leave, or stay, I respect your choices." The people heard the words, all of them have a huge change in color, some cannot guess what the old man is thinking at this moment. "Father, we have a good family, is it going to be broken up because of this?" Yuan, who was a little reluctant, think the second uncle's family things, why make their own family chicken fly eggs? Shen's plucked up the courage, careful to test. "Dad, this is what you said, if you're really against the Zhang family, then I have to leave with Jianshu.
And Wenfeng will come with me.
She has a son with Yu Jianshu, named Yu Wenfeng." For the Zhang family notoriety has long been deeply rooted in people's hearts, but also fear. Therefore, when she learned that her father-in-law was going to seek justice from the Zhang family for Yu Wensai's death, she had the idea of severing ties.
"Daughter-in-law, what are you doing?
Why do you want a divorce?
I do not agree."
Yu Jianshu anxious, "Good reason, how the wife and child will be lost."
"No way."
This is something he strongly disagrees with. "If you don't agree, you can follow her, and you will no longer be a member of our family." The old man coldly stared at Yu Jianshu, full of disappointment. Sigh. At first, the younger brother's family was robbed of the house. Field time is the oldest two family cowardly and fearful, again and again to block their own. The result was that he did not find justice for his younger brother Yu Chang. This matter has always been a big stone in his heart, for many years, have not been put down. Every time he thought of it, his heart was filled with guilt. In the beginning, it is Yu 2-3 times blocked, so that I cannot for the only brother to seek justice. In the past few years, it has been difficult to sleep and eat, and now even the only grandson he left behind is dead.
How do you expect me to explain to him in the 9 springs?
Upon hearing this, Jin began to be unhappy and immediately retorted, "Master, when that one Kai was still alive, I didn't see you caring about him. Now that he's dead, what's the point of pulling these things?"
Moreover,
she wanted to say more, but Yu Jianshu covered her mouth. Because the old man's face became more and more gloomy, and a strong murderous aura wrapped around him. Don't look at his advanced age, but he was also an 8th grade medium martial cultivator.
The era of rampant martial arts. Even an ordinary citizen was a martial arts cultivator, or a literary cultivator. Only, the average citizen, with poor talent, could only achieve a third or fourth rank. In front of powerful martial arts cultivators, they are still like ants. You let go of me, Yu Jianshu, I'm telling you, let's make peace now. Shen suffocated and peeled away Yu Jianshu's hands, exasperated. In her opinion, the old man is old and confused, actually dare to go to the Zheng family to seek justice. Undoubtedly, it is almost the same as sending yourself to death. In that case, then she had nothing to be concerned about. No way. I do not agree to divorce. Yu Jianshu strongly opposed. Shen coldly grunted, then you cut ties with the Yu family. This. Yu Jianshu was a bit embarrassed, and then looked at the old man. That look is naturally some heart. His nature was originally greedy and afraid of death. If the old master is determined to seek justice for one Kai, it wasn't impossible to break away from the Yu family. At this time, in the middle of the field, Yu Yinhu's daughter-in-law Ling opened her mouth. Old master, if your old man must go out of this head, then I can only withdraw. Obviously. Ling also intends to detach herself from the Yu family, lest she be implicated, which could lead to the loss of her life. Scram! The old master angrily rebuked, and several people fled. In the end, inside the lobby, he was the only one left, standing there alone, looking down at Wen Kai's corpse without saying a word. The next day, early in the morning, Yu Hong, Li, and the two of them stood at the door. Holding two severance letters in their hands, they were silent. The old master walked out from inside and asked with an expressionless face, Lao San's family are gone? Yu Hong looked back, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and handed over the severance letter. Father, early in the morning, they signed the severance letter and left in a hurry. A bunch of useless things, humph. The old master cursed angrily, and immediately turned his gaze to Li, and said gently, Boss daughter-in-law, why don't you leave? He was quite surprised that the eldest daughter-in-law was able to stay. As the saying goes, the big trouble is flying separately. Li smiled bashfully, very frankly said, Father, my mother's family are no one. Since I followed home, I have become one with the Yu family. If the Zhang family acts like this, sooner or later, they will confront us. Seeing the situation, the old man's cloudy eyes, full of guilt, looked deeply at her. His lips moved slightly, wanting to open his mouth to say something, but hesitated to stop. Just in time, the scene was witnessed by Li. A huge shock in her heart, hesitantly thought, why would the old master feel guilty about us? Chapter 84, Young Master Zhang. This person is just kind-hearted. Luoyang Town. Located at the border of Winning State, it belongs to the border with Yun State. Due to the low standard of living of the people here, it caused it to become a rather special independent existence. 100 years ago, this place is still dozens of villages staggered, until a senator named Luo 11 came here. With a 7th grade martial arts cultivation, integrating all the villages and establishing Luoyang Town. 50 years ago, under the painstaking management of Luo 11 for decades, Luoyang Town became exceptionally prosperous. The population once broke through to 200,000 people. Later on, this matter was learned by the king of Winning State, so he ordered the current town official, Hu Feiwei, to be dispatched to come and serve as the town official of Luoyang Town. Once in office, he collected money, bullied men and women, and took over houses and land. He formed a party and showed favoritism. In the past, there were several other big clans in Luoyang Town, but they were all suppressed by Hu Feiwei one by one. There is only one Zhang family left, and one family is dominant. In just a few decades, it's made a mess, and the people are dying. During the past 2 years, tens of thousands of people starved to death. Originally, many talented martial arts saplings, due to poor food and housing, died early. Over the years, in such a large town, not even a single 6th grade martial arts cultivator has ever appeared. In the past, those 7, 8th grade martial arts cultivators, either they were suppressed by Hu Feiwei, or they are old and their qi and blood have collapsed so much that they have no hope of advancing. Yu Zhong, the old man of the Yu family, one of the few early 8th grade martial arts cultivators. Because of this, Hu Feiwei and the Zhang family delayed to move Yu family. Fear that the old man will fight for his life, will pull on 1 or 2 cushions. In front of the Yu family's main gate, the old master was holding 2 copies of the severance letter in his hand, until this moment, as if he was relieved. Not a moment later, inside came out 3 teenagers and a young girl. The 4 people were none other than Yu Hong's sons and daughters. They were Yu Wenji, Yu Wenli, Yu Wenha, and Yu Wenjun. The 3 teenagers are handsome and vigorous, and their looks are also handsome and extraordinary. Teenage girl Yu Wenjun, pavilion, generous, all show the lady of the house, autumn water-like eyes, clear without a trace of turbidity, willow eyebrows, melon face, cherry mouth. A good white skin and beautiful. Father, what happened? Why were the housekeeper and the subordinates dismissed? Yu Wenjun's voice is like an aureole, beautiful and beautiful, with deep doubts and incomprehension. Early in the morning, just got up, heard the underlings, all discussing the matter of leaving. Second uncle, third uncle, they dragged their families to leave.
Yuanji, a scholar's face, despite the thin body, is also a young boy, should be vigorous posture, came to Li's side, put his arm around her shoulders, smooth tone, "Mother, what happened?"
Such a scene. Look at the old man, a tangle in the heart, the depths of the eyes, the color of guilt more and more.
Yu Hong smiled bitterly. "Yesterday, when Kai was killed on the street by the Zhang family, your grandfather wants to seek justice for him."
Li's looks serious and serious. "Children, if we are against that Zhang family, the fate is very bad.
Your second uncle and third uncle's family have already severed their relationship and will no longer be part of the Yu family. Originally this matter, we should consult your thoughts, whether to go or stay." Speaking of this, there was a sense of intolerance and helplessness in her eyes. Yu Wenjun grabbed her hand, eyes firmly said, "Mother, I do not leave. Zhang Jinshan some days ago has been to please me. Being rejected by me several times, I think he must be harboring a grudge. Even if I leave the Yu family, I will still suffer his revenge in the future."
She is a famous beauty in Luoyang town.
Zhang Jinshan saw her by chance half a year ago, and he was mesmerized. Several times door-to-door entanglement were ruthlessly rejected by her. The old man pursed his lips, for a while, sighed, "Since you all decided to stay, then go to the town hall together." The words were finished.
Lifting his feet and stepping away, he walked ahead. Behind, Yu Hong's family righteously followed. Town official's mansion. Doorway.
Hu Feiwei's brows were furrowed, his hand was negative, and he sized up Yu Zhong with interest, as if he was looking at a clown.
Next to him,
a few guards also looked stunned, wondering if they had heard wrong.
Someone actually wanted to seek justice from the Zhang family. Who didn't know? Lord Jingguan has close dealings with the Zhang family.
Lord Hu, this is how it happened. Yu Zhong, with his walking stick and a dry mouth, finally told the whole story.
Hu Feiwei's eyes are teasing, not painfully said, "So what do you want me to do?"
"The murderer will be brought to justice, but also the Yu family a justice." Yu Zhong's attitude is firm and loud. At this time, there is no need to cower.
Words fell. Everyone fell into silence.
This young man would like to see what kind of person dares the Zhang family to give justice. Zhang Jinshan pushed away the people who were watching, striding with a six-parent pace, followed by a few household servants.
Walked in.
Sizing up Yu Zhong and the others, his eyes finally rested on Yu Wenjun.
Immediately switch on the smiling face, smilingly said, "Yoho, this is not my future wife Wenjun? What's going on? How did you come to the town official adults here?"
That smile, just like a dog seeing poop, overjoyed, with a few moments of ecstasy.
A future mother seems to be swearing sovereignty to someone else. The vertical sun is unbridled.
Yu Zhong forcefully put the walking stick in his hand and slammed it hard. Thud.
Muffled sound spread.
Angrily glaring at Zhang Jinshan, he sternly shouted, "Beating and killing my Yu family members in the street, and also dare to molest my granddaughter, when killed."
Boom!
A thick martial chi rippled out around his body, his clothes bulging with martial chi.
"You old man, this is to kill in front of this official?"
Hu Feiwei stepped forward, a light yellow-colored martial chi filled the air, and pressed one hand on Zhang Jinshan. He then pulled him in and held him back.
Early 8th grade. Eyes narrowed, Yu Zhong slowly collected his martial chi and suppressed his anger. "Lord Hu is harboring a murderer?" Zhang Jinshan retorted from behind Hu Feiwei, revealing half of his head. "Murderer? What murderer? Old man, don't slander me.
The whole Luoyang town knows that I, Zhang Jinshan, have the courage to take responsibility for my actions and never bully men or women."
"Don't you think so?"
He looked around in a circle, his gaze carrying a threat, and glared ferociously.
In a split second, many of the people were silenced and shaken. Yes,
young Master Zhang is right, he is a rare and good man in our town. Last month, when the widow of the family next door to mine, Ms. Wang, was lonely and cold, it was young Master Zhang who gave her warmth. And the other day, a 90-year-old grandmother lost her way and couldn't find her family, but young Master Zhang found them for her. When the Zhu family left a dozen stores unattended and 100 acres of fields unmanaged, it was young Master Zhang who kindly took over. When the young master of the Sun family got married, he didn't know how to get married, but it was young Master Zhang who was kind enough to do it for him, and the full moon wine was held just last month. Have you forgotten?
Why did young Master Zhang give so much in silence? Because he is kind-hearted.
Among the crowd, several people stood out and loudly recounted the past. Hearing the people around them, they hated their teeth, but dared not speak out in anger.
Send warmth to Widow Wang?
Obviously see people with quite a bit of good looks, not the son of a man, but to be 1,000 years Chao Gong.
Finding a family for a 90-year-old grandmother?
Indeed, he has found his family. Because this guy directly to the river a push, and then attracted a lot of attention. By the time the grandmother's family arrived, only a cold corpse remained. And the Zhu family more than a dozen stores, 100 acres of fields. All of them, or he brought people to destroy people's whole family, even the dog that watched the door, was chopped twice, and in the end, no one in the Zhu family survived.
Zhang Jinshan only took over.
Speaking of which, or the young master of the Sun family, when the wedding, this guy took advantage of the wine, ran to the bridal chamber. Seeing the bride beautiful, moving desire, bullying the bride. Sun family in the way of the Zhang family pressure, can only eat a dumb loss, but also have to give his son a full moon wine.
Chapter 85 Hu Feiwei. The human heart is sinister and selfish. Human nature, fear of the strong and fear of the weak. Currently, the surrounding people exposed this to the fullest. Even if Zhang Jinshan is no longer hateful, no matter how hateful, no matter how unforgivable. Heavenly thunderbolt. Under years of oppression, how would they dare to resist, let alone stand up and say a word of justice? Self-care. If you can't even take care of your own safety, how can you talk about helping others? Knowing that the other party was talking nonsense. Due to the oppression of the Zhang family, they could only comply with the other party's wishes. Yu Zhong looked around the circle, a deep sense of powerlessness came, so that his body could not help but shake 2 times. You people, perennial suppression by the Zhang family, now even a mouthful of hot rice cannot eat. Watching relatives, living on the street, starve to death. Hasn't it ever occurred to you to stand up and fight back? He, trying to persuade the people around him to stand up together against the Zhang family. Undoubtedly. This kind of thought was absolutely naive. Only to see, those people, one by one, their eyes dodged and they hastily backed away. What exactly are you all afraid of? If we let the Zhang family continue to act recklessly, when the time comes, I'm afraid you won't be able to survive either. Yu Zhong spoke bitterly, trying to awaken the last of their bloodlust. It's a pity. People have been oppressed for so long that they have lost their courage. In the end, it's just the word fear of death. Elder Yu, please stop talking. We still want to live a few more days. That's right. The Zhang family is the only big family in Luoyang. You're asking us to stand up and fight, aren't you asking for our lives? The town official is right here, why don't you go to him? I'm not talking about you, Mr. Yu. Why are you so upset with the Zhangs? It's not like you had much to do with Wensai's death. Many people could not stand it and tried to persuade Yu Zhong to give up the idea of justice. Want him to give up the idea of justice? After all, today's Luoyang town, the town official Hu Feiwei is the king, is the law. And the Zhang family is justice. Against them, there is only one end, and that is a silent and tragic death. Zhang Jinshan glanced at the people who were sensible, very satisfied, nodded and said, "Not bad, all of you performance, I have seen in my eyes." Confused. Yu Zhong was so angry that he was dry and sulking, constantly poking the ground with his walking stick as a way to vent his anger. Hu Feiwei to this, turn a blind eye not to say, but angrily look at him, "You old, originally still want to let you live a few days of good life. Now it is your own uninterested, recently the group of bandits in Wangyue Mountain, extremely arrogant and abominable. This official intends to organize troops to fight the bandits, and needs 100 gold to support them. Today you have slandered young Master Zhang, so this money will be paid by your family. It's not a discussion at all, it's a notice." Bull. Yu Hong angrily accused and cursed at Hu Feiwei, "Dog officer, bully too much, and 100 gold, not to mention that our Yu family doesn't have that much money. Even if we do, it's impossible to give it to your group." Hearing this, Hu Feiwei hastily clapped his hands. Pa! Snap! Snap! The look on his face grew more and more somber. It had been a long time since someone dared to speak to him like this. Taking over the town officials for many years. Had long since gotten used to it, all kinds of compliments, all kinds of courtesies. No one has ever dared to be so disrespectful. "You family, good one Yu Hong." Low voice inside revealed a killing intent. Obviously, by this time, he is moved to kill. Originally also planned to wait for a few days, before discussing with the Zhang family and the Madangja how to get rid of the Yu family. Never expected. Today. They also sent themselves to the door. When really is looking for death. Ha! Hu Feiwei suddenly startled over, curiously asked, "You family, how come there are only a few of you? And those people?" Yu Zhong hurriedly took out the book of severance hidden in his bosom. "Lord Hu, those 2 rebellious sons of the family have severed their ties with the Yu family, and will never be a Yu family again. They are greedy and fearful of death, and do not deserve to be a member of the Yu family." Seemingly angrily accusing Yu Jianshu, Yu Inhu and the others, in reality, anyone could hear it. The old master was completely drawing a line between them and the Yu family. In this way, no matter whether Hu Feiwei or Zhang family, in the future, they would not be able to find any reason to target them. Of course, provided that they don't stand up for the Yu family. Break off the relationship? Hu Feiwei took a hand over, took a look at 2 eyes. It is really a severance letter. There are still their signatures on it. These are 2 smart people. Zhang Jinshan was a bit surprised and couldn't help but praise him. Because he knew very well that Hu Feiwei's next step was to remove the Yu family. It was to remove the Yu family. Unexpectedly. Those 2 people, who were able to sever their ties and leave in advance, were so decisive and resolute. They were smart? Rather, it is better to say that this hand of Yu Lao played beautifully. In the past, I often heard that you favored the younger 2 sons. At first, this official is still a bit disbelieving. Unexpectedly, this is all true. Hu Fei, for eyes full of vicious, like a hungry wolf general, gazed straight at Yu Zhong.
Yu Hong's family heard this, cloudy, completely confused.
However, soon, they were clear about what was going on. Hu Feiwei coldly continued, "Where did you learn the news from? That's why you did all this so decisively?" This sentence was asked.
Yu Zhong trembled, his expression was a little less natural, his eyes dodged, not daring to look at Yu Hong and the others.
Not saying?
Hu Feiwei coldly snorted, teasingly said, "To be frank, I think you must have already known that this official is going to target the Yu family in a few days. So you, in order to those two sons can live, intentionally let them cut off the relationship to leave.
Only left their family over to die." After the words, Yu Zhong's body shook and rubbed. Rubbing.
He took a few steps backward and almost fell down there.
It's over.
Things were actually exposed, not to mention that they were also set out in public. After hearing Hu Feiwei's words, Li's face was filled with incredulity as she looked at the old man in disbelief.
"Father, is this true?"
In the past, in the face of the old master for the second uncle, the third uncle and their favoritism, she has all turned a blind eye, never too much care about these.
Never thought that the old man would actually do so.
It is really called a person's heart chills nah.
False, the dog official said these are false, right?
Father. Yu Hong's heart tightened, lost his concentration and asked after him. Hu Feiwei disdainfully said, "Fei, this official why need to lie to your family?"
"But Master Yu, you don't think that by severing your relationship, you can get away with it, do you?"
"Humph.
This official tells you, no way."
He turned his head, looked to the door. Two guards, loudly commanded, "Bring people to this official Yu Jianshu, Yu Inhu to capture back.
And all the belongings of the Yu family, bring them all back." The guards arched their hands and responded, "Yes. Your Excellency."
Yu Zhong saw this situation, and quickly spoke out to stop. "Lord Hu, you cannot do this, they have severed relations. They have nothing to do with our Yu family." Zhang Jinshan laughed coldly, "Whether or not there is any relationship is not for you to say, it is for Lord Hu to say."
At this time, Li and a few children, heart like ashes, lost soul to stand there. Even, in their opinion, their own several people is a joke. Ridiculous to the extreme. Well, the next step is to dispose of you guys.
Hu Feiwei also does not hide, anyway, sooner or later to the family hand.
There is no point in pretending anymore. What's more,
he is a person who does things, likes to cut off the roots, and definitely will not leave a few scourges to come back in the future to take revenge on himself. As the saying goes, do not deceive the youth. If you can't kill him with one blow, and then come back in the future with 30 years of River East and 30 years of River West, in the end, the one who suffers is himself. He reputed that he was not a good person, but he must be a ruthless person. The only way to rest easy was to wipe out all unstable factors. The road ahead is long. The room for future growth of every human enemy was unlimited. The enemy that is buried in the ground is considered truly safe. This was the experience he had accumulated over the years as an official.
"Asshole, how dare you!"
Yu Zhong angrily pointed at Hu Feiwei, his surrounding martial chi released, about to strike.
Seeing this appearance, the last trace of luck in Yu Hong's heart was finally broken. Why wouldn't I dare? Remember my name, Hu Feiwei, Hu Feiwei. Chapter 86 First Arrival. Outside of Luoyang Town. Pothole path, squeak. Squeak.
The carriage made a shrill sound as it bumped over the potholes. The surrounding trees, their branches and leaves were flourishing. The green woman drove her horse, her embroidered brows knit tightly as she took out her map and took a look at it. Then she looked around for a moment.
"Auntie, we are clearly at the border of Fengcheng County, why doesn't the map show this place?"
For a moment, he wondered if he had misread it.
After double-checking, I realized that the area in front of me was actually not on the map.
It was really a strange thing. The area of Daxia was extremely large, and it was not an unusual thing for remote areas not to be on the map. As long as the route north remained the same, it would be fine. Lu Ziyan sat in the carriage, resting his eyes, not putting this point in his mind.
Auntie. Half a day later.
The more the carriage traveled, the more remote it became, except for a lonely path. Surrounded by mountains, grass, and trees.
People are rare.
Until the sun sets.
I came to the town of Luoyang. "Auntie, it will be dark soon, there is a small town ahead."
The green girl whispered out a reminder.
"It's not appropriate to rush at night, so let's go to the town and take a look." Lu Ziyan lifted the curtain of the car and surveyed the color of the sky outside. Not a moment later, when they entered the town,
what met their eyes was that on both sides of the street, many silhouettes appeared. They were either sitting or lying down to sleep. There was one person lying alone, and there were also groups of 3 or 2 sitting. The clothes on their bodies were tattered and dirty. A foul odor came from them.
"Auntie, the people here are so strange, why don't they go home?
And why are they dressed like beggars?" Qingnu passed a small section of the street and found that both sides were all filled with human figures, estimating that there were thousands of them.
Lu Ziyan looked outside, frowning, sizing up for a while. "Stop."
The carriage stopped moving forward. Such a scene
immediately attracted the attention of many people.
They all threw over measuring gazes towards the side and were then surprised and astonished. As Lu Ziyan stepped out of the carriage, they hurriedly withdrew their gazes and lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at this side. Such a strange scene. It made Lu Ziyan feel quite curious. And so, taking a step to the side, those dirty, torn clothes of the people hastily avoided. Didn't dare to linger too much. Only a small old man, white hair, kind face, lying on a cool mat, sleeping. Xing female followed up, saw those who avoided the crowd, curious. Auntie, what's wrong with them? It looks as if they are scared and are avoiding you. There must be a demon when things go wrong. If I'm not mistaken, those people are the townspeople. But why are these people, who are almost dark, still outside and not going home? Is it some kind of custom? There is also why, once they see themselves, they are afraid to avoid, that panicked look, slightly frightened gaze. Not right. Everywhere reveals that something is wrong. Lu Ziyan looked around, picked up a small wooden stick and gently poked the little old man lying down. Who is it? Such a lack of eyesight, can't you see that the little old man is already asleep? Slightly vicissitude hoarse, the voice is thick and powerful, but reveals extreme impatience. Reluctantly turned his head, squinted his eyes, a look of not waking up. Sizing up Lu Ziyan. The next second, with a jolt, he hurriedly sat up, looking surprised with a hint of consternation. Eyes looked at the green female behind him, then fell into shock. Through the green lady, she then saw the incomparably gorgeous carriage. Immediately, his expression changed from shocked to stunned. In a short moment, the little old man's expression changed several times. Wonderful. I wonder what the old man's name is. Lu Ziyan threw the wooden stick in his hand, completely disregarding the dirtiness on the ground, and sat down on his butt. Revealing a gentle smile, he looked at the old man dumbfounded. Whirlwind. He subconsciously replied, I didn't call off. Not. Sir, my name is Luo Chang, I don't know what you're looking for from me. Quickly switching a doggy smile, he hurriedly stood up with a respectful look. The green woman was enlightened. I really saw a kind of long-lost kung fu, change face. Elder Luo, there is no need to be too nervous, I observe that your martial arts cultivation has reached the peak of the 7th grade. Why are you sleeping here? And what's with all these people? Lu Ziyan took a step forward, gently straightened Luo Cheng's clothes and asked calmly. In an instant, Luo Cheng's body shook violently, immediately his eyes swept through a trace of fear, his expression was hesitant, and he did not dare to answer for a long time. Difficult to speak? Seeing this, Lu Ziyan's doubts deepened in his heart and tentatively asked after him. At this time, his eyes hesitantly looked towards the carriage, his face was filled with a tangled expression. I don't know where your excellency came from? Luo Chang was careful to test the waters, after all, Luoyang town hadn't had outsiders for decades. The carriage in front of him was very vulgar, and at a glance, he knew that it came from the nobility. Because he couldn't pinpoint the other party's identity, Luo Chang was hesitant to say anything more. Lu Ziyan's eyes narrowed, and without thinking, he said, Wang Du. Wang Du? Wang Du. Luo Chang was unimpressed at first, but, in the next moment, reacting, he immediately shouted in horror. Turning instantly. With a look of surprise, he fell to his knees in front of Lu Ziyan. Elder Luo, why are you doing this? He hastily reached out his hand to try to help him up. Just saw, Luo Chang eyes with tears, choked, adults, can you have an official body? He said. Eyes full of anticipation, waiting for Lu Ziyan to respond. The green woman clasped her hands on her chest, and said, although my uncle does not have an official position, but even if the lord of a city, see him, have to be respectful. Old man, have something to say quickly, don't bull. No official position? Can still let the lord of a city, respect? Luo Chang with skeptical eyes, up and down seriously look at Lu Ziyan for a while. My name is Lu Ziyan, the aunt of the Duke of Jinfu. Lu Ziyan? Aunt of the Duke of Jin's family. Hiss. Isn't that the Protectorate General's husband? He's said to be a scholar, plain and simple. Only. It doesn't look like it. Luo Chang could tell at a glance that Lu Ziyan was different, especially with that transcendent aura on his body. It simply wasn't comparable to a weak scholar. Could it be that he had cultivated the way of literature? That's not true. I've read countless people in my life, and this son is by no means a pool animal. Perhaps he is the person he is waiting for. Thought. He shouted, Aunt Lu, I have a matter to ask for your approval. As soon as he finished speaking, he kowtowed in a hurry. Luo Lao, there is no need to perform such a big ritual, just say what you have to say. Lu Ziyan almost gave him the whole will not, nearly 100 old man, to his own kowtow. He does not have the tendency to abuse the elderly. At this time, those who avoided far away from the people saw Luo Chang kneeling in front of Lu Ziyan. They slowly approached towards the side. Until they heard about the matter of being the master, the people spoke out. Luo Lao, who is this person? Why are you old man kneeling for him? Just now I heard that he came from the royal capital. Where is the royal capital? And that girl child, isn't he bragging? The city lord is all respectful to him? How can that be? Some of the people were skeptical and didn't believe what the green girl said. As the original inhabitants of Luoyang Town, they had never stepped out of this place in their lives. Within the scope of their cognition, the city lord already belonged to the top of the sky. The city lord already belonged to the top of the sky. As for the top, it was beyond their cognizance. After all, how can they know the vastness of the outside world if they sit on a well and watch the sky? Shut up! Luo Qing shouted, then angrily rebuked the crowd. What do you know? This one is many times more terrifying than those big names you know. What town officials, county ministers, city masters, in front of him, but is not. Chapter 87 Hope. With a stern shout, the surrounding people were all subdued. Even the city lord was nothing in front of him. Hiss. This kind of status position definitely belonged to the transcendent general existence. Immediately, they were skeptical again, since it was such a powerful person. How could he possibly appear in such a small place like Luoyang Town? Lu Ziyan scanned the circle and realized that these people, although they surrounded them, however, they still maintained a distance of 5 or 6 meters. And, under close inspection, he realized that these people in front of him, regardless of men and women, young and old, all of them were yellow and thin, their eyes were lifeless, and they looked exhausted. Even more, there are also a few 7 or 8-year-old children, is holding the roots of the tree in the gnawing. In the hands of some old women, they were holding a handful of black items, carefully placing them in their mouths. This is? Lu Ziyan all of a sudden, his head went blank. Earlier, he hadn't paid serious attention and hadn't even looked at the things in their hands clearly. Now that he was close enough to take a look, nibbling on the tree roots, and those black painted items. If he was not mistaken, it should be black soil. Those old women were eating dirt? How can that be? Nowadays, there are still people eating dirt in Grand Xia. He has read the history of Xia, after the Xia emperor came to power. The emperor of Xia came to power, and he favored the way of wushu, followed by the way of literature. In the dynasty, everyone practiced martial arts. Not to say that everyone is like a dragon, every family is rich. But also not to have such phenomenon of eating soil. This matter if put in 100 years ago. That period, there is still possible. Nowadays, with the development of the dynasty, vigorously promote the martial arts, culture. The people, self-sufficiency has long been satisfied. Even the weakest people have fields and land. In this situation, maintaining food and clothing is by no means difficult. Instead, there was such a cruel scene in front of us. Even in the case of winning State City, with the Lu family doing evil and oppressing the people in all kinds of ways, many people were brutalized. Although many people were brutalized. But most of the people can survive. The matter of food and clothing, never a problem. Aunt Lu, look at them, 3 or 4 years old, 5 or 6 years old children, born so far, do not even know the feeling of food. Who can imagine that a few decades ago, this place was prosperous, and the people never lacked for food and drink? Today's Luoyang Town is simply hell on earth. Luo Qing, tears in the eyes and the spinning, every time to see these people around the tragic situation. Inside are experiencing a torment. Painful. Why is it like this? The beautiful eyes of the green woman could not bear it, especially when she saw those children who were skinny, and those old people who were exhausted. Obviously at this age, they should belong to the carefree. Right now. But also have to endure this kind of human suffering. Is the world unfair? Naturally, it is because the town official who Feiwei that dog, since he took office, suppressing the big families, collecting money on a large scale, supporting the Zhang family, fornicating with bandits, and making Luoyang Town a mess. In just 3 years, tens of thousands of people have starved to death. When it comes to the name Hu Feiwei, Luo Qing gritted his teeth and hated to swallow it alive. If not for this guy, Luoyang Town, how would it be this tragic situation? Back then, this is not called Luoyang Town, just dozens of villages. The people are not happy, often for their own selfish fights. Later my big brother Luo 11, traveling here, cannot bear to see them kill each other. So decided to stay and reorganize. Just a few years' time, all the villages gathered. A dusty past. Just like this was pulled away from the veil. The reason why it is called Luoyang Town is completely named after Luo Shi's surname. Luo 11 was a character. After hearing this, the green woman couldn't help but marvel at it. Luo Qing didn't stop narrating because of this. Because he integrated the people around him and named it Luoyang Town, everyone elected him to be the town official. Later, for several decades, Luoyang Town was united and friendly, the wind and rain were favorable, and the people, every family had surplus food. Everything was moving towards prosperity. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long until the current town official, Hu Feiwei, arrived. And my elder brother lost his life because of it. Until this moment. Lu Ziyan also probably understand what is going on. Unexpectedly. These people in front of me, the reason why they are gnawing on tree roots and eating dirt. Completely because the town official Hu Feiwei single-handedly created. An official who doesn't think about the people's livelihood doesn't deserve to be an official. Even though he had long expected that Daxia was inherently corrupt, he had not thought that it would be corrupted like this. Up to this point,
Lu Ziyan couldn't help but think of what his wife Lin Xiaoyan once dreamed of. To fight for the rise of the Grand Xia, to fight for the people to be well fed and clothed. Fighting for the future to create an era where everyone is like a dragon. Remember. At first 200,000 Yingling request. Until this moment, only really understand the meaning of it. De Xia actually has such a corrupt side. No wonder it would cause those spirits to resonate, thus issuing a request. This was a dynasty that they had fought for with their lives, but it had been scourged by some assholes. A single Luoyang town was in such a miserable state. What about the other regions? I dare not imagine. Buzz. Just as Lu Ziyan fell into deep thought, the one palace in his body trembled slightly, and a trace of golden when she surged out. It hovered in the dantian. Elder Luo, are you really Lord Luo's brother? Some of the people couldn't help but exclaim in shock. To this day, no one knows about this relationship, if not from their own mouths. Mr. Luo, you're a great man. Punt. The people all around quickly kneeled down, shouting with immense gratitude. Since it was the town official who put you in such a situation, why didn't you report it to Fengcheng County and let the county minister handle the matter? The green woman subconsciously asked, only after asking. Immediately realized that she had misspoken. Within a few decades, after being treated like this, there would definitely be quite a few people heading to Fengcheng County. Alas! Luo Cheng sighed, hundreds of people have already gone before and after, and none of them were able to return. It was not until a year ago that we realized that the county minister and Hu Feiwei were both raccoons in the same boat. Moreover, Hu Feiwei has the backing of the king of winning state behind him. Speaking of this, inside the cloudy eyes, there are all dead ashes. If not for the fact that he had no way to file a complaint, how could he have ended up here? I see this girl beside you, her breath is so deep that she must be above me. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get her to do it. Luo Qing's intention is already very obvious, that is to detect the green girl is not extraordinary. I want to go through Lu Ziyan, please ask her to help suppress the town official Hu Feiwei. Not good. A panicked voice rang out, and a bone-thin teenager was seen running over in a panic. Luo Lao, Yu Lao's family has been arrested, and they will be beheaded in front of all the townspeople at 3 o'clock tomorrow. The teenager was panting and spoke quickly. What? Luo Qing's pupils shrunk violently, revealing a touch of hatred. Bastard dog official, even the Yu family is not spared. Over the years, Yu Hong's family secretly, but has rescued many people. I didn't expect to end up in such a situation. God's justice is not fair. He cried out in pain while secretly paying attention to Lu Ziyan. Okay. Lead the way. Hearing the words, Luo Qing's body shook, and he was suddenly energized, and all of a sudden, he was filled with joy. Finally, they found someone who was willing to stand up for them. Chapter 88 Wailing. The next day. 3 minutes past noon. West Street. Empty area. Hu Feiwei was sitting high on the throne. Dressed in a black official uniform, in front of his chest, several white cranes were in the sky pattern, appearing extremely majestic. Hundreds of officials and soldiers, maintaining order. Surrounded by the people, each and every one of them in tattered clothes, yellow and skinny, a sickly look. Even so, can't stop them from watching. Of course. Among them, there are also many people who have been helped by the Tai Hong family. Coming here just to give them a ride. Especially Yu Wenjun, who was the people's goddess of kindness. Not only was she fresh and elegant, but she also looked like a fairy. Most importantly, there was also a warm heart, helping some of the common people from time to time. These years, just secretly help the people, said thousands of households. Wenjun, we've come to see you off. The world is unfair. How could a good man like you die so young? Many of the people fell to their knees in tears. Such a scene. Seeing Yu Wenjun's tearful eyes, but not knowing how to speak and persuade them. Being escorted to the guillotine. However, not far away from her, there was also Yu Jianshu's family, as well as Yu Inhu's large family. Dozens of people, crying and shouting, so wonderful. Lord Hu, we have severed our relationship with the Yu family, please be clear about it. Yu Inhu hysterical shouting, facing the executioner, carrying the black shiny sword. The cold chill came from him, causing him to sweat profusely, terrified. Lord Hu, we don't want to die. Yu Jianshu's family also wailed incessantly. Only Yu Hong and his family were silent, facing the imminent beheading. They never showed a trace of fear. Zhang Jinshan sat on the side. Look hesitant, eyes are unwilling, originally also intended to use this blackmail Yu Wenjun to marry their own. Who knows? People simply don't care. Rather die, are not willing to take care of themselves. At first, he also thought that the other party was pretending to be noble, and as long as they faced death, they would definitely submit. Beside him, there was also a tiger-backed, very shrewd middle-aged man sitting on his back, and this person was none other than his father, Zhang Mu. Sitting back and leaning against the stool, he closed his eyes and was slow to speak. Until Zhang Jinshan wanted to get up. Shaner, do not leave a time bomb in the Zhang family for the sake of a woman.
As things have developed to this day, it is not only Lord Hu but also our Zhang family that is involved. Leaving that woman behind, if she wants to retaliate in the future. Zhang Mu did not even open his eyes from the beginning to the end, but spoke slowly and methodically, stopping at the point. No matter how beautiful the woman is, she is also an enemy. If she stays, the future would be filled with many unstable factors.
The Zhang family had not been able to grow into the only big family in Luoyang town.
We must not be indecisive in dealing with this matter.
Father, she's Wenjun.
There's no need to say more. A mere woman, no matter how good looking she is nothing more than that. In the future, you are going to inherit the entire Zhang family.
Zhang Mu opened his eyes, his face slightly angry, and glared at him. Impeded by his father's pressure, Zhang Jinshan finally gave up on interceding. noon. The blazing sun was in the sky.
As the time got closer and closer, Yu Jianshu, Yu Inhu, and the others became more and more scared and fearful.
Your Honor, don't kill me. I don't want to die.
Lord Hu, I'm still a child.
Don't behead me. Help me. Who can save me? Woo woo. The wailing goes on and on. At this moment,
Master Yu, eyes closed, heart like ashes. Yesterday, originally intended to find Hu Feiwei fight for his life, who knew that the other party to take Two Sun's family life threat. The result is that things have developed to the present situation.
Inappropriate son, not trustworthy.
Yu Zhong secretly sighed, also blamed himself for a moment of blinded heart, only to believe their words. So, he had secretly resolved. Take advantage of the large number of people around.
As long as it was 3 minutes to noon, he would strike first and grab the first shot.
With the swiftness of a thunderbolt, he would completely disrupt the order.
So that Yu Jianshu, Yu Inhu's two families could blend into the crowd and escape. This matter, in last night has quietly discussed with the two of them.
Of course.
This matter, Yu Hong and his family, completely unaware. My lord, spare my life.
Yu Jianshu's face was full of panic and shouted, even though last night the old man had already said,
once the time comes, it will be out. But he couldn't help but see the big black shiny knife.
The executioner picked up a bowl of water and took a sip.
Poof. Then he sprayed it all over the blade.
Seeing this, Yu Jianshu's fear deepened, but as soon as his eyes saw the blade.
Woohoo, big brother, how come there are still leaks on the knife?
Executioner embarrassed scratched his head and said, in the morning ate a leek bun, also left a little. How, you want to eat? Yu Jianshu want to die of heart.
Eat? You, this is also too disgusting. That's the knife that cut my neck. Can't you be more hygienic? Not big brother, I'm about to die, can you make it cleaner?
The executioner looked at him with disdain and said, look at the one next to him.
He gazed at the executioner next to his wife. Just see dozens of ants crawling. What's going on here? Why are there ants? Yu Jianshu broke down and suddenly realized that those executioners' knives. Not only is it scary, one is more disgusting than the other. It was messy and everything.
That executioner shyly lowered his head and muttered in a low voice, just became an executioner, last night was too excited, so he slept with his knife in his arms, who knew that bedwetting?
No, how old is big brother? Still wetting the bed? If you wet the bed, you wet the bed. Why are there ants?
Oh, this. I have diabetes, this is not thinking that you are all the last ride, give you some sweet taste.
Yu Jianshu, I poof.
Directly a blood spit out, was so angry that he vomited blood. The most pitiful person or Chen was still thinking about the words of the old man last night. But as soon as she heard her husband's conversation with the executioner,
couldn't help but incline her head to take a look. Vomit. Vomit.
When Master Yu saw this scene, his face turned blue and he remained silent for a long time. Inside, he had already cursed them 1,000 times.
Last night already said a little to be calm and rational. Only this.
In order to create a ray of hope for yourself, you can escape by blending into the crowd.
Stop.
The crowd gradually parted and Luo Chang shouted in a stern and angry voice.
Behind him.
Behind him, there was also an extremely ornate carriage following him. Hu Feiwei saw clearly the person's appearance, immediately angrily rebuked. How dare you, Luo Chang, are you trying to rebel? In the past, this official remembered that you scattered your family's wealth, and only then opened the net, let you a way out. Today, dare to come here to make trouble, this official see you are living impatient.
Master Yu, who was ready to strike, was about to do so.
He was confused by the sudden shout. Once he saw that the person was Luo Cheng, a trace of hope rose in his heart. The heart rose a trace of hope, immediately shouted, Luo old brother, but to save us? Today we will die with the dog official, but also Luoyang town a clear sky. Regardless of whether the other party is to save themselves. The first voice. Will each other completely pull down before?
In this way, the chance of creating chaos is much greater.
What? Luo Cheng, you're so bold, you're actually working with the Yu family to rebel. Plotting to kill this official, come on.
Stick him to death. Chapter 89 Paranoia of being victimized.
This voice of Elder Yu. It directly made Hu Feiwei decide that Luo Chang was here to save people. But it was also too blatant. This side. Luo Chang was directly confused and looked around for a while. All around. Surprise, shock, and excitement appeared on those people's faces. Wait a minute. Things aren't right. That said, although he brought Aunt Lu here, its purpose was to save their family. But there is no collusion with Master Yu. Want to engage in what rebellion? Nonsense. Slander. Pure slander. Luo old brother, come on. Master Yu gave a wink, as if giving a signal. Hu Feiwei saw this, his anger increased, snapped. Angrily beat the table, shouted, "Good gall, really take this official as a soft persimmon, right? People. Do not quickly kill this Fong." Luo young people numb, just out of the scene, what words did not say? How to be put on the charge of accomplices? No, I'm not. Sir Hu, I'm not here to rob the court. Officer Hu, I'm not here to rob the court. I'm here to stop you from beheading Yu Hong's family. And brother you can't slander me. When did we collude? He had no choice but to come forward and explain. But these words, explaining them, how come they seem a bit pale? Stop them from beheading? Isn't it just to come to the rescue? Seeing Hu Feiwei's hesitant look, Elder Yu immediately added fuel to the fire and said, "Elder brother Luo, the people you were told to bring, have you brought them all? Are there any 8th grade experts? If there are, make sure they are well hidden and don't act rashly yet. Wait until 3 minutes past noon arrives, and immediately strike to surround and kill the dog official." As his voice was relatively loud, it spread to everyone's ears at once. What the hell? There are still 8th grade experts hiding in the shadows. It is hard to believe that they had a premeditated plan and deliberately let the Yu family come to offend themselves. Next, making Luo Chang go out to look for experts in order to deal with me in name only. Hiss. What a horrible calculation. It is true that Ginger is still old and hot. Hu Feiwei immediately fell into self-reasoning, believing that all of this they had already premeditated. Slow down. Dozens of officers and soldiers rushed out from all around and were about to siege forward. He raised his hand to signal. You are counting on this official? This time to Luo Qing confused, counting? What counting? No. Completely do not understand what he is saying. Call out the people. Hu Feiwei looked scornful and began to scan the crowd of onlookers, seemingly wanting to find out the experts Luo Chang had brought from among them. It has come to this, there is no need to pretend. This official has seen you, don't quickly roll out. Hiding, cannot be considered a hero. After searching carefully for a while, I didn't notice anything unusual in the crowd. Hiss. It's hard to believe that the other party is still a mid-8th grade. What a cautious fellow, actually coming and hiding in the dark. Could it be that this person has already detected my cultivation? If that's the case, then these guys are really well prepared. In just a few words, Hu Feiwei had already begun to disorganize himself. Yu Zhong was also looking at the fact that he was suspicious by nature. That's why he said that on purpose. Dog officer, what are you looking for? Luo Chang was confused and suddenly felt that Hu Feiwei was not delusional. On the other side, Zhang Mu also looked grave and secretly surveyed the crowd. After a long time, he shook his head at Hu Feiwei, indicating that the person in the darkness was completely impossible to find. And so, slowly and methodically, he stood up and slowly walked to the beheading platform. Luo Qing, since you found the person, let him show himself. As for wanting to stop the beheading, we are the people. You have to think clearly, the people don't fight the officials, this is the truth and the reality. Zhang Mu began to persuade Luo Chang that without finding the expert that Master Yu had spoken of, they wouldn't dare to act rashly for a while. In case the other party came with a sneak attack from behind, then the loss would be more than worth it. Is it inside the carriage? Zhang Mu noticed the gorgeous carriage, as for the veiled green woman. Since they couldn't feel the breath on the other party. Therefore, just treat her as an ordinary maid. Luo Chang was first stunned, and then said in dismay, how did you guys know? Hu Feiwei, Zhang Mu and the two of them, immediately tensed their nerves. Found it. The other party actually hid inside the carriage, really hidden deep enough. The two of them simultaneously thought in their hearts. If this thought was known by Luo Qing, he would probably die laughing. Such a big carriage, appearing here in the open. You yourselves imagined and guessed for half a day. In the end, you still blame others for hiding it deeply. However, Luo Qing's subconscious reply immediately shocked all of Yu's family members. Especially Elder Yu. No, I just casually said that. You really moved in an expert? Simply just wanted to pull the other party down. I didn't expect it. They really brought in experts. If you say it, you'd dare to believe it. Men, round them up. At Hu Feiwei's command, hundreds of officers and soldiers quickly surrounded the carriage. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Quickly! Capture those ES and take them hostage to avoid a sneak attack. Zhang Mu seemed to think of something, immediately rushed to those officials and soldiers shouted. The crowd heard. Immediately, their eyes lit up.
Holy! You guys don't talk about martial virtues and actually use the people as hostages. Luo Qing's face was blue, his eyes full of anger, and he gritted his teeth and roared. Too shameless. Looking at Hu Feiwei again, he shamelessly gave Zhang Mu a thumbs up and praised, Brother Zhang, it's still you who has a method. Using the pariahs as hostages, if the other party strikes, they will definitely hurt those pariahs in the first place. Elder Yu's eyes narrowed as if he was hesitating about something. By reasoning. Currently. It was the right time for him to strike, if he grasped it well. It would definitely be able to create an escape opportunity for his sons. However, Luo Qing's words, if they were true, then there must be an 8th grade expert hidden inside the carriage. At a time like this. If you add yourself plus elder brother Luo and another 8th grade expert, it would be completely possible to fight against Dog Officer Hu and the others. Even if that hidden expert's cultivation was above the mid-8th grade, then one side's chances of winning were afraid to be more than 70% to 80%. Thinking of this, he quickly spoke out, Luo old brother, don't worry about these people's deaths, go ahead and make your move. If a few rotten lives can be exchanged for peace in Luoyang town in the future, they deserve to die. The words came out. The whole audience was shocked. Even Hu Feiwei was shocked by his words. Elder brother Yu, what are you talking about? Luo Qing was shocked, his face full of incredulity. Yu Hong was dumbfounded, in the midst of extreme shock. It was simply unthinkable that these words came out of his father's mouth. Weekdays. He was Luoyang town, a well-known good man, and had done many good deeds. Grandfather, how can you be so? Yu Wenjun beautiful eyes hurt, really cannot believe that his grandfather would say such chilling words. Yu Lao, they are all innocent, you are highly respected, how can you be so reckless with human life? Can't it be that all that kindness in the past was just a disguise? Old thing, you actually disregarded the lives of the people, too selfish. Many people began to curse angrily. Is this what you call a good person? Lu Ziyan's slightly lazy voice came out from inside the carriage. Chapter 90. No one stood out. Daxiao Royal Capital. Meditation Hall. Xiao Wuji held the letter, his face terribly gloomy. A terrifying martial aura filled the surroundings. Beside him, the Grand Eunuch Weiyan, holding a duster, said with a sharp voice, Your Majesty, is there anything troubling you? As Weiyan, who grew up with Xiao Wuji since childhood and served by his side, he had already guessed this one's mind thoroughly. With just a frown, one could guess what the master was thinking. Right now. Seemingly calm, in actuality, he had already been furious. Snap. Angrily slapped the epistle in front of the deskboard, angrily drank, waste. A bunch of waste, a mere scholar, can also be so prosperous. Also when Dao Immortal, simply nonsense. This epistle is precisely the Qin city Zhang Qian expedited to send back to the royal capital. Above. Clearly written, Lu Ziyan outside of Qin city, how people in front of the saint, great display of magical powers. Even the king of winning state, was killed by this son. What nerve! A single Lin family is already unsettling, and Lin Xiaoyan is delayed in returning to the royal capital. Now there's another immortal. A pile of one thing, our foreshadowing, Lin family these years, I'm afraid that the wolf's wild heart, hidden mischief. Weiyan first approached a few steps closer, picked up the letter and scanned it. Immediately laughed coldly, Your Majesty, this matter is afraid that someone is creating momentum. Creating momentum for the Lin family as well as General Lin. As for what Immortal said, it is false. As far as the old slave knows, the way of literature has existed for a long time, and there has never been such a thing as an immortal. President Chen once said that there is only a saint in the way of literature. From this we can see that the matter of winning the state should be Master Lin in order to secretly protect Lu Ziyan. Fong sent experts to secretly make such a noise. In order to create an immortal setting. When Emperor Xia heard this, he immediately fell into deep thought, and after carefully thinking about it, he realized that it was not unreasonable. Nowadays, the relationship between him and the Lin family was at the freezing point. Weiyan, you grew up with Lon since you were a child, and in terms of loyalty, you belong to the top. Do you think I did the right thing? These days, the Xia emperor had feelings in his heart, especially on the matter of targeting the Lin family. Breaking the wall everywhere, once made him think, is he really doing wrong? Your Majesty, the imperial power of the Grand Xia can only be in the hands of one person, and that is the emperor. Back then, Duke Lin and Your Majesty, although they were like brothers, also made extraordinary contributions to pacifying the interior. It was true that they were able to clear the country of foreign enemies and raise the prestige of Daxia. But there is only one emperor, and only one. Duke Lin may not have second thoughts, but what about Great General Lin? Weiyan did not directly go to say what the Xia emperor did, right or wrong, but analyzed the current situation. As expected. After hearing this, the Xia emperor revealed a touch of relief, and his eyes gradually became sharp and decided. Since the Jinguo order is on Lu Ziyan, you take a few experts and go. Weiyan arched his hand, yes. Your Majesty. Luoyang town. Beheading scene. Lu Ziyan came out from inside the carriage. The green woman hurriedly got a stool from the side. Ha! As Lu Ziyan appeared, Elder Yu, Hu Feiwei, and Zhang Mu were all astonished. Because they simply didn't expect that inside this carriage would be a young man. Elder brother Luo, this is the expert that you invited? Yu Zhong was dumbfounded, how could it be a kid? There was no martial chi fluctuation on his body, no martial artist aura at all. A proper ordinary person. Where's the promised 8th grade expert? Ha ha ha. Hu Feiwei laughed with abandon when he couldn't detect any aura on Lu Ziyan's body. The heart that was hanging in the air finally put down some. One must not be careless. Maybe it was just a blindfold and the real expert was still hidden in it. Zhang Mu was more cautious and thought that this matter was somewhat unusual. Luo Chang is not a little cutie. Absolutely impossible to find an ordinary person to come here to rob the court. Unless they bring these people to die. Who cares, first catch them and behead them together. Hu Feiwei is also angry and order the surrounding officials and soldiers. Frantically surging forward. Chang female. Lu Ziyan slowly, sitting on the stool, lazily supporting the right side of the face, slowly out of the voice. The leisurely appearance give people the feeling is not to rob the court. Rather, it is purely here to watch the fun. No. To be more accurate, should come to watch the show. Yes. Auntie. The green girl agreed and quickly executed her stance, floating light and shadow, in the twinkling of an eye, leaving a series of residual shadows in place. The moment her body's aura erupted. 8th grade Great Circle. Everyone present was completely shocked by the black veiled, wonderful to the extreme figure in front of them. Finished. Hu Feiwei stumbled and fell back on the chair behind him, his eyes revealing a touch of fear. Yu Zhong was ready to attack Hu Feiwei with his full strength, but when he felt the aura erupt from the green woman, he was surprised and exclaimed, "This is the one who was going to attack Hu Feiwei." At once, the surprise exclaimed, This Luo old brother, Lin Ah, actually found such a powerful helper." However, at this time, Zhang Mu was the only one who, although shocked that the green lady had shown her strength, he didn't show any fear like the others. "Lord Hu, be at ease, the 8th grade Great Circle is not a 9th grade expert. Previously, for safety reasons, I have already notified the big boss of the Moonwatch mountainside." Hu Feiwei heard, originally fearful look, gradually calmed down. The big boss of the Moonwatch mountain. Cognition is not much, has always been, they are with the second head of my Dahu interaction. As for this big boss, extremely mysterious, has been sitting in the town Wangyu mountain, never down the mountain. Because of this, resulting in them so far have never seen that mysterious big master. However, in the earlier years, Zhang Mu once drank a few times with Master Ma, and by chance, he heard the other party when he was drunk. He had revealed a hint of news about that big boss. His strength is close to the 9th grade. "Zhang brother, that big boss, we have never seen," Ma Dongjia one-sided words, I'm afraid that cannot be believed. The mood has just calmed down, Hu Feiwei is a little worried again. In the field. Green female body like electricity, like a wolf into the flock, a moment of time. Hundreds of officers and soldiers, none of them were knocked to the ground. Screaming in pain. "Nyo ah! Elder brother Luo, this helper of yours is a god." Yu Zhong's eyes glowed with excitement. Yu Jianshu also shouted, "Good man, help! Help!" The executioner took a few steps backward in fear, and couldn't help but speak up to remind him, "That's a woman, a woman. Oh! Female warrior, help, help!" He quickly corrected himself and cried out in pain. On the side of Yu Hong's family, on the contrary, they seemed extremely calm. It's worth saying. They were all looking at Elder Yu with disappointment on their faces, as if at this moment, their hearts were dead. Perhaps it was in the fact that Elder Yu's heart died when he hid it from them and intentionally cut off relations to the other two families. Or perhaps their hearts died when they chose to drag them over with them to die. Even when faced with dozens of people's lives, he didn't hesitate to shout out that he didn't care if those people lived or died, and then he had completely died. Luo Cheng's eyes were rounded, horrified, and staring at the green woman's back. At such a young age, she was already at the 8th grade, her future achievements were incalculable. Completely shocked. Returning to his senses. He rushed at Hu Feiwei and roared loudly, "Dog officer, at this point in time, do you still want to be obsessed? Everyone, listen to my words, this Gongzi is a great man who will back us up this time. I believe you have already seen the strength of the eunuch's guards. Everyone stand up and list out what the dog officials have done over the years. If you still have a bit of bloodlust, if you don't want to live a life without food anymore, then stand up and fight with us against the dog officials." Impassioned words, said the surrounding people, all into silence. Not they do not want, but too sudden, a time, some cannot accept. Decades of oppression has already made them numb, for Hu Feiwei's fear degree is also to reach the extreme. It was not a matter of a few words that could move them. Sure enough. After Luo Cheng finished shouting. All around, no one made a move, all froze in place. Hu Feiwei sneered, this official would like to see who dares to come forward. Among the crowd, there were originally a few people who were dumbfounded with the fall of these words. And the original way back. Chapter 91 A Farce. The whole place was silent. No one dared to come out and list what Hu Fei did. No one dared to come out and list what Hu Fei Wei had done. Luo Chang was in a trance, gazing at the many people in disbelief. Why? Someone had already come here to support them. It looks like Hu Fei Wei's evil deeds are really deep in people's hearts. It made them forget about blood, forget about resistance. Yu Zhong struggled to get up from the ground, his tone determined. I will come. I'm going to come. I'm already about to die, so I don't need to care about life and death. And you, forget how the dog officer treated you all these years? Ernia, your family's fields were seized by him, as well as your wife. Sanhua, originally you were a family of a dozen, well-fed and happy. But now? It's all because of this dog official, who killed your family and robbed your home. He also sleeps with your tender daughter-in-law in your house and makes your son call him daddy. If you want to live like a man, you should stand up for yourself. The old man, who knows how to kill and kill, scanned to the two men in the middle of the crowd. On the spur of the moment, their past encounters were given out one by one. It is because of these words. Let the original cowardly two people, angry clenched fists, eyes, hate flames burning in anger. In their minds. In the past, the family was killed scenes, one by one, just past the door of the daughter-in-law, looking dainty, white and tender. Every time I think of it, that hot heart, as if frozen by the cold ice. Just born son, now in their own house inside, but also called the enemy father. Can't stand it. It's impossible for a man to endure this. Resist. The worst thing to do is to die. I've been living like a dead dog in this world for years. I will kill the dog official. Ernia's voice was slightly crying, but revealed extreme anger, pointing at Hu Fei Wei and roaring. Next to the three children are also holding their heads and crying, but also save a trace of sanity. Brother Cow, we cannot beat him. That also want to fight. My daughter-in-law thought of these years, their own loneliness and loneliness outside. Daughter-in-law is in deep water, especially at night. Also have to be dog officer using the long-lost koan word trick treatment. More murderous is a few days ago, he passed by the robbed house. His daughter-in-law is pregnant. Calm down, brother Nyo, I know you are angry, but the more this kind of time, the more calm you have to be, in order to take revenge. Sanhua, even though he was unusually furious himself, still had the sense to pacify Erniu. At this time, Sanhua, a neighbor Wang Mazi, thin, full of hemp, looked guilty. Sanhua, now, I do not want to hide you, I'm afraid of my conscience. In fact, your dog is my son. The reason why you introduced to Yusufan are because your home is close to my home. Plus, I didn't have the money to marry her. What? He, frozen like a wooden chicken, a huge shock, his brain is blank. After Wang Mazi finished speaking, he took a deep breath of relief, and his entire body looked much more relaxed. Sanhua, thank you for raising the dog leftovers for me for so many years, and giving Shufan a warm home. I can't repay you for your great kindness, I'll give you a kowtow. With that, he knelt down directly at Sanhua and then kowtowed. Benefactor. It's definitely a great benefactor. Goddamn dog thing, you girl play me? Sanhua back to God, red eyes, as if a crazy lion, too suffocated. The second cow just calmed down, a pull on him to persuade. 3 Wa calm. Calm ass, this dog, when I was introduced to people, I feel wrong. Now think about it, finally understand so many years, that dead why every night said no spirit. The feeling is that during the day, while I was out, I met up with him to get together. When the crowd heard this. Oh. The sentiment is that someone else is planting his own field. The most annoying thing is that the fruit that grows in the field is not one's own. The scene was once intense. The original tense and depressing atmosphere all of a sudden turned into a melon-eating scene. Especially when one melon after another appeared. Master, you looked left and right, people are numb, this is not the result he wanted. It's not. I just want to wake up the last trace of your blood. I did not think that things would evolve into today's situation. Even more so, I didn't think that it would lead to such a great show. It's a mess. It's all messed up. Everyone calm down, this matter is put aside, we are now discussing how to deal with the dog official. Yu Zhong tried to salvage the situation. Sanhua cried, you old, have you ever been green? Yu Zhong embarrassed, no. Sanhua is hysterical, I have. Sanhua, have you ever tried to raise a son for someone else? Yu Zhong scratched his head, no. Sanhua, I have. Up to this point, Yu Zhong noticed that the surrounding people one by one with hateful eyes staring at themselves, so then, he immediately shouted, kill him, I do not share the same day. Raising his right hand high, he shouted with great righteousness. If not, it is estimated that he will be spurned by everyone and poked in the backbone by countless people. Without saying a word, Sanhua angrily struck out and punched Wang Mazi. Martial chi surged from his body, even though he was only a third-grade martial cultivator. Even though he was only a third-grade martial arts cultivator, he was able to beat Wang Mazi to death with his fists. Agu. Don't hit the bottom, it hurts. Ow. Luo Chang saw this kind of farce, is also extremely speechless. Good reason, how to become this ghost. Some not too good at Lu Zi inside whisper, Luant master, let you see a joke. The joke is? This is not real. Life is different, each has its own flavor.
The thing in front of me seems to be a farce. Why is not the daily real portrayal the most realistic side of the human heart? When you meet someone you can't love, introduce them to a good neighbor so that it's easy to ask for help later. The perfect illustration of the phrase your son is not necessarily your, but your daughter-in-law. Others also have a part to play. Luo Chang was stunned by what he heard and then immediately realized, saying, Aunt Lu is thorough. The line, farce also watched, business must also be done, Xing daughter go take him down. Lu Ziyan commanded a green maiden and the latter took a step towards Hu Feiwei. Seeing this, Hu Feiwei forehead cold sweat, nervous skull, hastily asked Zhang Mu beside him, Zhang brother, how long will it take for the people on the other side of the Moonwatch Mountain to arrive? The person in front of me, that's an 8th grade great perfection. He is no match at all. If you really face him, I'm afraid it's going to be a disaster. At this moment, Elder Yu's hands struggled, and the ropes that were originally bound immediately shattered into pieces. Oh! The martial chi around his body erupted, and along with his upper body clothes, all of them were torn apart by the martial chi, revealing a body plate that was so thin that one could clearly see the bones. However, at this moment, Elder Yu's eyes were bursting with light, and he said with excitement, Heroine, I've come to help you. Yeah! After speaking, immediately performed body method rushed up 8 steps to catch the cicada, leaving only a series of shadows, in the twinkling of an eye, has arrived in front of Hu Feiwei. Look at my Kuan character leaning. Then, he immediately began to swing left and right, up and down, the pace is extremely chaotic. The crowd only felt dazzled, unable to capture his figure at all. Twisting left, twisting right, utilizing his shoulders to power up, forming a terrifying punching force. Twisting left to straddle down, twisting right, and toppling forward with his shoulders, utilizing a short burst of stored power to strike. Able to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy at a short distance. That was Elder Yu's martial chi that he had been practicing for decades. Bang! Caught off guard by the attack, making Hu Feiwei somewhat unable to react, straight away he felt a huge force impact. At once, the body flew out backwards at high speed. Good! Luo Qing excitedly applauded, and then commented, good powerful kung fu, seemingly random rotten, but hidden mystery, pay attention to the waist and horse unity, storage of the whole body's strength, convergence in the shoulder. A left and a right twist, with constantly accelerating the amplitude, gradually superimposed, and finally through the shoulder outbreak of the strongest blow. Awesome! Awesome! Thumbs up, praising up without stinting. At this time, Elder Yu, naked, horse stance down, maintaining the right shoulder top-out movement, heard Luo Chang praising, revealing a touch of arrogance. That's natural, this is the old man practiced for 3.5 years to become a famous technique, Kuan character lean. This way. Lu Ziyan saw Master use somewhat spicy movements, his head full of black lines, couldn't help but hold his forehead and whispered, Kawa. If a certain trainee knows, it is estimated that high and low to give you a lawyer's letter. Luo Cheng earsharp, after listening, is very curious to ask, what is a trainee? What is a lawyer's letter? A hidden master? Chapter 92, The Great Dawn. The green woman stopped advancing. Due to Yu Zhong's sudden strike, she turned back to her own aunt, seemingly asking if she still wanted to make a move. Lu Ziyan turned his gaze towards Zhang Mu, and Xingnu followed his gaze. The next instant, the figure was like a panther, rushing over, leaving only a burst of residual shadows in place. The long sword in her hand was waved, a sweeping strike, carrying a stern sword chi. It pushed straight at Zhang Mu's neck. Not good. With a dark cry, he immediately dodged and retreated backwards, his body surrounded by red-colored martial energy. With a forceful stomp under his feet, his body darted backward and retreated. Whoosh! The long sword swept across the air, seemingly cutting through the air. 8th grade great perfection, really not to be underestimated. Zhang Mu flew back a few meters, his heart palpitating as he thought, if he hadn't reacted in time. This sword. I'm afraid that it would have taken my life. The gap in the realm, it is really difficult to compensate. Ha! Green woman surprised a sound, some surprised at the other side reaction speed, but also only hesitated for a moment. Once again, she flew up, and with a swing of her long sword, she transformed into a terrifying sword chi that was like a white rainbow, pointing straight at Zhang Mu's throat. The sword chi raged, instantly covering dozens of meters around. The tables, chairs, and stools next to him, boom! All of them exploded and shattered all over the place. Still coming? When Zhang Mu felt the overpowering killing intent, his face changed drastically, and he hurriedly leapt back towards the back again. Both fists were clenched, red-colored martial chi entwined, and he threw a punch into the void. Explosive fist. Punching a bull across the mountain. Gathering the martial energy around his body in his right fist, he punched out with a crackling punch. An explosion of sound exploded, and a red-colored fist shadow was seen, meeting the green woman's sword. Boom! In a split second, the rigid fist force and the sword chi collided with each other and immediately exploded, generating an intense glow that shot out in all directions. However, the long sword wielded by the green lady, which was unrelenting, did not stop because of his punch. It still maintained its momentum like a bamboozle. In the blink of an eye, It was already about to arrive in front of him. As fast as lightning, it did not give him the slightest time to react. It's over. Zhang Mu's heart was in despair, his body was covered with red-colored martial arts chi, and he could only choose to fight hard. Fight! He urged all the martial chi in his body to converge on top of his fists, and struck out with a double punch, blasting at the green woman. Boom! With just one contact, the fist energy and the sword chi, once again, produced a violent explosion. Terrifying power ravaged the surroundings. Zhang Mu was directly sent flying out by the huge recoil force. The next second, he felt that he was supported by a palm behind him, and along with that impact force, it was also removed. With a burst of relief, Zhang Mu turned his head to look. He saw a woman who was only about 1.5 meters in height, with a petite and delicate figure, appear before his eyes. But see that woman, eyes like water, almond eyes, peach cheeks, lips, red teeth, eyebrows like a crescent moon, elegant temperament, a black strong suit, show all the heroism. The most sudden is behind the woman, but also carrying a big sword body length of 1.6 meters, erected, then her height is also a little higher. Width of 50 thick. At first glance, the woman is not as conspicuous as the sword. It was as if a 10-year-old child, carrying an adult on her back, from a distance, how to look at it all felt awkward. Miss, you are? Zhang Mu's eyes were astonished, and his face was full of astonishment as he opened his mouth. The big boss of the Moonwatch Mountain, Xingku. Xingku loosened her hand, clasped her hands on her chest, and stood there proudly. Her expressionless face is like a cold beauty. You are the big boss? Zhang Mu was overjoyed at her words and said excitedly, then began to measure her. Only. Looking at the petite body in front of her, also carrying a big sword higher than a person, how to look a little awkward. In front of Zhang Mu, who had a 1.8 meters tall man, Xingka appeared extremely petite. I don't like looking up to others to talk. Her tone was haughty, but it carried an undeniable tone. The words fell. Zhang Mu had the good sense to come to a half squat, immediately leveling his height with her. I have seen your portrait, you are Zhang Mu, what is the trouble? Hurry to say, I rush back to eat. Xingka looked around the circle, frowning tightly, slightly impatient. This side. Xingnu stood with her sword, frowning as she sized up the Qingkai who had suddenly appeared. This aura. Sensing the aura revealed when the other party struck just now, caused her face to change slightly. 9th rank. It was unthinkable that they had actually invited a 9th grade expert. However, the way Xingka was carrying a large sword on his back made people wonder without fail. A sword that big, carrying it on his back, wasn't it heavy? And why is she carrying such a big sword? Miss Xingka, kill them. Zhang Mu was quick to speak, pointing a finger at Lady Qing, as well as Luzian, Luochang. Hearing. Xingka did not rush to strike, but instead looked at Zhang Mu with scorn and said coldly, call me big dog. Zhang Mu looked slightly stunned, a cold and piercing chill came, so that he could not help but shiver, noticed the other side in the eyes of dissatisfaction, and hastily changed his words, yes, big boss. Then, it was seen on the beautiful face of Xingka, a cold smile appeared, contemptuously toward the green woman hooked a finger, disdainful, woman, come over to die. Arrogant and domineering. No one in sight. Arrogant and cold. In her body was displayed to the fullest, everything seemed to be under her control. Standing there, just like an iceberg, surrounded by a chill. Icy cold pierced the bones. This big boss is really a strange person, obviously he didn't do anything, why can I feel the cold? Well, at least he is also a mid-8th grade cultivator, and has long since reached the point where he has no fear of winter coldness. What's more, as a martial arts practitioner, one's own blood chi is vigorous, ignoring the cold, is already a common thing. Such a young age as the 9th grade, look at the 9 states, I'm afraid it is also rare to see a genius. The green woman was amazed by her strength. It is said that women are not as good as men, in front of this woman, can be at this age, have this achievement. Has already crushed many men. Woman, can't you hear my words? Xingka looked at the green woman, did not move, beautiful eyes flashed a trace of displeasure, once again spoke, told you to roll over to die. I'm sorry. Everyone in the surroundings revealed an unbelievable expression, all eyes focused on her alone. The main reason was that her words were just too surprising and astonishing. Inside many people's hearts, they were thinking, this big boss of the Moonwatch Mountain, I'm afraid it's not a cutie pie. Right. She put on this staged overbearing masters to pretend to be a record, how to pretend to be how to come. The big boss of Mount Wanyue, she is actually the big boss of the bandits. So she's one of those bandits, no wonder she's helping them. Such a pretty girl, but she's the head of the bandits. It is true that the prettier the woman, the more vicious. My big brother, third brother, parents, children, and even the family dog, all died in the hands of these hateful bandits. Who says it's not true? Even my son next door died at their hands, oh. No, this uncle, what's it to you if the son of the family next door to you died? Crying so miserably? That's my son. Holy. There's one here. Folks, shoot him. Ow. Don't kick down there, it hurts. Some of the people who were brutalized by the bandits of Wanyue Mountain, one by one, in detail. Unexpectedly. There are even people who explode their own unpleasant past, immediately caused by the anger of the people, was beaten half dead. However, Chinka face cold, standing there, the people's words, also into the ears. But to this, she didn't have much mercy. Being a bandit herself, she relied on the natural ability to loot and rob to maintain the daily expenses of the entire Lookout Mountain. The weak and the strong have always been the truth she believed in. Da. A burst of chaotic footsteps came, and Madahu led dozens of strong-bodied bandits, all of whom were oily. "Big boss, we are here." He was panting, carrying around Moon Scimitar. Chinka turned back, his face was full of arrogance, and he said unhappily, grinding, worse than a pussy. Chapter 93. The Green Woman is not defeated. With Madahu leading dozens of people to enter. All the people, all switch on the anger, hatred gaze, dead stare at them. When enemies met, their eyes were red. These bandits always come here to rob homes, doing no evil. In the past 10 years, many people have been brutally killed by the bandits. A lot of money and food have been looted. Dog official, you even blatantly collude with bandits, such a way, really do not deserve to be a town official. Luo Chang is also red-eyed, veins rippled, gnashing teeth and roaring. Those bandits passed to the people harm, deep into the hearts of the people. A scene from the past, vivid in my mind. Today. Hu Fei for the audacity to call the bandits directly, want to suppress them. Folks, look at these ugly bandits who brutalized our loved ones in the past. Don't you want to beat them to death at this moment? As soon as the words fell, the surrounding people immediately responded, kill them. Dog bandits, they shall not die, how dare they come here? Let's all go together. Them. Ancestors above, the descendants are incompetent, a lineage to this point, I'm afraid that there is already a trend of extinction. If my parents are alive, I'll make sure my son kills a few more bandits. In a flash, many people began to cry and shout. There are also some people directly to the side of the old man kneeling down, parents, forgive the child is unfilial, not for you to old age. After saying this, they kowtowed 3 times in a row. He kowtowed 3 times in a hurry. At once. Dozens of bandits on Madahu's side only felt a burst of fear and trepidation. Again, the ancestors are in heaven. And kneeling and crying cannot do filial piety. How can you hear one sentence after another and feel panicked? Big boss, it's no good. They are to open a big move, die to the end, both high and low, but also see the rhythm of life and death. Madahu has seen a lot of knowledge, after all, once upon a time, he had been so. Grilla Talpa shakes the tree, not self-conscious. Chinka was unmoved and smiled blandly, his face full of sarcasm. Griffins are no more than ants, but in front of absolute strength, they can only be unbearable. Hu Feiwei was a bit flustered, and saw that in all directions, people began to come in an endless stream. Just a few moments. Has reached tens of thousands of people. People's anger. Finished. He thought inwardly. On the beheading stage. Yu Hong's family was also saved by some of the people. They immediately joined the crusade against the bandits. Come on, people. Quickly suppress these pariahs. Hu Fei gave the order for the remaining dozens of officers and soldiers to come forward to deal with the people. But, facing tens of thousands of people, they were also fearful, trembling and nervous. The saber that was clenched in their hands could barely even hold it because their hands were shaking. Stand down. Chinka stepped forward and raised his hand, a white cold air surged out. Immediately thereafter. Ice sealed for 10 miles. With a push of her palm, the cold air quickly spread out. With her as the center, it continuously extended over towards the front. Wherever it passed, it was immediately covered with a layer of frost. Those people who rushed forward were quickly wrapped in this frost. All frozen in place, like an ice sculpture. The people dared to make a scene. Chinka's face was cold, his gaze was contemptuous, and he looked at the crowd proudly. Luo Chang hurriedly urged his martial chi to resist this frost infestation. Qing female, on the other hand, raised her hand and slashed her sword, breaking through the frost attack. The sword chi around her body filled the air, causing those frosts not to come close by half a point. At this moment, an interesting scene occurred. Yu Zhong looked back and saw that the frost was about to reach Yu Jianshu and Yu Inhu's family. Without hesitation, he flew and swept away. He came to the front of the 2 families. You stand beside me, do not leave. After saying this, he hurriedly urged his body's martial arts chi to resist those frost attacks. Only. Yu Hong sight a few people, even if they have already fully mobilized their martial arts chi to resist. They still couldn't escape being frozen. Before they were frozen, their family happened to see the image of Yu Zhong protecting the other 2 families. For a moment, the hard feelings in their hearts were even greater. They are all your children, why did you choose to protect only them? Could it be that we are just redundant? Frozen by the frost, Yu Hong, difficult to turn his eyes, happened to see behind, son and daughter's eyes inside the sockets, there are tears. Then look at his wifely face, sad. Until this moment. His heart, more dead gray. The mother who died early, the father who was biased, the family that is torn apart, as well as his own heart is as dead as ashes.
How can he walk on thin ice to the end of his life without shame? Old man, you've passed.
Luo Qing. A few vertical jumps came to the side of Yu Hong family, martial arts chi catalyzed, a palm clap shattered frost on their bodies.
In response to this,
Yu Zhong did not explain too much but instead struggled to resist the frost invasion for the second son, the third son's family.
However,
Qing Ke's eyes contracted violently, staring at a spot in front of her in disbelief.
There.
It was completely untouched by her frost assault.
Not only was it him,
even within 3 meters around him, it was all as normal.
Who is this person? Qingke inquired with some suspicion.
Zhang Mu, Hu Feiwei looked over and saw Lu Ziyan making tea by himself.
No. What is this situation?
How did such a terrifying attack by the big boss not have half an effect on him? He is a helper that Luo Qing found, and we don't know who he is.
Both of them shook their heads, stating that they didn't know.
Luo Qing was struggling to mobilize his martial energy to resist the frost, but from afar, he saw that Lu Ziyan's side was not affected by anything. Even the 3 meters around him were not affected by the frost.
And Lu, if I had told you that you were so powerful, I wouldn't have made a move.
While complaining, he hurriedly sent Yu Hong and the others to his side.
On the other side,
Yu Zhong was resisting the frost with all his might. His body's martial energy was consumed tremendously, and in just a few moments,
it already appeared to be out of strength. Elder brother Luo, quickly save us. We are all teammates standing on the same boat against the dog official, we can't abandon us. When Luo Cheng heard this, he was instantly unhappy and said in a bad mood, roll.
You hypocrite, and biased. I really misjudged you, you don't even care about your own children.
What kind of virtues their two families have, the group knows better than I do. And you disregarded your eldest son's family to protect them.
A few words, directly disliked Yu Zhong to the point of speechlessness, knowing that he was at a disadvantage. He knows that he is in the wrong.
He is also too embarrassed to seek Luo Qing's help. Can only be a person who is struggling to hold on? Father, you hold on.
Yu Jianshu looked anxious, fearing that Yu Zhong would not be able to hold on and they would be caught in the frost. His son, Yu Wenfeng, was already shivering, and his face was pale as he muttered, Grandpa, it doesn't matter if you die, but you must protect me.
Hearing,
Yu Zhong trembled, his back slightly despondent. The green woman saw her own aunt and was not affected in any way. Then she let go of her heart. Swinging her sword, with a jump, her figure turned into a stump, attacking Qing Ku at extreme speed. She stretched out her small white hand, 2 fingers, against the incoming long sword, gently flicked, when a sound, as if the sound of metal impact spread.
Then, Qingnu felt a cold force pressing over. Huge force flew backwards, dozens of meters away.
She was holding her sword, kneeling on one knee, her right hand gripping the long sword, and at the tiger's mouth, a smear of blood appeared. The entire right hand was shaking a little. So strong. With a snap of her fingers, she had rendered herself powerless.
Snap.
The Qing guest took a step out and slowly walked towards Lu Ziyan's side. The green woman saw this. Once again, she recklessly swung her sword like a steel cannon, instantly exploding and catapulting out. Sword light filled the air, constantly attacking from all directions towards Qing Kai. Up and down, left and right, appearing in front at one moment and behind at another.
Launching attacks uninterruptedly. Nay.
The difference in strength was too great, and every attack was easily neutralized by Qingke. With just 2 fingers, he kept sending her flying backwards. And she was just like the undefeatable little strong man. She just flew out and stabilized her body. Sword chi erupted again, and once again, she attacked forward. Attacking over and over again, there were no less than hundreds of times. However, he still could not do anything about the Qing guest.
Clang, clang, clang.
Every time the long sword in Qing Ke's 2 fingers covered in white martial energy collided with each other, a muffled metallic sound was emitted.
Under the persistent, continuous attacks.
Instead, Qing Ke was somewhat impressed.
Why do women make things difficult for women? Alas!
She sighed, her right hand transformed her fingers into a palm, and immediately, her eyes glazed over as she launched a palm.
Boom!
A white martial energy sent the Qing woman flying out.
The terrifying strength shook her straight into Lu Ziyan's body. Chapter 94 Battle Against Each Other. Bang! Wow!
The green woman spat out blood from her mouth, her veil was wet with blood, her face was pale, and she collapsed on the ground.
At this moment, Lu Ziyan, who was trying to pour tea, paused in his hands.
Turned his head back.
Looked at the green woman, gentle and soft voice, what do you think?
Very strong, subordinate is not an opponent. The green girl, hard to support the body, subconsciously replied. Didn't ask you about this kind of opponent can rarely be encountered. You have already 8 products round, want to further, in addition to hard cultivation. It is only through actual combat that you will be able to grow rapidly. He put down the teapot in his hand, slowly stood up and organized his clothes. The green woman heard. It turns out so. I knew that the strength of the ant is not bad, unfathomable.
Just now, he didn't make the first move, but he did so in order to give himself a chance to fight with a 9th grade expert. Okay. Bring the sword case. Lu Ziyan waved his hand, signaling her to get the sword case first. On the side, Luo Chang was a little worried and went forward, wanting to assist the green woman. No need, a small injury, can't die. Next to her, Yu Wenjun's beautiful eyes rippled with curiosity, staring at his back and sizing him up. A green shirt, full of books, breath reveals, eyes reveals transcendent peace and depth, gentle, calm, elegant. This gentleman is obviously only dressed as a scholar, why can he easily resist the frosty aura of that big boss? However, what a stranger's face is like jade, and the eunuch is unrivaled in the world. Auntie, what are you doing? Luo Chang was a bit puzzled, not knowing what he wanted the sword box for. After all, looking at Lu Ziyan's outfit, despite his extraordinary demeanor, even if there is some strength, it should not be possible to compare to the other party's big boss. Auntie, the sword case is here. Qingnu handed him the sword case. Raising her hand to hold it, her eyes gradually began to sharpen. Opposite. Xingke, who was striding along, saw this, eh? Slightly stuttering, he was a bit surprised by this action of Lu Ziyan. Going to make a move? She didn't believe that an ordinary scholar could easily resist her ice seal 10 miles. Her own master had once said that the ice xian technique was a rare top-level technique in the world. And she herself had already cultivated this technique to the extreme. Even in the Sword Road, also has made some achievements. Conservative estimates in the Great Summer, under the innate, can beat his own, not more than 3 people. Little scholar, what are you doing with a big box? Since she grew up in the Moon Mountain since childhood, on the one hand, there is a lack of knowledge. For the sword box, pressure does not recognize. Therefore, mistakenly thought that Lu Ziyan's sword box is just an ordinary big box. Behind him, Madaho quickly explained, Big boss careful, this is the sword box, mostly for the sword repair baby. Rumor has it that the person who has the sword box, none of them are masters of the sword way. Sword box? Sword master? She heard, slightly froze, only then began to seriously measure that sword box. The next moment, Lu Ziyan's hand golden light surging, gently pat, click, sword box open. A long sword with a turquoise blue body was erected in the center, and on the 2 side partitions, there was a small sword as tiny as a silver needle lying quietly. Go! With a flick of the sword finger, one of the fine swords quickly shot out, just like a shooting star passing by. As the fine sword flew out of the sword box at that moment, an incomparably terrifying sword chi erupted, and in an instant, it had filled a 10-mile radius. Ka! 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 The people who were originally frozen by the frost, due to the appearance of this powerful sword chi. The frost on their bodies instantly shattered and fell to the ground, quickly turning into a puddle of water. The previous white cold air, all disappeared. The only thing that was left was a powerful sword chi running across the surroundings. Whoosh! The thin sword that seemed like a meteor went straight towards Qingke. Sword Immortal! When she felt the sword chi appear, a flash of horror appeared on her pretty face, and white martial energy surged on her body. Immediately after, right hand on the hilt of the big sword, a tight grip, force a pull, behind the big sword, quickly be thrown to the front. The big sword stood upright currently, tearing through the thin sword that came from the void. Dang clang! Carrying a terrifying sword chi, with an unrelenting momentum, it ruthlessly struck the great sword. Until this moment. Only then did the crowd see clearly the big sword. Dark, there is a flying dragon circling above. The dragon opened its teeth and claws, showing the mighty and domineering attitude. Along with the fine sword striking, in an instant, the large sword erupted with an intense white light. Chant! A dragon's roar resounded, and the fine sword was directly bounced back. It finally stopped in front of Lu Ziyan and hovered, the sword still entwined with terrifying sword chi. This green woman was greatly surprised, unable to imagine that this great sword was so terrifying. Even the sword inside the chaos sword box was unable to shake it in the slightest. Qingke's face stared at Lu Ziyan with a grave face and opened his mouth. Good overbearing sword chi, this sword, I'm afraid that it is comparable to the power of the sword Immortal. Behind him, whether it is Zhang Mu or Hu Feiwei, or Maidahu, a group of bandits, all show shocked colors. Sword Immortal. Only those who had surpassed the 9th grade of the Sword Dao could be called Sword Immortals. If at the beginning, the other party would have made a move, then they don't dare to imagine. Big boss, what should we do? Madahu also did not expect, this time encountered a tough fight. The other side actually has such an expert presence. I'm afraid that this trip will be disastrous. Afraid of what? Just comparable to the Sword Immortal, but not the real Sword Immortal, played to know whether to fight. Although Qingke's face is gloomy, but the beautiful eyes like autumn water, has gradually begun to surge a strong will to fight. For her, who has been living on the mountain of the moon, she has never met a comparable opponent over the years. As she was alone, she naturally couldn't meet any opponents that were stronger than her. Nowadays, it was rare to meet such a powerful opponent. If we don't have a good fight, how can we give up? I believe that you have not given your full strength, come on. After speaking, her figure quickly rushed up,
Her right hand gripped the hilt of the sword with force, and once again, she took it with force. That big sword, which was even taller than her height, was picked up by her. Immediately after, she even danced like a tiger, a horizontal, a sweeping, a flinging, all with a powerful martial arts chi rippling out.
Up to this point, many people could see some clues.
That is, even though she used a big sword as a weapon, she did not see the slightest bit of sword chi.
Not normal. Extremely abnormal.
Normally speaking, a person who could use a sword would definitely know some sword techniques, or have some understanding of the sword path. But this was not the case.
At this moment, Chinka did not have the slightest bit of sword aura. This side.
Lu Ziyan lowered his head, his sword finger moved again, another flick, inside the sword box, 3 thin swords flew out. Turning into white light, they tore through the void in front of them, pushing straight towards Qing Ku. With a stroke of the sword finger towards the left, a fine sword quickly flashed to Qing Ku's left, launching an attack on her. With a stroke towards the right, a fine sword appeared on her right. The fine sword that had bounced back earlier, as Lu Ziyan's sword finger swung again. The fine sword joined the battle.
Without knowing when, it had already appeared behind Chinka,
facing the fine swords that broke through the air and attacked from all sides. Her eyes flashed with a hint of excitement as she excitedly said, "Imperial Sword Art. The legendary art of using a sword to kill the enemy through the air." The Aishian skill in her body operated, and a stream of white martial chi wrapped around her body, forming a protective shield. The large sword in his hand danced, a frosty aura filled the air, a petite body, dancing with a large sword.
Visually, it brought a great sense of contrast. Roll back.
She threw her big sword with force, and blasted the surrounding attacking fine swords, all of them, out.
However,
those fine swords that had just been sent flying out, once again changed their orientation and attacked her once again.
They were constantly weaving in and out of the surroundings.
Every now and then, a fine sword would shoot over.
Clang! Clank! Clank!
Chinka quickly waved the greatsword in his hand, constantly fending off the fine sword attacks. The more he fought, the more excited he became. Even though he was being attacked by the 4 fine swords and was losing ground, the battle spirit in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Ever since he stepped into the 9th grade, he had never fought without a fight. This battle, it brought her a lot of realization, especially for the sword Dao. It had risen to a whole new level. Time and time again, when she danced her big sword and hit the fine swords, her body's martial chi thickened by a few points.
Gradually, 10 minutes had passed. At this time, her battle intent reached a peak. Painful.
Raising her head to the sky, a fierce, overbearing sword chi violently erupted from her body. A huge sword will slowly rose behind her.
The light shone in all directions, dazzling and dazzling, as blinding as the blazing sun.
The crowd saw this situation. They were all confused. Sword immortal?
Amazing sword immortal.
How is that possible? She was actually still a sword immortal. The green woman was so shocked that her mouth was so wide open that she could fit an egg in it.
Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable.
Chapter 95, The Great Martial 13 Styles. Such a small place. Actually hiding a sword immortal powerhouse here.
The most frightening.
Still, Chingsai's age was only in his early 20s. He has this kind of cultivation.
It was simply unbelievable. Just when the crowd was surprised by Qing Ku's cultivation. Not far away,
Zhang Jinshan looked left and right for a while and pulled his father. "Dad, the situation is not good, why don't we run away first?"
He is not a little cutie.
He is not a little cutie. Luo Chang was able to find an 8th grade great perfection.
There is even an expert like Lu Ziyan. Snapping his fingers.
A few thin swords will be able to fight with the big boss. God knows, the other side still has no backhand.
If there is a backhand,
then how should they handle themselves?
After all, on their side, there is only one big master top combatant. If they can't beat it, I'm afraid that they will be in danger. Because of this,
Zhang Jinshan was already considering escaping first. When this Zhang Mu heard this, he revealed a hesitant look, feeling that he was not willing to leave Luoyang town just like that. "Dad, believe me, we can run away first. Anyway, our family has a lot of money. With that money, no matter where we go, we can rise again."
"Yes, we can. We've accumulated a lot of money over the years, and we've almost raided Luoyang town. What's left is just soup and water. The people here hate them. Go!"
After only a moment's hesitation, Zhang Mu immediately whispered in response, and then the two of them secretly retreated towards the back. As everyone's eyes were focused on Chinka,
no one noticed the departure of the Zheng family's father and son. At this moment,
Chinka gripped his greatsword tightly. The battle spirit on his body grew stronger and stronger as he loudly shouted, "Come again! 10 years, 10 whole years, this giant martial sword in my hand has never been used. Today, I can finally use the sword to my heart's content."
As soon as the words fell,
behind him, that bright and dazzling white sword wheel, constantly rotating at high speed, blossoming out gusts of terrifying to the extreme sword chi.
It rippled around.
It seemed to tear apart the surrounding space, emitting a muffled crackling sound. Great Martial 13 styles. Toward the sky. Pointing to the earth. Dazzling spring wind. Horizontal eyebrows. Vertical eyes. Hang the autumn water. Drive the mountains. Drive the sea. Destroy the winter cold. A cross, a sweep, a finger, a fling, a golden hook, a sun and a moon. Each sword move contained the ultimate sword chi, as fast as lightning and as shocking as thunder. With the giant martial sword in her hand, she continuously waved it. Those 4 thin swords didn't even have a chance to get close. At that moment, within 10 meters of her body, she was surrounded by sword chi. It was like an impenetrable shield. The crowd was dazzled as they watched the sword moves come out frequently. Lu Ziyan controlled the 4 fine swords and kept attacking her, as the other party's sword moves were performed. He also couldn't help but be secretly surprised. It was unthinkable that she would have such sword attainments. Great Martial 13 styles? Interesting. Again. Seeing that the 4 fine swords couldn't take the other party, Lu Ziyan flicked his sword finger and 2 more fine swords flew out, tearing through the surrounding void. With an unstoppable momentum, it swept across. Seeing this, Chinka was not shocked but pleased, and immediately shouted angrily, "The last style, Great Martial Advent." With both hands gripping the giant martial sword, the sword wheel behind him spun at breakneck speed, and a stream of terrifying sword chi surged towards the giant martial sword. Kai! Along with this sound of opening fell. Above her head, a behemoth appeared. It was a giant Xuanwu, surrounded by white sword chi. It was 100 feet in size, covering the sky and the sun. Holy! Everyone, run! It's getting dark, hurry home and collect your clothes. What a big turtle! Don't be ridiculous. It's clearly a basilisk. Someone help me, my legs are weak. What's that smell? Who pissed his pants? Brother, take a look at your crotch. Oh. So it's me. It's okay then. It's only human. It's only human. As the giant Xuanwu figure suddenly appeared, everyone felt a sense of death suffocation descending. They shivered in fear and fled in panic. Hu Feiwei was directly paralyzed by fear, forehead cold sweat. Boy! This big boss is actually as terrifying as this. Qing female looked up at the huge Xuanwu in the air, her body was also trembling, she had never seen such a terrifying sword move before. Using sword chi to transform objects, what kind of terrifying sword technique could do this? Unimaginable. The Yu family's crowd was also dumbfounded and all froze in place. Only Lu Ziyan, dressed in a green shirt, stood currently, his left hand holding the sword case, his right hand presenting a sword finger. His face was as calm as water, his eyes were ancient, and he just stared at the terrifying scene in front of him. Then, see his sword finger lifted, pointing at the huge thing in the air, gently break. In a blink of an eye. The huge thing that covered the sky like the sun quickly broke apart and gradually dissipated into thin air. Plop! Chinka violently spat out blood and stared at Lu Ziyan with a horrified expression. This almost condensed his full strength, but because the other party simply pointed a finger and casually said the word broken, he completely dissolved his sword. In his mind, he recalled the words of his master. My good disciple, the last sword of the 13 styles of Dewu, even if you encounter the innate realm, you still have the power to fight. Unless one encounters the strongest monsters on earth. Could it be that he is some kind of hidden sword immortal? Otherwise, how could he break his own sword? Back! Lu Ziyan raised his hand and those thin swords quickly flew back to the sword box. Do you still want to fight? The extremely kind tone of voice, as well as the gentle smile on his face, saw Chinka lose his concentration for a while. For a long time. She came back to her senses and threw the giant martial sword back onto her back. No more fighting, death by 1,000 cuts, at your disposal. Exquisite face, slightly pale, beautiful eyes, all the curiosity about Lu Ziyan. Big boss, what do we do? Madahu panicked, even the big boss was defeated, then these bandits, there is no life to speak of. Shut up. I'm no match for him. I can't believe I chose to be a bandit. I've long expected this day to come. If you are not as strong as others, you can't live or die by yourself. Come on. After she finished speaking, she closed her eyes to herself, as if she was waiting for Lu Ziyan to make a move to end it. To this, those people who fled around, ran back one after another. After hearing the words of Chinka, one by one, they were so excited that they hurriedly opened their mouths. Luo Lao, beat her to death. I do not share the same fate with the abominable bandits. But she is a woman. Let her give me a son first, then beat her to death, it's also a good use of things. No, man, she's so pretty, why don't you give me a son first? Get lost. How many years have you been single? You don't know what it's like to be single for decades. Let's not talk about it. According to me, first abolish her cultivation, and then give birth to all of us single dogs. 1.5 years for each of us. If we can't have a baby, it's no one's fault, right? That's a good idea. Let's start with me. Get lost. I'll kick you in the air. Many men, seeing Chinka's fresh and elegant look, have bad thoughts.
Any man would want to go to the Witch Mountain with her.
Bastard, you dare to humiliate our big boss like this, I'll fight with you. Ma Dahou red eyes, about to rush up to fight for his life. However, by Chinka a hand to hold down, coldly said, a group of incompetent rage guys, why need to pay attention?
Immediately afterward, she turned her gaze to Lu Ziyan and asked, strike. Give me the decency to bury me with these brothers. Twilight Land.
Everyone turned their gazes towards Lu Ziyan, waiting for him to speak out.
Elder Luo, take down Hu Feiwei, as well as the Zhang family's father and son.
Speaking of which, only then did the crowd realize that at some point, the Zhang family father and son were nowhere to be found. Luo Chang hurriedly searched around for a circle, but there was no trace of the Zhang family father and son.
Not good. Those two dogs have run away. Chapter 96 Falling.
On the beheading stage,
Hu Feiwei, Chinka's group of bandits,
all stood there.
Lu Ziyan sat high on the throne.
Luo Chang led the Green Lady, as well as a group of people to the Zhang family.
After a long time,
a group of people returned disappointed. The Zhang family, father and son, had already run away with the money in the house.
Already do not know where they are.
They did turn the town official's house upside down.
They found a lot of money. Aunt Lu, this is all from the dog official's house.
The gold bills alone amounted to 500,000, of which there were more than 200,000 silver bills.
More than 2 million copper notes. Top quality jade, all kinds of treasures are countless.
Luo Cheng's eyes were red as she held back her inner rage. Even the high and cold Cheng female, after a walk, looked at Hu Feiwei's gaze. It was also filled with intense killing intent. As for the people, there was even less to say. After they heard about the wealth Hu Feiwei had accumulated over the years, their back teeth were almost clenched. So angry that each and every one of them wanted to rush up and fight for their lives. Lord Lu, you must do it for us. Chop him off, he must be beheaded now.
Wait a minute. What about the deed to our land? The dog official's house alone has such great wealth, where's the money he's given to the bandits over the years? There's also the Zhang family, I'm afraid they also have a huge amount of money. Didn't you hear Mr. Luo say that the Zhangs have absconded? Catch him. Where? He's gone, how can we catch him? The crowd was in an uproar, all denouncing Hu Feiwei and the Zhang family.
Qin Kai looked around and saw the people, all of them with yellow faces and tattered clothes.
Listening to them, they were cursing angrily. I don't know why. I felt sorry for them. What's wrong with me?
She shook her head and laughed bitterly at herself, for always believing in the truth of the weak and the strong. What does it matter to you if others die or live?
Above. Lu Ziyan raised his hand, signaling the crowd to be quiet. In an instant, crow silence.
Hu Feiwei, you have been an unkind official, you have corrupted the law, you have exploited the people, and you have amassed great wealth. Today, in the spirit of the people's will, I give you the sentence of severing your head.
Words.
He turned his gaze to Chinka's group of bandits. As for you guys, aiding and abetting the people, robbing homes, making the people of Luoyang town unhappy and fearful, all of you are chopped. With one hammer, a crowd of people heard this verdict. They all cheered and shouted, Lord Lu is wise and mighty.
Wait a minute. My lord. Ma Dahou and a group of bandits quickly fell to their knees. They know they're doomed this time. What else do you have to say? Lu Ziyan looked at them with curiosity. It's hard not to want to resist.
My lord, this matter is all our doing, the big boss has no knowledge of this. For so many years, she has been practicing on the mountain and has never come down, and has never harmed a single citizen. Please be lenient and spare the life of Big Boss. Ma Dahou, as well as those bandits, each and every one of them begged for mercy for Chinka. Soon, some people jumped out and shouted angrily, no, such a beautiful girl must give me a son. She is a bandit leader, she must be beheaded.
Who would believe that a bandit would be any good?
The nature is hard to change, if we don't kill her today, we will surely suffer their retaliation in the future. A wildfire cannot be eliminated, but it grows again in the spring. As the saying goes, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, do not deceive the youth. The hidden story behind this saying, have you forgotten? What's more, now she is a 9th grade expert, if she comes back to slaughter the town in the future, who can stop her? Many of the sober-minded people began to persuade the crowd. Must cut off the root and branch, make sure to cut down the Chinka. Ma Dahou indignantly explained, you guys are talking nonsense, the big boss is not a bandit at all, she is just living and hiding in the mountains. Back then, it was also us who messed with her, and only after we were subdued by her did we worship her as the big boss.
With his explanation, the crowd only began to understand.
It turned out that the so-called big boss was simply pushed by them people themselves. Coupled with the fact that they had sent her some food to honor her over the years, over time, they had allowed Chinka to have some goodwill towards them. Only then would they shelter them for many years.
Oh. Lu Ziyan didn't think that there was actually such a hidden agenda. If it is really as Ma Dahou said, then Chinka's crime is not to death. Xiaoma, since I promised to protect you, then I will definitely do it, and if I can't protect you, then I will live and die with you. I don't want to ask him, the weak are the strongest. Chinke is more transparent, are already defeated, to kill or die, just as you like. Where's so much beeping nonsense? Stretching the head, shrinking the head. The crowd saw her like this. They also fell into silence for a while. Aunt Lu, I think that nowadays we lack top experts in Xia. If we can recruit her. Obviously. Luo Qing pondered for a moment, but he also couldn't bear the thought of such a young genius falling like this. If she is sent to the battlefield, it would definitely be another warlike general. Lu Ziyan smiled warmly, shrugged his shoulders, a none of my business attitude, said, you as Luoyang town few respected people. The position of town official is more appropriate for you to take over. Moreover, I think that Yu Hong is deputy town official how? After this matter is over, he will have to leave after all. In the future, Luoyang town will definitely need someone to manage and maintain it. Then Luo Cheng is the most suitable candidate. One more thing. He's also taken a look at Yu Hong's information, so it would be appropriate to have him assist Luo Cheng. What do you guys think? Luo Cheng symbolically looked at the people below. All listened to Lord Lu. Right. If Lord Lu says one thing, then it's one thing, and no one dares to disobey. The people's hearts are in the right place, no one opposes. Buzz. Lu Ziyan violently sensed the Wengong in his body trembling and a trace of golden when she overflowed. It filled the entire dantian. The tendons and veins around his body had already been repaired 7 to 8 times. Sure enough, as long as one is standing up for the people, the Wengong will sense it. Is this the so-called destiny of heaven? Aunt Lu, why don't you take the girl away? Luo Cheng old face full of scorn for the Qing guest cultivation, but understand. In addition to Lu Ziyan, I'm afraid that no one will be able to contain her. She has been hit by the sword chi backlash. In a short period of time, she can't make a move at all. Luo Cheng sighed sadly. Even if she is seriously injured, it is not something we can deal with. The implication is very clear, that is to ask him to take the person away. Such a heavenly pride, it is a pity to kill, stay, and cannot grasp. What do you say? Lu Ziyan's starry eyes gazed at Qingke, taking her on the road. It was not impossible. Qingke's expression was slightly stunned, obviously unable to imagine that the other party would actually inquire about himself. Since I was defeated under you, what to do with me is up to you. I'm not going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do it. Then follow me first, just to have a companion with the green lady. You can't kill me. I'm under the king of winning state. Are you trying to rebel? I'm about to be beheaded. Hu Feiwei panicked, and hastened to bring out his backers. The mountain is high and the emperor is far away, beheading. Luo Cheng didn't even half hesitate, nor was he intimidated by him bringing out his backer. With a command, the executioners, their hands rose up and knives fell. Heads flew away and blood sprayed like pillars. Good. The people shouted in excitement, all of them were elated and had mixed feelings. Thank you, Lord Lu, for your kindness. Tens of thousands of people knelt down in unison, the sound was monstrous and deafening. Nightfall. Yu family. Yu Zhong holding a walking stick, angry eyes glaring, looking straight at the Yu Hong family reprimanded, boss family, you really want to break away from the Yu family? Since getting Yu Hong to become a deputy town official. The family of Yu Jianshu, the family of Yu Inhu came back to the house. Before the severance of the book, all of them were thrown into the back of their minds. Not a word about it. Yu Wenjun, a look of frustration, eyes dull, disheartened, grandfather, still want to treat our family as a little cute. To play? When you chose to stand by the second uncle and third uncle's family, have you ever thought about our feelings? Are we not your grandchildren? Her words directly rendered Yu Zhong speechless, her anger dissipated, and her body stuttered. Bastard, you're a junior, how dare you question what the elders did, it's simply unbridled. Yu Jianshu crossed his eyebrows and stared at her with a face full of mischief. Yu Inu stood out, pretending to be kind and said, well, we are all family, why are we so angry? We can't afford to be the family you say we are. They smiled miserably, turned around, and left the lobby. When they reached the door. All go back to pack things, this is no longer your home, still stay here for what? Chapter 97 Lin Xiaoyan's Choice. Tongzhou. Hanlin City. In the upper class room of the inn. 5 days had passed since Molong City had begged for rain. 5 days had already passed. Lin Hong and his group entered Hanlin City in Tongzhou. It just so happened that nightfall came. They could only stay here temporarily. Lu Yuer was lying on her back on the bed, sleeping soundly, her little mouth still barking. Shen Wangshu sat on the side. Under the illumination of the flickering candle flame. Her beauty is like a mountain spring, clear and natural, eyebrows like mountains with daisies, eyes like autumn water, skin like gelatin, lips like reddish red, between the knitted brows and the smile, it shows a stunning posture of the city. Supporting her chin with one hand, she fell into silence, her beautiful eyes kept observing the little girl on the bed. After a period of time together, gradually, she began to somewhat like this little girl.
especially after seeing her ability to beg for rain in Mulong City.
Simply a little fairy.
After a long time, she took out the dark moon dagger from behind her back. Taking out the dark moon dagger from behind her, the blade of the dagger flashed with icy cold light. I am a qualified assassin, absolutely cannot forget my identity due to a moment of weakness.
The little girl is indeed very cute, but it's a pity.
Standing up, tightening the dagger in his hand, step by step, slowly approaching to the edge of the bed. With her beautiful eyes fixed, she raised the dagger high, and without hesitation, she was about to stab down.
Grandma! Sleeping Lu Yue murmured softly. Chen Wanshu movement violently stopped, deeply gazed at her. Alas!
In the end, he could not be ruthless. For some reason, when he heard Lu Yue call herself grandmother, his heart could not help but flutter. Retracting the dagger, his eyes filled with tenderness, gently stroking the little face. Pulled the quilt over and carefully covered the little girl. Getting up, he slowly left the compartment. Creak! Until the sound of the door closing sounded, the originally sleeping Lu Yue immediately opened her eyes. A smug smile surged out on her small face.
Grandma must be unable to lay her hands on me because I'm cute. The next compartment.
Lin Baoying was lying on her bed, worried, and from time to time, she pricked up her ears and paid attention to every move at the door of the room. These days, Chen Wanshu had been looking for an opportunity to strike. In just 5 days, it had made her go through 20 assassinations. Luckily, every time she was able to detect it before she did, and only then did she not let Chen Wanshu succeed in getting her hands on it.
My dear mother, don't come tonight. This kind of perseverance to assassinate one's own daughter, really won't the heavens strike lightning? Why do I somewhat regret finding you?
While she was thinking nonsense. Creak! The door of the room was pushed open and then closed again. Here it comes. Lin Baoying was startled in her heart and hurriedly closed her eyes, pretending to be asleep and adjusting her breathing.
Chen Wanshu gently came to her side, then tentatively opened his mouth. I know you're not asleep, get up. Lin Baoying's heart tightened, secretly thinking, could it have been discovered? Impossible. Obviously pretending so well, must be swindling me. Must not act rashly. Ha!
Chen Wanshu saw that she didn't react, then reassured himself and started to take out the dagger from behind him. The dagger that was glowing with a gust of coldness just appeared in plain sight.
Again?
Lin Baoying wanna cry, God knows what suffering he is going through these days.
Kissing Mother Lu. Let me go.
If this continues, your daughter will really be separated from you.
How to do? How to do? I feel a chill in my chest, it will not want to directly stab me in the heart, right?
Just when she was in a state of despair.
Knock, knock.
There was a knock at the door.
In a flash.
She only felt that this knocking sound was incomparably kind, like heavenly music.
Little Ing-ah. Are you asleep?
Lin Hong's thick voice came from outside, making Lin Baoying very touched.
I'm sorry, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to make it.
Chen Wanshu quickly put away the dagger, beautiful eyes flashed a trace of doubt staring at Lin Baoying.
This girl definitely has a problem. Every time she is about to assassinate her successfully, there will be accidents. Once there were more accidents, it couldn't be an accident.
A hint of coldness flickered in her eyes as she looked deeply at Lin Baoying.
Thereupon,
standing up, she quickly walked over to open the door.
Xiao Shu, why are you here?
Having just opened the door to her room, Lin Hong pretended to be full of doubt and asked in surprise. Chen Wanshu narrowed his eyes and sized up the old man for a long time.
Coincidence? What do you mean? Xiao Shu, what's wrong with you?
Don't think too much, I'm here, just thinking of Xiaoyan that girl, dinner eat less, intend to get her some food. Lin Hong said in a serious manner, holding a freshly roasted leg of lamb in his hand. It was only when he saw the leg of lamb that was bubbling with oil that Chen Wanshu secretly let go of his heart.
A few moments passed. Inside the compartment, Lin Baoying sat next to the table, looking at the old man with a distressed face and said, Grandpa, what should we do?
Mother is thinking of assassinating me all the time. If this continues, it will be hard to protect my life. Can you think of a way to let her collect herself properly? Until now, she still has some palpitations. For Chen Wanshu, she is completely dead. The other side of the heart pressure fundamentally did not own this daughter. The other side of the heart simply does not have his own daughter.
Calm down? How calm? She is going to kill me. Still calm. Tonight if not your old man appeared, I will have to be separated from you.
I'm still so young, I haven't even found a husband yet. Her heart is full of grievances. Why is her own mother wooing and awing all by herself?
Can't stand it. Can't stand it at all.
Lin Hong was slightly stunned, and his face was helpless.
In the past, generous and decent, gentle, and lovely eldest daughter-in-law. Now,
but has become their life-suppressing charm. Always thinking about their little life, long this way, is not a way.
Let's put up with it for now. You know how she is. Grandpa. Lingzhou City.
The backyard of the city lord's mansion.
Lin Xiaoyan was sitting in the gazebo, savoring tea.
Jin Shu hurriedly walked in from outside. In his hand was a letter.
Miss, news from the royal capital. News from the royal capital?
She gently put down the teacup in her hand, slightly surprised, and turned her head to look at Jinshu. According to the news from the royal capital, Auntie not only beheaded the lord of a city, but also a state lord. Inside the latest news, even the king of the winning state was killed by our Auntie. Jinshu didn't dare to hide anything and put the letter in his hand in front of Lin Xiaoyan's desk.
What? The king of winning state is dead?
This point, she was never thought of, was shocked, picked up the letter to see.
Liang Long. Only then did she completely accept this reality. Miss, what should we do now?
Jinshu's small face, full of worry, visible her for Lu Zian, is also worrying a lot. Now the situation is chaotic. His Majesty has a lot of scruples about the Lin family. In this situation, he still dared to kill one of the princes, and was afraid that he would completely push the Lin family to the opposite side of the royal family.
In addition, Lin Xiaoyan has been resisting the order not to return to the royal capital.
People with an intention to do so had already started to secretly target the Lin family. Lin Xiaoyan, dressed in white, like a fairy out of the dust, stood up, her beautiful eyes rippled, gazing at the small lake. Things have come to this point, it is no longer the case that fear of suspicion can get you out of it. Immediately send someone to notify the 6th princess, if she is interested in that position, we Lin family support her.
6th princess? Xia Mingyue?
Jinshu was stunned, somewhat at a loss for words, could not have imagined that her own young lady would actually come forward to support the 6th princess at this time. Stand out to support the 6th princess. Miss, the 6th princess is silent and unknown, she has been inconspicuous, if she bets everything on the Lin family, isn't it some?
Jinshu didn't go into detail about the latter words. The fight for that position is not just talk. Once intervened, it must be a bloody storm. Emperor turnover, internal wars are bound to be no less, the final suffering is afraid of the bottom of the ordinary people. In the past, Grandpa used to say that our Lin family had no choice, that's because his old man never considered the future of the Lin family.
All his thoughts were on loyalty and righteousness.
But I'm different.
Since His Majesty chose to be unkind, then I can only be unrighteous. After the words. On Lin Xiaoyan's shoulder, a small black as ink snake slowly crawled out and spat out its tongue.
Chapter 98, Words left by Aunt Willow. Newspaper. An urgent letter from Wang Du.
The guards hurriedly ran into the backyard.
There is also an urgent letter?
Jinshu was secretly surprised, and could not imagine that within a short period of time, the people from the royal capital have sent letters one after another.
Something big must have happened. Thinking about this,
she quickly walked over and snatched the letter from the guard's hand.
Tear open.
At first glance, the content on it.
Deception is too much. Jinshu's small face was slightly angry and couldn't help but spit.
Lin Xiaoyan stroked the black girl on her shoulder, slowly inclined her head, softly inquired, "What's wrong?" "Miss, His Majesty actually dispatched the great general of Xinbian, Meng Long, to lead an army of 50,000 men to stop and kill Auntie. His Majesty is completely not putting Miss and also the old master in his eyes, so blatantly sending people to deal with Auntie." Jinshu was a bit angry, the Lin family had paid a lot for Xia for so many years.
Unexpectedly.
In the end, it ended up in such a situation. There is no need to be anxious, your aunt can even kill a party of princes with a large army in hand. The district of Xinbian general, what is enough to worry about? At those words, Jinshu unfroze, and then reacted.
Right.
Not only did your aunt go all the way north, she not only dared to behead city lords and kill state lords, but in the end, she didn't even spare the king of the winning state.
This ability alone is worth believing in.
That's right, tell Miss Qi to secretly gather the Oriental Red generals scattered across the realms, and in a few days, I'll be driving to the royal capital.
I'd like to see if His Majesty thinks that we don't dare to resist by dealing with the Lin family time and again. These words shocked Jinshu to the point of confusion. Gather all the Eastern Red generals.
Personally driving to the royal capital.
Is this young lady going to lead her troops back to the royal capital and question His Majesty? No. Unauthorized deployment of troops is like a rebellion. Is it possible that the lady is interested in that position? I'm not interested in that position. Lin Xiaoyan poked Jinshu in the head. Miss, I will go and inform Sister Qi. Luoyang Town.
The town official's residence. The generous Yu Wenjun was holding a small gift box.
Not long after,
Luo Chan walked out from the back hall, saw Yu Wenjun, looked slightly stunned, immediately smiling cheerfully asked, "Small Wenjun ah,
why did you come over so late to find me?" "Grandpa Luo, you also know that now my parents have severed ties with the Yu family. But Master Yu is not happy, has been dragging, long this is not a solution. That's why I want to trouble Grandpa Luo." Yu Wenjun bit her lips and spoke in a small, detailed voice, word by word. After speaking, she handed over the small gift box in her hand. Then he handed over the small gift box in his hand. Luo Chang listened with a frown on his face, and in the end, he couldn't help but sigh. He was also furious at the old man's favoritism. Where in heaven is this kind of parenting? A bowl of water is not even. Little Wenjun ah.
This matter is your family matter, it's not good for Grandpa Luo, an outsider, to intervene.
As for this gift, you'd better take it back. The words left by Auntie Lu, bear in mind said.
Carefully took out a piece of paper from his bosom, on it was exactly what Lu Zian had written down when he left. The words written down.
Yu Wenjun's beautiful eyes rippled, extremely curious, and asked, Luo grandfather, what words did Lord Lu wrote down? Can you give me a look too?
Luo Changlaha, without mincing words, handed her the paper in her hand.
No, here you go. Into her hand. She picked it up and took a look, only to see a few words clearly written on it. Ruling is based on honesty, being an official is preceded by diligence. Cleanliness is in virtue, cleanliness is in ambition. Integrity stems from self-discipline, degeneration begins with greed. The people love honesty, and the monument will stand on its own. Greed is abandoned by the people, the grave is dug. Be indifferent to fame and fortune. People first. Self-restraint, adhere to the principle. Cultivate yourself and your family, rule the country, and pacify the world. Auntie Lu used this to remind me, what should be done, what should not be done. Water can carry the boat, can also cover the boat. However, Yu Wenjun, clear eyes, dead staring at the paper above, softly whispering, cannot help but read out word by word. Immediately. Rumble. In the night sky, a shocking thunder flashed. Luo Chang was startled when he saw this vision and hurriedly looked up. But see. The night sky was torn out and a beam of clean white light shone down. Like a pillar of light, it reflected on Yu Wenjun. In an instant, a gleam of white light appeared all over her body, and a strand of Wenqi descended and infused into her body. In the Dan Tian. Boom. In a flash, a white light lingering palace appeared. Immediately following. The eyes were also entwined with white light, and the bright eyes saw at night. Buzz. The next second. Just above the paper, a single word transformed into a white shadow and rushed towards her brow. The words resonated. This was? Luo Chang was completely stunned by the scene in front of her, unable to return to her senses for a long time. The visions didn't end because of this, instead, they continued. The heavenly flowers were falling. Textual chi protecting the body. Step by step, lotus flowers. Flat steps. A special aroma spread out. One after another vision continued to emerge on Yu Wenjun's body. Phew! The breeze blew, and the paper in her hand turned into nothingness and dissipated. The white light receded. Everything returned to normal. Luo Chang was as if he had seen a ghost, pointing at Yu Wenjun, unable to utter a complete sentence in half a day. Unbelievable. Everything that happened just now was too bizarre. One Dao Tian Chang. Grand Maester Realm. Yu Wenjun felt it and was pleasantly surprised that in just a short moment, he had actually become a master of the literary path. What kind of god is Lord Lu? With just a few simple words, he actually made me achieve this. Incredibly, looking down at her hands, at that moment, she felt very unreal. Unbelievable, simply unheard of, actually can instantly realize the road. Luo Chang, who had returned to her senses, hurriedly circled around her and carefully looked at her. Grandpa Luo, Yu Wenjun is also somewhat at a loss for words to express her inner excitement at this moment. A rare thing in the world. It just happened to himself. The next moment. Buzz. The Wen Palace in his body trembled, a surge of Wenqi surged out, and white light lingered in his eyes. The right hand couldn't help but gesture in the void. Immediately following. A word for people that blossomed with a strong literary chi just appeared in them. Red heart, 10,000 public opinions, condensing Wenqi, opening Wen Palace. It's actually like this, it's actually like this. Little Wenjun, you have truly opened old me's eyes. In a split second. Luo Chang stroked his chin hair white beard and laughed heartily. Grandpa Luo, what's going on? She was a little confused, completely unable to understand all of this. Or rather, she herself suddenly became a Wen Dao expert in a haphazard manner. Child, heaven's will is like this, perhaps walking out of here will lead you to the answers you want. The greater the ability, the heavier the responsibility, the road of the way of letters, perhaps with the people hanging indispensable relationship. At this moment, his heart is like a mirror, not too much to explain, but meaning to leave a few words. Turned his head. Carrying his hands behind his back, walking back to the backyard. Yu Wenjun stared thoughtfully at the other side, gradually disappeared back. Leave here? The greater the ability, the heavier the responsibility, my cultivation is not related to the people? Baffled, in the end she could only take the small gift box and walk out of the town hall. A day later. Yu Wenjun left Luoyang town and traveled to the southern border. On the spacious avenue. Creak, creak, creak. The axle made a strange sound as a carriage was traveling. Inside the carriage, Lu Zian and Xing Ke were sitting opposite each other. On Xing Ke's legs, the giant martial sword was placed, and he kept his eyes on Lu Zian. For a long time. She spoke hesitantly, you are a sword immortal? You also have the art of sword control? No. As for the art of sword royalty, you're looking at it wrong. How can that be? I can see clearly, you know the art of killing enemies with a sword. Lu Ziyan gave her a deep look, raised his hand to lift the curtain of the car, and turned his head to look at the scenery outside. Why can't I feel any martial arts aura on you? There's also not a single bit of sword Dao aura. How did you do that? Shinka was like a curious baby, full of curiosity about the person in front of her. Especially having seen him use a sword box and imperialize his sword against the enemy. Why don't you say anything? Is your mouth dry? By the way, what are you looking at? Is it because you dislike me for talking a bit too much and deliberately ignoring me? The carriage pulled out a long vaporous shadow under the waning sun. From time to time, there were curious questions from inside the carriage. Chapter 99:11, Time to Kill. Xi'an City. State Lord's Mansion. An uninvited guest was ushered in today. In the middle of the lobby. Zhang Qian, Chen Shang, and Zhuiba. They are silent. The upper seat. Meng Long looked solemn, not angry and authoritative, his tiger eyes gazing at the several people below. A moment. Pick up the cup of tea, sip, only then opened his mouth. A group of waste, district to scholar, cannot stop, want you what use? Puff. Zhang Qian was full of cold sweat, and quickly fell to his knees. His voice trembled. General Meng does not know, Immortal Lu is an immortal of the way of letters, his strength is unfathomable. We mortals are no match for him. Please forgive us, General Meng. Nonsense. As soon as Meng Long heard what a window immortal, he immediately glared angrily, Dan Gang. He directly slammed his teacup in front of Zhang Qian. Boom! The blood-red martial chi around his body erupted out, and a stern, oppressive aura swept through the lobby in an instant. With this aura pressing down on several people. General Meng, spare your life. Zhang Qian's obese body, prostrate on the ground, difficult to open his mouth to beg for mercy. After all. At this moment, he felt that his surroundings were like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with countless corpses and bones piled up. Worthy of being a great general of the town border, only a chi will be able to affect the will of others. Enough to prove its strength. Terrible place. Spare you? Meng Long smiled contemptuously, stood up, and took a large step out to the doorway. He stopped. Come on, chop up all the trash in this house. The words just fell. De. A team of 100 people immediately swarmed in from outside. They surrounded the entire State Lord's mansion. No matter whether they are guards or subordinates, they are all arrested to the front yard. Front yard. Meng Long stood there like a straight spear between heaven and earth. It was upright. Not angry and authoritative. Waiting for those generals to capture everyone from the State Lord's mansion. Kill. Resounding words, like a sharp blade piercing into everyone's heart. My lord, spare my life. Those subordinates, before they could finish their words, had terror on their faces. Plop. A blade passed, heads flew out, blood spurting like pillars. Zhang Qian stumbled out of the lobby, and a head just fell in front of him. Looking down, a delicate face appeared in his eyes. Ah Jin. Boom. The brain went blank, tears fighting, lost in thought as he called out the other party's name. The screams were endless. Soon. Dozens of underlings, all slaughtered. Leaving behind a field of corpses. Bastard, do you know that she is a pregnant woman? A moment later, Zhang Qian stood up indignantly, pointing at Meng Long and shouting angrily. His eyes seemed to be pulsing with flames. Stop, what are you doing? Xiao He, with an angry face, walked in from outside. Seeing a field of corpses, his mind went blank. Meng Long turned his head and smiled coldly. There are still people, kill. Seeing the situation. Xiao He's when she surged around his body, raised his hand and a white jade pen appeared in his hand. Gentleman's words, force can break through adversity, can move mountains, kill the enemy. When she infused into the jade pen, blossoming a burst of white light, then a paragraph was written in the void. Go! With a wave of the jade pen, those words composed of when she quickly attacked the surrounding generals. Sculpture, how dare you show off your skills, look at my great dragon palm. Meng Long's body swung, his bow stance was drawn out, his martial chi was externalized, forming an up and down rhythmic phenomenon, and his right hand was transformed into a palm. Martial energy condensed on top of his palm. The gong method was in motion. The prisoner dragon emerges from the mountain. A palm struck out, chanting. Vaguely, there seemed to be a dragon's roar resounding. Immediately after, the martial energy transformed into a blood-red dragon state and attacked towards Xiao He. Be careful! Zhang Qian shouted in alarm. Unfortunately, it was ultimately a little too late. Only a bang could be heard as Xiao He was blown out of the sky by surprise. Splat! Viciously impacting on a pillar more than 10 meters away, while blood was spat out furiously, tendons and bones in his body breaking. Struggling a few times, trying to get up, he finally collapsed powerlessly. Xiao Lao! A few people called out loudly. Among their senses, the other party's body was already devoid of breath. He was dead. A mere Jinshi realm dares to resist, he doesn't know how to die. By His Majesty's decree, anyone who has come into contact with Lu Ziyan will be killed. Meng Long looked at Zhang Qian with a condescending attitude. What?
Several people were shocked, never thought that His Majesty would be so merciless, even those who had contact with Lu Ziyan. All of them had to be killed.
I am not convinced. Meng Long slowly stepped, walked up to Zhang Qian, forcefully patted his shoulder, his complexion cold, sneering and smiling. Not convinced? Then give this general to hold back. Just then. How old are you? You dare to let my brother Zhang hold back?
A low voice came, and the crowd followed the source of the voice to look over.
They saw outside the doorway.
The old man was wearing gray plain clothes, slightly outdated, white hair that had obviously been tied up, appeared to be abruptly messy, a mouthful of big yellow teeth, slightly lewd. Step by step, toward the inside. He, looking around, his eyes rested on a petite body.
Jin.
The voice was low and hoarse, as if it was cut by a knife, choked and somewhat unable to send out. Sobbed a few times, cloudy eyes, gradually became cold, sharp.
Who did it?
At this moment he, like a tiger suppressing extreme anger, one word at a time, as if from the 9 ghosts of the devil's voice, people feel chills at the same time and feel cold and piercing the bones.
Intense killing intent, released from his body, gradually spread around.
Obviously it was a hot day, everyone felt a chill coming, couldn't help but shiver. Old Huang, run away, these guys were sent by His Majesty, they want to kill everyone who has come into contact with Aunt Lu. They are a bunch of lunatics. In his haste, Zhang Qian hastened to speak kindly so that Old Huang could hurry and run away.
Who are you?
Meng Long secretly sized up the sudden appearance of the old man in front of him. Old Huang inclined his head to look, his gaze resembling a knife, as if he wanted to cut Meng Long into 1,000 pieces.
So what if you're from the royal capital?
Killed my precious, even if Wei Yin comes here. Old Huang, I will also have to make him shed his skin. Meng Long frowned and was secretly surprised that the other party didn't even put an expert like eunuch Wei in his eyes.
What is the origin of this person?
How dare he be so wild? The more he looked, the more alarmed he became, because on the other side, he could not feel the slightest fluctuation of martial energy.
Is he not a martial artist? No. Wen Qi was not there either.
There was no sword Qi either.
Odd.
Impossible, no matter if it's an innate or a sword immortal, or a great sage, it's impossible to escape my senses.
Is it possible that you are practicing some kind of technique to hide your breath? That must be it. Other than that, I can't find any other possibilities.
If you have touched my precious, have you thought about how to die?
Ice-cold words fell.
Swish, a green-colored sword wheel rose up behind Old Huang. Berserk and stern sword Qi instantly filled the entire front yard. Sword immortal? The crowd screamed in shock. Meng Long was also startled, as he clearly saw the slowly rising sword wheels on his opponent's body.
10, 12 sword wheels, you are an absolute generation sword immortal.
Sure, Broken Sky was shocked. At this moment, even his voice became trembling. A sword immortal with 12 sword wheels. It was rare. It was also a rare existence in the world. Old Yellow glanced at him coldly and slowly walked towards Xiao Zhan's corpse, finally picking it up. Old Huang, in my whole life, I have loved such a woman. Even if the child in her belly is not mine.
Why? Why not even give me such a chance?
The voice of grief, as if talking to himself, but also seems to be speaking to everyone. 30 years ago, I sealed my sword and wanted to live out my life in an ordinary way. However, the world is unpredictable, and some people are just not as good as I want them to be. As he spoke, he walked towards the outside of the mansion. The sword wheel behind him slowly converged and finally disappeared. Just when everyone thought that this matter had been revealed like this.
11, it's time to kill.
A ghostly voice, as if it were a hypnotic Brahma sound, resounded in the ears of the crowd.
Not waiting for these people to react.
Whoosh! At the threshold, a green-colored longsword quickly shot out. It then transformed into countless long swords. Swish, 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 swish. Sword shadows traveled through the sky, and then countless miserable screams could be heard.
In a short moment.
Whether it was the front yard or outside the mansion, thousands of generals fell in response.
Immediately afterward, countless green-colored sword shadows headed straight for Meng Long. Not good.
His complexion changed drastically, and he was about to mobilize his body's martial energy to resist. However, he was shocked to realize that his body's martial energy was actually suppressed by this horrifying sword energy, and he couldn't activate it at all.
How is it possible? Not waiting for him to react.
Those sword shadows directly hit his body. Pain like a million swords piercing through his heart spread all around his body, and the screams were endless.
Until Meng Long's last breath disappeared.
The sword shadow transformed into a green-colored long sword. Tell the one from Huangdu that I, Huang 13, killed the man. Old Huang took a big step across the threshold, and the green longsword transformed into a stream of light to chase after him, only leaving behind the several people of Zhang Qian who were filled with dismay and incomparable shock.
Cloud State Boundary. Wubao County. Giddy up. Heave.
The green woman drove the carriage and sped down the official road, raising gusts of dust and smoke.
Suddenly,
A bloodstained figure in front of her came flying rapidly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by countless arrows raining down from all directions.
Auntie, there is an ambush.
The green woman quickly called a halt to the carriage, and her figure swept out. Her silhouette flickered and her sword light gusted as she continuously resisted the rain of arrows flying from afar.
Clang, clang, clang.
As she was struggling to block those sharp arrows. Girl, quickly dodge, those guys are rushing towards the old man. A thick and old voice came out, and a bloodstained, tattered old man was seen.
He kept changing his position to avoid those arrows. Chapter 100 Zhao Tuyun. On the official road.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of breaking air was unceasing.
Sharp arrows rained down.
In the face of this endless stream of arrows, even if it was the green woman who was resisting with all her might,
it was also a bit overwhelming.
Delicate figure, dancing, long sword in hand waving, sword chi ripples, crisscrossing.
Girl, quickly go ah.
These rushed me. The old man was in a sorry state, his head was disheveled, and he was actually a one-armed man. With only one left hand left, he changed his attack at great speed. Turning his fist into a palm, his martial energy was rampant, and countless sharp arrows were offset. Turning palm into claw, there seemed to be the roar of a fierce beast resounding.
The evil tiger roared. Roar!
Behind the old man, a white tiger figure manifested.
Inside the carriage.
Chinka sensed the changes outside, and as he carried the giant martial sword, he directly rushed out.
Immediately afterward, standing the giant martial sword up towards the front, all those sharp arrows were blocked.
Lucian lifted the curtain, his complexion was as usual and did not have any fluctuations because of this, his star-like eyes, sizing up the old man. The other party had a stern and murderous aura on his body, and a strong blood aura was also entwined around his martial energy. This type of person could only be formed by those who had been killing enemies in the battlefield for many years. Those were official soldiers, how did you provoke them?
Even if they were hundreds of meters away.
He also saw the people attacking this side clearly at a glance. The old man saw the situation. Subconsciously taking a few steps backward, with a scrupulous look on his face, he gazed at Lucian.
What do you think of the strength of these two guards of mine? Hearing this,
the one-armed old man placed his gaze on the green lady, Chinka Duo.
One was an 8th grade great circle, and the other could not see through.
However, looking at her wielding that big sword casually, there is a suppressed martial energy surging.
Her cultivation level is definitely above mine.
Sir, I do not hide from you, my husband Zhao Tuyun, Wubao County people, 20 years old to join the army, always in the battlefield killing. 2 years ago, because of a battle, broke the arm, then retired. Zhao Tuyun, the dirty old face, all the feelings, but also has a lot of complex emotions. Chinka raised his hand and launched a palm, a white martial energy quickly formed a high wall, resisting those sharp arrows' attack.
Dizziness? Old man, there's something about your name. Isn't there another son named Eyesight?
When the few people heard this, their expressions stuttered. Lu Ziyin smiled without saying anything, and the corners of Qing female's mouth twitched a few times, forcibly holding back her laughter.
Ran.
He did not because of the Qing guest jokes have some anger, but instead extremely serious explanation. My father is a peasant child, cannot read a word, because I was the firstborn. Then named Head Cloud, meaning out of the head, step by step. My son's name is Zhao Renlong. The name was also chosen by my father in the hope that he would become a dragon among men. However, a year ago when the Southland sacrificed, only one granddaughter left in the family, is that I look for the county and number of Xiaotsai realm literati to take the name, called Zhao Yanhua. Speaking of this last, there is a trace of pride on the old face.
Seems to be satisfied with the name he found someone to give his granddaughter. The three listened to the other's explanation. Lu Ziyan rolled his white eyes and was silent. The corners of Qingnu's mouth twitched and she couldn't help herself.
Only the uninitiated Chinka, whose small face revealed a look of realization, said, "Oh, so that's the case, your family really does have an eyeflower." Zhao Tuyun was a bit furious, in the way of her unfathomable cultivation, but also just dared to be angry and dare not say anything. "Old sir, this girl grew up in the mountains, read fewer books, do not recognize words."
The green woman made a round up. Who knows?
This is the turn of the clear guest is not happy, indignant retort, clear wing 2 sleeves into the mountains, alone in a foreign land for a foreigner.
Master said, my name is very level. Lu Ziyan, Qing female.
Zhao Tuyun broke his fingers and counted, good guy, 14 words, very cultured. You have a lot of words, although I don't understand, but it feels awesome, good name. Alright, it is better to solve the matter at hand first. What time is it already? There is still a mood to chat. On the other side. Wubao County, the county minister Qin Weiman, nearly 50 years old, thick eyebrows, big eyes, straight posture, wearing a blue-colored official uniform, the chest has a white crane in the sky, a few white clouds pattern. Behind him, more than 300 officials and soldiers, holding longbows, quickly bending their bows and arrows, shooting out towards the front. On one side, standing a sharp-tongued, thin, black vegetarian old man, holding a Kongming fan, with a goatee, with a hint of cunning in his eyes, sinister.
This person is one of the 3 main bookkeepers of Wubao County, Shin Fanrun. My lord, there is a carriage of unknown origin in front of us, should we stop first? Shaking his white fan, Shin Fanrun had a hesitant look on his face. Chen Weiman's cold face flashed a touch of ruthlessness. Cold hum, this official to catch the felon in the court, accidentally killed a few irrelevant people, very normal. Look at that carriage is very expensive, I am afraid it is from the noble family, just this official lacks a traveling carriage. When Shin Fanrun heard this, he immediately showed an understanding expression. I'm not sure if this is a good idea, but it's a good idea. I just looked at that carriage is very suitable for the status of the lord. If the other party learns that it is the lord who wants the carriage. If the other party learns that it is you who wants the carriage, they will surely be overjoyed. The ground. A white martial energy ripples out, quickly turned into a huge barrier. It is a huge barrier to resist the arrow attack. This aura, I'm afraid it's approaching the 9th rank. Chen Weiman was shocked, his body shook tremendously, and his pupils dilated violently. Close to the 9th grade? Stop it. Stop it. Shin Fanrun waved his hand repeatedly, signaling the crowd to stop. He looked horrified and spoke in panic. My lord, how could this 9th grade expert come to this remote place? Generally speaking, to be able to reach this level of the 9th grade, one is almost always a city lord of a party. No matter what, it is also the existence of a city's main general. There can be no mistake, this breath is definitely close to the 9th grade. Everyone follow this official forward to pay respects to the senior. Not a moment later. They came to the front of the carriage. Into the eyes to survey. Although Lu Ziyan's few people looked young, Chen Weiman didn't dare to be the slightest bit contemptuous. Pretending to have a relaxed face, he lowered his voice and asked, this official is the county minister of Wubao County, I wonder if the few young warriors are? Right. This person is a felon in the dynasty, unauthorized embezzlement of thousands of generals' pensions, money up to more than 100,000 gold. In the end, he did not forget to point at Zhao Tuyuan and rebuke him bitterly. At this point, Zhao Tuyuan heard it, and subconsciously, his body wanted to move to the back. Oh? Is that really so? Lu Ziyan turned his head in doubt and looked at Zhao Tuyuan who was about to move back. He was secretly shocked and cried out, it's over. I blame myself for being too nosy. If I had escaped earlier, I might have been able to leave this place of wrongdoing. But his gaze flicked to the Qing woman, Xinka, and the 2 women. Although these 2 are strong, but Chen Weiman is an official of the dynasty, and as powerful as they are, I'm afraid they wouldn't dare to go against the dynasty. So I'd better go as the best strategy. His mind is like electricity, and he figured out the key in one go, so he slowly reached out with his left hand to his bosom. Your Excellency, listen to me first. Tightly following. From his bosom, he pulled out a handful of white powder, his eyes condensed, and he grunted coldly, I'm sorry. Swish, a handful of powder spread out. Zhao Tuyun turned his head and ran without saying a word. Martial energy was infused into his feet, and with a vertical leap, he immediately rushed out more than 20 meters away. Dog officer, one day, you will get your retribution. Angry voice came out from his mouth. Seeing this, Shin Fanrun sternly shouted, quickly, don't let him run away. Those officials and soldiers hurriedly chased after him. Ha ha ha. At least I am a mid-8th grade, just you guys want to catch up with me. The words were not finished. Suddenly felt a tightening of the belt, and the whole body was suddenly suspended in the air. What's going on? Could it be that I am too fast and have taken off? No. Looking down, he saw that small and delicate figure, grabbing his belt with one hand. Oh. Woman, when did you come? He screamed in fear and struggled hard, but he couldn't break free. Xinka held him up with one hand and teased, old man, dare to sneak attack your aunt, I'm afraid I'm tired of living. After speaking, with a forceful fling, he directly threw Zhao Tuyun flying to Lu Ziyan. Throwing his face towards the ground, he came to a 5-body pilgrimage posture. Chen Weiman looked slightly shocked and whispered, what a fast speed, can't even see when she struck. Not to be messed with. Shin Fanrun weighed the situation for a moment, and attached himself to mutter in his ear. As for those officers and soldiers, one by one, you look at me, I look at you. Hands and feet at a loss. Thanks to the few young warriors who took the initiative to catch this guy. Chen Weiman arched his hand, his face full of gratitude. Said. He then commanded to the officials and soldiers on the side, come on, escort him down. Slowly. The green woman raised her hand to stop him, and then helped Zhao Tuyun up with one hand. My aunt's trip to the north is meant to do the people's bidding, specializing in killing corrupt officials and worms. You guys just said that old man Zhao embezzled the general's pensions without authorization, do you have any proof? She gazed coldly at Chen Weiman and Shin Fanrun. Miss, your aunt is? Zhao Tuyun hung his head in shame, feeling that he was more than likely doomed. Shin Gui Gongfu. What? He is Aunt Lu, the immortal of Wendao, who has been rumored all over the Xia during this period of time. Shin Fanrun was so shocked that his voice trembled a little, and he couldn't help but take a few steps backward, stumbling, and almost failing to stand still. Chen Weiman at this moment is not better than him, also was shocked speechless. Put in a month ago.
When they heard Lu Ziyan's name, they would definitely not be shocked. Instead, they would feel ridiculous. But within just a month, not only did he show his power in front of Lingzhou City, awakening 200,000 Ning spirits in a single poem, and greatly retreating the allied forces of the three great royal dynasties. Then he went north. In Winning State City, he stood up for the people, overthrew the Lu family, and beheaded the city lord. He descended on Qin City as an immortal. When he recited a line of poetry, he caused anomalies in heaven and earth, and even destroyed a mountain with a single move. Moreover, they also heard a horrifying legend that when they were in Qin City, the king of Winning State was directly blown to death by Lu Ziyan's fart. Thinking about this, Chen Weiman, Shen Fanren suddenly felt a chill on their backs, silent as a cicada.
I, Chen Weiman, have met Mr. Lu. I'm the head of Wubao County, Shen Fanren, I've seen you. Both of them bowed at the same time at Lu Ziyan. Lu Ziyan smiled warmly and waved his hand, saying, "Have you heard of me?"
"That's natural, Aunt Lu's great name, like a thunderclap. Have heard of your deeds for the people to get rid of the evil deeds.
It is a model for my generation.
1,000 wear a million where a horse's ass does not wear." Shen Fanren shook his fan, extremely flattering compliments said.
Chapter 101 Miserable Old Huang. Qin City.
Outside the outskirts of the city, the woods. Old Huang leaned against the side of a dead tree, holding a wine gourd in his hand. Next to it, lying quietly, was the half-broken sword. Gulp! Tilting the sky, he drank a mouthful of wine, then wiped the remaining wine stains at the corners of his mouth. His muddy eyes were filled with confusion.
5 meters away in front of him,
a small mound of newly erected earth, in front of which stood a wooden plaque depicting the love of his life, Xiaoyan.
My old Huang, this life I'm destined to grow old alone.
I'm afraid the only one left to accompany me through this life is you, 11. Saying that, he unconsciously reached out and touched the broken sword. Buzz! The broken sword blossomed with a burst of green light, as if it was responding to him. A lonely and solitary life, when will it come to an end? Shaking his head in self-mockery, he slowly stood up, holding the wine gourd in one hand and the broken sword in the other.
Coming to the mound of earth.
Raising his hand, he spilled the wine inside the wine gourd, onto the ground. Ajin, you are the woman that old Huang loves the most in my life. Old Huang is gone, I will be the only one to bear the loneliness of this world from now on. He seemed to be saying his final farewell.
He's done. Turn around.
Drinking a long drink to the sky, he walked towards the front.
Just walked out for a while. Snap, snap, snap.
A carrier pigeon flew in, he thrust his broken sword towards his waist and grabbed the pigeon with one hand. After removing the letter, he let the carrier pigeon go again. Weiyan has already left the king's capital. Old brother asks you for one thing, protect my aunt. Old Huang finished reading it quickly, then the sword chi surged in his hand and the letter immediately turned into nothingness.
Old general, you are really good at finding people.
Finished speaking. Taking a step out, his figure shifted and directly appeared 100 meters away.
Shrinking into the ground.
As the figure kept swaying in vain, the surroundings rapidly changed.
1 hour later. He then appeared outside of Luoyang town. 2 hours later. Thoroughly entering Wubao County. On the streets, dozens of officials and soldiers were lining up and arresting people on sight. Unluckily, old Huang was rushing with all his might, and all of a sudden he exerted himself a bit too much, causing him to be a bit weak. His legs were soft and his face was slightly white, just like a great battle for hundreds of rounds. Holy! Pretending a bit too much, actually exhausting his stamina. No, this time, at least 3 to 5 days to recover. He shook his dizzy head a few times and couldn't help but spit. What are you doing? What are you doing? Old man, looking at you, you look shabby and lewd. I seriously doubt that you have the intention of molesting women. Come with us. Not waiting for old Huang to come back to his senses, 5 officers and soldiers surrounded him. Shabby? Sleazy? Molestation? Wait, what kind of rant are you guys spouting? No, you've got it all wrong. I'm an honest man. I haven't finished yet. Next to you. An old man with a blind man's stick, with white eyes, tried his best to explain. You've got it all wrong, I'm an honest man. Neighbors know that I am a blind man. How to peep at the widow bathing? This time completely let the old Huang dumbfounded. A blind man peeping at a widow's bath? Is there any justice? Is there any law? Not waiting for him to regain his senses, there were noises in his ears again. Let me go, sir, I didn't steal the government's money, please do me a favor and let me go. The sound of crying and begging disturbed old Huang's thoughts, and he raised his eyes to look. 2 soldiers are holding a middle-aged man without arms, suspecting that he is a thief? Wait a minute. What am I seeing here? A blind man peeping into someone's bath, and a man who has lost his hands can still steal? What a mess. Slap. The head official slapped one hand on old Huang's shoulder and said with a smirk, look at these criminals, none of them are willing to admit the mistakes they made. So do you think, officer, I can still wrong you? I rely on. In broad daylight, properly stuffing dead cats for themselves to eat. Immediately.
Cloudy eyes a condensation, indignant low, 11, it is time to kill. Already 100% sure, these guys, is wronging good people.
In that case,
then there is no need for himself to stay his hand.
Only.
For a long time, there is no movement around.
11? Not good, this old man has accomplices.
A few officers and soldiers quickly became alert, raised their eyes and began to look for suspicious people.
Old Huang saw that the situation was not right, looked down and realized that the broken sword in his waist did not know when disappeared. What happened? Where is my sword? It's over.
All the way to rush, too much force, huge consumption, no 3 or 5 days, simply cannot recover.
But where did my sword go?
Old man, you can keep silent now, because every word you say may be used against you in court.
Remember, my name is Wang Muyuan, and it is absolutely impossible for me to wrongly accuse any good person, nor will I let any bad person go. Wang Muyuan said with a face full of integrity and generosity. Until then.
Only then did old Huang realize that the clothes worn by this person in front of him were different from the other officers and soldiers. On those people, the word soldier was clearly written on the chest. On this outfit on him, however, the word official was written.
No, Lord Wang, you wait, have you seen my sword?
Old Huang was extremely speechless, originally planning to let Broken Sword 11 go on a killing spree.
Who knows? Sudden situation. 11 was gone. Wang Muyuan nodded and responded very seriously, it's that broken sword around your waist? Right. Lord Wang, you saw it?
Oh, just now from afar I saw a smooth gentleman take it by the hand.
What? My sword was stolen? I didn't even notice?
Old Huang couldn't cry, he wanted to slap himself. It's all my fault for being impulsive. If I had known this, I shouldn't have rushed so much.
Later, he reacted and instantly said angrily, Lord Wang, are you saying that you saw the thief and stole my sword? Right. That's right, it was just now. No, then you didn't stop it? A little kid less than 10 years old, what are you doing bothering with him?
But he's a thief. He stole my sword.
He's still a kid. Me. Half a day later. In the jail. Old Huang was escorted to a cell by 2 jailers. Inside.
There are more than a dozen people in there, all of them are young, middle-aged, or old. Once you're in, stay well and don't think of making trouble, or else, you'll be in for it.
Old man, do you hear me? One of the jailers stared fiercely at old Huang, as if giving orders. A foul odor comes to his nose. Brother, there are too many people here. Can you change to a single room? It's best to hold a person kind of.
Old Huang knows that it is not appropriate to cause trouble in front of him, wait for 2 days, after he recovers.
How can a mere prison trap me, the dragon of the 9 heavens? What are you thinking?
Recently, the cell is tense, just this one, do not go in, now pull out the execution.
After saying that,
directly pushed him into a hand, closed the door and left.
Proudly very.
District jailer, already take the way of death. Just as he was thinking, after 2 days after the recovery of the sword chi in his body, the first to kill this jailer in front of him
turned his head.
Just saw the cell inside, those people, some lying, some sitting, some back against the wall. Without exception, these people were all expressionless, with empty eyes. As if they were walking corpses. Under the survey, 2 acquaintances were actually found. Inside the corner, a blind man holding a blind stick and a thief with broken arms.
2 of you, what a coincidence.
You guys are also locked up here. Why are your faces so ugly?
It's just a matter of 10 days. I'm a man, I'll be a good man again.
Unbeknownst to him, after he said those words.
Inside the entire cell, all the people put their eyes on him.
Just that eyes, how seems to be looking at the little cute.
No. What are you all staring at me for? Are you so mesmerized by old Huang's handsome appearance that you can't help yourself?
You guys don't want to fall in love with me, yo. Old Huang likes women, especially beautiful women. The crowd stared at his mouthful of big yellow teeth, Che. Giving him a blank stare, he directly turned his head and resumed his original state.
Not. What is the situation?
Not just want to liven up the atmosphere, don't make the cell too boring.
How one of them is so ungrateful. Master, you don't have to say it. If you enter here, you won't have a chance to get out. Unless you have money, there's only one way out. Scapegoats.
The man who has lost both arms, he has no way of explaining himself.
What's that? Scapegoat?
Old Huang, from the expression of these people, enough to see, this inside the water, seems to be very deep now.
So, he hurriedly walked to the side of the man and sat down. In the end, what is the situation? Could it be that you are still wrongly accused?
The old yellow some not too sure to inquire.
Grandpa, I lost these hands since I was a child. Do you think a person who lost his hands, how can he still steal?
And Moncler may have been blind for decades, can still be wrongly accused of peeping at others bathing. Those dogs, but just in order to be able to openly catch people as scapegoats, deliberately put the crime. After he said so, the old yellow understand, the original is not only their own wrongly accused. Fear is that all the people in here, all of them were placed on trumped-up charges, and then arrested.
Just at this time,
Wang Muyuan strides with 250,000 steps, posture incomparably arrogant, with a few officials and soldiers.
Walked in. Gentlemen, is there anyone who wants to go out?
He pulled his voice, shouted loudly, and his loud voice echoed inside the cell. Lao Huang heard, ouch, there is this good thing.
Immediately.
The first time to rush in front, Old Yellow, I want to go out. He raised his hand high. Wang Muyuan saw the situation, his face was happy, immediately smiled and said, Egu, this master wants to go out, come on people, prepare a luxury package.
Snap. Snap. Raised his hand and clapped twice. Behind him, 2 officials and soldiers holding good wine and dishes over. Lord Wang, what are you doing? I know you are feeling guilty about wronging me and want to make it up to me.
Since this is the case, then Old Huang, I will accept your goodwill and temporarily forgive you for your previous mistake. Old Huang smiled with a big smile on his face, just as he was hungry, and the other party delivered food in a timely manner. Then, the mistake that was made before, is now over.
Suddenly,
he noticed something abnormal, because inside the cell, the others, one by one, were indifferent.
Could it be that these people didn't want to go out? It shouldn't be.
Ha, the great master is indeed a person who is quick,
In that case, then bring it.
Wang Muyuan was also quite surprised. So far, it was the first time he had seen such a knowledgeable person.
Almost couldn't help but give him a few more chicken legs. Who knows? Old Huang asked with a confused face, take what? Grandpa, don't joke ha, of course it is to take money ah.
Wang Muyuan's color flashed with a touch of displeasure, but he could only hold it back for the time being.
Chapter 102 is all a setup. The cell.
Filled with an unspeakable stench.
Wang Muyuan gazed at the old Huang, slowly and methodically open, Master, the rules here is to take the money to go.
Do people have to open the pattern some, as long as out? There are still a lot of good days out there waiting for you to come over it. Said, signaling the 2 officers behind the meal to the front. Look, all good wine and good food. So listen, Old Huang thought about it. Although in a couple of days, after the sword energy is restored, it is not difficult to leave the cell. However, not only is there a foul odor here, there are also especially many people. Fortunately, Old Huang I left some private money. After carefully weighing it, he felt that it was better to go out and talk about it. The tiger was bullied by the dog. The big deal is that in a couple of days, I'll find them and get it back.
It's not a problem.
Old Huang tried his best to reassure himself, so he took off his shoes.
Vomit. Holy. Master, how long has it been since you took a shower? Why does it smell so bad?
As the crowd watched him take off his shoes, a pungent and sour odor came out of his nose, causing him to almost vomit directly on the spot. He took out 300 gold tickets from his shoes. They were so golden that they attracted a lot of attention.
Lord Wang, hurry up and let me out, the money is here.
Shaking the golden ticket in his hand. Wang Muyuan saw the situation, immediately faced great joy, want to reach out to take, but the thought of this guy is from the shoes inside out.
There is also the flavor of the party that makes the head. Come on people, take the money.
A side official, reluctant, covered his nose, walked up and took the golden ticket over.
Give the wine and food to the master, eat and drink well.
While speaking, the official soldier has opened the cell door. And, also specially moved a table, as well as stools for Old Huang.
Lord Wang, you're a nice guy, so I won't be polite. Then, directly began to dazzle, wolf swallowing is not enough to express the vicious scene at this moment. Only the legendary, hungry dog pouncing on picture, very phenomenal. However,
Old Huang did not notice those prisoners behind him, one by one, staring at him with idiotic eyes.
Getting out? Naive. Bizarre.
These guys, if they don't squeeze your bones dry, how could they let you go so easily? Even if you are a landowner with a lot of money, when you meet these people, not only will you lose your money, you will even lose your life here.
Such cases abounded.
Of course, none of them raised their voices to warn them because Wang Muyuan was staring at them with a threatening gaze.
After a long time,
Old Huang burped with a satisfied face, patted his bulging belly, and said with great satisfaction, Lord Wang, I've eaten well.
Then, I will go first. This ghost place, really do not want to stay a second more. After eating and drinking, naturally intend to leave. In his mind, after going out, he must go to the flower house to drink flower wine, listen to music, and then call a few beautiful women, and have a good time. Life is short, the best policy is to have fun in time. Let's go. Wang Muyuan made way, and gave a wink to a side official.
Old Huang stepped out. Just as he stepped out of the cell and walked towards the outside, a soldier immediately shouted angrily, Catch him, my mother-in-law stole last night, look at his back, must be the adulterer undoubtedly.
Wang Muyuan, intentionally furious, shouted, What?
How can there be such a thing that is so unconscionable? Second dog brother, your business is my business, your mother-in-law is also my mother-in-law. Old man, I can't imagine that you and the second dog daughter-in-law have an affair, goddamn adulterer, this lord must bring you to justice. Men, take him down. 3 or 5 officers and soldiers had already been standing by, and after hearing the order, they directly rushed up and pressed old Huang to the ground.
At this moment,
Old Huang only felt that his brain was blank.
I have an affair with someone else's daughter-in-law. How come I didn't know this myself? Your family ancestor board.
Without waiting for him to react, the soldiers had already escorted him to Wang Muyuan.
I'm sorry, sir. What's the matter with you? Why are you messing with Dog's daughter-in-law?
I've been treating his daughter-in-law as my own for years.
You're not giving me face.
Old Huang's face turned green. Oh, you're the one who's been treating his daughter-in-law as his own.
Lord Wang, I've paid the money. Old Huang was extremely aggrieved, dumbfounded, and unable to speak.
Wang Muyuan nodded, face as usual, very serious. You gave money, this adult also let you out, no conflict. Previously, your crime was to have the crime of molesting a woman with intent. Now, you and the two-dog family daughter-in-law fornication committed, but the people and the gods are indignant adulterer crime.
Of course, for your current encounter, I feel very sympathetic and deep understanding.
After all, men, it is inevitable to make some love cannot help small mistakes. He said, the old yellow, so listen.
Not.
What the hell, on their own on the charge, and listen to the other side of this meaning, is intended to sit on their own adulterer charges.
Lord, last night was first this and then and. This is what happened.
The second dog, as if a small complaining woman, faces full of sadness, see the old yellow, a burst of scalp numbness.
People are numb. Big brother, you say clearly this is that way, and then how, and how to say, could it be that I missed something? Process?
Those people inside the cell kept rolling their eyes.
After all, this situation, they are familiar with it
But anyone who has paid money to go out will be arranged to have an affair with the second dog's daughter-in-law charge.
It is well known.
The second dog, 31 this year, a year ago married a dainty little lady. That skin white yo, that little face beautiful yo.
Gaga beautiful not to say.
Also particularly hospitable, otherwise how would come in the cell out of the people, will have a fornication with her.
Of course. These are outside rumors.
Which the real situation, only very few people know. In fact, the second dog married daughter-in-law, just Wang Muyuan kept outside the lover.
Later caught by the main room, there is nothing to be done.
Wang Muyuan only found the second dog, promised to pay him 5 gold every month.
Let him marry that lover. Today.
That little lady is also just 2 dogs' nominal daughter-in-law, in fact, or Wang Muyuan's secretly lover. Daring dilettantes, the parties have told this adult one by one, your entire criminal process.
Do not understand, I am afraid that you read too little.
Wang Muyuan fussed, seriously nodded to the second dog, indicating that he already knew the process.
Until this moment.
Old Huang suddenly woke up, grandmother's leg, this girl is respectively defaming and framing himself.
Go you.
Second dog lifted his leg and kicked old Huang inside the cell. The familiar scene begins again.
Gentlemen, is there anyone who wants to go out? Wang Muyuan clapped his hands again. Outside. 2 more officials and soldiers walked in holding good wine and food. Improper son of man.
Old Huang knelt with both legs and howled to the sky. Wang Muyuan's eyes rolled, and immediately said in a serious tone of voice, Master, due to the fact that you have already paid once, you are automatically upgraded to the VIP of this cell. Enjoy the second half price out of prison qualification, plus given that you first came to this county. This lord again give you extra grace, only need 100 gold, you can get out of the cell unharmed. The crowd inside the cell heard.
He's coming. He's coming. The familiar routine is here again.
Old Huang, whose face was full of sadness and hopelessness, heard this.
Subconsciously spoke, really? Wang Muyuan heart secretly happy, this guy really still have money.
Immediately smiled, Master, see what you say, we are the official family, the most important thing to pay attention to the credibility of the people, especially upright. The people of the townships know that Wang Muyuan is upright, if not for the witnesses, how could the Lord arrest you? Speaking here, he pretended to sigh, thus showing that he could not help himself. No, Lord Wang, I just came to Wubao County.
It doesn't matter when I came.
What matters is that you fornicated with Dog's daughter-in-law last night and he saw you.
So Dog is the witness. How can I fornicate when I'm not even here?
Old Huang's tone began to gradually go up, with a tendency to storm out.
Wang Muyuan is not slow, why do you want to dwell on when to come?
Said, no matter when you came, last night you fornicated things were seen. I'm a mud horse. The old yellow was almost fainted.
The heart that hate
Looking at the people inside the cell, one by one, they are indifferent.
He once again gave second dog a wink.
After receiving a look, the second dog immediately yelled at the top of his lungs, My lord, the county minister will be back soon. In the morning, the county minister said that there are currently too few cells and too many sinners.
A batch must be dealt with tonight, the number is probably around 10. Hearing. Wang Muyuan asked in mock surprise how to deal with it.
Dog responded, Decapitation. Wiping his hand towards his neck, he stared viciously at the crowd inside.
Beheading. The old yellow man is numb again. As long as you give yourself 2 days, not to mention the cell, all these people have to die. In favor of. Tonight, they will be executed by decapitation. Sir mercy ah. The original dead cell. At this moment all the people kneeled down and begged for mercy. Wang Muyuan revealed a look of powerlessness and sighed, "Gentlemen, I also want to spare you. But you guys made a mistake, so you should receive the punishment you deserve." Immediately, the words turned. "If you can take some money out to repair a new cell, I will plead with the county minister for you. Should, perhaps, be able to keep a life. Of course, this money is definitely not for myself, but for the construction of a new cell. As for whether you all want to give money, it's all up to your personal will. My lord never does that thing of forcing others." Crowning words were spoken beautifully and wonderfully. The vast majority of the people inside the cell had experienced such events several times. Whenever death is about to come, they can't help but be afraid. And can't help but be afraid and finally take the money. "Lord Wang, just now you said half price out of prison qualification can still count?" Old Huang rushed to the first one and held up his hand to call out. Took the bait. The corners of Wang Muyuan's mouth rose slightly, secretly showing joy. Chapter 103 Clueless. Old Huang's anxious look was in Wang Muyuan's eyes. "Touché. Big waterfish. Lord Wang, give a chance, can you make an IOU?" Inside the cell, someone is crying. Holding up the blind stick old man, hopelessly, "Mr. Wang, look at my body up and down, what is worth money? If not, I'll be there tonight." Shy look at the crowd for a while goosebumps. Especially if he lifted his shoulder shirt action, revealing wrinkled shoulders, see people a burst of nausea. Not. "Bad old man, why are you so good?" "Bad as hell yo." Wang Muyuan was jolted and startled, his face turned blue, and he quickly waved his hand. "Old man, don't engage in this kind of morally degenerate thing. I am very straight, absolutely will not bend for an old man. How does this sound? A bit awkward." Old Huang first looked at the blind man, then glanced at Wang Muyuan. "If these two people get together, I'll be damned. That picture, miserable. Vomit." For some reason when he thought of certain funny things, old Huang felt sick to his stomach, acid rolling around inside his stomach. "My lord, to be honest, is it really half price to get out of jail?" After one set up, he always felt in his heart that the other party did not have good intentions. Wang Muyuan as a difficult, look around, and then speak, "Master, not to hide, if not in front of you gave money. Become our cell VIP, this half price, absolutely impossible to give you. If you cannot go out tonight, I am afraid that you will be beheaded yo." I remember 2 days ago, there was an old man who obviously had a few hundred gold tickets on him, but he was dead set on it. Unwilling to take it out to save his life, leading to the final. Deliberately talking about some examples as a way to terrorize the crowd. As expected. Hearing this, the other people inside the cell all showed fear and trepidation. "Your Excellency Wang, the daughter of my next-door family's third aunt's cousin, the daughter of the next-door old king's daughter's best friend, looks that is called a watery and beautiful. If you let me off once, I will definitely introduce her to you as a concubine in the future." Someone licked his face out of the voice, almost like a tongue twister, like a relationship network. It is really an eye-opener. "My lord, some years ago I had with a rich family woman fornication, soft rice hard to eat the situation, hiding some secret money. If you let me off this time, I'll be grateful when I get out. I'm sure I'll get a big thank you when I get out of here." When the crowd heard this, they all set their eyes on that man. See his face full of hemp, look, nose and eyes, thin body, men see him proud, women see him spit. Just such a bird, actually can be rich people's mother-in-law see? In the end is hungry and thirsty. To what extent can be hungry to even this kind of talent are not let go. Wang Muyuan walked around with his hands in the air, with a difficult look on his face. "Gentlemen, I sympathize with you all, but the cell must be newly built. If you can't get the money today, alas, there is nothing that can be done. A word back, want to get out of the qualification, must first get money. Of course. Whether or not you can get out after you've taken the money is a different matter. Lord Wang, I'll give the money, come on." Old Huang gritted his teeth and once again took off his other shoe. Inside was his last savings. A full 500 gold tickets. "Come on people, collect the money." Wang Muyuan was overjoyed. I could not imagine that this old man actually had such a huge amount of money hidden in his body. Luckily came to such a hand, otherwise these money, it is impossible to let him spit out. "Buddy, do not rob ah. Didn't you say you could get out at half price? Lord Wang, where's the promised 100 gold? Old Huang felt the sky falling. A few officers and soldiers, without saying a word, went straight to his hands and robbed him of his 500 gold tickets. That's right. That's right. Robbed? Sir, it's not safe for you to be out and about with so much money. Why don't you let me take care of it? Don't worry, I'm a reputable person, I'll never covet your few hundred gold tickets. Wang Muyuan's words made old Huang feel like he was dying. Keep it safe? First snatch the money over, then you tell me to keep it? After a long time, old Huang finally accepted the fact that his savings had been robbed. also wished to get out of the cell. But it's getting late outside. The moon hangs in the sky. Under the hazy night, a few officers and soldiers escorted old Huang. No. To be more accurate, it was a few officers and soldiers escorting him. After leaving the prison. All the way to Wubao County's East Street Plaza. On the road, Lao Huang looked left and right for a moment, full of suspicion, and asked, "Big brother, am I not out of jail?" The officer responded with a deadpan face, "Well, you have successfully gotten out of jail. Then you untie me from the rope." Old Huang, who was tied up with 5 flowers, was extremely speechless. The officer shook his head and grabbed his arm. "There's no hurry, it'll be here soon." Arrived? To where? Wasn't I released? Wait, where are you taking me? After walking for a few moments, old Huang felt something was wrong. Where are we going? The officer and soldier were expressionless and extremely serious. "Of course, to the execution, don't worry. The knife is very fast, definitely will not make you feel pain." Hearing this, old Huang completely fell into a state of confusion. Execution? What's the situation? Didn't he pay the money and was released? How come he still needs to be executed? Dude, I paid the money. We know. Every one of them said so before. No conflict. After paying the money, shouldn't you let me go? Don't worry, we'll let you go in peace. Officials and soldiers extremely sure tone. Hearing the old Huang, a cold heart. Let go in peace? That's not right. There's something wrong with 12 out of 10. Not waiting for Lao Huang to think more. Unconsciously, has come to the execution ground. Flickering torchlight, reflecting the surrounding, beheading platform, more than a dozen executioners waiting in line. A prisoner, kneeling in front of a round wooden stake, these people face like death gray. Just as old Huang looked dismayed and was escorted to the execution ground. "Here you are, just waiting for you, hurry up." When one of the prisoners saw old Huang, he raised an eyebrow at him and shouted in a serious and earnest manner. Old Huang was shocked in his heart. "This is to be beheaded, ah? Brother, I paid the money." Words have not finished. Beheading platform, a prisoner, hysterical howl. "Adults, I have paid the money, why still wanna kill me? Oh, I'm so scared, ah. Father and mother, I'm so scared, ah." A tragic scene. See the old Huang creepy. "Buddy, I know you're Lord Wang." Another prisoner cried, "I know you're Lord Wang, he's my good buddy, we drank together some time ago. Do not kill me, ah." Crying with a twisted, hysterical face, very ugly. Old yellow side of an officer and soldier saw that prisoner look, angry, fierce look, rushed up, a grab executioner, big knife. Directly to the prisoner, a knife cut down. Poof. The head flew away, blood sprayed like a column. That officer and soldier, facial distortion, angrily waving the hands of the big knife, constantly chopping the prisoner, said, crying, "Really meow ugly, chop, chop, chop." Almost maniacal waving big knife condition. Look at the old yellow, a burst of scalp numbness, gulp. Gulp. Around 2 officers and soldiers escorted him up to the beheading platform. Came to the guillotine. Old Huang's eyes condensed, gradually became sharp, hands clenched on his back. Looks like, have to use my cultivation for many years of. Not waiting for him to finish thinking. To the side. A sharp-tongued prisoner with sharp eyes, his right leg twisted slightly, and his voice said in a low voice, "I have been practicing snow trekking for 30 years, and today I finally put it to use. Just with you guys you want to execute me? Delusional. Oh." Saying that, the martial arts chi around him shook, and the rope that tied him up exploded in pieces. Immediately, he stepped on his feet, and his figure soared up rapidly. The next second, he headed towards the outside of the execution ground and swept over rapidly. As he watched, he was about to succeed in escaping. Whoosh! A stern air-breaking sound rang out, and 2 white shadows flashed. Plop! 2 dagger holes passed through that prisoner's legs. Ah! A miserable scream, followed by the entire person falling powerlessly to the ground. Old Huang turned his head to look. Next to him, a middle-aged man in official attire kept his right hand in a dagger-flinging motion. After finishing, he also said with a haughty face, "A mere figure, also dare to make a mistake, die for a good cause." This scene, to the old Huang, brought extremely deep shock. Square that moment, he was also thinking the same thing. Intended to use the body method, after breaking free from the bondage, directly stepped into the air to escape. Never thought. There was even a hidden dart expert, casually shooting out daggers, even the peak of the 8th grade, were easily killed. Chapter 104, Arrival. Beheading platform. Old Huang's eyes flashed with a hint of shock and horror. Good fellow. Even the late 8th grade couldn't escape 2 daggers. Finished. Old Huang lowered his head, his heart filled with despair. Is it all here? Above, a one-eyed soldier scans the surroundings. "Sir, my father is your brother. Don't chop my head off. Father, don't cut me off. I'm your son." The 2 prisoners leaned together, crying and yelling, their expressions very ugly. "I'll be damned." The previous officer was furious, carrying a large sword, rushed up to those 2 people as a slash. Blood splattered in all directions. Put.
A smear of blood on his face, angry expression, extremely distorted.
Crying was so damn ugly.
After he madly slashed more than 10 times, his state was nearly insane, and his body twitched a few times.
Old Yellow. Really completely speechless. Not to mention knowing Lord Wang, even his son can't escape being cut. It's over.
The only thought in his mind is that he is completely finished.
On the stage, Wubao County, one of the 3 main bookkeepers, Go Baron.
A green shirt, the book breath is revealed, gaze stern, watching the following a group of prisoners.
Raised his head and looked at the sky. The bright moon was in the center.
Chop! He picked up the token and threw it out at the front. Old Huang's heart tightened, a deep sense of powerlessness rose, and his face showed despair.
Charge!
Kill! Save Big Brother first. At that moment, arrows shot out chaotically in all directions, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless sharp arrows shuttled. Old Huang, who had originally tensed his nerves, suddenly looked horrified and turned his head to look. Countless sharp arrows shuttled around.
A group of people in black rushed in. What was the situation?
He was confused again. At a time like this, there were actually people who dared to rob the court.
On the high platform,
Go Baitren had a solemn expression and was not half surprised, as if he had already anticipated this unexpected situation.
Humph!
Only to see him sneer, walk out with his hands in the air, laughed and said, District Chaotic Son also dared to make a fuss. Come on people.
Give me to take down. With an order. In all directions, hundreds of soldiers swarmed out. When?
The soldiers fought with the men in black. The clash of swords and knives rang out continuously. The melee started in all directions, swords and shadows, the whole execution ground was in extreme chaos.
Old Huang again dumbfounded. No.
How to encounter this kind of scene again? Obviously, he paid the money and was released from prison in name only. Why was he beheaded again, and then encountered the robbery of the court? Just one day, in the end they are experiencing what? Tired. Also made him speechless.
Outside of Wubao County. On the official road. Under the dim night color. The carriage is slowly moving forward. Creak. Cackle. Creak.
The axle emitted a low and ear-piercing sound.
At the very front.
Chen Weiman gazed like a knife, cold and terrible, lowered his voice to the side of Shin Fanren said, Things are arranged? Adults rest assured, has already notified everyone in the county. All the unruly people have been collected in the cell inside. Only leave some people who know how to do things.
Obviously. Shin Fanren had already thought of countermeasures, since knowing the identity of Lu Ziyan. The first time to notify everyone in the county, ready to respond. After all, this kind of thing, it's not like it's the first time they've done it.
Facing the imperial inspection ministers, they were already familiar with it.
Therefore, after learning of Lu Ziyan's identity in the first instance,
they were still able to act so calm and collected. It all relied on their years of experience in dealing with inspections from above. If you say the same thing, after doing it 8 times out of 10,
anyone would think they're a sure thing.
That's good. Must let them understand some, otherwise this one will not forgive me and so on. Chen Weiman's tone was extremely strict, because this time was different from the past. Just from the deeds I heard about, Lu Ziyan was not comparable to those. Not to mention city lords. Just the 2 of them, the state lord, the prince of the party. Definitely hand in hand with the existence of a large army, even this kind of existence cannot escape from being killed. Their own district to county minister simply will not be placed in the eyes of the other side. Of course. If, the other party to the county inside, everything seems to be thriving, then he would not be able to find any reason to deal with himself and the others. It was because of this. It led to Old Huang being arrested as soon as he arrived in Wubao County.
Massive enrichment is only one of the reasons, one of the most important points.
That is, they want to purge the county of all unstable factors. Don't worry, Master Go has already cleared out the unruly people in advance. When we return to the county, there will be absolutely no trouble from the unruly people. Shin Fanren swayed the fan in his hand, his eyes looking towards the carriage behind him from time to time. Although he couldn't see the people inside the car. However, it still made him show a scornful look on his face. Half an hour later, the carriage followed Chen Weiman and the others and entered the county streets. At this time, the bright moon had risen long ago. Zhao Tuyun's nerves immediately tensed up after entering the streets. Eyes watching 6 ways and ears listening in all directions. Always watching every move around him, fearing that a large number of officials and soldiers would suddenly rush out in front of him and surround him. Zhao Lao, you cannot be so nervous, as long as the words you say, not adulterated, then my aunt will certainly be able to give you the decision. The green woman is always concerned about Zhao Tuyun's every move, looking at his nervous behavior, cannot help but speak out to remind. I'm sure you'll be able to help me. Naturally, my aunt, but even the king of the party dare to behead. How can a mere county minister be compared? She looked at the back of Chen Weiman and the others in front of her, her tone disdainful, not putting them in her eyes at all. A district's mid-8th grade, a Jinshi realm chief bookkeeper. Not to mention her aunt making a move, she alone would be able to wipe out all of these people. The carriage traveled to the outside of the East Street Plaza. A chaotic sound came from it. Everyone stopped and looked towards the square in unison. There. Officials and soldiers and people in black were in a melee. Big brother, hurry up, we are here to save you. Who cut my back? Don't you know it's one of us? Sixth son, don't cut me. Your daughter-in-law seduced me. Don't take personal revenge. In the midst of the melee, angry voices rang out from time to time. Of course. These voices also reached the ears of Chen Weiman and the others. Master Shen, what is going on? His gaze was horribly cold, gazing at the side of the square from afar. Such a scene, for Aunt Lu to see it, God knows what kind of consequences there would be. My lord, today everything is the responsibility of Master Go alone. 2 hours ago, I have already informed him to be more restrained. I didn't expect him to do what he did. Shin Fanrun's face is also extremely ugly, because all of them are all honored. If one person has an accident, I'm afraid that all of them will be implicated. That's exactly why. They had to be careful every time they acted. Which fellow doesn't know how to die, doesn't even listen to this official's orders very well. Chen Weiman was furious beyond words, trying his best to suppress his inner rage. Chapter 105. Pity me for this fiery red blazing heart. What happened? Lu Ziyan lifted the curtain of the car and looked outside. Only to see that in the distance, Martial Chi flickered non-stop, and the officials and black-clothed men were mixing it up. Auntie, there seems to be a fight in front. Just as the green woman finished her words, at Zhao Tuyun's forehead, veins rippled with anger. Not good, it's this group of dog officials killing Innocence again. The words just fell. He then flew out and rushed straight over to the square. Bad, Master Shin, what do you think should be done about this matter? Chen Weiman secretly cried out in a bad way, and hurriedly suppressed his voice to ask Shin Fanrun at his side. Subsequently, he turned his head to look at the carriage and coincidentally saw Lu Ziyan lift the curtain for a moment. It's over. If this person learns that what he has done over the years in Wubao County, I am afraid that he will. No way. This matter must be as clear as possible, otherwise my life is in danger. Shin Fanrun was immediately plunged into a brainstorm. The fan in his hand was unconsciously fanning at an accelerated speed, his brows were locked, and after a moment, his eyes lit up. Attached to the chin, Weiman whispered in the ear, adults, the incident was sudden, or we put all the dirty water all pushed to the Go Master. After all, for many years, it has been him who has been secretly carrying out this matter. Chen Weiman heard, very agreeable nodded, dead Taoist friends do not die poor. Adults are not forgetting that for so many years, I let you stay back in the background. Wubao County, large and small matters, all by Su in charge. If that's the case, then you can claim that you've been in seclusion for the past few days and have only recently come out of seclusion. I don't know anything about the county. Worthy of being Chen Weiman, years of dog-head military counselor, so short time inside. I have already thought of countermeasures. Of course. One of the smart things, but also Shin Fanrun in many years ago, let Chen Weiman stealth behind the scenes. Secretly amassed wealth. Scapegoat trade. Master Shin, it seems that what you were concerned about back then was not unreasonable. Until this moment, he did not know, when listening to the advice of Shin Fanrun, is how correct a thing. Wubao County, in addition to the county minister. There are also 3 chief books, respectively, Shin Fanrun, Go Biren, and Su Zi. Among them, Su Zi bookkeeper, although it is a woman's body, but upright, decent style, courageous and responsible, dare to take responsibility. Therefore, Chen Weiman retired behind the scenes. The county will be all the big and small affairs to her to take care of. It is so. When dealing with people who have no use for her and who are ordinary people, Master Go can only choose to do so at night. It was the fear that this matter would be discovered by Su Zi. Of course. They had cooperated for many years, and so far, Su Zi was unaware of it. After all, over the years, Su Zi had been handling official business for Chen Weiman, and every day was busy. Lord Chen, what happened up ahead? Lu Ziyan was calm and relaxed, his voice was calm and did not feel half curious and surprised by this sudden event. Chen Weiman hurriedly stepped forward and explained with a smile, Aunt Lu, this official is not too sure. I'm not ashamed to say that this official has been intoxicated with martial arts for so many years, and has been in seclusion all year round. As for the county, all the big and small affairs are by the 2 books to take care of. This Shin, who is beside me, is in charge of recording some miscellaneous matters in the county chancellor's residence. The green woman watched him with a suspicious face, always feeling a little strange. A county minister, not focusing on managing the people on one side. Instead, he was drunk on martial arts achievements. Shinka walked out, looked at the sky, and said in a bad mood, these people are really not sleeping at night, running here to have a big fight. Lu Ziyan ignored her complaints, stepping out to stop them. Are you asking me to do something? Shinka incredulously pointed at her small face, extremely unhappy.
Xingnu laughed, stepped forward and put her hands on her shoulders and said gently, "Well, little Chinka, don't be angry, you're so powerful, only if you step in can you deter them. If I were as strong as you, I would have been the first to step in. Why would I bother little Chinka?" Little Chinka? Chinka heard a wave of goosebumps. Shaking twice, he hurriedly spoke out, "Sister Xingnu, I'll just go, can you not call me little Chinka?" "No way. Sister is treating you as my younger sister, so naturally I have to call you closer. Is this the way?" Although it sounded awkward, she could clearly feel the goodwill from Xingnu, waiting for her to walk up to the front and back. Lu Ziyan came to Xingnu's side and asked softly, "When did the two of you get so close?" "Auntie, this is a secret between us." She smiled mischievously. Despite wearing a veil, she was still able to give off a sense of flavor. Seeing this situation, Lu Ziyan first froze for a moment, then said, "It's quite cheerful, it looks like it's not bad to let her follow." For such a long time, it was the first time he had seen Xingnu unload her high spirits and reveal the gentle side of a big sister. Xingnu heard, immediately restored the past high cold, rejecting people outside the appearance of 1,000 miles, quietly retreated to stand beside Lu Ziyan. Chinka moved his muscles and twisted his waist, his body's white martial arts chi filled the air, and a cold and piercing chill surged in all directions. "Stop!" A roar that seemed like thunder exploding in everyone's ears. Accompanied by that icy coldness, the two groups of people who were originally in a melee stopped at the sound. Stopping their hands in unison, they looked towards the source of the sound. "Oh! When did such a little girl come? Wait, the breath on her. Expert! This person must be a cultivation master." This thought rose in the hearts of the crowd as they stopped. Chinka's martial arts aura collected around his body and walked back to Lu Ziyan as if nothing had happened. "Done." Clapping his palms, his small face was filled with arrogance. Chen Weiman wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and stared at her in horror. So scary, at such an age, she is a 9th grade expert. Future achievements, incalculable. At this time, on the beheading stage, old Huan, who had originally fled frantically, with cloudy eyes, was looking towards Lu Ziyan's side. In an instant, when he saw Lu Ziyan's familiar figure, he immediately felt a sense of affinity. Excitedly shouted, "Auntie, Old Yellow, I am here, quickly come to save Old Yellow." "Woohoo! Do you know how I spent this day? Not only have I been cheated out of all my personal money, but I've also almost..." Shouting hysterically and darting around without a care in the world, just because at this moment, seeing Lu Ziyan is like seeing a beam of dawn coming down in the middle of the darkness. Old Yellow was excited and thrilled, and that mouthful of big yellow teeth was especially noticeable. Chinka was so scared that she backed up and asked suspiciously, "Sister Xingnu, who is this person? Why does it look a bit unpleasant and spicy to the eyes?" As soon as she saw Old Yellow, Xingnu's expression immediately became grave and she hurriedly blocked in front of Lu Ziyan. "Auntie, it's him. Xiao Chinka, this person is a bit odd. Obviously there is no martial chi fluctuation on his body, but his strength is exceptionally strong. Conservatively estimated to be a sword immortal." "A sword immortal?" Chinka was so shocked that he almost even dropped his jaw to the ground. "Just this lewd look? You're telling me that the old man in front of me with a disheveled face is actually a sword immortal? Unbelievable." She wasn't the only one. Chen Weiman, Shin Fanrun also had deep suspicions that old Huan was a sword immortal expert. At a glance, other than being unkempt, older, and having a mouthful of big yellow teeth, there were no other outstanding places. Such a plain-looking old man. How could he be a sword immortal? Fake it. More importantly, old Huang is still tied up. "Auntie, quick, save me, untie me." As soon as he arrived in front of Lu Ziyan, he couldn't wait to open his mouth to urge him on. "Are we familiar?" He glanced at him in a nonchalant way. "We're very familiar. When you were in Qin City, I opened the door for you when you entered the state's main residence. Have you forgotten?" "I don't think so." "No way. You've forgotten the handsome, graceful, and handsome old Huang who's better than Pan and so quickly?" "No. I don't believe it." Old Huang was like an aggrieved child, crying non-stop. "Sister Xingnu, is this it? Sword immortal?" She, who didn't really believe it earlier, was even more skeptical at this moment. Which sword fairy expert is not righteousness, immortal style, extraordinary stature? No matter what, they also have their own unique style. How can it be this kind of guy with a scoundrel? The green woman is also extremely speechless, even almost all somewhat doubt that they are not looking at the wrong. Are you really the housekeeper Lao Huang?" When she asked this, she was a bit unsure. "Like a fake, little beauty, you also forgot about old Huang me?" Poor me, this red and hot heart of mine was once again deeply hurt. Chapter 106 The Evil That Was Done. What is this thing? Shin Fanrun looked up and down old Huang for a while and asked this from the bottom of his heart. Put. Chinka really didn't hold back and directly laughed out loud. In the distance, Zhao Tuyun brought over a dozen or so men with tattered clothes and a foul odor emanating from their bodies and came over in a huff. "Aunt Lu, these people are some poor people who have been drained of their money by unscrupulous dog officials.
Taking advantage of the darkness of the moon and wind, they are going to kill them.
Hearing the words, Lu Ziyan immediately came to be interested. There was even such a thing. Right.
In Wubao County, there are a bunch of corrupt officials, not only arresting people for no reason, but also draining the prisoners of their money through improper means.
Also through improper means to drain the prisoners of money. I am one of the victims.
Poor me, I've saved my money. I was planning to go on a trip, but who knows?
Here it comes.
He started crying again, just like a scoundrel.
Older brother, who are you? Zhao Tuyun was stunned and looked at old Huan with suspicion.
Who do you care who I am, old Huan? I don't share the same fate with evil. While untangling the rope, turn your head and start to Luzian accusation. Luant, today you can give me a justice off.
There is also a guy named Wang Muyuan, pitched me 800 gold tickets. Wang Muyuan?
Chen Weiman, Shin Fanrun looked at each other, the heart has secretly note. How dare you do something so careless and leave such a thing here?
Lord Chen, you are back.
Go Biren led dozens of officials and soldiers and hurriedly chased after Zhao Tuyun and the others.
Unexpectedly,
the first thing he saw was Chen Weiman's figure, and he immediately bowed forward.
Master Go, what's going on?
I've heard that you've been secretly communicating with your subordinates and utilizing improper means to amass money from the people on a large scale.
Is this true?
Chen Weiman secretly watched a glance at Lu Ziyan and immediately asked with an angry cold grunt. This matter must all be pushed onto Master Go.
Otherwise,
according to this person's nature, he was afraid that he would stand up for the people and dispose of himself and the others publicly. Go Baitren was slightly stunned, and his eyes hurriedly looked over towards Lu Ziyan and the others. In his heart, he was secretly shocked. Not good. These people are afraid that their origins are not simple. Even Lord Chen and Master Shen are so afraid. What should we do?
And what did Lord Chen mean by these words? Suddenly, a light flashed through his mind and he immediately understood.
Master Go, as a county chief, cannot do harm to the people's families, not to mention not to other sons and daughters, a family of old and young to do some irreparable things.
You can ever understand?
Shin Fanrun, these words hurt him, body huge shock, heart scared. The meaning of the words, it is already very clear that it is threatening him.
Sons and daughters, a family.
These are precisely his soft spot. Can let Shin Master not hesitate to threaten his own family. The person in front of him is afraid that his identity is not something he can imagine.
Lord Chen, wrongly accused of.
My subordinate also acted under orders. All of this was the work of Master Su as well as the left guard Wang.
The arrest and trial of the prisoners were all supervised by Mr. Wang.
Go Biren intentionally did not dare to look up at Shin Fanrun, and with a cruel heart, he shifted all the blame to Master Su and Officer Wang.
Oh, this matter is true?
Chen Weiman gaze condensed, clenched his teeth, coldly watched him. Those eyes were eager to pull his tendons and skin off. Originally, in his and Shin Fanrun's plan, by Go Baitren all take all the things. As for the Su Master, Wang left guard 2 people. They also have another arrangement.
Only a pity. Right now,
everything was Go Biren disrupted their plans.
My lord,
my subordinate would never dare to deceive. Zhao Tuyun jumped out and said in a contemptuous tone, Lord Chen, the 3,000 disabled veterans' pensions in the east of the county total 50,000 gold. The north of the county, more than 700 widows of heroes as well as their families, not only cannot get the battlefield death pensions, or even, they are also drained of money, and even used by you as a scapegoat deal.
You dare to say that this is none of your business? As if counting their sins, they are counted out. The single charge of embezzling the pensions of disabled veterans is enough to kill anyone 1,000,000 times over. Aunt Lu, do you know what happened to the 700-odd heroic families in the north of the county?
They were arrested on trumped-up charges, taken to jail, and coerced into giving money in exchange for their freedom. After giving the money, the people have not even stepped out of the cell door.
This group of unscrupulous people will once again lay charges and arrest them again. Repeatedly many times, will their family savings all empty. Finally,
when certain big families in the county commit crimes, they use those who have already been drained to carry out the plums. Do you know that more than 700 generals, in order to protect the southern border, to defend the integrity of the land of the Daxia dynasty? They did not hesitate to throw their heads and spill their blood. These people, the worst of them, also killed tens of thousands of enemies, with great military achievements. The dynasty posthumously awarded the 4th-grade military general.
Only a pity. These people could never come back and stayed in the southern realm forever. Zhao Tuyun's unfolded.
The surroundings fell into a terrible silence, except for the crackling sound of the torches. There were no other strange sounds.
Auntie, these people deserve to die.
Xingnu grew up in the Jinghua Gongfu since she was a child, and had followed Lin Xiaoyan to the battlefield some years ago. She has experienced many battles. She understands how dangerous the battlefield is. If you are not careful, you will die on the battlefield. Lu Ziyan's original gentle face gradually turned cold, and his gaze changed from soft to stern.
Aunt Lu, do you think they are heroes?
If they hadn't been carrying their weight in the southern realm, if they hadn't been guarding it with their flesh and blood,
It's obvious that they've done their best to guard the Grand Xia. Why can't they even protect their own family members? He disheveled and lowered his head, his eyes tearing up with sadness. The world was too unfair to the blood shed by heroes. Obviously, the Xia has gradually become prosperous and powerful. Yet it cannot even protect a few hundred families of heroes. Today I can still clearly remember what they once said. They said that little me, my life is only for Daxia. Zhao Tuyun. Every time I think of those generals, one by one fell in front of his scene. The heart is like being pierced by a bayonet, is difficult, depressing. Scum! Old Huang was trembling with anger, cursing in righteous indignation. Xingnu, Xingcut and the two of them, just by hearing about it, already felt that those people should be killed by 1,000 cuts. Lu Ziyan's expression was cold, his gaze was like a knife, sharp and cold. Turning his head. Seemingly blade-like gaze on Chen Weiman, cold voice, Shin Sir know these things? At this moment, Chen Weiman, Shin Fanren has been sweating, like a prick in the back. And Lu, this official really do not know. He kept wiping the cold sweat on his forehead, anxious and uneasy look, it does not seem to be telling lies. Nonsense, if you didn't mean it, how dare they do that? Zhao Tuyun stormed, pointing at Chen Weiman nose questioning. Old Huang was also cross-eyed and gritted his teeth, snakes and rats, you guys are definitely not good. As a victim, I suggest beheading them all. A single word immediately caused many people to agree. Of course. These people were all prisoners who were previously escorted to the beheading platform. Come on, take down Master Go, as well as Wang Zuoguan and the others, and bring them all back. Chen Weiman preempted the attack, and with an order, a dozen officials and soldiers rushed up and captured Master Go, as well as all those officials and soldiers behind him. When will Master Go return? Shin Fanrun immediately realized, quickly responded, back to the Lord, Su Master Book in the other day in the Qingmu town to do business. Should be able to return tomorrow at noon. If that's the case, then wait for her to come back, and I'll be here with Auntie Lu to judge them publicly. I'm impressed with the way you've handled this. Auntie Lu, what do you think of this? Chen Weiman is worthy of being an official for many years, and has clearly arranged everything in full. It was only at this time that he began to ask Lu Ziyan what he meant. Just like that. He turned around and walked back to the carriage. Auntie, could it be that the green woman still wanted to persuade something, but was interrupted by Lu Ziyan's voice? Let's see what tricks they can play. Old Huang, Zhao Tuyun still wanted to walk up. A large county, in the end, there are still people to manage, tomorrow. A short sentence already shows his attitude and determination. Hearing. Both of them are happy, staring viciously at the distant back of Chen Weiman and the others. Chapter 107 was smooth to the point of being somewhat abnormal. The bright moon hung high. Zhao Tuyun's home. In the obsolete courtyard. The main hall. Under the bright candle flame. Lu Ziyan was sitting on the upper seat. A 7 years old or so, very agile-looking little girl, with a small upright body, carefully carries tea and hands it over. My lord, please drink tea. Sticky voice, very melodious, people unconsciously produce a sense of intimacy. Who is this little girl? Old Huang sat aside, crossing his legs, revealing the frivolity of the flow. Dead old man, this is my granddaughter, little Yanhua. Shinka surprised Zhao Yanhua a few eyes, suspiciously said, Old man, you have such a good-looking granddaughter? When the green woman heard this, she had a big headache, this girl never speaks without thinking. Immediately explained, Zhao old man, she grew up in the mountains, many things do not understand. It's okay. I can see that she is not well versed in the world. Zhao Tuyun didn't care too much. After all. In Shinka's eyes, from beginning to end, they were crystal clear. He could tell at a glance whether there was any malice or not. Zhao Lao. It's not good, someone saw many people coming in and out of the county minister's residence. Tomorrow's events. The person who reported had a worried look on his face, afraid that something would happen tomorrow. Lu Ziyan's gaze carried a hint of favor, and his eyes were extremely gentle as he watched Zhao Yanhua's every move. As soon as he saw her, he couldn't help but think of his own daughter. Can't help but think of his own daughter. It's not a problem. There won't be any accidents tomorrow. His tone is calm, but reveals no doubt. Late night. Knock, knock. Lu Ziyan's compartment, the knock on the door sounded. Enter. Auntie, it's a letter from Miss. General's letter? His calm demeanor, slightly froze, deep eyes, appeared a touch of surprise. He did not expect that the great general would write to him. In the past so many years. She had been out on campaigns from time to time, and had not been home for a few days a year. During that time, there was no such thing as writing a letter. Taking the epistle, she walked to the window. Pull open. There is only a short sentence on it. Lu Gongzi, how have you been? The content is very short. Seeing the content clearly, he couldn't help but smile. This letter should hesitate for a long time before writing it. In fact, he also understands Lin Xiaoyan better. Between the two of them, there is little time to get together, not to mention no sensational emotional ties. In front of the tablet, Lu Ziyan sat for a long time and brought a piece of letter paper. He pens and writes. A few moments later, a short sentence appeared on the letter paper. Everything is fine, great general, and you? The next day, early in the morning, East Street Square, a sea of people, thousands of officials and soldiers, trying to maintain order.
Chen Weiman, dressed in azure-colored official uniform, sat at the top.
Xin Fanren stood to the side. On the beheading stage, Go Biren, Wang Muyuan, and a group of officials and soldiers. All of them were tied up and escorted. Master Xin, did everything go well?
Chen Weiman asked in a voice that could only be heard by two people. Next to him, Xin Fanren is swaying his fan in his hand as if nothing has happened, and his old and calm demeanor gives people a sense of sophistication. Don't worry, all the arrangements are in place.
Nodded and responded affirmatively. Last night, he was busy for the whole night.
The threats that should be threatened, and the ones that should be dealt with had also been dealt with thoroughly. In order to avoid accidents, he had also purposely locked up all those disobedient, unruly people.
Near noon, Lu Ziyan came late. As he appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. Old Huang walked in front of several people.
From a distance, he saw the figure of Wang Muyuan on the beheading platform.
Yoo-hoo, isn't this the high and mighty Lord Wang? Why is he still kneeling down?
The tone of voice is full of flirtation, walking, swaying, very arrogant. Plus that mouthful of big yellow teeth. Look around the people, confused with a hint of disgust.
Hey, who are you?
How to walk so arrogant, folks, take eggs to smash him. What a disgusting thing, eat my earth egg attack. Dead old man, blocking us to watch the fun, heavenly punishment, deserve to die, smash him. As soon as old Huang opened his voice, he immediately caused many people to be dissatisfied.
Lu Ziyan and the others noticed that the people's gazes were not right and hurriedly stopped in their tracks. In a split second, eggs, rotten cabbages, smelly shoes and other items flew in the sky. Not good. There is a killing aura. Old Huang let out a secret cry and felt a chill down his back. Then,
in the face is the sound of abuse and a variety of items flying over.
Agu, who hit my head? Wait a minute, who's got rotten eggs? An egg smashed into his head. Reaching out to touch it, a fishy odor came.
It almost made old Huang directly retch his stomach.
Snap, snap, snap.
Why are there shoes?
It stinks.
Ha! What's this pink stuff?
A woman's bib?
In the midst of the chaos, I grabbed a soft object with one hand and picked it up. Oh! There are actually such intimate apparel. Pick up and put in front of the nose a smell.
Aha!
The fragrance of a young girl. Among the crowd, a big head and waist thick, obese women. Just look at the shape, 200 pounds to start. Thick eyebrows and big eyes, dry thick dark skin. The most frightening or the side of the mouth, there is a long beard. Wearing a strapless dress, under the creaky nest, dark hair. See a person a heart attack. See her take a belly band on the inside of the crotch nest wiping. Old man, that is a big beauty, my bib thick as an old cow, general voice, listening to the surrounding people a scalp numb. Old Huang fixed his eyes on the other hand is still holding a piece.
I vomit. On the spot, straight vomit. Lu Ziyan's speechless forehead, everything is his own.
Chinka spat towards him, yuck. Serves him right. Splat. Chen Weiman angrily slapped the table, a huge sound exploded, the original chaotic scene, instantly quiet.
What's with all the noise and clamor? Aunt Lu, please also come up here.
He first angrily rebuked the surrounding people and then invited Lu Ziyan with a gentle face.
When Lu Ziyan went to the upper seat and sat down, Xingnu and Chinka stood beside him on the left and right.
Good.
Quiet. Chen Weiman waved his hand, signaling the officials and soldiers to quickly clean up those rotten eggs, rotten cabbages and so on. Not a moment later. The ground. A new look. Aunt Lu, everything is ready, how about I let you judge these people?
Chen Weiman did his best to express his goodwill and also handed over as much power as possible to Lu Ziyan.
It's better for Lord Chen to do it. I'll just watch from the sidelines.
In that case, then this official will begin.
He exchanged glances with Xin Fanren.
Master Go, Officer Wang, there's a complaint against you both for embezzling the pensions issued by the court over the years, as well as secretly conducting some unseemly transactions. You've been arresting people for no reason and draining them of their money by coercion.
And also give the prisoner to the big family as a scapegoat.
Such bad behavior has seriously affected the order of Wubao County.
Do you plead guilty to the crime?
Xin Fanren stood up, righteous, voice like a bell. Word by word, angrily rebuked, questioned Go Master and others. Go Bite Ren, Wang Muyuan looked at each other, the depths of the eyes are helpless. Bitter smile, they said in unison, we are ashamed of the cultivation of adults, because of their own selfishness, to do some harm to the people.
We are willing to be ambushed by the law. Heard. The people in the four directions have angrily cursed.
It turned out to be you assholes, not only embezzled the money of the veterans, but also obscured the pension of the heroes who died in the battlefield. What's more, you arrest innocent people for no reason and use them to enrich yourselves. And you're also in the business of finding scapegoats for big families.
You're not a good son. Sons of ES, you're going to die. I implore you to sentence them to death by decapitation. Execute them. Behead them. The crowd is in an uproar. The people are angry. At this moment, Chen Weiman angrily slapped the table. Pop.
Angrily shouted, "Go main book, you really have the guts to do so many things that people and gods are furious.
Blame this official closed for many years, did not properly supervise you and so on.
This official also has the responsibility of not being strict." Painful, constantly pounding his chest, a look of all my fault. "Lord Chen, you are also unaware of the situation, so I don't blame you." That's right, although Lord Chen is the county minister with unshirkable responsibility, but for this matter, simply do not know.
You shouldn't be blamed.
Many of the people began to take the lead in speaking favorably of Chen Weiman. This Xiao Tuyun stared at everything in front of him, for some reason, always feels strange.
But, for many years,
the fact that Chen Weiman was in seclusion was true. But, a few days ago, he was arrested by Chen Weiman with people on the matter of secretly investigating the embezzlement of pensions.
It is also an indisputable fact.
The green woman frowned, always feeling that things were going just a little too well.
Auntie, why do I feel that things are going a little too smoothly? Something is not right. Lu Ziyan did not say anything, she just kept on watching Chen Weiman sell his performance. Did it go well?
Of course. Because these were what they wanted to see for themselves. Naturally, they had been prepared early on.
Master Su arrives.
The voice of the announcer rang out, and the crowd gradually dispersed a passage. Then they saw a person with clear eyebrows, a delicate figure, and an orchid-like temperament, wearing a blue dress, walking in with a hurried appearance. The person who came was precisely one of the three main bookkeepers, Su Zi. Subordinate refers to Lord County Minister. Congratulations to Mr. County Minister for successfully exiting the gate. Su Zi's pretty face is full of tired colors, respectfully salute, kneeling on the ground. Chen Weiman's eyes condensed, flashed a brilliant light, and immediately laughed cheerfully and said, "So it is Su Master Book has returned. These days have been hard, quickly please rise."
Chapter 108 Su Zi. The blazing sun was in the sky, but cannot resist the people to see the mood.
For Su Zi, who had just returned from the outside, Chen Weiman's simple sentence hard work called her feel flattered.
Looking in all directions, a sea of people seen. Fell into a burst of contemplation.
Beautiful eyes in the sea beheading platform, has been tied up, kneeling on the ground, Go Master Book and other people.
Heart secretly surprised. What happened?
She immediately felt that things were not good, immediately began to recall this period of time, what she did.
The good thing was,
over the years, she had worked diligently and had gone out of her way to personally travel for the development of those townships down there.
Many times,
when she encountered difficult problems, she was the one who took the lead in solving them.
In Wubao County, there were a dozen townships of various sizes.
Through years of hard work, has been 3 towns, from the beginning, backward, the people do not want to live seen.
To this day,
those 3 towns, every family has spare food, everyone into the martial arts.
My lord, don't know them?
Su Zi pointed to the beheading platform, tired face, flashed a touch of doubt. Given that for many years, going out from time to time, for the situation in the Wubao County.
Understand very little.
Chen Weiman observed a sidelong glance at Lu Ziyan, and said with disappointment in his eyes, Su Master Book is unaware that these people took advantage of this official's period of seclusion. Corruption of the dynasty decentralized veterans' money not to mention, but also those who died in battle soldiers left behind the pension, in the bag. Deliberately suppressing the people, arresting people in jail for no reason, and finding scapegoats for large families who have committed capital offenses.
So all kinds of behavior, shocking, heartbreaking
words. Su Zi pupils suddenly shrunk, for this big shock, simply cannot imagine, Go Master Book and other people, dare to be bold.
To do this kind of human and God's indignation thing. That adults intend to these people how to deal with?
Her small mouth slightly opened tentatively asked, clear eyes, under the naked eye visible annoyance. As a county chief, do not think properly for the people to do more work.
All thoughts are used to collect money.
Such behavior, the people are intolerable, justice is intolerable.
They should be executed by decapitation.
By the way, Mr. Su, this is Mr. Lu, from the royal capital, this matter still needs to go through him. Chen Weiman was very smart to introduce said.
The meaning of the words is very clear.
That is to say, how to dispose of these people in front of you.
In the end, it is still up to Lu Ziyan. People from the royal capital?
She was greatly shocked in her heart, that was the center of the power vortex of the entire Grand Xia. Casually taking out a person to come, absolutely crushing the existence of local officials.
No wonder Lord Chen was so nervous and cautious. Fear of causing dissatisfaction on the other side. My subordinate Su Zi, see Aunt Lu. Without thinking, Su Zi bent down and saluted with a very respectful attitude.
Ha! Lu Ziyan was quite surprised that she acted this way, only hearing Chen Weiman's one-sentence introduction. Even his own identity, did not carefully understand.
then already performed the subordinate salute. I have no official body, why do you worship? Deep starry eyes, like a sheathed sword, locked in Suzy body. The latter only feel a stern sharpness straight forward. However, unofficial body this word, but let her stunned, beautiful eyes cast to Chen Weiman. Logically speaking, even if one was only a county chief bookkeeper that was named by the dynasty and belonged to the officials of the dynasty, for someone with no official status, there was no need to salute at all. Aunt Lu, as the aunt of the Duke of Jin, even if you do not have an official status, but this level of identity already belongs to the noble family. We are only local officials, how can we dare to take liberties with you? In terms of identity, he did not dare to belittle Lu Ziyan. With the Zhengui Gongfu as the backdrop, he is already invincible. Even if now, the State Protection General Lin Xiaoyan was demoted. But in his hands, he still holds the women's army of Dongfanghong. Looking at the entire Xia, who dares to underestimate her? Therefore, Chen Weiman's only idea right now is to let the other party leave Wubao County earlier. Because the longer they stayed, the more emergencies there would be. And the greater the chances of exposing those things they were doing, the greater the chances of exposing them. Great General's husband. Suzy was once again in deep shock after learning of Lu Ziyan's identity. This kind of identity origin, I'm afraid that it is already in the top of the sky. Well, let's cut the small talk short, Master Su. In recent years, all the affairs in the county have been taken care of by you. Now there is such a bad incident. You cannot escape the responsibility now. Suzy heard this, immediately realized that he was afraid to be introduced by Chen Weiman to become a scapegoat. Shen Fanren, hand holding a thick stack of books, ordered people to take over to Suzy. When she finished reading the shocking crimes above, the whole body seems to be emptied in a moment. Powerless, paralyzed to the ground. Unexpectedly, during these few years of their own management, they had actually done so many evil things. The above pile, piece by piece, looked at her as if she was stabbed in the back, sitting on pins and needles. The most frightening thing was the string of figures at the back. Accumulated amassed wealth of 2,700,000 gold, 5,211,000 silver bills. After checking the account book, Suzy's eyes were lifeless, and she whispered, "Subordinate is willing to take all the responsibility." After speaking, supporting his body, he stumbled and stepped towards the beheading platform. "Master Su, what are you doing?" Chen Weiman knowingly asked, from the moment he asked Shen Fanren to take out the account book. It has been expected that Suzy, this kind of heart for the people, loyal to the people of the upright people, will be the first time to blame all in itself. Nearby those watching the people, see the scene. They have revealed their intolerance. "Lord Chen, let Lord Xiaosu go. I beg Lord Chen to let Lord Su go. Let Lord Su go." For a while, the people were kneeling down and shouting, they were only pleading for Suzy. All the people knelt down, without exception, all pleading for her alone. That scene was truly shocking. Auntie, this green woman is a bit puzzled, not understanding why these people are suddenly like this. Other people were going to be punished for their crimes, and they couldn't wait to decapitate those people immediately. But when it comes to Suzy, it was actually able to cause so many people to plead for her. Lu Ziyan's heart was like a clear mirror, and smiled lightly. The people's eyes are all sharp, whether it's a person or a ghost, how could they not know? When the people learned of the crimes of Master Go and the others, their first reaction was to immediately execute these people. Because they were full of evil, to this Suzy. Even if no one convicted her, just by walking towards the beheading platform, there were countless people who stood up and spoke out for her. This is the heart of the people. Just by seeing this scene in front of him, Lu Ziyan already had an answer in his heart. Good or bad, it seemed that there was already an outcome. Old Huang, who had disappeared for a long time, hurriedly ran to Lu Ziyan. It is better to kill 1,000 by mistake than to let one go. According to old Huang, chop it up. His words immediately caused Chinka to be dissatisfied and sneered at him. "If you ask me, the first person who should be beheaded is you, this bad old man." Lu Ziyan ignored the duo and instead placed his gaze on Chen Weiman. What does Lord Chen mean? The sudden questioning put him at a bit of a loss. Hesitating for a moment, Chen Weiman spoke tentatively, "The state of affairs is clear, these people should be beheaded, what does Aunt Lu think?" Currently, he was bent on hurrying to dispose of Master Go and the others. If not, the longer the time dragged on, the less favorable it would be for them. In a split second, Lu Ziyan's cold face flashed a sneer as he slowly stood up. Step by step, he walked in front of Chen Weiman. The starry eyes were like knives, as if they wanted to pierce him through. Lord Chen is in a hurry to convict them? Furthermore, if I remember correctly, it was you who led the men to arrest Zhao Lao not long ago. The charge was embezzlement of pension. You won't give me an explanation for this? A shot to the heart that instantly made Chen Weiman sweat and be silenced. Below, Zhao Tuyun, who was originally in a daze, suddenly came to his senses. Right. As the county minister, you condoned your subordinates' mistakes and slandered me. If I didn't have some strength, I would have already lost my life.
If the other party had really been in seclusion for many years, how could he have slandered himself and hunted him down as soon as he came out of seclusion?
What is the reason for this?
Aunt Lu, it is true that Lord Chen went into seclusion 3.5 years ago, leaving all affairs in the county in the hands of his subordinates. When such a vicious incident occurred, it was all due to my subordinates' lack of ability. Suzy thought about it, but still truthfully, all the fault responsibility on itself.
In her opinion,
when Chen Weiman was able to hand over the affairs to her to take care of, it should be because of his own ability.
Unfortunately,
she had let him down.
Did Lord Chen really think that he could escape his responsibility by saying that he had been in seclusion for many years?
Lu Ziyan smiled gently at him and gently patted his shoulder with his right hand meaningfully.
What does Aunt Lu mean by this?
A strong sense of unease rose from the bottom of his heart, always feeling that there was something in the other party's words.
Can it be that he has discovered something? Impossible.
All of this was done seamlessly, it was impossible to reveal the slightest crack.
Furthermore,
from last night until now, the other party can contact the person, only a Zhao Tuyun only.
Even if I'm to blame for being lax, Wubao County can't afford to be without an official for a day.
After this matter is over, it will be reported to the court, and I will take responsibility for everything.
Hearing these, Lu Ziyan shook his head in regret and laughed coldly. Lord Chen is determined that I cannot find evidence of your crimes? Evidence of a crime? Aunt Lu prudent words ah.
Shen Fanren's heart was shocked, but he still stood out stiffly to remind him. Chen Weiman's smile froze and his body shook tremendously, judging from the other party's serious attitude.
It seemed to have discovered something. But how could it be possible? Lu Ziyan didn't bother to pay attention to them and commanded to the green woman behind him, take it down. Immediately following,
the green female figure was like a cheetah, rushing out in a blink of an eye. When Chen Weiman was caught off guard, she directly sealed the martial energy in his body.
Aunt Lu, why are you doing this? Until this moment, he finally became enraged and indignantly questioned.
The sudden scene caused everyone to be somewhat at a loss for words.
Shen Fanren hurriedly stepped forward and said in panic, Aunt Lu, you can't do this. Lord Chen is the county minister, you can't treat him like this. Oh? Then how should I treat him? Lu Ziyan became interested.
As a parent official, you don't benefit the people, you connive at your subordinates to amass wealth, and you have nothing to build or do.
Based on these alone, I'll behead you, convinced or not? What? You want to behead this official? Lord Chen was completely baffled, asking himself after recognizing the other party's identity.
Everything was done without a drop of water and in place everywhere.
In this case, how dare he?
Beheading an official of the court for no reason, even if you are the noble aunt of the Duke of Jin's house, you can't act in such a reckless manner.
Shen Fanren clenched his teeth and pointed straight at Lu Ziyan and drank.
Put them under control, old man Zhao, bring people to thoroughly investigate the county minister's residence, no corner can be spared.
Lu Ziyan waved his hand to indicate. The green girl once again went forward. 3 or 2 strokes will control Shen Fanren.
All around the officers and soldiers, each jaw, you look at me, I look at you, do not dare to act rashly.
What are you waiting for? Hurry up and arrest them.
Chen Weiman shouted in anger.
Chinka raised his hand and a white cold air filled the air. In an instant, thousands of officers and soldiers were all entangled in the cold air and could not move.
Zhao Tuyun took dozens of people with him and turned around to leave. With a sideways glance, he saw Su Zi on the beheading platform. Hurriedly walked forward and said with a dignified expression, Little Lord Su, you are a good official, single-mindedly serving the people. I know you now have many doubts, believe me, as long as you go together, we'll certainly see what you want to know.
Chapter 109, The Darkness of the Willow. 1 hour later. Zhao Tuyun, Su Zi walked back with a very ugly face.
The controlled Chen Weiman, Shen Fanren duo, unconsciously revealed a cold smile. Looking at each other, they were as smug as they could be.
Obviously,
they had long thought of this step.
Aunt Lu, the county minister's house has already checked, there is no money. Master Shen's home has also been checked. Zhao Tuyun hung his head and walked to Lu Ziyan, explaining bitterly. Su Zi stood there speechless. There is nothing?
A flash of surprise appeared on Lu Ziyan's face, how could he not have imagined that it would be such a result? Shen Fanren calmly said, Aunt Lu, things have been very clear, there is no relationship with us.
Still not letting people release us.
Fortunately, he had expected that someone would come to the door to investigate. Therefore, at first, in the embezzlement of those pensions, convergence of wealth has long been the money transferred to other places. In order to deal with today's situation, often walk by the river, which have not wet shoes, this reason, they are very clear.
It is with this in mind. How could there not be? Auntie, could it be a wrong guess?
The green woman was convinced of her own aunt's words. If he thought that this matter was done by Chen Weiman and the others, then it must be them.
But where did it go wrong? Sister Qingnu, didn't they say that it was all those people who did it? Xingkai couldn't figure out why Lu Ziyan would suddenly make a move against Chen Weiman and the others.
Old Huang, at some point, was holding a cup of tea and crossing his legs in a cynical manner. Phew. Blowing on the tea, taking a small sip, very cozy, little girl, you are still too young. They are all saying that Master Go they embezzled more than 2 million gold tickets and more than 5 million silver tickets.
In fact, so far, we have seen so much money?
A word woke up the dreamer, and the crowd didn't react until this moment.
Yes.
Chen Weiman minimized his own crime as soon as he came up, and there was only one item of laxity in the imperial court.
Since everything was done by Master Go and the others.
Then, the first thing that should be done in the immediate future was to find them out first for embezzling huge amounts of money,
instead of beheading them.
After all, because of this, Chen Weiman, Shen Fanren at the same time shocked to realize no wonder it will be detected wrong.
Master Go, where exactly is that money hidden?
Zhao Tuyun rushed up, directly grabbed Go bookkeeper shirt, look hideous anger asked. Old Huang snorted, inscrutable, stupid, now, still cannot see, who is the real ghost.
Xinka heard, immediately interested, could not help but curiously asked, what is it? It is hard not to be them?
Xingnu stepped forward, a hand on her arm, gently explaining, if they are really the ones behind the scenes, then Lord Chen should have raided their homes in the first place, instead of rushing to let them die and then come to a dead end.
This kid, but let her listen to understand.
So it turns out, they were the ones who were corrupt.
Xinka seemed to understand and pointed at the two Chen Weiman. Slander. You are slandering this official.
This official has been in seclusion for many years and has no idea what is happening in the outside world. Everyone can testify for me on this point.
Chen Weiman was certain that Lu Ziyan and the others could not find any evidence at all.
As long as you bite the bullet and die in seclusion,
the matter of corruption will not fall on his head. Lu Ziyan was very calm and closed his eyes, secretly thinking in his heart. So huge a sum of money, accumulated for many years, it is impossible to disappear into thin air. Furthermore, Go Master Book and other people alone absolutely not dare to accumulate wealth so huge. The person who manipulated all this must be Chen Weiman, can only be him. But where did the money go? Aunt Lu, do you really think we're not looking for that embezzled money? It's just that thousands of people were sent out to search their place last night, and they were clueless. Originally, Lord Chen wouldn't let me speak out about this, but now, you're treating us as suspects. Shen Fanren's eyes darted around and quickly thought of a countermeasure. Since the money could not be found, then last night they went to great lengths to raise a crowd to deal with certain things. I believe that if the people who have the heart to investigate will definitely find some clues last night. It turns out that last night they went to find the money was hidden. Xinka suddenly, so said. It just so happened that these words were heard by Shen Fanren. Lu Ziyan, who closed his eyes to think, a bright light flashed in his mind. Last night? This was something that reminded him. According to the thinking of a corrupt official, the money accumulated over the years could not have been transferred in the first place. A portion of it must have been left behind in the county minister's residence. The reason why he couldn't find it, he was afraid that it had something to do with their movements last night. As soon as he thought of this, the Wengong in his body unexpectedly trembled slightly for 2 seconds, and a trace of golden when she surged out and hovered in the dantian. As expected. With the Wengong trembling that moment, he was already 100% sure. The reason why there wasn't any embezzled money in the county minister's residence was definitely because it was transferred by them last night. Slowly opened his eyes, expression indifferent, coldly scanning the crowd present a circle. Zhao Lao, bring people to search all the places where they sent those people last night, where they have been. Little girl, you follow me there, 9th grade martial arts cultivator, your perception is far beyond the average person. Search them one by one, I don't believe I won't be able to find them. After Lu Ziyan figured it out, he immediately ordered it down. The words just fell. Chen Weiman's face changed drastically, and there was a look of shock in his eyes. Even Shen Fanren on the side also panicked a little, his heart secretly shocked. How is it possible? How did he think of this? 2 hours later. This time, the dozen or so people led by Zhao Tuyun were carrying 2 large boxes. Found it, really found it. Hearing Chen Weiman, Shen Fanren's face turned pale, and they collapsed to the ground with no strength. Finished. Only this one thought remained in their minds. Really? Didn't they say that Lord Chen had been in seclusion for many years? What happened? These are all hidden by Lord Chen? The majority of the people were in a state of confusion, with only a few feeling somewhat incredulous. Suzi's face was horribly gloomy, gritting her teeth, her eyes full of anger, deadlocked on Chen Weiman's duo. My lord, I didn't expect you guys. Until this moment, she finally realized that the other party was not in seclusion at all. Rather, he had retreated behind the scenes and was amassing wealth in order to deal with the investigation of the officials sent down from the dynasty. As things stand now, what do you two think? Old Huang hurriedly ran down and opened the box. Into the eyes. A large golden box, all are gold tickets. Inside the other box, they are all silver tickets. Oh. At that moment, the old yellow eyes are looking straight. Good boy, so much money, if they are words. For the rest of his life, he would be able to drink flower wine in the flower house. Ah. What I saw was not money, but the blood and sweat of the people.
Righteous indignation cursed, right hand when the crowd did not pay attention, reached out and picked up a few golden tickets. When I was about to put it in my arms. I don't mind chopping off that one, the hand you don't want. Lu Zian's words came out coldly. Old Huang's expression froze and he awkwardly put it back. Aunt Lu, this joke can't be made. Chen Weiman reacted from his shock and hurriedly opened his mouth to explain, even if you find out about this money, you have no evidence to prove that this money was embezzled by this official law. You cannot kill this official. Seeing him like this, Lu Zian couldn't help but walk up and sneer, beheading a county minister is just a matter of needing evidence? Green girl, escorted to the beheading platform. Yes, Auntie. The girl is escorting Chen Weiman, and Shinka is holding Shin Fanrun in a single hand. Mr. Lu, it's none of my business. Don't kill me. I'm the chief of the court. I've done a lot of hard work over the years. I'm sorry. Shin Fanrun finally no longer calm, facing the beheading platform, as well as those executioners on the big knife. But completely scared him. Master Shin, what is going on? Chen Weiman murderous eyes, dead staring at Shin Fanrun. I don't know, obviously I have dispersed all the money, such a short period of time, theoretically, it is impossible for them to find out so quickly. Shin Fanrun is also very confused, should not Judging from those two large boxes, what is contained inside, I am afraid that it is the money they have accumulated over the past few years. Fake, it must be fake, it simply can't be like this. At this moment, Shin Fanrun was almost frantic, his mouth constantly roaring. Lu Zian's eyes swept a glance at the gold and silver tickets inside the box. Little Lord Su, don't you have anything you want to say? Suzy's expression was stunned, pretending to be puzzled, hesitant. What does Aunt Lu mean by this? These money should be the huge amount of money they have accumulated over the years, according to their cautious nature. It is impossible to put these money in the same place, certainly scattered in multiple places to hide. Speaking of this, he stopped talking further. Suzy, face bitter, beautiful eyes gradually determined, changed the previous tired look. Eyes hate stared at the stage. Chen Weiman sneered. Yes, these money are I ordered people in advance to put Zhao to go to that person's home. Including these years, what Chen Weiman did, I secretly observed. Every time they hid the embezzled money, it was also transferred to other places by me. Aunt Lu, what else do you want to know? After the words. On the stage, Chen Weiman and the others were completely confused. What? It turned out that the money was not found by Zhao Tuyun and his men. Rather, Su Zi deliberately set it up in advance. How is that possible? Lord Chen, do you really think that I don't know anything about your plans? A sneer appeared on Su Zi's pretty face. Until this moment. Only at this moment did all the people realize that what these assholes had done over the years. Su Zi actually grasped a clear picture. Master Go, shouldn't you say something? Her beautiful eyes moved to Go Biren and smiled. On the stage. Go Biren, who was tied up, struggled hard, and the rope on his body suddenly broke. My subordinate Go Biren has met Aunt Lu. Miss, if you come back a little later, my subordinate may not be able to protect my life. Go Biren's miss directly confused Chen Weiman and the others. What's going on here? Chapter 110 involves the lord of a city again. The moment Go Biren stepped forward, everyone present was dumbfounded. What's going on? Master Go, what do you mean? As smart as Shin Fanrun, he was also a bit puzzled at this time. Who doesn't know that the two of them have been incompatible for many years? Why would Master Go call Miss Su Zi, and what is the connection between the two? Go Bite-Run looked around the circle. My lady is Chifeng City, the daughter of the previous city lord, Su Yuntian. Your Honor, Chen has not forgotten that back in the day, you had amassed a great deal of wealth and then supported Kai Ziji's ascension to the throne. If it wasn't for you, my master would not have been killed. My lady and I have been holding back for 8 years, in order to send you to the chopping block today. As he spoke in detail, Su Zi's true identity was also known by the crowd. What? She is actually the daughter of City Lord Su of Chifeng City. How could this be? Chen Weiman's heart was like ashes the moment he learned of Su Zi's true identity. Back then, when Kai Ziji was vying for the position of City Lord. But they were giving a lot of money support behind the scenes. It was also because of this. For many years, they were able to settle down in the middle of Wubao County and make waves. With the City Lord as their umbrella. Anyone coming from above would be told at the first time, and they made all the decisions to deal with it early on. Su Zi reddened her eyes and stepped onto the beheading platform, coming in front of Chen Weiman. Killing Gas gazed at him, coldly said, Chen Weiman, do you know how long I have waited for this moment? 8 years, a full 8 years. Back then, you guys aided and abetted my father, killing my father, as well as more than 60 people up and down the Su family. If I hadn't been entrusted to a foreign official since I was a child, I'm afraid even I wouldn't have been able to escape your black hand. After 8 years, once again spread out the matter of that year, her heart is also extremely difficult. A sudden scene. The crowd was caught off guard. Especially the people, at this moment, were not only dumbfounded, but also confused. Lord Xiaosu was actually the daughter of the former city lord and had a grudge against Lord Chen. Lord Go was in league with Lord Xiaosu.
The intricacies of the relationship directly nearly dry burned their brains. No, what is all this mess? Old Huang is also baffled. 8 years of patience, 1 day revenge. Good guy. Little girl, you are really able to endure. How can you hold back from doing something when you're hanging around in front of your enemy every day? Just this perseverance, I'm afraid it's not something that ordinary people can do. Even if you are the daughter of Lord Su, Master Go is your man. Over the years, the evil he has done is no less than us. You have to know that a lot of people were handled by him. Shin Fanren's expression was hideous, his face twisted, almost crazy, and he laughed loudly and maniacally. However, Master Go was very calm and didn't have any emotional changes because of his words. Master Bookshin, you are afraid that you have forgotten about the group of black-clothed men who robbed the court last night. To tell you the truth, over the years, in addition to some of the people who deserved to die, those other people you wrongly accused were saved by my lady. Has been housed on the Tiger's Head Mountain. Last night those people in black, just part of the people. This word, Chen Weiman pupils violently contracted, incredibly staring at Su Zi. Unexpectedly. The other party had secretly done so many actions. And they were unaware of it. Impossible. If you really saved those people, how could we not know? Shin Fanren's twisted expression paused and he hastily shook his head. If they really saved those people, after so many years, I am afraid that it has reached tens of thousands of people. Such a large number of people, over the years, what do they eat? What did they drink? Of course you guys don't know, because they are all my people. Su Zi big hand wave. Next to the executioners, hundreds of soldiers and officers all kneel down in unison. Little Lord Su. Little Lord Su. The sound was heavenly and loud, echoing in the surroundings for a long time. Until this scene appeared. Chen Weiman finally understood. Why over the years she was able to operate so many things. It turns out that without realizing it, the people under her command were almost all replaced with her people. I actually never realized it. Shin Fanren smiled to himself, thinking that he had done everything seamlessly. He is still careless in this matter. Come on people, bring up the evidence. Su Zi gave an order and saw a dozen men in black walk in from outside. Their hands holding a thick ledger. These ledgers recorded Chen Weiman and others over the years. They recorded the crimes committed by Chen Weiman and others over the years. Aunt Lu, please return justice to the people, return justice to my father. Su Zi knelt down towards Lu Zian. Seeing this, the surrounding people also kneeled down in a hurry. I beg you to return justice to the people. Return small Su adults a justice. These people also didn't know Lu Zian's identity and origin, but they knew one thing very well. That is, even Lord Xiaosu had to beg for a person, must be the means of heaven. Auntie, this green girl really can't imagine that things are involving the lord of a city again. No harm done. He took over those account books and roughly scanned them. Little Lord Su, how do you want me to do justice to the people and your father? Chop them all up. Return the people a clear sky. Su Zi did not have half a hesitation and spoke bluntly. Can. Lu Zian did not think twice, nodded, immediately agreed. You can do, everything has me to bear. Receiving such an affirmative reply from Lu Zian, Su Zi was shaken, suddenly felt surprised, and hurriedly thanked. Thank you, Aunt Lu. Come on people. Behead them for me. She shouted sternly, and on the beheading platform, the executioners raised their swords in unison. How dare you? If you can't behead me, Lord Kai will never let you go. I already sent someone to inform him last night. Chen Weiman's face turned blue, and he shouted in anger. Chop. With her last command. Plop. Big swords flew, heads flew across the ground, and blood sprayed like a pillar. Chen Weiman and the others were directly beheaded. Buzz. At that moment, the Wind Palace and Lu Zian's body trembled twice, and 2 more golden when she surged out. The originally empty Dantian, after these few times of when she surging out. It had become very full. Night fell. Brightness rises at the beginning of the month. In the county minister's mansion. Candlelight, above the main hall. Lu Zian was wearing a green shirt, with a gentle face and elegant temperament, savoring the tea in his hand. Next to him, Chinka, Ching female 2 people, 1 left and 1 right standing guard. Zhao Tuyun knelt on the ground with his granddaughter, and with a sobbing voice, he continuously kowtowed in thanks. Su Zi, Go Baitren were standing quietly at the side. Old Huan was very cozy, sitting comfortably on the side, completely treating this place as his own home. Habitually crossing his legs. Older brother Zhao. It's not a trivial matter, so don't take it to heart. It's all what our aunt should do. By the way, has all that money been distributed? At the mention of money, he subconsciously put his teacup down, his cloudy eyes with a hint of anticipation. To know. He was pitched 800 gold tickets. Dead old man, what does my aunt have to do with you? Don't climb the relationship here, beware of my impoliteness. The green woman was very displeased with his self-satisfied look. Su Zi stood out, arched his hand and said, Lu aunt, searched out all the money has been put into the hands of the people.
Speaking here, she paused, wanting to speak. Seeing her like this, Lu Ziyan put down his teacup and smiled, but there is no harm in saying it. Although we beheaded Chen Weiman, but Kai Chengdu master's side.
Obviously. Even if she has already learned of Lu Ziyan's identity and origin, it is extremely extraordinary. Also knew that the past had once made a beheading a party of prince's feet. Only, behind this Kai Zg is involved, not only the people in the dynasty. Its master, the head is extraordinary, if not so, she could not have been hidden for 8 years. Little Lord Su, my aunt has even beheaded kings, a mere city lord, you can rest assured. The green woman was very proud and comforted her. Who knows? After hearing these words, it didn't make her relax, but instead, her eyebrows were furrowed and she looked worried. To be honest, this Kai City Lord, behind the back of the mountain, very mysterious. So far, we cannot find out any news. But after all these years of covert investigation, one can come to a conclusion. That is, his backer, I am afraid that it is more powerful than a party of princes. Of course, this, I am not referring to power, but strength. Su Zi said his inner worries, after years of investigation found. Kai Zg behind the scenes is extremely likely to be involved in a hidden family. Only then. It is what makes it difficult for her to find out all the relevant information. Old Huang came to be interested and couldn't help but be curious. Since you can't find out the backing behind it, how did you deduce it? They are more powerful than the king? These words likewise asked the doubts in the hearts of the crowd. About 2 years ago, my grandfather had sent a 9th grade expert to secretly investigate Kai Zg. It was discovered that there were no less than 3 9th grade powerhouses amongst the people he interacted with. To be able to mobilize so many 9th grade experts at the same time, other than a party of princes, then it can only be some hidden big family. His words of reasoning had convinced the crowd. Lu Ziyan was keenly aware that Su Zi's grandfather, who was mentioned in Su Zi's words, was able to send out 9th grade experts. In this way, that grandfather of hers, his strength, his identity must not be bad. A great hidden clan? The old yellow posture, very arrogant, said, little girl, the area of the hidden family only, and so on 2 days, the old yellow eye can be destroyed at the snap of a finger. Showdown, I do not pretend, in fact, I am an absolute master. Finished. Close your eyes, ready to meet the crowd's worship, cheering, screaming. But, after a long time, there wasn't anyone who made a sound. When he opened his eyes again, he found that other than Lu Ziyan, everyone else was sizing themselves up with the gaze of an idiot. Hey, what do you guys mean by that look? Don't believe? Let me tell you guys, even if the sword Dao supremely Bai Emitsold Huang me, he would have to address me as Brother Huang. Speaking here, he deliberately turned his back to the crowd, leaving behind a lonely and arrogant back. I'm not bragging, think back in the day, the old yellow eye, one person, one sword, also with a dog. Walking in the world, once in the millions of enemies, to take the head of the enemy general. That year, the peach blossoms were in full bloom, and a girl named Xiaoyan. Lu Ziyan had already signaled the crowd to back off. Not a moment later. In the middle of the main hall, he was left alone, talking to himself. Chapter 111, The Little Ancestor Comes. The next day. Noon hour. Lu Ziyan's carriage slowly left Wubao County. Su Zi followed along with them. Only Go Baron was left behind, organized and arranging all the affairs in the county. Old Huang was still looking for his lost broken sword all over the streets. Finally. At the end of the evening. West Street, a narrow alley, Lao Huang saw from afar a short figure, carrying his broken sword. Stop, give me back my 11. The figure in front, turned back, is a little boy of 8 or 9 years old. Beggar-like dress, dirty. Hearing someone yelling, turned back his head, saw old Huang, scared, the little boy's face changed dramatically. Quickly ran up. Little boy, put down my sword. 11, don't come back yet. Buzz. In a split second. The broken sword trembled and shook the little boy straight away. Whoosh. It transformed into a green light and flew directly to old Huang's side. Finally found you, 11. The broken sword entered his hand, and in that instant, his aura changed, and sword chi wrapped around him. In an instant. Restored to his best state. It was this feeling, cool. The past few days had been too suffocating. After this, he swore that he would never go all out again, and that in the future, no matter what he did, he would have to leave some leeway. Or else. A miserable life, even a dog can hardly survive. County outskirts. Mass grave. A green light flashed, and old Yellow's figure appeared here. A corpse stench came from all around. Burning sky sword technique silence. Raising his hand with a sword, boom. A 10-mile radius was covered in green sword chi. Between breaths. Flowers, grass, trees, and some abandoned corpses, all turned into powder. Dare to cheat old Huan with 800 gold tickets, I'll tell you to go up and smoke. King's capital. Shun Tian Palace. On the golden dragon chair, Xiao Wudi was sitting. His face was terribly cold, and his gaze was like that of an angry lion, gazing fiercely at the crowd of ministers below. The news came back from the front. The Lin family's big girl had already gathered the Dongfang Hong generals scattered all over the place. Such a blatant deployment of troops, I am afraid that there is no loan in the eyes.
Xiao Huang sneered again and again, the tone of voice is cold and terrible, so that a group of ministers heard as if falling into the ice cellar.
Backbone cold, shocked.
Protector of the state Duke Ji Sangming, a look of old god, things are not a matter of concern, looking at the ceiling from time to time. Great General Qi Sanglong of Jinbei, with his head lowered, looking at the tips of his shoes, also maintained a silent stance.
There was no way around it.
Who let his daughter, Shi Jingxi, keep following Lin Xiaoyan around? At such a sensitive time, silence was their only attitude. Your Majesty, I believe that General Lin's wolfish ambitions have been clearly revealed, and I implore your Majesty to send a large army to suppress them. Otherwise, once she sets foot in the royal capital with her troops, it will be dangerous.
Zhuge Goran, the minister of the Ministry of War, was the first to come forward and suggested.
As soon as the rest of the ministers heard this,
most of them came forward and agreed. I second the motion.
There were only a few left, some ministers who were friends with the Lin family,
as well as a few ministers who maintained a neutral attitude.
When the Xia Emperor heard this, his fury gradually calmed down and his gaze inadvertently swept over the Duke of Protectorate.
How is the Duke of Protectorate recognized?
Saying that, his gaze gradually turned cold for a few moments.
Qi Sangming stepped out and responded with an arch of his hand.
Back to your Majesty, I think that at this time, if we make a big fuss and send a large army to intercept it, I'm afraid that it will cause an internal battle. General Lin has been fighting for many years, and the Dongfang Hong that he created is invincible. Years down the line, not to mention the war achievements, which 100,000 female generals, the strength is not to be underestimated.
Rashly relative, the people are the ones who suffer in the end.
As soon as he came out, he first affirmed all the past achievements of Lin Xiaoyan, as well as his creation of Dongfang Hong has made war achievements. When the ministers heard this, they didn't know that this old thing didn't intend to cross swords with the Lin family. With these words, the Duke of Qi was afraid that he was siding with General Lin.
Moreover, as far as I know, the granddaughter of the Duke of Qi's family has been following General Lin's side all these years.
When General Lin gathered the army this time, I'm afraid that your family's granddaughter was among them. Zhuge Goran spoke indignantly, believing that the other party's move was nothing more than an attempt to protect his granddaughter.
So what?
Qi Sanhai directly disliked the other party, and did not bring any falsehoods. Originally, there wasn't half a good feeling towards these stupid guys.
Now they even dared to jump out and question themselves.
Xiao Wuji saw the situation, his brows locked, his fists couldn't help but clench, his eyes flashed with a sinister light. Forced to endure the anger in his heart.
Pretend to calmly open, wanton.
I believe that the Duke of Qi is loyal to the dynasty, and will definitely not do anything to show favoritism. Since General Lin summoned the army without authorization, no matter what the intention is, it is a provocation to me. Great General Jinbei, lead an army of 200,000 men to intercept them. Be sure to bring General Lin back to me.
Finally, Xiao Wuji stood up and gave the order in an unquestionable tone.
Because he is very clear, and then this meaningless argument goes on. In the monkey's time, he probably wouldn't be able to come up with a result.
5 days later, 50 miles away from the royal capital,
Dongfang Hong's 100,000-strong army camped here. Lin Xiaoyan was dressed in white armor, valiant, riding a white warhorse. With her long hair tied up, her exquisite face was visible, clean, fresh, and as beautiful as an impeccable work of art. Especially after cultivating immortality. Her body reveals a transcendent and unearthly temperament, adding a few points of absolute elegance to her beauty.
Ta. Phew.
Jinshu rode his warhorse and galloped back from the front. Arriving in front of Lin Xiaoyan, his complexion was a bit odd, his eyes couldn't help but measure Qi Jingxi on the side. Miss, 10 miles ahead, Great General Qi has led an army of 200,000 and is waiting for us. When mentioning Great General Qi, she cast a helpless look at Qi Jingxi.
What? My father, that old dang, is here?
Don't worry, Great General, I'm going to go beat up that old dang, wait for me. The words were finished. Without waiting for the crowd to react, he was on fire, riding his warhorse and quickly darting out. Sister Qi is as tough as ever, with a fiery temperament, even when she meets her old man. Jinshu was so shocked that he stared at her with wide eyes, looking at her distant back, falling into a moment of disorientation. Lin Xiaoyan helplessly shook her head and smiled bitterly. Back then, the Duke of Qi agreed to have her follow her around in order to sharpen her temperament.
Let her go. Half an hour later, Qi Sanglong led the camp of the army.
Qi Jingxi came flying in single-handedly, with all the wind and fire in her veins. The army was about to surround the front. I am the daughter of Great General Qi, you all make way for this general. When the generals heard this, they were all in a daze. Fortunately, there were a few generals who recognized her identity at a glance and hurriedly signaled the encircling generals to move back.
This little ancestor is here, the great general will have to suffer.
Several main generals coincidentally looked at each other, very synchronized unspoken words.
Inside the tent,
Qi Sanglong leaned comfortably on a taiji chair, squinting his eyes and humming a little song.
Suddenly, A burst of petulant drinking Lao Deng came from the ear. Get the hell out of here. A sudden familiar voice, causing him to be jolted. Hastily sat up straight, the whole person's nerves are tensed up, looking around for a while. Seeing no one, only then slightly relieved. That girl still does not know where it is. Why do you scare yourself like this? From this, it could be seen that he hadn't been victimized by his own little cotton padded jacket in his day-to-day life. Otherwise, it was simply impossible for an instinctive reaction to occur. Great general, it's not good. Outside, a main general, panicked, holding his helmet, shouted in an urgent tone. Cheat Sanglong looked at the other party's appearance and immediately became a little angry and shouted, General Ma, why are you so panicked and rash? When the sky is falling, there is still a tall man to hold it up. The sky is falling, there is still a tall man to stand up. General Ma immediately stood upright, thinking in his heart, Great General, your sky is about to fall. Tell me, what's going on? Cheat Sanglong got up, took over the red robe and draped it over his body, glared viciously at General Ma and asked, Great General, your little ancestor is here. What? Say it again, who's here? Your family's little ancestor. Receiving an affirmative response, Cheat Sanglong stumbled and almost fell directly to the ground. Fortunately, General Ma was quick on his feet and stepped forward to hold him. Boy, why is she here? His heart palpitated as he patted his chest, his face filled with panic. One must know that one's own little ancestor cannot be hit or scolded. By the way, Great General, little General Chi said that she wants to fight you one-on-one. She wants to fight you in front of the army. Chapter 112 Daughter Slave Cheat Sanglong. One-on-one? And in front of an army. This. Cheat Sanglong's face was like a wilted eggplant. The little ancestor can really give himself a hard time. General Ma, go out and tell her that I have a stomachache, yes. Just say that. After thinking about it for a long time, he finally made a decision that went against his ancestors' wishes. That is to pretend to be sick. There's no way around it. General Ma inclined his head and covered his mouth to snicker. Sure enough. The person who could make the great general of Jinbei be so careful and go out of his way to treat him by pretending to be sick, other than Madam. It was this little ancestor. Only. Before General Ma could go out, Shi Jingxi had already crossed her arms and angrily barged in. A few of the generals were forced back by her. Lao Deng, your people dared to stop me, what do you say? As soon as she came in, she crossed her eyes and glared angrily at Cheat Sanglong. Seeing this, General Ma immediately threw him a look of love and helplessness, then slipped out. There was no way. For this little ancestor, he really knew too well that when mad, he himself would probably have to lie in bed for 10 days and half a month. Why are you here? Cheat Sanglong's forehead did not know when, a cold sweat had already emerged. He forced a smile out of his face and wiped away the beads of sweat as he did so. The feeling of oppression from his own daughter hadn't changed at all. Shi Jingxi crossed her waist and came to him in anger, the corner of her mouth hooked into a cold smile. Lao Deng, got good now, even led the troops to beat his own daughter? The words were not finished. Cheat Sanglong hurriedly shook his head and denied, No. Daughter, you've misunderstood me. This matter is the will of His Majesty. As a subject, how dare I disobey His Majesty? His face collapsed, full of grievances and helplessness, and he hurriedly came to his daughter's side. He carefully stretched out his hands and gently squeezed her shoulders, pleading for her understanding. If he had known that he would be approached by his daughter, he would have refused the job. I don't care, today this matter, you must give my great general an explanation. Go out, let's fight one-on-one. Shi Jingxi is eager to try, fist-rubbing move, Cheat Sanglong whole speechless. One-on-one? I'm afraid that I will be beaten unilaterally. By the way, as before, you cannot use martial arts. Hearing this, Cheat Sanglong can only smile bitterly. Cheat Sanglong could only smile bitterly, so what if he was a 9th grade great perfection? So what if he is invincible on the battlefield? It's not like he's still being held to death by the little cotton girl. Go out and fight outside, let the entire army know that I beat you fair and square. The little face was full of excitement and impatience. On the other hand, Cheat Sanglong's face was as ugly as a fly. Unwillingly, he was pulled by his daughter's arm and directly tugged outside. Walking out of the tent, General Ma was waiting. As soon as he saw Shi Jingxi come out, he immediately said with a serious expression, Little ancestor. The generals have already waited in the schoolyard early. Let's go over now? Cheat Sanglong squeezed his eyebrows and asked him for help, but unfortunately, General Ma chose to directly ignore it. Uncle Ma, you're very good at what you do. As she passed by General Ma, she revealed a praising gaze and patted him on the shoulder. That's right, Uncle Ma has always stood firmly on little ancestor's side. General Ma leaned in close and whispered in Shi Jingxi's ear. I knew that Uncle Ma is the best, unlike this old dang. Daughter! At least I'm your own father, don't call me old dang, okay? Cheat Sanglong wanna cry, daughter how to an outsider so close? A mouth up uncle, very polite. To her own father, it's Lao Deng. No, who let you bring troops to stop our great general? General Ma smiled cheekily and echoed, yes.
He's the only one who doesn't know what he's doing, but Uncle Ma is strongly against it.
Chi Sunlong, I thank you, Lao Lu. A few moments later,
Qi Jingxi's trio came to the schoolyard and the ring.
General Ma was the first to walk onto the stage and shouted, "Brethren, have you waited long?"
Everyone has been looking forward to the long-awaited Great General. Next to the cut is the Great General, and our little ancestor cut finally came again. A quick mouth almost said directly out of the beaten. Below, a crowd of generals, each face expectant. Some veteran generals, but also directly shouted, "Small ancestor refueling, we look forward to you." For these veteran generals, as well as General Ma, are from childhood to watch Qi Jingxi grow up. From the bottom of their hearts, they had already treated her as their own daughter.
Qi Sanglong almost spat out blood, angrily pointing at a group of generals. "You, great underworld King Gong."
Qi Jingxi catalyzed the martial energy in her body, and in an instant, her body was covered in green light. Behind him rose up a huge green-colored shadow. A monster with sharp mouth and fangs, 3 heads and 6 arms, surrounded by a dense green light, teeth and claws, kept roaring and roaring at the sky.
It rose up from the ground. In the blink of an eye,
it was as huge as 8 feet, looking down on Qi Sanglong from above.
Oh! After performing the great underworld king's kung fu, it's actually approaching the 9th grade. Little ancestor has really improved again. That's right. The last time I looked at her, she was only in the middle of the 8th rank, and now she's already in the Great Circle. The younger generation is formidable. How long do you think the Great General will last? The veteran generals, you said one thing and I said another, commenting on the conversation with great interest. Some of the newer generals suspiciously asked, "Isn't the Great General a 9th grade Great Circle? After performing the great underworld power, he can also fight at the innate realm. How could he lose?"
Beside him, a veteran general hurriedly stopped him and made a shushing gesture.
"Guess why everyone calls her little ancestor?" "Why?"
"Of course, it's because everyone has watched her grow up and loves her to death. Everyone treats her as their own daughter." That old general was also looking at Qi Jingxi on the stage with a kind face.
"Lao Dang, quickly come over and get beaten."
Qi Jingxi waved her big fist, and the huge Dharma body behind her instantly made the exact same movements as her. The shadow of a fist that seemed like a small mountain peak was already blasting over at Qi Sanglong. Boom! Under one fist, it directly pierced through the ring, and a huge hole appeared. As the large fist retracted, Qi Sanglong was lying inside the hole in a very sorry state. On the outside, he appeared to be in a sorry state, but in reality, there was no damage at all. He quickly climbed up and quickly ran out towards the side. Where to run? Qi Jingxi's small face revealed a bad smile as she swung her fist once again. Boom! Qi Sanglong, who had just run out a dozen meters, was once again blasted. In the heat of the moment, a trace of green-colored martial energy surged through his body.
"Great General can't cheat, you can't use your martial chi as promised," General Ma hurriedly reminded.
Qi Sanglong had no choice but to give up on urging his martial chi, stand up, and hurriedly begin to escape.
Below the ring,
the veteran generals, one by one, laughed joyfully. Such a scene, although it was said that they had seen it many times. However, every time they saw the great general being beaten, there was an indescribable comfort. Even so, some people are excited to guide up. "Little ancestor, hit him in the face." "Yes.
It is the left face."
"No, just hit the left face, it looks very asymmetrical. The right face also come a little."
"Right. That's it, hit him hard.
As long as you don't kill him, hit him to death."
"Wow.
I'm getting a little excited watching this, wanting to rush up and throw a couple punches. The veterans are starting to act as off-court instructors.
And
Qi Jingxi didn't let them down, she did everything they asked.
Punch the left face. Punch the right face. Kick him in the belly.
The more the crowd talked, the more excited they became, and they kept comparing punches and kicks on the stage.
It lasted for half an hour.
Qi Sanglong climbed out of a deep pit with a swollen face.
"Stop. Good girl, you've lost your temper, haven't you?"
He looked at his daughter with an aggrieved face. He was the first person ever to be beaten up by his own daughter in front of so many people.
The most critical point.
That was that this was not the first time such a scene had happened. Since Qi Jingxi had been in the military camp a lot since she was young, whenever Qi Sanglong upset her, she would then be captured by her to accompany her. When she said she was practicing with her, she was in fact being beaten up. She couldn't use any martial arts, and she couldn't run too fast, or she wouldn't be able to hit her. Under all sorts of unreasonable demands, Qi Sanglong also had to fulfill them all.
There is no way.
Who let him be a daughter slave? Not only him, even his father, Qi Sanhai, was indulgently pampering Qi Jingxi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become the little bully that everyone was afraid of after a few years in the royal capital. Qi Jingxi collected her gong and walked to Qi Sanglong with great satisfaction. He immediately stepped forward with a concerned face, grabbed her arms and asked with concern, "Daughter, are you tired?" "Pops, my anger is almost gone, but you can't block my family's great general.
Be smart and get out of our way."
Otherwise, I'll go back and ask Grandpa to punish you, and ask my mother to make you kneel on stones, or not to use martial arts chi." She smiled a sly, old-fashioned smile and patted her old man's shoulder. But on His Majesty's side, "Don't worry, I've found a good reason for you, just say you can't beat us." Cheat Sanglong shook his head and laughed bitterly, helplessly raised his hand and rubbed her head, completely a look that can't be helped. "Uncles, let's go, next time I'll show you how to beat a great general." He. Shi Jingxi waved her hand towards the bottom and laughed mischievously. Following closely. Riding her horse, she flew away. Cheat Sanglong shouted from the back, "Daughter, don't run so fast, be careful." "Got it, old dad." Until Cheat Jingxi's back disappeared for a long time, he was still looking out in that direction. Chapter 113, King's Capital Ahead, Forbidden Entry of the Great Army. Approaching sunset. Shi Jingxi flew and stepped on his horse and appeared outside the large army camp. Inside the main tent, Lin Xiaoyan was sitting in the center, and on the tablet in front of her, a miniature small black snake, crawling back and forth. Jinshu, Su Luoling strides in from outside. "Miss. Great General." The two opened their mouths in unison. "How's the preparation going?" She picked up a piece of raw meat and fed it to the miniature little snake. Without lifting her head, she asked softly. Su Luoling bowed and spoke, "Back to the Great General, the entire army is ready. As long as the Great General gives the order, they can immediately head to the royal capital." Very well. Jinshu's face swept over with a hint of worry and said, "Miss, Sister Qi hasn't returned yet. Could something have happened?" Shi Jingxi had already left for most of the day and was late in seeing her. It would inevitably make her a little worried. Moreover, the great general of Jinbei, Cheat Sanglong, was leading an army of 200,000 men, ready to intercept them. Could Shi Jingxi alone really make 200,000 troops retreat? This matter is more or less untrue. What kind of accidents could happen? That was Sister Qi's old man, who had favored her greatly, and it should have been a long time since they had seen each other. Suddenly met, naturally had to say more words. Su Luoling thought that Shi Jingxi and her father hadn't seen each other for a long time. It was inevitable that they would see each other and catch up on old times. "Yo, miss me?" At this time, Shi Jingxi's voice came from outside, and she was seen stepping in. When Jinshu saw her, she immediately said happily, "Sister Qi, you're finally back. How did it go?" Shi Jingxi hurriedly rushed to Lin Xiaoyan and said, "Don't worry, Great General, that old deng in my house has been deeply persuaded by me and won't let anyone stop us from returning to the royal capital." "Really?" Jinshu was a little skeptical. When did the Great General of Jinbei speak so nicely? She smiled proudly, the corner of her mouth rose slightly, pulling out an unknown smile and said, "That's natural. Pops only has such a daughter of his own, naturally he favors her a bit." Lin Xiaoyan raised her eyes, sizing up Shi Jingxi for a moment, and said with a gentle smile, You are still so impulsive. I guess you made Uncle Qi unhappy again, right?" "No, my father was overjoyed when he saw me. With my good advice, he promised me that he wouldn't stop our army." Jinshu, Su Luoling was skeptical of her words. "Is it really just good advice? If you don't want to stop us, after all, the sword in our hands should be used to kill the enemy on the battlefield, rather than pointing the sword at our own people." The next day. Sunrise 3 Pole. The army, fully loaded and ready to go, 100,000 troops, uniform white armor. But at this time, among the 100,000 troops, many generals, body armor, has long been not white. Instead, it is crimson red, speckled with crimson. In front of the army, a brightly colored like blood flag fluttered up, and looking down from above, a large white army could be seen. There was a bright red flame dancing, very eye-catching. Lin Xiaoyan created Eastern red, with white as the armor and blood red as the flag. At this moment, most of the armor on the soldiers' bodies showed a crimson color. That was because it had been stained by the enemy's blood for a long time. Then it became crimson red. And it can also be seen from the armor on these generals, their battle achievements. For example, some of the generals had armor that had completely turned red. That was because they had crawled out from the pile of dead people again and again, and had been soaked in the enemy's blood again and again, resulting in the body armor completely turned red. And like among the Eastern Red, the 10 main generals, the armor on their bodies, white and flawless. Because at their level, they already don't need to rely on how much blood is stained on their armor to judge their battle achievements. After all, those who can become the main general, none of them have already reached the requirements of the dynasty's third-grade military generals. Therefore, spotless, white and flawless armor, but they have to fight for their lives in exchange. From spotless, to bloodstained, to spotless, which means, the initial heart never changes. The army slowly advanced. Half an hour later, only 10 miles away from the royal capital. In front of Lin Xiaoyan and the girls, on the left and right sides, a large army quickly appeared to surround them. The person in the lead. It was Cheat Sanglong. The two armies were facing each other, only to see Cheat Sanglong riding a warhorse, slowly stepping out. General Lin, the king's capital ahead, the army is forbidden to enter, please do not make it difficult for this general.
The words just fell. Shi Jingxi quickly rode out on his warhorse.
Pointing at him, she angrily cursed, "Old Deng, saying that you won't stop us, you don't keep your word."
Sniffing,
he subconsciously touched his nose, then shouted, "I cannot stop you, but the army must not set foot in the royal capital." Shi Jingxi didn't care about this and was so angry that she was about to charge up. Lin Xiaoyan calmly opened, "She girl, cannot fool around, your father is also for your own good." Originally still furious, bound to rush over to fight with his father, Shi Jingxi,
hearing Chi girl this name, immediately calmed down. Following the great general for many years, she was very clear about one thing. Generally speaking,
when the great general called himself Maiden Shi, it proved that the seriousness of the matter was beyond one's imagination. The generals obeyed the order and immediately set up camp in place. Lin Xiaoyan waved his hand, and behind him, 100,000 troops, in an organized manner, began to quickly set up camp.
"Great general, aren't we going to fight our way through?"
Shi Jingxi finally couldn't help but ask after a long time.
"We're not going to fight over there?
Sister Qi, your father and 200,000 troops are waiting, if we fight over.
That would be a real rebellion."
Miss gathered her army here just to put pressure on His Majesty, but she never thought of revolting. Jinshu rolled her eyes and hurriedly explained.
Otherwise,
according to Qi Jingxi's hot temperament, she was really afraid that she would directly take action.
No rebellion? How meaningless that would be.
Qi Jingxi was more or less disappointed to hear that the original great general had assembled an army not for the purpose of changing the dynasty.
Must know.
She had already done her part to break with the Qi family, and was bound to follow the army, and then follow it into the royal capital. In the end, let the great general become the first female emperor of the ages.
At that time,
one will have the merit of the dragon, and the position of the Duke of State. I am afraid that there will be a place for myself. The female Duke of State that has never existed in Grand Xiao will be her.
This kind of thing, thinking about it makes me feel happy.
However, when she even dreamed about it, she suddenly told herself that the great general was not at all happy. Suddenly told herself that the great general did not have a rebellious mind at all. Returning the position of our country's duke. Qi Jingxi shouted in her heart, but on the surface, she was a wilted look. Jinshu, girl Qi, the two of you follow me into the royal capital. The rest of you stay where you are and wait for my news. After Lin Xiaoyan finished his explanation, he rode his horse towards the gates of the royal capital. Even though ahead, there was Qi Sanglong's army.
Not a moment later.
By the time the three of them arrived in front of Qi Sanglong. General Lin, it's true that women are not inferior to men. Come on people, make way for this general. He first praised Lin Xiaoyan, then angrily shouted at the army behind him. Very quickly, the army made way for a passage to come.
Old Deng, you wait for me.
Qi Jingxi glared viciously at Qi Sanglong, then turned his head with a cold snort and stopped looking at him.
In response to this,
Qi Sanglong can only smile bitterly, lowered his voice to explain, "Little ancestor, now in full view, how many people in the dynasty are staring at our family? A little carelessness, very likely to be ruined. I cannot do the old Qi family sinner. Old Deng, lest to their own incompetence to find excuses, I tell you, as long as the great general orders, I immediately lead troops to beat you." Qi Jingxi didn't want to listen to his explanation too much at all, but instead spoke out threateningly. Jinshu covered her mouth and snickered, it was too funny. At the same time, she was especially envious of the father-daughter relationship between the two. Sister Qi could be this reckless, naturally because of the bottomless favor in her home. Otherwise, generally speaking, whose daughter would dare to say such treacherous words as leading soldiers to beat her own father?
In favor of Qi's sister is an exception.
Several people, riding on war horses, slowly walked in the center of the army's passage.
Little ancestor, let's not talk about you.
General Lin is afraid that this trip is incredibly dangerous, and he has disobeyed the order several times and not returned, so he is already guilty of a capital offense.
His Majesty ordered me to intercept here, so you can imagine the meaning of it.
He looked incredibly serious and reminded Lin Xiaoyan. This time, she should not come back to the royal capital. Outside, with 100,000 troops in hand, within a short period of time, His Majesty can't do anything about it.
Once back in the royal capital,
the army can't set foot in the capital, and she alone can walk into a court full of wolves and tigers.
Pops, doesn't that mean that if the general returns to the capital, he will surely die?
Qi Jingxi suddenly realized and asked in horror. If there is something wrong, old dad, if there is nothing wrong, old Den, you are really my own daughter.
Do not care about these details, what do we do now? Great general.
A few people exchanged whispers as they moved forward. Lin Xiaoyan looked indifferent, as if the danger Qi Sanglong spoke of didn't even exist. Since General Lin dared to enter the royal capital alone, he must already have a foolproof plan.
Perhaps the Duke of Lin had left something behind?
He hesitated for a moment and came to such a conclusion. Otherwise, There was no way to explain that Lin Xiaoyan dared to leave his army behind and go straight into the royal capital.
General Qi is overthinking it. My lady has no backhanded plan at all. No backhandedness?
Qi Sanglong suddenly pulled his voice high, this voice almost breaking the sound.
Chapter 114, Seeing the King Without Kneeling, a Capital Offense.
The streets of the royal capital. It was bustling with activity. All the people, standing on both sides respectively.
Leaving out the empty streets. At the city gate,
Qi Sanglong and Lin Xiaoyan were walking side by side, behind them were Jinshu and Qi Jingxi.
After entering the royal capital, in addition to the noisy people, there were also many experts hidden in the shadows, eyeing them intently and watching their every move.
Riding a horse and walking above the streets. Qi Sanglong raised his eyes and looked around, lowering his voice. General Lin, you shouldn't have come back without sufficient preparation. On the surface, it seems to be calm, but in reality, there have already been waves in the dark.
There are many people in the court who don't want to see you leave the capital alive.
To know that the other side has no backhanded preparations, but still dare to step into the royal capital alone. This is a dangerous situation, no less than a dragon's den.
If you're not careful, you'll be doomed. What does she want?
Until this moment, Qi Sanglong suddenly realized that he was somewhat unable to see through this Lin family girl in front of him. Lin Xiaoyan casually raised her eyes to survey the surroundings. Secretly, a strand of 8th grade or above martial arts aura was revealed.
Even so,
in some places, there was also a 9th grade expert aura surging. I have to say, in order to deal with myself, some people can be said to be pulling out their family's money to leave themselves behind.
How does Uncle Qi think I should prepare myself?
She asked with a bashful smile, facing this kind of question.
Qi Sanglong's expression was stunned, and his entire body froze.
Right. The royal capital is the most powerful in Daxia, not to mention other things, just the 50,000 forbidden troops guarding the palace.
Each and every one of them is an expert above the 7th grade.
Among them, the 8th grade, the 9th grade is up to more than 100 people.
This situation.
Even if she has a few innate realm powerhouses following her, I'm afraid there is no possibility of leaving the royal capital.
To put it bluntly,
entering the royal capital, she was already destined to die.
Unconsciously. Several people had already arrived at the entrance of the palace. Alas! Niece Lin, could it be that on this trip, you have come to die openly?
Qi Sanglong is really a little confused, from Lin Xiaoyan's calm demeanor.
It is not like coming to die.
But just with her and her own daughter, and a little maid, a 3-person situation.
In addition to sending death.
It seems to be impossible to find any other way to say it. Old Deng, don't ask questions here, I have decided to work with the great general. In the future, your old Qi family, just pretend that there is no such person as me.
Qi Jingxi couldn't help but squeeze his old man up.
Pretending to look like she doesn't care, her eyes are already slightly red.
Anyone could tell.
She was planning on clearing her relationship with the Qi family, lest she be implicated at that time.
Phew!
The crowd stopped and dismounted, and Qi Sanglong's face showed kindness as he walked up to Qi Jingxi. With eyes full of favor, he smiled and said, "From the moment you followed General Lin, the Qi family has long been tied to the Lin family. Although these days, when we went to the court, your grandfather and I never openly stated our attitudes.
However, your attitude is our attitude."
As soon as these words came out, Qi Jingxi's petite body shook tremendously, and her entire body froze in place.
"Pops. Silly girl, you're the only precious daughter I have in my life.
What's more, the change of emperors is a major event for the dynasty, and the dynasty is bound to be in turmoil at that time. The Qi family has a 500,000 strong army in the north, so how could they possibly be left alone? This is also the reason why Pops didn't stop you from coming back with General Lin."
Qi Sanglong's eyes narrowed, flickering through a brilliant light as he secretly sighed. How is that possible? Is His Majesty crazy?
He also dares to lay hands on our Qi family. Qi Jingxi was incredulous after hearing this. Lin Xiaoyan smiled without saying anything because she knew very well that Qi Sanglong wasn't wrong when he said those words. The most important point in the turnover of emperors was the centralization of power. Girl, a lot of things are not something that His Majesty himself wants to do, but rather the current situation is forcing him to do it. Otherwise, the imperial power will not be unified, and it will be impossible for the throne of the emperor to be secure at that time. Qi Sanglong had been in a high position for many years, and naturally, he could see through many things. For Xiao Wuji's intentions, it was also clear.
Only a pity. Many times, many things, there is no choice.
Uncle Qi doesn't need to be discouraged, things may not be as bad as this. Lin Xiaoyan from the beginning to the end is a light and breezy look, but is completely to Qi Sanglong look confused.
Not right. Inside of 10 points, I'm afraid that there is 100 points that are not right.
As far as what she has shown so far, she doesn't look like she's going to die.
Can't it be?
His eyes were glowing with surprise, and he was about to ask further questions.
Well,
if we don't go in, they are afraid that they will be in a hurry.
The voice fell.
Taking a step, he stepped inside the palace.
All the way.
Until the gate of the Shun Tian Palace. Jinshu, Shi Jingxi, and the two of them, their foreheads were in a cold sweat. Because they could feel that today's palace was exceptionally terrifying, just like a giant mouth of an abyss.
It can devour people at any time.
General Lin has arrived. The messenger eunuch, when he saw Lin Xiaoyan and the others coming over, immediately shouted at the top of his voice.
In a split second,
the courtroom was silent. Tap, tap, tap. The large auditorium was silent, followed by a sound of footsteps.
Everyone looked towards the outside of the hall.
They saw Lin Xiaoyan in white armor, expressionless, striding in.
From the moment she stepped into the hall,
the gazes of the 100 officials were all fixed on her stunning beauty.
Walking to the center of the hall,
stood still, raising her eyes to the top, Xiao Wuji on the golden dragon chair.
No words. A moment passed.
The 100 officials returned to their senses, and at once, someone stood out. How dare General Lin, when you see His Majesty, you still don't kneel down?
Such audacity, is it possible that you already have an insubordinate heart?
As soon as these words came out, the crowd quickly began all sorts of impeachments. Some people mentioned that she had resisted the decree and demanded to be executed as a warning to others. Some people impeached her for being proud of her accomplishments and having the intention of being an ungrateful subject, so she should be beheaded. Of course, there were also some ministers who were good friends with the Lin family and argued for her to be exonerated. Xiao Wuji sat in the golden dragon chair, his face was expressionless, his gaze was like a tiger, he just quietly watched Lin Xiaoyan.
At this moment,
Lin Xiaoyan was similarly sizing up Xiao Wuji above her.
In an instant,
between the two, the air quickly solidified and a terrifying wave of air was continuously impacting each other. Bold Lin Xiaoyan, how dare you look directly at the face of the dragon, according to the law of the great Xia, shall be executed. If you don't kneel at the sight of the king, you are equally guilty of death.
Zuogoran angrily pointed at Lin Xiaoyan and indignantly rebuked.
Seeing the king does not kneel, a capital offense. She inclined her head, coldly glanced at Zuogoran, and smiled blandly.
Put in the past.
Facing the impeachment of 100 officials, unable to defend herself, I'm afraid she would still kneel down and plead with His Majesty for forgiveness.
It is a pity. Nowadays,
she stepped into the path of immortal cultivation, and has long been transformed.
What's more,
the other party is determined to kill the Lin family, under these circumstances.
How can we talk about the rules of courtesy? How can we talk about the way to be a minister? Do not care. I don't care.
You've all said that I've disobeyed an order and not returned, and that I'm guilty of a capital offense.
If that's the case, why am I still kneeling? Can't you stand upright before you die? Furthermore, I led an army of 100,000 to the royal capital just to kneel him?
Lin Xiaoyan raised her hand and pointed at Xiao Wuji on the high seat, her eyes were full of teasing.
Unbridled.
You, how dare you point your finger at His Majesty, such disregard for the etiquette of kings and ministers.
You should be decapitated.
Zuogoran was angry again, but of course inwardly he was already secretly happy.
I did not expect.
The other side this time actually so brainless, in the courtroom, made such contempt for the majesty of the imperial power. Your Majesty, this woman is arrogant and domineering, defying the majesty of imperial power, the crime is unpardonable. I implore your Majesty to have her executed as a warning to others.
Zuogoran generously rebuked Lin Xiaoyan's behavior and demanded to behead her. Chapter 115 I implore your Majesty to authorize me to fight with her alone. In the courtroom. Due to Lin Xiaoyan's speech,
it immediately caused the entire courtroom to become a mess. Your Majesty, I beg you to decree that this person who has no sense of etiquette and law, who does not know the etiquette of a courtier, be dragged out and beheaded. I beg you to decapitate those who don't know the etiquette of kings and ministers.
Minister of the Ministry of Right Song Jili, all righteousness, thin, but proud, stood out.
He pointed at Lin Xiaoyan and rebuked him loudly.
As the Minister of Rights of the Grand Xia, in charge of all the rules and regulations of the Grand Xia, etiquette and so on. Now,
see Lin Xiaoyan, arrogant, disregard for the etiquette of the courtiers, do not comply with the etiquette and law. I felt angry, immediately came forward to set things right, as a warning to others.
Otherwise, in the future, everyone is like her, disregarding the great Xia etiquette. Then his own Minister of Etiquette would not be as if he was just a decoration. Therefore,
regardless of whether he has a personal grudge against the Lin family, at this moment, he must come forward to impeach Lin Xiaoyan. Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Yang Justice, Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Wu Di, Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Huang Tianhu, Minister of the Ministry of Public Works, Zhao Baobao. They stood out one after another, and with these several big brother-level figures standing out.
I second the motion. I second the motion. Seconded. Seconded.
Cheat Sanglong's face at the back collapsed, and he said in his heart, it's over.
6 ministers, an unprecedented united front.
Lin girl, can be 6 ministries' unified target, you are afraid to be the first person in the history of Daxia. Previously, several officials who were still arguing strongly for Lin Xiaoyan saw these few people standing out.
immediately gray back.
The ministers of the 6 ministries represented the most important of the 100 officials. Even they were out of their unity, the situation had developed into an uncontrollable situation. On the dragon chair, Xiao Wuji's cold face, revealing a touch of imperceptible smile, fleeting, and no one else noticed the abnormality.
Originally,
he was still worried that among these few people, someone would come forward to exonerate Lin Xiaoyan.
Never expected.
She, after all, did not let herself down.
What else does General Lin have to say?
Xiao Wuji is very clear, in front of the 100 officials' opinion, almost unified, Lin Xiaoyan's situation.
Undoubtedly,
it is difficult to escape death. However, as an emperor, must not at this time. Listening to the will of the 100 officials is not in line with the will of the emperor, the way of the king.
However,
not waiting for Lin Xiaoyan to speak. Among the 100 officials, a thin old man with graying temples, slightly disheveled, wearing clean and tidy official uniforms, bronze-colored face, etched with wrinkles that were traces of age. Although he was old, his eyes were shining brightly, and his wrinkled face revealed kindness and amiability.
Your Majesty, this woman is overly arrogant and domineering, and her behavior is so outrageous that there is no one else in sight.
As the right minister of the Ministry of Rights, I extremely hate these people who have no regard for etiquette and law. As a subject, it is abhorrent that you do not abide by the laws of courtesy and etiquette. I implore your Majesty to authorize me to fight with these abominable people one-on-one, life and death be damned. The person who stood out was none other than Su Feng, the right minister of the Ministry of Rights, known as Su Crazy. As he is already a man of old age. In this courtroom, he relied on his old age, disliking the sky, the earth, and the air. Even Xiao Wuji, the emperor, would be disliked if he displeased him. Because of this, the 100 officials gave Su the nickname Crazy.
What? Single fight? In a split second, the entire court hall fell into a brief silence, followed by a wild laughter. Ha ha ha.
Even Xiao Wuji on the dragon chair was startled by him and was directly jolted.
Su, Iching Su, what did you just say? Forcefully holding back his laughter, he almost didn't laugh out.
You said that you're an old thing in your 90s, and you're still only a Shiokai Realm One Dao cultivator, and you want strength without strength. What are you going to do to fight with a general?
You think you've lived too long and are planning to come to the court to touch the porcelain? My lords, what are you laughing at?
I'm loyal to Xia, and to His Majesty, if this woman hadn't gone too far. I was so enraged that I couldn't bear to see her arrogance. I beg your Majesty to authorize me to fight with her. The righteousness of the words can be said to be the crowd to say speechless.
But, on second thought, the 100 officials once again couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha.
Lord Su, with this small body of yours, you're going to laugh at her when you go one-on-one with someone else, General Lin? The minister of the Ministry of Ministries, Young Justice, laughed with his belly in his hands, almost bursting into laughter, his eyes on the verge of tears. Pointing at Su Feng, he said sarcastically. Lord Su, we all know that you are loyal, but you said single combat. It is really a bit uncharacteristic, with your little strength, it's hard to dig up the wall, don't disgrace yourself. Minister of Ministry of Public Works Xiao Baobao laughed and said with disdain and contempt. Lin Xiaoyan, who was standing in the center of the 100 officials, was also completely speechless by this scene. Such an old man who couldn't even run a few steps without gasping for breath, actually jumped out and asked to fight with himself.
Ha ha ha. Secretary Su, don't be funny, back off first.
Our daxia is not at the point where we want the old man to touch the porcelain.
Xiao Wuji eventually couldn't help but laugh out loud. Su Feng's demeanor was incredibly serious and earnest.
Your Majesty, there's no need to persuade the old minister, my mind is made up on the matter of fighting this kind of villain alone. Today, I will definitely let her splatter her blood in the courtroom and drink her head in the Yellow Springs.
Oh!
His body shook, revealing a dry, wrinkled body, clearly visible skin and bones. Both fists clenched, wrinkled biceps, honestly, no deterrent.
Around the body white when she winding, intermittent, if not.
Give people a sense of follow-up powerlessness.
I groove. Crazy Su, you're for real. Yang Justice was directly startled by the sudden sight.
Especially seeing his body without two pieces of meat, his spirit was fearful.
In an instant,
everyone was shocked by him, not because of how powerful he was. Rather, it was his spirit of not being afraid of death that was hard not to admire. Qi Sanglong, Jin Shu, and Qi Jingxi were completely dumbfounded. For a moment, they all wanted to open their mouths and remind, old man, take it easy, don't fall down yourself, in case you fall to your death, who's to blame?
Su, Secretary Su, your spirit and determination, Lone has already seen it. Why don't you put your clothes on first? The Imperial Court doesn't allow revealing.
Xiao Wuji, who was somewhat blinded, had a short circuit in his head and said in a very comical manner.
Ha ha ha.
There was another burst of laughter sound spread. None of the ministers had expected that His Majesty would be so humorous and witty. Your Majesty, the old minister said that he would definitely let her splash her blood on the court. Now that the blood hasn't been splashed yet, how can he back down?
You come over here.
Su Feng looked grave and extremely serious as he rushed towards Lin Xiaoyan and stretched out his right hand, then hooked his finger and shouted. Lin Xiaoyan stood there, speechless, holding his forehead, a black line.
This old man is really not afraid of death. Just because he is old, he wants to do whatever he wants. Being a leader is not that good.
Lord Su, don't worry about it, we have already set a good coffin for you.
It's just a piece of feng shui land.
Since it happened so suddenly, my 80-year-old mother will probably work hard for many more years. Then I'll give the feng shui land for my mother to Lord Su first. There is no need to say more words of thanks, they are all in the heart. The ministers who were friends with Su Feng cheered him on. It's just that the words are not very nice, but they are the truth.
Lord Su, you die a little slower, isolated that is, for you to issue a decree to posthumously appoint Lord Su as a pillar of the dynasty, ordering people to create a plaque. Must carry Men must last, this is the will of the lone.
Painting style suddenly changed, even the dragon chair Xiaowuji cannot help but come to a few murderous words.
Originally should be tense, oppressive atmosphere. Somehow, suddenly went in the direction of funny. Ta Gensu, today next year, I will give you incense.
In the coming year, there will be a roasted pig in front of Lord Su's grave.
No one can stop me if I say so.
I heard that Lord Su has a high morale, is a stream of pure water in Dasha, condolence time, must burn a few more beautiful women for the Lord, must be the kind of charming with style outside the slightly flirty, women in the ceiling, men can only dream of the very best. Lord Su, rest assured that the past poverty is just the way you came, after today, you will be on top of the Dasha pillar of talent, the model of our generation. We will ask Mr. Lai Shu, the adults today in the courtroom battle General Lin matter, divided into 10 episodes, day by day in the community to tell. At this moment, the court hall can be said to be lively, although the two have not yet fought.
But ministers have already put Su Feng after the incident, arranged clearly and clearly.
As expected, on diaphragm, the 100 officials are the professionals. Su Feng listened to all sorts of unpleasant words, that is called a gas. The single challenge has not yet started, these guys, one by one, have already talked him out of it.
Good, good, good. Since each and every one of you can't see past Lao Fu, then today, Lao Fu must prove it for himself. Die. Villains. Chapter 116. This old man must be touching porcelain. Su Feng shouted angrily. Immediately, the one chi on his body gathered under his feet and he stepped into the air. Drink. Eat. The old man's strike of a heavy 1,000 pounds. The figure that flew up in the air, elbows rushing to the ground, in a titanic momentum. Straight to Lin Xiaoyan. However, at the moment Su Feng jumped up. Minister of Right Song Jili, at some point, had an extra book in his hand, as well as a pen. Now we can see that even though Lord Su is old, he has the aura of a precious sword. What seems to be a simple jump reveals something extraordinary. Look, look! He's going to take on the enemy with a single strike with a titanic momentum. Extraordinary, simply extraordinary. Who could imagine that a 90-something-year-old man would suddenly jump the gun on a youngster? In the end, is it the distortion of human nature, or moral degeneration, or maybe bad old man, like bad? At this time, Song Jili was not only excited to act as an explanation, but also wrote furiously on the top of the book, quickly recording something. Okay, next, let's switch to General Lin's first point of view, facing such a shameless attack by the bad old man. As a young man, how should General Lin react? Ha! She's actually not moving, is she scared silly? No. It shouldn't be. General Lin was once a legend of the Grand Xia. He was also the idol of many young people. A man of such legendary stature would really be frightened by an old man? Look, here it comes. The bad old man's elbow attack is about to hit General Lin. Still not resisting? Xiaoji. A crowd of ministers. Song Jili's move really opened everyone's eyes. Lin Xiaoyan was also stunned and stared blankly at him for a while. The next second, Su Feng's attack came face to face, and she did not hesitate to raise her hand and wave it. Not even a tenth of her strength was even used. Snap! A crisp ringing sound exploded as Lin Xiaoyan slapped Su Feng away. The figure flew out backwards rapidly. Bang! It ruthlessly impacted on a golden column at the doorway. Not waiting for the crowd to return to their senses, Song Jili started again, excitedly shouting, "Do it!" She finally did it. Seemingly unimpressed, a casual strike, but it contained a lightning-fast momentum, that instantaneous outburst. It is comparable to the full force of a 9th-grade expert. In an instant, the old man only felt the sky crumble. Good. 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 Worthy of being a former great general of the Protectorate. Even an ordinary strike is enough to turn rivers and destroy mountains. Holding a pen in his right hand, he quickly wrote on the top of the book. Seeing this situation, Xiao Wuji was stunned. The 100 officials were dumbfounded. Even Lin Xiaoyan was said to be somewhat skeptical of herself. That slap just now, was it really that powerful? There was. General Lin, there's no need to be self-effacing, Old Me has recorded them one by one here.
In a few days, I will immediately divide this record into 10 episodes and put it into the neighborhood storytellers to tell the story day by day. It was only at this moment that the crowd came to a sudden realization. Why Minister of Right Song Jili will be so strange, feelings he put aside this story. But you make up stories to make up stories, cannot be factual, do not add oil and vinegar so much, okay? Zhao Baobao quickly ran to Su Feng, the first time to reach out and probe his nostrils. I groove. Dead? He stared wide-eyed, unbelievingly probed his nostrils again. Feeling his fingers, a trace of weak breath came from him, if anything. Your Majesty, old Su is dying, he's going to die soon, hurry up and get the imperial doctor. Minister of Household, Wu De, quickly went forward and touched Su Feng's wrist. Then shook his head and sighed, the pulse is weak, even if he is cured, he will have to drool when he speaks in the future. Your Majesty, the old minister thinks that we can prepare the afterlife for Lord Su. Lin Xiaoyan looked at his palm, suspicious out, I did not even force, you are half dead, touch porcelain, right? General Lin, this is not true, just that palm, seemingly uneventful, but according to the parties Lao Su said. At the moment he saw you strike, it was as if he had seen too much milk. Can see the power of that palm. Song Jili had a very serious expression, recording and explaining at the same time. She inclined her head towards Su Feng, who was lying on the ground, half dead. He is like this, where is the party that gave you this? Falsification. Falsehoods fabricated out of thin air, creating a party out of nothing. They'll do anything to make up a story. Ha, General Lin, don't pay attention to these details, I just embellished the story a little bit. Harmless, irrelevant. Saying that, he began to pen again, not knowing what else he was adding to the story. On the side. Shi Jingxi, Jin Shu, Shi Song Long, 3 people, said in unison, you see, I'll say full dead count who? Undoubtedly. In their opinion, Su Feng's current variety has been aptly in line with touching porcelain. Song Jili came to Su Feng's body, and hurriedly began to write, while reciting the words, after Lord Su received General Lin's heaven-destroying slap. He crashed into the Shun Tian Temple's coiled dragon pillar and was dying, with only his last breath left. Even so, he still climbed up from the ground with all his strength and several struggles. And inside his mouth, he was still shouting, to die for Xia, to fight for His Majesty, I have no regrets in dying. After saying this sentence, Lord Su's legs stirred, his eyes rolled over, and he passed away. After writing it, Song Jili nodded with great satisfaction. Perfect. However, Su Feng, who was originally about to die, miraculously rose from the ground. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Lord Song, exaggerated, false, unrealistic, detached from the truth. Old minister wants to fight him one-on-one in a duel to the death. Oh. The crowd was shocked at the sight. Back to the light. Good fellow, Song Jili's unrealistic record actually made Su Feng angry and returned to the light. He also wanted to fight him to the death. Good boy. This is simply unprecedented. Xiao Wuji's forehead burst into black lines, and his face gradually turned iron blue. Secretly thinking, how did a slap just now not have him directly shoot off his breath? Old Su, you say you are about to die, why are you still looking for pain? What is the cultivation of Lord Song? What is your cultivation? Looking for death is not this way to find Ah. Zhao Baobao hurried to persuade, are about to die, there is no need to fight for that breath. Who knows? At this time, Song Jili, eyes glowing, hastily right up again. Before Lord Su died, he actually appeared to return to the light and got up to blow a bull. Put. Su Feng was infuriated with a face as colorful as a pig's liver, and threw himself up to the sky in a long spray, splattering blood on the spot. Blood is like a fountain, sprinkled in mid-air, the scene is called a spectacular. The scene was spectacular. Lord Su really achieved the feat of splashing blood in the courtroom. The main character of the blood-splattered courtroom is actually my father. Song Jili looked surprised, originally already closed the book, once again open. Putting up the pen is writing. Zhuguaren face gloomy terrible, look around the courtroom, a circle, cold voice, all adults, this is the courtroom, cannot go on like this nonsense. Obviously the situation of impeaching Lin Xiaoyan. How did it become Song Jili record Su Feng's unforgettable life? Well, in the courtroom, quarrelsome, what is the behavior? Finally, Xiao Wuji couldn't stand it anymore, so this farce will end here. In a flash. The entire courtroom quieted down, and all the ministers also had the sense to stand back to their positions. Put. The sound of blood spraying remained, and the crowd looked back at Su Feng, who was spraying blood on his back. Miserable. Incredibly miserable. Lord Su is really vomiting blood. Lin Xiaoyan wrapped his hands around his chest, his face full of sarcasm. The crowd of ministers hurriedly turned their heads away, pretending not to have heard the words. Someone, drag them down, disgraceful thing. But where Su Feng could have a few moves with Lin Xiaoyan, he was somewhat impressed. He couldn't even withstand a single move. Not only did he lose ugly, he also splashed blood on the court, bad luck. As soon as he heard that he was going to be dragged down, Su Feng immediately stopped spitting blood, his face was as white as paper, and he weakly said, Your Majesty, I can still salvage a little bit, quickly call the royal doctor. The damned desire to survive all of a sudden went to his head, and he tried extremely hard to shout out words. Xiao Wuji glanced at him with a face full of disgust and waved his hand, casually call an imperial physician to take a look. With Su Feng being brought down. The farce ended there. Chapter 117, Not Spoiled. The Silent Courtroom. It appeared to be very bizarre. It was because these ministers, all of them, had already united their fronts. Unbeknownst to them. From the beginning to the end, Lin Xiaoyan had quietly watched them all come alive one by one. From the moment she came into the main hall, she could clearly detect the unkind gazes of each and every one of them. Of course. For these, press didn't care at all. It's the weak who gang up in groups. Your Majesty, General Lin defied the court, ignored imperial authority, and beat Lord Su to death in public. Such egregious behavior warrants beheading. Song Jili let out a cold snort and stood out to point at Lin Xiaoyan and said bitterly. Since this is the case, then pull it out and behead it. Xiao Wuji raised his hand and waved it, pretending to be full of heartache, but in reality, his heart was secretly happy. Finally. To solve the Lin family, this girl. Several times to resist the decree, to see the orphan not kneel, this kind of anger, deserved to die. Originally. In the way of the Lin family, in the way of the Eastern Red 100,000 army, he also intends to maneuver a bit, first her military power to get said. Unfortunately. She is too ungrateful to blame others. Behead me? Lin Xiaoyan looked straight at Xiao Wuji on the dragon chair, the corner of her mouth raised slightly and laughed. Are you worthy? And you group of rice buckets, wasted talents, day in and day out you just know how to hook up with each other. I am a soldier, on the battlefield, fighting to kill the enemy, down the years, the enemy killed, how many? As a general, I founded Dongfanghong, leveled the chaos in the western realm, defended the southern customs, and the three major royal dynasties came to attack. I also have the determination to fight to the end. Who are you? How dare you judge me from on high? Hubris. Incredibly arrogant. You have no regard for Xiao Wuji. Likewise, you don't care about the officials either. How dare you? You are so reckless. Zhuge stepped forward, so angry that his face was red and trembling, pointing at Lin Xiaoyan and drinking. Snap. Looking at Zhuge who stood out, she did not spoil the other party and raised her hand to slap. Crisp slapping sound rang out. In a flash. The crowd was all shocked for a while, because Zhuge was the minister of the Ministry of the Army, with a martial arts cultivation. It had long since been a 9th grade great circle. On the dragon chair, Xiao Wuji's pupils contracted violently, horrified, staring at Lin Xiaoyan in death. How dare you hit old man? Zhuge covered the left side of his face, 5 fingerprints were clearly visible on it. Deceitful. After the words, a savage martial chi erupted from his body, and in an instant, it swept through the entire hall. This martial chi was full of solemnity and blood. Worthy of being the minister of the Ministry of War, to be able to come this far, is by no means comparable to ordinary people. Relying on, but decades of battlefield killing, only to stand above this position. Lin Xiaoyan measured the other party's body dark red martial arts chi, could not help but mock, when the battlefield killed out of the body of blood chi. Now actually only left less than 40%, really is a comfortable life too long. The person will be wasted. Lifting her hand, a golden power exploded out from her hand. Turning into a golden rope in general, it quickly entangled Zhuge. He who had originally activated his martial arts chi around his body, after being entangled by the golden rope. His martial energy quickly disappeared. It was as if it was suppressed by some terrifying force that directly forced them back into his body. After that, no matter how much he tried to catalyze it, it was all in vain. What have you done to old man? After noticing the martial chi in his body, unable to catalyze it at all, Zhuge grimaced and exclaimed in terror. Where is the martial energy in Lord Zhu's body? A group of ministers were in a state of confusion, unable to understand what was happening. A 9th grade great circle expert. He was actually suppressed? Unbelievable. Lin Xiaoyan, you're not a 9th grade. Xiao Wuji quickly appeared around a golden dragon chi that wrapped around his body. Angrily glaring at Lin Xiaoyan below. Both fists were clenched, veins rippled, and in his eyes, anger burned. Lin family, hiding deep enough. 9th rank? That's just your own speculation, I've never admitted it. Your Majesty, the Lin family's heart can be punished, and General Lin is even harboring evil intentions, going so far as to hide her cultivation. If we don't kill her, we'll be in big trouble. Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Huang Tianhu, stood out and glared angrily at Lin Xiaoyan, his body's black martial chi surging, quickly wrapping around his body. A destructive aura was carried, spreading above the great hall. Roar! Behind him, a black fierce tiger silhouette formed and was roaring and roaring non-stop at Lin Xiaoyan. The terrifying tiger's roar shook the crowd, causing their ears to go numb and their minds to swell. I heard that Lord Huang's ancestral technique, the tiger swinging mountain technique, when practiced to the extreme, is able to transform a tiger into a fierce tiger with martial arts chi. Today, I saw, it is really so
Song Jili looked at the black fierce tiger shadow behind him and couldn't help but sigh. Soon, his gaze went back and forth between Lin Xiaoyan and the 100 officials. Finally, he looked above the dragon chair. It was worth saying. Although Song Jili was the Minister of Rights of the Grand Xia, but so far, his cultivation in the path of the way of literature had always been a mystery. Since 20 years ago, after advancing to the Great Sage realm, when she was introverted, and since then, he has not come out again. Now, 20 years have passed, what level of cultivation has been reached? There is no way to know. One more thing, the pale yellow book in his hand, as well as that white jade pen, were both very uncomplicated. The Wendao Saint had used the Book of Yin and Yang, and the Judgment Pen. Properly, a Wendao holy relic. Precisely because of the presence of these two treasures, even if it was the current presence of a powerful person of the self-realized human immortal realm, cannot detect his realm. His Majesty has killing intent in his eyes. I'm afraid that General Lin's trip will be doomed. Song Jili quickly came to the conclusion that His Majesty had already moved to kill Lin Xiaoyan. With that thought, he quickly retreated to the back of the group of ministers and secretly began writing something. Granted. The moment the words fell, Huang Tianhu instantly looked overjoyed and stepped into the air and flew away, the black tiger behind him roaring furiously. The tiger roared in all 8 directions. Roar! Flying into mid-air, he opened his mouth and roared, and the black tiger behind him roared along. A black sound wave quickly spread out, as if it were ripples, circle after circle. It echoed in the great hall. It wasn't over yet. As the tiger's roar passed, his face turned cold. Fierce tiger impact. Both hands blasted out, 2 tiger-shaped fist shadows, generated out of thin air, quickly attacking Lin Xiaoyan. Tiger whistling 8, as a soundwave attack, can disorganize people's minds, those with low strength will even fall into a state of vertigo. As for the tiger impact, it was a real physical impact, very powerful. Under the full force, even if the same 9th grade Great Circle martial arts cultivator do not dare to meet head-on. Noisy! Lin Xiaoyan's head was slightly tilted, her beautiful eyes were cold, her left hand was lifted, golden aura wrapped around her palm. The 2 fierce tiger figures that darted at great speed, roar, roar. Roaring sounds, resounding non-stop. Boom! Mighty tigers directly hit on the golden palm, oh, a miserable scream resounded, then the figure dissipated into thin air. Then look at Lin Xiaoyan. Like a nobody, quietly standing there. What? The crowd's complexion changed drastically, their eyes filled with horror. Raising her hand, she was able to stop Huang Tianhu's almost full-strength strike. What kind of cultivation is she in the end? She was able to do it with such ease and simplicity. No. It's an illusion. It must be an illusion. On the 16th, sunny, General Lin was in the Shuntian Hall, encountering 100 officials, the Minister of Justice, Huang Tianhu. 9th grade Grand Circle, went all out, made 2 moves, and was stopped by General Lin with his hand raised. The more Song Jili wrote, his face became more and more shocked, and even his right hand, which was holding the pen, could not help but tremble. Such an appalling scene. It is really unbelievable. Hesitating for a moment, he once again added, General Lin is either an innate. The next second, he glimpsed His Majesty in the dragon chair, his face full of shock, and stood up sharply from the dragon chair, deadly gazing at Lin Xiaoyan. That sentence, General Lin, or the innate, was directly revised later, above the innate. Finished writing. Looking down at the words above the innate, he only felt his lips dry, his body staggered and fell back a few steps. Shocked beyond words. No, it's impossible. How can you be so strong? Xiao Wuji stood tall, pointing at Lin Xiaoyan below, unable to return to his senses from the shock for a long time. At that moment, his mind was in disarray. However, at this moment, Lin Xiaoyan had no time to pay attention to him. After blocking Huang Tianhu's 2 attacks, she quickly catapulted out a golden light. Whoosh! The golden light was like a meteor breaking through the sky, passing in an instant. The moment Huang Tianhu raised her hand, he immediately felt a terrifying death aura surrounding him. Not good. His silhouette retreated rapidly, attempting to dodge. Boom! With a bang, his right hand was directly struck by the golden light and immediately exploded. The entire arm turned into blood mist and scattered all over the place. Ah! His face twisted as he covered his shoulder in agony, blood flowing and screaming in agony. The crowd of ministers, seeing this scene, all fell into a bizarre silence. A single strike that abolished one of Huang Tianhu's arms. It was unimaginable. What kind of terrifying power was that? And what kind of power is that golden light? Xiao Wuji's expression was stagnant, and the finger pointing at Lin Xiaoyan had forgotten to retract. At this moment, the person who was most afraid was Zhuo Goran, seeing that even Huang Tianhu had his arm easily ruined. Not to mention himself. Has been completely suppressed to martial arts chi. It's over. There is only one thought left in his mind. Chapter 118, Disobedient Children, just beat them up. In the middle of the great hall. Silence. Slap. Slap. Snap.
Huang Tian, whose face turned pale as he covered his broken arm, and drops of blood dripped onto the ground. A muffled, depressing sound was emitted.
Right at this moment.
Whoosh! A white sword light shot in from outside the hall. It was pointed straight at Lin Xiaoyan's brow. Lin family girl, overdoing it. After the sword light, at the entrance of the main hall, an old man wearing a long white coat, immortal-like appearance, with a head full of white hair, stroking his chin hair white beard. Eyes like a sharp sword, taking people's hearts.
Treading to come.
Like a sheathed sword, with a stern, domineering.
Qin Pavilion Master, you came.
A group of ministers hurriedly bowed and shouted in surprise. The person who came was none other than the Great Summer Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master, Qin Haoran. Lin Xiaoyan raised her eyes and swept over, her complexion slightly surprised, with a touch of dawning in her eyes.
So it was the one from the Sword Pavilion.
Girl, in the palace, it is not a place where you can be reckless.
Even if you have some strength, you should restrain yourself.
He stepped into the hall, with a faint smile on his face, and soon arrived opposite her. Whoosh! The white sword light from earlier quickly flew back to his side.
It was suspended in mid-air.
Only then did the crowd see clearly the true face underneath that sword light. It was actually a rusty iron sword.
Pavilion Master Qin, is this to stop me?
Lin Xiaoyan's face, calm and collected, looked straight at the other party.
This scene.
Again, Song Jili was called shocked, and quickly and excitedly wrote, Dexia's top expert, the current master of the sword pavilion, Qin Haoran, came with the iron dragon sword. General Lin is not overbearing, he is in danger and shouts that he is bound to fight the pavilion master. Shi Sanglong, Jinshu, and Shi Jingxi had already been forced back to the corner. It was right behind Song Jili. Hearing him recite the words, Jinshu hurried forward and happened to catch a glimpse of the words on the book. Lord Song, you're making this up out of thin air. Where did my young lady shout words about fighting with the pavilion master? Song Jili was startled by the sudden voice and subconsciously turned around. After seeing that it was Jinshu.
Embarrassed to explain, mental activity, this is a kind of speculation, understand?
Jinshu rolled his eyes, so angry that he almost wanted to hit someone.
What kind of bull speculation? It's simply a deliberate exaggeration.
Wait, Lord Song, what did you write above? Only General Lin smiled crookedly and pointed at the 100 officials and roared, I am the Dragon King of the Northwest, where are the 100,000 generals?
Follow this Dragon King to flatten the royal capital.
There is also this paragraph, in the face of the 100 officials difficult, General Lin calmly laughed, a mere chicken and dogs, I become a Nate is. After saying that, her breath is no longer hidden, revealed.
9th grade Great Circle. In an instant, the courtroom fell silent. I am the 9th grade Great Perfection, who dares not give me face? Who dares to come forward to die?
She whispered under her breath, tears of a whore in the boudoir of a greenhouse, is she tired of 300 a day?
Lord Song, you seek death.
Jinshu was as angry as a lioness, her eyes were red and she directly pounced on him, about to fight Song Jili to the death. Daring to denigrate his own young lady like this.
Unforgivable, intolerable.
Song Jili was so frightened that he jumped up and quickly fled the scene. His mouth shouted, General Jinshu, I'll revise it right away, don't be impulsive, don't be impulsive. Impulse is the devil, impulse will be punished. Just after the words were said, the judgment pen in his hand gently swung, a white force directly confined Jinshu. It made it difficult for her to break free. General Jinshu, I am at least a master, how can I be threatened by you? Then, putting pen to paper, he continued to write, General Jinshu has threatened several times, intimidating me and wanting to distort the facts. For the sake of authenticity, the old man resolutely rejected the threat. In order to present the wonderful, and true, and reliable facts. The old man endured humiliation and torture, they scolded me, insulted me, and had to drag me to the crater of a volcano. Ignoring my wails, ignoring my cries, just like that, viciously, kicking me inside the fiery red lava. I hissed, I howled, I was desperate, I wanted to die. She ignored, she was desperate, and I still wanted to die. Heaven doesn't favor me, earth doesn't favor me, it's desperate, I'm desperate to die. As Song Jili was writing and muttering in a low voice at the same time. Therefore, these words, all of them were clearly heard by Jinshu, even Shi Jingxi, Shi Songlong also heard them clearly. Until this moment. The three were completely stunned by the words he wrote. With their expressions remaining frozen, they raised their right hands in unison numbly and gave a thumbs up. Talent. Without mincing words of praise. Ran. The other side. With the appearance of Qin Haoran, a group of ministers, as if they had found their backbone again.
Pavilion Master Qin.
Xiao Wuji secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon Qin Haoran's arrival, then sat down and nodded at him. Your Majesty, this girl is just a bit unintelligent, there's no need to drive her to extinction.
For disobedient children, a beating is fine.
If she still doesn't listen, give her another beating. He smiled and stroked his chin-white beard, and laughed lightly. Oh? Both so, then according to the Pavilion Master meaning. For this sword Pavilion Qin Pavilion Master, has been guarding the palace for many years.
Face is definitely to give. Girl, can you hear it? Lin Xiaoyan did not say anything, coldly gazing at Qin Haoran. Leaning on the old is really what experts do. So? She glanced at Qin Haoran with a calm demeanor and asked with a contemptuous smile. Great Summer Sword Pavilion. For the average person, it might already be a top existence. It was only a pity. Nowadays, she was not an ordinary person at all. Furthermore, after stepping into the path of immortal cultivation, even emperors were not put in their eyes. Not to mention, the lord of the district sword pavilion. Oh? Qin Haoran immediately became interested. For how many years, no one had dared to talk to himself like this. Seriously. So far. She is definitely the first person. Pavilion Master Qin didn't need to say much. This woman was arrogant as hell and didn't put great Xia etiquette in her eyes. She should have been beheaded long ago. Wu De stepped forward first, arched his hand and scolded sternly. Qin Haoran did not squeak, his gaze looking towards Xiao Wuji on the dragon chair. The latter nodded. Until this moment, Qin Haoran's brows tightened, quite surprised. He had heard quite a bit about Lin Xiaoyan's great name. Paying for the great Xia was also truly present. His Majesty has already thought about it? He still has some expectations in his heart, a person who has given almost all for the great summer. How can there be disobedience? Look deeper. Qin Haoran is not a little cute. Only need to think deeper down. Immediately understand the intentions of the Xia Emperor at this time. Of course. The words were not just a mere inquiry to Xiao Wuji, there were also 100 officials among them. Xiao Wuji and how do not know what he wants, so, not 2 words. Pavilion Master, Lone's mind is made up, so are all the ministers. With these words falling, Qin Haoran could only sigh secretly, stroking his chin and beard in regret. Since this is the case, then in accordance with the meaning of His Majesty. Saying that, with a finger of his right hand, instantly countless sword chi quickly appeared around him, as if it was a situation of 10,000 horses galloping. A tiny sword chi quickly condensed. Dab. 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 Behind Qin Haoran, a huge sword wheel began to emerge. In the blink of an eye, 3 gigantic sword wheels had already appeared behind him, spinning non-stop. Terrifying sword chi rippled out from the sword wheels. Many people could already feel suffocation. The amazing sword Immortal, Pavilion Master Qin, had finally struck. Song Jili was slightly surprised, but not much, and soon began to devote himself to writing. Obviously. For this moment, Qin Haoran's strength could only surprise him for a moment. Chapter 119. This strength is not below that of a sword immortal. Girl, it's not good to fight within the Great Hall. Come out and get beaten. Qin Haoran's figure shifted, leaving behind a series of residual shadows. The real body had long since appeared over the square outside the hall. Beaten? Old man Qin, you're not afraid of flashing your tongue when you talk big. Lin Xiaoyan smiled contemptuously and turned back, glancing coldly at Xiao Wuji above. Take a step. Walked out of the Shun Tian Hall. The ministers, each with a curious face, also hurriedly chased out. Pops, how is it? Even Pavilion Master Qin has come out. Shi Jingxi was a little worried and secretly asked in a low voice in her father's ear. Right now, I'm at my wit's end, Pops. If your grandfather was here, he might still be able to persuade a bit. It's a pity that his old man isn't in court. Shi Sanglong laughed bitterly. How would he know what to do in this situation? Pavilion Master Qin is a sword immortal. Looking at these people, I am afraid that none of them will be his opponent. Little ancestor, you've been following General Lin for many years. Give your old man a clue. What exactly is her cultivation? Until now, he couldn't detect Lin Xiaoyan's true realm. I don't know. She, full of innocence, shook her head in response. If it was before, can also learn 1 or 2 great generals' cultivation realm. However, since the last time after being hit by the chemical martial scattering, the great general seems to have become more and more mysterious. Obviously after 7 days, it will be melted away all the cultivation of the top poison. But previously, she had also seen the great general make a move and was able to clean up a 9th grade expert in just 1 move. Not long ago, even a 9th grade grand circle like Huang Tianhu couldn't walk away with more than 2 moves. Don't know? How can you not know? Pops, I really don't know. She, with a pair of big watery eyes that revealed clear stupidity, helplessly and breathlessly said. Outside the Shun Tian temple. Above the square. Qin Haoran was dressed in white, standing in the air with his hands in the air. Looking from afar, he looked like an immortal man. Behind him, 3 huge sword wheels were constantly rotating at high speed. Bloomed out his share of harsh and domineering sword chi. Standing there, the surrounding void, as if all suffered inexplicable pressure, creak, creak, creak. Ear-piercing friction sounds spread out. On the ground, Lin Xiaoyan was in a white as snow armor, standing there quietly. There was no half a point of martial chi fluctuation on his body, nor was there a picture of literary chi swirling around. Even so, the crowd did not dare to underestimate her in the slightest. Not long ago, even the 9th grade great circle was broken by her arm in 1 move. Pavilion Master Qin, who made you so angry? Just at this moment, an old hoarse voice rang out, not seeing his person, but first hearing his voice. The next second, at the entrance of the imperial palace, a very sturdy, kind-looking old man wearing black robes stepped forward. The strange thing was that the old man was clearly thousands of meters away from them. Only to see him take a step forward, instantly stepping 100 meters away, his figure was like a ghostly flicker. It was clear that he was only walking a few steps. It had already spanned a distance of 1,000 meters. Martial Arts Academy's Dean Chen, how could he have come? Song Jili's face was slightly taken aback, clearly unable to imagine that even this one had been startled. Dean Chen has come. I'm sure he's not happy with what General Lin has done and is coming to ask for punishment. Don't talk nonsense. As one of the innate underpinnings of the Grand Xia, President Chen naturally came to defend the imperial power. At the same time, alarmed the two of them, Pavilion Master Qin, President Chen, General Lin can be said to be the first person in Daxia. Several ministers whispered and exchanged words with each other. The next second, Chen Panpan appeared beside a few ministers and said with a kind face, "Several adults, you can't say bad things about others in broad daylight. Otherwise, if you get beaten up one day while walking at night, you can't slander the old man carelessly." Greetings, President Chen. A few ministers smiled awkwardly and hurriedly saluted. After all, they all came from the Martial Arts Academy, and even though they had become officials, they couldn't escape the feeling of oppression they once felt. President Chen also came. Xiao Wuji nodded at him, showing respect. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Finished speaking. Turning his head to look at Lin Xiaoyan, he cheerfully laughed. "Girl, you really know how to find trouble, even Pavilion Master Qin is so angry. In the future, don't be such a fool. Do you know you're wrong?" Chen Panpan pretended to be annoyed, just like a kind elder in the lesson of their own juniors. This demeanor was what caused Xiao Wuji to frown for a while. Intuition told him that President Chen's trip was not to target Lin Xiaoyan. On the contrary, it was highly likely that he had come to protect her. Lin Xiaoyan's face was slightly stunned, and for a moment, she was actually a bit unable to react, and it was out of her expectation that President Chen was so kind. So, she had no choice but to arch her hand and say, "President Chen's lesson is right, next time I will definitely pay attention." It's a child who understands, just make a mess this time. If the sky falls, this old bone of mine will still be able to hold it up for you. When Chen Panpan said this, the crowd immediately reacted. It turned out that he was here to support Lin Xiaoyan. Qin Haoran was also surprised by Chen Panfan's words. It was unexpected that he came here to defend Lin Xiaoyan. "Old man Chen, what do you mean?" "Pavilion Master Qin, you're busy with your own business, but don't mind old man. Mingyue that girl, you are not unaware of it, old man can't do anything about it Shrugged his shoulders, hands spread out, kind face, all show helplessness. "Mingyue? Sixth princess." The crowd then suddenly realized, the original Chen Dean came here to defend General Lin, actually as the sixth princesses mean. As we all know, sixth princess Xia Mingyue, earlier in the year has entered the Martial Arts Academy cultivation. It is said, since entering the Academy of Martial Arts, she has shown a remarkable talent for cultivation. In just half a year, she had broken through from a little white man who had never cultivated before to a 6th grade martial arts cultivator all of a sudden. At the time of breaking through to the 7th grade, coincidentally, he encountered the Academy's senior brother making a breakthrough and was affected by a trace of Wen Qi. He even accidentally stepped into the way of literature and had an epiphany to achieve the Shokai realm cultivator. After this, in one fell swoop, became the Martial Arts Academy, the only one of the literary and martial arts dual cultivation genius. Even alarmed to the Dean Chen Panpan. Later, by Dean Chen was accepted as a close disciple. Xiao Wuji learned that Dean Chen was actually his own daughter looking to protect Lin Xiaoyan. His fists couldn't help but clench together, and his gaze flashed past a touch of ferocity. What did the sixth girl mean by this? Thinking deeply for a moment, he immediately realized that things, I'm afraid, were not as simple as they appeared. Sixth princess? On Lin Xiaoyan's stunningly beautiful face, a flash of the original smile appeared. It looks like the letter that was written to her not long ago has been received. Otherwise, it is also impossible to invite Dean Chen. Dean Chen, I have received the sixth princess's good intentions, and I am aware of her intentions. However, at the moment, these matters do not need to be meddled with by President Chen. Since Pavilion Master Qin insists on competing with me, then I will accept the honor. After speaking, as she stepped out, a golden power immediately surged beneath her feet, holding her up. Ha! Chen Panpan had wanted to say more, but when he saw the golden light that appeared under her feet, he couldn't help but let out a shocked eep. This power. It was unimaginable. Even as a great perfection of the innate realm, she had never seen such a strong, overbearing power. It was even more powerful than the innate purple chi that was unique to the innate realm. When did the Lin family girl cultivate such a bizarre martial chi? Incorrect. This power didn't seem to be a martial chi, hiss. Weird.
Frowning, he kept shaking his head, puzzled, never having seen such a strange power.
And yet, it was frighteningly powerful.
Little girl, don't know the sky and the earth, look at my Haoran sword chi. Qin Haoran didn't say much, his sword finger waved, pointing straight towards Lin Xiaoyan.
In an instant,
in all directions, countless sword chi was immediately generated, a fine needle-like sword chi, as if it was like an ocean.
Generated out of thin air. Immediately after,
the ocean of sword chi quickly formed a white dragon.
Roar!
The sound of an angry dragon roaring seemed to shake out. This sword was enough to astonish the world. Worthy of being a shocking sword immortal, with 3 sword wheels, it was feared to have reached the shocking sword immortal perfection realm. As soon as Song Jili exited the hall, he saw Qin Haoran strike his sword.
In a split second,
the wind and clouds changed color, vast sword chi covered the entire sky.
It was like a scene of doom.
That day, Pavilion Master Qin disregarded his status and bullied the small, using the most powerful vast sword chi right off the bat. Fortunately, General Lin pressed on, only to hear her shout, a mere sword chi, also dare to show off, see my great mighty heavenly dragon.
Prajnaparamita, Earth Tibetan Dharma, golden dragon shaking the sky, demon, still do not quickly show up.
Immediately, the ground changed and the wind and clouds rose, and a huge golden dragon emerged from behind General Lin. Song Jili at this time, completely right high, simply cannot stop, the more right the more excited. The more he wrote, the more excited he became. If this record were to be circulated, it would absolutely shock the heavens and set off huge waves.
Cheat Sanglong probed from the side and asked, Lord Song, General Lin has not yet made a move? Are you really not afraid of getting beaten up if you write like this? General Qi, can't you see my opening hint here? Song Jili took his pen and pointed to the top of the book.
It clearly states that this story is purely fictional, and any similarities are purely coincidental.
Cheat Sanglong.
Good, good, good. This way to play it right. Worthy of being the Minister of Rights. Originally, he thought Song Jili would record it truthfully.
Who knows?
This girl, actually engaged in self-creation.
Add oil and vinegar that are small which, out of thin air imagination, that is the bull. However,
in front of me is nothing, with his eyes and then look up. The title is actually, General Lin and the Ministers Have to Say the Past.
Title party, proper title party. I don't share the same fate as the title party.
Cheat Sanglong hissed inwardly in anger, and when he was done, he didn't forget to glare viciously at Song Jili.
In mid-air,
Qin Haoran's sword came out, and countless sword chi converged to become a giant white dragon. Baring its teeth, it roared continuously. It attacked Lin Xiaoyan's side. The terrifying sword chi pounced on his face, and strands of harsh sword-like gales had already arrived in front of him.
Looking ahead, the behemoth made up of sword chi.
She coldly smiled, her right hand slightly raised, and in her eyes, there seemed to be purple lightning flashing.
The next moment,
palm slightly spread, lightly said, broken.
In an instant,
a golden light erupted from the center of her palm, and in an instant, the terrifying golden light carried an unrelenting attack. It went straight towards that white sword chi dragon to impact it.
Boom!
The moment the golden light hit the giant dragon, a huge explosion was produced. Terrifying aftershocks raged out, and in an instant, covered the entire sky above the square.
At once,
under the influence of this huge explosion, the crowd only felt the sky darken.
The ground shook.
Many of the surrounding high walls, under the impact of the explosive force, instantly turned into nothingness.
Smoke and dust rolled around, and sand flew away.
This power was not below that of a sword immortal.
Song Jili, Chen Panpan and the two of them spoke out almost simultaneously with a hint of horrified trembling.
The person in question, Qin Haoran, stood in midair, the large sword wheel behind him, click, click, click.
Unstoppably rotating and rolling.
His pupils contracted violently, his expression stunned, his eyes full of unbelief.
Blocked? Chapter 120. Who else is there? Ka. Click. Ka.
3 huge sword wheels, rolling at extreme speeds, emitted an ear-piercing sound. Sword chi raged, crisscrossing the surrounding space. Qin Haoran, his eyes rounded, maintained his sword finger movement towards the front. Being shocked, he completely forgot to retract his sword finger.
Shocked. Incredibly shocked.
A giant dragon made by gathering thousands of sword chi, even if it was mid-assertion, or even peak assertion. Under this sword, one would have to be seriously injured without dying.
She blocked it? Why did she block it? Why did she block it?
It's hard to believe that her strength is beyond the innate realm.
Impossible. How could a mere girl exceed the level of the innate realm?
Hiss.
If that's not the case, can't it be that someone is secretly protecting her? Aha! In that case, it makes sense. Wait a minute. That power seems to be coming from the other side. In a flash,
Qin Haoran's mind had already flashed through countless possibilities. Yet one by one, he ruled them out.
What? Pavilion Master Qin is surprised?
Lin Xiaoyan slowly withdrew her palms and stood valiantly and proudly in midair. The gusty wind hunted and blew the red cloak behind her.
At this moment, she was dazzling. It was said that women were inferior to men, and Pavilion Master Qin was afraid that he wasn't also limited by the proverb. As expected. With these words, no matter whether it was Qin Haoran or the crowd of ministers below, finally came back to their senses. Yes. They might have all been confined to the saying that women were inferior to men. It was only then that they questioned and doubted the strength displayed by Lin Xiaoyan. Ha ha ha. Well said, a bunch of guys with wide and narrow eyes. What era is this, still engaging in that discrimination against women? Since the establishment of the dynasty, there is only a distinction between civil and martial arts. There has never been a distinction between men and women. In front of absolute strength, everyone is equal. Chen Pan pulled a high voice, afraid that others cannot hear General, wantonly shouting. Painful. Should be a good cure for short-sighted guys. Old man Chen, you. Qin Haoran was suddenly furious. He had never said that he despised women. Lin Xiaoyan's gaze was cold, murmuring, still fight or not? Fight. I don't believe that you are really that powerful. As the great Summer Sword Pavilion's pavilion master, who has been famous for decades, now you can't even clean up a little girl. Unconvinced. Unwilling. Furthermore. Sword cultivator, the hand of the sword, once sheathed, either divided into life and death, or on the high and low. At the moment. Even the level has not yet been determined. How can he stop? Lin girl, next you can be careful, I'm going to be real. As soon as he finished speaking. Whoosh. With a sound, the iron dragon sword quickly flashed and flew to his hand, and his entry hand gripped the hilt. Boom. A sword chi that seemed to crush the surrounding space, immediately erupted. In an instant. It swept over the entire palace square. Ka. The three sword wheels rolled much faster once again, diffusing out sword chi. More and more domineering and terrifying. The white light that blossomed out from the sword wheels was like a dazzling sun, causing people to not dare to look directly at it. I have a mouthful of Haoran Qi, which can discern loyalty and treachery, and kill evil spirits. With a body of vastness, the heart is self-righteous. The vast sword Qi transforms 10,000 beasts with a single sword. The sword moved with his body. Qin Haoran held his sword in mid-air and quickly danced with it. A horizontal, a sweeping, a picking, a chopping all have a vast sword Qi rippling out. As the frequency of his sword dance gradually accelerated, slowly, the crowd could only see bursts of shadows flickering. The naked eye could not capture the real body at all. Go! A loud voice echoed, and then there were incomparable sword chi rushing towards Lin Xiaoyan's side. Roar! The sword chi transformed into a white tiger and pounced. Een! Then, a white dragon appeared and followed closely behind. Clang! After a tiger and a dragon, there was a huge white phoenix figure revealed. It wasn't over yet. Xuanwu, Karen, Taorai, Green Sky Python, and Black Jialong. A terrifying beast, like 1,000 armies, with a huge momentum. Running straight towards Lin Xiaoyan. Qin old thing, are you crazy? Seeing this, Din Shin pointed at Qin Haoran in midair and roared hysterically. As Xiao Wuji watched Qin Haoran perform the one sword transforming 10,000 beasts, his face was so happy and excited that he almost wanted to applaud. As far as he knew, this sword was the most profound and unpredictable existence of the Haoran sword Qi. When Qin Haoran had yet to set foot in the sword Immortal. With this sword move, he had once slashed 3 amazing sword Immortals in a row with a single sword. Nowadays, he has been promoted to sword Immortal for a long time, and I'm afraid that the power of this sword is enough to destroy a city. Miss. Jinshu sensed the sword aura that seemed to destroy everything and rushed up to block in front of his young lady. Cheat Sanglong grabbed Jinshu's arm and angrily shouted, "Are you crazy? Going up at this time is undoubtedly a death sentence. Do not want to die? General Qi, let go of me, even if it is death, I have to die in front of Miss." Hearing. The surrounding ministers, all of them showed surprise and looked at her with admiration. Song Jili had originally lowered his head, recording quickly on his book. However, Jinshu's words made him unable to help but raise his head. The trial pen in his hand paused. This girl was loyal. In order to protect her master, she wasn't even afraid of death. And so, he raised his pen. Qin Pavilion Master is shameless, bullying the small with the big, relying on his own small achievements in the sword road, then complacent, dealing with the cultivation of more than 10 years little girl. Even cast out a sword into 10,000 beasts, that kind of shameless, despicable. The world is not shameful, heaven cannot tolerate sword moves. The little maid of the others, defiant, want to die to save the master. Passerby Lao Song witnessed the whole process. For the Qin Pavilion Master, this behavior must stand on the humanitarian, hard to condemn him, despise him, spit on him. At night, you must also draw a small person, step on him, put his small person at the threshold, in and out have to step on a foot. Whoops. After writing it, Song Jili watched it carefully for a while, nodded his head in self-affirmation, and felt that it was wonderful. Especially the passerby Lao Song, an enthusiastic audience, quite vivid, nest to no avail. Above the mid-air. In the twinkling of an eye. Tens of thousands of beasts appeared out of thin air. It's like an army of thousands of horses. covering the sky and the sun, madly rushing towards her. In response,
Lin Xiaoyan smiled faintly, like a fairy out of the dust, beyond the world.
"This is the sword you are proud of. This is the sword that you think is invincible." Not too slow, not too high, not too low tone of voice, the attitude of the eye of the sky. The crowd below was dumbfounded. Crazy? What time is it already? She can still be so calm and collected. Can't it be that she was scared out of her mind? Aren't you all eager to know my cultivation level? Next, you can all watch.
Lin Xiaoyan's face turned cold, looked at the sky with her hands in the air, and the golden light around her body flourished.
At that moment,
leaving the crowd with an incomparably tall back. It was like a high mountain, a mountain that the world could not climb over. Her words, echoing in the ears of the crowd, were like the sound of heaven, deafening. Looking up to the sky, white thunder light flickered incessantly in her beautiful eyes. The body rapidly operated the 9 heavenly thunder skill. His right hand was slightly raised, pointing towards the sky. Thunder comes. A low chant. Rumble. 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 High above the sky, dark clouds pressed down. Electricity flashed and thunder roared, just like the end of days. Click. An arm-thick thunderbolt shot down from the depths of the dark clouds. It landed on Lin Xiaoyan's white right hand, and the lightning reflected on her beautiful face. The light reflected on her stunningly beautiful face. What's going on here? Here. Dean Chen's hands danced and his speech stuttered. Obviously, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. Xiao Wuji's entire body was numb, his expression stagnant, his mouth slightly open, his heart shocked, unable to calm down for a long time. The ministers, one by one, fell into a state of numbness. After all, the scene before them was truly unimaginable. Raising one's hand to summon thunder. Who dared to believe it? Even Qin Haoren, who was in mid-air and was in the process of discharging his sword, facing this sudden scene, is also dumbfounded at that. Looking up at the sky, dark clouds, thunder constantly picture, really scared him. Go! Lin Xiaoyan held the thunderbolt in his hand and casually waved it, that arm-thick thunderbolt. Instantly, seeming like a spiritual thunder snake, it darted straight towards those foreign beasts. Boom! In a single glance, tens of thousands of foreign beasts turned into ashes, dissipated into the wind. However, the thunderbolt didn't stop because of this and was still advancing at breakneck speed. It attacked towards Qin Haoren. No! As soon as he returned to his senses, he immediately felt an aura of death enveloping him. Without saying a word, he gathered his entire body's sword qi and threw the Iron Dragon sword forward. Boom! The Iron Dragon sword and the lightning clashed with each other. An earth-shattering roar erupted, and immediately afterward, the Iron Dragon sword turned into countless fragments and fell towards the ground. Up to this point, the lightning finally disappeared. Scared the hell out of old man, scared the hell out of old man. Is this still a power that people can control? Qin Haoren had the aftermath of a robbery and slapped his chest in shock. Just now that moment, he felt that he was going to meet the long-dead Taiyu. Do you still want to fight? Lin Xiaoyan's cool voice echoed in his ears. Frightened, Qin Haoren waved his hands and broke his voice to shout, no more fighting. Heart palpitating looking at the dark clouds above, and the still rolling thunder. Monster! The Lin family girl must be a monster. Otherwise, how could she be so terrifying? Let's disperse. Lin Xiaoyan raised her hand and waved. Above the 9 heavens, the dark clouds dispersed and the thunder disappeared. Who else? Want to impeach me? She looked towards the bottom, her tone was indifferent, like the voice of the devil in the 9 specters, hearing a chill down the backs of the crowd. General Lin is a pillar of Daxia, these years for the dynasty to pay a lot, the next official in no way impeachment meaning. I said a long time ago, General Lin is young and talented, for the dynasty to fight in all directions, so great achievements, who impeach her? I Chen the first person does not agree. Earlier in the Lord Su asked to fight with General Lin when, the next official will be extremely high, if not last night diarrhea, resulting in some physical weakness, I would have beaten him. Humph. Lord Su that guy, if it is not his good luck, happened to be in the morning I drank the overnight tea, he high and low will not be spared a beating. All the ministers are filled with righteous indignation, came forward to start all kinds of crusade against the previous Su Feng. All kinds of things in front of me, fully should have the sentence own great scholar for me to defend innocence. Xiao Wuji's eyes were glazed over and he clenched his fist so tightly that his fingernails had already sunk into his flesh and blood, but he didn't even realize it. How could he not understand why Lin Xiaoyan was so powerful? Summoning thunder at will. I'm afraid that it wasn't a means that only immortals could possess. In that case, the plan against the Lin family was afraid that it would fall through. Currently speaking, his relationship with the Lin family had reached the freezing point. Chapter 121, Xia Bai Chang. Lin Xiaoyan stood in the air, looking down at the crowd below. The breeze was blowing. The entire palace square was silent. Even the sound of breathing between each other could be clearly heard. Xiao Wuji's body shook a few times, a face of disheveled color, lowered his head and bitterly said, Lone, defeated? A smoke-free battle for imperial power.
It seems to have thus come to an end.
The Xinguo order held by the Lin family, after Lin Xiaoyan showed his immortal-like means.
It is no longer difficult to take back.
How could Xiao Wuji be willing when the imperial power was not unified?
The next moment, he raised his head violently, his gaze was gloomy and cold, gazing at Lin Xiaoyan in midair.
For a long time without saying anything.
On the side,
Song Jili slowed down from the shock and immediately began to fly up with his pen in excitement. The former protector general of Grand Xia, a few days ago, outside the Shun Tian temple, fought with Lord Qinggu. Even attracted down 9 days above the thunder, so summoned the thunder and lightning can, has been non-mundane body. The gossip, General Lin is a 9 heavenly immortals, learned that Daxia often suffered from hostile dynasties, and therefore descended to the Lin family.
In order to protect Daxia, Daxia is blessed by immortals.
I have no regrets about being a Daxia person in this life, and I will be the soul of Daxia after death. As he wrote, he even moved himself and couldn't help but redden his eyes.
A man of character.
Chen Pan Pan from Lost in Thought to slow down, kind old face, a bitter smile, month girl, Lin family the swiney to old man to the bottom, such only immortals have the means. She is enough to shake up the entire summer, even the 9 states. Originally, I only came here to protect Lin Xiaoyan. I was afraid that she would be targeted by Xiao Wuji and all the officials, thus suppressing her.
I never expected.
Those worries of his own are completely redundant. The situation in front of me. The people who should be worried, I'm afraid, are the 100 officials. A single clap of thunder will summon the lightning above the 9 heavens. There is no need to panic, General Lin is by no means an immortal, it is just some literary means. Only to see a white hair messy, thin body, a stale grey clothes old man, from the inside of the Shun Tian Hall walked out.
Muddy eyes, entwined with a light golden light. A supremely refined aura emanated from his body.
As far as I know, half-step de Roucher can use poetry to induce the resonance of heaven and earth, so as to produce some visions. And then there are specific venues that can also produce some kind of visionary resonance by using poems that correspond to the scene. Not long ago, there was a rumor that General Lin's husband was an immortal of literary Tao. It must have reached the level of a half-step great scholar.
General Lin should be holding a poem written by her husband as a way to confuse the public.
I don't know if what I said is right or wrong. The grey-clothed old man analyzed head-on, thinking that he had already guessed everything about Lin Xiaoyan.
When the crowd saw the old man, they shouted, "Xia Lao! Elder Xia!"
Even Xiao Wuji had to respectfully come forward and bow.
Xia Baicheng.
Recognized as the #1 person in the literary Tao in Grand Xia, and also the teacher of Xiao Wuji and Lin Hong when they were young. He is now the vice president of the Martial Arts Academy. In the past few decades, he had taught many talents for the Grand Xia. Among them, Minister of Right Song Jili, Su Feng, and other civil officials were all his students.
Teacher.
Song Jili hurriedly came to Xia Baicheng's side and bowed respectfully.
Whoosh.
Qin Haoren returned to the ground from mid-air and quickly walked to the other party and shouted, "Old Xia."
Lin Xiaoyan saw the old man appear.
He also quickly went over and arched his hand and shouted, "Old Xia."
HM.
Xia Baicheng accepted it openly and nodded, his gaze staying on Lin Xiaoyan.
That Lin Hong kid has a good granddaughter.
Stroking his beard, he laughed, full of appreciation.
Little girl, I don't know if what the old man said just now is correct. Obviously.
He was asking Lin Xiaoyan about those previous guesses.
All of a sudden,
all around the 100 officials have cast expectant gazes, waiting for a response.
After all,
compared to the fact that she would be an immortal, the crowd was more willing to accept that she was just a martial arts cultivator who used poetry to cause visions. Lin Xiaoyan pondered deeply for a moment, looking at the top of the Great Xia Literary Tao in front of him, who had spent his entire life running for the Great Xia Literary Tao. He had represented the Grand Xia several times, going out to exchange with the major dynasties. During his life, he had written a great many poems and words, which were quite a classic that had been passed down.
In addition,
his greatest ideal and ambition is that one day, the Grand Xia Literary Way can thrive and blossom everywhere.
This obsession, enough to make the world hard to look up to him.
Yes, the thunder and lightning phenomenon just now was caused by the poem given by my son Lu.
Lin Xiaoyan looked at this old man who was already over 100 years old and still couldn't help but lie. Really? Xia Baicheng trembled with excitement and hurriedly asked, "I wonder what poem is it? Can you let me take a look?"
After saying that, staring at her with a face full of desire, like a hungry wolf who suddenly sees meat.
Greedy. Longing. Showed to the fullest.
Of course. Lin Xiaoyan smiled gently, then chanted, "Thunder car driving rain dragon rises, electricity traveling in midair like a wild vector." When Xia Baicheng heard this verse, his eyes immediately exploded with light. Thunder car driving rain dragon rises, electricity traveling in midair like a wild vector.
Good poem, good poem.
Chewing on it carefully, it was memorable, no wonder it caused the thunder and lightning phenomenon. In 2 short lines, it speaks of the majestic power of thunder and lightning.
Just these 2 lines?
He couldn't get enough, feeling that these 2 lines of poetry, there was something more complete.
Lin Xiaoyan smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Lu also wrote it down unintentionally. As for whether there is a next line or not, I don't know.
I see, although it is only 2 lines, but the meaning of it is deep and long, naturally it can cause a vision. As I suspected, your husband is a great writer. Your husband can be said to be a great talent. The achievement of the way of letters is already not below my husband. Xiao Baicheng stroked his beard and nodded his head in relief, thinking that Daxia Literary Road has finally produced a rare talent. The future can be expected. It turns out that the thunder and lightning phenomenon was actually caused by this girl with poetry. Xin Haoran looked as if he had come to a realization, and naturally did not have any doubts about Xiao Lao's words. He said that it was a poetry-induced vision, so it must be so. Together with Lin Xiaoyan's admission, there was no doubt about it. Bring that boy to me sometime. With such talent, I believe that he will be able to go a long way in the path of literature. When I have the opportunity in the future, I will definitely bring Mr. Lu to meet you. Unable to bear to reject the other party, she could only nod her head in agreement. At this time, Xiao Wuji learned that Lin Xiaoyan's previous means was actually caused by poetry. Inwardly, he gradually calmed down as well. With the calmness past, the scorn for the Lin family deepened, never expecting that Lu Zian would have such an achievement. An existence comparable to that of old Xia. In this way, the Lin family is even more important to get rid of, and it must be fast. It must be before Lu Zian returns to the royal capital. Otherwise, by the time he met old Xia, there might be some kind of chaos. Wo Ji, you come in with old man, there is something to discuss with you. Xiao Baicheng walked to Xiao Wuji's side, grabbed him by the wrist, and without saying a word, pulled him into the Shun Tian Hall. The remaining 100 officials, in unison, turned their gazes towards Qin Haoran. Because of this kind of time, learning that Lin Xiaoyan had only relied on poetry to cause the vision, would Pavilion Master Qin make his next move? The crowd was still looking forward to it. Lin girl, His Majesty has been dragged away by Elder Xia, so let's go as well. Chen Panpan was determined to protect her, so he proposed. Just at this moment, outside the palace, Lin Xiaoyan was keenly aware that outside, a 9th grade aura was being revealed. Her eyes looked deeply in the direction of the Shun Tian Palace. Refusing to say, President Chen, help me bring Jinshu and the Qi girl out. Miss, be careful. Jinshu also seemed to have sensed something and her pretty face was filled with worry. Great General, won't you come with us? Qi Jingxi still didn't know what was happening and asked curiously. Little ancestor, let's go. If you're late, you won't be able to leave. Qi Sanglong similarly realized something and hurriedly pulled Qi Jingxi to follow in Chen Panpan's footsteps. Not long after, the 100 officials also left, leaving only Lin Xiaoyan and Qin Haoran. Perceived? Qin Haoran looked out at the exit of the palace. Lin Xiaoyan did not say anything, beautiful eyes watching the palace exit, behind that high wall. I'm afraid that there are already thousands of troops waiting for her. His Majesty is getting old, and he is always uneasy if the Xinguo order is not withdrawn. He just doesn't trust his chosen one. Lin girl, this is the way of the world nowadays. His Majesty is the king, and your Lin family are just subjects. I know. That's why I came back. Never thought of walking out? I have enough confidence in my own strength. With those words, she stepped towards the exit of the palace. Young man, confidence is a good thing, but you're not clear about the depths of the Grand Xia. Qin Haoran looked at the gradually fading back and muttered to himself. Chapter 122. What a big monster. Underbelly? Maybe. As the saying goes, don't underestimate anyone, even mole crickets have a day to touch the sky. Clearly listening to Qin Haoran's words in her ears, she paused slightly. Looking forward to that day. It won't be far away, I believe. Finished speaking. Continue walking towards the entrance. Qin Haoran gazed deeply at her fading back. Immediately, the figure shifted and disappeared in place. The next moment, already appeared outside the palace. Examining far in front of him, the passageway which was separated by 12 arches. Outside each archway, there were all several thousand forbidden guards standing by. The forbidden guards were a special army that guarded the peace of the palace. There were a total of 50,000 of them, and each of their strength realms was above the 8th grade. Among them, the strength realm reaches the 9th grade, can become the control of 500 people of the small guard chief. The middle of the 9th grade is the middle guard chief, who can control 5 small guard chiefs and 2,500 forbidden guards. Late 9th grade, for the David, in charge of 2 chief guards, 5,000 forbidden guards. The peak of the 9th grade was the commander of the forbidden guards. There were a total of 3 commanders in the entire forbidden guards army, 1 head and 2 deputies. When Qin Haoran appeared at the outermost archway, on the side, wearing golden armor, thick eyebrows, big eyes, tiger's back and waist, very righteous-looking Gao Shudi took a proper step. Appearing beside him, he said with a grave expression, Pavilion Master Qin, General Lin is at least the descendant of a duke. If His Majesty treats her like this, isn't he afraid that the Duke of Lin will come back to make trouble? To send out the entire Forbidden Guards just to deal with Lin Xiaoyan alone.
To be honest,
While Cao Shui thought it was a bit of a fuss, more than anything else, he thought it was excessive. The reason for this is that it is not a good idea to be a minister, but to be a minister. As a subject, always just for the king to share the worry.
fuming?
Qin Haoran glanced at him, then snorted, "Your Majesty, this time, I'm afraid that you want the Lin family to completely disappear.
As a subject, just do your part.
As for whether General Lin can walk out of these 12 palace gates, it is up to her destiny."
Qin Haoran looked out at the other end of the palace gates and couldn't help but feel sorry. Experiencing a battle just now. Truth be told,
he was afraid of Lin Xiaoyan's methods. However, Pavilion Master Qin, General Lin had caused a vision just now, and if the Commander Gao can rest assured, that kind of vision, she can only cause it once. Reaching out, he patted Gao Shui's shoulder and gave him a calm look to comfort him.
the other end.
Lin Xiaoyan stepped out of the first archway.
All around.
Kill! Shouting and shouting, several thousand forbidden guards, drawing their swords, swarmed up. Nearly 29th grade experts stepped and flew in. She raised her eyes and swept across the week. Suddenly her gaze condensed, her right hand was raised, and a stream of dazzling golden light swung out. Boom! A terrifying impact was formed, and in an instant, the forbidden guards who had rushed up,
all of them lifted out.
Poof! 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 The guards that flew out, spat out blood and fell to the ground.
Unable to fight again. Lin Xiaoyan didn't pay too much attention to them and continued to walk, very leisurely.
Idle steps. Easily and naturally, he passed through the first archway.
Then, the second archway.
The third arch. The fourth arch. Until the 11th arch. She all remained in a cloudy demeanor, and then she looked behind her.
11 arches down.
There were wounded all over the place, going so far. Almost all of them were just one move, and they directly and heavily injured several thousand forbidden guards. These included early 9th grade and mid 9th grade experts.
Without exception.
All of them were spitting blood and lying on the ground.
The last arch.
Lin Xiaoyan smiled faintly and looked at Qin Haoran and Gao Shui in front of him.
Pavilion Master Qin, remember what I said just now? I am very confident in my own strength.
Qin Haoran's face was that ugly. At the same time, his eyes were filled with shock as he gazed deathly at the forbidden guardsmen lying behind her, in every archway. There were more than 40,000 forbidden guards, more than 100 9th grade experts. Surprisingly, they were directly re-injured by a few of her hands and feet.
Terrifying.
No. It was simply apt to describe it as terrifying. If this is all that Great Xia has, then I am very disappointed. Lin Xiaoyan turned back and looked at the over 40,000 forbidden guards who had fallen to the ground.
What?
Gao Shui, so shocked that his lips were dry and his eyes were wide open, he simply couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. More than 40,000 8th grade or above martial cultivators.
Over 100 9th grade.
This was all the reserves that had been accumulated since the founding of the dynasty in Grand Xia. Each and every one of the forbidden guards was even the best of the best selected from amongst the major military camps of the Grand Xia. Taking out any one of them, they were all existences that could fight 1 to 5 in the same rank.
However, such an outstanding expert.
More than 40,000 people together couldn't stop her alone.
What kind of monster is this?
Only you guys are left, looks like you won't be able to stop me today. Lin Xiaoyan smiled contemptuously, smiling like a flower, and within her eyes, a flash of golden light flashed through. Directly through the 11 archways. It was as if they were trying to see through the depths of the palace.
In an instant,
the scene in front of her eyes changed, an incomparably huge abyssal mouth was opening. Fast approaching towards her. Sculptor's little skill. With a cold snort, her right hand made a move and golden spiritual energy shot over. Immediately, it turned the giant abyssal mouth into nothingness.
At this time,
the deepest part of the palace. Inside a dim and humid, secret room, the surrounding area was covered with cobwebs, appearing very old.
In the center of the secret room,
there was a futon, on which sat an eerie withered bone, glowing with a gleam of silver light. Surprisingly, this withered bone was not even stained with half a bit of dust.
Suddenly,
click, click, click. The withered bone actually slowly stood up, twisted a few times, and swish. A silver light covered.
Phew! Immediately after, in all directions quickly gathered up a huge golden dragon power.
Towards the withered bone surrounded up. After being baptized by this golden power, the withered bone gradually glowed with a burst of vitality, a blood-red blood vessels as if it were a spider's web. From the heart position, it began to spread towards the circumference.
In the blink of an eye,
covering the entire withered bone.
A long time.
Golden light, silver light retreats and disperses. A delicate-looking, wearing silver clothes, young girl-like figure appeared. 100 years finally woke up with the help of the great summer luck. There really are immortals in this world. Silver-clothed girl, excited hands and feet, eyes surprise survey of their own hands.
Outside the palace.
Lin Xiaoyan vaguely sensed something, her face gradually became grave, her beautiful eyes kept staring after that archway. What a powerful aura, none innate can be compared. It seems that is where the true depths of the great summer lie. She softly murmured. At this moment, inside Gao Shuyi's heart, he was beating the drum of retreat, not wanting to fight with Lin Xiaoyan. It was too terrifying. So far. Don't even know what realm the other party really is. What kind of enemy is the most frightening? Naturally, it's the enemy who doesn't know the bottom line, that's the real scary existence. Pavilion Master Qin, why don't we not stop it? He swallowed nervously and asked bitterly. Stop? Lin Xiaoyan sniffed, his gaze filled with teasing, sneering. Black girl? The words just fell. Whoosh! From her shoulder, a black light quickly flew out, heading straight into mid-air. In a blink of an eye. The black light gradually enlarged, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into 100 feet huge body. It covered the sky and the sun. Roar! Like a small mountain-like head, charging at Qin Haoran on the ground, Gao Shuyi roared angrily. A gust of sound waves impacted down. Monster, monster, monster ah! Gao Shuyi panicked and shouted in fear. Monster ah! What a big monster! Mother! Help! What should I do? What kind of monster is that? Those seriously injured and fallen forbidden guards looked at the huge thing in mid-air. They screamed in terror. Lin Xiaoyan leaped and transformed into a shadow, appearing directly on the augur dragon's head. Standing proudly with his arms crossed, he looked down at the bottom. Chapter 123 Privilege, not worshipping the king when you see him, not kneeling when you see him. The black girl transformed into 100 feet of body. With two meatball-like tentacles on top of her head, her body was covered in black scales, glowing with a gust of chilling black light. When she roared, she was extremely hideous. In the sky above the palace, suddenly appeared a behemoth, immediately attracted the attention of the people of the entire royal capital. Some were trembling in fear. Some kneeled down and shouted, Divine Beast Dragon. There were even some less courageous people who were already pissing their pants on the ground. Some of the hidden 9th grade or higher martial arts cultivators. One after another began to close in towards the direction of the palace. In a matter of moments, many people had already discovered that above the head of that huge dragon, there was actually a white figure standing. They fixed their eyes on it. Great General of the Protectorate. It's her, that's right, last year I had the honor of meeting the Protectorate Great General and she looked just like this. Don't be ridiculous. She's no longer the Protector of the Realm. His Majesty took back the position of Protector of the Realm a while ago. Cut the crap. Can't you see that monster didn't make a move on General Lin? It must have been subdued by her. Such a powerful beast can still be subdued by General Lin, she must be the reincarnation of an immortal. Some of the people were excited, excitedly pointing at Lin Xiaoyan, who was standing on the head of the scaly dragon, and worshipped her. Just in time. At the entrance of the Shun Tian Temple, Xia Baiqing and Xia Wuji walked out. Suddenly seeing such a huge object appearing high in the sky, both of them were startled. What's that? The beast 1,000-year Jiao Dragon. Xia Baiqing had seen a lot of things and recognized at a glance that the 100 feet figure in front of him was an exotic beast, the 1,000-year Jiao Dragon. 1,000-year Jiao Long? Xiao Wuji was so shocked that his legs went weak, almost wanting to kneel down. That strong aura, the strength was too terrifying. There is a book that records that outside of Lingzhou City, 10 miles to the east, there is a river called the Black Dragon River, named after a scaly dragon. 100 years to turn into a scaly dragon, 1,000 years to turn into a dragon. The one in front of me must be a 1,000-year-old scaly dragon. Xia Baiqing said with extreme certainty, and then his gaze began to wander again. Rumor has it. Shouldn't this scaly dragon be in the Black Dragon River in Lingzhou? Why has it suddenly appeared in the royal capital? Elder Xia, quickly look, there is someone on the head of that augur dragon. Suddenly, Xiao Wuji's face was filled with panic, his fingers shook and trembled as he pointed at the huge figure and called out. There is someone? Xia Baiqing was shocked, how could it be? A 1,000-year-old augur dragon, its strength had long surpassed human cognition. Furthermore, according to records, the beasts hate humans the most. How could they let humans step on their heads? Impossible. His first reaction was to think that it was a fantasy. As he looked towards the head of the dragon, he immediately realized that there was a white figure standing. Lin family girl? With a glance, he recognized that it was Lin Xiaoyan of the Lin family. What? That person is Lin Xiaoyan? Xiao Wuji was so shocked that he almost dropped his jaw to the ground, his breathing gradually shortened. How could it be her? Instantly, the mind went blank. Honestly speaking, even when he learned of the appearance of a 1,000-year-old dragon, it didn't shock and scare him as much as it did at this moment. The old man is not so old and blind that he can't see that she is the Lin family's girl. Xia Baiqing's face was slightly angry, glaring at Xiao Wuji, stroking his beard, his tone slightly angry and very certain. No, Elder Xia, Lone didn't question your words, it's just that how could she step on Jiao Long's head? Waving his hands in succession, he denied that he did not question the other party's words, and simply found it unbelievable. The world is a big place, there are no strange things, although the beast is ferocious and incomparable, but also has a spirit.
Right. Wasn't it said that some time ago, Linya too had been in Lingzhou City?
Perhaps, it was not certain that she had taken in the 1,000-year-old scaly dragon by chance.
Suddenly,
Xiao Baicheng's cloudy eyes gradually began to brighten up, his voice revealing an uncontrollable elation. How terrifying was the strength of the 1,000-year Jiao dragon?
So far, no one knew yet.
If the Lin girl really took in the 1,000-year Jiao dragon for the future of Great Xia, the benefits would definitely outweigh the disadvantages.
At that time, when facing other dynasties,
with a 1,000-year-old dragon in the center of the field, it will definitely be able to be invincible. However, Xiao Wuji's heart is extremely complex at the moment, and it's more difficult to accept all of this.
That is a 1,000-year-old dragon, a beast that only exists in legends. Even this kind of heaven-defying beast was subdued by her. Can't it really be the will of heaven? Is it really God's will that the Lin family doesn't deserve to die?
No. The power of the Xia Emperor can only be held in the hands of the Emperor.
At this time,
Lin Xiaoyan on the head of the dragon, behind the bloom appeared strong golden light, as dazzling as the sun.
People dare not look directly.
Don't be alarmed, I am Lin Xiaoyan, the grandson of the Duke of Lin. This dragon is my mount. This dragon is my mount and will not harm you all, so don't worry. Today, I have no choice but to let it show itself. Your Majesty summoned me back to the capital and sent 50,000 guards to intercept me. Such behavior really sent a chill down my spine, so I had to reveal my life protection.
Please forgive me for the inconvenience caused to you all.
Lin Xiaoyan humbly and politely said some words to calm down the people's emotions.
At the same time,
they also noticed a key point, that is Lin Xiaoyan's title.
Your Majesty? Obviously.
From this point, it could be seen that she no longer recognized Xiao Wuji as an emperor.
For a moment,
whether it was the people below or the officials in the highest positions, they all fell into a state of silence. Our Lin family to this day, for the Great Xia, for the dynasty, never two hearts,
but encountered suspicion, suppression, and even to be assassinated.
The Lin family does not cause trouble, and has never been afraid of trouble, even if the other party is. She, condescendingly, looked down on everyone from an angle of looking down on all living beings.
As the last sentence fell, boom!
In the clear sky, a thunderbolt exploded.
It shook people's hearts. At the same time,
only one thought remained in everyone's mind.
Showdown.
The Lin family was about to completely tear their faces off with His Majesty and have a showdown in front of the people of the royal capital and even the entire Grand Xia.
Then,
in this situation, how should Xiao Wuji, who was the emperor, react? In a flash, everyone's eyes were cast in the direction of the palace. It seemed to be waiting for Xiao Wuji's response. Shut up, General Lin, do you know that this is a treacherous statement? How dare you be so outrageous in broad daylight? Where does this put His Majesty? Where does this put His Majesty? Where does this put Duke Lin? I advise you to be careful with your words. At this moment, an eunuch with a duster in his hand and a demonic appearance, utilized his martial energy to send a message. He scolded Lin Xiaoyan in a stern voice. Even though he was panicking internally, he had to come forward at this time to show his loyalty to His Majesty. Gentlemen, General Lin is talking nonsense and confusing the people. If you are a man, give us a charge. Sharp voice, high-pitched and loud, even more mixed with anger. I want to use this to encourage people to let those guards to kill Lin Xiaoyan.
More want those people to spit on her.
Eunuch Wu, you say so righteous, why don't you see you rushed? Gao Shuyi did not have the good taste to despise. We are not a man, rush what strength, do not forget that we compared to you, but less chicken. Eunuch Wu pinched the orchid finger, a look of course, directly to all the shocked numb.
Gao Shuyi. Qin Haoran. 50,000 forbidden guards.
Good. Feelings are inciting a hand, wants to charge back to go is it?
Fewer chickens are terrific
Many people secretly despise him.
I'll cut it tomorrow.
Aha!
Let's do it the day after tomorrow.
I still have to go to the House of Flowers to see Little Flower tomorrow.
Men. After all, he can't be cruel.
Hey, don't look at our family with envy and jealousy, it's just a matter of an inch or two. A frown, teeth, closed eyes to endure a knife thing. Eunuch Wu saw many people casting contemptuous glances, so he pretended to be calm and explained. Oh. All the forbidden guards were neatly aligned, staring at a certain spot of his with unsuspecting eyes, and responded with a bad smile. What for? What are you doing? At least when our family first experienced the matter of cutting the chicken, the eyebrows did not wrinkle a little. He hastily covered it and shouted in shame and anger. Oh. The crowd of forbidden guards responded in unison again, just like a comic cudgel. Although there was that much pain, but no worries from now on. Egu.
You guys are mocking our family?
Egu. 50,000 forbidden guards simultaneously bowed their heads in regret, and that picture looked, not to mention how funny it was. It seems that these guards are just a few words, but it seems to say all of Eunuch Wu's unforgivable life. Even Qin Haoren, the one who favored and humiliated, was holding back his laughter. The corners of his mouth had already twitched long ago, and it was only because he had good endurance that he hadn't been able to laugh out. There was no way. It was too comical and ridiculous. Especially the way Eunuch Wu humiliated himself. Roll. It wasn't until Xiao Wuji angrily stared at him and growled through gritted teeth. Only then did Eunuch Wu arrogantly and coldly grunt, humming and pouting. He retreated to the side. What do you want? Xiao Wuji held back his anger and clenched his fists tightly. Even though his nails were sunk into his flesh and blood spilled out, he was oblivious. Anger. Extreme anger. However, he had not yet lost his mind. Deeply knowing that the situation at hand forced him to bow his head and give in. First of all, regardless of Lin Xiaoyan's own strength, just such a 1,000-year-old scaly dragon was enough to make him fearful. It was enough to make him fearful. In the future. Against the Lin family things, I am afraid that it is no longer difficult to carry out. The centralization of imperial power will also be due to the appearance of 1,000 years of dragon, and thus unsettled. From now on, I Lin Xiaoyan do not listen to the declaration, do not listen to the tone, see the king does not worship, see the king does not kneel, hands of the Eastern Red Army. From now on, they will follow me to defend Lingzhou City. Any objections? Lin Xiaoyan thought deeply for a moment and slowly said. What? When the people below heard this, what more could they want? Do not listen to the declaration, do not listen to the tune, see the king does not worship, see the king does not kneel, since in charge of 100,000 large army. The town is defending one side. It's a proper self-made king. No. He should be above the king. Will His Majesty agree to such harsh conditions? Throughout history, there's never been a man like this in Xia. Even a prince with a heavy army would have to bow to His Majesty. Just the fact that he doesn't kneel is enough to override all the princes. If you agree with her, I am afraid that it will cause many princes to be disobedient. If you don't agree to her, how can you solve the situation? It's a dilemma. Xiao Lao, I should be how good ah? Xiao Wuji, eyes helpless, looking at his teacher, asked with a bitter smile. There is no harm. Xiao Baiqing spoke out. Since she wanted to hold down a side, she agreed to her. With the help of 1,000-year-old dragon, the Liuli dynasty and those neighboring dynasties will definitely not dare to act rashly. This is a good thing. However, if I agree to her, it is undoubtedly the same as recognizing her as a king with a different surname. Is that so? The king of a different surname does not have the privilege of not kneeling when he sees the king. Xia Baiqing smiled without saying anything, because in his opinion, as long as Lin Xiaoyan doesn't rebel, that's already the best result. No choice? Xiao Wuji was a bit bereft, seeing that Xiao Lao was silent. Finally, he powerlessly said, loan, granted. Under the martial qi enhancement, the voice echoed throughout the air all of a sudden. Chapter 124 is worthy of the Imperial Temple and will be passed down through the ages. Loan, allowed. The three short words were uttered as if they used up Xiao Wuji's entire body strength. Once the words were finished, the whole person paralyzed and sat on the ground. No one is clearer than him, once agreed to this condition. The chain reaction. From the princes of the various parties, down to the people. The implications are self-evident. I can't help it. Right now, it seems that if you don't agree to this condition, God knows what Lin Xiaoyan will do next. Wuji An emperor's pattern must be big after all, and having a heart for the world is the way to be a king. Xia Baicheng patted his shoulder to comfort him. Then, slowly walked towards the outside. After he left, inside the Shun Tian Hall, suddenly came a silver bell laughter. Ha! So many years passed. There isn't even a decent descendant anymore? Words. Who? Xiao Wuji, heart alarmed, quickly stood up, rushed into the hall. Oh look! Above the golden dragon chair, sitting on a barefoot silver girl, she, skin white than snow, looks as beautiful as fairy. Her whole body was hazy with a transcendent temperament. Sitting there, she was like an emperor. All over the body exudes a supreme domineering aura. Who are you? He angrily pointed at the silver-clothed girl above him and loudly questioned. Take a good look again, who is this emperor? The silver-clothed girl stood up, and at that moment, a scene that caused Xiao Wuji to be horrified occurred. Because she was clearly standing, that pair of jade feet like white lotus roots, clean, beautiful, pink, very eye-catching, but did not really touch the ground. It was as if she was standing suspended in the air. No. It was as if the whole person was floating. This emperor? Hearing this title, he was secretly shocked in his heart and his forehead was in a cold sweat. Taking a few more steps closer, he took a closer look. In a flash, that face that was flawlessly carved out of powder was so familiar. It seemed to have been seen somewhere. Ancestral Temple. Not bad. It is in the Ancestral Temple, the most central position, hanging a portrait of a young girl. It is this look in front of me. But that portrait is the portrait of Xiaoxi, the most brilliant and outstanding genius ancestor of the Xia family 800 years ago. Are you old ancestor Xiaoxi?
It is this emperor. The strongest ancestor who almost made it to the throne with her daughter's body? Almost? Is that how future generations will record this emperor?
Xiaoxi's brows furrowed, and a trace of anger appeared on her stunningly beautiful and pretty face, as if she was very dissatisfied with the result.
Is it hard to believe that the truth is not? Humph. Naturally not. This emperor at least is also sitting on the emperor for 3 hours. What? 3 hours? Not 3 years, 3 months, 3 days? 3 hours, eunuchs aren't even that short, are they? Can't it be that all the wild history records are true?
The old ancestor sat on the throne for a while, causing displeasure to the Zhao emperor, and thus issued an order to kill him. Xiao Wuji recalled, in the past seems to be from a wild history record above, once read so a small paragraph. What a mess. After this emperor ascended to the throne that year, he suffered a sneak attack from the state master, Marshal Yuan, which caused him to flee with serious injuries. Only then did that boy Xiaofan succeed in taking the throne. Saying that, her gaze began to carefully measure up Xiao Wuji. In a trance. She even realized that the person in front of her had a few similarities with the Xiaofan at that time.
Xiaofan? Who was that?
His face was full of doubt and confusion. He had never heard of this character.
You are the descendant of Xiaofan.
Xiaoxi suddenly condensed her beautiful eyes, and an inexplicable coldness filled the entire hall.
Instantly, Xiao Wuji was silenced as if he was stabbed in the back.
Don't worry, Xiaofan is my good nephew, they are all family. The beautiful eyes gazed at the other party, horrified to find that the other party seemed to be unfamiliar with the name Xiaofan.
You do not know Xiaofan?
Old ancestor, lone elder really doesn't know who Xiaofan is.
What?
Xiaoxi's pupils dilated violently, and his expression gradually began to become hideous.
Don't know.
How is it possible that you don't know? 800 years ago, it was he who joined forces with Marshal Yuan to snatch the imperial throne from himself.
Suddenly,
her beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of suspicion, and she immediately said angrily, "Take this emperor to the ancestral temple."
Okay, old ancestor. But outside.
Xiao Wuji just took 2 steps and immediately pointed outside because Lin Xiaoyan was still there.
And so,
he had the desire to ask the old ancestor to step in and suppress that guy.
Less nonsense, go to the ancestral temple first. Somewhere in the palace.
Song Jili poked out half of his head from the corner, staring at the huge augur dragon body in midair, as well as that stunning figure. It is worthy of being the first female great general of the Great Summer.
Saying that, hurriedly pulled out the book and pondered for a moment.
On the same day, General Lin summoned a 1,000-year-old scaly dragon beast and threatened His Majesty, promising the privilege of not worshipping the king and not kneeling at the sight of the king. It is the same as recognizing her in disguise as the king of a party with a different name, holding 100,000 Oriental Red armies in her hands.
A woman of honor.
The first queen of Daxia, worthy of the imperial temple.
Into the annals of history, 1,000 years.
After writing, but also in the end, add the Minister of Right Song Jili and other words.
Heir.
After getting Xiao Wuji's promise, Lin Xiaoyan stepped on the augur dragon and flew over the Jingui Gongfu.
Along the way,
the people, one after another, worshipped. Until she disappeared in the direction of the Jingui Gongfu
lobby. Lin Xiaoyan held a teacup in her hand, slowly and methodically, savoring the tea.
Jin Shu, Shi Jingxi ran in from outside, looking excited.
Miss. Great General.
After the two came in, they hurriedly shouted. She put down the teacup in her hand and smiled gently. Jin Shu, immediately write a letter to inform Grandpa about everything that happened in the royal capital.
Right.
Also send a letter to Mr. Liu as well. Just say that everything is fine on this side of the royal capital. As long as he wants to do something, he doesn't need to worry about anything else and let go. I will take care of everything.
Jin Shu hurriedly responded, "Yes, miss." Thereupon, quickly walked out of the lobby.
Great General, my grandfather and old father said that from now on, our Qi family will always be on your side. When Shi Jingxi thought of earlier, when Lin Xiaoyan was so spirited, with his feet on the dragon, soaring high into the sky, she couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement in her heart. At the same time, she was envious. Maiden Shi, go back and tell your grandfather that his choice wasn't me, but the 6th princess.
I believe he will understand.
Lin Xiaoyan waved his hand and rejected the Qi family's good intentions. Because she was well aware of Qi Sanhai's thoughts, and precisely because she knew, she reminded him.
Fine.
Shi Jingxi was slightly disappointed, thinking that if the great general had fought for that position, she herself would definitely be able to become the first female Duke of Great Xia in the future.
Unfortunately, the great general didn't want any of that.
Right, let's get ready, we're leaving the royal capital. After all, if we stay too long, that person will not be happy again. As Qi Jingxi was about to walk to the door, she reminded her.
Okay, great general. Outside of Qifeng City,
a carriage sped by.
After a long time, It stopped at the entrance of the city. Stopping, the people inside the carriage came down to be inspected. A general wearing silver armor very arrogantly stepped forward and blocked the carriage from advancing. My aunt is. What are you talking about? Don't gab. If you want to enter the city, you have to undergo an inspection. Of course, if you find it troublesome, you can also. The silver armored general, sneaking forward, placed his right hand on his waist and gestured a give money gesture. Despite being wrapped in armor, only a pair of eyes were revealed. However, inside those eyes, they were filled with greed for money. Lord Jiang is really powerful. After years of not seeing him, he's already harvesting money in a big way. Suzy's pretty face was slightly angry as she glared at the other party and spoke coldly. Hearing the words, the silver-armored general only then noticed her, fixed his eyes on her, and his face under the armor changed slightly. Big miss? Is it you? Zhang Yuanfeng's voice trembled and he shouted with slight joy. Zhang Yuanfeng, you are one of my father's most loyal members, you once said, as an official for a day, will never take more than a penny from the people. Could it be that you have forgotten? Suzy's eyes were slightly red, staring at the other party dead on, full of disappointment and pain. Back then, he was his father's beloved, and at the same time, he was also a partial general of Qifeng City. He was also the one who taught himself, when he knew what he was doing, that being a government official was preceded by cleanliness and purity. Uncle Jiang, you once told me that your greatest hatred is people who embezzle people's money. Hearing, Zhang Yuanfeng's body was shaken, and his eyes were filled with guilt. Reaching out, he took the helmet off, revealing a face full of vicissitudes, as well as a head of long hair with messy temples. Big miss, He choked so much that he couldn't speak. In addition to the guilt in his eyes, there was more helplessness. In the beginning, he hated those who oppressed the people and harvested money the most. Now, but living into their own most hate that kind of people. That kind of heart torment, only their own most clear. But the reality of the world, the original heart has long been gone. In order to live, in order to survive, have to choose to become this kind of person. Uncle Jiang, you have always been my most respected person. Why have you become like this? Seeing the once most respected uncle turned into today's appearance, her heart had an indescribable, unbearable feeling. It was as if in this instant, a sharp blade had pierced through her heart, the kind of pain that no one would understand. Inside the carriage, Chinka looked at Lu Ziyan suspiciously and asked, not going out to solve it? Since it is someone she knows, then this kind of thing can only be solved by herself. Otherwise it will become a knot in her heart, let her deal with it herself. Lu Ziyan had only listened to a few words and was already roughly clear about what had happened between them. It was also for this reason. That's why he didn't step in. At this time, a few silver-armored generals on the side gathered around. Captain Jiang, what's the situation? Why hasn't there been any movement for so long? Are these guys not cooperating? Someone opened his mouth to inquire, and in a moment of clanging, he had already drawn the sword on his waist and pointed it at Xingnu and Suzy. You two, be sensible, look at your carriage, it's expensive. Hand over some money, lest we splash you with blood later. Bare bones intimidation, as a general guarding the city, in broad daylight, threatening the people in such a blatant manner. Forcing the people to hand over their money. You don't need to mind this side, it's just the daughter of an old friend. The brothers thank you. I will treat you later. Zhang Yuanfeng waved his hand, signaling that those people did not need to make such a big fuss. So it's an acquaintance. A few generals retrieved their swords and hurriedly moved aside. Intercept those people entering the city. Chapter 125 Qifeng City, City Lord Kai Ziji. The streets of the city. Tea stall. Zhang Yuanfeng brought Suzy, Lu Ziyan, and the others here to sit down. Miss, you shouldn't have come here. As he spoke, he picked up the teapot and poured tea for a few people. On his vicissitude face, he was very helpless. Suzy did not drink the tea, her hands clasped her chest, just staring at him quietly. Lu Ziyan, Chinka started drinking tea by himself. Completely acting as a tool person. If you just say this nonsense, then there is nothing to say between us. As soon as the words fell, she immediately stood up and pretended to leave. Lu Ziyan reached out his hand, knocked on the desktop, and said indifferently, it might be worth listening to his explanation. This gentleman is? Just now, I didn't have the time to ask the gentleman's honorable name, please forgive me. Zhang Yuanfeng observed Lu Ziyan for a while and realized that the other party's aura was extraordinary. Definitely not an ordinary person. Lu Ziyan. Chinka. So it's Mr. Lu and Miss Chinka, I guess you're both close friends of Missy. Zhang Yuanfeng stood up and clasped his fists at the two of them. Thereupon, kneeling down on one knee, he said, please also ask Duke Lu to do a favor and take Missy away, don't stay here. Just after the words were said, there was a loud pop and Suzy angrily slapped the table, pointing at him and cursing, Zhang Yuanfeng, what kind of thing are you? Not to mention that they won't agree to this request of yours, even if they do, it's impossible for me to leave. 8 years, do you know how I came over these 8 years?
Smiling miserably, his eyes were red and tears welled up, extremely painful. After experiencing so much, now I see the former respected Uncle Jiang again. Reduced to oppressing the people for the road of lawlessness. Invisibly, she has a feeling of being stabbed in the back. You promised my father that you would always guard the people of Chifeng City forever, you said, forget it? The hysterical roar caused many passers-by to pay attention. But, as soon as those passers-by saw Zhang Yuanfeng, they immediately turned their heads in panic and didn't dare to linger too long. Hearing those words, he, with a huge shock in his body and a guilty look, unconsciously lowered his head. Yes. At one time, he had promised City Lord Su that he would always guard the people of Chifeng City. To this day, he has broken his promise. Zhang Yuanfeng laughed at himself, and within his smile, there was a mixture of complexity and helplessness. On second thought, his eyes became very firm, looking towards Su Zi, secretly thinking, she is the only one for City Lord Su. In the future, Lord Su City's revenge will still depend on her. Thinking of this, he once again pleaded with Lu Zian, saying, Mr. Lu, please, take Missy away from here. Impossible, I will absolutely not leave. Back then, you disregarded my will and sent me away, making me unable to send my father on his last journey. This time, I don't need you to decide my path for me. What's more, the you of today, are you worthy? Suzy had already been saddened to the point of tears, and finally wiped away the tears on her face, incomparably firm, and said. Back then she had no choice, now what road to take, have to choose by themselves. Even if the front is the abyss, will never regret. I am not worthy. Zhang Yuanfeng's face was full of despondency, his body trembled, and after finishing this sentence I am not worthy, his entire face turned white. At the same time, City Lord's mansion. A general walked into the front hall in a panic. Inside the hall, City Lord Kai Ziji, with a round face and thick waist, wearing a black and gold robe, obese as a ball. Sitting on the main seat, beside him were two beautiful maids, being left and right, pinching his shoulders. Report, Lord City Lord, there is movement at the East City Gate, Lord Su's daughter has returned. After that general came in, he hurriedly knelt down. When Kai Ziji heard this, his fat body shook a few times, and he stood up with a face full of gravity. What? You say it again? Thought that I had misheard. 8 years had passed and thought that I would never find that girl from the Su family again. I did not expect After 8 years, she still dared to come to the door. Well. Back to the lord of the city, my subordinate was once under Lord Su and has seen his daughter. There's absolutely no mistaking her. Kai Ziji's green bean-like eyes stared at the general for a while. Ha ha ha. Good, Xu Shang. You're a talented man, just like your name. From today onwards, you are the 4th main general of Chifeng City, responsible for the area around the North City Gate. When Xu Shang heard this, he was overjoyed and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, Lord City Lord, for promoting me. No. If you want to thank you should thank you for your good ideological awareness. Between being a human and being a ghost, you chose to be one. This city lord likes talents like you who are ungrateful and snitch behind your back. Because it wouldn't be a pity to kill you one day. He walked up 2 steps forward, patted Xu Shang's shoulder hard and fiercely, and laughed very frankly. So bluntly some words, directly to Xu Shang will not get it. Only. In order to survive, he could only respond with an awkward smile. City Lord don't worry, subordinate will definitely be your most loyal dog, woof woof. Ha ha ha. Seeing that you are doggy, you are indeed very suitable to be a dog. Kai Ziji was in a good mood and laughed cheerfully. Watching the most loyal henchman of City Lord Su back then, wagging his tail in front of himself. That kind of satisfaction was self-evident. At this time, the maid came forward with a cup of tea and was about to feed him water. Lord City Lord, Suzy that girl, looks that call the water spirit, subordinate heard that adults always like to appease the woman's heart. How about? Xu Shang was full of fawning smiles and unintentional smiles. Immediately causing Kai Ziji to resonate with an evil smile, startling the maid. Dang lang. The hand shook, and the teacup fell straight down, splitting into pieces, splashing tea all over the place. It also splashed onto Kai Ziji's shoes. The maid was so scared that she lost her color, and hurriedly kneeled down to beg for mercy. Lord City Lord, spare your life, spare your life. Unceasingly kowtowing her head. At once, the scene became very grave and bizarre. Kai Ziji's gaze was stern, but on her fat round face, there was no trace of anger. Instead, he smiled and said, It's fine, you go down. Thank you, Lord City Lord. That maid stood up and was about to walk out. Just as she reached the doorway, suddenly, Kai Ziji's face twisted up, her eyes filled with hostility as she raised her hand and blasted out a claw-shaped martial energy. Bang! The martial chi directly pierced through the maid's chest, killing her on the spot. The sudden scene. Xu Sheng as well as the remaining maid were scared to the point of shivering. This city lord will only take lives, but will not spare them. There is a price to pay for doing something wrong. When you go out, you can't easily trust anyone, because people talk about trust between people, how foreign. Kai Ziji's murderous, cold and ruthless side directly scared Chu Sheng to the point where his face turned white.
Especially these few words seemed to be reminding him of something. He withdrew his hand and regained his composure and said, Chu Sheng I have a great deal of trust in you, your loyalty is there for all to see. This. For a moment, Chu Sheng did not know how to reply. 1 second he was talking about what trust people talk about with each other. The next moment. To directly say that you trust yourself very much, if you say that out loud, you dare to believe it yourself. Anyway, it was impossible for him to believe. My subordinate has absolutely no second thoughts about Lord City Lord.
Kai Ziji meaningfully lowered his head, looked at his shoes, and lamented, what a good shoe, spoiled. Chu Sheng followed his gaze and saw that on the shoes, there were some water stains and a few tea leaves. Seeing this situation, he immediately realized, immediately kneeling, hands on the ground, directly with his mouth to bite the tea leaves open. Good. When you kneeled and licked this city lord's shoes, you looked like a dog, worthy of the name. Your father must be a fortune teller, otherwise how could he give you such a name? Kai Ziji was very satisfied with Chu Sheng's performance and couldn't help but applaud. Let's go. It's time to find that girl. He took a step and was about to walk out. When he saw the servant girl who had fallen to the ground, he coldly said, hurry up and clean up this bad luck thing. Tea stall. Just as Zhang Yuanfeng was still arguing with Su Zi, a general in silver armor ran over in a hurry. Brother Jiang, it's bad, that guy Chu Sheng has gone straight over to the city lord's mansion. I'm afraid that he saw Missy enter the city. What? Zhang Yuanfeng was instantly shocked, looked east and west, and made an instant decision, go, you guys quickly follow me. After putting down the tea money, he could not help but directly pull Su Zi, hurriedly left. Soon. They passed through a narrow street, came to a slum before broken earth mound yard, in front of 2 old wooden doors. At this time, only then did Zhang Yuanfeng let go of Su Zi's hand, with a gloomy expression, he rushed up and knocked on the door. Soon. The one who opened the door was a little girl wearing tattered clothes and dirt, just like a little beggar. However, the little girl had a pair of bright and clear eyes. Father, you are back. As soon as the little girl saw Zhang Yuanfeng, she immediately shouted in surprise. Zhang Yuanfeng quickly stepped forward and picked her up. Then came to Su Zi's body. Missy, this is my daughter, Zhang Xiao, please take her with you and leave the city quickly. Wait until the day when you really have the ability, then come back to avenge City Lord Su. At this moment, his words caused Su Zi to be a little confused all of a sudden. Pressure didn't even react, but his hands conditionally stretched out to receive the little girl. What about you? Su Zi anxiously opened her mouth to inquire. I stayed to buy time for you to leave, hurry up or it will be too late. He urgently urged. Eyes reluctant to look at his daughter, eyes slightly red, trying to hold back tears. Ran. What was surprising to everyone was that Zhang Xiao did not look more than 8 years old. At this moment, her behavior was extremely calm. There was no crying, nor was there a hint of willfulness. Instead, her small face seriously looked at Zhang Yuanfeng and softly said, Father, I will take care of myself. The understanding she showed was heartbreaking. Daddy believes in you, our daughter is stronger than anyone else. Saying this, he turned his head away and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Zhang Xiao also at this time, inclined her head, her small mouth clenched and trembled. Obviously. In fact, she was also very sad, just wanted to show that she was very understanding in front of her father. At the city gate, a few silver armor generals stopped old Huang to enter the city. In their hands, they were gesturing to give money. You still have to pay to enter the city? Old Huang's eyes widened and he asked angrily, crossing his arms. Master, it's not easy for you at your age, so here's the deal. I'll give you a discounted price. How about just 100 silver tickets? As soon as that general finished speaking, the 2 generals behind him rushed forward to stop it. Brotherly, no way. We can't break the rules like this, the higher-ups will make us suffer. That's right. Brotherly, last time, Captain Jiang Under received the city fees, he was chastised by General Niu, beaten with hundreds of plates, and laid in bed for months. The 2 generals were extremely obstructive and persuaded. Li immediately angrily reprimanded, you 2 do not stop me, Moncler Outlet Online are a handful of years old, earn a little money is easy? I just want to charge less money from Grandpa, what's wrong with that? In order to let the master into the city, a few hundred boards, so what? Don't. Brotherly, you'll die this way. Your family has an old man, a young man, and a cheating little stepford wife in the middle. Times are hard enough, why do you have to go and help the grandpa? It is precisely because of the rain that I have been drenched that I think of helping others with umbrellas. You all don't persuade me. Today, this entry fee into the city must be 100 silver tickets, I said. This scene in front of me completely froze old Huang in his tracks. What is the situation? How to listen, do not pay the entry fee into the city into my ignorance. There is also this brotherly, on the old, under the small even if, cheating on the little petite wife is a what the hell? Is it to let the old yellow eye sympathize with his not easy?
Chapter 126 Bitterness. What a great play. Life is like a play, it all depends on the acting. Old Juan looked at the performances of several people in front of him. He almost wanted to give them a thumbs up. Is this asking for revenue city fees? No. It's a proper way to give benefits to the family. 100 silver tickets. You call that money? No. That's pay for their performance. Even the generals guarding the gates are working so hard. Old Huang, I have to reflect on whether I've been working hard or not for so many years. He was deeply impressed by the few people in front of him. Unable to help himself, he began to reach towards his arms. Then, with an embarrassed face, he looked at them and whispered, "That what? I don't have any money on me, I'm really sorry. Why don't you guys first give me into the city, and wait until I find my friends, and then get you somehow?" No money? The other side. In front of the dirt pile yard. Suzy looked cold and put Jiang Xiao down. "This time, I came back to avenge my father's death. As for your daughter, it's better for you to watch yourself." Pushing the little girl over gently. Revenge? Zhang Yuanfeng did not expect that Suzy actually came back this time for the matter of revenge. With just a few of them? They want to take revenge on the lord of a city. It was a bit too whimsical. Not to mention that Kai Ziji herself was a 9th grade martial arts expert. There are also nearly 100,000 city guards in the city. There are many 6th and 7th grade martial arts practitioners. "Miss, this is not a matter for you to do as you please, so listen to my advice. Immediately bring your friends and leave this place." He obviously didn't believe that Suzy and these few people had the ability to deal with the lord of a city. "What kind of person does Lord Zhang think can deal with your city lord?" Lu Zian inquired rather curiously. Zhang Yuanfeng stared at Lu Zian without taking his eyes off, always feeling that this person gave him a mysterious and unpredictable feeling. And his body reveals a gentle and elegant, scholarly flavor, giving a person a feeling of having poetry in one's belly. "So?" He almost did not even think, responded, "Not innate cannot be." The meaning of this sentence is already very clear. There is no innate realm expert sitting in the town. It is simply impossible to deal with City Lord Kai. Please ask Lord Zhang to take care of himself, even if there are no innate realm experts. I believe that with the ability of Aunt Lu, you can definitely deal with Kai Ziji. Suzy showed unconditional faith in Lu Zian. In her opinion, her trust in Lu Zian has almost reached a blind level. Ever since the matter of Wubao County. Witnessing a scene of him standing up for the people. Plus the other party was from the Zhenghua Gongfu, and was even the husband of the Protectorate General. Would this kind of person be a simple character? Jiang Xiao twinkled her bright eyes and took small steps forward, grabbing Suzy's palm. Raising her head, she locked eyes with her. "Sister Su, in fact, my father had no choice. It's all because my mother and I dragged him down, otherwise it's impossible for father to be complicit. 5 years ago, my mother got sick and needed a lot of money to be treated. The medicine at Tianren Medical Center was too expensive, and it cost 5 gold at a time. Father knew that this was all because Lord City Lord had conspired with the owner of the medical center to force him to be complicit. But mother's illness." The little girl told the story slowly, one by one. After a long time had passed, finally expressed the matter clearly. 5 years ago, Zhang Yuanfeng's wife suddenly fell ill and became bedridden, and since then, she has had to rely on medication. And the only Tianren medical center in the city that could provide medicines was secretly colluding with the city lord. Every time you buy medicinal herbs, you have to need hardware to start with. You know, many people can't even earn a single gold in a year. Okay. Missy, these are not reasons for me to be complicit, it's me who has forgotten my beginnings. It is me who has disappointed you in City Lord Su. Zhang Yuanfeng chided his daughter and blamed her for informing Suzy about this matter. Of course. He was also very clear about one thing, the reason why his own daughter chose to say it. It was also for his good. Chinka looked curious and asked, "Since Tianren Medical Center is so expensive, can't we go to another medical center? Chifeng City is so big, it's not like they are the only medical center." The little girl shook her head and explained, "It's no use, other medical centers simply don't have the herbs to treat my mother. So dad had to go to Tianren Medical Center to buy herbs." "I see, what about your mother?" Chinka was very puzzled and asked. "She died, a year ago, because my father didn't want to do things that hurt the people anymore. The city lord ordered the owner of Tianren Medical Center not to buy medicinal herbs for my dad. Because she couldn't take the medicine, my mother died." Mentioning this incident, the little girl's eyes reddened, obviously touching a sad spot. "Later, the city lord even blackmailed dad with me, and if he didn't work for him properly, he would kill me. So daddy all became like this because of me." Jiang Xiao could no longer hold back her tears, and wowed. To this point, Suzy finally understood why the former Uncle Jiang had become so bad. "Why didn't you explain just now?" She stared straight at Zhang Yuanfeng. He took a deep breath and said, "This is not a reason for me to be complicit in the evil, nor is it a reason to brutalize the people.
I know that my crime is so great that 10,000 deaths are not enough.
But Xiao is innocent, so please, Missy. Stop.
Suzy directly waved her hand and called for a halt, because she knew very well what the other party wanted to say next.
Therefore, forcefully interrupting the spell casting. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Right at this moment,
a silhouette continuously surged out from all around, surrounding Suzy and the others.
Girl Su, long time no see. Xu Sheng was spirited and wearing a golden armor as he stepped out. Xu Sheng, why have you come? Zhang Yuanfeng's face was shocked as he pointed at the other party and asked.
Zhang Yuanfeng, you went AWOL, and Lord City Lord has already removed you from the city guards. As for me, I have become the 4th Lord General of Qifeng City because of my merit in informing. He patted the armor on his body and smiled very proudly. After working hard for so many years, I finally became the city's main general position. Have to say, Suzy was really his lucky star. The moment he appeared, he was able to make the city lord reuse himself.
Xu Sheng? What are you trying to do? Suzy's gaze coldly questioned. Around them, thousands of city guards surrounded them. What are you doing?
Xu Sheng's face was filled with a bad smile, and he said, Su girl, frankly speaking, City Lord Kai has already taken a liking to you.
Be smart, go back with me, and in the future you will be the City Lord's 6th wife. How? Hearing. Zhang Yuanfeng was furious beyond words and cursed. Xu Sheng, how dare you treat Missy like this? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Back then, if it wasn't for City Lord Su saving you from the battlefield, how would you have gotten to where you are today? Xu Sheng sneered, shut up. It's not like I begged him to save me back then. Don't morally kidnap me here.
Besides, I've been working under him for many years, and I've already returned his favor.
It's hard to believe that he saved me once, but also have to let me repay for a lifetime, not?